Chapter 1. Zeus prohibits procreation. Years later, as García reflects on the past, he realizes it was a long time before he entered this world that it was precisely because of that event that the player García was able to bind his destiny and embark on an enigmatic new life. Hey, marry me, and I shall provide for you. The voice of the supreme god Zeus intruded uninvited. Do not be foolish, that is not love, Medusa replied coldly, standing with her back turned. This marked Zeus' fourth year of humbling himself to propose to Medusa, a memory etched vividly in his mind. You are no longer young, can love be consumed as sustenance? Zeus' impatience was palpable, his tone somewhat brusque. I forgot to mention, I have invited my elder sister and second sister to visit. You wouldn't want them to witness such a farce, would you? Medusa gestured toward the door, where indeed two serpent-headed figures approached with purpose. Zeus' countenance shifted dramatically, as if he had inadvertently stepped in something unpleasant, hot and bothersome. He was barefoot, and all of it squished between his toes. He stomped his feet and moved to confront Medusa, speaking fiercely, "Do not think me easily deceived, you shall pay for this." Crash! An eagle burst through the window, soaring into the heavens, becoming a mere speck in the sky. The two serpent-headed figures outside were startled, yet they remained unaware that it was Zeus' manifestation. What just happened? Did you see a large bird fly out from the third sister's room? Stop joking, the third sister has no appetite for birds. Where would such a bird come from? On Olympus, within the temple, an eagle descended from the skies, landing upon the throne of the supreme god. This visit had not yielded a successful proposal. Leaving Medusa quite enraged on his return journey, Zeus suppressed his breath, feeling slightly winded. Come forth. Your Majesty, I am at your service. Convey my divine decree. For the foreseeable future, procreation is hereby prohibited. May I inquire, Your Majesty, does this include the gods as well? Indeed, it encompasses divine beings, mortals, and the unions between gods and humans. Then when might procreation be reinstated, Your Majesty? Why do you have so many questions? Inform anyone who inquires to wait for further notice. Zeus, being the god of all gods, the deity of humanity, and the essence of all creation, possessed the absolute authority to issue such a decree. The command of the supreme god dictated the laws of life and death, and to defy it was to invite annihilation. If the great god Zeus faced heartbreak, how could other deities and mortals continue their procreative endeavors as if nothing had changed? It seemed utterly inappropriate. No animals, pigs, horses, cattle, sheep, no insects, fish, or plants would be permitted to breed. From this moment forth, the graceful doe would no longer enter estrus. Around the corner, a male dog, lifting one hind leg to urinate against the wall, suddenly lost all interest on this day. The newly sprouted wheat in the manor withered, and no vibrant flowers could be seen blooming, such as the decree of the Almighty. By the seaside, in a dilapidated stone courtyard, a pregnant woman declared, "I am about to give birth. Can you not see that I am busy?" "If you are to give birth, do it yourself," replied the man, a bona fide pirate, sharpening his blade as he contemplated setting sail in the coming days for one last grand heist. The thought of relying on him to deliver the child would surely invite ridicule from his fellow pirates. "You green-bearded pirate, have you fed your conscience to the fish? Why not beseech the gods to grant our child the chance to be born alive?" The woman gently caressed her belly, tears welling in her eyes. The pirate, sporting a thick, bushy beard that had become infested with green moss from years spent at sea, was known to all as Greenbeard. The greener the beard, the more it signified a seasoned pirate's combat experience. "You know nothing. I'm merely an aging pirate. The gods do not heed my pleas," Greenbeard spat, adding, "The gods have decreed that human children are destined to die, and dying early spares them from suffering to in his fervent speech, Greenbeard inadvertently cut his finger, yet no blood flowed. He had been starving for days, having given all the food to his pregnant wife. Logically, as a fisherman by trade, he should have been able to catch fish from the sea, but as a true pirate, his expertise lay in plunder, not fishing. However, since the almighty Zeus had prohibited childbirth, humanity had lost its desire for maritime trade, making it increasingly difficult to find merchant ships ripe for the taking to in the dead of night. The rain fell heavily, and a thick fog rolled in from the sea. Inside the leaky stone house, the fireplace flickered with a dim light. The pregnant woman delivered a baby boy, but without exception, he perished the moment he touched the ground. Greenbeard found a piece of faded sailcloth to wrap the lifeless infant, allowing the woman to take a final glance before he carried the child outside. Ding! Player logged in. García Pangu. Prompt system. Note: encourage others to complete tasks, earn double rewards. Initializing. Wait, where are you taking the child? A young woman interjected, blocking Greenbeard's path. She was the sister of his wife. He was born to die, let him be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Greenbeard replied offhandedly, though sadness enveloped his heart. Then allow me one last look at the poor child. The woman carefully took the infant from Greenbeard's hands, gently unwrapping the sailcloth. The cherubic face, with just the right amount of chubbiness, sported two bright, twinkling eyes that were utterly endearing. The woman wrapped the sailcloth around him once more, layer upon layer, sealing it tightly. Wait, I'm not dead yet. Why am I being wrapped up? The swaddled infant, on the brink of suffocation, began to gain consciousness that, in truth, the original soul has perished, and the inhabitant of this infantile flesh is a player from another dimension. García pengued out a soul has traversed realms. The canvas shrouding the lifeless infant was once again transferred to the hands of Greenbeard, who strode purposefully toward the shore. A woman, tears streaming down her face, stood alone in the rain, watching as Greenbeard gradually receded into the distance. But wait, hadn't that child just been laughing moments ago? Not dead. Greenbeard, you must stop. The woman caught up with Greenbeard and snatched the canvas-wrapped corpse of the infant from his grasp, once more donning a harmless smile. Even the pirate Greenbeard, who had faced countless perils and crimes, was taken aback at that moment by the return of his deceased son. After their reunion, the infant, still unable to articulate words, gazed at the rugged visage of a man reminiscent of a lion's father, Greenbeard the pirate. Soon after, a naturally beautiful woman approached. With her golden hair, azure eyes, and porcelain-like skin, she was brimming with youthful vitality. If I am not mistaken, this unfamiliar woman must be my aunt. The perceptive infant thought, grinning widely, devoid of any teeth, that a woman so strikingly beautiful must possess other wonderful qualities as well. Thus, Greenbeard the pirate's only son, García, was resurrected, albeit unbeknownst to his family that the soul inhabiting the child was, in fact, a gamer. Such blissful days are fleeting. Look, those innocent 15 years have vanished in the blink of an eye. Greenbeard's beard has taken on a touch of gray, marking him as a true elder pirate, his prowess diminished from days of yore. It is said that the ultimate destination of every successful pirate is family, and Greenbeard has achieved that. He has washed his hands of piracy, choosing instead to return home to live a peaceful life with his wife and child. Companionship is the longest confession of love, and fidelity is the warmest promise. Do not presume that Greenbeard, being a pirate, is uneducated or ignorant. The truth is, Greenbeard has grown old, becoming soft-hearted, finding it hard to engage in the violence of his past. Though his old pirate comrades vehemently opposed his early retirement, he remained resolute in his desire to retire honorably. García, Greenbeard's only son, has also grown taller, rising at noon. He could urinate high enough to reach the roof while hiding behind a stone house. Surely, this is far superior to a dog lifting its leg. Listen to me, García, you are the son of a pirate, his aunt said, grasping his delicate little hand with earnest intent. You should learn the art of plunder and theft, rather than languishing in bed all day, fixated solely on urination. One might think it is raining solely at your home. Aunt, you do not comprehend, García habitually exclaimed as he plunged into his aunt's embrace. He refrained from disclosing to her that the pinnacle of achievement for boys is forever enshrined in the fleeting moments of childhood. With age, such heights become unattainable, rendering one's former prowess a distant memory treasure while you can. For a span of 15 years, due to the decree of the supreme deity Zeus prohibiting procreation, the oceans teemed with fewer fish, the forest became increasingly sparse, and humanity faced a bleak existence marked solely by aging and death, devoid of any influx of new life. The world succumbed to desolation. Only the gods remained, immortal and unscathed. Medusa, steadfast for 15 years, had resolutely resisted Zeus' relentless advances. The most beautiful Medusa in all the realms, for the sake of all living beings, please consent to wed the supreme god Zeus. The gods, under Zeus' persuasion, incessantly beseeched her. Even her parents and kin joined in the entreaty, saying, "What woman does not marry?" Countless women dream of uniting with Zeus, yet lack the fortune. Find solace in your situation. To dissuade Zeus once and for all, Medusa vowed, "I shall remain unmarried for life. Allow me to be a wretched virgin." "Very well. You had better adhere to your promise," Zeus replied, frustrated by his unfulfilled desires. The mighty god could no longer act as a mere supplicant. He had duties that demanded his attention. However, Medusa had already sworn to be a wretched virgin. The beauty that Zeus could not possess would also remain unattainable to others, thus alleviating his heartache. The following day, Zeus convened the Council of Olympus within the sacred temple, extending invitations to several nearby kings, where he formally proclaimed, henceforth, the Decree prohibiting procreation is hereby revoked. Before the assembly could conclude, all the goddesses collectively departed mid-session. Their feminine instincts urged them to keep their distance, maintaining a safe separation from Zeus. After all, the supreme deity had endured for 15 years and was now eager to propagate. Meanwhile, at the seaside, in a quaint stone courtyard, the García family rejoiced, for with the lifting of the procreation ban, humanity's hope was rekindled. García's aunt was particularly exhilarated, exclaiming, "To be candid, I too wish to find a heroic figure to marry and bear a son as handsome as García." Yet, the 15-year-old García felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Aunt is still too youthful, she cannot grasp the perils of this world. The relaxation of procreation restrictions may not herald good tidings. Chaos is likely to ensue. Just consider being compelled to mate with undesired partners or even with non-human creatures to fulfill the act of reproduction is indeed a grave matter. Truly, one's fears often manifest. Accompanied by heavy, chaotic footsteps, the band of green-bearded pirates burst onto the scene, immediately brandishing a blade against his aunt's throat. "Greenbeard, we are taking this young woman with us. After a lifetime of piracy, alongside comrades through thick and thin, you wouldn't oppose, would you?" Chapter 2. A family of 3 rescues the aunt. In broad daylight, before the eyes of the entire family, his aunt was seized. "Greenbeard, you have spent your entire life as a pirate, and in the end, you have caused my sister to be abducted," lamented Garcia's mother, hands on her hips, tears streaming down her face. "You know nothing, do you? I sacrificed my life as a pirate for this family, abandoning my comrades. They are targeting me, hoping to coerce me back into their nefarious deeds," replied Greenbeard, Garcia's father, as he leisurely sharpened his knife. "That my reputation protects your sister for the time being." "Father, are you still hesitating to rescue my aunt? Are you deliberately stalling by sharpening your knife out of fear?" García inquired cautiously, hiding behind a large rock. Greenbeard abruptly sat up, realizing he was at a loss with his unfilial son. "Indeed," he exclaimed, as he cleaved the rock before García. "García, remember this. The word fear does not exist in a pirate's vocabulary." "Father, are you deceiving me? I speak the truth that pirates even have a dictionary." That night, Greenbeard continued to sharpen his knife until dawn. García and his mother gathered all the remaining provisions from their home, consisting of some dried fish and a few pieces of cheese. Thus, the 3 of them embarked on a perilous journey to rescue García's aunt. García followed closely behind his parents, first walking along the coastline for an entire morning until they reached a rocky dock. At the dock, there were many people, none of whom García recognized as the son of a pirate. He had no distant relatives. Once they left their native stone courtyard, every place García passed felt unfamiliar. His father, Greenbeard, hired a leather raft at the dock, and they drifted on the sea for a whole afternoon, eventually arriving at the rear of a deserted island. Initially, Greenbeard intended to offer more coins to persuade the sailor to row to the front of the island. However, the sailor refused, fully aware of the notorious pirates who resided in the waters surrounding the island's front. García remarked, "Then, aren't you afraid my father will kill you? He's a bona fide pirate too. Kid, don't jest. Those pirates are only interested in killing. How could they possibly marry and have children? Yet your father has such a beautiful wife and a charming son like you." The sailor counted the coins Greenbeard had given him. "Moreover, from my perspective, your father seems like a decent man." The sailor's reasoning was not without merit. Pirates were known for leaving no survivors, and no one had ever seen a pirate's true appearance, only heard tales of their murderous tendencies. Indeed, some wise men at the dock speculated that pirates did not kill for the sake of robbing wealth. They simply enjoyed killing while conveniently taking others' riches. Leading the way, Greenbeard forged ahead, with mother and son following closely behind. The family circled around to the front of the deserted island, and evening had already set as the sun dipped below the horizon. Its lingering glow cascaded down, while the crimson clouds to the west sank into the depths of the sea. The rocks beneath the solitary island formed a concave shape, creating a sheltered harbor where a magnificent vessel floated serenely. García paused to gaze, unable to see the ship's bow, as the lofty white sails obscured half the sky. This ship was nearly the size of 4 or 5 small stone courtyards, resembling a floating castle. "Wow!" exclaimed García's mother, who had grown up by the sea and had never laid eyes on such a grand ship. "How surprising it is, considering you are the wife of a pirate," someone remarked. Once upon a time, Greenbeard had leapt aboard this grand vessel, navigating the boundless ocean with audacity and engaging in numerous remarkable exploits. As twilight descended, the García family successfully boarded the ship, entering a palace within, Indeed, this vessel possessed its own palace. Greenbeard, long time no see. I welcome your arrival. Would you agree to rejoin us? Seated high on the throne was a bejeweled old woman, none other than the pirate queen. Sophie, Greenbeard's longtime superior. Queen Sophie, I now have a wife and child. I no longer wish to fight and kill. Greenbeard bowed respectfully. You're a smart woman. You know why I've come. Yes, I've heard your old friend took your wife's sister. Queen Sophie said nonchalantly. I'm just as angry about it as you are. So, the queen is willing to return her to me? Greenbeard took 2 steps forward, gazing up at Sophie on her throne. No, you're mistaken, Greenbeard. You shouldn't suspect me. This has nothing to do with me. Queen Sophie blew on her long nails. Besides, killing someone or taking someone away, what is the big deal? Haven't you done plenty of that yourself, Greenbeard? His temper flaring, Greenbeard fell silent. He took 2 steps back and whispered to García and his mother, Are you afraid to die? Huh? García, South mother froze in place, unable to utter a word. Then, slowly, Greenbeard's large hand reached behind his back and drew the machete he had sharpened all night. The man was ready to unleash carnage. Ding! The monitoring system activates and goes online. García, Pangu current skills. None detected crisis. Your father, Greenbeard, is in conflict with Queen Sophie. A bloody battle is about to erupt. Mission 1. Assist Greenbeard in slaughtering all the pirates on the ship and rescue your aunt. Reward. Greenbeard's combat experience points. Double bonus. Risk. 10 success rate. If nothing goes wrong, today will likely be the shared death anniversary of your entire family. Mission 2. Assist Queen Sophie in persuading Greenbeard to return to his old ways. Reward. Queen Sophie's negotiation experience points, double bonus. Risk. 50 success rate. Speaking up for an outsider may severely damage your father-son relationship. García rubbed his temples, resolute that it couldn't be Mission 1. He was still young and didn't want to die, even though there was only a 50 success rate. He had to choose Mission 2 without hesitation, to assist Queen Sophie in persuading her father, Greenbeard, to agree to rejoin the pirate faction. García moved close to Greenbeard's side, reached out his small hand, and pressed it against the gleaming machete. Father, I'm not afraid of death, but that doesn't mean I want to die. Truly, my son, as long as you're not afraid to die, that's enough. Greenbeard pried García's little hand away and raised the blade. Father, don't act rashly. Why do we come here in the first place? Isn't it obvious? To rescue your aunt. What if I have a way to save her without killing anyone? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Pirate Queen Sophie doesn't negotiate. Father, I'm your son. Why not give me a chance to try? Greenbeard lowered the machete. His eyes, larger than fists, fixed on his son as García slowly walked toward the throne. Queen Sophie, my father just tried to kill you. García said calmly as he stood before her throne. But I stopped him because if he had, you might have killed our entire family. Little one, you're clever. Pity you're not my son. It changes nothing. Queen Sophie studied García up and down. I came up here to tell you, Queen, that my father refuses to join your pirate crew. But he hasn't refused to work for you. Child, joining us and working for me are the same thing. Aren't they? No. My father, Greenbeard, is an honorable pirate. He swore to leave the pirate life behind and retire. He keeps his word and won't allow himself to rejoin. García took a breath. However, he never said he wouldn't work for you. Queen, the reason you want to recruit him again is because you need him to do something, isn't it? Very well. If your father helps me capture a certain woman, I'll release your aunt. Deal. García returned to His Highness's parents and said, It's settled. Queen Sophie is willing to release Annie and won't force father to rejoin them as a pirate anymore, as long as father helps Queen Sophie capture a woman. Isn't that just the same as joining them? García's mother blurted out, feeling something was off. You don't know a damn thing. Rejoining them as pirates and helping Queen Sophie catch someone are completely different. Greenbeard snapped, his eyes bulging with anger. García's mother fell silent. Indeed, García understood his father well. But what García didn't know was that Queen Sophie had no intention of releasing Annie. She simply wanted Greenbeard to attempt an impossible task, to kill him by proxy. Being a pirate isn't like strolling through a market. You can't just come and go as you please. Greenbeard, listen well. The one I want you to capture is the 3rd princess of the Serpent Clan, Medusa. Queen Sophie rose from her throne and spoke coldly. Chapter 3. The pirate ship sails toward the Serpent Clan's underwater palace that night. Pirate Queen Sophie hosted a grand banquet, warmly entertaining García's family of 3 who had traveled from afar. At the same time, it was also a reward for the pirates. One last hearty meal before setting off to attack the Serpent Clan. Gentlemen pirates, Let's raise our glasses together to our old comrade. Greenbeard, seated at the head of a long table, Queen Sophie proposed a toast to the pirate captains on either side. Ding, quest progress. 50 note. You assisted Queen Sophie in persuading Greenbeard to return to his old ways. But this was merely a formality. Because Greenbeard refused to rejoin the pirate faction, and Queen Sophie had no intention of truly welcoming him back, she wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate him. Thus, while the quest appears completed, it has only progressed halfway. Garcia's heart skipped a beat. This pirate queen was truly formidable. Was she trying to use others to eliminate her enemies? Fine, he would play along. Your Majesty, please allow us to see our loved one, if she's still alive. Garcia exchanged a glance with his father, Greenbeard, who sat directly across from Queen Sophie at the long table and called out loudly. Soon, his aunt came running downstairs and embraced Garcia tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Garcia, thank heavens. I thought I'd never see you all again. Annie, the four of us must always stay together, whole and united. Garcia gave up his seat to his aunt, stood up, and walked to the other side of the long table to bring her a plate of lamb legs. With a lamb leg in each hand, his aunt, her mouth stuffed with meat, planted a heavy kiss on Garcia's cheek in gratitude. The night passed uneventfully, with only the brightly lit glow from the great ship illuminating the entire harbor, attracting the incessant chatter of nocturnal ducks. The next day, as the eastern sky just began to pale with the first light of dawn, a red sun slowly rose. After the sound of a cannon blast, the massive floating castle set sail at full speed toward the Serpent territory in the heart of the ocean. It was located at the boundary between the river that circles the earth and the land of eternal night, where darkness prevailed for most of the year, devoid of light. The great ship sailed for 7 days and 7 nights, and on the morning of the 8th day, it smoothly entered the river that circles the earth. Ahead lay the land of eternal night, a realm of darkness untouched by the sun. Queen Sophie ordered the ship to halt, instructing Greenbeard to lead a small team to attack the Serpent tribe alone. My queen, please allow me to bring my family along. Greenbeard stood on the deck, gazing into the dim horizon ahead. He had no confidence whether he would return alive from this assault on the Serpent tribe, so he wanted to take his family with him. If they were to die, they would die together. Otherwise, he should have brought his wife and children to rescue his aunt in the first place. No, Greenbeard, I cannot grant your request, Queen Sophie said sternly. I will keep your family on the ship. You may consider them hostages. Garcia's mother and aunt, these two sisters, were trembling with fear, clinging to Garcia and huddling together. They even said, Garcia, you're still young, ignorant, and therefore unafraid. How wonderful. Mother, aunt, I'm actually quite scared too. If you look closely, it's not hard to see. Garcia's pupils dilated as he tried his best to act in a way befitting his age. He couldn't very well explain. I'm a player who transmigrated here. Of course I'm not afraid. Whoever is scared is an idiot. Let me go. A man covered in wounds rushed onto the deck, followed by a few attendants who tried, but failed to stop him. Greenbeard recognized this man. He was the son of the pirate Queen Sophie, Prince Sophie. I ordered you to lock him up. Why couldn't you do it? Queen Sophie scolded the negligent attendants. Forgive us, your majesty. He is your son, and he threatened to kill us if we didn't let him out, the attendants pleaded, their faces full of grievance. Prince Sophie suddenly turned, raised his blade, and slit the throats of the attendants. Their bodies fell into the sea. Mother, do you see these scars on me? They were all left from the last battle against the Snake Clan, Prince Sophie said firmly. Where I fell, I'll rise again. This is my fight, and I'll handle it myself. Medusa, the third princess of the Snake Clan, I'll have her no matter what. Not even Zeus can stop me. I said it. My son, you're injured. You can't fight again, Queen Sophie said with concern. Let Greenbeard go. He'll capture Medusa for you. Prince Sophie sneered, swiftly stepping up to Greenbeard and pressing the bloodied blade against his throat, scraping it back and forth until it drew blood. He mocked, old friend. Didn't you already retire? How dare you show your face here again? Stay out of my business, or I'll slaughter your entire family. Garcia stood behind his mother and aunt, clearly seeing the malice in Prince Sophie's eyes. This Prince Sophie, relying on the power of the pirate queen, had long been accustomed to tyranny, killing and plundering without hesitation. Recently, the supreme god Zeus abolished the divine decree prohibiting reproduction, and the prince, too, felt a stirring of desire. He wanted to find someone to bear his child. Wait, no. How could Prince Sophie possibly be interested in a human? He had his eyes set on a snake, Medusa. Every pirate knew that Medusa was the most beautiful woman in the entire ocean. Moreover, she was the one woman even the supreme god Zeus could not possess. The unattainable always stirs the heart, and this greatly fueled Prince Sophie's desire for conquest. The last time, Prince Sophie privately gathered 300 pirates to launch a surprise attack on the Snake Clan, only to be utterly defeated, with fewer than 30 men escaping back. That was why the pirate Queen Sophie was now coercing Greenbeard to rejoin their ranks. She wanted him to lead the assault on the Snake Clan and capture their third princess, Medusa. If by some stroke of luck, Greenbeard managed to defeat the Snake Clan and bring back Medusa, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory, and the pirate queen could seize the opportunity to kill Greenbeard. Conversely, if Greenbeard died at the hands of the Snake Clan and never returned, the pirate queen would have achieved her goal of eliminating him through another's hand, and she could then kill the hostages on the ship. Either way, it meant death. As a member of the pirates, Greenbeard had broken the rules by leaving mid-mission. The pirate queen, as the enforcer of those rules, would never let him go unpunished. If such a precedent were set, how could she ever maintain discipline in the ranks? Yet, Greenbeard had always been the most formidable figure in the pirate faction. The pirate queen had to think twice before moving against him. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, and she didn't want to suffer heavy losses while eliminating her enemy. She was waiting for the perfect moment to utterly destroy the traitorous Greenbeard while ensuring she wouldn't be left weakened. At that moment, dozens of small boats were launched from the ship's hold. Prince Sophie led over 100 pirates, charging ahead into the land of night. The pirate queen ordered the main ship to follow, determined not to let her prince suffer another defeat at the hands of the Snake Clan. Greenbeard, I warn you, once we enter the land of night, I want you to protect my son, the pirate queen said. If anything happens to him, I'll kill your son. García saw the same malice in the pirate queen's eyes as he had earlier in Prince Sophie's. Either kill your son or slaughter your entire family. What give you the right? The sheer arrogance of the mother and son duo was more humiliating to García than outright murder. Don't think just because someone is handsome, they have no temper. García is not. At this moment, facing the double kill of Sophie and her mother, a seed of counterattack has already taken root in García's heart. Mother, aunt, don't be afraid. I can protect us well. García tightly grips the trembling hands of the two sisters out of fear. García, you are the son of a pirate. Aunt believes in you. Report. A glowing water palace, where a family of 5 from the Serpent Clan is having dinner. The Serpent King, Serpent Queen, and 3 serpent princesses. A guard rushes in to report that something bad has happened. Prince Sophie, who was chased away last time, has returned. What's there to panic about? If he comes once, we'll fight once. The eldest sister sticks out her long tongue and then asks the third serpent princess Medusa irritably, "What do you say, sister?" "I, Medusa, don't know what to say. It is the disaster caused by Medusa that has implicated the Serpent Clan, and my elder sister has placed all the blame on me." Alas! Elder sister, what is the use of asking the third sister? Besides her beautiful face, what else can she do? The second sister was also filled with jealousy and hatred. She raised her sharp snake tail and said, "This time, I will drown that Prince Sophie." A guard interjected, "But this time, Queen Sophie has come as well. Her large ship looks as big as our water palace. Where are they now? Hurry up and tell me." Medusa stood up anxiously. She was not like the eldest sister, who had a long tongue capable of strangling someone, nor was she like the second sister, who had a snake tail that could pierce someone to death. The third Princess Medusa was just an ordinary snake, with nothing but beauty. The large ship was still behind, while the advanced small boat fleet had already reached the palace gates. The guard continued, and this time, they even invited the pirate Greenbeard. What? The Snake King, who had been silent, unconsciously frowned. Greenbeard was a notorious old pirate. How could he have come to? Chapter 4 Prince Sophie defeated and fleeing back. PS. Sorry. Please everyone reload the first 3 chapters. I was not satisfied with the beginning, and since last night until now, I have revised it countless times. The character design and plot setup have changed, but even if you don't reread, it won't affect your subsequent reading. The overall setting remains unchanged. In the land of night. This season is in polar night, where heights and lengths cannot be seen. Only the water palace of the Serpent Clan emits a faint white light in the darkness. The fleet led by Prince Sophie has already reached the entrance of the water palace, sweeping through everything in its path like a hot knife through butter. This reckless group of pirates wants to wash away the humiliation of the last encounter, with the support of Queen Sophie's floating castle. They are confident they can flatten the Serpent Clan's water palace and capture the Serpent Clan's third princess, Medusa. Inside the Serpent Clan's water palace, a guard rushed in to report that the palace gates have been breached, and Prince Sophie has led his men inside. Hold the second palace gate. We must not let them break through again. The elder serpent woman hissed angrily, flicking her long tongue. No, let them in. A mere Prince Sophie is nothing to worry about. the Serpent King said calmly, with his hands behind his back. On the deck of the floating castle, a pirate servant returned to report the battle situation. Prince Sophie has already broken into the Serpent Clan's water palace, and it seems victory will soon be decided. Go! Send more men to cover the prince. Proceed steadily, and do not recklessly fall into a trap. The queen is not to be underestimated. She knows that the Serpent Clan's water palace is not so easy to breach. In a corner of the deck, the García family of 4 sat together, with a pirate loyal to Queen Sophie standing guard with a knife nearby. García, with your aunt here, you don't have to be afraid. The aunt chanted words, her face looking very grim. It's uncertain whether García is scared or not, but the aunt is terrified. Aunt, I'm not afraid. You said that I'm a pirate's son, so what is there to be afraid of? García patted his aunt's shoulder and smiled innocently. Inside the Serpent Clan's water palace, Prince Sophie raised his bloody knife and charged to the second palace gate, breaking through and killing along the way. He forged a bloody path in the darkness. Prince Sophie, thanks to you, the Serpent Clan is finished. A pirate pulled the blade out from the belly of a serpent-headed man, blood splattering everywhere. Yes, Prince, last time. We couldn't even get through the first palace gate and were defeated. You were seriously injured. Look at this time, we easily broke through the first palace gate. And now the second palace gate is about to fall. Prince Sophie's attendants chimed in with flattery. A rare opportunity to curry favor should not be missed. Prince Sophie struck back with a knife, plunging it straight into the chest of the sycophantic subordinate. Don't mention the last time again. The shame of the past belongs to the past and has nothing to do with me. The scene fell into a dead silence. The attendants beside Prince Sophie dared not make a sound, and even the serpent guards on the water palace were left dumbfounded. Prince Sophie, with a heart more ruthless than our serpent kind? Seeing this scene, some of the Serpent Clan guards retreated without a fight and ran away. If nothing unexpected happens, the second line of defense of the Serpent Clan's water palace will collapse without a fight, even more easily than the first palace door. Prince Sophie, with a burst of energy, led the charge to the third Serpent Clan palace door, while the surrounding guards had long scattered and fled, leaving it empty. Your Highness, the Serpent Clan is terrified by you and no longer dares to guard the door. You are a wise prince. It must be that you dared to kill even your own people in front of the Serpent Clan, which intimidated their guards, reported the pirate attendant who went ahead to scout. Indeed, this was a tactic. You should learn from me, Prince Sophie thought, smirking, believing the attendant was right. Of course, he knew better than anyone that the killing just now was purely out of hatred for others, exposing his shortcomings, and had nothing to do with tactics. Soon, the smile on Prince Sophie's face froze. The heavens spun and the flood surged. The Serpent Clan's water palace was about to collapse. The elder serpent woman stood far above, flicking out her long tongue to trigger the water gate, unleashing torrents that scattered Prince Sophie and his men. Indeed, these pirates were all skilled sailors, excellent in water, but they could not withstand the immeasurable length of the elder serpent woman's tongue. In the midst of a tumultuous flood, there are still pirates fighting desperately to avoid drowning. The serpent sister once again lashes out her long tongue, sliding it over the necks of each pirate in turn, wrapping around in the opposite direction, tying knots tightly, and then dragging them down to the depths of the water. No matter how good a swimmer a pirate is, he cannot withstand such torment, and they all perish. Enough! Spare Prince Sophie one more life. With a wave of his hand, the Serpent King retracts the serpent sister's long tongue. Father, you are too merciful, which is why you're bullied by these pirates. The serpent sister strokes her long tongue, blood dripping down. No, my child, the Serpent King says with a worried expression. We cannot leave no room for negotiation. You must know that on that big ship outside, there is still a green-bearded pirate. Floating castle, on the big ship. The García family of 4 was held captive in a room, with knife-wielding pirates keeping close watch over them. In the first few days, García's mother and aunt were extremely anxious, unable to sit or stand still. However, with food and drink provided daily, they gradually grew accustomed to the situation. To be honest, this kind of life was far less joyful than the days of enduring hunger in their small stone courtyard. But still, as long as they were alive, there was always a chance to escape. Greenbeard paced around the room all day with a machete in hand, making García's eyes dry and fatigued from watching him. Father, you can sit down and rest if you're tired from walking. No, I'm not tired. Here. What? A whetstone. With the whetstone in hand, Greenbeard finally sat down and quietly began sharpening his blade. Think time's up. Mission complete. 50 note. You assisted Queen Sophie in persuading Greenbeard to return to his old ways. The mission is halfway complete. Reward, 50 negotiation XP for Queen Sophie, doubled to a total of 100 negotiation XP. García Pangu has gained a new skill, negotiation experience LV1. Not bad. If something can be resolved with words, I'd rather not resort to fists. This skill is definitely worth accepting. García looked at his status panel, his heart swelling with joy. Outside the cabin, on the deck of the great ship, Prince Sophie, defeated, had fled back, supported by a few attendants as he struggled to walk. "My son, it's enough that you've returned alive," Queen Sophie said. "Stay on the ship and recover. Leave the rest to Greenbeard." "No." Prince Sophie shoved away the attendants holding him up and roared, "These injuries are nothing. We failed only because we were outnumbered. Give me more men, and I swear I'll crush the Snake Clan." Queen Sophie, silently, turned her gaze to the water. Bloated corpses floated out from the direction of the Snake Clan's underwater palace. All skilled pirates, now dead. If only the problem were a lack of manpower. Things would be simple. "Your Majesty, please assign Greenbeard to the prince and let him charge once more," one of Prince Sophie's attendants pleaded. "This time, our prince fought valiantly. The Snake Clan threw everything they had at him, yet they couldn't kill him. It was he who led us few to escape." Whether these attendants around Prince Sophie were any good in battle was debatable, but when it came to the art of flattery, they were unmatched. Slap! Queen Sophie left a handprint on the flattering attendant's face and snorted. "The prince's failure is entirely your fault, you useless lot." After this battle, Queen Sophie forbade the prince from launching any more unauthorized attacks. The floating castle sailed away from the Snake Clan's underwater palace, and peace returned to the ship. Meanwhile, the Snake Clan's underwater palace was busy urgently repairing its gates, with no further movements. A ceasefire had settled between the two sides. Several days later, Queen Sophie barged into the room where García and his family were being held. A scream from his aunt jolted García awake from his slumber. "Greenbeard, wake up! I'm assigning half the crew to you. Set out at once and attack the Snake Clan's underwater palace," Queen Sophie urged, her tone frantic. Something had clearly gone wrong. "Your Majesty, if I may ask, has Prince Sophie been captured?" García wondered. The only thing that could make Queen Sophie this anxious must involve her son. "No," Queen Sophie said. "But you're not wrong. It's entirely possible the prince went behind my back to raid the Snake Clan's palace and got himself caught." "Then let me accompany you to rescue Prince Sophie," García said, stepping up to Greenbeard and speaking in a tone of negotiation. "Father, lad, I support your plan," Queen Sophie said, patting García's head. "Don't worry. I'll take good care of your mother and aunt." García's mother and aunt both came running over, hugging García together and saying tearfully, "You reckless little brat. You could have died, don't you know?" García struggled to push aside his mother and aunt's 4 hands and was the first to reach the door. "Let's go, father." Chapter 5. Greenbeard captures Medusa at Greenbeard's command. Half of the pirates jumped from the big ship, surging towards the Serpent Clan's water palace like a swarm of black ants. The once heavy floating castle rapidly lightened in draft, and the hull rose significantly. "Son, stay close to me. Don't get lost, or there will be casualties." "Don't worry, father. It's just me. Can't you protect me?" The palace gate of the Serpent Clan, which had just been repaired a few days ago, was once again broken through by the advanced pirates under Greenbeard's command, and they charged straight to the third palace gate. This was also the place where Prince Sophie had almost drowned last time. To enter the third palace gate, one must pass through a circular moat city, completely enclosed on all sides. Once the Serpent Clan opens the water gate, it becomes a bucket that can drown a person. With no footing and hands unable to reach the edges, it would be certain death. Full speed ahead, Greenbeard looked towards the third palace gate from distance, showing no hesitation. "Wait," García asked. "Prince Sophie set off long ago, but the third palace gate ahead is tightly closed, and there are no signs of fight here." "Father, don't you find it strange?" "Stop waiting," said Greenbeard. "We need to charge in to understand the actual situation." Everyone stopped. Prince Sophie stepped out from the crowd outside the door, first circling around García, his eyes filled with confusion. He didn't expect that such a young García could have such insight. However, the prince still spoke with a disdainful tone. "Greenbeard, how did you become so foolish? Even worse than a little brat?" "Prince, what do you mean?" Greenbeard asked. "Your son is not wrong. The third palace gate is difficult too. If you don't want to drown, you can't force your way in." Prince Sophie shared his views based on his past experiences, but he didn't mention that he had almost drowned. This prince is not foolish. He set off early with people behind Queen Sophie to pressure her into attacking the water palace. He didn't dare to easily assault the third palace gate again. With his wisdom, he aimed to hide outside the palace, waiting for the queen to send Greenbeard to attack. And then he would follow to see what tricks Greenbeard had to break the gate. "Greenbeard, listen to me. You can't force your way through the circular fortifications ahead. You'll drown. Now go out and bring the boats in. You can try rowing. This person is a retainer of Prince Sophie and one of the survivors who didn't drown last time. The pirates behind were pushing forward, all blocked at the entrance of the second palace gate, too afraid to approach the third water palace defense line. In the Serpent Tribe, inside the water palace, the guards reported the battle situation. The pirates led by Greenbeard had gathered outside the third palace gate, but had inexplicably stopped their attack. They probably didn't dare to continue. What could Greenbeard do? If he dares to break through the third water gate, I will drown him anyway. The Snake Tribe's elder sister flicked her long tongue, completely dismissing Greenbeard. The Snake King ordered, "Hurry, send more men. Greenbeard is not easy to deal with." On Greenbeard's side, Prince Sophie repeatedly urged him to attack, saying, "Greenbeard, if you hesitate and miss this opportunity, I will personally kill your son." However, his son García stopped Greenbeard, saying, "Father, we cannot attack rashly, or we will repeat past mistakes." Greenbeard scratched his head with a knife, troubled. "Father, is it possible to bypass the third line of defense by walking along the palace wall instead of the ground?" García asked. He thought, even if they went to lift the ship now, it would be time-consuming and laborious. Not to mention that if the ship were placed into this water bucket of the walled city, it would be capsized, which wouldn't work. "We can go over the palace walls," replied Greenbeard. This group of pirates had the skills to climb walls and roofs. In the past, they had practiced their ship-climbing skills while robbing at sea, and today it was finally useful. "Everyone listen to my command. Take out all the iron claws for climbing the ship." Greenbeard nailed his personal iron claws into the palace wall and led García up. Prince Sophie laughed proudly. "Hurry. What are you waiting for? Get on the iron claws and flatten this broken water palace for me." Above the palace building, the Snake Lady's sister flicked her long tongue and opened the water gate, and a torrent of water gushed out. However, the pirates had climbed too high. The water level was not enough to drown them. Greenbeard moved too quickly before the water bucket of the walled city could fill up. The pirates had already crossed the third palace gate and rushed inside to kill. Inside the water palace of the Snake Clan, the father said, "Greenbeard has already led people over the third palace gate. They climbed over from the wall. I couldn't drown them." The elder sister of the Snake Clan had her hair disheveled and looked somewhat disheveled. "Third sister, it's all because of you. That group of pirates came for your pretty face." The second sister of the Snake Lady pointed at Medusa and scolded, "You brought this trouble on yourself. Why should our whole family bear the consequences for you?" Medusa stood up, glanced at the silent Snake King and Snake Queen, and said, "All right, I will stop them." After the pirates crossed the third water gate defense line, they arrived at an open area, surrounded by nothing but endless darkness. Someone screamed in agony, bitten by an invisible snake at their feet, writhing on the ground in pain. It was too dark. The pirates could not see the thin snakes writhing on the ground. García only felt a chilling sensation in his leg muscles, as if something was coiled around them. He bent down to grab it and saw it was a snake. Slash! Greenbeard swung his blade, and the snake in García's hand was severed in two. "Son, that's no toy. One bite, and you're dead." The ground was littered with snakes, some dead, chopped in half, others still alive. García had the eerie sensation of walking on ice, the surface unervingly smooth. The pirates' screams rose and fell in waves. Against the snakes' ground assault, they were utterly defenseless. It was simply too dark. Human eyes couldn't spot the snakes. "Quick, light the oil lamps." Greenbeard pulled an oil canister from his coat and ignited a flame, but it illuminated only a tiny patch of ground. Unfortunately, someone knocked over a lamp, and the flames spread across the dead snakes, growing fiercer by the second. By the firelight, García witnessed a sharp serpent's tail pierce straight through a pirate's back, impaling him entirely before emerging from his stomach. This was the blue-headed snake, second sister, the snake woman. Her tail could penetrate walls, let alone living flesh. Greenbeard raised his cleaver, ready to strike the blue-headed snake. "Second sister, run!" But another white snake lunged at Greenbeard from the side, giving the blue-headed snake a chance to escape. The white snake, shielding her sister, took a brutal hit from Greenbeard's hilt, blood trickling from her lips. It was unclear whether the blood was her own or from a victim she had bitten earlier. The fire raged on. Snakes on the ground were either trampled or burned alive, and the pirates began clustering around Greenbeard. Prince Sophie recognized the white snake at once as Medusa. "Greenbeard, that's Medusa. Catch her now," he shouted while running. Before the words fully left his mouth, the white-headed snake twisted her body and whoosh, vanished into thin air. "García, you go this way. Hurry after her." Greenbeard shoved García from behind. then sprinted off in the opposite direction. Garcia ran forward in the darkness without hesitation. Amazing. The Greenbeard actually predicted the escape route of the white snake Medusa, as Garcia could faintly hear the sound of a snake slithering on the ground. Garcia chased the sound, running and running, when suddenly he bumped into something. Losing his footing, he fell to the ground. Something was wrong. The ground beneath him felt icy cold. Whoosh! The oil lamp flickered to life, and in the dim light, Garcia saw a white serpent lying beside him. Its lower body was that of a snake, but its upper body was human. And as he leaned closer, he realized this serpent bore the face of a peerless beauty. Garcia had never seen such a beautiful face in all his life. "Son, are you all right?" Greenbeard stood nearby, holding an oil lamp, his foot firmly planted on Medusa's serpent tail. It turned out that Greenbeard had taken a shortcut to block Medusa's path, and Garcia had just collided with his father. "Father, this woman. She's so beautiful." "Foolish boy, she's not human. She's Medusa, the third princess of the Serpent Clan. Prince Sophie came here for her." From the darkness in the distance, voices could be heard. "Prince Sophie is leading the pursuit." "Greenbeard, have you caught Medusa? Where are you?" Chapter 6. Garcia lets Medusa go. Medusa struggled weakly to move her lower body, but couldn't muster any strength. Her serpent tail was pinned firmly under Greenbeard's foot. "Third princess, I advise you not to waste your energy. No serpent has ever escaped from under my foot." Greenbeard pressed down harder, causing Medusa to hiss in pain, her tongue flickering out. "Father, let her go." Garcia tried to lift Greenbeard's foot off Medusa's tail, but it was too heavy. He couldn't budge it. "Son, she's Medusa," Greenbeard shouted. "Only by capturing her can Queen Sophie release your mother and aunt." Ding! The supervision system is running. Garcia Pangu current skill. Negotiation EXPLV1 detected crisis. Your father, Greenbeard, has successfully captured Medusa and is about to hand her over to Prince Sophie. However, you have proposed releasing Medusa, sparking a conflict between father and son. Mission 1. Assist Greenbeard in taking Medusa back to complete the task and rescue your mother and aunt. Reward: Greenbeard's snake-catching EXP, double rewards. Risk: 50 success rate. You may complete the task smoothly, but there's no guarantee your mother and aunt will be rescued successfully. Mission 2. Help Medusa escape from under Greenbeard's feet without being discovered by Prince Sophie. Reward: Medusa the Snake Woman's escape EXP, double rewards. Risk: 70 success rate. Letting Medusa go isn't difficult, but if Prince Sophie finds out, he may become enraged and kill your mother and aunt upon returning. Garcia looked at the panel options, weighed his choices carefully, and selected Task 2. It wasn't that capturing Medusa to exchange for his mother and aunt was inhumane. It was just that Queen Sophie might not keep her word anyway. In the dark corner, two serpent-headed women were watching everything unfold. Medusa's eldest and second sisters. The second sister, the green serpent, said, "Elder sister, third sister has been captured by Greenbeard. Should we save her? Are you stupid?" The eldest sister, the black serpent, gloated. "That white serpent brought us so much trouble. She deserves to be caught." "But third sister was captured because she was trying to save me," the green serpent said, her conscience weighing on her. "Listen, second sister, don't forget you're a serpent. How can you be as kind as a human?" The black serpent flicked her long tongue. "It's not that we sisters want to save her. It's just that if we do now, those reckless pirates will keep coming after her endlessly. We'll never have peace again." "Oh," the green serpent said remorsefully. "Elder sister, you're right. You've thought this through, setting aside the bond of sisterhood." The two serpent-headed women turned away, leaving their third sister behind as if she were already dead. Under Greenbeard's foot, Medusa bled in agony. In the darkness, Prince Sophie's voice drew nearer. There is no more time to wait. Garcia intentionally let the bronze sword slip from his hand. Medusa picked it up and plunged it deep into the leg of Greenbeard, the one that was pinning her serpent tail. A spray of blood splashed onto Garcia's face, warm and sweet, sweeter than cheese. As Greenbeard's injured foot loosened its grip, the serpent tail flicked, and Medusa escaped. "Garcia, what are you doing?" Greenbeard could tell Garcia had deliberately let Medusa go. "Father, if you capture Medusa, you'll have no more use. Queen Sophie will slaughter our entire family." Garcia's reasoning might not have been entirely sound, but he had to prepare for the worst. Two pirates emerged from behind, pointing their blades at Greenbeard. "Greenbeard, you let Medusa escape on purpose. If Prince Sophie finds out, you're dead." Greenbeard was at a loss for words. He couldn't say, "It wasn't me who let Medusa escape. It was my son, Garcia." Slash! A blade flashed, and the two pirates threatening Greenbeard collapsed to the ground. "Dead." "Old Captain, what brings you here?" This man served as a captain on the floating fortress and was one of Queen Sophie's most trusted lieutenants. He and Greenbeard were among the earliest veterans who had fought alongside Queen Sophie to carve out their dominion. Greenbeard had once saved his life, forging a bond of blood between them. But ever since Greenbeard withdrew midway for the sake of his wife and child, they had gone their separate ways. Greenbeard never expected the old captain to lend a hand at a time like this. "Greenbeard, no one knows you let Medusa escape," the old captain said. "Besides, if I were you, I'd have done the same. It's not too late to tell you now. Whether you recapture Medusa or not, Queen Sophie will kill your family. And when that time comes, count me among those who will do the deed." With that, the old captain turned and walked away. The life debt he owed Greenbeard was now repaid. The next time they met, they would be mortal enemies. "Greenbeard, where's Medusa?" Prince Sophie arrived with his men in pursuit. "Your Highness, my father is gravely wounded. Medusa got away." García grabbed the steadfast Greenbeard and, mustering all his strength, yanked the tough man down to sit on the ground. "If you're badly injured, you should look the part." "What?" Prince Sophie kicked one of the dead pirate bodies on the ground, suspicion in his eyes. "Greenbeard, wounded by a little snake? Seriously? Your Highness, see for yourself." García lifted Greenbeard's leg, the one Medusa had stabbed. "My father was stabbed in the foot. He can't even stand now." Greenbeard was an honorable pirate through and through. He wouldn't play along with García's act, pretending to be gravely injured. But he also didn't speak up. Maybe he simply wasn't in the mood to deal with Prince Sophie. If pushed too far, it was impossible for Greenbeard to crush Prince Sophie underfoot like he had Medusa's tail. Because the old captain's words had struck a chord. In the end, Queen Sophie had been toying with Greenbeard, deceiving him into accompanying her son to capture Medusa, only to still plan the slaughter of his entire family. "Listen here, boy." Prince Sophie tapped García's head with the flat of his blade. "Take good care of your father. Don't try anything funny. Your mother and aunt are still on the ship. If you make me unhappy, I'll kill your whole family when we get back." "Yes, Your Highness. I'll remember your words." García nodded with a smile, gently pushing the blade away from his head. Ding. Quest complete. 100 note. You assisted Medusa in escaping from under Greenbeard's foot without Prince Sophie noticing. Reward. Escape EXP from the snake woman Medusa, double bonus. Total 200. García Pangu has gained a new skill. Escape experience LV2. Inside the floating castle, aboard the great ship. A pirate attendant reported that Greenbeard and his men had breached the third line of defense of the Serpent Clan's underwater palace and nearly captured Medusa. However, Medusa stabbed Greenbeard in the leg, and he failed to seize her. "Is Greenbeard injured?" Queen Sophie asked. "Yes, Your Majesty." Greenbeard was stabbed through the calf by Medusa's sword and couldn't even stand up, the attendant replied. "Good," Queen Sophie said with a delighted smile before turning to ask. "And the prince? Was he hurt?" "Reporting to Your Majesty, your son, Prince Sophie, is strong and unharmed," the attendant answered. "Wonderful." Queen Sophie was overjoyed. To her, whether Prince Sophie captured Medusa or not was unimportant. What mattered was that her son was unharmed, while Greenbeard, whom she had schemed to eliminate, was injured. Her plan of killing with a borrowed knife had taken a step forward. In high spirits, Queen Sophie strode confidently to the room where García's mother and aunt were imprisoned. "I have bad news for both of you. Your Majesty, please tell us. Someone just reported that Greenbeard's leg was severed by the Serpent Clan." "Oh no, like you, I can hardly believe it's true. Your Majesty, please find a way to save my husband and son. Here's what we'll do. Starting now, I will no longer provide you with food. Since our loved ones are suffering outside, we shall endure alongside them until they return safely." García's mother and her aunt sat helplessly on the ground, unable to do anything, only able to hold each other and weep. Chapter 7. Can I trust you? Snake Tribe. The base of the Water Palace, in the Underground Palace. The Snake King, the Snake Queen, and the elder and younger sisters were discussing countermeasures. Father and mother. "Please don't worry. We are safe now," said the elder sister, Black Snake. "Yes, those pirates who captured the third sister should have retreated," said the younger sister, Green Snake. "Are you sure the pirates captured Medusa?" the Snake Queen asked coldly. As a mother, she was not sad about losing her daughter. She just wanted to confirm something. When the Snake Queen gave birth to Medusa, she nearly lost her life due to the complications, believing that Medusa was a punishment from the gods, and thus hated her daughter. It was also because of the difficult birth of Medusa that the Snake Queen's body was damaged, and she could never bear children again. Despite the family dynamics, where the eldest snake's sister despised Medusa and the second sister envied her, the one who hated Medusa the most was her mother, the Snake Queen, who gave birth to her. "Mother, both my second sister and I saw it," the eldest snake sister said. The third sister was pinned down by the green-bearded one. Bleeding from her mouth, She definitely can't escape. Pinned down by the green-bearded one, the second sister, the green snake, said, "Even I would find it hard to escape. With the third sister's weak powers, she can't get away." Cough, cough, cough. Medusa, having narrowly escaped death, staggered in, coughing up blood. "You managed to come back?" Sister Snake asked guiltily. Third sister, "Did they put you back?" Second sister, "So you know I was captured?" Medusa weakly asked. Just as the second sister, the snake woman, was about to say something, she was interrupted by the eldest sister. "Third sister, you honestly tell us, why did those pirates let you go? Did you tell them about the secret passage into the underground palace?" Without allowing for any explanation, the snake questioned Medusa, "Tell me, why did those pirates let you go? What exactly did you promise them?" Medusa smiled helplessly, revealing her blood-stained fangs, with no strength left to speak. She didn't even know what to say for her family to believe her. "Yes, how could I possibly escape and come back? Why did that young pirate deliberately let me go?" This question, even Medusa can't answer. Also, my family doesn't want me anymore, so what am I coming back for? Medusa felt despondent once again, experiencing the despair that her loved ones brought her. "Go check the secret passage in the underground palace to see if any pirates followed us." The Snake King had reason to suspect that the pirates intentionally let Medusa go in order to trail her and find the Snake Clan's underground palace. Report to the Snake King. There are no pirates following in the secret passage. They are all gathered in the water palace and Haven Tea come here. The guard rushed back to report, and the family breathed a sigh of relief for the moment. On the ground, inside the glowing hall of the Snake Clan's water palace, Prince Sophie ordered his subordinates to search everywhere, inside and out, yet they still could not find the Snake Clan. This is ridiculous. Could it be that these snakes managed to escape? Not a single pirate knows that the fortress of the Serpent Clan is actually an underground palace beneath the water. Avoiding the chaos of the pirates in the water palace, he saw a father and son sitting in the corner, García and Greenbeard. "Father, bear with it. I'll bandage you up properly." García lifted the pant leg of Greenbeard and tore a piece of cloth from his own shirt, tending to the wound on the calf that had been pierced by Medusa. "Son, this little injury is nothing. There's no need to worry about it." Greenbeard grumbled, as if the injury were not to his own leg. "Father, from now on, you need to pretend to be seriously injured, unable to walk on your own, let alone fight." "Why?" "Because of this, it is possible to keep our family of four safe and sound." "No, son, I'm a proper pirate who would rather kill than deceive." "What kind of nonsense is this?" García didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ding! The reminder system is running. García, Pangu, current skill, negotiation experience, LV1 friendly reminder. When you encounter difficulties, please don't forget your skills. García activated his negotiation skill and repeated everything he had said earlier to Greenbeard, word for word. This time, Greenbeard agreed, perhaps because the negotiation skill level was too low. Greenbeard's agreement came reluctantly, but he agreed nonetheless. Snake Clan, Underground Palace. Excluding Medusa, the four members of the Snake Clan were discussing how to quickly come up with a plan to make these pirates leave. The eldest snake's sister spoke up without hesitation. "Father, in my opinion, the pirates are here for third sister. If we hand her over, this matter will be settled. As the Snake King, I'm not without a sense of the bigger picture, nor would I hesitate to sacrifice a daughter." But the Snake King said, "However, if they take your third sister today, tomorrow it might be your second sister, and the day after, it could be your turn." "Father, then what should we do?" The second snake's sister panicked. "I think we need to negotiate with the pirates," the Snake King mused. "Negotiate?" the second snake's sister asked. "That's right, negotiate," the Snake King affirmed. "Then, who will go?" the second snake's sister pressed. The Snake King fell silent, then turned his gaze toward Medusa, who had been sidelined all this time. The entire family's eyes locked onto Medusa, unanimously deciding that such a dangerous task as negotiation was hers alone. After all, since Medusa was the root cause of the trouble, who else should go if not her? Surface, Water Palace Hall. The pirates, exhausted from all the looting and destruction, were now leaning against each other, drowsy and on the verge of sleep. García was also lost in thought, his eyelids heavy with drowsiness. Suddenly, a chill swept over him. García looked closely and saw a white snake coiled around his hand, slithering out from his sleeve. "Young pirate, I mean you no harm. Could you tell me your name?" The white snake spoke. "García, that's my name," García replied, staring into the snake's eyes, human eyes, a woman's eyes, with beautiful, curved lashes. "García, if I could, I would rather have never met you," the snake said. "But fate has brought us together. So, please listen to me. Whatever your intentions, you saved me. And now you're the only one I can trust." "Yes, you can trust me. Third princess, Garcia whispered, careful not to be overheard by the other pirates. If I were willing to go back with you, would you spare my family? The snake asked. For some reason, Garcia saw sorrow in the snake's eyes. Third princess, please don't misunderstand. I am Garcia, son of Greenbeard. Neither my father nor I ever intended to capture you. Garcia, reason tells me I shouldn't trust you. So tell me, can I trust you? Negotiation skill activated. Third princess, I can't make you any promises because words alone are meaningless. But I will say this. If you have no one else to trust, why not me? The white snake silently gazed at Garcia for a long moment before finally speaking. Please, accompany me to a place. Leaving the underwater palace, Garcia followed the white snake, Medusa, through a long, winding tunnel. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Serpent Clan's underground palace via a secret passage. Medusa motioned for Garcia to enter first while she peered outside, ensuring no one had followed. Then, she twisted a mechanism to seal the passage shut. Garcia, aren't you afraid I might harm you? Third princess, I'm afraid. But I choose to trust you, just as you've chosen to trust me. Medusa's long lashes fluttered slightly, and an unreadable emotion flickered in her eyes. Garcia's arrival filled the serpentine underground palace with a strong human scent. Snakes of all kinds surged from the caves toward the center of the palace, transforming into human heads as they surrounded Garcia, leaving no room for escape. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 100 snakes, more than the number of living pirates above ground. Young pirate, the Serpent King said with an air of arrogance. As you can see, my serpent kin are numerous and mighty, numbering in the thousands. Do you still think you can fight us? Your Majesty, Garcia replied politely, I suppose. Probably not. What? The black snake and the green snake flanking the Serpent King flicked their tongues and lashed their tails. They were Medusa's eldest and second eldest sisters. Garcia said calmly, Snake King, to be honest, we fought our way from the third line of defense to the Water Palace Hall, suffering over 400 casualties. Now, fewer than 100 of us remain alive and capable of fighting on the ground. The Snake King drew a sharp breath, thinking to himself that this young pirate was quite honest, unlike himself, who had exaggerated his numbers by more than 3 times to deceive the enemy. But then Garcia continued, however, we still have 500 men left on our main ship. Queen Sophie only deployed half of our forces. Garcia's first impression on the Snake King was that of an honest man. Now, hearing Garcia say that there were still 500 pirates left on a large ship, the Snake King's facial muscles twitched and his heart sank halfway. Garcia saw that on either side of the Snake King, the black serpent retracted its long tongue, and the green serpent lowered its tail. Perhaps we can make a deal, Garcia said with a smile, if the Snake King is interested. Chapter 8. Garcia strikes a deal with the Snake King. After Garcia's objective analysis, the current situation was clear enough. The Snake Clan had fewer than 300 members left. The pirates, on the other hand, had nearly 100 men on the surface and another 500 aboard their great ship, totaling 600 fighters. If another decisive battle were to break out, the Snake Clan's underground palace would be in grave danger. With such a disparity in strength, what good intentions could the pirates, who held the upper hand, possibly have in proposing a deal? The Snake King asked, young pirate, what kind of deal do you want to make with me? My father, Greenbeard, and I will help you crush Queen Sophie, ensuring she can never threaten the Snake Clan again. In return, you help me with one thing, Garcia said. What thing? My mother and aunt are still in Queen Sophie's hands. I want you to rescue them. Oh, young man, listen to me. Even your father, Greenbeard, couldn't accomplish that. Asking me to save them is practically sending me to my death. Ding, negotiation skill activated, give me a prison cell. And I'll lure all the surviving pirates down here to be locked up, rendering them powerless, Garcia said. Among those imprisoned will be Prince Sophie. Young man, what you're suggesting would only bring disaster upon me. Enraging Queen Sophie would force her to bring the remaining 500 pirates to attack my Snake Clan, the Snake King said. Exactly. Once Queen Sophie leads her forces here, her ship will be left vulnerable. Your people can easily rescue my mother and aunt, Garcia countered. And as for Queen Sophie's forces, I have a way to ensure they never breach the third line of defense in the Water Palace. Father, there's no need for us to take such a risk with this little pirate, the eldest sister, the Black Serpent, interjected. Prince Sophie only wants our third sister. Why don't we just hand her over first and then plan our next move? Hearing that her own sister was willing to sacrifice her, Medusa lowered her head, her heart aching. Wrong, Garcia said. It's true that Prince Sophie wants Princess Medusa, but Queen Sophie's ambitions go far beyond just her. She wants to completely destroy the Water Palace and exterminate your entire Snake Clan. Besides, if we're talking about risk, it's me who's taking the risk alongside you. If you don't make this deal with me, do you really think you'll be safe? This little pirate makes a fair point. The Snake Queen whispered into the Snake King's ear. Very well, I agree, the Snake King declared, raising his hand with a booming laugh, using his voice to prop up his crumbling authority. Ding! Negotiation skill updating note. By using your negotiation skills to steer the conflict between the pirates and the Snake Clan, you've contributed to the improvement of this skill. García paying a skill upgrade. Negotiation EXP LV1, LV2 not bad. With this skill, I can get things done just by talking. García looked at the panel, pursed his lips, and smirked smugly. With the boost from his negotiation skill, García returned to the surface and convinced his father, Greenbeard, in just a few words. Everyone, listen to me. I've found the hiding place of the Snake Clan. García struck the wall with his bronze sword and shouted from atop a stone pedestal. Where? Take me there now. Prince Sophie was the first to stand up, asking impatiently, is Medusa there? Well, García said, I didn't get a clear look, but I saw a lot of snakes in the underground palace. Maybe Medusa is inside. García couldn't just say that he had seen Medusa. That would sound too deliberate, and Prince Sophie might grow suspicious. So García led the way, with Prince Sophie and his men following closely behind. The group of pirates pushed open the hidden passage and stormed into the underground lair of the Serpent People. Who would have thought that beneath the Serpent People's aquatic palace lay such a dungeon? Those snakes weren't just venomous, they were cunning too. Prince Sophie demanded, García, didn't you say there were snakes here? Where are they? Find them for me now. Snakes are poisonous, but they're not stupid. They wouldn't just stand around waiting for you to catch them. García thought to himself. Out loud, he put on an innocent face and apologized, sorry, Prince. They must have fled already. Maybe we should head back to the surface. This dungeon is too dangerous. Ridiculous. Prince Sophie scoffed, scanning the surroundings before charging into a tunnel with his head held high. Everyone, follow me. The snakes must be in here. They can't escape now. Prince, you should stop. García warned with genuine concern. There might be traps ahead, but it was too late. Who would dare disobey Prince Sophie's orders? The pirates stampeded in, one after another. The passage grew wider as they advanced, eventually opening into a mist-filled chamber. Damn it, the fog is poisonous. Turn back. The pirate at the front collapsed before he could finish his sentence. Clang. It was too late. The entrance they had come through was sealed shut. There was no way out. Belatedly, Prince Sophie realized he had been tricked by García. Furious, he roared inside the chamber. García, you bastard. Show yourself. I'll slaughter you, you traitor. Why, get out of here. I'll kill your entire family. Kill my entire family again? García muttered. Well, have fun killing him there. I'm out. From the other side of the stone wall, García's voice echoed mockingly. Prince, calm down. I did warn you, it was a trap. You brought this on yourself. If you want to blame anyone, blame your own lack of intelligence. Prince Sophie gnashed his teeth in rage, but the mist's poison had already taken effect. He collapsed unconscious. Meanwhile, aboard the great ship of the floating fortress, García's mother and aunt were starving, their stomachs pressed against their backs. For days, they had neither food nor water, their dehydrated skin cracking like parched earth, suffering unbearably. Queen Sophie brought a bowl of water and handed it to the aunt to drink, but the aunt was too weak. Before she could steady it, the queen overturned the bowl, splashing water all over the aunt and mother. It was a bowl of salt water, and as it poured onto their cracked skin, the pain made García's mother and aunt stomp their feet in agony. A pirate attendant rushed in. Your Majesty, someone who escaped from the Snake Clan's water palace reports that the prince and the others have been captured by the Snake Clan. What? Queen Sophie asked in a daze. Is the prince injured? The prince is only poisoned and unconscious, but there is no immediate danger to his life, the attendant replied. And what about Greenbeard? Are Greenbeard and his son García also imprisoned? The queen asked, enunciating each word deliberately to ensure García's mother and aunt heard clearly. If the attendant said Greenbeard had been captured or killed, the queen, now free of potential threats, would promptly execute the two hostages, García's mother and aunt, aboard the ship. However, things did not go as the queen expected. The attendant replied, Your Majesty, Greenbeard and his son García are both unharmed. Yes, unharmed. García's mother and aunt heard it clearly. The sisters exchanged a smile, their cracked lips stinging with pain, but they smiled anyway. In moments of despair, nothing brings greater joy than hearing that one's loved ones are still alive. What? The queen roared. Why is my son captured while Greenbeard and his own son remain unharmed? Your Majesty, the attendant said, not daring to raise his head. The escapee reported that Greenbeard has betrayed us. The The prince and the others were captured by the Snake Clan because of a trap set by Greenbeard. Traitor. Greenbeard is a traitor. Queen Sophie muttered to herself. Yes, I wanted to kill Greenbeard precisely because he abandoned and betrayed me before. How could I ever trust a traitor to work for me? Queen Sophie stormed out. My orders, everyone on this ship, take up your swords and set out at once. We will raise the Snake Clan's water palace and rescue the prince. Your Majesty, the attendant asked, pointing to Garcia's mother and aunt in the room. Before we depart, should we execute these two women? No, my son is still in the hands of that damned Greenbeard. We can't kill them, the queen said. Guard these two women closely. If they escape, I'll have your head. Meanwhile, in the Snake Clan's underground palace, a serpent-headed guard rushed in to report. Snake King, Queen Sophie's ship is heading toward the water palace. Young man, the Snake King asked, how should we respond to this enemy? García didn't answer immediately and instead asked, Snake King, how many of us are left? Please don't lie to me, because this concerns the lives of everyone here. The Snake King glanced back at the Snake Queen, then looked at the eldest and second Snake sisters before reluctantly replying, only fewer than 300 remain. Sigh. García let out a long sigh and said nothing. At this moment, everyone present turned their gaze to García, their hearts filled with panic. Chapter 9. Queen Sophie crushed by the palace walls? Snake King, I'm young, and my memory is sharp, García asked. I remember. Didn't you say before that you had a vast army, with over 1,000 men? The Snake King's eyes seemed to sting as if sand had blown into them, and he didn't quite catch García's question. Like I said before, we're outnumbered. We must crush them completely before Queen Sophie breaches the third palace gate, García emphasized. Your 300 men, they all have to follow my orders. On what grounds? The eldest sister, the Black Snake, hissed, her expression fierce and menacing. On the grounds that I can save the lives of your entire family. García replied firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. He absolutely had to secure control over these 300 snake warriors to intercept and kill Queen Sophie, ensuring a mutually destructive outcome. I agree. The remaining fighters will follow your command, the Snake King conceded. After all, they were going to fight regardless. Who led them didn't matter. It was García who had proposed this deal. Her mother and aunt were imprisoned by Queen Sophie, giving the Snake King every reason to believe that García genuinely wanted to defeat the queen and rescue her family, rather than setting a trap for the snake tribe. Otherwise, if García were conspiring with Queen Sophie to harm the snake tribe, the remaining forces in the underground palace were already on the brink of annihilation. There would be no need for her to go through this charade. Follow me, García commanded, leading nearly 300 snake-headed warriors out of the underground palace to confront Queen Sophie. Meanwhile, in the floating castle, all the pirates had mobilized. Under Queen Sophie's leadership, 100 or so fighters had already reached the gates of the Snake Tribe's palace. That's right. The remaining pirates numbered only about 100 in total. García falsely claimed there were as many as 500, which was a bluff to pressure the Snake King into cooperation. If García had said there were only a little over 100 pirates left on the ship, about the same number as the serpent folk in the underground palace, the Snake King might not have felt threatened, and thus wouldn't have seen the need to collaborate with García. Similarly, a few days ago, when Queen Sophie assigned Greenbeard 500 pirates to attack the serpent folk, she repeatedly insisted she had only sent half her forces and that the other half remained on the ship. Her intention was to use overwhelming numbers as a warning to Greenbeard, reminding him that the queen still had troops in reserve. So he'd better not entertain any thoughts of rebellion. Otherwise, the remaining 500 pirates could easily crush him. But Queen Sophie's little scheme backfired. Greenbeard was an orphan who had been abducted by pirates of the previous generation and raised at sea. Having spent most of his life on the ship, he knew exactly how many people could be hidden in each compartment. He could count them blindfolded. Father, are you sure Queen Sophie really has fewer than 100 men left? Standing on the upper floor of the water palace, García watched the relentless waves of attacking pirates and couldn't help but worry. What if Greenbeard had miscalculated? No mistake. Just wait and see, my son. Greenbeard wasn't standing, but sitting on the ground. He had promised García to pretend he was severely wounded. García passionately addressed the snake-headed beings behind him. My dear serpent friends, Queen Sophie intends to slaughter your loved ones and destroy your homes. My own family has been taken captive by her. Right now, Queen Sophie is leading those damned pirates to invade us. We have no retreat left. Even if we shed our last drop of blood, we must never let them breach the second palace gate. The snake-headed beings, provoked to fury, bared their sharp fangs, spewing deadly venom in their rage. García drew his bronze sword and pointed it toward the palace gates outside. Warriors, charge! Like a thunderclap, all the serpent-headed warriors surged forward. Son, where'd you learn all this? Greenbeard asked suspiciously. He had never taught Garcia such commanding words. No. In fact, Greenbeard himself had no such skills at all. The serpent-headed warriors fought with the determination to die, their eyes burning with fury as they fiercely held Queen Sophie's forces at bay beyond the second palace gate. The pirates, no match for the serpent-headed warriors, shifted from offense to defense after just a few clashes. Some even attempted to flee, only to be beheaded by Queen Sophie as a warning to the others. With over half their numbers already lost, the pirates halted their assault, granting the serpent-headed warriors a brief victory. Some of the serpents began to rejoice, believing their kind was on the verge of winning the war. But reality was far from it. Queen Sophie handed each pirate a bucket. The sight of cutlasses being swapped for buckets left the serpent-headed guards utterly baffled. Not good. A sweeping wave of yellow powder, like a fishing net, descended upon the serpent-headed warriors. The powder was harmless to humans, but for the serpents, contact with it meant internal damage and paralysis, leaving them helpless on the ground, at the mercy of the pirates. Watching his kin fall one after another, the Serpent King rushed up to Garcia, snatched the bronze sword from his hand, and demanded, Garcia, was it you who doomed my people? Calm your rage, Serpent King. Queen Sophie's slaughter isn't over yet, Garcia replied. But since you're here, you might as well witness how Queen Sophie meets her end. Beyond the palace gates, Queen Sophie finished off the remaining serpent-headed warriors and led her remaining 40 or 50 men to breach the third line of defense. Using the same old tactic, the pirates employed iron claws to scale the palace walls, ready to climb over at any moment. Could Garcia just stand by and watch these pirates climb over? Obviously not. Just as Queen Sophie and her crew had all ascended the side of the palace wall, mere steps away from scaling the gate, Garcia suddenly shouted, Fall! The snake-headed ambushers on the other side of the wall pushed in unison, and the already hollowed-out base of the wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Queen Sophie and her band of pirates were buried beneath the rubble without exception. At a glance, even if they weren't crushed to pieces, they'd at least be left half-paralyzed. Greenbeard, witnessing this scene, was so thrilled that he abruptly sat up from the ground, only to be promptly pushed back down by Garcia. Father, your injuries won't heal that easily. In the underground palace, a guard rushed in and reported, We won. Queen Sophie and her pirates were all crushed to death by the palace wall. Really? Did you see it with your own eyes? Asked the eldest snake's sister. Yes. The Snake King and I witnessed it together. He sent me back to deliver the news, the guard replied. The eldest snake's sister let out a bone-chilling laugh from the back of her teeth and said to the Snake Queen and the second snake's sister, Mother, second sister, go to the secret chamber and finish off any pirates who aren't completely dead yet. I'm going out to find Queen Sophie and tear her corpse apart. The eldest snake's sister followed the guard out of the underground palace and headed to the ruins of the collapsed wall above ground. Meanwhile, in the underground palace's secret chamber, the Snake Queen and the second snake's sister walked in side by side, only to find that most of the pirates had already succumbed to the poisonous mist, with only a few clinging to their last breaths. The second snake's sister flicked her tail, piercing straight through one of the bodies. Suddenly, a large cleaver blocked her tail. It was Greenbeard, who had secretly followed them into the chamber. Miss, I'd rather not step on your tail, Greenbeard said. I'm only here to save one person. The rest are none of my concern. Greenbeard found the barely breathing old captain, dripped water from a damp cloth onto his forehead, and gradually revived him. The second snake's sister had witnessed Greenbeard's leg strength firsthand and had no desire to end up like her youngest sister, Medusa, with her tail pinned under his foot. Reluctantly, she let him proceed with the rescue. The old captain exchanged a knowing glance with Greenbeard, picked up Prince Sophie from the ground, and walked out of the chamber without looking back. Greenbeard, the second snake's sister said, Didn't you say you were only saving one person? Why'd you let two go? Greenbeard shrugged. He intended for it to happen. He saved the old captain because the man had shown him kindness earlier by helping him kill, and Greenbeard couldn't just leave him to die. But if the old captain wanted to save Prince Sophie, that was his own business and had nothing to do with Greenbeard. Let them go. The Snake Queen signaled to the second snake sister with a look. She knew better than to provoke Greenbeard. Above ground, in the ruins of the collapsed wall, the Snake King and the eldest snake's sister searched for Queen Sophie's body, but found nothing. Father, is it possible Queen Sophie is still alive? The eldest snake's sister asked. It's not impossible, the Snake King replied. Just then, the Snake Queen and the second snake's sister hurried over in a panic. Father, eldest sister, Mother and I went to the secret chamber to finish off the pirates, but Greenbeard let Prince Sophie escape. When did this happen? The eldest snake's sister demanded urgently. Just now, the second snake's sister answered timidly, clearly intimidated by her older sister. Fine. If we can't find Queen Sophie, we'll just have Prince Sophie lead us to her, the eldest snake's sister said. Come, second sister, you're coming with me to track him down. Chapter 10. A family of 4 finally rescued in the Snake Clan's underground palace during the battle. Medusa had led a team to the floating castle and rescued Garcia's mother and aunt. Medusa brought the sisters some food, and their pale faces slowly regained some color. Third princess, thank you for saving my family, Garcia said. No need. You saved my life too, Medusa replied. This was the first time in her life anyone had ever thanked her. Hey, pirate's son, come here and let your aunt take a good look at you. The aunt called out weakly, her voice hoarse from prolonged starvation. Garcia jogged over and gave her aunt and mother a warm hug. They were so thin that they felt like skin and bones, and Garcia found it a bit uncomfortable. Hey kid, her aunt asked quietly, that girl is not bad looking. Do you like her? It refers to Medusa, and at this moment, she still has the mood to joke. Aunt, your mindset is really good, Garcia said. To be honest, do you like him? If you do, then go after him. I can help you. Aunt raised an eyebrow and smiled at Medusa. Medusa returned the gesture with a slight nod, but she didn't know what Aunt and Garcia were talking about. The floating castle, the big ship. After being rescued from the secret room by Greenbeard, the old captain carried the half-dead Prince Sophie back to the ship. The snake's sisters followed closely behind and boarded the pirate ship. The vast, floating castle, with no lights lit, blended into the darkness, losing the light and shadows of the past. The old captain carried Prince Sophie through a narrow passage, opened a mechanism, and stepped inside. The snake's sisters stood outside the mechanism door, holding their breath to listen to the sounds inside. Captain, is my son still alive? This is the voice of Queen Sophie. It turns out she is still alive and hasn't been crushed by the palace walls. The prince has been poisoned by the snake tribe's fog and is unconscious, but still alive. The old captain said, Queen, it's good that you're all right. I thought you had been crushed by the palace walls as well. That damn traitor Greenbeard. Those cursed snakes, I won't let this go. Queen Sophie looked at the unconscious prince, filled with anger and humiliation. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A sharp snake tail pierced through the wooden planks, breaking open the entire mechanism door. The second sister of the snake woman and the eldest sister walked in one after the other. Seeing inside, including the old captain, Prince Sophie, and the queen, along with several pirates who had crawled back from beneath the palace walls, but were already missing arms and legs. You killed so many of my people. What do you want to do now? Queen Sophie was full of confidence. With just 2 little snakes, she believed the old captain could easily slay them. Huh. My dear queen, the snake lady elegantly greeted her. May I ask, did my snake clan invite you all this way, just to meet your demise? Well asked. You 2 sisters dare to invade my great ship. Then I will kill you to avenge my deceased pirate comrades. Queen Sophie picked up the machete from the ground and was about to strike. Just as she was about to act, Sister Snake opened her mouth, and a long tongue shot out like an arrow towards Queen Sophie. Bang! The old captain swung his knife and deflected Sister Snake's long tongue, positioning himself in front of Queen Sophie. Sister Snake did not retract her long tongue, but transformed into a large python, her forked tongue splitting into dozens of thin strands, shooting toward the old captain from all directions. The old captain's machete had not yet been raised, but his hands were already ensnared by Sister Snake's long tongue. Carrying Prince Sophie on his back, he had walked quite a distance, his stamina severely depleted, and he had no strength left to break free from the entangling tongue. Hiss! Sister Snake's tail, sharp as a blade, pierced into the old captain's abdomen, the entire snake penetrating from the tail to the head of the old captain's body. Queen Sophie remained composed, but the pirates standing behind her had already wet their pants. Sister Snake's tail swept across, sending the few pirates who had wet their pants crashing through the window, falling into the river below the ship. In the darkness, once a person drowned, not a single bubble could be seen. Queen Sophie no longer had anyone left to rely on. She protected her still-living son on the ground and stubbornly asked, What do you want from us? Queen, you don't need to be afraid. I won't kill you, said the snake woman, extending her long tongue to lick the queen's face. I want you and your son to return and serve my snake tribe as slaves. Consider it atonement. The 2 sister snakes coiled around Queen Sophie and her son, jumping off the large ship into the surrounding river, holding their breath as they swam back to the snake tribe's underwater palace. The floating castle was set ablaze, burning fiercely in the land of night. In the snake tribe's underground palace, Queen Sophie and her son were tossed onto the ground like drowned rats. Water from a sea they had swallowed on the way back spilling from their mouths intermittently. "Father, the large ship has been burned to the ground by me, and now only this mother and son pair remains." The snake woman felt pleased with herself, proud of her actions. "No, that's not right." The Snake King said with lingering fear, "There should still be 300 or 400 pirates, because in this battle, we only found over 100 bodies." Garcia walked over and said gently, "Snake King, all the pirates are dead. There are only about 100 people left on the ship, not 500. The Snake King's face turned green. Originally, before the deal, he had lied about the number of his Snake Clan members to deceive Garcia. But now, he found himself outsmarted by Garcia instead. "You dare trick me?" The Snake King grew angrier the more he thought about it. "It's all in the past. We should look forward," Garcia said. "You expect a nostalgic snake to look forward? That's too hard." "Oh, Garcia, let me take a look at your father, Greenbeard. How could he be so careless?" The Snake King paced around Greenbeard, remarking, "Seems like your beard isn't as green as before." A green beard was a symbol of a seasoned pirate's experience. The greener the beard, the stronger the pirate. By saying Greenbeard's beard wasn't as green as before, the Snake King was implying that he had grown weak. Truth be told, the Snake King wasn't wrong. Because not only was Greenbeard's beard no longer as green, but the aging pirate also had streaks of gray mixed in. Not to mention, Greenbeard was pretending to be severely injured as part of Garcia's plan. So, of course, he appeared weak. "I'll kill you, traitor." Queen Sophie, who had been lying on the ground, picked up a knife and swung it straight at Greenbeard's head. Garcia held onto Greenbeard's hand and sensed that he wanted to raise it to draw his sword, but Garcia pressed it down. The act had to be played out to the end. Greenbeard was severely injured and couldn't react that quickly. Yet, if Greenbeard didn't draw his sword, Queen Sophie's blade would sever his head. Greenbeard closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "My dear son, your old man's life is in your hands now." Ah, Garcia's mother and aunt both widened their eyes, their hearts nearly leaping out of their chests. Just as Queen Sophie's blade grazed the hairs on Greenbeard's neck, a long sword flashed out, piercing straight into the Queen's chest. Garcia followed the length of the sword and saw a slender white hand gripping the hilt. It was Medusa. That's right, Medusa had stabbed Queen Sophie to death, saving Greenbeard's life. "White Snake, I'll kill you." The half-conscious Prince Sophie, lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up, ready to fight Medusa to the death. Medusa pulled out the bloodied sword and thrust it toward Prince Sophie. But the elder snake's sister lashed out with her long tongue, knocking the sword from Medusa's hand. "Third sister, Prince Sophie is now my slave. You're not to kill him." It was over. The instigator of this war, Pirate Queen Sophie, had been slain with a single strike. Her son, Prince Sophie, was taken as a slave by the elder snake's sister to atone for his sins. Meanwhile, the Garcia family of 4 was finally rescued and reunited, settling peacefully in the Serpent Clan's underground palace. They would stay until their father, Greenbeard, recovered from his severe injuries before leaving. But the recovery was just a cover. The real reason was that Garcia's mother and aunt, the 2 sisters, had endured relentless torment aboard the ship under Queen Sophie's rule. Exhausted and weakened, they needed time to recuperate properly before they could muster the strength to continue their journey. After all, how could the Serpent Clan tolerate others sleeping soundly right beside their own lair? Garcia let the green-bearded man continue to pretend to be seriously injured, intending to lower his combat power and not let the Snake King feel that the presence of the Garcia family posed too great a danger to the Snake Clan. Chapter 11. The Slave Diary of Prince Sophie. Living in the Snake Clan's underground palace, enjoying good food and drink with nothing to do. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed, porcelain-skinned aunt, full of collagen, has come back to life. She's just as young and beautiful as before, and just as silly. "Garcia, how you thought about what I told you last time?" the aunt asked cheerfully, pinching Garcia's face. "Aunt, what are you talking about?" Garcia said, not remembering what the aunt had mentioned. This silly aunt, what serious matters could she have? "It's that pretty girl. Do you like her?" The aunt perked up her ears, waiting seriously for Garcia to speak. "Aunt, come a little closer," Garcia said, covering his mouth. "I'll only tell you." The aunt believed him and obediently leaned in closer. Garcia took a deep breath and blew hard. Aunt only felt her ears buzzing, definitely a ruptured eardrum. She was going deaf. "Garcia, you little rascal. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Aunt rolled up her sleeves, ready to hit him. Oh no, Garcia had long vanished without a trace. He would certainly not stand still waiting to be punished by his aunt. He wasn't a fool like her. Garcia wouldn't be that silly. On the other side of the Snake Tribe's underground palace, Prince Sophie was not so leisurely. These days, he was very busy and exhausted. because Prince Sophie was no longer the pampered pirate prince. He was merely a penitent slave in the snake tribe's underground palace. In the morning, Prince Sophie had to serve tea and water to the elder snake woman. At noon, he had to clean her room. In the evening, he had to help her bathe and change. Yes, these were the tasks of a qualified slave. Sometimes, the elder snake woman would also ask Prince Sophie to do other chores. For the first few nights, Prince Sophie refused to do them under any circumstances. He was willing to be a slave to survive and seek revenge, but he would never sell himself. However, the elder snake woman promised, "Prince, if you are willing, I can help you take revenge, kill my sister Medusa, and the entire family of that little pirate." Prince Sophie slowly closed his eyes and asked, "Sister, do you mean what you say?" The elder snake woman playfully replied, "What I say counts." After a night of entangled sleep, Prince Sophie agreed. Being able to endure and bend is what a real man does. With his innate pirate genes, no matter how bitter or difficult it was, he could still stand tall. However, the energy of a mortal is limited. Prince Sophie danced with snakes day and night, but he was ultimately not a snake. Prince Sophie was a slave, kneeling at the feet of the elder snake woman, and could only say he was far from being a great snake. Within a few days, the prince became weak and collapsed on the bed, unable to move. The elder snake woman dressed neatly, closed the door, and went to find the second sister snake woman. "Sister, where have you been these days? I've looked for you several times and couldn't find you," the second sister asked. "Sister, I've been practicing my skills lately." The elder sister naturally couldn't say she had been practicing in her room day and night. "No wonder. Sister, you look radiant, much better than before," the second sister observed accurately. The elder snake woman was indeed full of vitality. "Sister, don't just talk about me." The elder sister took the second sister's hand and began to chat casually. "Initially, father wanted to marry you to the god Zeus. But Zeus wasn't interested in you and went after the third sister. This time, Prince Sophie also fought with our snake tribe for the third sister. It's all the third sister's fault. Why do those men only like that white snake?" The second sister clenched the elder sister's hand and asked, "Sister, what do you think? Apart from my face, where am I not as good as the white snake?" "Sister," the elder sister gently replied, "actually, Prince Sophie doesn't only like the third sister. He said he also likes you, the green snake." "Really?" The second sister, the green snake, blushed and turned away. "Sister, you can't be lying to me." "Of course it's true." The elder sister said, "What I say counts." The elder sister, the black snake, held the second sister's shoulders and turned her to face her directly, saying, "If you dress up beautifully, I'll have Prince Sophie come to serve you." "Ah," the second sister, the green snake, asked, "But sister, isn't he your slave?" "Sister, what is mine is yours," the elder sister, the black snake, said. "Prince Sophie will be your slave in the future if you like." "Thank you, sister. You are the best of me." The second sister, the green snake, happily swished her tail, making a hissing sound. In the snake tribe's underground palace, the foolish ant spent her days either eating and drinking excessively or idly asking García questions, constantly bringing up that beautiful girl, encouraging García to bravely pursue anyone he liked if he encountered them. García is tired of being questioned. It's a place of right and wrong, and one should not stay long. García supported the seriously injured Greenbeard and called his mother an ant, wanting to sneak away. "Stop!" The Snake King stepped forward, blocking Greenbeard's path, insisting on detaining him. "Greenbeard, why do you want to leave without a word? Stay here and wait until your injuries are healed before you go." The Snake King was well-versed in schemes. He couldn't be sure if Greenbeard was really injured or if he had already recovered. He was wary of Greenbeard. Once the Snake King confirmed that Greenbeard was indeed seriously injured and had not yet healed, he realized that with the pirates wiped out, keeping Greenbeard around was useless, and he would seek revenge. "Son, fight your way out. We need to leave now." Greenbeard whispered in García's ear, "Anyway, I wasn't really injured, and I can still fight. You keep making me pretend to be sick. It's almost driving me crazy." Ding! The prompt system is running. García, Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 2. Escape experience level 2 crisis detected. The Snake King has a grudge against your father and wants to detain your family of 4. But your father, Greenbeard, intends to leave forcefully, which is about to trigger a massacre. Task 1. Assist the Snake King in persuading Greenbeard to stay. Reward: Snake King's negotiation experience. Double reward. Risk: 70 success rate. Staying is easier, but it also creates an opportunity for the Snake King to take the lives of your family in the future. Task 2. Assist Greenbeard in dealing with the Snake Clan and leave forcefully. Reward: Greenbeard's combat experience, double reward. Risk: 30 success rate. The snake clan all have magical powers, making it easier to defeat and kill you and your family. Task 2 has only a 30 chance of surviving, and Garcia does not want to die. Of course, the choice is Task 1. Assist the Snake King in persuading Greenbeard to stay. Garcia triggered his negotiation skills and said, "Father, since the Snake King has shown such goodwill, let's stay here." Greenbeard nodded in agreement. "All right, staying here is good. There's food and drink. I don't even want to leave." The silly ant, apart from eating, drinking, and pretty girls, understood nothing. The Snake King successfully tested the waters. It seemed that Greenbeard was indeed seriously injured and did not dare to resist. He waved his hand and turned to shout, "Come on, capture them all." About a dozen head snake creatures that were responsible for surveillance crawled out from the shadows, surrounding Garcia's family. The elder sister of the snake tribe, Black Snake, shot out her long tongue, and the second sister, Green Snake, shot out her tail, attacking from both sides and binding Garcia's family tightly. Chapter 12. The snake sisters turn against each other in the secret room, the prison. The ant was crying and sobbing, still unable to understand the situation. When they arrived, everything was fine, and they were even given food. Why did they suddenly turn against them? "Father, you have a grudge against the snake tribe, right?" Garcia asked. "I never said that. How did you know?" Greenbeard grew more and more impressed with his only son. "I guessed," Garcia replied. "Father, please tell me, what hatred do you have with the Snake King?" "That was many years ago," Greenbeard recalled. "Once, when I went out to sea to raid, I encountered a group of head snakes. The pirates fought against the head snakes. At first, the head snakes, though fewer in number, defeated the pirates on a small boat, dragging all of them into the sea to drown. Later, I came to their aid and single-handedly killed dozens of snakes, unilaterally ending the battle. At that time, the Snake King was one of the snakes that fled in defeat. That's why he fears me and knows that I'm not an easy pirate to deal with. After many years, today he finally caught me, seriously injured. How could the Snake King not take revenge for his old grudge?" Garcia also said what to look forward to. "No, the Snake King is a nostalgic snake, unable to forget old grudges. I think I understand now." Garcia clasped his hands behind his head and lay down. "Garcia, quickly tell your aunt what you understand." Aunt shifted her butt and almost sat directly on Garcia's mouth. Garcia pushed his aunt away and asked Greenbeard, "With my father, the Snake King and the Snake Queen, plus those 2 black snakes and the green snake, that's a total of 4 snakes. Can you handle them? If it's a one-on-one?" "None of the snakes can escape from my feet," Greenbeard replied. He hesitated, "But if I have to fight all 4 of them at once, I don't have much of a chance." "That's easy," Garcia said. "We'll separate the family and take them on one by one." No, his aunt corrected Garcia. "There are actually 5 snakes in total, 2 big ones and 3 small ones." "Garcia, you miscounted." "Oh, come on, and the smallest one doesn't count," Garcia said. Too lazy to explain. "Why not?" His aunt pressed. "Garcia, are you saying that the smallest snake is the prettiest one? Are you secretly fond of that snake?" "No way," Garcia replied. "That snake is Medusa, and I think she won't harm us." "Why is that, Garcia?" "You need to explain yourself clearly," his aunt insisted, her head full of question marks, demanding an answer. Ding. Task completed, 100. Note, you assisted the Snake King in convincing Greenbeard to settle down with the family. However, due to your advice, you and your family ended up in prison. Reward: Snake King's negotiation experience points, double reward, totaling 200. Garcia, Pangu skill upgrade. Negotiation experience level 2, level 4 current skills. Negotiation experience level 4, escape experience level 2, Snake Clan, Underground Palace. Medusa knows that Garcia's family of 4 is imprisoned by the Snake King, but she has searched the entire Underground Palace and hasn't found them. She needs to find a way to rescue Garcia's family. After all, Garcia saved Medusa's life. Father, Garcia and his son are the saviors of our Snake Clan. You cannot keep their family imprisoned. Medusa argued, hoping the Snake King would show mercy and release Garcia's family. The Snake King on the throne glanced to the side, unwilling to speak to Medusa. Sister, have you forgotten that you are a snake? The elder sister remarked, if you want to be human, we won't stop you. But have you asked those human butchers if they would accept you? Sister, I'm not talking to you. As the youngest sister, Medusa had been bullied by her elder sister since childhood. This was her first act of rebellion. Sister, rather than wanting to be human, you should be a cultured snake. The second sister analyzed animatedly. We are both younger sisters. Why don't you reflect on why the elder sister hates you but not me? Because I fulfill my duty as a younger sister. I listen to my elder sister, unlike you, who has no respect. The second sister's words carried a double meaning. She wanted to set an example, portraying herself as a good snake who listens to her elder sister, while also indirectly reprimanding Medusa, asserting her authority over her. Furthermore, since the elder sister had shared her slave Prince Sophie with the second sister would naturally stand up for the elder sister at this moment. Sister, I'm not talking to you. Please have some self-respect. Medusa decided to fight back and no longer wanted to endure it. How could the second sister still have the face to say anything about respect when Medusa was being trampled by the green-bearded man to save her? The second sister hid in the shadows, turning a blind eye. The Snake Queen could no longer listen and angrily scolded, "You white snake, you have a lot of nerve. Do you want to be beaten?" Medusa looked up and glared at the Snake Queen, asking, "Mother, I have heard of children not being born of their fathers, but I have never heard of children not being born of their mothers. Your eyes only see the elder and second sisters. Am I not your own?" What she implied was that perhaps the Snake Queen had been unfaithful to the Snake King. "Medusa, what nonsense are you talking?" The Snake King could no longer sit still. "Father, I still want to plead for Garcia's family. I beg you to release them," Medusa said. "Preposterous." The Snake King stood up from the throne. "We are your family. Why would you rather go against your own family than plead for others?" This statement awakened Medusa. Yes, because the unfamiliar Garcia was willing to save Medusa, while this home that should belong to Medusa was filled with disdain for her. Therefore, Medusa only wanted to plead for Garcia, regardless of whether it would make her family loathe her even more. The Snake King looked at Medusa, and there was a fire burning in his eyes. Among his 3 daughters, the elder sister Black Snake and the second sister Green Snake were both cruel-hearted, inheriting the Snake King's traits. Only Medusa, the White Snake, had a less venomous heart and weaker powers, unlike the Snake King. If thought negatively, the Snake King would doubt whether Medusa was truly his own. Then, Medusa's existence would mean the Snake King had been cuckolded. Thinking of this, the Snake King became furious. "Medusa, you uncultured white snake." Hearing this, the elder and second sisters quickly used their long tongues and snake tails to bind Medusa, tripping her to the ground. 15 years ago, you seduced the main god Zeus, and I have yet to settle that account with you. Now, you have seduced Prince Sophie, causing our snake clan irreparable disaster. The Snake King angrily ordered from now on, "This white snake is no longer our family. She wants to be human. I will grant her wish and lock her up with those pirates." What? Seduce? Medusa, being beautiful, was pursued by Zeus and Prince Sophie, and in turn was judged by her own father, the Snake King. The Snake King was truly a nostalgic snake. He wanted revenge on the green-bearded man and also on his own daughter. Speaking of which, 15 years ago, the main god Zeus pursued Medusa. During this time, Zeus had the Snake King, as her father, persuade his daughter Medusa. Once successful, Zeus would reward the Snake King with more territory. Who would have thought that Medusa was stubborn and refused to marry Zeus, even swearing not to marry for life, determined to be a pitiful virgin. This caused the Snake King not only to miss out on Zeus's reward, but also to lose half of his original territory. To this day, the Snake King still broods over this matter. He hates his own daughter for being ungrateful and ruining the Snake Clan's great cause. "Sister, don't blame me for being heartless," the elder sister said. "I promised Prince Sophie to kill you and the entire Garcia family." "Sister, although you saved my life, I will not save yours," the second sister said. "Now you know that being beautiful cannot save your own life." The elder and second sisters dragged their own sister into the secret prison, locking her up with Garcia's family. Chapter 13. Medusa leads the family of 4 to escape Garcia, and Medusa spoke almost in unison, both saying to each other, "I'm sorry. I am sorry, Garcia. I begged my father to release you and your family, but I couldn't manage it, and now I'm in a difficult situation myself," Medusa said. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for getting you into this," Garcia replied. Annie walked over, standing between the two of them. "Now that you're both here, you can sit down and talk slowly. There's no need to stand. It's tiring." Listening to Auntie, both of them sat down, but neither spoke again. "What's wrong? You can talk now. Go ahead," Annie urged, wanting to hear Garcia and Medusa speak. "Garcia, I'm just glad I found you," Medusa began, but then hesitated. "Princess, may I ask what your thoughts?" Garcia asked. Medusa glanced cautiously at the silly ant and lowered her voice, saying, "Garcia, I can help you all escape." "Really?" Andy interjected bluntly. "Medusa, you say you can help us escape, then why didn't you come sooner and let us suffer here for so many days?" "I am sorry," Medusa replied. "I've been looking for the secret room where you were held for a long time, but I couldn't find it." "Don't lie to me," Auntie continued to question. "You said you couldn't find it, so how did you end up here now?" Garcia grabbed his aunt, raised his hand to cover her mouth, and said, "Aunt, if you can't speak, then just don't. No one will blame you." If the aunt wasn't foolish, She should have known that the reason Medusa appeared here was because she was imprisoned by the Snake King. Just now, she saw that the eldest sister Black Snake and the second sister Green Snake brought Medusa in. The ant witnessed it with her own eyes. But she momentarily forgot in the heat of the moment. García, please remember, Medusa said, 2 days after I die, the river god will rescue you and your family from the Snake Clan's underground palace. No, García asked, Princess, maybe we can think of another way. Medusa replied, our Snake Clan's water palace is located at the junction of the Ring River and the Land of Night, where everything is under the river god's control. I will sacrifice my life to the river god, and he is willing to save you. The ant understood and moved to tears, her azure eyes shimmering with tears. García was also moved, not knowing what to say to express his gratitude to Medusa at this moment. Sigh. García only felt a chill on his back as a cold wind swept through. Medusa pulled Garcia's bronze sword from the ground and directly pressed it against her own neck. Father García shouted wildly. Greenbeard, with lightning speed, executed a sidekick that knocked the bronze sword out of Medusa's hand, narrowly missing her neck as it flew out and embedded itself in the wall. Was that too cool? García has lived for 15 years and has never seen his father Greenbeard's leg skills like this. Princess, there's no need to do this, García said. If you can find a way to separate the Snake King and Snake Queen from your older and younger sisters. My father is confident he can defeat them one by one and escape smoothly. I'm talking about one-on-one duels. I have a chance of winning. Greenbeard seriously corrected him. If it's 2 against 1, I can't guarantee a victory. Father, do you think I don't trust your strength? It's absolutely fine, García said. Besides, you're not alone. You have me. Father and son united, their strength can cut through metal. You? Greenbeard couldn't praise García's strength as his biological father. The copper sword stuck in the wall. García couldn't pull it out himself and would later need Greenbeard to help him. That's right, García, Aunt said. When you were young, all you did was sleep in and pee against the few stone houses at home. You never really learned skills from your father. Now you can't even beat me, so you might as well not count yourself in. Aunt understood García well and was basically correct. Including me, Medusa said. My father arranged for the head snake to be at the exit of the secret passage in the underground palace, so after we go out from here, we can't just charge into the exit. That would attract everyone. García guessed Medusa's plan. So we need to bypass the exit and find a way to take them down one by one, right? Medusa looked at García with an approving gaze. Yes. That way we can deal with them separately. García and Medusa are gesturing on the ground, listing a complete action plan. The Serpent King's palace is in the center, with the small side hall on the left being the residence of the second sister, the Green Serpent. These 2 locations are not far apart, and moving against either one could potentially alert the other, so they must first target the eldest sister, the Black Serpent. Among the 3 sisters, the eldest, the Black Serpent, holds the highest status. Her residence is also larger and farther away from the others. Moreover, the Black Serpent has always been arrogant, and her residence is rarely guarded by head snake sentinels. More importantly, Medusa mentions that recently, the Serpent King has ordered everyone to gather together most of the time during the day to concentrate their forces to prevent your escape. However, my eldest sister, the Black Serpent, has a few fixed times each day when she returns to her residence, claiming she needs to practice alone. Medusa is unaware that the alone practice the Black Serpent refers to is actually accompanied by Prince Sophie. García helped Medusa to reveal the remaining plan, so we could escape the secret room during the time when the Black Snake was practicing, infiltrate her residence, and take her down alone first. Since we could get out of this confinement room, but couldn't exit the underground passage, the secret room was just hard to find due to the mechanisms, and there were no head snake guards outside. Fortunately, with Medusa leading the way, the 4 of us successfully left the secret room, keeping our footsteps quiet as we arrived at the other end of the underground palace, where the eldest sister, Black Snake, resided. García consciously stepped back from the vanguard position, allowing Medusa and Greenbeard to lead the way while he followed behind them, looking for a safe spot to walk. It's important to have self-awareness. García knew his own capabilities. He wouldn't rush to the front, risking failure and dragging his teammates down with him. The 3 of them lined up in a row and arrived at the door of Black Snake's room. Medusa, who was at the front, stopped and turned back to say, Not good. My sister has other people in her room. Normally, Black Snake would be alone in her room, and there shouldn't be anyone else. Moreover, it seemed like there were 3 people. Medusa raised her nose to sniff the air, trying to identify the identities of the people inside. García's heart tightened. 3 people. What if it's the Snake King and the Snake Queen in the eldest sister's Black Snake room? That would be the strongest combination of the Snake Tribe's combat power. If the ambush fails, he might end up walking into a trap, Regardless of who they are, he has to charge in to know the actual situation. Greenbeard buzzed, not considering the consequences at all. No, Medusa genuinely wants to save Garcia's family. She can't take the risk. Ding. The system prompts are running. Garcia, Pangu detected a crisis. You are ambushing Big Sister Black Snake, but Medusa has sensed that there are 3 people in the room and wants to cancel the plan, while Greenbeard wants to charge in. Regardless of whether the plan is canceled or not, this is a crisis on the path to escape for you and your family. Task 1. Assist Greenbeard and charge in. Reward. Greenbeard's combat experience points, double rewards. Risk, 30 success rate. If Big Sister Black Snake and the Snake King and Snake Queen are inside, these are the 3 strongest snakes of the Snake Clan, and you and your family might be killed. Task 2. Assist Medusa in persuading Greenbeard to cancel the plan. Reward. Medusa's inside experience points, double rewards. Risk, 70 success rate. Retreating carries no risk, but the risks that follow may be greater. Chapter 14. What Prince Sophie has experienced. The risks that follow will be discussed later. For now, avoid the immediate risk if possible. The success rate of Task 1 is only 30, and any normal person would not choose it. Cancel the plan. Garcia activated his existing negotiation skill level 4 and quietly requested Greenbeard, Father, the plan cannot be canceled. If worst comes to worst, we can kill a fish and break the net. Medusa, who was in front, furrowed her brows upon hearing Garcia's words, indicating her confusion. Good son, Greenbeard grinned. This time, you and I are on the same wavelength. At the same time, I have an idea. Garcia continued, Father, why don't we take a step back first and wait a bit? Once we see the specific situation inside, we can charge in. What do you think? Greenbeard neither agreed nor disagreed, slowly moving backward. The 3 retreated from outside the Black Snake's door, hiding in the darkness below the slope, planning the ambush carefully. Ding. Task completed, 100. Note, you assisted Medusa in canceling the plan, reward. Medusa's inside experience points, double rewards, totaling 200. Garcia Pango has acquired a new skill, Insight Level 2. Current skills, Negotiation Level 4, Escape Level 2, Insight Level 2. Oh, the Insight skill sounds much more advanced than the Escape skill. Garcia manipulates the panel and triggers the Insight skill. Incredible? Garcia could actually smell the human scent on himself, which was a bit stinky, not as pleasant as the scent of Medusa. This olfactory ability is a unique skill of the snake race like Medusa. When grafted onto a mortal, Garcia felt his nose filled with various smells, which was somewhat nauseating, especially when he raised his nose to sniff towards the Black Snake's room. He detected an extremely unpleasant odor. No, Garcia sensed something was off from the smell. Garcia, what are you saying? Medusa asked. Princess, it seems there is a mortal in the Black Snake's room. It was Garcia's first time using the snake's insight skill, and he wasn't sure about his judgment. Can you smell a person's scent in there? That's not a snake's smell. Medusa stretched her neck, her upper body transforming into a long snake, and she extended her tongue to sense the smell towards the Black Snake's room. Then she said in disbelief, Garcia, actually I also smelled a mortal scent just now, but I thought it wasn't from the room because my elder sister, the Black Snake's room, shouldn't have mortals. Medusa couldn't understand how Garcia, being just a mortal, could smell the scent from such a distance. What if there really was a mortal in the room? Then among the 3 people inside, one was a mortal, another was the elder sister, the Black Snake, and who could the last one be? No matter who it was, the combination inside the room was not the strongest lineup of the Snake King, Queen, and Black Snake. What are you 2 still babbling about? Greenbeard said. Since there are no Snake King or Queen inside, let me kill my way in. Garcia pressed down on the cold, large machete of Greenbeard, waiting a moment longer. A man's scream came from inside. Spare me, I'm going to die. The voice was both familiar and unfamiliar. Could it be? That was Prince Sophie. There was no Snake King or Snake Queen at all. Prince Sophie had grown up under Greenbeard's watch, and his voice was recognizable. Yes, it seemed like Prince Sophie was calling out, Medusa said. If that's the case, Garcia seemed to understand something. Third princess, do you think the 3rd person in the room could be your second sister, Green Snake? Garcia asked earnestly. How would I know? Medusa replied, of course unaware of how daring her 2 older sisters could be. Bang! Garcia and Medusa were startled and turned to look in the direction of the sound, as a person burst through the door from outside the Black Snake's room. Could it be that a 4th person has arrived? Garcia turned around and found that Greenbeard was gone. Third princess, hurry up, my father has already entered. Garcia stood up, drew the copper sword in his hand, and rushed out. I didn't know until I came in, but now that I'm here, I'm shocked. It was already declared over before it even started. Greenbeard was standing in the room, with a snake tail underfoot, That was second sister Qingxi. She was really unfortunate. During the previous battle with the Sophie pirates, she was stepped on by Greenbeard, and now she was stepped on again as soon as she arrived, completely defenseless. After bypassing Greenbeard and Qingxi, Garcia took 2 steps forward and saw a person lying on the ground, covering their face. From what he could see, this person didn't have any visible injuries. Could it be that this person was knocked out by Greenbeard? Garcia walked over and turned the person over to take a look. It was none other than his old acquaintance, Prince Sophie. The whole person looked disheveled, pale, and emaciated, like a sun-dried radish drained of moisture. Wasn't this guy supposed to be taken as a slave by the elder sister, Black Snake? What had he been doing during the time they hadn't seen each other to end up like this? After screaming so tragically just now, Garcia really didn't know what Prince Sophie had gone through in the unknown places. There should have been 3 people in the room, Garcia asked Father. How could you be so careless and let someone escape? Greenbeard, not wanting to take the blame, pointed his knife at the bed in the room, indicating that there was someone on it. Garcia cautiously walked over, gripping the copper sword tightly as he lifted the bed curtain to take a look. What he saw was an inappropriate scene, unbearable to witness. The black snake was in a state of ecstasy, its lower body a snake's, and its upper body a naked human, frothing at the mouth and convulsing uncontrollably. Princess, come quickly. Garcia, inexperienced, didn't know how to handle the snake's condition. Medusa approached, her face flushed, and quickly turned away, seemingly regretting having seen such a sight. You slave, you caused my elder sister's death. Medusa kicked Prince Sophie, who was on the ground, but she knew that she couldn't blame him entirely for the situation. After all, Prince Sophie was just a slave. If it weren't for her sister's greed, this wouldn't have happened. Sister, save me. The second sister, the green snake, finally knew to call for help, as if she had never humiliated Medusa before. Medusa walked up to the green snake and slapped her face. Second sister, you still recognize me as your sister, right? Sister, it was all the elder sister's fault. She made me harm you. Among us 3 sisters, you are the smartest. You know, I've always regarded you as my closest sister. The words a green snake said were ones she didn't even believe herself. Medusa smiled. If you say another word, I will kill you. Sister, save me. The green snake couldn't see the determination in Medusa's eyes and thought she would save her, as she did last time. Medusa struck again, delivering another slap to the green snake's face. Second sister, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? This time, the green snake learned her lesson and stopped calling for help. Father, the third princess is too soft-hearted to do it. You help me out and kill this green snake. Garcia said calmly. After all, keeping her is of no use to us. Greenbeard pressed down hard with his foot, crushing the green snake's flesh, while raising the machete in his hand lightly. Don't kill me. I'm still useful to you. The green snake cried out in desperation, please don't kill me. What benefit do you think we would get by not killing you? Garcia asked. Killing the snake was not the goal. Garcia wanted to utilize every available resource, and this green snake was no exception. Chapter 15. Dust settles. The green snake choked as she said, the large ship you came on was burned by my elder sister. Now, if you want to leave the land of darkness, you must take our snake tribe's ship. Without the key, you cannot enter the water palace's dock, and thus, there will be no ship to leave. Spare my life, and I can give you the key to the dock. Garcia's gaze returned to Medusa, receiving a nod from her, confirming that the green snake hadn't lied. Father, let her go for now, Garcia said, hoping for safety and wishing he wouldn't deceive them. The green-bearded man's foot slowly lifted from the snake's tail, and the freed green snake immediately transformed into a large python, its sharp tail aimed directly at Garcia, who was closest to her. The green snake knew Garcia's capabilities. In the room, no one was weaker than Garcia. Father, save me, Garcia thought in panic, dropping his sword to the ground. Fortunately, Medusa leaped into the air, using her body to shield Garcia. Crack! The green-bearded man lunged from behind, not using a knife, but relying on his long legs, which were accustomed to stepping on snake tails, to pin the green snake down. He was stepping on the precise spot of the green snake's throat, the critical point. Garcia's expression was the same as Medusa's, stunned, clearly armed with a knife. Greenbeard still insisted on practicing his leg techniques. Once he escaped from here, Garcia would definitely find some time to learn this footwork from his father, Greenbeard. What a foolish green snake, daring to ambush my son. Greenbeard seemed genuinely angry, his scruffy beard trembling with each movement. He was gritting his teeth with force, crushing the green snake on the ground in two with a kick. Please retract your foot, Medusa said. She is already dead. Yes, dead beyond measure. Garcia noticed a hint of an imperceptible emotion on Medusa's face It was hard to tell if it was sadness or anger. It could be sadness because her older sister had died, or it could be anger because Greenbeard had killed her sister. If Medusa held a grudge against Greenbeard because of this, it would be difficult for García to befriend her in the future. Father, look at you. Why are you so rough? She's just a little snake. She doesn't understand. Can't you show some understanding too? Why did you have to use deadly force? García used his bronze sword to sever Greenbeard's long leg from the 7 inches of the green snake, and the pieces on the ground were too gruesome to look at. Heartless, I did that to save you. Greenbeard was angry. Next time, I won't save you again. Greenbeard had good leg skills, which was commendable, but his head wasn't very bright. That was true. In front of Medusa, he killed her sister with a kick, and García scolded him a bit. What was wrong with that? Otherwise, did he expect García to praise him for a good kill? Father García leaned close to Greenbeard's ear and explained in a voice as weak as a mosquito, I was wrong. That kick you just did was good. I will still need you to save me in the future. What? Greenbeard asked loudly. Are you saying that kick I just did was good? This is bad. García dare not say another word, for too much talk leads to loss. Yu Guangzhong, García saw Medusa glance over in this direction. Greenbeard, oh Greenbeard, aren't you just stirring up hatred? García felt a bit regretful about being born into such a family. He used to think his aunt was foolish enough, but he didn't expect his father, Greenbeard, to be even worse. Not good, Medusa said. Prince Sophie is missing. Suddenly, sounds of footsteps and slithering snakes, along with the clashing of weapons, came from outside the door. Before long, Prince Sophie burst in, leading the way. García, Medusa, you're finished. It turned out that this guy had gone to get reinforcements, and behind him followed a steady stream of human-headed snakes. The Snake King and Snake Queen made a grand entrance. As soon as they entered, they saw the green snake on the floor, crushed into 2 pieces by Greenbeard, and their anger made their hair stand on end. Greenbeard, you killed my daughter. I will fight you to the death. The vengeance for killing a daughter is irreconcilable. And the Snake King was transforming back into a snake. Father, Greenbeard didn't kill me. I'm here, I'm still alive. At this moment, the eldest sister, Black Snake, gradually woke up in bed. She heard the Snake King questioning Greenbeard about killing his daughter and mistakenly thought he was referring to her. She didn't know that the second sister, Green Snake, was already dead and that the Snake King was talking about Green Snake. What happened to you? The Snake King crawled to the bedside of his eldest daughter, Black Snake, and scolded her. What have you and Prince Sophie done? Father, I promised Prince Sophie that as long as he took me in, I would help him take revenge and kill the third sister and the entire García family. The eldest sister, Black Snake, felt like she was about to lose consciousness. Father, I promised Prince Sophie. You have to help me kill the third sister and the entire García family. The Snake King, who had already transformed into a snake, listened to his eldest daughter, Black Snake, and then looked at the disheveled Prince Sophie and the lifeless second daughter, Green Snake, and began to understand the situation. Overcome with shame, the Snake King reverted to human form, collapsing on the ground, unable to accept such disgraceful events in the Snake Clan. From now on, the Snake King would no longer have the face to ask the god Zeus for territory. The nostalgic Snake King no longer felt nostalgic and had lost the strength for revenge. When he thought of the future of the Snake Clan, he saw no way out. Snake King, Snake Queen, we agreed that you would help me take revenge. Prince Sophie believed that the time for vengeance had come. Roar! The Snake Queen bit off Prince Sophie's head with her bloody jaws, and it fell to the ground, rolling next to the corpse of Green Snake. You scoundrel! You've harmed my 2 daughters. Blood flowed from the Snake Queen's mouth, and tears streamed from her eyes. Medusa walked over, wanting to support the Snake Queen. Mother, please take care of yourself. Get lost. I haven't had you as a daughter for a long time. The Snake Queen gritted her teeth and said, You killed your own kind. You are the enemy of the Snake Clan. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding human-headed snakes opened their mouths and lunged at her. Greenbeard and Medusa stood in front and behind, blocking the attacks of the human-headed snakes and protecting García in the middle. Although these human-headed snakes didn't possess as much power as Black Snake and Green Snake, their numbers were overwhelming. Greenbeard had no choice but to stop using his feet to stomp and instead swung his large cleaver, blindly hacking at the human-headed snakes. García hid behind Greenbeard, his face splattered with snake blood, the sourness outweighing the sweetness. The severed heads of the people chopped into pieces by Greenbeard rolled chaotically on the ground, the thick snake blood soaking the cloth shoes on García's feet. The Snake Queen witnessed this round of slaughter, but did not intervene. She trembled as she walked to the Snake King's side and took the key to the underground ship warehouse from his waist. Greenbeard, take it, you've won. When it came to fighting, García was at a disadvantage, but he could handle retrieving items. He stepped out from behind Greenbeard, ready to take the key from the Snake Queen's hand. No need for you to go, I'll do it. Greenbeard grabbed Garcia, fearing the Snake Queen would pull a sneak attack like the green snake. He raised the machete in his hand, instructing the Snake Queen to hand over the key before retracting it. The key was already in Greenbeard's hand, and nothing unexpected occurred in between. How could it be so smooth? Didn't he, the nostalgic Snake King, want to take revenge for old and new grievances? Something unusual must have happened, which made Garcia's heart race even more. Chapter 16. Should I take Medusa with me? Here, with Prince Sophie dead, the pirate influence established by Queen Sophie was completely over. With the key to the Water Palace's ship warehouse in hand, they could board the ship and escape the Land of Darkness, leaving behind the Snake Tribe and Medusa. Unless something unexpected happened, they might never see each other again in this lifetime. There is no feast that does not end, and that's exactly what this meant. Medusa watched Garcia walk out, wanting to say something as a farewell, but she didn't. Garcia feels the same as Medusa, having something to say but unable to find the right words. Ding! The supervision system is running. Garcia Pangu detects a crisis. This is an invisible disaster, and you and your family must leave. The emotional you wants to take Medusa with you. The rational part of you knows you cannot take Medusa. Task 1. Take Medusa with you. Reward. Medusa's affection, double reward. Risk, 50 success rate. You want to take Medusa, but Greenbeard may not support your decision. And Medusa herself may not be willing to leave with you. Even if you manage to take her, the journey ahead is fraught with danger. And no one can guarantee that you won't fall out later. Task 2. Leave Medusa behind. Reward. Energy value that can heal sadness, double reward. Risk, 100 success rate. Saying goodbye to Medusa cannot cause you any substantial harm. At most, years later, you might feel sadness when reminiscing about lost memories. It's better to do less than to do more. Garcia chose to leave Medusa behind and walked out without looking back. Leaving Medusa was not because Garcia wanted the reward from Task 2, which was the energy value that could heal sadness, but rather because he had no obligation to take care of her, as he had no ties to her. Greenbeard personally killed the green snake, becoming an undeniable enemy of Medusa. If the Garcia family travels with Medusa, there's no telling when she might seek revenge. It's definitely a hidden danger. Seeing Garcia and Greenbeard holding the keys and still alive, Garcia's mother and aunt, who had been hiding in the shadows, excitedly jogged over. Garcia, did you kill all the snake tribe? The aunt asked anxiously. Now that we're escaping from here, will there be any snakeheads blocking our way? Garcia's feelings were complicated. He couldn't let go of Medusa and didn't want to talk. Others didn't know, but Garcia himself understood that saving Medusa's life was a way for him to use her. However, Medusa, because Garcia saved her, would unhesitatingly betray the Serpent Clan to save Garcia and his family of 4. In the end, all that was left for Medusa was a water palace full of holes and a Serpent Clan that was barely hanging on. Garcia felt inexplicably sad at the thought that after he left, Medusa would be all alone. Her family had already abandoned her. How would she live her life from now on? Forget it, he thought. Father, let's leave here quickly, Garcia said. Your sister is right. It seems Greenbeard has thought of something. If we leave like this, there might be unforeseen events on the way. Father, even if there are ambushes waiting for us, we still have to go, Garcia asked. Are we really going to be like turtles, staying in the Snake Clan's underground palace forever? Greenbeard hesitated for a moment and said, Son, what I mean is before we leave, I will go in and kill the Snake King and Snake Queen to eliminate future troubles. The Snake King was a nostalgic snake. He imprisoned Garcia's family of 4 solely to take revenge on Greenbeard. Eradicating the Snake Clan could be considered a wise decision. If it weren't for Medusa, Garcia would wholeheartedly support Greenbeard. However, with Medusa still alive, the Snake King and Snake Queen were ultimately her parents, and Garcia couldn't bear to do it. Moreover, the Snake King was also a minor god, appointed by Zeus in the Land of Darkness. Killing such a snake would offend Zeus, which was unnecessary. Garcia quarreled with Greenbeard, and Medusa had just reached behind the door, wanting to hear Garcia's reaction. Father, the Snake King and Snake Queen have both voluntarily handed over the boat's shed keys. We cannot go for total annihilation. Garcia grabbed Greenbeard's arm, preventing him from going back. Handing over the keys now can't be considered voluntary. Greenbeard said, Son, you should know that if they hadn't surrendered, I would have killed them to get the keys. Yes, Greenbeard, if you kill the Snake King and Snake Queen, what will Medusa do in the future? And he also stood on Garcia's side, disagreeing with Greenbeard's plan to kill the snakes. Medusa learned of Garcia's choice and walked out from inside. Garcia, come with me. I I will take you to the boat shed. Why do you want to go with us? Greenbeard became alert. I know my father, the Snake King. He will not let you go so easily, Medusa said. I'm worried there might be traps in the boat shed. If you go in and can't solve them, you'll all die there. And you can forget about escaping the Snake Clan's water palace. Oh dear, they want to take us. Greenbeard, why can't you see what's good for you? Annie stepped forward, linking arms with Medusa. Come, take us to the boat. Let's go now. The boat shed of the Snake Clan's water palace was built by the sea, located at the river's mouth that circled the land. Annie volunteered to follow Medusa, willing to believe that such a beautiful girl like Medusa wouldn't have any bad intentions. However, after walking for a long time, passing through dozens of large and small palace gates, and groping through several secret passages in the dark, Auntie began to lose her patience. She asked Medusa, "We're almost there, right? We've walked quite a distance, haven't we?" "Yes, please hold on a little longer. We will be there soon," Medusa politely replied. If it were the first time hearing such a conversation, it would be fine. But this kind of questioning had already happened more than 4 or 5 times. Greenbeard quickly stepped in front of Medusa, blocking her path. "Medusa, what do you want to do?" Medusa pushed Greenbeard aside. "Please step aside. The boat shed of the water palace is right ahead." Greenbeard turned around and, upon closer inspection, indeed saw a brightly lit door. "Give me the key." Medusa extended her hand in front of Greenbeard. "Why should I give it to you?" Greenbeard replied bluntly. "I can't guarantee you won't run off with the key." "Give it to her father," García said. "If it weren't for Medusa, our family would probably still be trapped in the underground chamber right now." "Exactly, Greenbeard. Quickly hand the key to Medusa." Auntie still held a clear stance, siding with García. Rather than saying Auntie sided with García, it would be more accurate to say she sided with Medusa. Greenbeard, being blunt, had no choice but to give the boat shed key to Medusa. Medusa took the key and swiftly jumped towards the brightly lit door. Greenbeard wanted to follow, but was grabbed by Auntie. "They didn't ask you to go. Why are you meddling?" Chapter 17. The curse the García family of 4 stopped and watched from a distance as Medusa headed alone towards the shipyard to meet Greenbeard. "Our family's current predicament is all thanks to you," said García's mother. "If it weren't for you, Queen Sophie wouldn't have kidnapped my sister, and we wouldn't have ended up in this godforsaken place." After Medusa rescued her mother and aunt from the pirate ship, they were imprisoned by the Snake King along with the entire family. García hadn't heard his mother complain for quite some time. Now, as she began to voice her grievances, it indicated that she was no longer as suppressed as before. At least, she wasn't so repressed that she lacked the strength to speak. Looking at things from this perspective, it was a good sign. "You don't understand anything," Greenbeard replied matter-of-factly. "Without me, you and your sister would have starved to death long ago." The aunt suddenly rushed past García and kicked Greenbeard. "You old pirate, how can you say that about my sister? If it weren't for my sister willing to marry you, you would have been childless and without descendants long ago." "What? Childless and without descendants? Who did García offend to be innocently caught in the crossfire?" Boom! A loud noise came from the shipyard ahead. Then it fell into silence, so quiet that García could hear his own heartbeat. After a long while, a blurred figure walked out from the bright door. It was Medusa, her long hair disheveled and her face marked with bloodstains of varying lengths. "Oh no, you're hurt. Are you okay?" Auntie stepped forward to support Medusa. Medusa did not answer Auntie. Instead, she said to García, "I've disabled all the traps and hidden weapons inside. You and your family should get on the boat and leave here forever." With that, things became uncomplicated. Even the simple-minded Greenbeard could understand. The Serpent King and Serpent Queen easily handed over the keys to the shipyard because they had set traps here. Medusa had entered the shipyard alone, not to escape, but to prevent García's family from getting hurt. So, Greenbeard must have misunderstood Medusa's intentions. Whoosh! A sharp arrow flew out and was blocked by Medusa. The faces of the Serpent King and Serpent Queen gradually emerged from the darkness. "Greenbeard, you killed my daughter. I want your whole family to pay the price. You all leave quickly. I'll handle this." Medusa stood in front of the Serpent King and Serpent Queen, shouting to García behind her. Seeing this, Auntie pulled García and ran towards the boat. "García, is it too immoral to run away and leave Medusa alone?" Annie asked. "Then you go back and save her." García replied, No, my skills are as poor as yours. I wouldn't be able to help and would only make things worse," Annie said, pulling her mother as the 2 sisters continued to run forward. The Serpent King's fierce face transformed into a serpent's head, rushing towards Medusa and knocking her to the ground. Sliding far away, Medusa was already injured in the shipyard. She was no match for the Serpent King now, not even needing a full round. The Serpent King showed no mercy, not even sparing his own daughter, launching another attack and swinging his long tail to smash Medusa. Crash! Greenbeard appeared next to Medusa, swinging his knife down on the Serpent King's tail. The serpent's tail collided with the knife, creating sparks. Greenbeard kicked out again, stepping on the Serpent King, just like he had done to the green snake before. Greenbeard, spare him, the Serpent Queen pleaded. We can't stop you. Just go, everyone go. Garcia ran back and said to Medusa, Princess, the Snake King and Snake Queen no longer recognize you as their daughter. Why don't you come with us and leave? Greenbeard also looked at Medusa, waiting for her response. There was no reply. Garcia leaned in closer and saw that Medusa was about to faint. Garcia, please ask your father to spare my parents. Father, that's enough. Let's go. Garcia pulled Medusa towards the ship. You want to kill Medusa, but I will spare your lives because of her. Greenbeard released his foot and let go of the Serpent King's long tail. Ding! Mission completed, 100. Note, you need to take Medusa away from the Serpent Clan's water palace. Reward, Medusa's affection, double reward. Total 200. Garcia Pangu has acquired a new skill, Charm Experience Level 2. Current skills, Negotiation Experience Level 4, Escape Experience Level 2, Insight Experience Level 2, Charm Experience Level 2. Garcia looked at Medusa lying on his aunt's lap, feeling a mix of joy and sorrow. Medusa was too beautiful, and gaining her affection was something Garcia longed for. However, being liked by a snake felt somewhat unsettling. Snake Tribe, Water Palace. Are we really going to let these pirates go? Does your plan really work? The Snake King asked. Medusa's beauty could seduce the chief god Zeus and had also attracted Prince Sophie. I don't believe that Greenbeard's son, Garcia, won't be moved, the Snake Queen said. When the time comes, as long as Medusa and Garcia unite, they will be punished for violating the curse. It turned out that the nostalgic Snake King seemed to have let go of old grudges and allowed Garcia's family to leave, but in reality, he had buried a new conspiracy. 15 years ago, the chief god Zeus was rejected in his pursuit of Medusa. After that, Zeus cast a curse, forbidding the snake tribe from mating and reproducing with outside species. Obviously, the snake women, Black Snake and Green Snake, were unaware of this curse, and thus they were punished for secretly uniting with Prince Sophie, which led to their downfall. Splash, splash. The sound of water flowed gently. The Garcia family of 4, along with Medusa, sailed out of the Serpent Clan's water palace and had already entered the Ring River. They were hit by a strong gust of wind. Since it was the land of darkness, everything ahead was pitch black, and they could see nothing. They only felt the scorching wind, which burned Garcia's gums painfully. We can't go any further, Medusa said. The pirate ship of Sophie has been burning for 10 days and nights, and it's still not completely burnt out. We have to take a detour. Garcia stood up on the boat, squinting his eyes to look into the distance, and indeed found a glimmer of light shining in the endless darkness. The heat waves could still reach them from afar, indicating how fierce the fire was. It had been burning for 10 days and nights without turning to ashes, showing the size of the ship. Greenbeard adjusted the oars and steered in another direction. The small boat floated on the water for some distance, with only Greenbeard needing to row, while Garcia unconsciously leaned on his aunt's shoulder, feeling drowsy. As he dozed off, a storm began to brew in his dreams. The stronger the wind and waves became, the deeper he slept. Splash! A huge wave crashed over, nearly capsizing the small boat. Cold water splashed over the people on the boat, and Garcia woke up from his dream. Wait, this isn't a dream. This is clearly reality. The small boat was rocking violently in the storm, and Garcia was almost thrown overboard. Princess, do you know what's happening? Garcia asked. The river god has come, Medusa replied. Previously, to save Garcia's family of 4, Medusa had promised the river god to sacrifice her own life in exchange for help. But now, since Medusa had not died, her survival was considered a breach of contract, angering the river god. Garcia was drenched, and his aunt's hand was bleeding from a cut on the boat. The storm had subsided. A mermaid appeared at the bow of the boat. It was the river god, with 2 human legs below and a large fish head above. Medusa, you are unfaithful. I will kill you, said the river god. Garcia triggered his negotiation skills and spoke first. Noble river god, I plead on behalf of Medusa, hoping we can offer you something else as compensation. You little rascal, the river god replied. Unless you marry Medusa? What? What kind of compensation is that? Medusa, Garcia. And everyone on the ship fell silent. In fact, the river god was the god of the winding river, and the Serpent Clan was a minor god at the junction of the winding river and the land of night. They colluded to ensure that Garcia and Medusa would unite, thereby bringing about a curse. River god, kill me instead. Please don't make it difficult for him, Medusa said. No, Garcia replied. I'm willing to marry Medusa. Chapter 18. Discovering the Eyes of Beauty. On the vast ocean, a small boat swayed as it moved forward. Garcia lay on his back in the cabin, using his aunt's short legs as a pillow, pondering deeply. The river god made a contract with Medusa, and Medusa breached it, so it should seek revenge on her. Therefore, the river god forcing Medusa to marry Garcia is a form of retaliation. In other words, marrying Medusa is bound to be a bad thing for Garcia. However, that doesn't matter much, because Garcia only agreed to the river god to take Medusa as his wife without any time limit. He could marry her tomorrow, or 100 years later, and it would still count as marrying her. Garcia is concerned about why marrying Medusa would be a bad thing. If the two were to get married, what consequences would there be? The unknown always tends to instill fear. His aunt's legs are soft and comfortable to rest on while sleeping, but Garcia is troubled and cannot fall asleep. Son, it's your turn to row the boat. Besides himself, Garcia is the only man on the entire boat, and it makes sense for the green-bearded man to let him take over. Garcia quickly closed his eyes, sleeping as if he were dead. He originally couldn't fall asleep, and thinking about not being able to sleep made him think he had to row. So he wanted to sleep again. Unable to sleep, he forced himself to sleep. Hurry up, I know you're not asleep. Don't pretend to be asleep in front of me. Greenbeard's whole body ached, and he was about to collapse. Garcia opened one eye and locked eyes with his aunt in unison. His aunt said, Greenbeard, just hang in there a little longer. Your son Garcia is asleep. He didn't lie to you. How do you know you're bullying my son? Garcia's mother said. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here. You better paddle faster. I don't want to spend another moment at sea. Greenbeard, after all, is a proper pirate. But who would have thought that upon returning to family life, he would have such a position in the household? Garcia woke up with a sore back and aching waist, while Greenbeard's limbs were numb from exhaustion. The group had drifted on a small boat through the land of darkness for several nights, and gradually, a faint white mist appeared in the distance. Aunt jumped up from the boat, and Garcia's head, resting on her short legs, bumped against the wooden floor of the cabin, forming a large bump. Thank the great god Zeus, we have escaped the land of darkness and regained our lives. Aunt exclaimed excitedly, dancing with joy, quickly forgetting the pain they had endured along the way. Garcia wasn't unhappy to see his aunt happy. He simply had a foreboding feeling. The green-bearded man was working hard, and the little boat was moving faster and faster. Just as the boat completely sailed out of the land of darkness and into the illuminated sea, the white smoke they had seen earlier became thicker. After finally escaping the darkness and returning to the sunlit area, the sea surface was covered with visible white smoke. It was colorless and tasteless, but one could feel the heavy discomfort of the layer of white smoke clinging to their bodies. Because the white smoke was so dense, the boat was sinking deeper into the water. If they couldn't leave this area quickly, there was a real danger of sinking and drowning here. Garcia and his aunt Medusa, and the mother, the four of them no longer dared to be idle, quickly grabbed the wooden oars on the boat and rowed together with Greenbeard. After a great deal of effort, the small boat finally escaped the area covered by white smoke. It can be confirmed that the Garcia family of four and Medusa had completely escaped from the land of darkness. Everyone on the boat relaxed. No one had the strength to row anymore. Even Greenbeard was the same. He put the oars back in the boat and lay down with his limbs in the air, gasping for breath. Garcia, I can feel that there are trees in that direction. It should be the coast, but I don't know how far it is. Maybe 1 or 2 days, or 3 or 4 days. Medusa stood at the bow of the boat, graceful and tall. Garcia had no time to look in the direction Medusa pointed, because he wanted to see Medusa herself. Her long neck, with delicate white, jade-like collarbones, shimmered slightly. Perhaps because Medusa is a serpent, she possesses a beauty that surpasses that of humans. Her small waist could be clasped with both hands, and her upper body surprisingly boasted a high and prominent bosom. Is this the legendary serpentine curve? She wore a flowing silver lace gown that wrapped around her graceful figure, and every movement she made tugged at the strings of Garcia's heart. Ever since he encountered Medusa, Garcia had been wandering in a land of darkness. Without sunlight, his eyes, which once discovered beauty, were blinded, and he surprisingly failed to recognize such beauty in Medusa sooner. Garcia couldn't help but exclaim that it wasn't entirely fair to blame Prince Sophie for launching an attack on the Serpent Clan to capture Medusa. After all, Medusa was incredibly beautiful. She was even more beautiful than his aunt. Garcia, Medusa asked with a hint of confusion, "Can you hear me when I talk to you?" "Yes. Yes, I can hear you," Garcia hurriedly replied. "Princess, let's follow the direction you suggested." Medusa was a serpent, and her insight was naturally stronger than that of mortals, so it was only right to listen to her. Although Garcia currently had an inside experience level of 2, it was still derived from Medusa's abilities, and it couldn't compare to her own. Thinking of this, Garcia opened his system panel, which displayed current skills, negotiation experience level 4, escape experience level 2, insight experience level 2, charm experience level 2. Yes, he had a charm experience level. If not now, then when? Garcia triggered the charm experience points, which took effect immediately. Because in her peripheral vision, Medusa was secretly glancing at Garcia, wanting to look but afraid to do so. Just one glance, and Medusa saw Garcia's particularly human face. Yes, Medusa had lived in the snake tribe's water palace since childhood. It was a place mostly untouched by sunlight, a land of darkness. And she never expected that sunlight on a person's face could look so beautiful. Speaking of which, having been born in the snake tribe, Medusa had rarely seen a human face, let alone a handsome face like Garcia's that everyone loves. His tall nose on Garcia's sharply chiseled features appeared extraordinarily three-dimensional, and his wavy, messy hair, uncombed for many days, flowed freely in the wind, creating a picture of a free-spirited man. Garcia scooped water from the sea with a wooden bucket and directly used his hands to wash his face. He knew Medusa was still watching him, so he pretended to casually turn his head to look, and Medusa quickly averted her gaze again. He couldn't tell how Medusa was looking at him. Garcia only hates himself for not having the skill to eavesdrop on hearts. He will need that skill sooner or later. Hey, son of a pirate. His aunt came over and kindly reminded him, stop washing up. Tell me, besides being good-looking, what else are you useful for? Garcia wanted to argue back, but he didn't. At that moment, no matter what his aunt scolded him for, it was all right. Because his aunt was so beautiful, it seemed that she was even prettier. With her blonde hair and blue eyes, porcelain-white skin, and more collagen in her face than Medusa. Moreover, Medusa was a snake with cold blood flowing through her. And her hands were cold, unlike his aunt, whose warm hands were great for massaging Garcia's back and legs. However, his aunt was a little shorter than Medusa. Never mind. No one is perfect, so why think so much about it? Garcia said, Aunt, you speak very well, but don't say any more. The aunt reached out to pinch Garcia's freshly washed handsome face. Although Greenbeard was very tired and hadn't rested well, Garcia's mother still couldn't forget to urge him to continue working. I know you've rested enough. Why aren't you rowing? Why is it always me rowing? Greenbeard shook his beard and added, You're not me. How do you know I've rested enough? If you keep saying that, I want you to leave. The couple seemed to be arguing, but in reality, they felt very secure. Although they were still drifting on the sea, it was a sunlit sea, a familiar stretch of water for them. Whoosh. One wave after another of flying fish passed by, creating water mist taller than a person, reflecting a rainbow in the air. The people were beautiful, the scenery was beautiful, and the mood was beautiful too. Garcia laid down to watch the rainbow in the sky and the beauty beside him, not wanting to leave. Not good. Greenbeard seems to sense some kind of crisis. After the flying fish, there must be a big ship. Greenbeard, don't be so alarmed, said Aunt, rolling her eyes. A big ship would be good. It could take us away together. You know nothing, Greenbeard said heavily. If it's pirates, would you still want them to take us away? Then why aren't you rowing? What are you waiting for? Garcia's mother was frightened. She didn't want to experience being taken hostage by pirates again. Chapter 19. The Argo after the flying fish. Garcia saw a large ship emerging from the seven-colored rainbow. It was a ship from the kingdom of Elcas, named the Argo. Built from the most precious wood, it would not rot even after 10 years in the sea. Oh my, so many people. And hast. Greenbeard, look quickly, are they all pirates? The Argo had 50 oars, propelled by 100 experienced sailors who took turns to keep the ship moving day and night. This journey was led by Captain Jason, who was taking his warriors to Colchis to steal the Golden Fleece. Jason was a prince of Elcas, but the throne that rightfully belonged to him had been usurped by his uncle. Dear uncle, in the name of the gods, I justly demand my kingdom back from you. Jason said, This is the kingdom my grandfather passed down to my father, and you and my father are merely half-brothers. I mean, even if you were my father's half-brother, I would support you having this country, but you are not. Poor child, you know too little, but your uncle will not blame you, said Uncle King. Do you know that your father, my half-brother, is a weak and incompetent man? That is why the subjects opposed his rule over our kingdom. It was your uncle who quelled the internal strife, pacified the people, and preserved this kingdom. Uncle, you are a meritorious subject, but I must speak frankly. The throne should not belong to you, Jason said. If you must think that way, you might as well say that you want to be king too, Uncle King replied. My subjects tell me that I am an enlightened king. Child, I am willing to give the kingship to you, when you have the ability to govern the kingdom. To prove his ability to govern the kingdom and reclaim the throne from his uncle, Jason commanded the Argo to go to Colchis to steal the Golden Fleece. It is said that the Golden Fleece has the power of resurrection and is kept in the sacred grove of Ares, guarded by a fire-breathing dragon. Countless heroes had gone to steal the Golden Fleece, all of whom never returned, dying in the jaws of the dragon in the sacred grove. It was well known that Uncle King had Jason prove his ability to govern the kingdom in this way, which was tantamount to murder. But, encouraged by his friends, Jason mustered the courage to set sail on the Argo. Unfortunately, the Argo had been at sea for a full 3 months, and they still had not reached their destination. Sailing day after day on the deserted ocean, the exhausted sailors suddenly saw a small boat drifting ahead, causing them to stand up and shout greetings in excitement. For the sailors, this scene was like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. They were finally seeing people. García, Pangu detected a crisis. On your way home with your family and the white snake Medusa, you encountered a large ship named Argo. This is not a pirate ship that you should be worried about, but no one can guarantee that it is safe just because it is not a pirate ship. Task 1. Board the Argo and assist it in completing its mission. Reward. The Captain Jason will steal the Golden Fleece. Double reward. Risk. 10 success rate. Jason stealing the Golden Fleece is considered an impossible suicidal act in his kingdom. Often, behind great risks, there are substantial rewards. Whoever possesses the Golden Fleece can be revived. Task 2. Avoid the Argo and return home as originally planned. Reward. Experience points for a qualified sailor's navigation. Double reward. Risk. 70 success rate. The remaining journey will not have more hardships. If there are, they will be obstacles that you, your family, or the snake woman Medusa can overcome. However, your small boat may be too tiny and could drift at sea for months before reaching shore. García stared at the system panel, hesitating on how to choose. Task 2 would be easier to execute, but would also require enduring a long, torturous time at sea before returning to shore. As for Task 1, the success rate was low, and there would be more unknown changes and greater challenges. García tilted his head in contemplation and thought, why not choose Task 1? It's a challenge, and isn't that more fun? Task 1 is triggered. Board the Argo and assist it in completing its journey. First, García needs to find a way to get on the ship. Hey, gentlemen, García shouted from the bow, addressing the sailors on the Argo. Please don't tell me you're ruthless pirates. Kid, you might be disappointed, the sailors replied in unison. We're actually even worse than pirates. His aunt jogged over and quietly tugged at García's sleeve. How can you talk to strangers? What if they're pirates? That's why I want to ask them if they're pirates. García whispered. His aunt was speechless. García, which pirate would go around telling people they're pirates? Are you silly? At that moment, the helmsman and navigator on the Argo were in a heated argument. With such a vast sea, and our ship being so small, why don't we bring them aboard and set sail together? The navigator Theseus wanted to jump into the small boat where García was. Navigator, you shouldn't meddle. Our mission has nothing to do with these people. The helmsman Perseus intervened. Captain Jason emerged from the cabin and offered a neutral opinion. My two friends, please stop arguing. I think before deciding to take those people aboard, why not first ask for their opinion? Theseus was impatient. He didn't see the need to ask for opinions. He performed a side flip and jumped down from the tall Argo, landing steadily beside García. He smiled at García, as if greeting an old friend. Nice to meet you, García said sincerely. I'm García, the son of a pirate. If you're willing to be friends with me, I would be even happier. Then you must remember my name. Theseus, the future king of Athens. Now, I'm your friend, Theseus said, placing a hand on García's shoulder, smiling like an old friend. How lucky I am to make a friend who is a future king. But, García paused for a moment, then continued. It's an even greater honor to meet a prince with such good skills. Yes, my friend, you're absolutely right, Theseus said confidently. I've seen many strong warriors, but I haven't met a prince as strong as I am. The two felt an instant connection, as if they were old friends reunited. Theseus instructed the sailors to lower the gangway, and García's family of 4, along with Medusa, boarded the Argo. Captain Jason and helmsman Perseus stood on the deck, watching from afar without any welcoming gestures. Captain, don't we want to turn back and not steal the Golden Fleece? If we let these people on board, more people might learn about our plan. Why are you complicating things? Helmsman, this is a secret between you and me. To avoid raising Theseus's suspicions, we should avoid contradicting him. If he wants to welcome these strangers, let him. But we've been at sea for 3 months. And now, with 5 more people on board, not only will the remaining food be insufficient, but it will also increase the weight of the ship, making it harder for the sailors. I'll consider that too. If it comes to it, we can always get rid of them, Captain Jason said. You must be careful. This matter cannot be discovered by Theseus. Chapter 20. The sea monster eats people. Once Garcia and his group boarded the Argo, Theseus enthusiastically introduced Captain Jason and helmsman Perseus to Garcia. Before Theseus could finish, Perseus pushed him aside and asked Garcia, "Friend, our navigator Theseus has already introduced the ship situation. Why don't you tell us who you are, where you come from, and where you're going?" "Helmsman, we come from the land of night," Garcia began, introducing his father. "This is my pirate father, Greenbeard. Perhaps a well-informed helmsman like you has heard of him." "What?" A trace of surprise appeared in helmsman Perseus's eyes, and he feigned calmness, saying, "Yes, Greenbeard the pirate is not to be trifled with. I've heard of him." Then, Garcia recounted the events he had experienced in detail. Helmsman Perseus frequently glanced at Captain Jason, hoping for some indication. However, Jason remained sullen and offered no feedback. Greenbeard, a formidable pirate, was well known among those who traveled, including Jason, who had heard of him since he was young. However, Jason and Perseus were unaware of the recent significant deeds done by Greenbeard's family, such as defeating the Sophie pirates on the floating fortress and breaching the Serpent Clan's water palace in the Land of Night. They originally thought this group of strangers was just ordinary people lost at sea, but it turned out they had such great capabilities. Jason and Perseus faced significant risks in trying to eliminate Garcia and his family. Navigator Theseus was unaware of what Jason and Perseus were plotting, nor did he know that the two had privately decided to cancel their plan to steal the Golden Fleece and were expected to head back home in a few days. The cheerful Theseus nudged Garcia with his shoulder and exclaimed, "Garcia, it turns out you've accomplished two big things. You should have let me know sooner." Garcia looked at Theseus, smiled, and said nothing. Suddenly, Garcia noticed a distorted expression of panic on Theseus's face. What happened? A harpoon shot out from behind Garcia, and in a flurry, Theseus leapt over Garcia, blocking the harpoon with his bare hands. The sharp iron tip, half the length of a finger, had already pierced Theseus's arm. "Sailor, we have no enmity. Why do you attack me?" Garcia asked, shaken. "I am the son of Queen Sophie. You have killed my family, and I will take your life," said the sailor holding the harpoon. "Sailor, I will not stop your revenge." Theseus tore off his bloodied shirt and picked up a harpoon as well, saying, "But Garcia is my esteemed guest. You should kill me first if you must seek revenge on my guest." Garcia hurriedly ran to Greenbeard's side, realizing that at a critical moment, he still needed his own father to step in and save him. The sailor holding the harpoon glanced back at the helmsman, Perseus, who gave a slight nod. This action was all noticed by Garcia. "My esteemed Athenian prince, Captain, you and I are both on this great ship, Argo, like brothers," the sailor with the harpoon said. "But Garcia is just a stranger you just met. Why would you stop me from taking my revenge because of a stranger?" Garcia briefly explained to Greenbeard and then walked up to Theseus, saying, "Captain, I see your heart. Since he insists on revenge, let him come. Please do not harm the friendship between you and your old friends because of my new friendship." The sailor with the harpoon stood with his legs apart, ready to attack. "Now, I'm going to kill you to avenge my mother." "Wait, sailor, you need to target the right person for revenge." Garcia waved his hand. "The one who killed your mother is my father, Greenbeard. It has nothing to do with me." The sailor with the harpoon was stunned. He did not expect Garcia to say that, but it seemed reasonable enough. Bang! Greenbeard raised his big cleaver and struck it against the deck, twisting his neck to shout, "My son is right. If you want to avenge your mother, you should come for me. Come on, sailor, don't be afraid." The sailor timidly looked up at Greenbeard's wild face, resembling that of a lion, and then turned to glance at the helmsman, Perseus, not daring to attack. "Greenbeard, on our ship, you cannot bully the weak." Perseus stepped forward, pointing at the sailor. "His mother was killed by you, and now he challenges your son. That is fair." Greenbeard scratched his long beard with the shiny cleaver. "Then let me tell you, fairness is not what I want. Again, I, Greenbeard, do not care about any damn fairness." Seeing that this old pirate Greenbeard was impossible to reason with, Perseus directly blocked Greenbeard's way, giving orders to the sailor behind him. The latter gripped the harpoon with both hands, avoiding Greenbeard, and aimed directly at Garcia. Greenbeard tried to stop the sailor, but Perseus blocked his path. "It's over." Garcia watched helplessly as a trident lunged towards his throat. With his skills, it was already too late to draw his sword and block it. Should he dodge? The harpoon was too fast. There was no chance. Garcia felt the darkness before his eyes, and cold sweat broke out on his back. No way. The harpoon didn't hit Garcia. What about that, sailor? You want revenge for your family. I can't oppose that. Theseus raised the harpoon high, the iron-tipped trident hanging over the sailor from earlier. But if you want to launch a sneak attack, I won't allow it. Yes, Theseus stabbed the vengeful sailor, saving Garcia's life. Peleus couldn't accept Theseus's elbowing him out, wanting to rush forward, but was stopped by Jason. Forget it. Steer the ship. What's done is done. Just let it go with Theseus. Captain, isn't Theseus afraid that those new friends he just met will be eaten by sea monsters? Although Captain Jason and helmsman Peleus were not very hospitable, Navigator Theseus unabashedly led Garcia and his group, clearing out a spacious, independent cabin for their collective dormitory. Garcia thought that with such a large ship as the Argo, there would be plenty of food and water. However, Theseus only brought a little bit of broken bread and apologetically said, "Please forgive my friend's poor hospitality. The Argo has been at sea for over 3 months, and we are running low on provisions." No wonder Captain Jason and helmsman Peleus were not welcoming to Garcia and his companions. This might be a major reason, among others. At the same time, Theseus was still willing to accept new friends on board, which shows how kind-hearted he is. However, it is also understandable. If he didn't have a good-natured curiosity, who would willingly accompany Jason on an adventurous quest to steal the Golden Fleece? Garcia divided his broken bread in half and stuffed it into his father Greenbeard's hands. "You're silly. Why don't you eat the bread yourself?" Greenbeard said, "Father, you've worked so hard on this journey. You need to eat more to replenish your strength," Garcia said with affectionate eyes. "You don't understand a thing." Greenbeard threw the broken bread back at Garcia. "I have plenty of strength. I don't need to eat more." Garcia ate his fill and took a sip of water, while the blue sky outside gradually darkened. It was time to sleep, but Theseus lay beside him, showing no signs of wanting to leave. Wait a minute. Was this young navigator planning to spend the night with a new friend? Could it be that he had taken a liking to someone? Medusa? Auntie? Me? Garcia didn't dare to imagine further. The scene was discordant. "My new friend, thank you for your hospitality." Garcia helped Theseus up. "But we don't need you to accompany us to sleep. We can handle it ourselves." "Garcia, you misunderstood." Theseus held Garcia's hand and lay back down. "I don't want to accompany you to sleep. I just want to protect you from being eaten by sea monsters. Sleep with me to protect me? Is everything okay, friend?" Garcia couldn't agree more. He never expected Theseus to be this kind of person. "In fact, when we are sleeping, we do not need protection." Garcia forcefully pulled Theseus up. Theseus, helpless, was pushed by Garcia to the door, clinging to the doorframe and saying, "When we set off, there were a total of 100 official sailors. Plus 50 substituts sailors." Along the way, from time to time, sailors have been eaten by sea monsters at night, and now there are only 110 left. Chapter 21. Garcia gradually uncovers the conspiracy. P.S. My dear readers, the new chapter release may contain typos and grammatical errors. I will publish it first, and then check for mistakes using audio. So please wait at least 10 minutes after receiving the update before reading. Thank you for your support. Late at night, in the independent room on the Argo. It wasn't because Theseus mentioned the sea monster eating people, but because Theseus refused to leave and slept at his feet, which kept Garcia awake. Originally, the 4 members of Garcia's family plus one snake woman, Medusa, was just right, but they unexpectedly had Theseus added to the mix. It felt very awkward. Fortunately, Garcia arranged for his aunt, mother, and Medusa to sleep on the inner side of the big bunk, while he slept on the outer side, with Greenbeard outside and Theseus lying at the door. If he moved any further out, Theseus would end up sleeping on the deck. In this chaotic world, while one may have harmful intentions, one must always be cautious of others. Garcia needs to be on guard against Theseus, this new friend he hasn't gotten close to. What if he has ulterior motives regarding Ant and Medusa? Prevention against fire, theft, and even brothers. Garcia is a smart person with a sense of security. In the latter half of the night, sounds of snoring could be heard in the darkness. Greenbeard is quite carefree, having fallen asleep without a care. Ant, in a daze, asked, "Hey, what your new friend said about a sea monster that eats people. Why hasn't it come yet? Is he lying? It's already so late." And Ant hasn't fallen asleep yet, probably also afraid of the sea monster, scared enough to be unable to sleep. Garcia didn't want to encounter a man-eating sea monster in the middle of the night. But he was even less keen on the idea that Theseus might be fabricating such a lie just to get closer to Medusa or his aunt, or perhaps to sleep with Garcia. Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. Therefore, what Garcia wanted most was for a sea monster to actually break in and start eating people. Only if a sea monster appeared could Theseus dispel Garcia's rather unhealthy worries. His aunt kicked Garcia, saying, "I'm asking you a question, don't pretend to be asleep. This trick might fool your dad, but I know you're not really sleeping." Garcia was indeed still awake, but the kick from his aunt hit him right on target, leaving him momentarily speechless from the pain. His silly aunt thought Garcia was deliberately not responding, so she leaned over and, without hesitation, hugged his head, making a gesture as if she wanted to twist his neck. Poor Garcia, having suffered a second round of trauma in such a short time, was still reeling from the pain in his lower body from the kick. And now with his head being squeezed by his aunt, he was on the verge of suffocation. The silly aunt was completely unaware of the injuries on Garcia's body. Both above and below, she had no idea. The commotion woke Theseus, who was sleeping by the door. He jumped up with a harpoon in hand. "Is a man-eating sea monster here?" Theseus shouted, and Greenbeard reflexively drew his knife and surrounded them. The aunt released the injured Garcia and said with a smile, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. It's purely a misunderstanding. How could I be a man-eating sea monster?" Theseus helped Garcia up from the ground, and the two went out to the deck. "My new friend," Theseus sympathetically asked, "how could you let a woman handle you like that?" Garcia was sharp-tongued. "Mr. Navigator, you may not know, but I never hold grudges against women, let alone my aunt. You really have a way with words. I'm not as magnanimous as you." Theseus retracted his harpoon and patted Garcia on the shoulder. "Mr. Navigator, as a friend, I think I should just ask you directly." Garcia said, "There really are incidents of sea monsters eating people. You're not deceiving me, right?" Theseus was not angered by Garcia's doubt. He calmly patted Garcia's shoulder and said, "Garcia, you are an honest new friend. I like you. Don't? It's fine. You can't just like people at random, okay?" Garcia suddenly perked up. He could be liked by women, but not by a man. That is the bottom line. That's right. I'm an honest pirate. Garcia pushed Theseus's hand away and said, "So, I have to tell you, Medusa is my wife. I don't want you sleeping in the same room with us because of how you feel about Medusa. When it comes to lifelong matters, it's better for Garcia to be straightforward in advance." Inside the cabin, Medusa, pretending to be asleep, heard Garcia's words outside and felt an inexplicable sense of security. She closed her eyes, and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "The snake woman Medusa, I had no intention of pursuing her. After all, she met you first." Theseus could sense Garcia's little thoughts, stared at Garcia, and teasingly asked, "So, what about your blonde-haired, blue-eyed aunt?" Garcia gave Theseus a punch. "Good friend, that's not acceptable. She's my aunt. You better stay away from her." Theseus shrugged helplessly, and the two exchanged a glance, a moment of silence speaking volumes. A bright moon hung high in the starry sky, and the Argo continued to move forward, but the night wind was strong, making it hard for the sailors to row. "Garcia, to be honest, it's true that sea monsters eat people. I'm not lying to you." "Theseus, I want to believe you, but perhaps there's something more to this matter." That night, our helmsman, Peleus, witnessed with his own eyes a sea monster climbing aboard and devouring the sailor on watch. It's not surprising that Peleus saw the sea monster, because during the day, it was Peleus who hinted to the sailors and incited them to seek revenge on Garcia. There's likely a connection here. Besides your helmsman Peleus, who all saw the sea monster eat people? Garcia, do you not trust me or do you not trust Peleus? Neither of you, Garcia said. Sometimes, I can't even trust my own eyes. All right, Theseus shook his head. That night, the Captain Jason also witnessed the sea monster eating a person along with Peleus. Garcia initially judged that Captain Jason and helmsman Peleus were conspiring behind Navigator Theseus's back about something, and this matter must be related to the sea monster eating people. Navigator, if Garcia were to tentatively ask, if your captain and helmsman colluded to deceive you, what would you do? No, Garcia. You don't know how trustworthy my two old friends are, Theseus replied with a dry laugh. It was clear that he lacked confidence, and after serious consideration, he said solemnly, "This time we went to steal the Golden Fleece. The Argo was built with the support of our Athenian kingdom, and more than half of the sailors on board are my fellow townsmen from Athens. In other words, you have absolute control over the Argo, right?" "No. Captain Jason is in command. We all follow his plans," Theseus further explained. "Of course, if something major happens on board, Captain Jason will consult with helmsman Peleus and me. This explains why Jason and Peleus have a conspiracy and do not let Theseus know, because he has 1/3 of the decision-making power. Naturally, matters that Theseus would oppose must not be disclosed to him. I don't want this to be a fact, but I have to tell you," Garcia said. "Your two old friends, Jason and Peleus, are hiding a secret plan from you." No, you don't know them well enough," Theseus insisted on his established view. "Garcia, I can understand that Captain Jason and helmsman Peleus are not particularly welcoming to you and your family, but I do not want you to slander them like this." Garcia couldn't say that he suspected the sailor with the harpoon who came to take revenge during the day was acting on the orders of the helmsman, Perseus. To say so would make him seem petty. If Theseus thought García was sowing discord and seeking revenge under the pretext of helping, things would become complicated. Therefore, he had to find an entry point through Theseus. He needed to make Theseus understand that everything García was about to do was to solve problems for Theseus, not just for his own self-preservation. Think carefully, García asked. Were those sailors who were eaten by the sea monster all from your hometown that you brought from Athens? How do you know? Theseus replied, surprised but trying not to show too much astonishment. You're right. Indeed, most of the sailors eaten by the sea monster were my people. I feel very guilty about it. I don't know how to face their families when I go back. Is this logic hard to understand? García continued. Since Captain Jason and helmsman Perseus are conspiring behind Theseus's back, they would naturally need to eliminate Theseus's men to avoid being intercepted by Theseus's forces once the incident occurs. He leaned closer to Theseus's ear and said, this man-eating sea monster could be Captain Jason or helmsman Perseus. Chapter 22. Completely exposed Theseus was muscular, but his mind was not simple. García's reasoning had already convinced Theseus to a small extent. García, teach me, Theseus said. What should I do to verify your hypothesis? We need evidence. You have to catch them in the act of impersonating sea monsters to harm sailors. That's simple, Theseus said, pulling García toward the position of the night watch sailor. Let's hide first, and when that sea monster comes back to kill the sailors, I can catch it on the spot. Actually, we can make it simpler, García replied. I'm suspicious of Captain Jason and the helmsman, Piraeus. Why not just go directly to their quarters and take a look? According to Theseus's plan, hiding in the dark and waiting for the rabbit to appear raises the question of whether they can actually catch the rabbit, and whether the rabbit will even show up if it notices someone waiting. Theseus led the way, with García following behind. They first sneaked into the quarters of the helmsman, Piraeus, and found the bed cold, as if no one had just left. Maybe the helmsman, Piraeus, went to discuss matters with Captain Jason, García suggested. My dear helmsman, didn't you tell me that whenever there's something major on the Argo, the captain and helmsman always discuss it with you? Yes, it's always been that way, Theseus replied. Perhaps they just encountered a minor issue that doesn't require my input. García stopped speaking, wanting to give Theseus the time to find the contradictions within. García, my new friend, I know what you want to say. Theseus did not disappoint García. He realized where the problem lay. If there wasn't something significant happening, then the helmsman of Piraeus wouldn't need to seek out Captain Jason in the middle of the night. But if something truly significant had occurred, why would they keep it from me? Theseus was a friend worth cultivating, overly trusting of old friends. Even now he was saying so, García, is it possible that the helmsman of Piraeus didn't go to find Captain Jason, and they aren't secretly discussing something significant behind my back? García, unable to hold back any longer, pulled Theseus and said, let's not say anything else. Let's go, right now, to Captain Jason's room to find out what's going on. The two quickly arrived at Captain Jason's room, and a weight lifted off Theseus's heart, because, contrary to what García had said, the helmsman, Peleus, was not in Captain Jason's room, which meant that the two were not discussing important matters behind Theseus's back. However, García increasingly felt that his speculation was nearly certain. The captain's bed was also cold, indicating that he had left as well. The conclusion was that both Peleus and Jason were awake late at night. Where had they gone? Mr. Navigator, I ask you, García said, does the captain and the helmsman need to keep watch at night? No, Theseus replied firmly. If the Argo encounters a problem during the night, whether it's a malfunction of a ship itself or a deviation in course due to weather, the watchful sailors will report it to me first. If I can't resolve it, then I would go to the helmsman Peleus and Captain Jason. The answer was right in front of them. García said, you are the sea monster that climbs aboard at night to eat sailors. What? Theseus was confused. García, what are you talking about? No, I'm not talking about you. García walked to the door and, facing Peleus, who had just returned and was standing outside the cabin, said, you are the sea monster. Peleus dared not meet García's gaze. He pushed past García and walked in, then turned to Theseus and said, open your eyes and see. You made a new friend who is good at slandering old friends. Theseus found himself stuck between old and new friends, unsure of what to do. His gaze fell on Peleus, remaining silent. García walked in, staring intently into Piraeus's eyes. Piraeus once again avoided García's gaze and stepped in front of Theseus, questioning. Listen to me, you can't just assume I'm the sea monster because I saw it eating people, can you? Mr. Helmsman, if there's anything you don't understand, you can tell me. García approached, saying, the one doubting you is me, not the navigator. Then tell me, Piraeus shouted, raising his voice out of guilt. On what grounds do you say I'm a sea monster? If you're not a sea monster, then why did you kill the sailors on the ship? Garcia asked. I didn't. Piraeus declared firmly. Most of the sailors on the ship are from the hometown of our navigator. I treat them like my own brothers. Piraeus looked at Theseus, his tone softening. Your new friend is speaking to me with ulterior motives. He wants to sow discord between us old friends. You can see that, can't you? Theseus remained neutral, not siding with anyone. Garcia was too busy to explain whether he was instigating. Your dagger, why does it have human blood on it? He asked directly. Captain, please answer me. When Piraeus acted just now, he hadn't had time to check for any residual human blood. However, this time, he indeed used the dagger to kill. So how did Garcia guess? Piraeus was always cautious when killing. No one would see him. Perhaps this was just Garcia's baseless speculation. Piraeus's heart was in his throat, and he forced himself to swallow it down. He didn't want to, nor dare to, speak further with Garcia. Piraeus, please answer Garcia's question. Theseus said calmly. I'm sorry, I'm tired and need to sleep. You may leave. Piraeus tried to dismiss Garcia and Theseus, deciding not to speak further. Piraeus, don't you think you've gone wrong? Theseus asked. This is Captain Jason's room. When did it become yours? Piraeus's heart, which had just settled back in place, jumped back in his throat, blocking his airway, and he was thoroughly panicked. He had originally planned to come to Captain Jason's room after killing someone to discuss the next steps. But he was flustered by Garcia's questioning and mistakenly thought it was his own room. What are you doing in the captain's room so late? Theseus asked again. Where has our Captain Jason gone? Piraeus stammered, trying to come up with something else to deflect Theseus, but the situation had unfolded so suddenly that he couldn't cope. Seeing the panicked state of Captain Piraeus, Theseus was completely convinced of his new friend Garcia's speculation. Piraeus and Jason were indeed conspiring behind the scenes. Garcia triggered his insight skill again and heard footsteps moving outside the door. Yes, it was a trigger again, the second one since he came aboard the Argo. The first time he triggered the insight skill was when Piraeus had just killed someone and returned to the door. Garcia caught a strong scent of human blood. Perhaps Piraeus's knife hadn't gotten smeared with blood. However, a knife that is killed will carry the scent of human blood. Garcia's serpentine sense of smell, acquired from Medusa, allowed him to detect even a drop of fresh human blood that escaped his nose. Please come in, Captain, Garcia said. We've known you've been standing outside for quite some time. Inside the cabin, Theseus and Peleus looked at Garcia with incredulous expressions. How did Garcia know that Captain Jason was just outside the door? Jason was even more astonished than the two of them. Despite being so careful, how did he still get exposed? Theseus forcibly unfastened the dagger from Peleus and handed it to Jason, gritting his teeth and saying, "See, monster captain, you killed my fellow countryman from Athens. You might as well kill me along with him." Chapter 23. Garcia modifies the sail. Captain Jason took back the dagger from Theseus and tossed it to Peleus. Now that things had been exposed to this extent, he had nothing left to hide. As you can see, Jason said, Peleus and I have devised a plan. Rather than being concerned about the plan, Theseus was more curious about how Garcia was able to see through it as soon as he boarded the ship. This new friend first knew that Peleus's dagger was stained with human blood, and then he was the only one who discovered that Captain Jason was just outside the cabin. It seemed that the whole matter was in Garcia's hands. Could it be that Garcia had the ability to see everything? Captain, Garcia asked, if you and the helmsman are conspiring a new plan and you don't want the navigator Theseus to know, it must be because your new plan is to cancel the old plan, right? Jason and Peleus exchanged glances, both looking at Garcia simultaneously, wondering who he really was to know all this. Facing their reactions, Theseus had already adapted to Garcia's extraordinary abilities. Theseus, Peleus said, we've been at sea for over 3 months. The food on board won't last much longer, and we still haven't reached Colchis. Therefore, it's my idea to cancel the original plan to steal the Golden Fleece. Jason stepped forward and said, the plan was made because of me, so it should also be canceled by me. Theseus slammed his fist on the cabin door, angrily saying, it was because you wanted to steal the Golden Fleece that I persuaded my father to fund the construction of the Argo and brought sailors from our Athens. Now you say to cancel it. What do you expect me to do? After all, this was a transaction. Athens provided money and resources to help Jason steal the Golden Fleece, return home, and ascend to the throne, with the understanding that he would give Athens a corresponding return in the future. As the Prince of Athens, Theseus was the intermediary of this transaction. He had helped his old friend by securing financial and manpower support from Athens, and he had to give his kingdom an explanation after returning. Now that Jason and Peleus were having second thoughts and canceling the plan, it meant that Athens' investment would go down the drain. Theseus, as the intermediary, would have no face to return to his kingdom. Theseus, even if we do reach Colchis, we may not be able to steal the Golden Fleece, Peleus said. I pretended to be a sea monster and killed the sailors you brought just to make you retreat. Theseus pulled out the dagger that had killed sailors and stabbed it into Peleus's thigh, saying, "You're my old friend, I won't kill you. But you should also experience the speed of this dagger." Jason grabbed Theseus's hand and advised, "If you can bear to hurt an old friend, then stab me instead." It was I who ordered Peleus to do this. Theseus withdrew the dagger and turned it to stab Jason in the thigh, saying, "You kill my fellow countrymen from Athens. Let me stab you in their stead." "Theseus, my old friend," Jason said, "our remaining food is not enough for everyone to survive. Even if we all safely reach Colchis, you can't guarantee that you will survive the return, can you? I would rather they die fighting than die in a cowardly way at the hands of their own. Enough. I no longer trust you." Theseus pulled the dagger from Jason's thigh and threw it on the ground, saying to García, "My new friend from today onward, please help us decide where the Argo should sail." García cleared his throat and said clearly, "First of all, I want to say that I can always easily perceive certain things, so please don't be afraid of me, because we are friends, and I am willing to help you complete the tasks at the start. Secondly, please don't worry about not being able to steal the Golden Fleece from Colchis and return empty-handed. Many things, if you don't try, how do you know they can't be done? Finally, please don't hesitate because the journey is too long. I have a way to increase the speed of the Argo by at least 10 times. Theseus, Jason, and Peleus exchanged glances, deeply admiring García, this newcomer who could see through the essence of things in such a short time. Furthermore, they could hardly believe that García had any way to increase the speed of the Argo by more than 10 times. Ding! Insight skill updating. Note: you use the insight skill to uncover a conspiracy and simultaneously resolve a crisis among old friends. Skill upgrade. Insight experience level LV2 LV3. García Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 4. Escape experience level 2. Insight experience level 3. Charm experience level 2. The incident of the sea monster eating people was announced to be resolved. And Theseus did not come to the García family's independent room to add a bed. That night, everyone had a good sleep. The next morning, Theseus woke García, wanting to fulfill yesterday's promise to increase the ship's speed by 10 times. The Argo was a paddle boat with a large sail, which superficially had 2 power sources. In reality, the sail was more of a decoration. It could only be used when the wind was favorable. It couldn't be used against the wind or on a crosswind route, and could even become a resistance to the ship. The paddle power could be used against the wind, but the speed would be very slow. Player García possessed knowledge that did not exist in this world. He only needed to modify the structure of the sail to achieve a speed increase of more than 10 times for the Argo. The process was not complicated. The modified sail would be angled with respect to the ship's body instead of being vertical. This way, it could convert the side wind into forward propulsion. Similarly, for a route against the wind, a similar modification to the sail would be needed, and the ship's angle would also need to be adjusted to sail diagonally. After some distance, the deviated ship would then turn back in the opposite direction, creating a Z-shaped path overall. It's like changing a steep area into a winding mountain road. It seemed that the ship had deviated from straight path, but in fact, this was significantly faster than going straight at a slower speed. Before starting, García first drew the construction idea on the ground, but the injured Captain Jason and the helmsman Peleus raised their hands in opposition. "New friend, considering what happened yesterday, you have shown us your abilities. However, perhaps you know little about navigation." "That's right. Dear old Greenbeard has the responsibility to correct his son's ignorance. He is not wrong. The sail is not meant to be hung like that. Silly ant, unconditionally supported. I think García's method can be tried. If it's wrong, so what? Let's follow García's method. We don't have much time to make mistakes." Theseus said, "But I believe in García." It turned out that Theseus's belief was very wise. The modified Argo indeed sailed smoothly through storms, could sail with favorable winds, and even against the wind, the speed might be even faster. It might not be 10 times faster than before the modification, but the overall time saved was more than 10 times, allowing García to indirectly fulfill his boast. Now, the Argo was getting closer to the land of Colchis day by day. However, how to accomplish the seemingly impossible task of stealing the Golden Fleece? On the deck, García and Theseus were enjoying the sea breeze. "García, I've been thinking for several days, but I still can't figure out when you started to suspect that my 2 old friends had a conspiracy. On the first day, I boarded the Argo, when the helmsman Peleus instructed that sailor with the harpoon to seek revenge on me. Why? Because that sailor claimed to be the son of Queen Sophie, seeking revenge for the queen. However, Queen Sophie has only one son, and it is not him. How do you know he is not? Queen Sophie's son died in the Serpent Water Palace in the Land of Night, so he could not appear on this ship. As night fell, García and Theseus continued to stand in the sea breeze, talking about various things. García, please be prepared for battle. We only need a maximum of 4 days to reach the land of Colchis. I believe in you, maybe even a little faster. Chapter 24, a new book, is going to be recommended the day after tomorrow. The next morning, García was woken by the sailors' exclamations. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he walked out of the cabin and saw the sailors on the deck waving their shirts. Come see, gentlemen, the Argo has finally arrived at its destination. García. Someone was calling him, like the sea breeze in the morning light, with a natural charm. It was Medusa, wearing a silver lace long dress. Gently brushing against her skin in the breeze, her high, rounded bosom still looked beautiful. Leaning against the railing outside the cabin, she softly said, before the sun rises, we can safely go ashore. Yes, princess. García took a deep breath, already smelling the earthy scent of grass and soil. Land, I have finally returned. Don't call me princess. From now on, call me Medusa, she said. All right, Medusa, García replied. What are your plans after we go ashore? Medusa asked. Of course, to help our Captain Jason steal the Golden Fleece, García whispered at the critical moment. I'm afraid we still have to rely on that Athenian prince Theseus to accomplish this task, don't you think? No. Medusa twirled her snake-like waist that she could grasp with her hands, slightly pouting. I mean, you promised the river god to marry me. García's attention was entirely focused on Medusa's eyes, and he hardly paid attention to what she was saying. Medusa turned around, facing away from García, and asked, why do you keep staring at my chest? This question was difficult to answer, so García changed the subject, saying, the weather is nice, and the wind is just right. Answer me. When do you plan to marry me? Medusa was angry, her long, fair neck revealing delicate collarbones and shimmering silver scales. Medusa was too beautiful. If García could marry her, it would be worth dying for. However, if he married her at this critical moment, it would undoubtedly mean his early demise. Because the river god wanted Medusa to marry García as punishment for her breach of contract. García had no idea what the outcome of their union would be, but he was certain it wouldn't be a good one. Medusa, listen to me, García scratched his head. Don't you think that the river god, making us husband and wife, might be a conspiracy? I don't think so, Medusa replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. García turned his head to look at the sea. Medusa turned around and walked in front of García. I know you only did it to save me. Yes, Medusa, García said. I promised the river god to marry you, and that was to save you. You didn't just find out now, did you? Medusa frowned. I thought back then you wouldn't disdain me like you do today. Huh? I don't disdain you, do I? No, I don't disdain you. The year García was born, Medusa had already sworn to refuse the pursuit of the chief god Zeus, vowing to remain a pitiful virgin for life. When she suddenly asked García about marrying her, she didn't actually want a definite answer from him. Even if García was willing to marry her now, she, Medusa, could not marry him. Conversely, if García used the river god's scheme to tactfully refuse, Medusa would not have too much regret. It wasn't that Medusa agreed to Zeus's offer and could only be a pitiful virgin, so she couldn't marry García. It was that García was unwilling. García, don't you think I was joking with you just now? Medusa said before leaving. What happened? What has happened? García was left stunned in place, not understanding. Also, don't always stare at my chest. Medusa turned back and said this before leaving briskly. What else with that strange request? He thought. My eyes are on my own face. If I want to look, I can look. If I don't look, it's a waste. There is no need to be so nosy. Slap. Someone hit García on the back of the head, although he couldn't see who it was from behind. García was sure the culprit was his silly aunt, as only she would play such a boring game. Silly aunt, why are you hitting me for no reason? Little pirate, confess honestly, did you bully Medusa just now? I didn't tea. You can't wrongfully accuse a good person. Not yet? I heard it all. Why were you staring at her chest? His aunt slapped him again. It's fine when you look at me, but how can you look at everyone? García tightly held onto his aunt's short little hands and said with grievance, Auntie, you hit me every time, but I didn't do anything. Look at what happened. You little brat. Let's see how I teach you a lesson today, or you won't know who's the boss in the future. With her hands controlled by García, his aunt couldn't use her strength, so she resorted to kicking his short little legs. García admitted that he couldn't beat others, but dealing with a silly aunt was more than enough. With those short legs of yours, García skillfully maneuvered, easily dodging his aunt's short legs. That night, you almost kicked me into disability. It's time to take revenge with a kick. Bang, bang, bang. Garcia's mother ran out of the cabin, angrily scolding, "We're about to dock. Can anyone tell me why you two don't care about your own dignity?" "Mom, it was your sister who started it," Garcia replied, almost locking his little aunt in place, preventing her from moving. "Sister, look at what kind of bad kid you've raised." The silly aunt struggled and said, "He's being disrespectful. I want to help you teach him a lesson, but this bad kid is still unwilling. Stop it right now. Don't embarrass yourselves any further." Garcia's mother said as she was about to strike. Garcia was quick and nimble, handcuffing the silly aunt's two little short hands behind her back, intertwining them, and pushing her towards their mother, who was rushing over. "Go." Ouch! The silly aunt and mother, two sisters, collided and fell to the ground in an embrace. Mother got up from the ground. She couldn't catch up with Garcia, who had already slipped away, so she could only curse as she ran back into the cabin. Soon after, a voice with a green beard came from inside. "It's Garcia who's causing trouble. Why are you taking it out on me? Just tell me, is Garcia your biological son?" Mother angrily asked. "What do you mean by that?" The green-bearded man was confused. "Wait, isn't Garcia your own child?" The silly aunt couldn't take it anymore and ran into the cabin to mediate. "My dear sister, didn't you say you wanted to save face? Why are you two arguing again?" The couple aimed their guns outward. "Isn't it because of you that this happened?" The aunt didn't want to speak. On the deck of the Argo, Captain Jason and helmsman Perseus patted their backs. The wounds inflicted by Theseus had basically healed. "New friend," Jason said, giving Garcia a one-handed salute. "Thanks to your method, we were able to reach our destination in such a short time. Please accept my sincerest apologies. At that time, I knew I had wronged you." Before Garcia could respond, helmsman Perseus also bowed. "My heart, like our captain's, sincerely apologizes to you." "All right, that's enough for now. My new and old friends." Theseus gave each of the two apologizing old friend a punch on the rear. It seemed he had a particular fondness for the backside. Garcia smiled and said, "Yes, among friends, why be so polite? We have more things to collaborate on, don't we?" "Yes, Garcia," Jason replied. "You have already proven your abilities to me, and I hope to hear more of your advice on the upcoming tasks." "Oh, old friend, I think just like you." Theseus said, "The Golden Fleece is guarded by a fire-breathing dragon, and I have even thought about how our new friend Garcia will subdue that dragon." Garcia should say in harmony, "That's right, Captain Theseus. I have a way to subdue that dragon, but it should be you who goes to subdue the fire dragon." "Garcia, I want to pose you." Theseus squinted, "But I still want to hear you give me a reason why it should be me going to subdue the fire dragon instead of you." "Why you? Do I even need to ask? I'm the strategist, and you're all just the laborers." "Can friends say that?" "They can, but it feels strange. I've heard that the fire dragon lies around every day, its backside getting fatter and bigger." Garcia said in a crisp voice, "Because our captain Theseus loves the rear." At that, both Jason and Perseus, present there, patted their own backsides, which had been stabbed by Theseus, and very much agreed with Garcia's view. The four of them exchanged smiles, and their unrestrained laughter truly sounded like they were helping a good friend. This cunning pirate, always talking about either breasts or buttocks, is really no fun. Upstairs, Medusa, from a distance, could hear every word Garcia said thanks to her serpentine insight. "Not good. Noisy sounds. It might be that someone has set their sights on the Argo." Medusa heard the sharp sounds of armored guards on the shore, their metal pieces clashing together due to their hurried march. Chapter 25. Disembarking as the Argo slowly docked, a formation of armored guards neatly surrounded the shore. Anyone could see that this was not the kingdom of Colchis welcoming the arrival of the Argo. "Gentlemen, we have endured over 3 months of hardship to get here," Captain Jason said. "As you can see, what awaits us is not bread and milk, but the long spears and sharp swords of this kingdom. Don't panic with Garcia here. We can retreat against 1,000 troops." Theseus looked at Garcia and tilted his head. "I'm not wrong, my friend. It's easy to say, but you can't put it all on me, right? It's not that I don't have the ability, but it's unnecessary. We agreed. I'm a strategist, and you're the laborers. I could be the military advisor, commanding you laborers to fend off 1,000 troops." Just as the sailors on the Argo lowered the gangplank and hadn't even stepped onto it, an arrow flew from the shore and pinned the hemp rope of the gangplank to the ship's hull. An arrow that could hit a person isn't considered a good arrow, but an archer who can shoot to pin a hemp rope is another matter altogether. A leading general galloped on horseback to the bow of the Argo, reining in the reins, causing the warhorse to rear up, its front hooves clattering in the air. "Hello, gentlemen," the general on horseback said. "My name is Abchurdos, the captain of the guards appointed by our king of Colchis. To be honest, I'm not here to welcome you ashore, because our king does not welcome your arrival." Captain Jason of the Argo, helmsman Perseus, and navigator Theseus all focused their attention on Garcia, signaling him to deal with this ill-intentioned captain of the guards. García coughed twice, triggering his negotiation skills. He stepped forward, raising his voice. "Captain of the Mounted Guard, I am fortunate to represent the ship Argos and sincerely greet you. We are shipbuilders from the country of Iolcus, passing through this blessed land, hoping to stay for a few days before leaving." "Come now, sir," the Mounted Guard captain of Bacertos said, holding the reins and making his warhorse turn in place. "No passerby has ever not wanted to steal our kingdom's golden fleece. I just shot your hemp rope on the hanging ladder. If you dare to come ashore, I would be willing to try and shoot a person's head. In fact, we are willing to come ashore and compete with you in archery," García said. "We not only build ships, but we're also quite good at archery." Bacertos waved his hand, and a row of soldiers surged forward, their spears pointed directly at García on the ship. "Sir, if you forcefully come ashore, there is only death awaiting you. And I do not wish to compete in archery with a dead man." Ding! The prompting system is running. García Pangu detected a crisis. After you adjusted the sails, the Argo successfully reached the land of Colchis. However, the captain of the guard, Abucertos, led the soldiers to prevent you from disembarking. Although you trigger negotiation skills to ease the conflict to some extent, it was futile. Unless you decide not to disembark, once you do, you may be dismembered by the captain of the guard at any moment. Task 1. Go head-to-head, disembark, kill the captain of the guard, and force your way onto the land. Reward. Average combat experience points for the disembarking crew of the Argo, double reward. Risk, 30 success rate. While you may know a bit more about Theseus, you are not sufficiently aware of the combat capabilities of the overall crew on the Argo, and you have no understanding of the enemy's strength on land. If a battle breaks out, you may end up in a very passive position. Task 2. Avoid confrontation and use peaceful means to disembark and land. Reward. Free experience points, which should be added to your existing skill experience points, double reward. Risk. Unknown, depending on the peaceful means you choose. For Task 1. Going head-to-head may result in casualties. Deaths are not frightening, but the fear is that García's family may die. He chooses Task 2, opting for another peaceful means to safely disembark and land. Given the current situation, Abucertos does not intend to let anyone from the Argo disembark alive. They agreed to compete in archery. They can still compete without disembarking. García pulled back and whispered in Theseus's ear, "Let's show the proud captain of the guard our archery skills, right here on the ship." Theseus drew his bow, squinting one eye, and with a release of his right hand, a piercing arrow shot out from the Argo. Clang! The iron helmet worn by Absurdo was pierced, the arrowhead pushing through his hair and piercing through the iron plates on both sides. If Absurdo's previous arrow demonstrated precision, then Theseus's arrow not only grazed the scalp at precision, but also penetrated 2 layers of iron. It wasn't that Absurdo's helmet was weak, but that Theseus's strength was too great. "Even if you kill me, my guards won't let you leave the ship alive," Absurdo declared, removing his helmet and inciting a loud cheer from his guards. On the Argo's deck, the helmsman, Pyrrhus, pulled out the arrow that had struck the rope and lowered the gangplank again, intending to lead the way off the ship. Whoosh! Absurdo fired another arrow, hitting Pyrrhus in the buttocks, causing him to grab his rear and return to the deck in pain. After Pyrrhus, 3 fearless sailors clung to the gangplank and descended to the shore. Absurdo, not firing any more arrows, decided to wait. At the moment the 3 sailors were about to touch the ground, he knocked 3 arrows on his bowstring, and the sailors were struck in the chest, collapsing and bleeding to death. Theseus was a brave warrior, but that didn't mean he would throw his life away. Faced with Absurdo's overwhelming presence on the shore, Theseus hesitated to recklessly disembark. He was more anxious than Captain Jason and Pyrrhus. "García, my new friend," Theseus asked, somewhat disheartened, "please tell me, what do we need to do to defeat that proud captain of the guard?" This time, it was García who patted Theseus on the shoulder. "Navigator, I know you're anxious right now, but you mustn't be, because our goal here is to steal the Golden Fleece, not to defeat the captain of the guard. But the captain is preventing us from disembarking, and the Golden Fleece isn't on the ship, is it? To get the Golden Fleece, we first need to obtain a woman." "Who?" "The princess of Colchis, Medea." "Why?" Theseus exclaimed, grabbing his head in frustration. "What does this have to do with Princess Medea? We can't even get off the ship right now." "You're right, because Medea can help us disembark, and she will also help us obtain the Golden Fleece." Theseus's expression relaxed a bit. "That's great. Teach me what I need to do to get Medea." "That question shouldn't be for you to ask." García patted Theseus's shoulder again and walked over to Captain Jason. "Captain, I want to congratulate you in advance. You're about to obtain a beautiful woman." "My friend García, This time, I just want to get the Golden Fleece to prove my ability to rule the kingdom and reclaim my throne from my uncle, Jason replied, blushing. This princess of Colchis cannot be given to me. She belongs to you. That would be fair. Chapter 26, The Beauty Trap. Why are we starting to be polite now? Jason was overthinking. Medea was not a spoils of war attached to the Golden Fleece. She was a prerequisite for stealing the fleece. Captain, García corrected. You must first have Medea, then the Golden Fleece. The order cannot be reversed. Theseus and Piraeus looked at Jason and heard him solemnly say, right, as long as I can obtain the Golden Fleece, I can accept the princess of Colchis, Medea. García laughed. My captain, things are probably not as you imagine. García said, it is not about you winning over Medea, but rather you need to strive to capture the princess's heart, so that she agrees to accept you and help you steal the Golden Fleece. García suggested that the ship Argo retreat 3 miles away from shore. This would allow Captain Abicherdos to let his guard down, and it would also protect the people on board from surprise attacks by the guards. Doing this would be beneficial for both parties. García assigned a task, asking Captain Jason to raise money while Theseus hurriedly built a raft with the sailors. As for him, he had more important matters to attend to, which were to guide the 2 beauties on board, his aunt and Medusa, in their grooming and dressing. In fact, both of them were already beautiful enough without any embellishment. Their natural beauty was sufficient. First, let's talk about Medusa. She had a slim waist, a high chest, and her lace gown was thin enough, making her already a stunning sight. Now let's discuss his aunt. With her blonde hair, blue eyes, and porcelain-like skin, she wasn't lacking in curves. It was just that she was dressed too thickly, which covered up a good portion of her charm. Although his aunt was a bit shorter compared to Medusa, her small arms and legs gave her a unique allure that only a petite woman could possess. As long as she listened to Garcia's professional advice and wore one less piece of clothing, García was confident that she would look even better than Medusa. Aunt, either take off that dirty coat or remove the one underneath, García commanded. You have to choose one to take off. You can't wear something so thick. Garcia's mother wanted to speak up for her biological sister and scolded. Son, what are you talking about? Girls are weak and need to wear an extra layer to keep warm. Yes, whatever my mother says is right, García replied. Tomorrow, we're going to the busiest market in Colchis. Do you think Annie would attract more attention wearing more clothes, or would showing less really showcase her exclusive feminine charm? That's a given. Definitely less is better. The less the better, Greenbeard interjected without reason. No wonder they are father and son. Greenbeard is also lecherous. Just like his son García. Did I ask you to speak? Garcia's mother grabbed Greenbeard's long beard and yanked it hard. Annie came over, pouting, and said, García, I know your intention. You just want me and Medusa to attract attention, right? Aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid. Why should I be? García said confidently. Aren't you afraid that all the men in Colchis will be captivated by me and want to marry me? From then on, you won't have such a beautiful and gentle aunt anymore. Annie really knows how to add drama to herself. She believed everything she said. García knows his limits and must never resort to schemes that could backfire on him. Just for that little bit of Golden Fleece, he can't risk his aunt and Medusa. 2 beautiful women with a knife to his throat. Aunt, you can rest assured. García will give you a back rub. We are a loving family. Even if I were to marry off myself, I would never let you marry those foul men from Colchis, right? At least you have a bit of conscience. Aunt turns her sadness into joy. However, if there were a boy as handsome as you, but even better at taking care of people, Aunt would be willing to marry. Impossible? Absolutely impossible. If you're willing, I wouldn't be. Whether he can take care of people is uncertain. One thing is certain. There can never be another person in this world as handsome as I am. García tossed his wavy hair back confidently, with every strand full of self-assurance. Slap. His aunt gave García a smack, scattering all that confidence. Silly aunt, why did you hit me again? Who told you to call me an old man just now? García was in the wrong first. He swayed his body and went around to Medusa's back, creating a safe distance from his aunt. His aunt caught up, grabbed Medusa's hand, and said, Sha, look at García. He just knows how to bully the 2 of us. However, Medusa's response delivered a heavy blow to her aunt, who wanted to unite against a common enemy. It's okay. I'll listen to him. How can you be like this? His aunt shook off Medusa's hand and said, Can't you see? García specifically bullies good-looking people. Look at my sister. He doesn't bully her. This remark was said without malice, but sounded sorrowful. García's mother rushed forward and grabbed her aunt, saying, I'm your own sister. I didn't provoke you. Why do you have to humiliate me for not being good-looking? The aunt blinked her big, round eyes and insisted, I don't care. García is your own child, and you have to take responsibility. The family drama, initiated by Garcia, continued between the two sisters until sunset. The crimson evening glow spread across the entire ocean, and the chilly tide surged endlessly beneath the boat, using the last ray of light that broke through the red clouds. Theseus led the sailors to build a small wooden raft. Jason also searched and collected nearly 300 gold coins, which was quite a fortune. Thus, under the night sky, Garcia invited his aunt and the beauty Medusa onto the small raft, and the group secretly set off towards the shore. The members on the boat, besides Garcia and the two beauties, included Captain Jason and the old pirate Greenbeard. The helmsman Perillus was injured by an arrow and needed to recover. Theseus wanted to navigate, but in this operation, the performer was Jason, and it would be better without Theseus. After all, it was smuggling, and too many people could easily lead to exposure. Moreover, Garcia was concerned that the Captain Abucerdos would launch a night attack on the Argo, so it was safer to leave Theseus on the ship. Garcia wanted to bring his father Greenbeard along, because having his biological father by his side gave him a sense of security. It made sense for Jason to serve as the captain of the Argo. Under his control, the small raft moved smoothly and effortlessly with the tide. Garcia poked Greenbeard and said, "Dad, you can secretly learn a bit. They row much better than you." Greenbeard spat into the sea, "Get lost. And never call me to row for you again." "Just kidding," Garcia reassured him. "Dad, you wouldn't be unable to take a joke, would you?" To ensure the success of this mission, my aunt agreed to make a sacrifice, wearing only a thin, plain veil. The night sea breeze was bone-chillingly cold, and she wanted to hold Medusa tightly for warmth. But Medusa was a snake, cold-blooded, and her body was cold. Garcia asked his father to take off his green-bearded coat for his aunt, but was refused. "I'm not taking it off. Why don't you take it off yourself? I'm still so young. Aren't you afraid I'll get sick?" Garcia took off his own coat and wrapped it around his aunt. Try to get close to her to provide warmth with his body heat. "Aunt, once the mission is over, I'll definitely buy you the most beautiful dress." Garcia triggered his insight skill and found a deserted beach for Jason to dock. After landing, Garcia and his group sought shelter in a temple to wait out the night. The next day, Garcia planned to take everyone to the market for a big meal to whet their appetites before officially launching this operation. Chapter 27. The streets are exploding. Recommended today. Please continue reading. At the market, the early morning streets welcomed the first batch of hurried merchants. The fruits and vegetables in the porters' baskets still glistened with dew, dripping water along the way. The hooves of livestock turned the road into a muddy mess, making it difficult to walk. Garcia and his group got up early, leaning against the wall, try to find a clean spot on the ground to step on. Experience told adults that when it comes to eating, they should choose places with a lot of people. Garcia chose a bustling restaurant and simply ordered 7 pieces of toasted bread and 7 cups of hot milk for each person. "Garcia, is that too much?" asked his aunt. "We should be able to finish it, but it must cost a lot, right?" Garcia covered his mouth with a large piece of bread and mouthed, "You don't need to worry about this. Anyway, it's not my money." Jason's expression darkened. The food was ordered by Garcia, and the bill had to be settled by Jason. The crispy, golden brown crust enveloped tender, sweet fruit flesh. Taking a big bite of the toast, the natural grain's fragrance lingered at the tip of the nose. "I've never eaten such delicacies," Medusa said. She was a snake, born in the dark places where sunlight never reached, and most of the time, she ate what looked like bread, but couldn't be compared to what was made in the restaurants of land-dwelling humans. "That's nothing. I'll take you to taste more earthly delights in the future. We have money." Garcia placed a piece of bread in front of Medusa. Aunt was freezing after a night and eagerly picked up a bowl of hot milk to gulp down. The rich warmth flowed through her esophagus, spreading throughout her body, making her stomach feel warm and comfortable. She could no longer remember how long they had drifted at sea. Every day was either starving or eating nothing but cold. Hard bread scraps. Garcia had truly had enough. This morning's toast and hot milk were enough for Garcia to eat until he burst. Jason settled the bill in advance. He wanted to remind Garcia not to order more after finishing, to save some. Ding. Inside skill updating. Note, last night, you used the inside skill to assist Jason in successfully smuggling ashore. Skill level up. Inside experience level LV3 LV4. Garcia Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 4. Escape experience level 2. Inside experience level 4. Charm experience level 2. Garcia stared blankly at the panel, realizing that this insight skill seemed to be more effective than other skills. If everything could be anticipated in advance and precautions taken, wouldn't that make everything smooth sailing? After eating and drinking enough, Garcia took off his coat from his aunt. "Having finished the meal, as I instructed, it's time to carry out the task." Next door was a clothing store, and Garcia picked up 2 cloaks, with Jason paying the bill. His aunt, wearing only a single garment, thought Garcia was buying cloaks for her and Medusa, 2 beautiful women, especially since he picked up 2. But no, Garcia first draped one over himself. Then he turned around and put the other one on Jason. Garcia, let me speak my mind. Jason's face darkened, worried about money. I won't thank you for buying me a new cloak. Perhaps we could save the money for something more important, because I'm not particularly cold. Friend, this cloak is not for your warmth, Garcia said, pulling down the brim of Jason's cloak to cover half his face. Garcia walked to the front, clearing the way, while Jason brought up the rear. In between them were 2 beauties, Ant and Medusa, walking side by side. The 4 of them formed a front-middle-back formation, weaving through the busiest market by the sea in Colchis. Since Garcia at the front and Jason at the back both wore cloaks that concealed their faces, no one paid them any attention. However, the 2 beauties walking side by side in the middle, Ant and Medusa, had already captured the gaze of all passers-by. Some stopped to admire Medusa, her snake-like waist capable of being clasped by 2 hands, and following Garcia's suggestion, she deliberately lowered her silver lace long dress, revealing the upper half of her snow-white bosom, tantalizingly obscured. By the roadside, 2 seasoned old men were exchanging opinions, their eyes glued to the scene. Old buddy, take a look at that beauty in the long dress up ahead. I'm about to die. I never expected to see such beauty in my lifetime. This life has not been lived in vain. I bet, even if you died, you wouldn't see another beauty like that. The cold, sharp gaze in Medusa's eyes, reminiscent of a snake, was indeed a kind of magic that made people involuntarily gasp, yet unable to look away. Regardless of age, every man's soul was captivated. Compared to Medusa, Ant seemed to be half a head shorter. With her small arms and legs, she still managed to support breasts that rivaled Medusa's towering stature. Just one glance could make one's heart flutter. Ant's thin clothing was even more delicate, shivering in the cold wind, making one unable to resist the urge to take off their own clothes and offer them to her. Garcia led the way, walking from the eastern end of the seaside market towards the inland western end. The number of passers-by on both sides increased, as people from the market hurried over to catch a glimpse of the unparalleled beauty of the 2 stunning women. Garcia discovered that his aunt and Medusa had not followed him and were blocked by the crowd, unable to get out. The esteemed beauty is so beautiful. May I ask if you 2 descended from heaven or grew from the earth? An old fishmonger took the lead, and the onlookers followed suit. Yes, if they're not goddesses, then they must be demons. It is impossible for our human race to have such beauties, said a barber holding a razor. Friends, I swear by the name of the gods, these 2 beauties are as beautiful as our Princess Medea of Colchis. A pharmacist squeezed through the crowd and shouted, I have treated Princess Medea. You must believe my judgment. It cannot be wrong. The crowd was not interested in what the pharmacist said. They had never seen Princess Medea and just wanted to seize the moment to catch another glimpse of his aunt and Medusa. Seeing them is a gain. Friends, the beauties are freezing. Quickly take off our clothes and give them to wear. Someone shouted from the crowd. In the next moment, the onlookers hurriedly removed their clothes and offered them to his aunt and Medusa. It was still the old fishmonger who first spoke, wrapping a thick fur around his aunt and asking, Beauty, please forgive my ignorance. I've been selling fish at this market since I was 7. Why have I only met you today? His aunt was so cold, she was chattering her teeth and couldn't say a word. Medusa, unaffected by the cold due to her lesser clothing, scanned the crowd of onlookers and replied in an ethereal voice, Dear strangers, please accept our sincere greetings. We are outsiders from the ocean, here to find a boatman from Elcas to marry him. I have heard of Elcas. In a distant place I could never reach even in death, the old woman said, but what I don't understand is how this boatman could come here. Please believe my words, Medusa said. His boat is anchored 3 miles offshore, but he has already disembarked and landed. What? Such beauties want to marry a boatman? Is it because the boatman holds some unspeakable leverage over them? This is simply unreasonable. The barber, swallowing hard, indignantly asked, so, please tell us, what is the name of the boatman you are looking for? If he has wronged you, I am willing to go and kill him for you. His name is Jason. Medusa said, please do not harm him. Chapter 28. The Disappearance of Greenbeard. This book is recommended today. Colchis, the royal palace. In an ancient and magnificent side hall, the flames of the bronze candlesticks burned brightly, illuminating the Princess Medea's chamber, where the wind could not enter. Princess, something strange happened at our seaside market today. Would you like me to tell you about it? A maid quietly crawled in through the back door. Hurry up. I've been locked up in this room by my brother all day. I can't even step outside. I'm about to suffocate. Princess Medea sat on a velvet-covered high stool, lost in thought. Go on. I love hearing you tell me stories. The maid hesitated, biting her lip. Princess, I have to tell you, you must not blame me. All right, I pardon you. Medea pulled the maid over to sit down with her. Quickly tell me, my good sister. Well, two beauties came to the seaside. They look like people, but they're even more beautiful than people. The maid stammered and bit her lip, everyone at the market said. Medea grew anxious, pinching the maid's thigh. Why are you afraid to say it? Did those ignorant lower-class people say something disrespectful about me? Yes, princess. The maid lowered her head and said awkwardly. Everyone at the market said those two beauties are as beautiful as you. Nonsense. Medea sat up, glaring at the maid. What about you? I want to hear your thoughts. The maid stood up, bent down, and reverently said, Princess, how could I agree with the views of those lower-class people? In my heart, you are the only beauty in the world. There won't be a second person as beautiful as you. Wrong, Medea said, clasping her hands behind her back. Lost in thought, it is true that I am the only beauty in the world, but there could be a second person as beautiful as me. And that is the man I want to marry. The clever maid quickly thought of good news that could flatter the princess and earn her favor. By the way, princess, the beautiful man you mentioned is right here in our country. Medea's eyes brightened, and she pulled the maid down to sit again, asking, Tell me, who is he? And where is he now? Princess, I only know that the beautiful man is named Jason, the maid said, because the two beauties at the market today came to our kingdom to find Jason and then marry him. Medea was overjoyed. The beauties chasing the man they wanted to marry must also be beautiful, regardless of why Jason came to our kingdom, since the gods have sent him to Medea's side. There is no reason to refuse. Very well, I will go find Jason now. You can't, princess, it's already dark outside. Please wait until tomorrow to go. Outside the palace, at the seaside market, the sky was darkening. The task was not yet complete, and they couldn't leave. They needed to find a place to stay. Jason had money and a strong will. I say, García, the two beauties, why don't we go back to the temple where we stayed last night to spend the night? García has mastered the art of silence. He remains neutral, stating that he will follow the choices of the two beauties. Whatever they choose, he will choose. I disagree. Tonight I want to stay in the room and not go to that broken temple. My aunt, frightened by the cold, still speaks with a stutter, her words coming out haltingly. The cold-blooded Medusa has no need for warmth or cold, so it doesn't matter where she stays. But she knows how García hopes she will choose. The wind is stronger tonight. We should find an inn. Captain, did you hear that? García made a gesture of agreement, saying that the two beauties want to stay at an inn, and I, like them, want to join. Otherwise, would you like to come along too? I am paying. How can I not go with you? Jason already knew this would be the outcome. He weighed the few remaining gold coins in his purse and sighed deeply. Fine, I'll join too. The four of them found the inn with the brightest firelight, and García used half of his remaining gold coins to get 2 fine rooms. Just for enjoyment, García squandered Jason's money, demanding the best rooms. Jason was quite frustrated. However, with only 2 rooms instead of 1 for each, it was still a saving of half the money. Jason swallowed his anger and went along with García's plan. I'll share a room with Medusa. I need to discuss some details of tomorrow's task with her tonight. García rubbed his nose and handed Jason another key, with 4 people in 2 rooms. Jason initially thought that the 2 beauties would share 1 room while García would sleep in the other with him. But that was just his assumption. García wouldn't sleep with a man. This meant García would sleep with Medusa. The remaining 2 would be my aunt and Jason, right? Well, since coming ashore, Jason has been dissatisfied with everything García has done, but he could reluctantly accept this room arrangement. No, he actually supports it. No, this was just Jason's one-sided wishful thinking. Captain, good night. My aunt caught up with García and said, You bastard. Why did you choose Medusa and not your aunt? I want to sleep with you too. Jason stood there petrified. All right. García shook his head, looking quite frustrated as he said, Captain, if that's the case, then I'll endure a bit and squeeze in with the 2 of them. Jason didn't want to say anything more. He saw García walking heavily behind him, as if he had suffered a heavy blow to his heart. García opened the door and walked in, and his first impression was that this fine room was quite inexpensive. The thick walls were airtight, and a large chimney stood in the middle of the hall, providing heating for the room while directly venting smoke and gas outside, keeping the indoor air fresh. Beautiful oil paintings adorned the 4 walls, and in the corner stood a long table with unopened bottles of liquor on it. The rationality of the design lay in the fact that such a large room had only 1 bed. 3 people, 1 bed, squeezing together wasn't a problem. After all, it was such a cold day. My dear aunt, come here. García had the shopkeeper bring hot water in an oak tub to help his aunt take off her shoes. soaking her two little legs, which were frozen and turning purple, in the hot water and gently massaging them. They felt smooth and nice to the touch, quite enjoyable. Hey, my feet aren't a toy. I won't let you play with them. His aunt lifted her foot, splashing Garcia with a mouthful of foot-washing water. Medusa laughed. It wasn't intentional. She couldn't hold it in. Garcia ran to the long table, picked up the wine on it, and took a big gulp to wash away the taste of the foot bath in his mouth. Cough, cough. This wine is too strong. Garcia only used it to rinse his mouth, and before he could swallow it, a spicy sensation spread from his tongue to his throat, then continued to transmit through his internal organs, eventually transforming into a raging fire within him, making him feel as if he were burning. You just mocked me. Medusa, cool me. Take a sip. What is this? I told you I would let you taste more delicious things of the mortal world. This is the wine brewed by our human race. I've never had it. I won't drink it. It's just like the toast we had at the restaurant this morning. If you haven't tried it, you won't know the wonders of wine. Then I'll just drink a little bit. All right, open your mouth. Garcia's hand slipped, his left hand resting on Medusa's nape, while his right hand spun the bottle of wine vertically. Didn't we agree to only drink a little? Over half a bottle down. Medusa probably didn't expect this either. She is a snake and has never touched alcohol. The alcohol mingled with her cold blood, spreading throughout her body, causing her two snake eyes to redden and her long collarbone to reveal bright white scales. Garcia, do you want to poison me? Medusa, not good with alcohol, slumped into Garcia's arms. Bang! The door was kicked open, and a figure walked in, shaking the ground with each step. Who is this person? Oh no, Jason is not here. Even if he were, he probably wouldn't want to help Garcia. In the room, there were only Garcia and the two beauties. The silly aunt was useless, and even the somewhat strong snake woman Medusa had been knocked out by Garcia. If only Father Greenbeard were here. Where's Greenbeard? Where did my biological father go? Chapter 29. 300 Tales of Silver. Not here. The silly aunt was closer to the door, and when she saw someone break in, she was also frightened. She didn't have time to put on shoes, running barefoot toward Garcia while calling for help. Garcia, help me. What is the silly aunt doing? Don't run this way. That would just lead them over here, right? Garcia dragged Medusa under the long table and hid himself as well. If Annie didn't run this way, no one would discover Garcia's hiding place. It was very safe. Garcia, did you see that? Someone just crashed open our door. Auntie squatted down and crawled under the table, saying, you moving a bit so I can hide too. Silly Auntie is indeed silly. The person is chasing after you, and now you only hide, which only exposes Garcia and Medusa as well. What good does that do? Annie, listen to me. Garcia didn't crawl further in. He intended for Annie to stay outside, pushing her out instead. You go out first and hold off the enemy. I'll think of a way. No matter what Annie thought. Garcia believed this was the best way to solve the problem. No, why should you go? I won't. Auntie stubbornly crawled into Garcia's arms. Bang! With one strike, the long table where they were hiding was split in half. Under the table, a graceful smile appeared. It was Garcia's handsome face smiling awkwardly. They say you shouldn't hit someone who is smiling. If you can't defeat the enemy, then give them a smile to confuse them. However, the smile on Garcia's handsome face froze in an instant, because he saw a very familiar man in the room. His biological father, Greenbeard. There was no enemy breaking in. It was clearly his father coming back. Father, why did you come back so late? Garcia crawled out from under the table and dusted himself off. Do you know how worried I was about you in this cold weather? TCH, Greenbeard spat, grabbing his biological son Garcia with one hand, exhaling white mist and questioning. Tell me, why did you make me stand guard on the wall all day while you all ate and slept without me? Harm? How can you say it was intentional not to bring Greenbeard? In fact, Garcia had just forgotten about it. However, saying it was intentional not to bring him would sound better than simply forgetting. That morning, after a group had breakfast with toast and hot milk, Garcia assigned Greenbeard the task of standing guard on the wall to keep an eye on Captain Abucerdos to prevent the beauty trap from being interrupted by the guards. Perhaps the beauty trap went too smoothly, and there was no interference from the captain. Garcia actually forgot about Greenbeard, who was nailed to the wall. Although he was his biological father, that was undeniable, but he couldn't speak the truth. Garcia had a sudden idea and pretended to brush the dust off his father, saying, Father, oh father, it's so good to have you back. I was just about to go to pick you up. If it weren't for the time I wasted washing Auntie's feet. Little pirate, why are you blaming me again? Auntie, barefoot, was about to kick Garcia in a vital spot. Greenbeard, don't listen to his lies. Your son didn't delay because of washing my feet at all. Before you came, he was drinking with Medusa. If you don't believe me, just look at how Medusa has gotten your son drunk. Greenbeard looked at Medusa lying flat on the ground and then at García, whose face was flushed from the strong liquor. Even he, as foolish as he might be, should understand who was lying. But what could he do? The liar was García, his own son. Where could he go to seek justice for his own flesh and blood? I'm freezing to death. Where's the wine? Greenbeard said, bring out the wine. Let me have a drink. There is no wine left. García poured all the wine down Medusa's throat. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so drunk that she couldn't remember a thing. Father, the wine is in Jason's room, García said. Do you still dare to lie? Greenbeard raised his hand, really wanting to hit his own son. García raised both hands, pressed down the hand that was lifting the green beard, and sincerely said, Father, I originally wanted to ask you for a room by myself, but the money is managed by Jason. He said that the 5 of us only need 2 rooms. You can see, I can only squeeze into a room with Ant and Medusa, while he has a room to himself. How unreasonable is that? The green beard turned around. I'll go find him. On the other side, Jason was sleeping drowsily when the door was kicked open by the green beard. Who is it? Jason grabbed the sword under his pillow, lifted the blanket, and sat up. The bed is yours alone. I'm just sitting here drinking. The green beard threw the big knife by his feet, walked to the long table, sat down, picked up the bottle of strong liquor, and drank it all in one go. In the palace, in the side hall, Medea opened the window of the back door and gazed at the stars in the night sky. After dawn, she would go in search of her beloved. Her heart filled with anticipation. Princess, you should go to bed now. I'm full of thoughts about the beauty Jason. I can't sleep. Princess Medea stubbornly sat on the windowsill all night, lost in her fantasies. By dawn, as the stars and moon fell from the night sky, the earth was again shrouded in a darker night. Taking advantage of the darkness where faces were not visible, Medea swapped identities with her maid, leaving the maid to disguise as the princess who was grounded by her brother in the side hall. The real Princess Medea, disguised as a maid, had already sneaked out of the palace of Colchis with a few close attendants. At the market, Jason, who had been sleepless all night, also appeared in the bustling crowd. Following Garcia's plan, he needed to walk around the market again, telling everyone, I am not Jason, and if anyone inquires about Jason's whereabouts, please do not say you have seen him. This trick, called no silver here, comes from another time and space, a crystallization of the wisdom of the working people. To make this trick more effective, García proposed 2 additional conditions. First, to give money, without reason, as a hush fee. People love to reveal secrets that cannot be spoken. Second, to guard against anyone seeing his face. People are most curious about the unknown. Thrifty Jason exchanged his last bit of gold coins for a heavy bag of copper coins, officially starting this absurd scheme. Jason told everyone he met, I am not Jason. Don't say you've seen Jason. The other party was puzzled. If you're not, then don't say. After Jason finished speaking, he gave money and left. The other party was even more puzzled. You're giving money to silence me? A person claiming not to be Jason was giving money to everyone at the market and not letting anyone see his face. As this matter spread, the scene became extraordinarily lively. People at the market discussed it. Those who hadn't received money wanted it, and those who had received money still wanted to see his face. Based on the build-up from yesterday's beauty scheme, Jason's round in the market caused such a stir that it even reached the ears of the captain of the guard, Abucerdos, within the palace. The secretly escaping Princess Medea also blended into the crowd at the market, fantasizing that her beloved was within reach, just a hand away. However, there were too many onlookers, and Medea could not squeeze close to Jason. I'm the princess of Colchis, you lowly people, get out of my way. Medea brandished a black iron sword granted by the king. If anyone blocks my path, I will kill them. The older onlookers did not recognize Princess Medea, but they had seen this royal sword. The king of Colchis used this black iron sword to kill and suppress rebellions, firmly sitting on the throne. Every time he went out to patrol, he would carry this sword, and everyone recognized it. It was not hard to believe that a woman who possessed the king's sword could claim to be Princess Medea. As people jostled each other, stepping on feet and bumping into legs, they quickly made way, allowing Medea to reach the center and personally unveil Jason's cloak. Chapter 30. García almost got shot by Medea at the moment Princess Medea unveiled Jason's cloak. The onlookers all held their breath, eager to see what kind of face Jason had. Yesterday, 2 beauties rushed to marry him. Today, even our Princess Medea came looking for him. He must be extraordinarily beautiful, right? Don't speak. Oh no, why does Jason look so ugly? Am I blind? Who are you? Medea's fantasies had not yet shattered. She did not believe that this ugly person was the Jason pursued by 2 beauties. He was a beggar who picked up leftovers at the market. Someone recognized the ugly impersonator of Jason. Once, I even gave him a piece of black bread. The person unveiled said, "My lady, I did not intend to deceive you. A man named Jason asked me to wear his cloak and do this. Please do not misunderstand." Swish! Princess Medea swung her sword, and a head fell. "In the territory of Arcalchus, I will not allow you lowly people to deceive me." The onlookers were scared out of their wits and turned to flee in all directions, fearing that if they were slow, they would become the next victim of the princess's black iron sword. In a nice room, under the covers, García was still sound asleep. A hand was pressed on his chest, warm. García didn't think twice and used all his strength to twist Medusa's arm. The pain made Medusa let out a strange groan. Slap! Auntie's short little hand struck García's face, waking him up. "Little pirate, what's wrong with you? Why did you twist Medusa's arm?" García turned around and saw Medusa holding her pained hand, her face full of resentment. "Wait a minute, isn't Medusa a snake? Her body is supposed to be cold, right? But that hand was clearly warm just now." "I'm sorry," García said. "I thought that was my aunt's hand." "Oh, really?" My aunt wants to jump on the bed and hit García again. "And you think you can twist my hand however you want?" Medusa got out of bed, feeling the warmth of her body, and said, "Maybe it's because I drank last night. My body is warm now." "Huh, it can be like that?" Before, García only felt that Medusa's flaw, despite her beauty, was that she was cold. What if drinking could help her regain warmth? Oh, great. Really? García also got out of bed, walked over, and reached out with a concerned hand. "Let me touch it to see." "No need." My aunt picked up García's shoes and threw them over. "Hurry and put on your stinky shoes. Jason might be back soon." Sure enough, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the corridor. Jason was coming. "García, Princess Medea has taken the bait. They will find this place soon." "Good. Mission accomplished." García felt a weight in his chest and said, "Retreat." Just as the four of them left the inn, García suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. That's right. His biological father, Greenbeard, was still lying in the inn. García returned to the room of the Greenbeard, kicked him, but the Greenbeard on the bed had drunk too much last night and barely moved. In a desperate situation, García pinched a strand of the Greenbeard's mustache and pulled hard. A piece of flesh was torn off the Greenbeard's face. Blood flowed out and into his mouth, and he woke up from a nightmare. "What happened, son?" "The mission is complete. It's time to go." García jumped out the window with the Greenbeard. Behind them, the innkeeper's furious curses could be heard. "Come see what this damned gang of robbers has done." There were indeed a couple of things that caused trouble for the innkeeper. 2 doors kicked in by the Greenbeard and a long table split in half by him. If García had money, he would certainly compensate for the damages, but the money was in Jason's hands. Otherwise, he would have been willing to pay whatever it cost. After all, it was Jason's money. The innkeeper regretted it deeply. Had he known these foreigners were so barbaric, he would never have let them stay. Where did the group of foreigners who stayed last night go? Princess Medea, accompanied by her attendants, chased after them to the inn. They fled. The innkeeper almost cried. "I saw them running towards the seaside." Medea rushed all the way, and when she reached the seaside, she saw a small raft gradually drifting away on the water. García and his group of 5 returned safely, and García's mother and Theseus anxiously waited on the deck of the Argo to welcome their triumph. As soon as his sister and aunt met, they pulled their mother towards the cabin, saying, "I have something to tell you." "Hey, aunt, you're not planning to tell on me to mother, are you?" García asked as he caught up with them. The aunt leaned in close and whispered, "Don't make a fuss about it. When I was eating at the market, I secretly took 2 pieces of toasted bread for my sister. It's best if those hungry sailors don't see it." García took a piece of bread out of his pocket. "Annie, I also stole a piece from mother, just like you." With one hand resting on García's back, the pirate said, "Did you save a piece for me, your friend?" "Of course not," he replied. García wanted to alleviate the awkwardness with exaggerated gestures. He bumped fists heavily with Theseus and said, "Theseus, you Athenian prince, you're my old friend now." Theseus still received a piece of bread passed down from his mother, and while eating it, he listened to García briefly explain the mission. He asked García, "Jason completed his mission so beautifully. Next, you won't forget about me, your friend, will you?" "Of course not," García replied, "but Jason's mission isn't considered complete yet. This is just the beginning." "Hey, don't have any thoughts about Medusa and your aunt?" Theseus said, pouting and pointing at Jason, who was talking to Peleus. "Although I don't know how beautiful the Princess Medea of Colchis is, I must protest. Why can only Jason be the performer and not me? Because the one who is to steal the Golden Fleece is our Captain Jason, not our navigator Prince Theseus. Even without García, the stars of this show can only be Jason and Medea, but García couldn't tell Theseus. I'm a player who can spoil the plot. All right, Garcia. I'm willing to cooperate with your plan, Theseus said. From now on, you owe me a performance. Okay, Garcia replied. Please keep your heart in your belly. I'm a friend with a good memory. Meanwhile, Jason and Peleus had finished their discussion and walked over together. Garcia, everything has gone according to your plan, Jason said. Will the Princess Medea of Colchis really be willing to help me? Yes, that's also what I'm worried about, Peleus said, having already healed his backside. After all, I heard you stayed at the market for 2 days without seeing Princess Medea. Captain, I hope your injury won't affect your thinking, Garcia said. If our Captain Jason has already seen Princess Medea at the market, she wouldn't come to the Argo to take us into the palace. The more something is not easily obtained, the more precious it becomes. Whether Jason understands this principle is not the key. Princess Medea is demonstrating it in practice. A fleet approached, and the sailors were shouting. Garcia and the others came to the deck side, facing the shore, and saw a fleet lining up, rapidly approaching the Argo. My plan has no flaws, Garcia said. The Princess of Colchis, Medea, is coming. Whoosh! A rain of arrows shot over, and Garcia was almost hit, but fortunately, Theseus intervened to protect him, allowing him to escape disaster. What's going on? Has Medea not been moved at all? Is she not here to pursue Jason, but to kill him instead? Chapter 31. Medea and Jason reach an agreement. Garcia hid behind a wooden post, his azure eyes filled with confusion. Could it be that this time the plan had flaws? No way. Medea had to marry Jason, with her help. The ultimate mission of the Argo, to steal the Golden Fleece, could be successfully completed. How could a game script be changed midway? It would be strange if the players didn't panic. Ding! Charm skill updating. Note: the plan you orchestrated is progressing smoothly. Princess Medea of Colchis has already developed feelings for Jason. Garcia, Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 4. Escape experience level 2, Insight experience level 4, Charisma experience level 2. Garcia was about to pull his hair out. Since Medea was already moved, why was her fleet still shooting arrows at the Argo? Unless she didn't know it was the Argo where Jason was? Got it. Or, that fleet was not under Medea's command. Garcia, come here. Theseus shouted from the edge of the deck railing. It looks like that fleet is fighting among themselves. About half a mile away from the Argo, the previously aligned fleet was scattered by a larger ship. The sounds of fierce fighting could be heard from the Argo. That's it. Garcia clapped his hands in delight. Good job. It must be Medea's large ship that scattered Captain Abusortis's fleet. The fighting on the surface of the sea quickly ended, and the original small fleet retreated to the shore, leaving only that large ship slowly approaching the Argo. Compared to the small fleet, Medea's ship was indeed larger, but it was still much smaller than the Argo. Ding! Charm skill updating. Note: when Medea saw the magnificent Argo, her favorability towards Jason increased dramatically. Always be clear about your goals, and don't forget all the tasks you've helped others accomplish. You will receive double rewards. In other words, if Medea falls in love with Jason, you will become someone Medea loves even more. Yes, the emotional connection between Medea and Jason was tightening, and at this moment, Garcia must not show his face to let Medea see him. What if a legendary love at first sight happened? Having explained everything to Jason, Garcia left Theseus and Peleus to assist and discreetly returned to the cabin to play with Medusa and his aunt. Dear Princess, welcome to your arrival. Jason stood high on the Argo, bowing with one hand to Medea. On his sun-kissed, flaxen face, a gentlemanly humility emerged at the right moment. Although to the naked eye, this face wasn't as handsome as Garcia's. However, Jason's attraction to Medea came more from the charisma he had previously built than just a superficial appearance. I'm Medea, the Princess of Colchis, here to make a friend, Medea said. This friend of mine is named Jason. I believe you are he. Yes, Princess. I don't know how to praise your discerning eye, Jason replied. But please let me share my concerns with you, Princess. Go ahead. I wish to know more about you. Just now, someone shot arrows at us, and I was very frightened. Not knowing who I had offended, Jason added. We are just some ship workers, and I am the captain. Captain, in our kingdom, whether ship workers or captains, they're all lowly people. Our king's guards do not need a reason to shoot you lowly people, Medea continued. However, I can make you no longer lowly, so I've already sent the captain of the guard away, who is trying to shoot your ship. Jason said, we ship workers are merely passing through your kingdom. Wanted to rest for a few days before leaving. We never considered the matter of not being lowly. Captain Jason, if you are a smart man, you should know that I intend to help you. At this point in the conversation, Jason felt a surge of respect. The dialogue between Medea and Jason basically aligned with Garcia's predictions. Considering this, Garcia's capabilities were evident, and he felt no guilt for previously spending money lavishly at the market or for hurting Jason over the housing incident. Jason recalled Garcia's instructions and directly quoted him. So, if I say our true purpose for coming to Colchis is to steal your golden fleece, would you still be willing to help me? Medea laughed. Yes, Captain Jason. Even if you didn't say it, I would know. Otherwise, our king's appointed Captain Abusortis wouldn't have sent a fleet to shoot you. The negotiation went smoothly. The window paper had been pierced. Theseus and Peleus, standing behind Jason, were waiting for this very line. They exchanged glances, their faces filled with joy at victory. However, Jason hesitated. He knew what Medea would ask next, but he wasn't prepared. Captain Jason, I have a condition, Medea said. I will help you steal the Golden Fleece. I want to marry you. In fact, this wasn't a bad condition. On the contrary, it was something Theseus desired but couldn't obtain. However, Jason was used to overthinking, and he didn't feel the imagined joy at Medea offering both herself and the Golden Fleece on a silver platter. All right, it's a deal, Peleus responded for Jason. To marry the Princess of Colchis is an honor for our Captain Jason. Medea's eyes were only on Captain Jason, but at this moment, Theseus was more focused on the Princess Medea of Colchis. Inside the cabin, García was half lying with narrowed eyes. He asked his aunt to rub his legs, but was flatly refused, so he had to overlap his legs and rub them together himself. García, Medusa asked, last night at the inn, when arranging the rooms, I remember you said you wanted to discuss task details with me? I don't think so. You were drunk last night. You must have remembered it wrong, García replied, turning away to sleep. There was indeed such a thing, but who didn't know that it was just to sleep together with you? It had nothing to do with discussing tasks. Don't tell me you took it seriously. Ding. Charm skill updating. Note, Medea has fallen in love with Jason, and the deal has been made to help Jason steal the Golden Fleece and marry him. Skill upgrade. Charm experience level LV2 LV3. García Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 4. Escape experience level 2. Insight experience level 4. Charisma experience level 3. García let out a sigh of relief. The plan was still in his own hands, and it hadn't spiraled out of control. Let's go, García sat up. Where to? His aunt asked. I just came back from the market. García, you're not dreaming, are you? I'm going to the palace with Princess Medea of Colchis, where there's endless bread and milk. García suddenly thought of another delicious dish, his mouth watering, and roasted lamb leg. As soon as Garcia's words fell, Theseus rushed in from outside the cabin. García, it's done. Princess Medea is willing to help us steal the Golden Fleece. Our Captain Jason gets a wife for free. Let's go. Follow Princess Medea into the palace now. Silly Ant's big eyes turned and turned. García, how did you know this, little pirate? Medusa also glanced at García, thinking, García, is he really just an ordinary human? Why is his insight sharper than mine as a snake? Medusa thought García used his insight skill to overhear the conversation outside. But no, the insight skill is just a small part of the powerful system of player García Pangu. Chapter 32. Abusortis marries his sister. Medea's ship led the way, and the Argo followed behind. This route could avoid the coastal checkpoint guarded by Captain Abusortis and directly enter the city gate of Colchis through the inland moat. By the time the captain and his men arrived at the city gate, Medea had already ordered the gate guards to lower the drawbridge, allowing all nearly 200 sailors on the Argo to enter the city smoothly. Our Princess Medea is really becoming more and more unruly. The king has ordered that the inland moat is only for exiting and not for entering. Yet Medea dares to lead a group of outsiders through the moat. Captain Abusortis, riding on his warhorse, asked, Have you found the maid impersonating the princess? Yes, Captain, a guard replied, bringing a woman forward. Abusortis jumped off his horse and drew his dagger. You, a lowly person, how dare you impersonate the princess? Captain, spare me. This is the princess's order. As a lowly person, how would I understand such a scheme? The maid had already been beaten to a pulp, her body covered in blood. Abusortis gestured with his knife in the air. Lowly person, listen well, I will spare you this time. Now go. The guard released his grip, and the injured maid could barely stand, staggering and falling at Abusortis' feet. Bang! A leather boot embedded with black iron shattered the maid's jaw, mixing several broken teeth into the thick blood. I let you go, not to crawl, Abusortis said. The maid struggled to crawl on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood behind her. She wanted to leave, wanted to run, but her torn muscles and bones made it impossible for her to stand. Crack, crack. Abusortis wielded his knife skillfully, and the crawling maid was dismembered. What good outcome can a lowly person expect when they oppose me? Even with the princess backing you, it won't help. In the kingdom of Colchis, in the palace hall, the heavy black iron doors were pushed open by 10 strong men from both sides. Medea led Jason, Theseus, and García inside. Peleus stayed outside the hall. The sailors who had disembarked from the Argo needed a leader to guide them through unforeseen circumstances. Greenbeard was also left outside by García. He needed to protect Garcia's mother, aunt, and Medusa. Arriving at the palace of Colchis, danger lurked everywhere, and one could not be careless. In the palace hall, under the massive dome, blood-colored drapes hung down, and below them sat a black iron throne. The seat of the king of Colchis eats. My daughter, come to me. The king beckoned to Medea, speaking softly. Do you not know that our Colchis does not welcome strangers? Why did you bring these strangers to meet me? Medea buried her head in the king's embrace, tears streaming down her face, heartbroken. The king lifted Medea's face, using his royal cloak to wipe her tears. Tell your father, child. What have you endured during the days I was not here? Father, it's still the captain you appointed. Medea sobbed. He sent guards to imprison your daughter. You might not know yet. My dear Princess Medea, you cannot slander your own brother like this. Captain Abu's Tordos walked in from outside. Father, just as you love your daughter Medea, I also love Medea as a daughter. How could I bear to imprison her? In the hall, Jason and Theseus exchanged glances, unsure if they had misheard or if Captain Abu's Tordos had misspoken. So, Captain Abu's Tordos is also a prince, and he's Princess Medea's biological brother? Theseus stole a glance at García, wanting to convey his astonishment through his eyes. However, García, in order to hide his face from Medea, wore a cloak that covered his entire face, and Theseus could see nothing. The king rose from the black iron throne and said, My captain, my princess, please do not lose our kingdom's dignity in front of outsiders. Father, they are already considered one of us. I want to marry him. Medea pointed at Jason below. The king's face darkened, and he looked deeply at Jason, asking, Who are you? Jason knelt on one knee, performed a complete bow, and then stood straight, saying, in response to the king, I am a prince from the kingdom of Elchas, wishing to marry your daughter Medea. Huh? Medea gasped, looking at Jason with admiration. Captain, are you really a prince from another country? So, you are not a lowly person, worthy of our Colchis princess. Captain Abu's Tordos stepped forward, saying, Father, even if he is truly a prince, we cannot marry our princess Medea to him. Captain, please have some respect. Medea said, Father, your son, the captain you appointed, imprisoned me and would not let me leave my room. He is jealous of me meeting with other men. Captain Abu's Tordos had spoiled his sister Medea since childhood to the point of obsession, and the king had recently heard some rumors about it. Perhaps marrying his daughter Medea to a more distant kingdom would not be a bad move. Father, Medea is still young. We cannot let her mingle with those idle men, or we will lose our kingdom. Captain Abu's Tordos explained. Did I not entrust the kingdom's guard to you? The king said sternly. Why are you afraid of losing our kingdom? Captain Abu's Tordos took a few steps back, saying, Father, Jason and his group of outsiders are here to steal the Golden Fleece. Why not let me kill them now? Captain, my dear brother, please take back your ignorance. Medea said, Father, you should marry me to Prince Jason and also grant me the Golden Fleece as my dowry. I am willing to guard the Golden Fleece for our kingdom for generations. García stepped forward and argued the opposite way. Noble king, if you let us take the Golden Fleece, there will be no more robbers on your land. Those foreigners who wish to steal the Golden Fleece, like us, will go to our kingdom instead and will no longer visit here. This was indeed a refreshing suggestion, exactly what King Eats of Colchis wanted. He was old and no longer wished to lure one batch of robbers after another because of the Golden Fleece. In the end, losing the Golden Fleece was minor, but losing the kingdom was major. If that were the case, before you take my daughter and my Golden Fleece away, you must build a large ship for me. The king said, I have seen your Argo, and it is just what our kingdom needs. When it came to shipbuilding, which was time-consuming and labor-intensive, Jason hesitated again, unsure of when they would be able to leave, and did not dare to promise. Yes, my king, Theseus seized the opportunity and said, I am quite skilled at shipbuilding. We will definitely be able to build a beautiful large ship for you and your kingdom of Colchis before we leave. Very well, Captain Abisultos. Seeing that the king had already agreed to marry off Princess Medea and had granted the Golden Fleece as a dowry, felt he could no longer sing a different tune and had to go along with it. He said, before you take Princess Medea away, Jason, you must be able to plow a piece of land with the bull of Minos just like I can. As her elder brother, I will not marry my sister to a man who is not as capable as I am. Chapter 33. The Bull Still in the Cave. Seeking follow-ups and recommendations. 2 matters: stealing the Golden Fleece and marrying Medea. As for stealing the Golden Fleece, there is a fire-breathing dragon guarding it, and Captain Abisaltos is not worried about Jason being successful. For all these years, no one has ever survived stealing the Golden Fleece from the dragon's mouth. Therefore, Abisaltos wanted to make something of the matter of marrying Medea, to let Jason prove his ability to control the Bull of Minos. Perhaps weak people always need to prove themselves. Jason came to Colchis to steal the Golden Fleece, to prove to his usurping uncle that he has the ability to govern the kingdom. And now, to marry Medea, Jason still had to prove his strength. But he was a sailor, and years of hard work had made him the rightful captain of the Argo. However, Jason simply could not plow the land. Faced with the captain's difficult demands, Jason fell silent again. We agreed to plow the land, to plow for the kingdom of Colchis. This is a duty a good son-in-law should fulfill, García said. That night, Princess Medea of Colchis hosted her future husband, Captain Jason, along with García's family and the nearly 200 sailors who disembarked with him. There was roasted bread, hot milk, lamb legs, fruits, venison wine, and many other earthly delicacies that the snake woman Medusa had never heard of. Ding! Negotiation skill updating. Note: you guided Jason step by step to reach an agreement with Princess Medea, gaining her assistance. At the same time, you also persuaded King Eats to agree to marry his daughter and grant the Golden Fleece. Skill upgrade. Negotiation experience level LV 4 LV 5. García, Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 5. Escape experience level 2. Insight experience level 4. Charm experience level 3. García was gnawing on a leg of lamb and eating fruit, while the system panel floating in front of him looked even more exquisite. There's an old saying that fits the situation: level up your experience points, and you'll fearlessly roam all of Greece. Although, negotiation skills can only rely on a mouth that keeps chattering. When a little temper flares up, he has to suppress the urge to fight and resolve things verbally, which can sometimes be quite frustrating. However, rather than resorting to weapons, it's better to negotiate peacefully and save some energy, which isn't a bad thing at all. The only downside is that when he sees injustice and doesn't dare to draw his sword to help, it results in a loss of many opportunities to look cool and impressive for a young man. Fortunately, García has an impeccable handsome face, and he doesn't need to overdo it to exude charm. Come on, good boy, you're a prophet. You mentioned having lamb legs to eat back on the Argo, and now it's come true. His aunt picked out a large leg of lamb for García and kindly said, "You're too weak. You should eat more." "I'm not weak," García said, taking big bites of the lamb meat. "I'm still a kid. What's wrong with being a little weak? Besides, I'm not Jason. I'm not marrying anyone." Just after García finished speaking, he noticed Medusa across from him casting a secret glance in his direction. Speaking of marriage, Medusa might have recalled García's earlier promise to the river god to take her as his wife. García wants to as well. But before figuring out the true intentions of the river god, García has to endure. There's no rush on this matter. After all, he is still young, and there are plenty of days ahead. Ding! Task completed. 100. Note: you successfully avoided a direct confrontation with Captain Abisaltos in the chosen task 2, achieving a peaceful landing using Medea. Reward: freedom experience points, which you can add to your existing skill experience points, double reward, totaling 200. Skill upgrade: freedom experience points available for selection. García, Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 5, escape experience level 2, insight experience level 4. Charm experience level 3. García lifted the half-eaten leg of lamb and stuffed it into his aunt's mouth, stopping his own chewing to carefully stare at the system panel, pondering where to allocate the 200 free experience points. Smack! His aunt refused to eat his leftovers and pushed the leg of lamb back into García's mouth. With too much force, García felt nauseous and spat out his food, splattering it all over the green-bearded man's face. He and T figured out how to allocate the free experience points yet, and the system panel in front of him was disrupted. In the palace of King Colchis, in a side hall, Princess Medea sat on a velvet-covered high stool, her face full of worry as she waited. The maid pretending to be Medea had disappeared, and a servant had been sent out to search for her. But as night fell, there was still no report. Through a window by the back door, Medea saw the stars in the night sky gradually increasing in number. The night was already deep. "Princess," a servant just entered through the main door. "Your maid is dead, and she died a terrible death. Did my brother Absurdus kill her?" Medea asked, tapping on the window. Yes, princess, the servant replied. The captain of the guards is outside the city gate. He dismembered your maid. By the time we buried her, most of her limbs had already been eaten by crows. Absurdus, from this night on, you are no longer my brother. Medea looked up at the starry sky, silently shedding 2 tears. The next morning after breakfast, García divided the people into 2 groups. The first group was assigned to Theseus, who voluntarily took on the shipbuilding task to build another Argo for King Calchas. The previous Argo was funded by Athens, and Prince Theseus had superior skills in shipbuilding. Additionally, most of the sailors were from Theseus's hometown in Athens, making it perfect for them to follow Theseus in sawmilling and shipbuilding. The second group consisted of stronger sailors, led by Jason, who, at the request of Captain Absurdus, went to fulfill the duty of a good son-in-law, plowing the land. The remaining members of Garcia's family stayed in the palace to rest. Originally, García intended to take his family of 5 to support Jason. However, his silly aunt had eaten too much and was suffering from stomachache, unable to walk. García had no choice but to leave his aunt behind, and he also had to leave Greenbeard to protect her. Fortunately, his aunt and Greenbeard stayed, and Garcia's mother, along with Medusa, also stayed behind to rest. Garcia's mother went to help, but was of no use, and Medusa, who drank strong liquor the night before, still hadn't fully recovered and was burning with fever, making it unwise to go out. On the highest mountain in Calchas, Captain Absurdus rode up to a cave entrance with Jason and others. My future good brother-in-law. Absurdus jumped down from his horse and pointed with his whip at the cave entrance, saying that the bull demon used for plowing was inside, and they needed to go in and pull it out themselves. Jason turned to look at García, whose face was completely covered by the brim of his hat, and said, "Please wait a moment. I can't figure out what else might be in there besides the bull demon. Let me think." The foreigner Jason, if you're having second thoughts, it's still not too late to back out if you're scared. Absurdus sharply cracked his whip on the rear of his warhorse, sending it into the cave. Immediately, everyone present heard the warhorse's neigh. Peleus stepped forward, walked to the cave entrance, and perked up his ears to hear the sound of bones being crushed. Just as he was about to step inside, a mangled saddle was thrown out from the cave. The bull demon had a good appetite, but was becoming increasingly picky. Absurdus struck the mangled saddle with his whip, saying that when it had good teeth before, it would eat the saddle along with the horse. Now it was clearly being picky, eating my horse, but spitting the saddle back out. "Captain, the bull demon doesn't like eating saddles. Does it like eating people?" A guard asked, not minding the trouble, as he was Absurdus' trusted aide. "Buddy, I can't answer that question for you." Absurdus pointed his whip at Jason. "Later, you can ask him if he can survive coming out of the cave." "That's hard to say, isn't it?" The guard grinned. Chapter 34. There are assassins lurking in the cave. Please read and recommend. Jason looked at the bloody mangled saddle in front of him, feeling a chill in his heart. "Are you scared?" Medea asked. "I'm not," Jason replied, his contradictory nature at play, overthinking and inadvertently discouraging himself. García has activated the insight skill and can indeed feel the heavy breathing of the bull demon inside the cave. However, no other information can be discerned. By the way, the previous free experience points haven't been allocated for upgrades yet. García walked to the other side and urgently activated the system panel. Ding! Free experience points. 200 available for allocation. Note, you can accumulate them into existing skill experience points. Skill upgrade. Free experience points available for selection. García Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 5. Escape experience level 2. Insight experience level 4. Charisma experience level 3. Currently, Insight skill is the most needed, and García adds free experience points to Insight experience level 4. Boom! It seems that someone is holding a large iron pot and striking it heavily on García's eardrum. The sound is almost piercing through both ears, making García's head throb painfully. Ding! Insight skill is being updated. Note, free experience points accumulated. Skill upgrade. Insight experience level 4 level 6. García Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 5. Escape experience level 2, Insight experience level 6. Charm experience level 3. García had a splitting headache, feeling a powerful force crashing against his eardrum. He crouched down, covering his ears with his hands, and slowly the pain began to ease. Ding! Insight skill activated. Note, the LV6 Insight skill can hear sounds from further away and of smaller volume. Please use caution when triggering this skill before becoming proficient with the upgraded version, to avoid damaging the eardrum. The cause of García's headache was the upgraded Insight skill. It was making quite a racket, and the source of the sound was inside the cave. Garcia, what's wrong? Jason approached with concern. I'm fine, just wait a bit. Don't enter the cave yet, Garcia said as he stood up, still covering his ears. Jason pulled a vial of potion from his pocket and whispered. Princess Medea said that with this, we can subdue the bull demon in the cave. I think I can handle it. Hey, Captain, come quickly. I'll go in first to scout the way. Perseus leaped up and walked into the cave. Jason said something about waiting for them to return, then followed in with a stronger companion. Garcia half covered his ears and faced the cave entrance, triggering his insight skill once again. He heard heavy panting, which should be coming from the bull demon. There were also many footsteps, too numerous to count, but certainly no less than 30 people. This meant that besides the bull demon, Jason, and Peleus, along with a few attendants, there were others inside the cave. Who were they? What were they hiding in the cave for? This is bad. Garcia walked up to Medea and informed her, Princess, our Captain Jason is in danger. This cloaked man. I can't see your face. Why should I trust you? Medea replied. However, you can trust me. Your Captain Jason has my potion on him. The bull demon cannot harm him. The danger inside the cave is not the bull demon. Garcia lowered his voice. There are other assassins. Medea knew her brother Absyrtus's character. Since he set up this trap, he wouldn't easily let Jason pass. It was not impossible for assassins to ambush inside the cave, preventing Jason from luring out the bull demon. Sir, I hope you are wrong, Medea said, gripping her black iron sword, and ran toward the cave. Flapping sounds filled the air. The cave stone walls were covered in vampire bats. Upon hearing footsteps, they would drop down and attack, and Perseus, who entered the cave first, had already slain dozens of them with his sword. Jason followed with his entourage, and one of his followers was bitten on the face by a bat that dodged Perseus' strike, succumbing to the poison on the spot. Crackling sounds echoed. Jason heard the sounds of swords clashing deeper in the cave, where Perseus had encountered the assassins ambushed by Absyrtus. Quick, help our helmsman Perseus! Jason shouted as he charged in with his sword. It was too dark. All he could see were sparks from weapons clashing, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Captain, there's an ambush here. We need to escape. Perseus, having killed 2 assassins, had returned to meet Jason. You can't escape. A group of assassins has surrounded the cave entrance, blocking our way out and obscuring the light. We can't see how many there are. Jason and Perseus stood back to back, swords drawn. There are too many of them. I'm not afraid of dying, but I can't drag you down with me. My helmsman, my captain, if I can die with you on the same day, I won't have any regrets. After saying this, Perseus swung his sword again, pushing the assassins back. However, the number of assassins at the entrance was overwhelming. Jason was unable to hold them off and could only retreat into the cave. Again standing back to back with Perseus, trapped between assassins from both inside and outside, unable to escape. Captain, I'm not injured, Perseus said. I think I can fight our way out with you. I'm not injured either, but all our men are dead. Jason began to lose heart. Garcia said, let us not rush in. If it weren't for Perseus jumping in alone, Jason wouldn't have followed and gotten himself killed. He regretted not listening to Jason's advice to wait a bit longer. Or perhaps he felt a bit resentful towards Perseus for ruining things with his impulsiveness. No. A beam of light slanted into the cave as the assassins who had previously blocked the entrance made way for someone to enter. It was the Princess Medea, holding the black iron sword. Jason, are you okay? Princess, you came too late. They killed my companion. How can I just think about myself? Please don't be sad. Let us go. I'll take you out. Medea grabbed Jason's hand and started to lead him out. Clang. 2 rows of assassins crossed their blades, blocking Medea's path. Princess, you cannot take our enemy out alive. What do you want? Medea asked. We took money from Captain Absyrtus to kill Jason. The assassin replied. Do you see this black iron sword in my hand? Medea raised her sword and shouted. To see this sword is to see the king. The king's authority is above all. Don't you know? Replying to the princess, we only know to kill Jason, the assassin insisted. As long as we are alive. He cannot leave alive. That's what you said. Medea swept her sword, cutting down a circle of assassins, then swept again, knocking down another circle. Blood splattered everywhere, causing the bats on the stone walls, sensitive to the smell of blood, to flap their wings and fly away. The remaining assassins, screaming, tried to escape, but were blocked inside the cave by Jason and Perseus, and were all killed along with Medea. Outside the cave, Garcia, cloaked, stared intently at the entrance, praying that Jason could lead the bull demon out alive. However, as Garcia's eyes began to blur, he still did not see Jason's figure. He activated his insight skill, listening over and over again. After the duel, the only sound in the cave was the bull demon's heavy breathing, with no other noise coming through. What happened to those people? Could they all have perished together? What did you say to our Princess Medea? Captain Absurdus approached, cracking his whip against his palm, tilting his head. I told the princess that our Captain Jason is in danger and requested her to enter the cave to save him, García answered honestly, feeling nervous as there was no one around him he could trust. You are an honest man. Absurdus circled around García, observing him closely. So, did you ever think that Jason has the princess to save him, but you, who will come to save you? The guards behind Absurdus chuckled as they gathered around, indicating that a good show for García was about to unfold. Chapter 35. The most useless escape skill makes its debut. Listen to me, friends. García raised the brim of his cloak slightly to better see his surroundings. I would like to explain things to you properly if there is any misunderstanding between us. Oh, Captain Absurdus cracked his whip, the sound exploding in the air, and with a strange smile, asked the guards surrounding him, is there any misunderstanding between us and this outsider? I wasn't aware of it. The meaning was quite clear. There was no misunderstanding, and the guards were ordered to kill García, the outsider. Ding. The urging system is running. García Pangu detected a crisis. Your companions are nowhere to be found, and Captain Absurdus has ordered his guards to attack you. Please be cautious. You are at an absolute disadvantage in both numbers and strength, and you are very likely to be dismembered. Mission 1. Submit and plead for mercy. Using the opportunity to escape. Reward. Your own escape experience points, double reward. Risk, 20 success rate. Captain Absurdus is inherently brutal, and it will be difficult for you to escape with your skills. Mission 2. Fight to the death and resist them. Reward. Your own combat experience points. Double reward. Risk, 0 success rate. This is a choice that cannot be selected because you have no third option. Current skills. Negotiation experience LV5, escape experience LV2, insight experience LV6, charm experience LV3. Doomed? How could there be such a calamity in life? When García saw that Mission 1 had only a 20 success rate, he was already prepared to choose Mission 2. He thought, whatever Mission 2 is, it can't have a success rate lower than 20, right? Who would have thought? Mission 2 went straight to 0 success rate. What do you mean Mission 2 is a choice without a choice? Wrong. A choice without a choice still has to be Mission 1. García can only choose this way, even though the success rate is only 20. At least it's a positive success rate, not 0. García knew that this escape skill was useless, and he never expected it to be this useless. Whether this skill existed or not didn't make much difference, right? Buddy, let me see your little face. The guard, grinning, reached out to tear at García's cloak. It was a rare opportunity for him to show off in front of the captain of the guard. García quickly tilted his head and dodged to the side. He just instinctively moved, but vaguely felt someone push him. What was going on? Could it be that this smirking guard had such great power? Before his hand even touched García, the energy on him had already erupted and attacked García. This is getting interesting. Now it's more fun. The guard, who had missed his target, retracted his hand, sneered at the tip of his nose, and said, "You are my prey now, outsider." García activated his negotiation skills. Wanted to say a few words, not to negotiate, but to plead for mercy. Because he had chosen task 1, plead for mercy and seize the opportunity to escape. However, the grinning guard pounced on him like a hunting dog, and García didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. He abandoned his negotiation skills and switched to the LV2 escape skill. And fortunately, even the most useless skill came in handy. In the split second when the guard's 2 fingers were about to choke García's throat, he dodged and, due to excessive tension, stumbled and fell. Strangely, the guard also fell to the ground at the same time as García. How could this happen? García and the dog guard expressed the same confusion. Let me handle this. Captain Absurdus couldn't stand it any longer, and he struck the guard with his whip, shouting, "Your combat ability has declined too much. This is why you haven't trained properly." A line of blood appeared on the guard's face from the whip strike, and he couldn't understand why, when he had just pounced. It felt as if his feet had been tied with a rope and suddenly yanked back, which was why he failed to lock García's throat and ended up falling flat on his face. Captain Absurdus tightened his grip on the whip and walked towards García, step by step. García felt that the cloak draped over his head was soaked with cold sweat, and he was in a panic. Ding. Escape skill activated. Note, this skill can temporarily enhance your own abilities to facilitate your escape. It can also reduce your opponent's abilities when you are attacked, allowing you to flee. García was overjoyed. Is this the most useless escape skill? Sorry, I was wrong. This can well explain the confusion of the guard lying on the ground, covering his face. He actually had trained well, so it wasn't that he failed due to a lack of practice. That whip strike to his face was truly unjust. Because Garcia's escape skill was in action, the guard felt as if someone had tied a rope around his feet and pulled him down, which was an objective reality, not an illusion. Abucerdos would not fall for Garcia's trick. He couldn't afford to fall like the previous guard and eat dirt. He swung his arm in a wide arc, bringing the whip behind his head to gather power, and unleashed a deadly strike. Having learned from the past, he didn't want to toy with Garcia as prey anymore. One whip, and he wanted to kill Garcia instantly. The speed was fast, the power was fierce. With this whip, Garcia had nowhere to hide, and his body froze in place. In a moment of crisis, he instinctively synchronized two actions, hugging his head with both arms and closing his eyes. He did what he could, and the rest was left to his escape skill. Then, there was a loud bang. A gust of wind swept over Garcia's head, lifting his cloak and revealing half of his face. In front of a crowd, the proud captain of the guard, Abusueltos, ruthlessly struck his own face with a whip. Did he really do it from the front? The guard behind him saw that he clearly swung his arm in a wide arc. How cruel. I don't understand. Who does? This needs to be asked to Garcia. Just ask about his escape skills. What are you whispering about? The captain turned around, glaring at the discussing guards. His large face was grotesquely divided into two halves by the blood from the whip. I didn't miss, he said halfway through, shaking the whip handle against his forehead. Suddenly realizing he felt a bit dizzy. I didn't miss. I just wanted to test the power of the whip. Yes, the guards nodded in unison, expressing that they were enlightened and determined to take Abusueltos as their example. We feel ashamed of the captain's courage and want to learn from him. Abusueltos threw away the whip in his hand and slowly drew his dagger from his waist, aiming at Garcia. Outsider, I'm going to kill you. Garcia deeply realized that he was not a match at all. No, he had no power to defend himself. He couldn't block it. However, he also couldn't escape. The place was surrounded by Abucerdo's men, with 3 layers of guards inside and out. Boom! Garcia's eardrum was throbbing again, and the sounds were getting closer. Captain, take a look. The guards near the cave entrance stepped aside, not wanting to be trampled by the bull demon. Garcia and Abucerdos both turned towards the entrance of the cave, their expressions in perfect agreement at that moment. Aside from being shocked, they were still shocked. The Minotaur had been brought out, and Jason was alive? Wait, how was that guy riding the Minotaur? Chapter 36. Garcia digs a pit to set a plow. Damn it. Captain Abucerdo's toothache overshadowed the whip scars on his face, and he was about to bite his jaw off. The high-priced hired killers, combined with the man-eating Minotaur, made Abucerdos prepare for 2 scenarios. Enough for Jason to die 100 times over. He never expected Jason would come out alive, turning the fiercest Minotaur he thought he had into a mount. Jason, Perseus, and Princess Medea rode on the Minotaur, charging forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Their survival meant that the dozens of assassins ambushed in the cave by Captain Abucerdos were all dead. Even if they had dealt with all the assassins, they shouldn't have easily tamed the Minotaur. Captain Abucerdos thought this way, and the dog servant who had been whipped on the ground got up and said the same thing. Captain, Jason came out alive and tamed the man-eating Minotaur. How'd he do it? Yes, how did they do it? Abucerdos turned to the servant's dodging eyes. How did Jason know the secret of controlling the Minotaur? Although Jason had the help of Princess Medea, another question arose. If Medea knew the secret to taming the Minotaur, how did she know it? The servant hadn't answered yet, and upon reflection, he realized it was bad. His question had aroused the captain's suspicion. Captain, it wasn't me. Please believe me. After following you for so many years, how could I betray you? Crack. Flesh and blood flew as the servant, who had initially asked jokingly if the Minotaur didn't like saddles, then fell and ended up in a dire situation. Was killed by Captain Abucerdo's trusted aide. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape. A trusted aide was still just a lowly person. Captain Abucerdos would not show mercy. Hey, my captain. Garcia had already run away from Captain Abucerdos, approaching the Minotaur, and said to Jason on the beast's back, I'm happier to see you come out safely than ever before. You look so cool. Indeed, Garcia even felt that Jason riding the Minotaur was cooler than his own handsome face. If Jason hadn't appeared in time, Garcia would most likely have been sliced to pieces by Captain Abucerdos. Garcia, we didn't listen to your advice and almost died in the cave. Jason asked, I don't know. Did they give you a hard time while you waited outside? Garcia is concerned about his appearance. He tugged at the cloak on his head and said lightly, it's just a minor trouble. You didn't see it. I handled it effortlessly, really. That's good. You always have your ways. Jason picked up the reins from the bull demon's nose and walked in front of Abucerdos, suppressing the chaotic grief in his heart due to the loss of life, and asked, "Captain, please designate a piece of land. It's time for your brother-in-law to prove his ability to control the bull demon to plow the fields." "My good brother-in-law, you shouldn't be too happy too soon." Abucerdos had dozens of guards bring over a large plow made of black iron. "First, you need to harness the iron plow to the bull demon, then go to that fertile land at the foot of the mountain to show your skills. The kingdom of Colchis is rich in iron ore. The king's sword is forged from black iron, and the king's throne is cast for black iron. This plow, used for tilling the land, is made entirely of black iron, from the bottom plowshare to the iron chain of the pull rod, and the yoke that goes around the bull's neck is over 10 times heavier than heavy stones." Jason had to first get the plow onto the back of the bull demon, but it was too heavy to lift. Moreover, the bull demon was as large as 3 warhorses combined, although a person could run and jump onto it. Lifting the heavy yoke high enough to hang in the air over the bull's back to fit it around its neck was simply out of reach. García watched as Jason and Peleus tried multiple times, but still couldn't complete the plowing stage. He was anxious, but couldn't think of any feasible strategies for the moment. "Mr. Cloak," Medea approached with a tone of respect. "You let me go into the cave to save your Captain Jason's life. So why don't you help him out a bit now and get that iron plow on the bull demon? If it were just a matter of brute force, Jason and Peleus would have succeeded long ago. It's not that brute force is completely useless, but as García's aunt said, he was too weak and lacked strength. His little bit of strength didn't add much and subtracted little as well. No matter. After all, García didn't rely on brute force to make a living." Replying to the princess, "I am thinking of a solution. Please give me a little time." García turned around and opened the system panel. Ding! Task completed, 100. Note: you used the escape skill and successfully evaded the guard's chokehold and Captain Abucerdos' whip. Reward: your own escape experience points, double reward. Totaling 200. Skill upgrade: escape experience points, LV2, LV4. García Pangu current skills: negotiation experience level 5, escape experience level 4, insight experience level 6, charm experience level 3. Nice! García thought that the least useful escape skill turned out to be the most useful. It could not only reduce the opponent's abilities, but also enhance one's own, creating opportunities to escape through the disparity in abilities. Indeed, the escape skill was quite good. The awkward part was that such a great skill couldn't be utilized in the most critical moment of fitting the iron plow to the Minotaur. In my opinion, gentlemen, let's consider this matter settled here. Captain Abucerdos, like García, was in a state of confusion, fearing that Jason and Peleus would actually fit the iron plow onto the Minotaur. Jason exerted all his strength to lift the heavy iron plow over and over again, but he couldn't get it onto the Minotaur's back. His hands were already blistered and bleeding. "My steering man, should we give up?" Jason was feeling discouraged again. Perhaps we really couldn't fit this iron plow, even if we persisted. Peleus wiped away the blood that had just congealed and was starting to flow again, holding his breath, and said, "Then let us persevere. This way we can account for our brothers who died in the cave." "Forget it." García walked over, bringing new hope to the utterly desperate Jason and Peleus. "Let us dig a pit. First lead the Minotaur into the pit, and then we can stand on the pit to fit the plow." "Excellent." Medea looked at García, who was cloaked, with a gaze of reverence, thinking to herself, "How come I didn't think of such a simple solution?" Right under Captain Abucerdos' nose, Jason and Peleus successfully fitted the Minotaur with the large iron plow. Unfortunately, by the time Jason finished fitting the plow, it seemed to be too late. The piece of land that Abucerdos had drawn at the foot of the mountain was located on the leeward side, where the sun only shone for half a day during the summer solstice, belonging to permanently frozen permafrost. Princess Medea knew that this was the forbidden land used by Colchis to seal the fire dragon's poisonous fangs. "Captain Jason, I suggest you plow tomorrow." Medea looked at the remnants of the sunset in the western sky, deeply worried. "You don't know, after the sun sets, the frozen fire dragon's poisonous fangs in that forbidden land will grow the armored dragon spirits." Chapter 37. The fire dragon's poisonous fangs are Abucerdos' final trump card long before Jason decided to come to Colchis to steal the Golden Fleece. There was a legend in his kingdom of Elkas. The guardian of the Golden Fleece, the fire dragon, is most deadly not because it can breathe fire, but because of the iron-fanged poisonous teeth in its mouth. However, how exactly the legendary iron-fanged poisonous teeth are formidable is known by very few, even among the people of Colchis. because people often see those foreign thieves who steal the Golden Fleece turned to ashes by the flames spewed from the fire dragon's mouth. Yet, even the older predecessors had never seen the fire dragon use its iron fangs to bite anyone. May I ask the princess? Jason has finally fitted the iron plow, and with the long night ahead, he doesn't want to postpone the plowing to tomorrow. I have heard that the fire dragon's poisonous fangs are formidable, thinking they grow in the fire dragon's mouth, not in the ground. Captain Jason, I must tell you, Medea revealed a secret known only to the core members of the royal family of Colchis. If they were dragon teeth growing in the fire dragon's mouth, I would worry for you. After all, the fire dragon can kill with fire, not by using its fangs like a mutt biting people. The fire dragon changes its teeth every 10 years, and when these poisonous fangs were still in the fire dragon's mouth, they had already endured countless burns from flames and been nourished by the fire dragon's poisonous saliva, eventually growing into indestructible poisonous fangs over the years. For quite a long time, the fire dragon's poisonous fangs were exploited by a group of oppressed lower-class people to make toxic weapons. During this time, they harmed up to 7 villages in Colchis, sparking internal turmoil and nearly overthrowing the king's regime. Since then, to prevent the fire dragon's poisonous fangs from flowing back into the populace and posing a threat to the royal authority, the royal family of Colchis initiated a secret plan to bury the poisonous teeth replaced by the fire dragon every 10 years in the permafrost at the foot of the mountain and designate this area as a forbidden land, forbidding the citizens of Colchis from entering. The barbaric Captain Abucerdos didn't care whether it was a forbidden land, directly pulling out the Minotaur, wanting to demonstrate his heroism in plowing on that forbidden ground. Little did he know, trouble arose with the first plow. Abucerdos actually unearthed a monster with a dragon head from the soil of that forbidden land. These monsters were the previously buried fire dragon's poisonous fangs. Aside from the dragon head on their necks, their remaining limbs were no different from humans, walking on 2 legs and using 2 arms to kill. The incarnations of the fire dragon's poisonous fangs looked like humans, but ordinary humans were no match for them. On this point, Abucerdos was quite confident in the fire dragon's poisonous fangs. If previously, Jason could survive the ambush of assassins and the man-eating Minotaur due to Abucerdos' preparations, then he dared to assert that with the upcoming fire dragon's poisonous fangs, Jason would no longer have such good luck. He would die in that forbidden land at the foot of the mountain. García, we are old friends now, right? Jason had just ignored Garcia's advice and followed Peleus mindlessly into the cave, costing the lives of many brothers. Now he told himself to heed Garcia's guidance to ensure he didn't fall into Abucerdos' trap again. I need you to stop first. You cannot risk your life any further. García, who had never witnessed the ferocity of the fire dragon's poisonous fangs, dared not let Jason take any more risks. This time, please keep an eye on our helmsman Peleus. It's really not worth ending a life out of impulse. García activated the system, triggering the upgraded LV6 insight skill. But there was not a hint of feedback. The frozen land was eerily calm, as if it were dead, almost sealing away not just the fire dragon's venomous fangs, but also the air and all surrounding information, burying them completely. No matter how hard García tried, he still didn't get any information. This is bad. The skills have failed. And this is the first time. García began to regret not bringing Greenbeard with him for protection. He also felt a bit remorseful for dispersing manpower by letting Theseus take many sailors to build ships. García initially judged that the remaining sealed area containing the fire dragon's poisonous fangs was the trump card of Captain Abucerdos. It seemed that not only was it getting dark now and they couldn't plow the fields, but even if it were broad daylight, García would have to reconsider whether to let Jason risk his life in the Forbidden Land to prove his worth as a son-in-law. Captain Jason, since even your cloak-wearing mentor advises you to stop, why not heed our suggestion and come back to plow the fields another day? Medea was already in front of the bull demon, trying to grab the reins from its nose and remove the iron plow from its back. Captain Abucerdos, seeing that Jason was slow to drive the bull demon into the Forbidden Land, realized that García had seen through his trump card and wanted to backtrack and abandon the plowing. This would not do. Swish! A bamboo skewer dart shot out from Abucerdos' hand, hitting the bull demon in a vital spot. The 3 bull demons, already harnessed to the iron plow, charged forward frantically, and Medea, standing in front of them, was caught by the bull's horn, hanging from its head and rushing straight toward the forbidden land at the foot of the mountain. Jason raised the handle of the iron plow, inserting the blade deeply into the soil to increase resistance, making it difficult for the bull demon to move quickly due to the heavy plow. If Medea couldn't be rescued from the bull's horn in time, she would either be gored to death or trampled by the bull's hooves, and the situation was dire. Once Medea lost her life, without the princess, Jason would lose his cover identity as a potential son-in-law of Calchas. Without the son-in-law, there would be no dowry, the Golden Fleece. Setting aside ethics and morals, Medea could not die. She had to be saved. Only with Medea alive could the play for the Golden Fleece continue. Perseus, let's hurry and help Jason stop the bull demon, García shouted, pushing Perseus to follow the deep trench Jason had just plowed toward the forbidden land. A guard reported, "Captain, your strategy is truly brilliant. The bull demon, having been hit by your hidden weapon, must be in great pain, and it will be nearly impossible for them to control it again. Just a little trick, my brilliance goes beyond that," Captain Abucerdos said as he stood on a raised slope, squinting at Jason and the three desperate bull demons plowing the earth. "Wise Captain, do you think we need to follow them to make their deaths quicker?" A guard asked. "If you want to die, I won't stop you. But I have to remind you of one thing. Those monsters formed from the fire dragons' poisonous fangs will not spare any living thing, whether you're a fellow citizen of Calchas or an ignorant outsider." Captain Abucerdos said, "It's not arrogance on my part, and of course I shouldn't underestimate the outsider Jason. If they defeat the fire dragon's poisonous fangs and come back alive from the Forbidden Land, I would be willing to accept Jason as my brother-in-law." Chapter 38. What García discovered, perhaps the iron plow was too sharp. The frozen ground and rock it overturned was split in two, creating deep trenches on either side. Meanwhile, the three bull demons pulling the iron plow were getting more and more vigorous, with the bull's head charging into the forbidden land at the foot of the mountain, where Medea's abdomen was pierced by the bull's horn, blood flowing down into the eyes of one of the bull demons. It turned red with rage. Crack, crack, crack. A sound of breaking bones echoed from the soil below. In the trench plowed by the bull demons, a multitude of small black dots began to sprout. In an instant, these black dots grew larger at a visible speed. By the time García and Perseus reached the forbidden land following the trench, they found that Jason had managed to subdue the bull demon and finally brought it to a stop. Only Medea knew that it wasn't Jason who subdued the bull demon, but rather the monsters emerging from the forbidden land that intimidated the bull demon, making it too afraid to charge forward. Jason let go of the plow handle, moved to the side, stepped on the iron chain lever, jumped onto the back of the bull demon, and slid down to the neck of the bull, grabbing one of its horns with one hand while using the other to grasp Medea's arm, pulling her up forcefully to free her abdomen from the horn. "Princess, it's all my fault." Jason tore a strip of cloth from his shirt to bind Medea's bleeding abdomen. "Please believe me, I would rather be the one injured than you." "Jason, I like it when you talk to me like that, but not now." Medea managed a painful smile, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. "We need to escape quickly. The armored dragon spirit is about to awaken." "It's too late, Princess." García and Perseus ran over with the armored dragon spirit, just sprouted from the fire dragon's poisonous fangs, closing in behind them. "Please think of a way to deal with these monsters." Medea tugged at Jason's clothing, wanting to flee. However, she pulled too hard, reopening her wound, and in pain, she stumbled, falling down. "Moo!" The three bull demons exhaled in unison. The fear that even beasts dread came from those monsters formed from the fire dragon's poisonous fangs. A dragon-headed monster followed closely behind Perseus, who drew his sword from his waist and struck the monster's head with brute force. An ear-piercing sound echoed from the forbidden land at the foot of the mountain as Perseus's sword dulled, causing his hands to cramp. It was already dark, and García and the others could not see the expression on Perseus's face. It was a look of fear of the unknown, as this new thing was far beyond his comprehension. Perseus had chopped through stone and cut iron, believing this sword would accompany him to the end, but unexpectedly, it broke against the head of this monster. Perseus's body stiffened, lacking the strength to move any further. He closed his eyes, choosing to accept the arrival of death. However, the dragon-headed monster did not take his life, but instead moved past him. "Gentlemen, stop wasting your effort. Resistance is futile," Medea said. "These armored dragon spirits formed from the fire dragon's poisonous fangs cannot be dealt with by a single sword. Right now, I can't think of any other way but to escape." "Escape? If we can escape, then what is there to hesitate about? But can we escape? It's difficult." García wanted to trigger the insight skill, but it still failed with no reaction at all. Tonight, the silvery moonlight spilled down from the mountaintop, and the surroundings were so quiet that it heightened the fear. Medea no longer spoke of escaping, as she had realized that there was no way to flee. Looking around, iron-armored dragon spirits were gathering from all directions. Jason now understood that the reason he was dragged here by the bull demon and then stopped was not because he had subdued the bull demon, but because the bull demon was intimidated by the iron armor dragon spirits and dared not move forward. Yes, with the iron armored dragon spirits present, the bull demon had no temper. Since the bull demon sensed the emergence of the iron armored dragon spirits before the humans did, why didn't they choose to escape at the first moment? This was indeed an anomaly. García thought that maybe he could discover something from the three-headed bull demon. Everyone, please open your eyes wide and take a good look at those three-headed bull demons, García said with both excitement and urgency. He was excited because he felt he might have found some kind of pattern. He was urgent because he feared he wouldn't be able to make good use of the pattern in the limited time available. It's strange, Medusa said weakly, holding her pierced abdomen. Those three-headed bull demons were initially so aggressive, but why are they so frightened now? Yes, García replied. We all heard the roar of the bull demons just now. But now the three-headed bull demons have remained completely still. Why is that? Are you saying the bull demons are dead? Unable to move? Piraeus thought he had made a new discovery. From roaring to being motionless. Piraeus simply concluded that it meant they had lost the ability to roar. The bull demons are dead. No, Medusa said, the bull demons are an intelligent species. I don't understand why they roared earlier. Maybe it was out of fear. But now that they are motionless, could it be that this is the way bull demons cope with the iron armor dragon spirit? Compared to Piraeus's thoughts, Medusa was an optimist. Like García, she tried to seek survival from the abnormal situation. We should also remain still, García said, spreading his arms to maintain his balance. Just like those three-headed bull demons. Remain motionless. After listening to the conversation between García and Medusa, Jason seemed to understand but was not quite sure, while Piraeus pretended to understand and also remained still. He didn't even realize that he had just narrowly escaped death, perhaps because he was frozen in place waiting for death instead of frantically fleeing. Indeed, the speed at which the iron armor dragon spirit approached slowed down. This proved that remaining still was effective. So, why did Medusa call these fire dragon fangs that grew from the forbidden area iron armor dragon spirits? Iron armored? It was too dark, and in García's blurred vision, he could see some dimly lit armor. However, the flesh inside was completely invisible. García had a bold guess in his mind. Could it be that these monsters formed from fire dragon fangs are merely a suit of armor, without a physical body? If the iron armor dragon spirit can be explained this way, then how should the dragon spirit itself be explained? Could it be that these monsters, which move solely by means of a suit of armor, possess some kind of spiritual connection? Even if they do, what does it mean to have this connection? If he could acquire this information in a short time, how would it help García escape from the forbidden area? Princess Medusa. García did not want to waste precious time in a critical moment discussing difficult questions, but he felt helpless and could only put aside the life-threatening situation for the moment and ask, why do you refer to these monsters as the iron armor dragon spirit? Mr. Cloak, this is really not a good time for questions, Medusa replied, because these monsters have evolved from fire dragon fangs. They're a type of dragon spirit, which shouldn't be difficult to understand, right? In fact, I've never heard of dragon spirit, García asked further, and these monsters have no physical bodies. Only a suit of armor, correct? Medusa clutched her abdomen, in pain and wanted to crouch down, but too afraid to move. Mr. Cloak, you're both right and wrong. García's doubts grew heavier in his heart. He needed to continue gathering reliable information from Medusa. However, the three bull demons began to roar inappropriately, and he had no idea what was happening again. Chapter 39. Oh no, a miscalculation. García turned his head to look. The three bull demons were surrounded by the iron armor dragon spirits at the center point, and the one on the far right had already been climbed on by an iron armor dragon spirit. This scene was terrifying. The way iron armor dragon spirits crawl is fundamentally different from how humans do. They raised a leg and kicked it horizontally forward, directly inserting it into the bull demon's body. Kick once, insert once. Pull out the leg, kick again, insert again. The feet of the iron armor dragon spirits were incredibly sharp, and they moved as if climbing stairs, stepping one by one on the flesh of the bull demon, causing the one on the far right to moo in agony and shake its head. However, the two bull demons on the far left and the center remained still, merely following the cries of the one on the far right that was being harmed. Strangely, despite so many iron armor dragon spirits surrounding the three bull demons, only one was attacking the bull demons. The scene was not chaotic, so García and the others could see it relatively clearly. Princess, please forgive me for having so many questions right now. García's face was hidden in his cloak, his gaze level with Medusa's. Why is it that only one of the three bull demons is being attacked? Medusa sighed, the pain in her abdomen intensifying. She didn't want García to keep asking questions like a childish fool. Let me give you a hint. Mr. Cloak, you have too many questions. Yes, Garcia admitted. The previous question was still unresolved, and a new one had arisen. It wasn't that Garcia was curious, but the occurrences in this forbidden area were indeed bizarre. Are you also wondering why so many iron armor dragon spirits did not attack collectively, but instead chose to send only one to attack the bull demon, right? Medea asked. Garcia's heart skipped a beat. This was not the first time Medea thought the same as Garcia. To be honest, Medea said, I don't know why the ironclad dragon spirit wants to face the bull demon one-on-one, but I do know that the bull demon currently suffering from the dragon spirit's torment has its eyes soaked with my blood, which is why it keeps shaking its head, trying to get rid of the blood in its eyes. Therefore, the bull demon on the right, due to its blood-soaked eyes, kept shaking its head, breaking the originally still state and provoking the ironclad dragon spirit's attack. Yes, Mr. Cloak. Medea felt a rare fondness for Garcia, who could understand her thoughts in such a short time, even though they had never met before. Please don't take offense, said Peleus, whose blade had already been dulled. Let's quickly think of a viable way to get out of here. It was clear that Peleus was annoyed by the aimless conversation between Garcia and Medea. Peleus, we should think about it too, Jason said. You and I both know that the princess and Garcia are trying to find a solution. At this moment, we need to be even more patient. Garcia was too lazy to explain to Peleus. He simply ignored him and continued to question Medea. Princess, perhaps the crux of the problem lies with you. Are you saying it's my blood? Medea asked. Exactly, Garcia analyzed. That is a man-eating bull demon. How could it be that the blood of a human in its eye is causing it to constantly shake its head, risking an attack from the dragon spirit? Unless, if the bull demon cannot shake off the human blood in its eye in time, it would suffer even more fatal damage. This made sense. Jason listened intently and slowly began to understand Garcia's intention in questioning Medea. The blood in the bull demon's eye flowed from the princess's abdomen. Thus her blood would be more harmful to the bull demon. Yes, this discovery was even more effective than the previous lesson that the bull demon could avoid being attacked by the iron armor dragon spirit by standing still. The bull demon was indeed afraid of the iron armor dragon spirit. This had been verified. These 3 bull demons had charged in, pulling a heavy iron plow while Medea rode on top, and had mistakenly entered the forbidden area sealed by the fire dragon's poisonous fangs, only stopping after encountering the iron armored dragon spirit. When the bull demon discovered that it could avoid the dragon spirit's attacks by remaining still, it preferred to shake its head and provoke the dragon spirit's slaughter, possibly because Medea's blood was more harmful. This was merely a reasonable conjecture and had not been verified. Crack! The dragon spirit that had climbed onto the back of the bull demon used its iron claws to stab into the bull's back and make a horizontal cut. The bull demon's flesh and several ribs were severed, emitting a brittle sound of breaking bones. These iron claws were faster than knives. A whole slab of beef from the bull demon's back fell off like a wooden door collapsing. Although half of the bull demon's ribs and flesh were cut open and dragged down, its structural skeleton for support remained intact, making it seem as if a half-dead bull was still standing firm. Without the flesh and ribs covering it, the bull demon's internal organs were fully exposed. Seeing such a bloody scene, Garcia thought this bull demon was about to be completely hollowed out. But it wasn't. The bull eye that had been soaked in Medea's fresh blood emitted a dazzling light, red like blood. Suddenly, Garcia smelled a burning odor. The head of that bull demon was on fire in the light. It turned out that the dazzling light, red like blood, was burning. It was a corrosive flame. Garcia saw the flames quickly shift from the bull's head to the back of the bull demon's neck. With a bang, the exposed internal organs of the bull demon ignited in the bright flames. The armored dragon spirit, which had been lying on the bull's back, was caught off guard and fell to the ground, its iron armor catching fire and emitting thick black smoke. Crash! With a loud noise, the armor was burned to pieces, and the shattered fragments fell onto the surrounding dragon spirits, sounding like iron being smashed. Friends, the earlier speculation has come true. Garcia was a bit excited. The bull demon did not die at the hands of the dragon spirit. It was burned to death by a blood-red light. Yes, Medea said, I saw that bull's eye. It was the bull's eye immersed in my blood. It's a pity that I still can't figure out why my blood can kill a bull demon. Medea's voice was now weak like a cicada in autumn, and her abdomen was still bleeding. Please take care of yourself, Princess. Garcia began to feel sorry for Medea. At least, we have made a new discovery. Yes, Medea could understand what Garcia was thinking and would agree with what he said. However, she had lost too much blood and could no longer hold on. She could endure the pain, but her physical strength was rapidly declining, and even the strongest consciousness gradually became blurry, unable to control her body to remain still. Whoosh! Medea fell down, her body crashing onto the rubble, making a rustling sound. The on-site Piraeus, Jason, and García, like him, did not first check Medea's injuries after she fell. They all turned their heads towards the armored dragon spirits surrounding the bull demon's feet. Staying still could avoid the bull demon's attack. But Medea moved, she fell down. Was that wrong? The armored dragon spirits seemed not to have noticed Medea's fall. They remained motionless around the bull demon, showing no intention of turning to attack Medea. Why were the dragon spirits indifferent? Could it be that Garcia's previous speculation was wrong? Chapter 40. Medea's precognitive ability in fact. Medea moved and did not suffer an attack from the dragon spirits. Conversely, could remaining still truly avoid attack? I don't know, and there's no way to know. Garcia's head was about to explode. The conjecture he had painstakingly derived through the ox demon had collapsed at this moment. Our captain, García said, please go take care of your future wife. No, Peleus interrupted. García, you are harming our captain. Peleus was still adhering to Garcia's outdated assumption that remaining still would prevent the dragon spirit's attack. And of course, he couldn't let Jason go over take care of Medea. Employed by Captain Jason, always thinking of Jason, this was Peleus's professional ethics. And García had no say in it. However, having a mindless person like Peleus by his side suddenly made García feel that his silly aunt didn't seem quite so silly anymore. Helmsman, Garcia's mind was heating up, and he spoke inappropriately. If Princess Medea dies here because of us, what do you think our outcome will be? I want to say, I can help take care of Princess Medea. Peleus had already walked over to Medea, intending to reach out to help her up. Jason crouched down to examine Medea's abdominal wound, then looked up and shouted at Peleus, enough! Our enemy has never been García. García is not a petty person and doesn't want to argue with Peleus. However, he still took a deep breath through his nose and said clearly, please do your duty. Sir, he was warning Peleus not to let his self-righteousness cause trouble. What time is it? Is Jason the only one in your eyes? García was filled with anger, having forgotten that he was currently trapped in a forbidden area surrounded by armored dragon spirits. Crack, crack! Here they come. The dragon spirits left the side of the bull demon, flowing like a puddle of water on a tabletop. Once a hole opened, the water would uncontrollably spill out. The dragon spirits were gathering towards the position of García and the others. So, the previous speculation was not wrong. Once they moved, they would inevitably provoke an attack from the dragon spirits. García has witnessed Peleus sharpening his blade on the head of the dragon spirit. Perhaps resistance is meaningless. But he still drew his bronze long sword, determined to die in the fight if he must, as he could not give up the hope of living. García gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and struck at the nearest dragon spirit with a powerful swing. The long sword sliced through the air, cleaving the dragon spirit's head, which was protected by iron armor. Yes, it was cleaved open, and there was no sign of the blade dulling. Behind him, Perseus marveled internally. Thinking this guy García, who usually seems weak and incompetent, I thought he was just all talk, but I never expected his swordsmanship to be so terrifying. My axe gets dull, yet Garcia's long sword splits the dragon's head? It wasn't just Perseus who was surprised. García himself was nearly dropping his jaw in shock. When did I become so powerful? How come I didn't know? Medea, lying on the ground, propped herself up with one hand and looked up at García, her curiosity about him intensifying. She wanted to see what his face, hidden beneath the cloak, looked like. Jason, on the other hand, remained calm, reassuring himself that García was not just a show-off. Listening to his advice was the right choice. Perseus let out a cry of agony as he was attacked by the dragon spirits. He was a tough guy, and if he wasn't in unbearable pain, he would never scream. 3 dragon spirits dug their iron claws into Perseus's backside, twisting and pulling like they were scrambling an egg. Given such damage, no one could blame tough guy Perseus for crying out. Wait, why is it that Perseus always gets hurt in the backside? And why is it such an absurd way of getting injured? García swore to the gods that when he warned Peleus just now, he was mentally simulating such harm. Because García knew that Peleus's backside was always prone to injury, based on Peleus's bad habit of tripping García more than once. García hoped to take revenge on Peleus's backside, using the dragon spirit's iron armor. He thought so playfully, and did the dragon spirit really do it? Why? García and Medea's thoughts are basically aligned, which is already not easy. How can the actions of a dragon spirit also synchronize with García's intentions? Is it unrealistic? How could García have such abilities to control dragon spirits? It really sounds like a fantasy, a daydream. If I could truly control dragon spirits, then using such a move like a slap would be too harsh. I might as well give a few loud slaps instead, leaving some room for others. Garcia thought to himself, of course, I would go all out, and you, Perseus, wouldn't even know it was me. Slap, slap. Two dragon spirits, one on the left and one on the right, each extended a hand and slapped Perseus's face from both sides. Garcia's hair stood on end, and the hairs on his legs bristled. Is it true? Am I controlling the dragon spirit? Go away. Medea got up from the ground, staggering over to Perseus's side, and shouted at the dragon spirit that was closing in. Crack. The armored dragon spirit retreated in response, understanding human language. Garcia was stunned. Huh. He thought he was controlling the ironclad dragon spirit, but unexpectedly, the ironclad dragon spirit listens to Medusa's words. So, why didn't Medusa use her abilities earlier? Did she have to wait until Perseus was messed with and slapped? Mr. Cloak, Medusa said in terror. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening to me. I don't know. Garcia raised his hand, adjusting the cloak that covered his head to give his ears more space, making it easier to hear what Medea was saying. She said she didn't know what was happening to her. Whatever was happening to Medea was exactly what Garcia wanted to know. At the same time, it was something Garcia had to know. Blood, it's your blood. Jason thought of something before Garcia and quickly voiced his deduction. Princess, you just commanded the armored dragon spirit to retreat. It must be your blood that had an effect. Upon hearing Jason's words, the injured Peleus strongly agreed. First, Princess Medea's blood soaked into the eyes of the bull demon, causing it to self-ignite. Next, Medea's continuous blood loss from her abdomen might also have affected the armored dragon spirit. This line of reasoning, though not particularly brilliant, was still plausible. Garcia naturally disagreed. He did not want things to be so careless. No. Medea covered her injured abdomen with one hand and grabbed her head with the other. I don't know why. Everything that just happened was something I had foreseen. Princess, are you saying? Jason didn't quite understand. Just now, your friend Peleus was attacked in such a brutal way by the dragon spirit, and then he was slapped by Medea. All of this was something I had anticipated. Anticipated? How can you prove that? Even if you anticipated it, why didn't you tell Peleus in advance to defend against it? Does Princess Medea genuinely want Peleus to suffer? Yes, Medea stated frankly. I'm not just recalling it now. Everything that just happened was something I foresaw beforehand. I don't know why I thought that way first. And then it really happened. Peleus, biting on half of his mouth due to the pain, asked with the remaining half, Princess, do you want those armored dragon spirits to injure my backside and control the dragon spirits with your mind to make this happen? Can I understand it this way? Yes, Medea admitted honestly, but I really don't know why this happened. Chapter 41. Mind Control Skill PS. The boss is urging. So I'll put this out first. Typos and awkward phrasing are pending adjustment. Perhaps Peleus couldn't he understand what Medea was saying? Jason felt just as confused. What do you mean you don't know? It was Medea using her mind to control the armored dragon spirits to attack Peleus. Yet she also said she didn't know this would happen. Then, may I ask the princess? Peleus held back a surge of frustration. You don't even know? Is there anyone here who is more likely to know than you? Peleus, Medea called his name directly, adopting the demeanor of a princess from Colchis. I have no intention of targeting you. This is an objective fact. You don't need to take it to heart. If it weren't for Medea controlling the dragon spirit that injured Peleus certainly wouldn't need to hold anything against her. However, the objective fact is that Medea harmed Peleus, and she still wants him not to hold it against her. It's entirely understandable that Peleus couldn't come to terms with this. Captain, we've been old friends traveling together, haven't we? Garcia tried to soothe Peleus' emotions for Medea. It was Princess Medea who controlled the dragon spirit to attack you. However, I want to say that the princess is our captain's future wife. She is not your enemy. How could she intentionally harm you? This time, Jason wanted to speak a fair word for Peleus. Garcia, didn't we all hear it? It was Princess Medea herself who said she was controlling the dragon spirit to attack Peleus. You are now excusing her by saying that Medea did not intend to harm Peleus. You really are putting me in a difficult position. Let me clarify this further. Garcia said with more emphasis, I've heard that thoughts do not all originate from the person themselves. Sometimes, thoughts can be an external addition, and people are merely vessels for external thoughts. A cool breeze swept across Garcia's back. He unconsciously turned to avoid it, narrowly dodging a hand that reached out. It was Medea who lunged toward Garcia, almost lifting the cloak that covered his face. Cloakman, no matter what, Medea's abdomen has not been treated in time, which has affected her breathing and speaking. No matter what, please let me see your face, okay? At this stage, Garcia had a favorability rating of 200 with Medea. The reason he wore the cloak was to prevent Medea from seeing his face. If Medea saw Garcia's face, activating her 200 favorability toward him. It would likely cause her to abandon Jason and fall in love with García, making this plan to steal the Golden Fleece a complete failure. García said that this play must have Jason as the male lead. Marrying Medea and using her to steal the Golden Fleece is the player García's game task. Please forgive García for tightening the cloak on his head and stepping outside, allowing me to follow the princess's orders when the time is right. Okay? No. Medea was impatient. She was almost going crazy, eager to know what kind of head was hidden beneath the cloak covering García. García not only managed to think along the same lines as Medea, but he also excelled in understanding the difficult problems that Medea could not comprehend. For instance, Medea realized that it was her own intention that was controlling the dragon spirit to attack her. However, she did not understand why she had such an intention. When García mentioned that intentions could be an external addition, Medea figured it out. I want to marry Jason. I want to help him obtain the Golden Fleece. Why would I want to harm Jason's friend, Peleus? Medea was engaging in a dialogue with herself. Thus, she concluded that it was her intention that was controlling the dragon spirit to attack Peleus, and this intention was not truly hers. It was an external addition. Furthermore, what Medea did not know was that part of this intention came from García. When García thought about Peleus always getting hurt in the rear, 3 dragon spirits attacked Peleus's backside. When García thought about giving Peleus a couple of slaps, 2 dragon spirits struck Peleus's face. However, García did not understand why his intentions were being transmitted to Medea. If Medea had not voluntarily confessed that the actions of the dragon spirits were being controlled by her intentions, García would have thought that he was the one controlling the dragon spirits, not Medea. Ding! The supervision system is running. García, Pangu detected a crisis. You are in the forbidden area of the kingdom of Colchis, where the fire dragon's venomous fangs are sealed. Beneath this frozen ground lies the hardest iron ore of the kingdom of Colchis, and the dragon teeth unearthed by the bull demon have already grown into an armored dragon spirit. The dragon spirit is connected to Princess Medea of the kingdom of Colchis. She can control the dragon spirit with her thoughts, and your thoughts have already invaded Medea. Please note that the energy is equal. Your thoughts can invade Medea, indirectly controlling the dragon spirit. Conversely, Medea can also invade your thoughts, controlling you. Task 1. Abandon your thought control skills and let Medea take the lead in the task. Reward. Medea's thought control skills, not a double reward. Risk, 60 success rate. You will always be in a passive position as someone else controls your battlefield. Task 2. Continue thought control and take the lead in the task yourself. Reward. Medea's thought control skills, double reward. Risk, 80 success rate. You will inevitably face Medea's thought counter-invasion in the future. García looked at the system panel and suddenly had a revelation. The difficult problems he had previously posed to Medea were easily resolved. Although the insight skill was ineffective in the Forbidden Zone, he gained a new mind control skill, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. García chose Task 2 to continue with mind control, taking the lead in the task himself. García wanted Medea to sit quietly instead of impulsively wanting to lift his cloak. I'm tired. Medea slowly took her seat. Is it really that magical? It's too useful. In the forbidden area, García faced the greatest danger from the armored dragon spirit. He needed to control the dragon spirit through Medea to scare that guy. Perseus. Perseus, Medea reminded, I don't know why, but it seems I see a dragon spirit behind you. Perseus, covering his wounded backside, turned to look, but saw nothing. He looked again, still nothing. Princess, you must have misseen. No, Medea did not missee, because it was the intention transmitted from García to Medea. He wanted to control the dragon spirit to scare Perseus, and the dragon spirit would soon receive the information through Medea. Crack! A sound came from the deep earth as the armored dragon grew. This dragon spirit, controlled by intention, was newly grown. Perseus, with his backside exposed, turned and ran. Don't go that way, Medea said, there'll be more over there. Crack, crack! Perseus saw dragon spirits emerging from the ground, growing larger, longer, and harder right in front of him. He felt his backside bleeding again. In fact, Medea could command the armored dragon spirit to retreat with just a word. But her intention was invaded by García. She was merely executing García's will, aware of the dragon spirit's movements, yet lacking the autonomous consciousness to stop the dragon spirit from attacking Perseus. It was not good. While it felt exhilarating to invade someone else's mind to control them, the terrifying prospect of being invaded in return when the energy was equal in the future loomed large. García found himself in a difficult situation, worried about his bright future. Chapter 42. Those discoveries turn out to be illusions. P.S. Typos and grammatical errors have been corrected. Please enjoy. Oh, come on, my dear captain. Why are you so flustered? Garcia held his bronze longsword in front of Piraeus, attacking left and right, slaying the newly emerged ironclad dragon spirits. For some reason, Piraeus felt a bit emotional inside. He didn't say anything, but he silently appreciated Garcia's willingness to risk his life to save him. Only Garcia knew that these ironclad dragon spirits attacking Piraeus were merely jesters, acting alongside him to frighten Piraeus, just for fun. There was no real skill involved. It was merely an illusion manifested by thought. Garcia has come to understand that his will can not only control the behavior of the dragon spirit, but also the results caused by the dragon spirit. Otherwise, why would the bull demon, which had already been burned and shattered by the dazzling light, have revived? Garcia does not have the skill of resurrection. He knows that some of the things that just happened in this forbidden area are unusual, inexplicable, and are all illusions presented by thoughts. This makes it easy to explain. Why can Garcia, this weakling, split the head of the iron armor dragon spirit with a single sword? It's simply impossible for him to do so. That's just his own fantasy. At the beginning, Garcia thought he had discovered a way to escape from the bull demon by remaining still to avoid the iron armor dragon spirit's attacks. It's true that after charging into the forbidden area, the bull demon was suppressed by the iron armor dragon spirit and didn't dare to charge recklessly any further. But Garcia mistakenly believed that it was because the bull demon was standing still that avoided the iron armor dragon spirit's attacks. In reality, it was just an illusion created by his mind, which led to such results from the iron armor dragon spirit. Moreover, why did the iron armor dragon spirit not attack the bull demon collectively, but instead one-on-one to cut half of the bull demon's flesh? That was because Garcia thought it was that way, so the iron armor dragon spirit executed that outcome. Also, why did Garcia conclude through careful analysis that the damage caused by Medusa's blood soaking into the bull demon's eyes was more lethal than that from the iron armor dragon spirit? As a result, a dazzling light ignited from the bull demon's eye that was soaked in Medusa's blood, ultimately causing the entire bull demon to explode. This was still an illusion caused by the shared fantasies of Garcia and Medusa. Now, it is unclear whether it was Garcia and Medusa's similar thoughts that led to a connection of their minds, allowing Garcia to penetrate Medusa's thoughts, or whether Garcia invaded Medusa's thoughts first, resulting in their aligned conclusions. Regardless, Garcia must remind himself to be cautious. The events caused by the manipulation of thoughts regarding the iron armor dragon spirit could be mere illusions. However, there are certain things that cannot be denied. For example, Perseus's backside was indeed messed up by the 6 iron claws of 3 dragon spirits. No, Perseus patted his backside and took big steps in place. It seemed like the pain in his backside had vanished. The injuries on my body seemed to have healed. Princess Medusa, please check if the wound on your abdomen has also healed. Medusa reached out to feel the wound on her abdomen. It was damp and hurt even more than before, showing no signs of healing. Garcia gritted his teeth and took a sharp breath. What? Peleus was injured in the butt by the ironclad dragon spirit, and it's also an illusion? All right, Garcia will define the mind control over the ironclad dragon spirit in the forbidden area as all false illusions. Does our captain Abushel Tors know about this? Using the plowing incident to drag Garcia and others to the forbidden area in Colchis where the fire dragon's poisonous fangs are sealed. These ironclad dragon spirits are Captain Abushel Tors's trump card. Did he think of this, turning clumsiness into cleverness, and actually made a wedding dress for Garcia, gaining a new skill, mind control? You better not tell him, otherwise he might die of anger. Princess, this is quite strange. Jason walked over to Medusa. I see that Peleus's injury has healed. Has your injury improved as well? No, Medusa only said one word, lacking the strength to speak further. Only Garcia knows that Medusa's injury cannot heal because it was a wound pierced by the bull's horn before the bull charged into the forbidden area without mind control. It is not an illusion. Peleus's injury appeared only after the mind control, purely an illusion. He wasn't injured at all and doesn't need to heal. Ding. Task progress. 50. Note, continue mind control, you will lead the task. Reward. Medusa's mind control skill, double reward. Garcia, Pangu, current skills. Negotiation experience level 5. Escape experience level 4. Insight experience level 6. Charm experience level 3. After a series of manipulations, half of the task is completed, and the remaining half should be used to operate the departure. Medusa's abdominal injury is real. She needs to be carried back by the bull demon. Go. Unload the iron plow from the bull demon's back, Medusa said. Huh. Jason and Peleus didn't understand why Medusa was doing this. The two exchanged glances. unsure whether to go or not. Crack! 3 armored dragon spirits, like well-trained soldiers, lined up and approached the bull demon, quickly unloading the iron plow and then leading the 3 bull demons away. Jason realized that Medea was giving orders to the dragon spirits. No, it was actually Garcia's will controlling them. No, Peleus shouted. How did it turn into 3 bull demons again? What happened to the one that was burned to pieces? This is impossible. Garcia is sincere and doesn't feel like dealing with Peleus. Are you just now realizing that the bull demon is not dead? What's impossible about that? Otherwise, how did the wounds on your but heal automatically? I might have understood. Peleus looked at Jason and said, everything that has happened here is false. The bull demon is not dead, just like the wound on my butt didn't happen. So, Princess Medea, Peleus brought the topic back to Medea's abdominal wound. Why? Are you trying to go against Medea? Peleus, Garcia interrupted him. The princess's injuries are serious. Please don't talk about her anymore. Garcia, my friend, Peleus said, I'm just stating a fact, but your words might lead the princess to misunderstand that I'm intentionally going against her. Yes, having a pragmatic attitude is good. But Peleus's ability to articulate is too poor. What can he even say? He doesn't even know about telekinesis. How can he distinguish which parts of tonight's performance are real and which are false? If you can't tell, then shut up. It's almost dawn. Let's go back. Garcia had some of the armored dragon spirits kneel at his feet to form a staircase, while another part supported Princess Medea, Captain Jason, and Garcia as they each mounted the 3 bull demons. Mr. Helmsman, I don't know whether this is false or real, but we have to go. With a thought, Garcia guided the dragon spirits as they led the 3 bull demons out of the forbidden area. At the foot of the mountain, 3 tall bull demons carried people walking in the dawn. Behind them, as many as 700 dragon spirits lined up in escort. Among them, one person was walking among the dragon spirits, and he was our helmsman, Mr. Peleus, a friend who was not too willing to trust Garcia. Jason had already proven his ability to control the bull demons to plow the fields. He was determined to return alive. Captain Absyrthos was about to witness the outcome he least wanted to see. For those he did not want to see, he was accustomed to dealing with them in pieces. Garcia was afraid of pain, so he had to bring all the armored dragon spirits sealed in the forbidden area with him, not leaving a single one behind. In the kingdom of Colchis, at the royal palace, Captain Absyrthos was watering the flowers late at night. After finishing, he shook himself with his eyes closed and casually asked, Is there any news from the foot of the mountain? A blonde guard beside him replied, No, please rest assured, Captain. For Captain Absyrthos, arranging for Jason to die in the forbidden area, sealing the dragon's fangs, was a done deal. No new news meant no changes. That's good, Absyrthos said, wiping his hands on the blonde guard's clothes. His urine wasn't as high as before and had split, which was really disappointing. The blonde guard supported Absyrthos back to his room to sleep, covered him with a blanket, and then went out to remove his smelly outer clothing, crouching low to sneak through the window of King Eats. You're here? Yes, my king. Did your captain ask about me? Yes, my king. Chapter 43. The enemy attacks at the foot of the mountain. The forbidden area used by the kingdom of Colchis to seal the fire dragon's venomous fangs was getting farther and farther away. Looking east, a faint dawn slowly rose, bringing new vitality. Garcia and his group, leading 700 armored dragon spirits, returned to within 2 miles of the city of Colchis. In the palace, the captain of the guard's chamber, a blonde guard, rushed in, loudly waking the captain Absyrthos, who was still asleep in bed. He reported to the captain that the enemy was attacking. The enemy? How many troops are there? And where are they? Absyrthos jumped out of bed, dressing and putting on his armor as quickly as possible. The number is uncertain. They have already landed and are approaching the city gate tower, the blonde guard said. What did you say? They're almost at the city gate tower? Absyrthos' face turned ashen. It was coming fast, and he could hardly imagine the challenge Colchis would face. You said the enemy has reached our city gate tower. Why don't we know how many troops there are? Why weren't they detected before landing? Captain, the enemy did not land at the checkpoints we set up, the blonde guard replied. It seems they did not come from the sea. What, not from the sea? Absyrthos slowed down his actions of donning armor, feeling a sigh of relief in his heart. No wonder the so-called enemy was almost at the city gate tower. The guards only now realized that the enemy was not an external force coming from the sea. Colchis has cliffs running east to west, making it difficult for the enemy to enter. The dense mountains and forests to the north are mining areas, with not only thousands of laborers but also heavy troops stationed. If the enemy chose to attack from the north, they would inevitably face resistance and could not approach the city gate tower silently. Therefore, external forces typically attack Colchis via the waterways, invading from the southern coastal area. But as the blonde guard said, This enemy did not come through the landing checkpoints. They might not be from the sea. This means this enemy is not an external force, but the remnants of internal rebellion within Colchis. As a prince, Abucerdos obtained the position of captain of the guard from the king, and it was not given to him for nothing. Abucerdos used his position to win over royal nobles, purge hostile forces, and create a new situation of peace and stability for Colchis. If there were still remnants of rebellion within the country that Abucerdos had not completely eradicated, it was not because the remnants were too strong, but rather too weak to pose a threat to royal authority. Captain, how should we respond to the enemy? The blonde guard asked. What are you panicking about? Let them come closer, Abucerdos said. We can open the gates and invite them into the city if they want to die. For years, Captain Abucerdos had been worried about not having a suitable opportunity to completely eliminate this internal rebellious force. Now that they were here, he aimed to annihilate these traitors. Bang, bang, bang. Another guard rushed in to report to the captain that the enemy had already reached the city gate tower. Did you see clearly? Abucerdos asked. Tell me, how many of these traitors still dare to come to their deaths? No less than 700, the guard said, and they have 3 bulls. Abucerdos, who was fastening his armor, paused and asked again, Guard, don't let me find out you reported a higher number than it is. No, they're very close, and they're moving slowly. So there should be no mistake, the guard said. The 3 bulls leading the charge are incredibly large, just like the bull demon in the cave. Captain Abucerdos did not waste any more words with the guard. He drew his sword, fully armed, and walked out, leaping onto his horse. Let us go. Up to the tower. Outside the city gate, García and others, escorted by 700 armored dragon spirits, advanced smoothly towards the drawbridge. Hey, my old friend García and Captain Jason, it's so good to see you alive. Theseus suddenly appeared, accompanied by a dozen people, all with battered faces. Pilot, you don't look so good, García asked. Has something happened? Yes, Theseus said. Last night we were attacked by Captain Abucerdos. Many are dead or wounded, and now only this many of us are left. Jason jumped down from the bull demon and quickly walked to Theseus, shaking his head. My friend, perhaps we should have canceled this damn plan halfway, just for the Golden Fleece. Who knows who the next dead person will be? Captain, things have come to this point. We have no way to turn back. Please don't say such things again. Theseus turned his head, not seeing the person he was looking for. Where's our helmsman, Piraeus? Is he also? Hey, old friend. Piraeus, covered in dirt and gasping for breath, walked over. Don't worry, I'm still alive, but all the brothers who went out with me are dead. This is bad. Captain Abucerdos ambushed from behind. Garcia's family must also be one of the targets of the attack. I wonder if they're still alive now. On the city tower, Captain Abucerdos grabbed his sword, filled with both fear and surprise. The enemy troops below the tower were not really enemy troops, nor were they remnants of rebels. They were clearly the ironclad dragon spirits. Dragon spirits? Why could these outsiders not only tame the previously powerful bull demon, but they could also command the ironclad dragon spirits in the forbidden area? Captain Abucerdos was frightened. His strategies were being thwarted one after another. Using the ironclad dragon spirits to kill Jason and his party was his last resort. But now, even that trump card had become useless. Didn't you say there wouldn't be any changes at the foot of the mountain? Abucerdos asked. Yes, there were no changes when you asked me. The blonde guard replied. So it's not that my plans were inadequate, but that Jason was just too lucky. He actually survived the ironclad dragon spirits and is still alive. Abucerdos was becoming obsessed. He had already done everything he could to kill Jason. He had done what he was supposed to do. Yet, Jason wouldn't he die? Captain, you said before, the blonde guard said, if the outsider Jason could return alive from that sealed area at the foot of the mountain, you would acknowledge him as your brother-in-law. The reason Abucerdos said that was because he was confident he could ensure Jason's death in the forbidden area. Did anyone really think Abucerdos would accept the fact that Jason was marrying Medea? Abucerdos slowly drew his sword. He was used to dismemberment. Hey, García shouted from below the tower. Captain, we have plowed through the forbidden area at the foot of the mountain, as you requested. Please lower the drawbridge and let us into the city. Abucerdos paused with his sword and said to the blonde guard beside him, Princess Medea has betrayed us and joined forces with the outsiders to attack our Colchis. Send the order down. Archers, prepare. Please calm down, Captain, the blonde guard said. These dragon spirits are immortal. We cannot withstand them. Abucerdos pressed the blade against the blonde guard's neck and ordered, do as I say. Chapter 44. The blonde guard relayed orders to the city defense team. Draw bows, knock arrows, and load the oil barrels. Giant oil barrels, larger than bulls, were thrown from the tower, crashing into the formation of ironclad dragon spirits. A rain of arrows, denser than raindrops, arced perfectly through the sky toward the ironclad dragon spirits. "Quick!" Garcia shouted. "Everyone crouch down and hide under the dragon spirits." He was quickly thinking about how to control the dragon spirits to shield against the arrows and fireballs raining down from the tower. In a direct melee, Garcia wouldn't need to think. He would simply command the dragon spirits to use their limbs, tearing and kicking at anyone they saw. But now it was defense, and he felt somewhat at a loss. Captain Abasholto's tactics involved fireballs and arrows, but at this moment, all that was needed was a shield larger than the giant fireballs to block the attacks from the tower. Just as Garcia thought of this method, Medea said, "Form a formation, create a shield." Click, click, click. The iron-armored dragon spirits, controlled by thought, moved rapidly from the back row to the front, layer by layer, instantly stacking into a high wall. Because the rain of arrows was shot from the castle tower at an angle, the high wall made by the dragon spirits could not completely block it. Fortunately, the wall formed by the iron-armored dragon spirits was straight, although it wasn't a semicircular shield. It could still protect the people underneath well. Got it. Due to the force of gravity, the dragon spirits couldn't form a semicircular shield. But an isosceles triangular tent only required walls on the front and back. The bottom could open up to hide people, and the top would cross to form a triangular tent, perfectly covering the people underneath. Garcia and his men were moving steadily towards the city wall inside an isosceles triangular shield made of ironclad dragon spirits. A massive oil barrel crashed into the dragon spirit shield, like an egg hitting a stone, completely futile and causing no damage at all. The ironclad dragon spirit was not a flesh-and-blood entity, apart from the dragon head on its neck that had eyes and a nose. Everything below the neck was made of hard iron armor. Its hands were iron claws, and its feet were iron palms. Whether it was fire or arrows, it felt nothing. Now Garcia understood why he had previously asked Medea if the ironclad dragon spirit had a physical body, and her answer was both yes and no, because apart from the dragon head, everything below was iron armor. On the city tower, Captain Abusertos shouted hoarsely while holding a sword, "Brothers, our city is about to be breached by those foreigners' commanded dragon spirits. Even if we do not die in the battle of resistance, once they enter the city, we will still die at their hands. Fight hard, brothers, for our city, for our families in the city." Encouraged, the city guards brought out larger oil barrels and continuously threw them down. The archers also kept shooting arrows, indifferent to life and death. Although the defense from above was becoming increasingly fierce, it still caused no damage to the dragon spirit shield, failing to prevent Garcia and others from continuing to advance towards the city wall within the triangular shield. Bang! The front dragon spirit shield collided with the city wall, indicating that there was no way forward, and they could directly ascend the tower from here. "Set up the ladders, forcefully climb the city wall," Medea ordered. Clack, clack, clack. The dragon spirits assisted each other, stepping on each other's shoulders to successfully ascend the tower. The archers defending the city switched to long knives and short swords, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the ironclad dragon spirits. It was futile. No one could match the ironclad dragon spirits. An iron claw extended and pierced through an archer's chest, killing 3 people in one blow. The dragon spirit's iron foot swept through, decapitating several archers. It should be noted that the defending archers were not pushovers. Some agile ones dodged the dragon spirit's iron claws and flipped to avoid its iron feet. An archer jumped behind a dragon spirit and slashed at it. With a sound of crack, the blade, now dulled, fell from his hand, and in the archer's eyes, one could see the fear of facing death. Someone shouted, "If you don't want to die, run." The few remaining guards on the tower fled in panic. The scene fell silent again, and Garcia said, "All right, let us go up." "Wait." Theseus grabbed Garcia's shoulder and looked at Princess Medea, asking, "How can she command those monsters?" "They are not monsters. They are ironclad dragon spirits." Garcia shrugged off Theseus's hand on his shoulder, saying that since Princess Medea could control the dragon spirits, she might not even know herself. So he couldn't answer your question either. "I also feel something is off." Jason came over to join the discussion, since Princess Medea can control the ironclad dragon spirits. "Oh, right. She can also tame the man-eating bull demons. Then why didn't she reveal her true abilities earlier and let so many of our brothers die and get injured?" "Exactly." Peleus followed Jason's lead. "I think there must be a trick in this. It's too abnormal. If it weren't abnormal, you all wouldn't have encountered Garcia. It's a different game, a new experience. This is the game rule, but only player Garcia knows that he can't expect others to understand." Captain Garcia advised. Our plan for this trip is to steal the Golden Fleece. There may be some unusual means, but that's not a reason to stop us from executing our plan. Right, Theseus said, his eyes not leaving Medea. Princess Medea actually has such abilities. I think our plan will soon be accomplished. Isn't it? García discovered that Theseus had an indescribable feeling in his gaze towards Medea. He couldn't let Theseus falter at this critical moment. Captain, let me step in. García moved closer and deliberately blocked Theseus's line of sight. I support your view. Once the plan is complete, we should congratulate Captain Jason on his double fortune, stealing the Golden Fleece and marrying Medea. Theseus's expression was somewhat wooden. Indeed, he thought the same as García. Ever since he saw Medea at sea, he had developed feelings for her. He felt regretful, wondering why the male lead in this drama had to be Captain Jason. Why couldn't the man marrying Medea be him, the Athenian prince, Theseus? Medea walked over and said softly, "Gentlemen, I know you must be talking about me, right?" With such a delicate voice, Theseus couldn't help but want to say something sweet to Medea. "Princess, let's quickly climb the wall and enter the city. Your abdominal injury needs to be treated as soon as possible." García changed the subject. "Oh, Medea is injured? What a pale and pitiful face." Theseus couldn't help but want to pick up Medea and heal her wounds. However, he couldn't. Perhaps he would find another opportunity. After all, they first needed to complete the plan to steal the Golden Fleece. At the foot of the city wall, a ladder made of armored dragon spirits was set up, and everyone climbed up successfully into the city. On the city tower, corpses lay in heaps. One person opened his eyes among the dead and saw Princess Medea. He was the blonde guard, the one who had shouted for help earlier. The city guards had all fled, including the captain of the guard, Abushelsthos. Only the blonde guard had hidden among the corpses and escaped the massacre by the armored dragon spirits. "Princess," the blonde guard approached Medea. "The king knows everything." Chapter 45. King Aetes in the royal palace of Colchis. Captain Abushelsthos walked in with a few defeated soldiers. "Your Majesty, your daughter Princess Medea has betrayed us and has already breached the city walls with the armored dragon spirits." "My captain, don't rush. Take your time to explain." King Aetes, sitting on the black iron throne, asked slowly, "On what basis do you say that Princess Medea has betrayed us?" Just as Abushelsthos was about to accuse, the king continued, "Who forced my daughter Princess Medea to betray us?" "Father, I am also your son," Abushelsthos complained. "You will die someday. Why do you favor Princess Medea?" "My son, you are the next king of Colchis. I have entrusted the kingdom's guard to you. Yet what are you doing?" The king slammed his palm on the black iron throne, his eyes filled with anger. He knew the tactics Abushelsthos had used against Jason. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with Abushelsthos' methods. He felt disappointed that the captain of the Colchis guard, the future king, was being manipulated by Jason and his group of outsiders. "Father, you know what I am doing. I want to kill these outsiders for Colchis," Abushelsthos said angrily. "But why have you taken away my 100,000 guards?" The king stood up from the black iron throne, dragging out his words. "What else could it be? I cannot watch you two siblings kill each other." "Father, but your daughter, my sister, Princess Medea, is already leading the armored dragon spirits into the city," Abushelsthos said. "Please give me back my 100,000 soldiers. I will go destroy those armored dragon spirits." "Bastard!" King Aetes stepped down, pointing his finger at Abushelsthos. "If it weren't for you trying everything to frame Jason, if it weren't for you killing those shipbuilding outsiders, would they be attacking the city?" "My king, please do not blame me for not reporting in advance," Abushelsthos said. "I did that all for our kingdom not to be occupied by outsiders." "My son, stop quibbling." The king advised in a fatherly tone, "If you do not want to lose your kingdom, let these outsiders leave as soon as possible." "Father, even if they have the ability to steal the Golden Fleece." Abushelsthos hesitated and said ambiguously, "I cannot let them take Medea away." The king sighed, "Son, what kind of women do we not have in Colchis? Why must you?" Everything was left unsaid. "She is your own sister. You are to marry her off." "Not." King Aetes found it difficult to speak and returned to the black iron throne. Suddenly, 2 rows of the king's guards rushed out from behind the screen and directly captured Captain Abushelsthos. "Father, you have taken away my 100,000 soldiers. And now you want to take me too?" Abushelsthos shouted angrily. "Do you regret having such a son? Do you want those outsiders to take your throne?" The king waved his hand without turning around, and Captain Abushelsthos was taken away for detention. As he passed by the door, he happened to bump into García and the others who were storming in. "I want to kill this guy. No one stop me." Theseus drew his sword and was about to strike at the captured Abushelsthos. facing off against the king's guards. García held Theseus down. "My friend, this grudge must be avenged. Let's wait a bit before killing. I will help you." "García, you don't know, this guy dismembered our people." Theseus trembled with hatred. "Now I understand, blood for blood." García promised Theseus, "I have a plan to tear Captain Abucerdos to pieces." King Eats stepped forward, ordering the royal guards to take Abucerdos away for imprisonment. He jogged to Princess Medea's side. "Princess, I heard you were injured. It pains me. The king of Colchis, your son Abucerdos, nearly killed me," Medea replied, holding the wound in her abdomen that the Minotaur had pierced. "You felt it, didn't you?" "My wound. You have suffered, my daughter," King Eat said. "That bastard Abucerdos has done so many foolish things behind my back. I cannot forgive him. So, how does the king plan to punish him?" Medea asked. "I will revoke his 100,000 soldiers and imprison him to repent in the dark dungeon," the king said. "Not enough." Theseus stepped forward, raising the knife in his hand. "Abucerdos killed my fellow countrymen. I don't want him to repent. I want to personally chop him to pieces." King Eats turned around, staring at Theseus. "Sir, please remember, this is the kingdom of Colchis, and you are a foreigner." "Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with whether I am a foreigner," Theseus said. "Even if I were dead, I would still personally slay your son, Abucerdos, to avenge my fallen brothers." García pulled Theseus aside. "My navigator, didn't we agree to kill Abjurthos later? I promised to help you dismember him." "García, I trust you," Theseus said, "but this matter needs to be resolved quickly. I don't want to wait any longer." Revenge isn't something to be taken lightly. García felt he lacked resolve. However, Abjurthos had already been imprisoned by the king, indicating he was merely a pawn. The true mastermind behind everything might be King Eats. One must not let hatred cloud their judgment and hastily seek revenge, worsening the situation. After all, García still couldn't be sure of his family's whereabouts. Seeing Captain Abjurthos taken down by King Eats, García thought that perhaps his family was also in the king's hands. "Your Majesty," García approached, bowing with his hands behind his back. "I haven't seen my family for 2 days and nights. Do you know where they are?" "Do not worry, you will see them," the king said, "as long as your family is still alive." What does that mean? Whether or not he could see his family depended on whether they were still alive. "So, are they still alive?" García asked. King Eats ceased to respond and instructed a row of royal guards. "Go, take them to rest first. Help me answer any questions they may have." The armed guards pushed García, Theseus, Jason, and Peleus away, leaving only Princess Medea behind. "Father, I have a question I wanted to ask you on the way back." "About the armored dragon spirit?" "Yes," Medea asked. "I don't know why I can control the armored dragon spirit with my mind." King Eats embraced Medea as they walked into the main hall. "Come, my daughter, let's talk inside." Chapter 46. Medea sees the face of the cloaked man. As soon as Medea stepped into the main hall, several royal physicians approached with medicine boxes. "Noble princess, please allow us to treat your wounds." "No," Medea dismissed the physicians, tugging at King Eats' wide sleeves. "Father, you still haven't told me why I can control the armored dragon spirit." "My daughter, please do not blame me for telling you only now," King Eats said. "When you were still too young to remember, I sacrificed your blood to the dragon's venomous fangs in the forbidden area at the foot of the mountain. The dragon's fangs are spiritual entities, so you can communicate with the armored dragon spirit." "Father, why me?" King Eats stroked Medea's head. "You are my daughter. Abjurthos is my son. I have given him 100,000 soldiers and will eventually pass the throne to him. And you, being able to communicate with the armored dragon spirit, will be protected by it after I die, so that no one can bully you, including your brother Abjurthos." "Father, thank you for everything you have done for me." The king's expression was difficult, as he did not disclose all the truth to Medea. Ding. Task completed. 100 note. You successfully used your mind to control the armored dragon spirit to exit the forbidden area at the foot of the mountain and defeated the guards on the city tower, returning once again to the palace of King Colchis. Reward. Medea's mind control skill, double reward. Totaling 200. New skill acquired. Spirit communication experience level 2. García Panga's current skills. Negotiation experience level 5. Escape experience level 4. Insight experience level 6. Charisma experience level 3. Spirit communication experience level 2. This spirit communication skill is quite good. It allows one to manipulate spiritual entities to do their bidding without anyone noticing. However, spiritual entities are limited. The dragon tooth is a spiritual entity and can be communicated with, while the bull demon cannot be controlled in this way. Additionally, not everyone can manipulate spiritual entities. For instance, with the ironclad dragon spirit, García can't control it because he shares a mental connection with Medea. García merely transmits his thoughts to Medea, who then controls the dragon spirit. Therefore, the one directly controlling the dragon spirit is Medea, not García. So, why can García connect mentally with Medea? That remains a mystery. Also, García must not forget the principle of energy equivalence. At this stage, if he invades Medea's mind, he will also suffer from Medea's mental counter-invasion. But when will the threshold for counter-invasion occur? Problems keep piling up, giving García a headache. There's no need to think too much. At this moment, García just wants to know where his family is. Did Captain Absurdos shred them? No, that can't be. Or have they been imprisoned in the Black Dungeon by King Eats? As long as they are alive, everything will be fine. In the palace, the Black Iron Dungeon. It was pitch dark, and the strong, rusty smell of the iron cage made it hard to keep one's eyes open. The blonde guard bribed the gatekeeper and snuck in, finding a large iron cage in the corner. Captain, what's the next plan? What should we do? Come here, I'll tell you. Absurdos stepped away from the cage. The blonde guard thought it was some secret about shredding bodies and leaned closer to the cage. Captain, please go ahead. Bang. Absurdos grabbed the blonde guard's head and slammed it hard against the cage. After enough banging, he dragged the guard's head to rub it against the iron bars. Swish, swish. Captain, I don't know what I did wrong to deserve this punishment. You don't know? Then let me ask you. Absurdos grabbed the blonde guard's hair. I sent you to eliminate that group of foreign shipbuilders. Why is Theseus still alive? Most of them were shredded by our men. But Theseus and a few others escaped too quickly for us to catch up. Absurdos tossed the blonde guard's head away. I sent you to find García's family and that snake woman. Did you find them? I searched the entire palace up and down, but still couldn't find them. The blonde guard said, I think it's not that they are hidden too well, but that they have the king's protection. Not finding them is not an excuse, Absurdos said. Even if the king has hidden them, you must find them for me. You should understand who will be the future king of Colchis. All right, the blonde guard said, wanting to leave immediately. Captain, I'll take people to search again. Wait, Absurdos in the cage said, you better find them before I come out. Otherwise, I'll let you taste what it feels like to be shredded. In the palace, the king's chamber, the bloodied blonde guard hurriedly arrived to report to the king. According to your orders, I just came out of the Black Dungeon. Oh, guard, you've worked hard, King Eats asked. What instructions did your captain give? He said that even if you have hidden them, he will still search. What a captain. He's getting bold, the king said, extending his index and middle fingers in a scissor shape. I have always been a merciful father, but don't make me cut his wings. The blonde guard asked, Your Majesty, the captain may suspect me. During this time, take good care of your head. You won't need to participate in the following matters. Yes, the blonde guard said as he backed out. In the princess's chamber, Medea bandaged her wounds, changed into a new outfit, and sat on a high stool covered with goose down while a maid styled her hair. Princess, is your injury feeling better? García walked in from outside. Mr. Cloak, Medea said while looking at herself in the bronze mirror, I knew you would come to find me. My family is missing. I would like to ask the princess for help in finding them. García, draped in a cloak, remained vigilant, making sure Medea couldn't see his face. I'm willing to help you with this, Medea said, but I want to see your face. García pulled down the cloak and couldn't agree. In executing the plan to steal the Golden Fleece, García first needed to help Jason win Medea's heart, so that Medea would assist Jason in stealing the Golden Fleece. Medea had already fallen for Jason and had proactively asked to marry him, requesting the king to give the Golden Fleece as a dowry. Only García knew that by helping Jason win Medea's love, he would receive double the love from Medea. Once García showed up in front of Medea, she would fall for him, complicating matters immensely. It wasn't that Medea wasn't good enough. It was just that Medusa and the concubine were more attractive. Even if the male lead in this play wasn't Jason, García wouldn't accept Medea. It just didn't feel right. What's wrong, Cloakman? Medea turned to García and said, If you don't need my help anymore, please let me know. García took off his cloak, revealing a complete face. Princess, please take a look, this is my face. Medea got up on the long bench, gasping, and walked over, tilting her head to scrutinize him inside and out. So this is what the cloaked man looks like. This is García, the one hidden under the cloak, without a visible face? Sorry to interrupt. This was completely different from the cloaked man Medea had imagined. Something fell off. That's enough. Maybe I shouldn't have seen your face. Medea returned to the long bench, sitting down with a hint of disappointment. Please put on your cloak. Just pretend I haven't seen it. She thought she heard footsteps and assumed the cloaked man García had left, so she hurriedly turned to look, but it was García, the cloaked man who had just walked in. Wait, that's not right. Wasn't García just inside? How could he walk in from outside? Unbeknownst to Medea, The face she saw earlier was not Garcia's handsome face. Chapter 47. Another dismemberment. P.S. It's a bit rushed. Please help me catch any mistakes. How could he come in from outside? Medea whispered to the maid who was combing her hair. Princess, are you referring to that gentleman in the cloak? The maid looked up at Garcia and replied confidently, he has always been inside the room and did not go out. Well, maybe Medea was seeing things. Garcia, who had already revealed his face to Medea, stood at a distance. Princess, please help me find my family. Let me handle it. Medea spoke to the maid first, instead of responding to Garcia, indicating her indifference toward him. After seeing Garcia's plain face, all her fantasies were shattered. The Garcia who could resonate with her thoughts had turned out to look like this. The mysterious, cloaked gentleman turned out to be not mysterious at all. In fact, his face was rather unremarkable. Medea took a hairpin from the maid's hand and slowly styled her hair, ignoring Garcia by the side. Princess, Garcia stepped forward. I said I could help you with this. Medea replied, you just stand there and wait if you want to. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sound outside the window. A rhythmic knocking. Come in, Medea said. The blonde guard, just returning from the king's chambers, poked his head through the window and stealthily climbed in. Princess, I saw someone. Our own people. Just say it. Medea interrupted the blonde guard and turned to face Garcia. Mysterious gentleman, you need to listen carefully. What follows will be the news you want. In fact, what the blonde guard wanted to say was that he had seen a shadow outside. And when Medea referred to our own people, she meant Garcia inside the room. Therefore, the blonde guard assumed that the our own people Medea mentioned also included the shadow outside. However, that was Garcia's decoy. The face Medea had seen earlier belonged to the decoy. The decoy had lifted the cloak to show Medea his face, and while Medea turned back to the long bench, the decoy slipped out and Garcia slipped in seamlessly. This trick of swapping identities had been used before, when a beggar impersonated Jason to lure Medea and successfully escape. Princess, I know where the person you're looking for is being held, the blonde guard said. That is his family. Medea pointed to the cloak. Garcia, you talk to him. The blonde guard approached Garcia. At that time, you were at the foot of the mountain in the forbidden area. Captain Abshaltos ordered me to kill those shipbuilders first, and then return to the palace to kill your family. But when I rushed back to the palace, your family had already disappeared. Please tell me directly, where are they now? Garcia asked urgently. Your family, along with that snake woman, are all hidden by the king in a secret chamber, the blonde guard said. I don't know why the king is protecting your family, but I do know that the captain will eventually come out of the black prison. He will find your family and then kill them. Since it was already known that the family was hidden by the king in a secret chamber, there was no time to wait. They needed to rescue them now. But Garcia was not reckless. He needed to bring his friend along. Guard, please wait here, Garcia said. I will go back and call my friends to rescue my family together. The guard did not dare to make decisions on his own. He looked at Princess Medea, seeking permission with his eyes. All right, mysterious gentleman, go call your helpers, Medea said to the blonde guard. Just right, you stay here and take care of your head wound. Garcia rushed out of the princess's sleeping quarters, running wildly to call Theseus, Jason, and Peleus. The blonde guard followed the princess's maid to a side room to bandage the wound on his head caused by Abshaltos. Medea remained seated on the long velvet bench, looking at herself in the bronze mirror, playing with her long hair. At the same moment, a knife and a hand reached out from behind the blonde guard. When he first saw the hand, he thought it belonged to the maid who was about to treat his wound. But it wasn't he. As the maid stood in front of him, how could she reach from behind? Just as the blonde guard was about to dodge, it was too late. The white tip of the knife pierced through his chest. He wanted to scream, but the hand that had reached from behind covered his mouth. Blood seeped through the fingers that were covering the blonde guard's mouth. He died very quietly, so quietly that the maid, who was opening the medicine box across from him, didn't notice at all. Guard, come, let me first apply some medicine, the maid said, preparing a dose, but as soon as she looked up, she saw that the blonde guard in front of her was already dead. The maid gasped, wanting to call for help. Again, the same method. A hand reached over, directly covering the maid's mouth from the front, and the unbloodied, white tip of the knife stabbed into the maid's heart. She died too, and just as peacefully. Princess, my helpers have all arrived. Garcia ran in with Theseus and the others from outside. The blonde guard was still healing. Give him some time, Medea said. The sounds varied in volume. At this moment, Garcia heard a rapid sound, like a skilled chef chopping vegetables. What sound is that, princess? Garcia asked. Oh no. Princess Medea seemed to realize something. Her expression panicked as she left the long bench, pushing past the others in the room, and ran toward the side room. It was over. There were 2 pools of blood and flesh on the ground. If it weren't for the tuft of blonde hair on the guard's head, it would be impossible to tell which pool belonged to whom. Cloakman, even though you didn't kill my people with your own hands, Medusa said, her injured abdomen tearing with pain, my people were dismembered because of you. It must have been that butcher again. It must have been him. Theseus shouted angrily at García. Now you regret it, don't you? You regret stopping me from killing that guy with one blow. The sailors who went with me to build ships ended up being dismembered like this. Medusa spoke well, and Theseus was right too. Garcia's reasonable speculation. Since the blonde guard knows the secret room where Garcia's family is hiding, Abucordos wants to kill him to silence him. Abucordos has learned that the blonde guard is a person of Princess Medusa, and that the method used to subdue the bull demon in the cave was definitely leaked to Medusa by the blonde guard. At that time, Abucordos thought it was another trusted subordinate who betrayed him, and he had already dismembered him. Now he realizes that the real traitor is the blonde guard. Therefore, it is only natural for the blonde guard to be dismembered by Abucordos. You butcher, my dear brother, I cannot wait any longer. I will also chop your flesh. Princess Medusa held back her tears. Her abdomen hurt so much that she couldn't stand and leaned on Jason's shoulder. Princess Medusa will never forget that her personal maid was just dismembered by Abucordos not long ago, and now it happens again. Old grievances are not avenged, and new grievances are added. Chapter 48. It might be a trap. P.S. Help me catch bugs. Going to sleep now. See you tomorrow. Medusa was in extreme pain and anger, gritting her teeth, blood still flowing from the corner of her mouth. Princess, please be careful. Theseus raised his hand and used his silk sleeve to wipe the blood from Medusa. Jason casually pushed Princess Medusa over to Theseus for him to take care of. He walked up to García and asked, my old friend, you have always had a way. Please give us an idea. What should we do? What other ideas are there? Pyrrhus was furious. If we endure this any longer, you and I will also be dismembered by that butcher. Let's go find Abucordos and kill him. García was still thinking. He needed to keep his composure. Just a moment ago, the blonde guard had said that he didn't know why the king was protecting García's family. But he knew that the captain of the guard would eventually come out of the black prison, find García's family, and then kill them. This meant that, before this, Captain Abucerdos did not know where García's family was being held, and he was still searching. So now, since the blonde guard was going to take García to the secret chamber to rescue his family, Abucerdos could clearly follow and trace the clues to capture everyone. So why wasn't he doing that? If Abucerdos killed the blonde guard, could he silence him and prevent García from finding his family? But doing so would not be beneficial for Abucerdos either, as he still did not know where García's family was hidden. Unless Abucerdos already knew where García's family was hiding. No, that can't be right. García's family was hidden away by the king, which is why they were not dismembered by Captain Absyrthos earlier. That's right, the king. Wasn't Captain Absyrthos imprisoned by the king? The current dismemberment could either be the work of Absyrthos himself or someone he assigned. Regardless of whether it was him or someone else, this matter is inextricably linked to the king. After all, it was the king who imprisoned Absyrthos and retrieved the 100,000 soldiers from him. Yet, the dismemberment incidents continue to occur. Who is allowing Absyrthos to continue his dismemberments? No one but the king. Mr. Cloak, you need not be silent. Medusa pushed Theseus aside and said confidently, I'm going to kill that butcher. I agree with Peleus. Yes, I will charge ahead in front of Princess Medusa, Theseus said, deliberately agreeing. García's bronze longsword was still in its sheath. He raised the longsword and said loudly, Princess, gentlemen, they have 100,000 soldiers in their hands. We can't just seek our own demise, can we? Your family may have become hostages, and you are hesitant, afraid to do anything. Perseus said, we're different. The brothers who traveled with us on the first day were butchered by Abucerdos. You can endure it, but we cannot. Don't let 100,000 soldiers intimidate you, Medusa said. Abucerdos never had real power. Now, those 100,000 soldiers have been recalled by my father, the king. What are we afraid of? That's right, García. Theseus walked over, putting his hand on García's shoulder, and said, old friend, it's not that I don't want to speak for you this time, but we really can't live like this any longer. Jason spoke little, but he feared that García might not be thinking thoroughly. So he proactively added, García, you haven't forgotten, have you? We still have the armored dragon spirit. What do you mean my family might have become hostages? If it weren't for coming with you to steal the Golden Fleece, would my family be in such a predicament? García corrected their viewpoint calmly and said, first, we must clarify our situation. Those 100,000 soldiers, whether they are recalled or not, do not belong to us. Secondly, It is precisely because we have the ironclad dragon spirit that the other side dares to dismember. This only indicates that they are not afraid of the ironclad dragon spirit. After García finished speaking, who opposed and who supported? No one expressed their stance. All were looking at each other, believing that García had a point. Otherwise, let's put this matter aside for now. Jason said we should take time to think about how to steal the Golden Fleece. Unable to let go, Medea spat blood. Saying an eye for an eye, I want to chop off Absurditos. Theseus had developed the bad habit of being overly attentive to Medea, often intentionally or unintentionally aligning with her views. García, what you said about blood debts being repaid in blood, isn't it time for that now? García also had a passionate heart. He wanted to kill without restraint. However, he needed to plan the overall situation. In the face of major issues, he could not act blindly just for a moment's pleasure. Often, such characters not only humiliate their teammates, but also earn the disdain of bystanders who later learn of the situation. Let García bear this burden. No matter how heavy the burden, it is still lighter than his patience. May I ask, Princess, García said, was that blonde guard just now one of yours? Without hesitation, Medea replied firmly, yes, the blonde guard is my man placed beside Abish Tortoise. Is that so? García thought perhaps Princess Medea is a Mongolian still oblivious. Of course, my father the king also occasionally uses the blonde guard as an informant to gather intelligence from Abish Tortoise. Medea insisted that the blonde guard was indeed her man. However, I was the one who placed the blonde guard as an undercover agent first, while my father the king later utilized him as an informant. According to the facts, Medea had obtained important intelligence through the blonde guard multiple times. For instance, the method to subdue the bull demon was leaked to Medea by the blonde guard from Abish Tortoise's side. If it weren't for the blonde guard risking his life to steal the secret of subduing the bull demon, Medea would never have been able to rescue Jason and Peleus from the cave. Now, Abish Tortoise discovered that the blonde guard was Princess Medea's man, which is why he dismembered him. This logic only proves that the blonde guard was always Medea's man. Perhaps, from the very beginning, this was a trap. García said slowly, only if the blonde guard is the king's man does the whole matter make sense. No, Medea denied, I know my people. The blonde guard died for me, and also because of you. García, you shouldn't doubt him like this. I absolutely do not wish to unfoundedly suspect a deceased person, but the identity of the blonde guard directly relates to all our lives. García faced Medea and said, especially yours, my esteemed princess. Medea removed her hand from her injured abdomen, straightened her body, and coldly said, cloak-wearing Mr. García, I know that you foreigners are on the brink of disaster, but I am the princess of Colchis. Since I have promised to marry your captain Jason, I will protect you. There is no need to intimidate me. Yes, my old friend Theseus was about to speak on behalf of Princess Medea, but his mouth was interrupted by García drawing his sword. What must I do for you to believe me? García walked past each of them with his sword. You want revenge, you want to kill, you want to dismember, right? You can't stand it. You want to fight immediately? García wants it more. His family's fate is uncertain, and no one wants to step on Abdicerthos's head more than García to find out where his family is hiding. García, I trust you, Jason asked, so please tell me. What should we do next? Captain, can't you see? I'm so tired. García pointed outside the house. First, let's clean out the ambush outside. If we can still be alive, then we can plan our next step. What? An ambush? Theseus, Medea, and Perseus stretched their necks to look outside, unsure of the truth. Chapter 49. An unfortunate misunderstanding. After confirming that there were ambushers surrounding Princess Medea's chamber, Theseus was the first to rush out. Gentlemen, watch me. Count me in. Perseus followed. In their haste, the machetes in their hands cut through the air with a swish. Like a flowing stream, heavily armored ambushers surged towards Theseus and Perseus. Blades flashed, armor shattered, and blood and flesh flew. Theseus and Perseus charged in like hungry wolves into a flock of sheep, dispersing the tightly packed ambushers wherever they went. Stop! King Eats, gasping for breath, walked out from the crowd, escorted by guards. It's a misunderstanding, just an unfortunate misunderstanding. As expected, the king had appeared. García's speculation might be correct. The unseen hand behind the entire affair was likely King Eats himself. Father, Princess Medea stepped forward and asked, please tell me, what exactly happened to me? Why did you set an ambush outside my chamber? Do you know that my guards were slaughtered? King Eats waved his sleeve, looking as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Why does the just kingdom of Colchis treat us outsiders this way? Please clarify. Your Majesty, Jason said. I intend to marry Princess Medea. I will steal the Golden Fleece from the fire-breathing dragon. This is a plan you have already agreed to. The king first made a gesture to the ambushers to withdraw, then turned to Jason, his gaze falling on Princess Medea. Since this is just an unfortunate misunderstanding, there are various questions between us. You must be patient, and I will tell you what I know. That's good. García, wearing a cloak, stepped forward. Please tell me directly. Where are my family members? King Eats pushed aside the crowd and walked straight to a platform, proclaiming loudly, "Everyone listen to me. I have just come out of the Black Prison and discovered that my son, Abusirthos, has escaped. The one who slaughtered the guards is him. The one who falsely acted under the king's orders and set the ambush outside the princess's chamber is also him. What is the king trying to do by placing all the blame on Abusirthos? If the king is not lying, then it is also the king who has indulged Abusirthos to act recklessly. I choose to believe the king's words," García said now. "I just want to know where my family is." The king pulled García aside, lowering his voice. "I know you are the backbone of this group of outsiders. If my son Abusirthos kills your family, will you let it go?" García lowered the brim of his cloak and did not respond, unsure of what scheme the king was playing. "You definitely can't," the king continued. "Speak the truth, cloak man. I don't want my kingdom to be at odds with you. I can't let my son kill your family. So, the king hides my family to prevent his son Abusirthos from killing them," García asked. "Right?" The king burst into laughter. "Ha, that's right, you are a clever man. Hey, little pirate," a familiar shout came from far behind the crowd. García, turn to look. "Oh, the silly ant has arrived. Little pirate, where are you?" "Ant, I'm here." García, draped in a cloak, pulled down his hat brim, revealing half of his handsome face. The ant walked over with light. Quick steps, her little fist pounding on García's chest. "It's all your fault, making me worry for nothing. I thought you were dead." "Oh dear, my dear sister, don't say that about my son," García's mother chided. "Please remember, when you're out, you should speak auspicious words." All right, I won't say it anymore." The ant rolled her eyes, secretly using her strength to pinch García's flesh. "Ant, that hurts." García grabbed the ant's hand, warm and a bit reluctant to let go. "What are you doing?" The ant said angrily. "You can't scold me, and you can't pinch me either." "Yes, I'm not allowing it." "What's wrong with that?" García sidestepped to avoid the ant's little fists, looping her two short arms and pulling them back tightly. "Ant, do you see if my skills have improved?" "Little pirate, let me go." The ant stomped her feet in a hurry. "This doesn't count. I wasn't ready." At that moment, a pair of cold eyes flashed by. Medusa probably disapproved of García's and the ant's silly interaction. García pretended to casually let go of his ant and quickly walked up to Medusa. "Hi, how are you?" Medusa remained indifferent, her cold and beautiful snake face not even glancing at García. "No way. Just because you're good-looking, you can be so aloof? Are you jealous?" Suddenly, a hint of panic appeared on Medusa's lovely face. Slap! Medusa pushed García away with her right hand and caught the hand of his aunt, who was sneaking up from behind him with her left hand. "Medusa, you shouldn't meddle in other people's business. I'm not attacking you. If anyone should be jealous, it's silly Annie who doesn't know that Medusa was the one who was jealous first." All right, my guests," King Eats said, unusually humble. "The unfortunate misunderstanding has been resolved. Please continue with your remaining plans. Killing your son Absyrtus is also part of my plan." Theseus said, "I don't expect the king to help, but please don't interfere." "Oh, you are my guest." The king laughed easily. "The king of Colchis is willing to comply with his guest's wishes, so go ahead boldly. Repay grudges with grudges." That said, it still felt like something was off. It wasn't just García who thought so. Princess Medea felt the same. "Father, by now, your son-in-law Jason has proven that he has the ability to control the bull that plows the field. So, let's go steal the golden fleece from the dragon's mouth." "Yes, my daughter is indeed clever," King Eats said. "What you think is exactly what I wanted to say. Is there really such a coincidence? Speaking of which, has the unfortunate misunderstanding truly ended? Next, there are dangers everywhere, and who knows when a hidden arrow might shoot out. Fortunately, family is by his side. Player García is in the world of Greek mythology, not wanting too much, just having his loved ones around is enough." "Hey," García nudged his father, the green beard. With his elbow, "What's going on? You're a dignified old pirate, yet you've been hidden away? This is called bringing up a topic that shouldn't be mentioned." Greenbeard turned his head, not wanting to speak. "Guests," Princess Medea said, "my father, the king of Colchis, has already considered you guests. So please prepare to set out soon to steal the Golden Fleece." "No rush," García said. "Stealing the Golden Fleece is the last step in our plan. How about we take a few days to rest and make full preparations before going to steal the Golden Fleece? Okay?" The escaped Captain Absyrtus? The 100,000 soldiers were called by King Eats? If possible, Garcia wanted to leave, stealing the Golden Fleece as the final step. Otherwise, even if they obtained the Golden Fleece, they might not be able to keep it. Chapter 50. The non-existent Argo. After sleeping for a long time, there were more dreams. Does Garcia still need to make sufficient preparations before stealing the Golden Fleece? No matter what preparations need to be made, Jason is unwilling to agree. But he still has to rely on Garcia and cannot openly oppose him. Theseus and Perseus, however, do not care too much and directly state that it is unnecessary. They should steal the Golden Fleece sooner rather than later. If not today, then tomorrow. Garcia did not want to confront the two people drowned in hatred. So he turned to King Eats and asked if the Argo, which they had arrived on, was still there. The king did not linger, muttering a few words before leaving in a huff. You know your own ship. The king of Colchis is not here to show you the ship. Princess Medea approached and questioned, Cloakman, my father has already treated you as a guest. Why do you still want to make things difficult for him? Why? Just because your father, King Eats of Colchis, is the mastermind behind this, more terrifying than the dismemberment-loving Captain Absyrthos. But Garcia could not say that now. If he did, they wouldn't understand. He had to wait and see what the next step would be. My old friend Theseus walked over to Garcia, wanting to speak on Medea's behalf. Theseus, I know what you want to say, Garcia interrupted, but you don't know that perhaps our Argo no longer exists. How do you know? Theseus asked. I don't know, Garcia replied, but if the Argo has been destroyed, even if we steal the Golden Fleece today, we cannot leave Colchis. This is just a reasonable assumption. Medea understood what Garcia was saying and asked, Cloaked Man, are you saying that my father agreed to let us steal the Golden Fleece because he never intended to let us leave Colchis with it? Yes, Garcia said slowly. So everyone could hear clearly. King Eats does not intend to let us leave alive. The next person to be dismembered could be any one of us. Of course, that was the worst possibility, but it was not without such a possibility. My old friend Garcia, Theseus said, when it comes to speculation, I cannot win against you. However, my legs are my own. I will run and see if our Argo, as you say, no longer exists. Count me in, Peleus said. No. Garcia looked at his aunt and Medusa and said, let us go together. I don't want anyone else to die. His aunt also rushed over, grabbing Garcia's arm. That's right, don't run off alone. Don't you know our whole family is worried about you? And Medusa is also very worried that you might die out there. Have you forgotten? Garcia's mother had taught her aunt to always speak positively when out in public. What's this? Starting to talk nonsense again about life and death? Huh. The aunt pretended to be angry and asked, Sasha, why are you glaring at me? I'm not worried about whether Garcia lives or dies. Medusa turned away with a huff. In the secret room, Medusa was indeed quite worried about Garcia, but she didn't want her aunt to publicly proclaim this matter. Garcia caught up with Medusa, and you know, my aunt is a bit silly, so please don't be mad at her. Medusa walked with a breeze, pretending she didn't hear what Garcia said. Of course, you worrying about me isn't wrong, and you don't need to blame yourself. Garcia started to ramble on, just to make Medusa uncomfortable, hoping to at least stop and exchange a few words. Medusa slowed her pace, feeling angry at Garcia's way of thinking. What do you mean there's nothing wrong with worrying about you? And that I don't need to blame myself? Do I need to blame myself? Have I blamed myself? Medusa suddenly stopped, turned around sharply, and almost collided with the hurriedly approaching Garcia. Garcia slammed the brakes, intentionally creating a bit of distance, and politely forced a smile. What did you just say? Medusa asked. I said you don't have to blame yourself, Garcia continued. The previous sentence. Medusa's tone was cold and firm, leaving no room for discussion. Garcia said flattering. What I meant was my aunt is a bit silly, so you don't need to take it to heart. Garcia hadn't finished speaking when bang, a small hand slapped the top of his head, causing him to see a flurry of little stars in broad daylight. You little pirate, you naughty rascal, always sneaking behind my back to talk bad about me. It turned out to be his silly aunt who had been following Garcia all along. As soon as she heard Garcia talking bad about her, her invincible little fist came down in real time. Medusa couldn't help but chuckle, but quickly stifled it, wearing an expression of calm indifference. All right, this snake really knows how to play. Medusa deliberately asked Garcia a question, only to provoke him into suffering the consequences of his silly aunt's little fists, right? Along the way, Garcia was playfully arguing and fighting with his aunt and the beautiful Medusa as they exited the city gates and crossed the drawbridge. Arriving at the coastal checkpoint, Garcia said, Theseus, who had been walking ahead, stopping to turn back, I sincerely hope that every one of your speculations is correct, but you can see for yourself. His words were tactful, but Theseus believed that Garcia had made a mistake this time. because everyone could see with their own eyes that there was a large ship floating inside the checkpoint, and that was the Argo. It seems we do need to prepare well before attempting to steal the Golden Fleece, Jason also remarked, glancing at the Argo and speaking to Garcia. His implication was clear. Garcia had indeed not prepared properly, and this speculation had proven incorrect. Let's go up and take a look, Garcia said calmly. He hoped his speculation was wrong, that the mastermind was not King Eats, and that he had just been overly suspicious. But he also didn't want to be wrong about identifying King Eats' schemes, which was more important than whether the mastermind was the king. Garcia, you've made a mistake. Perseus reproached him with the perspective of someone who had been there. Is it so hard to admit when you're wrong? Hey, do you even know how to talk? His aunt retorted, hands on her hips. Since we boarded your ship until now, has our little pirate ever made a mistake? Everyone knew that silly aunt was unreasonable, and Perseus wouldn't argue with her. I remember the last time we were on the Argo and improved the sails, you were the one who opposed it, right? His aunt brought up Perseus' past blunders to strengthen her argument. Perseus felt embarrassed and coughed, looking at the Argo inside the checkpoint. The patrolling guards on the shore saw Garcia and his group and rowed over. The king has ordered to protect the Argo. No one is allowed to enter the checkpoint. Please make an exception, Garcia said. The Argo is our ship. Let us board and take a look. The king has ordered to protect the Argo. No one is allowed to enter the checkpoint. The mounted guard repeated, simply, not allowing Garcia and the others to advance a single step. Forget it, Medusa said. Isn't your ship right in front of the checkpoint? Haven't you already seen it? I'll go on board and take a look, Medusa said as she walked past Garcia. As she moved closer to the mounted guards, she transformed into a white snake and vanished in place. When the guards spotted Medusa again, she had already returned to human form, appearing on the deck of the Argo. The people on the shore were waiting for Medusa to bring back news from the ship, needing her to confirm that the Argo was intact. But it was not. The crowd saw Medusa enter the cabin, and in less than a quarter of an hour, she returned to the deck, loudly proclaiming, "It's just an empty shell." Chapter 51, Two Possibilities. What? An empty shell? How did the Argo become just an empty shell? The mounted guards rushed forward, intending to board the ship to apprehend Medusa on the deck. Garcia and his group hurried to board the ship to see the empty shell of the Argo. "You white snake, are you tired of living?" The guards boarded the Argo one after another, drawing their swords to take down Medusa. These are not ordinary guards. They're the royal cavalry, dispatched by the king, stationed at the checkpoint, ostensibly to protect the Argo, but in reality to prevent anyone from approaching the Argo and discovering the secret of the empty shell on board. With a sharp sound, the black iron sword in Medusa's hand slid across the back of the guard's neck. The king's guard, using his last bit of strength, turned around, his pupils dilating as he looked at Medusa attacking from behind, before falling backwards to the ground. A smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown appeared at the corner of Medusa's mouth, her eyes devoid of impurity and slightly reddened. She gradually realized, as Garcia had said, that King Aetes might really be plotting something underhanded, and she was unaware of it. "Cloakman, you were right." Medusa inspected and confirmed that the internal structure of the Argo had been destroyed and hollowed out, leaving only a shell floating on the sea, at risk of sinking at any moment. Peleus ran out from the cabin, anxiously saying, "Damn it, I've already checked. The load-bearing pillars at the bottom of the hull have all been sawed off. Our Argo is effectively scrapped." "Captain, do you now know who made the blunder?" Annie was relentless, wanted to make Peleus uncomfortable, especially since he was always opposing Garcia. Gurgle, gurgle. Large bubbles were rising from the bottom of the ship as the Argo began to sink. "Not good, the ship is sinking," Peleus shouted, and then ran off the ship. Everyone rushed to escape to shore in a chaotic hurry. With the Argo destroyed, ordinary small boats could not possibly carry these foreigners across the sea back to the kingdom of Ea. It's confirmed. King Aetes of Colchis does not want Jason and his group to leave at all. So, the question arises, if he doesn't want Jason to leave, why did he agree to let Jason steal the Golden Fleece? Back on shore, Garcia asked Medusa, "Princess, is it possible that King Aetes just wants to use us to steal the Golden Fleece from the mouth of the fire dragon? Are you saying that once we obtain the Golden Fleece, the king will take it from us?" Medusa asked. "It's possible," Garcia replied, "or, based on our current situation analysis, it's the only possibility." Jason felt a shiver run down his spine. Stealing the Golden Fleece was already difficult enough, and now there's another conspiracy? "Garcia, I don't quite understand why this is the only possibility." Garcia said, "The king agreed to let us steal the Golden Fleece, but he doesn't want us to leave. So he destroyed our ship, the Argo. Once we are stranded here, the Golden Fleece will inevitably become the king's. Also, the king can recover 100,000 soldiers from the captain of the guard, Absyrthos, but he has allowed Absyrthos to escape and be torn apart. Perhaps they were conspirators from the beginning, just putting on a show for us. Theseus asked, the captain of the guard, Absyrthos, is obstructing our captain, Jason, from marrying the princess Medea and preventing us from stealing the Golden Fleece. But his ultimate goal is to have us steal the Golden Fleece and then take it back from us. Can I understand it this way? Yes, you can understand it that way. It's reasonable, García said. No, said the silly ant. This is too convoluted. I know, García. You said King Aetes wants to use our hands to steal the Golden Fleece, and when it's in our hands, the king will take it back from us. Isn't that wrong? What's wrong? García asked. It's too complicated. The Golden Fleece originally belongs to the kingdom of Colchis. If the king wants his own Golden Fleece, he can just take it. Does he really need to go through all this trouble using us outsiders as intermediaries? What the ant said was the question of most of the others present. They focused their attention on García, waiting for him to provide an appropriate explanation. García did not answer, but instead turned his gaze towards Princess Medea. Everyone followed García's gaze and looked at Medea. What are you looking at me for? Medea said. Since King Aetes wants to use you to steal the Golden Fleece and then take it back from you, it is because the king cannot steal the Golden Fleece from the dragon himself. Is this such a simple truth that you can't understand? Indeed, everyone thought that the king could easily obtain the Golden Fleece, so they couldn't understand why he wanted to use Jason to steal it. After Medea explained, everyone understood. Who are you talking to? Really full of yourself. The foolish ant felt guilty and was acting unreasonable. How would I know that a king couldn't even obtain a handful of Golden Fleece? Don't think just because you're foolish, you can act unreasonable. Princess Medea did not want to indulge the ant. She stepped away from the others and walked right up to the ant, ready to confront her. García appeared just in time, standing in front of his aunt. Princess, stealing the Golden Fleece is something even the king cannot accomplish. Could you share your plan with us? That's not right, Theseus interjected, noticing a detail that everyone else had overlooked. If García's analysis is correct, Captain Absyrthos is in cahoots with King Aetes. Then their goal should be to lure us into successfully stealing the Golden Fleece. Why would Absyrthos kill our sailors before we even steal the Golden Fleece, weakening our strength? Wouldn't that contradict their purpose? Exactly. This can be considered a point of suspicion. So far, based on the available information, it seems that the king has supported Jason in stealing the Golden Fleece from the very beginning. At the same time, the king destroyed the Argo, indicating he did not intend to let Jason leave Colchis with the Golden Fleece. However, before Jason could steal the Golden Fleece, Captain Absyrthos killed the shipbuilding sailors, significantly weakening Jason's ability to steal the Golden Fleece. Based on this, there are two possibilities. First, Absyrthos and the king are not accomplices. The king wants to use Jason to steal the Golden Fleece, but Absyrthos is obstructing him, wanting to kill Jason and his crew. That's why the king took back 100,000 soldiers from Absyrthos and imprisoned him. Second, Absyrthos and the king are indeed accomplices. The reason Absyrthos killed the sailors before Jason stole the Golden Fleece is that Jason would not need many sailors' assistance in the subsequent plan to steal the Golden Fleece, which wouldn't affect the king's scheme to use Jason to steal it. Thus, Absyrthos killed the sailors during this period to weaken Jason's strength, making it easier to reclaim the Golden Fleece from him after the theft. Which of these two possibilities is it? Regardless of how one calculates, the probabilities of both are equal. The second possibility, that Absyrthos and the king are accomplices, poses a greater threat and would deal the worst blow to Jason's plan to steal the Golden Fleece. Preparing for the worst, García chose to assume that Absyrthos and the king are indeed accomplices, and that the mastermind is King Aetes, with Captain Absyrthos merely being one of his pawns. García was still thinking about how to steal the Golden Fleece without the help of the crew. What should he rely on? On himself? On the people around him? No. He had to rely on the ironclad dragon spirits. Everyone, sharpen your swords and knives, García said. The time has come to steal the Golden Fleece. Chapter 52. The Sacred Forest of Ares. The Sacred Forest of Ares is located deep in the mountains at the northernmost end of Colchis. It is a 3-day and 4-night journey north from the Forbidden Land, where the dragon's tooth is sealed, with 3 bull demons, 700 ironclad dragon spirits, and García's family of 5, along with Jason and Medea, the future couple. A total of 7 people are traveling day and night towards the Sacred Forest. The Golden Fleece is located in the Sacred Forest of Ares. Theseus and Peleus stayed behind halfway. They would take the remaining 10 or so sailors to chop wood and build a ship. It was a far-fetched idea to recreate the Argo with such a small workforce in a short time. However, it was better than nothing. Once they had the Golden Fleece, Theseus's ship would also need to be ready in time. No matter how rudimentary the small boat was, they had to leave Colchis first and figure things out at sea. 7 people and 3 bull demons. Garcia's mother and father Greenbeard were together, and Jason was with Princess Medea, while Garcia was naturally with his 2 beautiful aunts and Medusa. All riding together. Princess Medea's ox demon led the way. Greenbeard's ox demon brought up the rear, while Garcia rode in the middle with his aunts and Medusa on their ox demon. At the end of the line, the grand finale was the 700 armored dragon spirits. Little pirate, one aunt asked, "Don't you think the people of Colchis are foolish? The Golden Fleece is such a precious divine object, yet they keep it so far away. I mean, wouldn't it be easier to guard it if it were closer?" "Aunt, they're not foolish," Garcia explained. "It's kept so far away because only in a more distant place is there the holy grove of Ares, the god of war, and the Golden Fleece is meant to honor him." "Oh, Aunt encountered a problem," she said. "Little pirate, you can't fool me. What does the Golden Fleece have to do with the god of war? What does it have to do with it?" Garcia, the player, truly had only a vague understanding. "What's wrong?" Aunt pushed Garcia, who was riding in front. "Can't you come up with anything? You only know how to deceive me?" "No," Garcia said, "my dear aunt. How could I bear to deceive you?" "All right then, let's change the subject," Aunt said. "Quick, tell me how the Golden Fleece came to be. Now that's a good topic." This group of outsiders from Iolcos came to Colchis to steal the Golden Fleece, and not all of them necessarily knew its origin. They only heard that the Golden Fleece had the power of resurrection. They also knew that countless heroes had died in the jaws of the fire dragon while trying to steal it. However, the number of people who knew where the Golden Fleece came from could be counted on one hand. The road was long, and since they were just idling about anyway, it was actually quite nice to accompany his aunt, boast, and tell stories. Plus, with another beauty, Medusa, riding behind. It was a good opportunity to show off and let her ride the ox demon to experience Garcia's extensive knowledge. This is a long story. Garcia cleared his throat and began. Once upon a time, there was a war-torn kingdom called Boeotia. Their king, Athamas, had a son named Phrixus. This little prince, although not as handsome as me, was fortunate enough to be prophesied to become the next king from the moment he was born. Aunt pushed Garcia, who was riding at the front. "Don't talk about how handsome you are. I want you to tell me about the Golden Fleece." Almost pushed off the ox demon's neck by his silly aunt, Garcia clung tightly to the ox's fur, his body shifting back, feeling the softness behind him. "Dear aunt, if you push me off onto the ox's head and I get gored by its horns, how would that benefit you when the world has one less handsome face?" Garcia said, "Earlier, I mentioned Phrixus, who was prophesied to become king from birth. At that time, a king's favorite concubine also wanted her son to be king. So she repeatedly plotted against Phrixus. She denied him food during the day and wouldn't let him sleep at night. That woman was truly wicked, even worse than my aunt." On the ox demon's back, Aunt, who was riding behind Garcia, knelt up and bumped right into Garcia's thigh, numbing him. "Little pirate, Aunt is angry. If you don't want to tell me the origin of the Golden Fleece, you could just tell me, rather than seizing the opportunity to slander me." Garcia held onto the cow's hair tightly with both hands to prevent being kicked over by his silly aunt. "Hey, Medusa, say a few words." Garcia turned sideways to look back, hoping to gain the support of Medusa, who was riding behind his aunt. "You just say something about my aunt." I kindly told her a story, but what I got in return was punches and kicks. "So, what happened to Phrixus later?" Medusa did not comment on the dispute between Garcia and his aunt. She also wanted to hear the rest of the story. "Want to listen?" "All right, I can tell Medusa." "Aunt, you don't need to listen," Garcia said, trying to prevent his aunt from eavesdropping. "Should I switch places with my aunt and come to the middle?" "No need." Both his aunt and Medusa simultaneously refused. On the back of the bull demon, Garcia was in front, his aunt in the middle, and Medusa at the back. The 3 of them in a line. To ensure that Medusa, who was separated by his aunt, could hear the story clearly, Garcia deliberately raised his voice and continued with the tale of the Golden Fleece. As I mentioned earlier, the young Prince Phrixus was persecuted by the king's beloved concubine. Fortunately, Phrixus's mother was a cloud goddess. She asked Hermes, the guide of souls, for a golden ram and used her divine power to give the ram a pair of wings that could fly. With this flying golden ram, Phrixus, unable to endure the persecution, was able to escape from the kingdom of Boeotia, soaring over land and sea, and arrived at the land beneath our feet, the kingdom of Colchis. Garcia abruptly stopped talking about the current situation in the country of Colchis. What happened next? Auntie's little fist was repeatedly pounding on Garcia's back like a pestle. Garcia squeezed forward, feeling confident enough to show off to his aunt. "Aunt, if you give my shoulders a massage, I'll tell you what happened later." If he didn't speak, it didn't matter. His aunt lifted her foot and stepped on Garcia's waist. With just a little force, Garcia would surely fall onto the bull demon, getting pierced by its horns. Okay, Garcia begged repeatedly. "Aunt, I'll tell you. At that time, Phrixus rode the flying golden ram to the land of Colchis, just as King Eats of Colchis was severely injured while suppressing a rebellion and was on the brink of death. Phrixus slaughtered the golden ram and made a sacrifice to Zeus, praying for Eats to recover fully. Afterwards, King Eats of Colchis offered the golden ram's flying wings as a sacrifice to Ares, seeking strength in battle to quell the rebellion. Therefore, the Golden Fleece is no longer a divine object of Colchis, but a tribute to the war god Ares. Remember this, Aunt. This is why the Golden Fleece is stored in the sacred grove of Ares. His aunt and Medusa listened intently, unable to deny Garcia's extensive knowledge. "Son, tell me, why is the Golden Fleece guarded by a fire-breathing dragon?" The green-bearded bull demon behind them also listened closely, following along with Garcia's tall tales. When telling stories, the focus is on entertainment. The green-bearded one-shoe T take it seriously. If you take it seriously, you lose. What is real and what is fake? Who is going to investigate? Moo. The bull demon, carrying Jason and Medea, came to a halt, its nostrils flaring as it let out a deep warning sound from its throat. It was getting dark, and the bull demon didn't want to travel any further. "How about we rest here?" Jason suggested. "No," Medea replied. "It's not about it getting dark. There must be something ahead." Chapter 53. The ice barrier blocks the road in a dim thicket. A chilling glow emanated. Garcia had seen light as strong as the noon flames and as weak as the remnants of a candle. But the halo that appeared before him at this moment was unrelated to strength. It was a kind of light that sent chills down his spine. The leaves rustled, and under the cover of the cold, eerie light, moisture frosted and spread out in a ring. "This is bad. Their ice barrier. Stop moving forward." Medea, who was at the front, reined in the bull demon. Seeing this, Garcia cleverly lifted the nose of the bull demon between his legs, turned around, and dodged away. "So, are you going the wrong way?" The last one, Green Beard, encountered Garcia, who was returning on the original path, not knowing what trick Garcia was up to again. "Father, there's no time to explain, run." Garcia slapped the bull demon's back, proving with action that there really was no time to explain. "Do we still need to keep moving forward?" Greenbeard asked. "Do you believe your son's words?" Garcia, born of his mother, knew too well that her son was up to no good, probably playing some deceptive game again. Greenbeard loosened the reins of the bull demon and rushed forward at full speed, moving closer to Jason and Medea. "Greenbeard, go back, run fast." The bull demon, ridden by Medea and Jason, was also turning back, its hooves kicking up a storm of dust. What happened ahead? Could be that this time, Garcia wasn't playing tricks and really needed to turn back. Greenbeard was caught in an internal struggle. Time was pressing, and there was no time for a thorough analysis. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It turned out that when frost forms quickly to a certain extent, one can hear the sound of water freezing. In the direction Greenbeard was advancing, a plain white ice barrier was pushed over. The entire space was frozen, and the cold aura that had been there surged like a flood. "Greenbeard, what are you waiting for?" Garcia's mother was punching and kicking Greenbeard. "Turn around, run." Crash. Greenbeard pulled the reins of the bull demon up with his left hand, causing the bull demon's right leg to kick out in pain. Its long tail swung to the left, and it turned around on the spot, its hooves frantically moving in the soon-to-be frozen soil and stones. The ice was forming too quickly behind them, and the massive ice barrier was closing in. Moo. The bull demon under Greenbeard had already been frozen at its tail, and the piercing pain caused by the ice spikes made it let out mournful cries. Being the first to escape, Garcia occupied a favorable high hill, overlooking the two bull demons carrying Jason and Medea, as well as Garcia's mother and Greenbeard. Desperately running in front of the ice barrier, Garcia triggered the spirit communication skill, using mental control to command the iron armored dragon spirits ahead of him, who were fleeing at full speed, to stand at attention, turn around, and form a wall of iron to block the flood of ice spikes surging towards them. Bang! The square-shaped ice spikes pierced the iron wall composed of 700 iron armored dragon spirits, instantly shattering into ice shards, which then turned into icy water, losing their overwhelming force. The icy water accumulated and gathered into a river, flowing through the vegetation, immediately causing the grass to wither and the leaves to fall. "Father, princess, hurry up to the hill." Garcia waved from the hillside, as the poisonous river formed by the icy water couldn't possibly flow upwards. The two cow demons followed, and Medea looked down at the vegetation washed away and poisoned by the toxic river, saying in shock, "Fortunately, the iron-armored dragon spirits blocked the ice barrier." "What is an ice barrier?" The ant, riding on the cow demon, muttered, "My dear Princess Medea, if you know what the hell an ice barrier is, why didn't you just go around? You really scared me just now." "Silly ant, if she were just silly, that would be one thing. But she had to be chatty too? Don't chatter with anyone, especially not with Princess Medea, okay? Her family is full of tough characters. When King Eats massacres traitors in a civil war, he exterminates entire clans. By the way, back then, Phrixus needed to sacrifice the Golden Fleece to Zeus in exchange for Eats' life. And it was because Eats used inhumane methods to slaughter his own people during the civil strife that he was cursed by Zeus, dying halfway, but still salvageable. Medea's brother Absyrtus was well known as a butcher who loved to dismember bodies. As for Princess Medea, she hadn't yet shown any extraordinary talent in that regard. However, she had family traditions, and it was best not to provoke Medea just for the sake of one's own life and health. "You woman." Medea rushed forward, adopting a posture that suggested she could argue until dawn. "What do you mean I should go around? I heard that there would be ice barriers on the way to the sacred forest of Ares. How was I to know it would appear here?" It sounded reasonable what Princess Medea said. The ant didn't respond. She needed more time to think and find enough reasons for herself, not wanting to be at a disadvantage. Medea continued, "Even if I knew there would be ice barriers on this road and wanted to go around, where should I go?" The ant hadn't yet thought of an absolutely advantageous point to counter, choosing to remain silent and not engage. "Why don't you answer? I'm asking you." Princess Medea raised her head, like an aggressive rooster, walking up to the ant. The ant scratched her back on Garcia. "Hey, why aren't you helping me out? Scold her, scold her. Then you promise me, later find a time to give me a shoulder massage." Garcia seized the opportunity to make a deal. Okay, the ant said, "just this once." Garcia whispered the word deal into his aunt's ear, then flipped over and jumped down from the back of the bull demon, pointing at Medea's nose and scolding. "What kind of attitude is that? Your father, King Eats, has said that we are guests of Colchis, and my aunt is the esteemed guest among guests. Who made her so beautiful, huh?" With a whoosh, Medea drew her black iron sword, the sword's aura slicing through the cloak above Garcia's head. Oh dear, his aunt stuffed her hand in her mouth, sweetly biting down to draw blood. In a flash, the snake woman Medusa leaped from the back of the bull demon, sword aimed at Princess Medea's forehead. However, Medusa did not strike, because Princess Medea did not strike either. In the instant the sword aura sliced through Garcia's cloak, both his aunt and Medusa thought Princess Medea would certainly strike Garcia down. How could that be? At this moment, Princess Medea saw Garcia's true face. Medea's eyes were speaking. The cloaked man looked like this, a figure of my imagination. No, much better than the face I had imagined, with a nose as high as a mountain, a three-dimensional contour that could only be carved from marble, and that wild, unruly curly hair hidden beneath the cloak. Oh, this cloaked man, Garcia, fulfilled all of Princess Medea's fantasies about men. She couldn't bear to strike Garcia down, depriving the world of such a pleasingly handsome face. Wait, wasn't this cloaked man Garcia's face seen before? Last time, Garcia came to ask Princess Medea for help in finding his family, and, as a condition, Medea had Garcia reveal his cloak to see his face. She remembered being extremely disappointed then. What she saw was certainly not this handsome face. Medea flicked the tip of her sword, creating a sword aura that tousled a lock of hair on Garcia's forehead. "Sir, I don't want to see someone impersonating Garcia." Chapter 54. The fire dragon appears, huh? Medea doubted that the last face impersonating Garcia was the original, and this handsome face might actually be a substitute for Garcia. Thinking this way was not unreasonable. Was it just that Garcia's acting was too superb? Last time, using a substitute, Medea couldn't find any flaws, proving it was fake. This time, as Garcia revealed his true face, Medea similarly found no evidence to convince herself that the handsome face she saw was real. Garcia silently reached out with both hands, trying to push down Medea's black iron sword. To no avail, Medea's sword remained motionless. It wasn't that Garcia was too weak, rather, Medea's hand, infused with sword energy, was too strong, capable of lifting two adults without affecting her ability to thrust the sword directly at Garcia. "Are you pretending to be Garcia?" Medea said, though deep down, she hoped that wasn't the case. She wished that the handsome face in front of her was indeed Garcia himself, not a stand-in. Who would admit to being a stand-in? At that moment, Garcia could only rely on others to verify his identity. "Father, help me," Garcia called out to the green-bearded man. Crack! Garcia's eyes sparkled with fire, and a burnt smell filled the air. Greenbeard performed a front flip off the back of the bull demon, drew out the gleaming big machete from his waist, and with a swift motion, pried open the black iron sword that Medea pointed at Garcia. "I know my son. No one dares to impersonate him." Greenbeard sheathed the machete with a spin. Medea did not retract the black iron sword, but instead pointed it at Greenbeard. "Do you know that your good son deceived me with a substitute?" "Well," Greenbeard glanced back at Garcia without responding. "Is it really worth mentioning? With Garcia's character, this kind of thing is just a daily occurrence." "Hey, old pirate." Garcia nudged Greenbeard with his elbow. "Are you saying you no longer recognize my handsome son? That chop you just made on Medea's black iron sword. Who told you to do that? If you misjudged the strength and accidentally hurt me, you could be cutting off your own lineage. What do you understand?" Greenbeard shoulder-barged Garcia, creating some distance, and the big machete was drawn from his waist once more. Sizzle. In Garcia's azure eyes, he saw something sharp, white as tofu, thin as a needle's eye. 2 eyelashes fluttered down. "Yes," Greenbeard warned his son Garcia. "You should not question your father's swordsmanship." "Huh." Medea drew her sword, and Garcia's 2 eyelashes precisely landed on the black iron sword. The spine of the sword flipped, bouncing the eyelashes up, which Medea pinched between her thumb and index finger, holding them up to examine. "Mr. Cloak, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time." Medea felt happy. She had never seen such a handsome man. Especially Garcia's pair of azure eyes, mysterious and unfathomable. Who knows what mischievous tricks are hidden within them? "It is my honor to meet a princess," Garcia replied calmly. He had anticipated this day would come, just sooner than expected. Fortunately, it was more secure than he had imagined. Princess Medea did not fly into a rage because she had been deceived by a substitute before. Garcia knew that it was the charm skill at work. Under Garcia's planning, Jason successfully won Medea's affection. In return, Garcia would also gain Medea's love, and it would be a double reward. Therefore, Medea had already ruthlessly fallen in love with Garcia. The so-called ruthlessness meant it was taken literally, without any emotional foundation. As long as Medea saw Garcia's face, she would uncontrollably develop feelings for him and fall in love. Garcia said, "How dare you deceive a princess?" Princess Medea intentionally emphasized her royal status and began to speak formally. Garcia stepped forward, covering his mouth with his hand, and said, "Because I'm afraid your friend will fall in love with the princess." "Don't be afraid. I've already fallen in love." But how Garcia know? Medea's face turned bright red, and the princess's aura shattered into pieces. Liking someone makes you afraid of being seen through, especially terrified of being uncovered by the person you like. At that moment, Princess Medea found herself in such a predicament. The snake woman Medusa swung her silver lace gown heavily, creating a gust of wind that blew the eyelashes off Princess Medea's hand. Garcia saw Medusa's high and bulging chest rising and falling as she breathed. "Well, are you jealous? How about switching to drinking alcohol in the future?" The snake woman Medusa drinking alcohol could restore her body temperature. How great. Ding, psychic skill updating. Note, you use your mind to control and commanded the 700 iron armor dragon spirit to block the ice barrier's attack. Skill upgrade. Psychic experience level LV to LV3. Garcia, Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 5. Escape experience level 4. Insight experience level 6. Charm experience level 3. Spirit communication experience level 3. In this system, Garcia seems to have mastered the rules. Skills triggered by himself only level up by 1 level. Optional tasks assigned by the system level up by accumulating double rewards. Gaining 2 levels. Mr. Cloak Garcia and Princess Medea abandoned a topic that would make her blush and open a new serious topic. This time, for some reason, I did not control the iron armor dragon spirit. Yet those 700 dragon spirits surprisingly developed self-awareness and actively formed an iron wall to block the ice barrier's attack. Is that so? Last time, Garcia discovered he could control the iron armor dragon spirit, with Medea involved as well. All action commands were first relayed by Garcia to Medea, who then transitioned to controlling the iron armor dragon spirit. However, this time, when Garcia used his mind to control the dragon spirit, Medea seemed to have no reaction and did not participate at all. It appears that it is not the dragon spirits that have gained self-awareness, but rather Garcia bypassing Medea to directly control the iron armor dragon spirit. Previously, Garcia's unintentional control of the iron armor dragon spirit was due to it being generated after being sealed by the fire dragon's venom in the forbidden iron mine of Colchis. And during the sealing period, the dragon's teeth were sacrificed using Medea's blood, which is why the dragon spirit could communicate with Medea. Since Garcia and Medea share a telepathic connection, he was able to control the dragon spirit through her. But now, Garcia can directly control the dragon spirit without going through Medea. Why is that? I don't know. It's like the last riddle. On what basis could Garcia communicate telepathically with Medea? If that's the case now, aside from congratulating the princess, I don't know what else to do. Garcia said that compared to tools that require human control, dragon spirits with self-awareness are much easier to manage. Garcia certainly couldn't tell Medea, "You're wrong, don't get too smug. Do you really think the iron armor dragon spirit has gained self-awareness? No, I'm the one controlling it. Moo moo moo, the bull demon, carrying the green-bearded one to evade the ice barrier, had its long tail severed from behind by the freezing attack, its two front hooves digging into the ground. Rumbling. It might rain soon, as a rumble of thunder echoed from the horizon. The mooing bull demon not only severed the tail of one bull demon, but the remaining two were also issuing warnings of the approaching storm. Wrong? In a moment, a lightning bolt streaked across the sky. But this lightning was not as fleeting as imagined. On the contrary, the thunder roared, and the unextinguished lightning drew closer. That wasn't lightning, it was a fire dragon, its entire body a deep red. A scorching heat wave approached, and the whole forest burned in the light of the fire. Chapter 55. The Whirlpool in the 1,000-Foot Deep Pool. P.S. It's New Year's Eve tonight, a bit tight. Posting first will correct typos and awkward phrases later. Please forgive me. The little author wishes all the book friends more satisfying things to happen. Follow me. Princess Medea jumped onto the bull demon, striking its rear with a sword, using the downhill momentum to charge from the high hill down to the valley below. Most friends who have ridden bulls know that riding on a bull's back without a saddle is best on flat ground. Uphill is manageable, at least you won't fall off. However, riding a bull downhill is much more difficult. One tends to slide down. Moreover, the green-bearded one and Garcia's mother were on one bull, while Princess Medea and Jason were on another, leaving Garcia at the back riding with his aunt and Medusa, totaling 3 people. Garcia tightly grasped the long hair on the back of the bull demon, not worrying about slipping or the hair being too short. The long hair held firm, but the slope was too steep, and the little aunt and Medusa riding behind him pushed all the gravity onto Garcia. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bull's hair broke, and Garcia slipped down, with his legs getting stuck around the bull demon's neck. The sharp bull horns swung up and down, and Garcia dared not stay on the bull's neck for too long, fearing he would get pierced by the horns. However, if he jumped down at that moment, he would either be trampled to death by the bull demon or likely end up paralyzed from a fall. Just as Garcia was hesitating whether to jump down, the little ant behind him lost her grip, her short legs not holding tight enough, and she slid down, directly knocking Garcia away. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind brushed past Garcia's ear, and he saw his aunt sliding down from the bull demon along with him. The wind grew louder, and Garcia and his aunt found themselves facing each other in midair, both affected by air resistance, causing them to flip and continue falling downwards. What was going on? The bull demon couldn't be so high that it took too long to reach the ground, could it? Moo moo moo. As Garcia continued to fall, he saw the bull demon also descending with him, its 4 legs wildly kicking in the air without any support. At this point, even if Garcia wasn't crushed by the bull demon's kick, he would be flattened like a persimmon when the bull demon landed behind him. Medea, oh Medea, you're unfamiliar with the terrain. Why do you dare to shout for me to follow? Boom! Still falling, Garcia's face alternated between up and down, and the sound of the wind in his ears was overshadowed by another explosive noise. He felt as if a hot pot lid was coming down from above, making him feel scorched. Garcia saw the crimson fire dragon spewing a forked dragon tongue covered in blade-like barbs, releasing a stream of flames. As expected, Garcia could avoid a fall and was directly burned to ashes in midair. Thud! Garcia fell into the river, followed by his aunt, the bull demon, and Medusa, all falling into the river one after another. Glug glug! The flames spewed from the dragon's mouth boiled the river water, creating a mist of vapor that spiraled up into the valley. Fortunately, this was a turbulent river, and at the moment the flames boiled the water, Garcia and the others, having entered the river a moment earlier, had already rushed downstream. The other side of the luck, however, was the torment of being tossed about. Due to the river's strong currents, Garcia was like a dead fish flipped upside down, crashing against the protruding rocks in the water. The smooth rocks wouldn't cut through skin to draw blood, but they could still strike a person's flesh, leaving behind bruises and internal injuries. García experienced something new. When a person is in free fall, the air becomes thinner. At the cliff's edge, the rushing river breaks into a waterfall. The intense feeling of weightlessness made García's lower body tense, and even breathing became particularly difficult. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt like he was going to die. This strange sensation was only similar to the time he was kicked in the groin by his aunt. Leaping over the waterfall, García plunged into a deep pool 1,000 feet below. Before this, whether it was great pain or minor aches, García still had some awareness. However, there was a whirlpool in the deep pool beneath the waterfall. García was first struck by gravity, his head hitting the water's surface, his vision blurred, and his whole body pinned to the bottom of the pool like a nail. Water filled his mouth, his belly expanded at the bottom, and then he was spun up by the whirlpool. A person deeply trapped in the whirlpool does not realize they are the one spinning. They only feel that the world is turning against them, each spinning in their own direction, determined not to stop until they have made someone dizzy to death. Fortunately, García had lost consciousness before he began to rise. Therefore, he did not suffer during the spinning. García almost lost his life in the whirlpool of the 1,000-foot deep pool. He was dying, and dead people don't need to suffer in life. Splash! A beam of white light cut into the whirlpool, sweeping up a rounded body and creating a splash of water. Medusa, being a snake, revealed her true form, coiling around García in the whirlpool like a rope. García, who was lifted high, fell heavily onto the green grass by the pool, spitting out a stream of water half his length. After he coughed it out, his round belly shrank a size. Moo moo moo. The first sound García heard after regaining consciousness was the call of the bull demon. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the iron armor dragon's iron bones clashing. Splash. The noise of the waterfall crashing down from the 1,000-foot pool. Someone was groaning, rhythmically pressing down on García's swollen belly with effort. García coughed and opened his mouth to spit out water. That person clearly didn't understand the essentials of saving someone, only using brute force to squeeze. García was a bit worried that the pressure in his stomach was too intense, and his not-so-large mouth couldn't release the flood in time. The pool water that had just been sucked in through the vortex was now being expelled from another hole. Oh no! García skillfully exerted force, expanding the top while tightly closing the bottom, cooperating with that person's strong pressure, and spraying out from his mouth. After finishing, he needed to remember to take a look inside to see if there were any body organs. García felt as if his intestines were being squeezed out. Finally, the hands on his stomach stopped pressing. A faint, pleasant scent approached, a warm, tender feeling that could release all the bitterness and pain of the journey, bringing a sense of peace. It was his aunt, only her body scent was warm. How did it come to this? His aunt was anxious, blaming everything on Princess Medea. What kind of path have you brought us, Medea? She placed her hand on García's nose to confirm he was breathing, ensuring he was not dead. Still not reassured, she leaned down, pressing her small ear against García's chest, and heard his heartbeat. Good, the little pirate was still alive. Only then did his aunt relax. Muttering about all the wrongs of Princess Medea, García lay down and listened throughout. The main idea from his aunt was simple. Princess Medea has a worse temper than the snake woman Medusa, and she isn't as good-looking as his aunt. Why does she have to be so bossy and repeatedly put us all in danger? García couldn't take it anymore. He coughed violently and got up to comfort his aunt, saying not to speak ill of others behind their backs, but they might come to settle the score later. I'm not afraid, his aunt laughed. As long as you're alive, you'll help me scold her. More tormenting than the body fragrance was his aunt's golden hair and blue eyes, along with her porcelain skin that had just been soaked in the river, as white as snow and as tender as tofu. Her wet hair hung messily in front of her chest, providing at least some cover. His aunt always dressed more beautifully than Medusa, but her sheer fabric was indeed too tight, with her prominent feminine features exposed beneath the two light-colored straps. García took off his outer coat, vigorously shaking off the sand, and with a flick of his hand over his head, draped it over his aunt from behind. We're more. Be careful of catching a cold. Little pirate, you shouldn't only care about me. His aunt pressed a finger on García's nose. It was Medusa who bravely jumped into the whirlpool to pull you out, so you should thank her quickly. By the edge of the pool, behind the green grass, the snake-haired Medusa sat with her back turned. Even from such a distance, García could see clearly the silver lace long dress that adorned Medusa's graceful figure, the curve of her back outlining her slim waist and voluptuous hips. García knows why Medusa has to sit with her back facing. Probably, it's clearer when viewed from the front. Garcia, stand firm. Are you going or not? Take a look. Face to face. Say thank you. Hey, hurry up, you go quickly. Behind, my aunt, wearing Garcia's coat, kindly urged. Chapter 56. Garcia has a nosebleed. P.S. Typos and grammatical errors have been checked. Please enjoy. Garcia slowly approached, walking without looking at the path, his eyes only on Medusa. He admired her captivating back, waiting for her to turn around to thank her. It wasn't that Garcia wanted to pick a moment. It was his aunt who urged him. Stop, Medusa said. What do you want to do? Huh? What kind of fierce words were these? What could I do? There are too many things that can't just be wished for. On the contrary, some things are better left as mere thoughts. Garcia said, try to mask the sound of his footsteps with his voice. You saved me just now. I came to thank you in person. No need, Medusa said, her back turned, her body motionless. Don't come closer. Why are you so nervous? Can I really look at you? Face to face? Listen to me. Why have you become so strange? As Garcia stepped forward, he asked with eager concern, Medusa, are you hurt somewhere? Medusa blinked and suddenly found Garcia right in front of her, his big eyes wide open like large brass bells. If I don't understand, I should ask, does lace clothing, the kind women wear, melt when it gets wet? Otherwise, why could Garcia almost see the snake woman Medea almost naked? Only the few silver scales on her collarbone were harmless. The rest of Medusa's body was definitely underage and forbidden. Medusa quickly turned around, avoiding Garcia's sudden gaze. Go away. You're not allowed to look. Some beauty is warm and inviting, like his aunt, while some beauty is beguiling, like the Medusa in front of him who wouldn't allow him to look. The more she forbade him from looking, the more it stirred his desire. Perhaps many would willingly commit crimes for it? I'll step aside, Garcia said. I'm leaving now. You should turn around. Facing this way would be better. There's sunlight, and it will dry faster. Garcia walked back to his aunt, ready to ask for a favor. Aunt, remember the deal? I'll help you scold Princess Medea, and you'll help me with a shoulder rub. I said just once, his aunt replied, becoming alert and reminding herself not to fall for Garcia's tricks. At that moment, Garcia buried himself in the green grass, leaving only his shoulders for his aunt to repay the favor. The bony back of his shoulder, propped up by his sunken chest, had muscles around the scapula that were weak and flaccid, resembling a battlefield trampled by enemies, a wasteland that was useless. This was Garcia's physical state. The little pirate, with his aunt on his back, switched to teasing mode. Your little frame is so weak. When can you eat something good to nourish yourself? Aunt, stop mocking me. Garcia shot back. Why don't you take a look at yourself? With those skinny arms and short legs, you're not getting married either. Thud. Just then, the weak spot where Garcia's ribs connected to his muscles took a hit. Boys who have been in fights understand that an attack to the chest from the front may kill faster. However, striking from behind, even just a slap without drawing blood, can leave someone short of breath in a short time, because when a person is struck, they lose their breath. Garcia opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. After a long struggle, he gritted his teeth and turned over to look at his little aunt, who was giving him a shoulder massage. Not good. Silly little aunt wasn't massaging Garcia. She was actually stepping on him. That last hit was a brutal attack initiated by her heel, nearly causing Garcia to pass out from anger. Garcia grabbed his aunt's little short leg with his backhand, twisted it hard, and yanked it fiercely. Slap! His aunt fell to the ground, her fleshy but hurting, letting out a gasp. But it wasn't over. Garcia held onto his aunt's warm little foot, and with one finger, he began his soulful artwork. Little pirate, you're tickling me to death. His aunt kicked around wildly, laughter echoing through the valley, startling the egrets hidden in the reeds to flap their wings and fly away. Unexpectedly, his short-legged aunt was quite strong. Garcia grabbed one of the feet, but ignored that his aunt also had 2 feet. Bang! The other short little foot of his aunt kicked Garcia's face several times. This wasn't self-defense. She was taking the opportunity to use her dirty foot. You had the chance to repay me, but instead of giving a proper shoulder massage, you actually used your foot? Where's the justice in this? Well, my silly aunt, you were the one who moved your foot first. Garcia raised his right hand to block the kick aimed at his face, while his left hand swiftly pinched the pressure point on the inner side of his aunt's other little leg. Garcia's entire weight pressed down, causing my aunt's short legs to completely lose their ability to fight back. Although her lower body couldn't muster any strength, her upper body still had 2 short arms. She must have been skilled at the technique of sit-ups, as she grabbed Garcia's right armpit and pulled up with all her might. Try to pry open the hand that was pinning down her short legs. No matter how weak Garcia is, he's still stronger than Annie, who can't break Garcia's hand at all. This move doesn't work. Let's try another one. Auntie uses her head to push against Garcia's chin. A move that is inappropriate and scares Garcia. Silly Auntie, don't overreact. Garcia can't handle it and can only let go and admit defeat. Snap. As soon as Garcia let go, his aunt, using her head to push against him, fell onto Garcia due to inertia. The two were face to face, and his aunt pinned Garcia's hands down, straddling him in a clear position. You little rascal, do you give up? At that moment, Garcia's mother, Greenbeard, and Princess Medea with Jason had arrived by the pond, witnessing the scene of Garcia being subdued by his aunt. I'm not wrong, right? Who would laugh like that if they were serious? Princess Medea was mocking his aunt, laughing in an unusual way. The four of them had already fallen into the river, washed downstream by the waterfall, and had returned upstream following the sound of the aunt's laughter. Garcia's mother certainly didn't want her own sister to be mocked by Princess Medea, but that laughter just now was truly outrageous. She couldn't understand why her aunt would laugh in such a strange way, but seeing her aunt riding on Garcia, she began to have an answer. Don't be unhappy. Princess Medea is right. Garcia's mother closed her eyes and sighed, using this thought to console herself. In fact, that strange laughter couldn't be entirely blamed on her aunt. If Garcia were to hold her feet and create a soul composition on them, would you see how joyful you laugh? Father, save me. Garcia awaited a lifeline, signaling desperately to the green-bearded man. The green-bearded man came over, spat, and said, You can't even beat her. Aren't you ashamed? What do you mean by that? Her aunt protested, releasing Garcia and turning to the green-bearded man. What's wrong with me? What do you mean I can't even beat her? The rescued Garcia stood up and loudly declared, Aunt, this time it doesn't count. What doesn't count? Her aunt asked. She thought Garcia was saying that this time she lost, so it didn't count. But that wasn't the case. Garcia said sternly, You owe me for this. A shoulder massage doesn't count this time. Aunt waved her hand to strike again, but instead, she cupped Garcia's face and said tenderly, I'm sorry, my Garcia. Did I hit you too hard? Look at you, you've gotten a nosebleed from my beating, right? Huh, nosebleed? Did I really make you bleed from the nose? Is it true? Garcia raised his hand and wiped his nose, which was wet and sticky. Sure enough, he had a nosebleed. I didn't mean to. I didn't expect you to be so weak. I told you your little body is too weak, and you still won't admit it. Auntie said earnestly. She really thought Garcia's nosebleed was caused by her. It is said that one bleeds from the nose when seeing beautiful people. Maybe Annie was too reckless with her seductive moves just now. A physiological reaction, bloodshed. Auntie, please stop talking nonsense. Garcia scoffed. My nosebleed is not because of you. Huh? Annie asked sincerely, then who is it? I wanted to have a nosebleed myself. Garcia said it naturally, as if reading an undisputed theorem. The lace gown on the snake woman Medusa had dried, and she hurried over, anxiously saying, Not good, the fire dragon is nearby, or it's on its way. I feel a wave of heat getting closer to us. Chapter 57. Garcia's insight skills tempt Medusa's fantasy ding. The urging system is running. Garcia, Pangu detected a crisis. There's still 2 days' journey to the destination, the god of war, Ares' sacred forest, but you've just encountered a fire dragon patrolling the mountains. You managed to escape a disaster by using the river in the valley. However, the fire dragon can smell the scent of humans within 100 miles. The fire dragon never gives up on its lost prey. As long as you are alive, it will continue to track you and incinerate you with its flames. Mission 1. Confront the dragon. Become the victor. Reward. Combat experience points, double rewards. Risk, 50 success rate. With the iron armored dragon spirit in hand, you have a chance to slay the dragon. But the flames from the fire dragon's mouth could easily burn you and others to ashes. Mission 2. Escape is the best strategy. Reward. Escape experience points. Double rewards. Risk, 50 success rate. You have no experience in slaying dragons, but you have successful escape cases. However, if you escape, the plan to steal the Golden Fleece will be declared a failure. Know this? Although the success rates for both missions are 50, they are the same. However, Garcia quickly dismissed Mission 2. Escape, not because he didn't want to save his life, but because he was a bit worried he wouldn't be able to escape. Even if he could escape, wouldn't this trip be in vain? Choosing Mission 1. Slay the dragon, with a 50 success rate. That is the success rate of slaying the dragon with the iron armor dragon spirit. A ball of flame spewed from the fire dragon's mouth. The mortal body is no match for the iron armor dragon spirit. Anyone around Garcia could be turned to ash in an instant. Oh no! The rewards for this mission seem out of reach. I can only give up. The fire dragon can smell life within 100 miles. The fire dragon never gives up on its lost prey. Got it. Garcia triggered the spirit communication skill, wanting to summon the bull demon to lure the fire dragon. However, the skill failed, and the bull demon remained indifferent. Alright, García triggered his psychic skill again, using thought control. 3 ironclad dragon spirits jumped in place, riding on the back of the bull demon, their sharp spiked claws digging into the demon's rear. Moo moo moo. The uneven wails echoed through the valley as the 3 bull demons, under the control of the 3 dragon spirits, lowered their heads and raised their tails, charging towards the direction from which the fire dragon was coming. A plan to lure the tiger away from its mountain lair. Please accept this, fire dragon. This is really bizarre. Princess Medea saw the 3 dragon spirits riding the bull demons as they left, filled with 1,000 questions in her mind. Why was the self-awareness of the dragon spirits becoming stronger? Why were the dragon spirits riding the bull demons heading in that direction? Princess Medea did not know that the dragon spirits had no awareness at all. It was García using his thoughts to control the dragon spirits to ride the bull demons. She also did not know that García possessed the insight skill of the Gorgon Medusa, naturally knowing from which direction the fire dragon was coming and where the bull demons should charge. Much like Princess Medea's confusion, the Gorgon Medusa watched the dragon spirits riding the 3 bull demons disappear from sight. She hurried over and whispered to García, "Hey, do you know that the direction the bull demons are running towards has the fire dragon?" "Oh, really?" García, of course, knew this. He also knew that Medusa had realized the fire dragon's location and was wondering why those 3 dragon spirits were riding the bull demons to their doom. "García, why are you so calm?" Princess Medea sensed that García's calmness was somewhat unusual. Perhaps he did not realize the destructive presence of the fire dragon. "No, I just look calm. In fact, I'm very anxious." García led the way, running towards the pond by the cave at the base of the waterfall. The cave's entrance had a flowing waterfall that could conceal human presence, and the cave was deep and bottomless, suitable for hiding. Long before García thought of luring the tiger away from the mountain, he had already triggered his insight skill to investigate and found no immediate dangers inside the cave. Including the Gorgon Medusa, García's family of 5, and the nominal couple Jason and Medea, 7 people entered the cave one after another. To put it vividly, this cave is renowned in a classic Eastern novel. It is called the Water Curtain Cave. It was too far, and some words could only be enjoyed by the player García alone. Talking to others about it was out of the question. "Hey," Gorgon Medusa came over and quietly asked, "García, how did you find this cave?" The insight skill can enhance a person's sensory organs, allowing them to see further and hear more clearly. The goddess Medusa could see the dark cave behind the waterfall. However, she had no reason to believe that García, a mere mortal, could see it too. Moreover, Medusa had doubted García's unusual insight ability before. Over time, Medusa even began to have an unrealistic speculation. Why does García possess extraordinary insight skills? And coincidentally, the information he perceives always aligns with what I, as a serpent, also perceive. Could he be a serpent too? Medusa hoped this speculation would come true. Sometimes, she hated that she was not a human of García's kind. Other times, she regretted that García was not a serpent. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she was that she had sworn an oath long ago to be a pitiful virgin. If time could turn back, Medusa might retract that oath. This way, when she later met García, she would be more at ease. However, in a land of darkness, the river god wanting Medusa to marry García felt like a punishment. Why? Why would the union of the Gorgon Medusa and the human García be a punishment? What would be the consequence? Medusa hadn't indulged in such fanciful thoughts for a long time. She almost forgot that García had promised the river god to take her as his wife. Once this plan is over, after successfully stealing the Golden Fleece, Medusa would have her own plans. The Gorgon Medusa gently tapped García's chest. "Hey, didn't you hear me talking?" For some reason, the cold-blooded Medusa became tender when she was lost in thought. Turning, García silently chanted, controlling the dragon spirits to change direction as they approached the fire dragon, luring it to chase after them. If he hadn't initially charged straight towards the fire dragon's direction for a while, enticing the fire dragon to change course before it caught up with García and the others, perhaps the fire dragon would have annihilated García's group of humans first, and the plan to lure the tiger away would have failed. This was all García's scheme. Medusa's face was cold, her tone stiff. "García? Please forgive me, what did you say?" García's mind was entirely on the dragon spirits, not paying attention to what Medusa was saying. "Asked how you found this cave?" Medusa repeated her earlier question, her voice suddenly rising, questioning. "All right then." The cold-blooded nature of the serpent was fully exposed. Moo moo moo. The 3 bull demons barely escaped the flames spewed by the fire dragon. causing Garcia's heart to race. Because the bull demons were right under Garcia, he saw clearly, and his heart was trembling. In fact, the bull demons were not under Garcia, but under the ironclad dragon spirits. However, the ironclad dragon spirits riding on the bull demons were under Garcia's psychic control. Thus, he could sense what the dragon spirits perceived. Everything the dragon spirits could see on the bull demons, Garcia could see as well. Chapter 58 Medusa's 200 favorability towards Garcia. As it often goes, the Gorgon Medusa had already repeated her question to Garcia and still did not receive an answer. Silver-white serpent scales flickered at her collarbone. A pent-up frustration ready to explode, wanting to vent on Garcia. Boom! Medusa experienced a ringing in her ears, her body twitching just as she saw Garcia twitching as well. The two heard a triple explosion at the same time. Medusa only heard the sound, while Garcia saw with his own eyes as the three bull demons exploded in the fire dragon's flames. This once again verified that Garcia had a similar insight reaction as the Gorgon Medusa. Really? Is Garcia also a snake? No. Medusa just doesn't know yet that Garcia's insight skills come from her. So it will be the same reaction. It's not surprising. What's wrong with you, Garcia? Medusa supported Garcia, feeling his pain as her own. Garcia also took the opportunity to hook his hand around Medusa's outstretched hand, coldly saying, I'm fine, no need to help me. Hey, what are you two doing? Princess Medea leaned over, as if scolding disobedient little children. No way. Princess Medea felt a bit uncomfortable seeing Garcia and the snake woman Medusa in such close contact. This is bad. Garcia still has a favorability rating of 200 with Medea. Ugh, this is also a potential explosive hazard, just like the bull demon that just exploded in the fire dragon's flames. Don't worry, Princess Medusa and I are fine. Garcia deliberately emphasized Medusa's name, which was a hint from Garcia to the opposite sex. To prevent Garcia from continuing to talk to Princess Medea, the snake woman Medusa interrupted in a deep voice. The three-headed bull demon might have been burned to ashes by the fire dragon. We are temporarily safe. Garcia's insight ability comes from Medusa and has not yet surpassed it at this stage. However, he has gained a new spirit communication skill, which allows him to perceive the dragon spirit's vision and confirm that the three-headed bull demon was indeed blown up by the fire dragon's flames. Medusa, on the other hand, only has auditory perception and lacks far-reaching visual information. Therefore, she cautiously analyzed that the bull demon might have been blown up. As for Medusa's statement about being temporarily safe, it is because her insight skill sensed that the movements of the fire dragon and the heat waves it generated are both dissipating, indicating that the fire dragon has stopped and is no longer pursuing the cave, or has already moved away. Just before escaping into the cave, it was Medusa who warned that the fire dragon was coming. Now she states that it is temporarily safe, intending to inform Medea that if she has any questions, she can ask her, not Garcia. What do you think, Cloakman? Princess Medea does not need anyone to prompt her about whom she wants to speak to. What Medusa said is also what I think. If the princess has any questions, she can discuss them more with her. Garcia, while speaking with Medusa, hopes Medea will exercise restraint and not be swayed by the 200 favorability at this critical moment. Medea glanced at Medusa, her eyes flashing with disdain as if she had seen something dirty, avoiding looking at her any longer. This is something Medea noticed and kept in mind. Ding! Spirit communication skill updating. Note, you use your will to control the iron armor dragon spirit to command the three-headed bull demon to lure the fire dragon off course. Skill upgrade. Spirit communication experience level LV3 LV4. Garcia Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 5. Escape experience level 4. Insight experience level 6. Charisma experience level 3. Spirit communication experience level 4. Garcia stared at the system panel, just wanting to know what to do to establish a connection with the spirits. Because Garcia could communicate with the iron armor dragon spirit, but could not connect with the bull demon. The biggest bug of the system was that it could only passively select tasks and could not actively set requirements. For example, Garcia had tried asking how to establish a connection with the spirits, but the answer he got was nothing at all. Click, click, click. Garcia saw 3 armored dragon spirits appear outside the water curtain cave. These were the dragon spirits that had previously been controlled by Garcia's mind, driving the bull demon to lure the fire dragon off course. Since they were meant to lure the fire dragon away, why had they returned? Yes, the dragon spirits returning to the water curtain cave would only attract the fire dragon there as well. It was a mistake. Garcia should have let these 3 dragon spirits walk endlessly away, without looking back, and certainly not return to the water curtain cave where they were hiding. Perhaps it was too late for a remedy now. Nevertheless, Garcia activated his spirit summoning skill, urging the 3 dragon spirits outside to leave the vicinity of the water curtain cave. This way, whether the fire dragon would pursue the 3 dragon spirits or not, it would not be able to trace them back to the water curtain cave, right? The bull demon had been burned to a crisp. Yet these 3 dragon spirits riding on its back were completely unharmed. Great! They could use the dragon spirits against the fire dragon. Killing the dragon was hopeful. At this moment, Garcia actually wanted to deeply consult Princess Medea on how to deal with the fire dragon next. However, he feared that spending more time with Medea would increase his chances of raising that 200 affection points. This would not only affect Jason's lead role, but also intensify the jealousy of the snake woman Medusa. Garcia, avoiding it all was not a solution. Medea said, after all, the Golden Fleece was hidden within the chest of the fire dragon. Yes, to steal the Golden Fleece, they must find the fire dragon and extract the fleece from its chest. Normally, even if the fire dragon hid away, Garcia should still find it. Now, it was the other way around. The fire dragon carrying the Golden Fleece was looking for someone, while the one who should have been looking for the fire dragon was hiding. The fire dragon's most lethal attack was its fiery breath, right? Garcia asked. Yes. The flames spewed from the fire dragon's mouth were enough to burn mountains, let alone humans. As Medea spoke, her body unconsciously leaned closer to Garcia. And Garcia had no intention of seeking advice. He just wanted to set a barrier in front of Medea, preventing her from getting too close. Do you have any way to stop the fire dragon from breathing fire? To stop the fire dragon from breathing fire, just tie its mouth shut. Ant mimicked Princess Medea's sharp tone, asking if such a simple thing couldn't be understood. This was not directed at Garcia, but was clearly a veiled jab at Princess Medea. Earlier, Ant had questioned why King Itzicalcus did not retrieve the Golden Fleece himself, but used Jason instead, only to snatch it from Jason later. Wasn't that too troublesome? At that time, Medea had said that since King Eats did that, it was because he couldn't retrieve the Golden Fleece on his own. Such a simple truth, can't you understand? The wheel of fortune had turned. In this cave today, Ant returned Medea's harsh words verbatim. You woman, on what grounds do you mimic my speech? Princess Medea was furious, her black iron sword clanging in her hand. Originally, Medea only wanted to converse with Garcia, and having Ant there was already annoying. Her words were so unpleasant. Who could stand it? Princess Medea certainly did not want to tolerate it. Please calm down, Garcia mediated. I think my aunt makes some good points. Huh? What kind of mediation is this? It was clearly adding fuel to the fire, making Medea despise Ant, and by extension, hate Garcia as well, just as Garcia wished to offset that 200 affection points as soon as possible. A flash of light appeared in the dark cave as Princess Medea drew her black iron sword. Chapter 59. Shut the fire dragon up, Mr. Cloak. I dare you to let me cleave your aunt in two with my sword. Do you believe it? Medea asked Garcia, her sword pointed directly at Ant. Go ahead. Try it. Ant was not a loss for words, but her short legs honestly moved towards Greenbeard. She knew Garcia's skills were unreliable, but old Pirate Greenbeard would not let Medea cleave Ant. Princess, Jason stepped forward, covering Medea's wrists with both hands. The fire dragon could appear at any moment, and we were about to steal the Golden Fleece. Please do not harm each other at this time, okay? Jason's melancholic gaze shone brightly in the dim cave, his eyes deep with unspeakable worries. Some important matters make people more uneasy the closer they get. For some reason, Medea suddenly felt pity for Jason, who was far from home. Though Garcia is good, it is Jason who is the first love of Princess Medea. If it weren't for that encounter at sea, Medea would have long been uncontrollably infatuated with Jason, and she wouldn't have defied her father's and brother's wishes to help Jason steal the Golden Fleece. This play wouldn't have unfolded at today's scene with such a script. Captain Jason, you need not worry. I will help you steal the Golden Fleece. Medea slowly lowered the black iron sword in her hand, and this matter is just outside the door. We will accomplish it as soon as possible. However, good things are not outside, but the fire dragon may soon arrive at the door. Boom! A tremor shook the earth as a massive object crashed against the cave entrance. Garcia saw his reflection on the giant object that resembled black glass. It was the eyeball of the fire dragon. It was as large as a fist blocking the nostrils, which showed how enormous the fire dragon was. Fortunately, this cave used for hiding was small enough that the giant fire dragon could not fit inside. The rock was also hard enough that the fire dragon's steel claws could not break through. The flames spewed from the fire dragon's mouth boiled the waterfall flowing at the cave's entrance, flooding into the cave, truly a scene of water and fire. Luckily, the fire could not turn corners, and Garcia and the others huddled in a recess of the rock wall, avoiding the direct roasting from the fire dragon's flames. Moreover, the flames of the fire dragon were cooled by the waterfall at the entrance, so the temperature was not high enough to roast a person dry. Princess Garcia. The fire dragon is right outside the cave. Jason's nerves were taut, and his face was filled with visible panic. Garcia refrained from commenting and turned to Princess Medea, hoping she would offer some constructive ideas on the matter of stealing the Golden Fleece. However, Medea looked just as bewildered, meeting Garcia's gaze without any strategy in mind. She simply said, "We have the ironclad dragon spirit, so let's use the dragon spirit to deal with the fire dragon." This was a true, yet pointless statement. Who didn't know that a dragon spirit should be used against a fire dragon? The real challenge lay in how to confront it. Garcia leaned back against the rock wall, squinting slightly to activate his spirit summoning skill. His aunt's thoughtless comment was about to manifest. "If we can't prevent the fire dragon from breathing fire, then we'll just have to bind its mouth," Garcia said. His aunt pinched Garcia's thigh from below and whispered, "Little pirate, I was just saying that nonsense to annoy Medea on purpose. You actually believe it? You're even dumber than your father, Greenbeard." It had to be said. This was a childish approach. Princess Medea pouted. Even if they were bound with steel, the flames from the fire dragon's mouth would melt it away. "What about using the ironclad dragon spirit?" Garcia asked. "What did you say?" Medea knew that the ironclad dragon spirit could be used to kill the fire dragon, but she couldn't figure out how to use the dragon spirit to bind the fire dragon's mouth. The dragon spirit now had self-awareness. They could just wait to see how the dragon spirit would deal with the fire dragon. What Garcia referred to as the fire dragon having self-awareness was, in fact, his own manipulation through spirit summoning. It was just that no one noticed, thinking it was the dragon spirit's spontaneous consciousness. Moreover, by skipping over Medea and directly controlling the ironclad dragon spirit, Garcia could avoid the limitations of energy equivalence. Garcia took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and saw a completely crimson fire dragon standing directly in the whirlpool of the water pool, its head turned sideways, with half of its face pressed against the cave entrance. One of its dragon eyes searching for the human presence inside the cave. This perspective belonged to the armored dragon spirit outside the cave. And since Garcia had already controlled the dragon spirit, he could possess the outside view of the dragon spirit. One or two dragon spirits jumped into the whirlpool of the water pool, using the cover of the water to slash and stab at the fire dragon with their iron claws. Logically, the armored dragon spirits, which grew from the fire dragon's poisonous fangs in the sealed iron or forbidden area, would be harder than the fire dragon itself. However, the fire dragon had scales for protection, and the dragon spirit's iron claws could not injure it in the slightest. Garcia changed his strategy. Even if he couldn't hurt the fire dragon, he still needed to hold it back. That's right, he aimed to drag the fire dragon, which was standing in the vortex, into the water pool. If the iron armor dragon spirit could push the fire dragon's head into the water pool, would it drown the fire dragon? It might be a bit fanciful, but it was worth a try. As soon as Garcia's thought moved, nearly 700 iron armored dragon spirits, which were reduced to 3, swarmed like ants, grabbing the tail of the fire dragon and pulling it towards the water pool. Inside the water pool, the densely packed dragon spirits twisted together, and with the thrust of the whirlpool, they could pull the fire dragon's body from side to side. Boom! The fire dragon, losing its center of gravity, fell backwards into the water pool, with half of its head submerged above the nose, and its 2 nostrils bubbling at the water surface. The fire dragon spewed flames from its mouth, shooting straight into the sky, even threatening to burn the white clouds above. No way. Is the fire dragon going to drown? Garcia's mouth curved into a small smile. Hey, his aunt leaned in, pinching the corner of Garcia's mouth. What are you laughing about? The fire dragon is about to drown. Garcia opened his eyes. Aunt, you should go take a look. If you want to go, then go yourself. His aunt tossed her head. I'm not going. Jason excitedly asked. Garcia, you said the fire dragon is going to drown? You can't be joking, right? Whether I'm joking or not, you'll find out if you go take a look. Garcia replied. I'll go check, Greenbeard said as he picked up his sword and stepped out of the cave. The others followed suit, walking to the cave entrance to look through the waterfall into the pool below. The enormous fire dragon was still being dragged down by the armored dragon spirit, thrashing in the water, its mouth spewing flames larger than 10 cauldrons, causing the entire pool to boil. Indeed, the water couldn't extinguish the flames in the fire dragon's mouth. To avoid being burned, the only way was to make the fire dragon shut its mouth and stop breathing fire. Greenbeard wanted to jump into the pool to slay the dragon. But just as he stepped out from behind the waterfall and was about to leap down, a burst of steam from the flames of the fire dragon erupted from the pool, knocking Greenbeard back behind the waterfall. The splashing water hit his aunt, scalding her and making her jump around. Where did that boiling water come from? It's burning me. As long as the fire dragon is alive, it will breathe fire. We can't take the golden fleece from its mouth, Medea said. We must kill the fire dragon. No, slaying the dragon is unnecessary. It's easier to make it shut its mouth, García insisted, thinking that stopping the fire dragon from breathing fire didn't necessarily mean killing it. Save some effort. Just binding the fire dragon's mouth will suffice. Chapter 60. Mother plays the flute to hypnotize as aunt also looked at García with a concerned expression. Hey, didn't Medea say that the golden fleece is in the fire dragon's chest cavity? Yes, I didn't say otherwise. García knew what his aunt was trying to say. Then why are you bothering to bind the fire dragon's mouth? It's unnecessary, right? His aunt eagerly explained to García. You said making the fire dragon shut its mouth is easier than killing it. But if you don't kill the fire dragon now, when you want to take the golden fleece from its chest cavity, won't you still have to kill the fire dragon? Listen carefully, García said into his aunt's ear. With the snake woman Medusa around, there's no need to slay the dragon. After saying this, he glanced at Medusa, a plan forming in his mind. García moved his thoughts again, and like ants, the countless iron-armored dragon spirits crawled from the fire dragon's body towards its head, tightly entwined around the dragon's tail. Nearly 700 iron-armored dragon spirits were linked hand and foot, one after another, forming a long iron chain that wrapped several circles around the fire dragon's mouth, continuously tightening and firmly binding the dragon's jaws, causing the flames in the water pool to gradually extinguish. The steam that had originally evaporated from the heat slowly dissipated as well, and those hiding behind the waterfall saw the massive fire dragon bound at the mouth, thrashing its wings in the water pool. When will we slay the dragon? Greenbeard leaped into the water pool, brandishing his knife to strike. Medea jumped into the air, standing on the fire dragon's wing, stabbing wildly at the dragon's wing beneath her with a black iron sword. In the water pool, although the flames and mist had disappeared, sparks flew everywhere. Whether it was Greenbeard's chopping knife or Princess Medea's iron sword, they produced sparks against the fire dragon's scales, but could not harm the dragon's flesh inside. The fire dragon's scales were too tough. The blades could not penetrate. This is bad, Medea thought unexpectedly. The fire dragon had its mouth bound, and without the danger of flames, she was free to attack, yet she still couldn't pierce even the dragon's scales. What did he say to you? Medusa asked her aunt, curious about the whispered conversation between García and her aunt earlier. Medusa sensed that García seemed to have looked at her with a special meaning. He said, as long as you are here, there is no need to slay the dragon. Her aunt relayed his exact words, admitting that she did not understand García's intentions either. What does this mean? Medusa's curiosity intensified. What does slaying the dragon have to do with me? I'm a snake, not a dragon. Unable to hold back, Medusa asked García, you know I'm just a snake, not a dragon. How does slaying the dragon relate to me? Yes, Medusa, García replied, because you are a snake. It would be easier for you to retrieve the golden fleece from the fire dragon's mouth than for us. What do you need me to do? Medusa asked. The golden fleece is inside the fire dragon's chest cavity. García pointed to Greenbeard and Medea, who were attacking the fire dragon, saying, you saw it too. It is impossible to cut open the fire dragon's chest from the outside to retrieve the golden fleece. You want me to crawl inside the fire dragon and take out the golden fleece from its chest cavity? Medusa asked. Yes, that is one of my ideas, if you are willing. García's proposal was based on Medusa's consent. Because the risks of this plan were considerable, García did not dare to give a direct order. What if Medusa encountered the flames spewing from the fire dragon's mouth? What if she entered the fire dragon's body and could not come out? The variables were too great, and the dangers too many. Medusa did not need to take such a big risk. She asked García, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know Jason, nor would I be here helping to steal any golden fleece. Is this a refusal? If it weren't for you, García, Jason and the golden fleece would have nothing to do with me. Implicitly, that is your business, don't involve me. I understand, García nodded. He did not want to force Medusa to take risks. I'll think of other ways. Medusa's lace dress fluttered as she walked over and said, stop thinking. Since this is your plan, then let me give it a try. All right. García conveyed his gratitude with a grateful look. Please be careful. Prioritize your safety inside before retrieving the golden fleece. Medusa smiled at García, then turned and passed through the waterfall at the cave entrance, landing on the other wing of the dragon opposite Medea. García activated the spirit communication skill again, allowing the armored dragon spirit bound at the dragon's mouth to loosen just enough to create a gap. However, as soon as the gap appeared, flames erupted from the dragon's mouth simultaneously. What bad luck! If the dragon's mouth is completely bound, Medusa can't get in. If a gap is loosened, the flames will also shoot out, and Medusa still can't enter. Quick, a solution that satisfies both sides must be found. Think what to do. García was thinking, and so it was Medea, but they still couldn't find a way. Clumsy as he was, García jumped onto the fire dragon's wing and stood next to Princess Medea. Mr. Cloak, I can't kill this dragon first and then take the golden fleece from its chest, Medea said. Maybe we should think of a way to steal the golden fleece without having to kill the dragon. It goes without saying that García had been trying to execute such a peaceful and hassle-free approach from the very beginning. Princess, if the fire dragon is dead, it can't breathe fire. If the fire dragon is alive and its mouth is bound, it also can't breathe fire. García asked, what else can we do to prevent the fire dragon from breathing fire? Medea covered her forehead, searching through all the legends about fire dragons. She went through all the stories she had heard about fire dragons in her life, but still found nothing. Hey, you don't know such a simple thing? Ant suddenly appeared behind García. If you don't know, let me teach you. Listen carefully, a fire dragon doesn't breathe fire when it's sleeping. Oh, really? Although it hadn't been verified whether Ant's point was valid, it might be common sense that there was no need to breathe fire while sleeping. Is that even worth saying? Princess Medea hadn't thought of this common sense either. But as a princess, she felt she should occasionally reflect the hierarchy in her speech. Then let's make the fire dragon sleep. But how to make the fire dragon fall asleep quickly was another new challenge. García recalled his past experiences, noting that drowsiness would always appear after a good meal. This condition, however, is now impossible to satisfy for the fire dragon. García's best sleep memory was from childhood. Whenever his mother played the flute, he would fall asleep before she finished half of the lullaby. Got it. Hypnosis? García returned to the cave entrance beneath the waterfall and urgently asked, Mother, please help me play a lullaby on the ceramic flute. Son, what's wrong? His mother looked puzzled, wondering if García had lost his mind and needed medication. Mother, please use your lullaby to put the fire dragon in the pool to sleep. Huh? Put the fire dragon to sleep? His mother took out the ceramic flute from the cloth bag at her waist, the same one that had lulled little García to sleep countless nights and had accompanied him as he grew up and began to play softly. May the Lord bless. Let the fire dragon be hypnotized. García looked at the fire dragon in the pool and silently chanted, Sleep, fire dragon, sleep. The flute's melody was gentle and soothing, and the fire dragon's eyes became vacant, drifting into a deep slumber. The dragon's wings under García's feet were shaking violently, and the fire dragon was about to fall asleep. García controlled the iron-armored dragon spirit, loosening the iron wire that bound the dragon's mouth to create a gap. Whoosh! Medusa transformed into a white snake and slipped into the fire dragon's body through the gap at the corner of its mouth. Chapter 61. First capture a person. Capture a dead one. The faint sound of the flute behind her ears gradually faded away, and with a violent airflow, Medusa slid into the fire dragon's chest cavity through its esophagus. At the end of the fire dragon's sternum, beneath the sword-like protrusion, a tuft of hair floated between two dark-colored livers. That was the golden fleece that Jason had been longing for. A tuft of golden wool taken from the wings of the golden ram. The golden yellow glow, like a layer of sunset afterglow, enveloped that tuft of hair. Medusa reached out her hand and cradled the golden fleece in her palm. Lighter than snowflakes, softer than cotton, that layer of golden light could penetrate Medusa's palm, subtly sending warm currents into her body. Medusa felt a tingling sensation in her collarbone, and the injured snake's scales fell off, instantly replaced by new scales. This is the legendary Golden Fleece, possessing the divine power of resurrection. Not only were the scales at Medusa's collarbone healing, but the scars on her wrists were also fading away. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Inside the fire dragon's chest cavity, Medusa decided to shed her skin and renew herself. Every scar on her body healed. Medusa knew she was a snake born with congenital defects. Although they were all born to the same parents, her second sister, the green snake, had a sharp tail that could penetrate walls, and her elder sister, the black snake, had a long tongue that could snap a person's neck. While only the third sister, the white snake Medusa, had physical defects despised by the whole family as an outsider. The supreme god is fair, allowing Medusa to be born as a defective snake, thus compensating her with a beautiful face. Now, the divine power of the Golden Fleece could heal Medusa's physical defects, allowing her to grow a sharp tail and spit a powerful long tongue. As the golden light emitted by the Golden Fleece coursed through Medusa's body, it crackled, opening her meridians and stimulating the primitive magic of snakes. When the golden light reached Medusa's temples, she felt as if a kitchen knife was chopping her head. The pain sharp and clear, each chop more painful than the last. No, I must take the golden fleece out. It's not suitable to linger inside the fire dragon. Medusa coiled her snake body into an S shape to help her tail exert force and shot upward through the fire dragon's throat. Just as she was about to exert force, her abdomen bent forward, but the pain in her head paralyzed her body, causing her to lose focus, and her snake head crashed against the fire dragon's lung, failing to burst directly out of the esophagus. This collision caused the fire dragon, hypnotized by the pond, to turn over, opening its eyes a slit, half asleep, half awake. Mother, don't stop. The fire dragon had already been hypnotized to sleep, and Garcia's mother did not continue to play the ceramic flute. Woo-woo. Mother took out the ceramic flute again, placed it at her lips, and played a melodious lullaby that floated away, smooth as silk, gentle as a stream. The birds in the nearby forest, hearing the flute, also quieted down, seeking a hidden corner in the trees to take a nap. Under the lull of the flute, the fire dragon in the pond fell back into a deep sleep. Garcia triggered his spiritual skills, causing the ironclad dragon spirit that bound the dragon's mouth to relax slightly, creating a gap wide enough for Medusa to crawl out. It was uncertain whether Medusa could successfully find the golden fleece after entering the fire dragon's body. Would the fire dragon's flip just now cause any harm to Medusa? And was there really a golden fleece inside the fire dragon's chest? Garcia had no way of knowing. Garcia, why hasn't Medusa come out yet? Jason asked, concerned about the golden fleece. Don't ask me. I don't know either, Garcia replied, more worried about Medusa than the golden fleece. If it weren't for Garcia, Medusa wouldn't have ventured into the fire dragon's body, risking her life for the golden fleece. Woo-woo. The sound of the flute grew fainter, reaching the ears of Captain Abucerdos of the guard. He was mounted on his warhorse, with 100,000 soldiers under his command spread across the mountains and fields. Previously, King Eats of Colchis had pretended to take back the 100,000 soldiers from Captain Abucerdos, but now he was returning them in full. Garcia's speculation was not mistaken. The king agreed to let Jason steal the golden fleece, and from start to finish, it was just a conspiracy. The fact that the captain of the guards, Abishelto, led 100,000 soldiers to break out of the Black Prison is enough to explain everything. He knew that Jason had found the fire dragon and was about to steal the golden fleece. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and snatch the fleece directly from Jason's hands. Send my orders, Captain Abishelto. Advance immediately, he commanded, waving his whip towards the pond where the flute sound was coming from. Soldiers, the golden fleece is mine, and the opportunity for you to be promoted is yours. Move forward. By the pond, Garcia and the others had already retreated to the cave behind the waterfall, rubbing their hands together, eagerly staring at the corner of the fire dragon's mouth, hoping that Medusa would emerge with the golden fleece in the next moment. Little pirate, Medusa won't have died inside the fire dragon, right? The little ant was genuinely worried, but she couldn't articulate her concerns. It was you who made Medusa enter the fire dragon. You caused her death. Garcia ignored his aunt and turned to the other side, right in front of Princess Medea. Cloakman, did you do something behind everyone's back? Medea asked. Why did you kill the snake woman Medusa? My aunt is not a person. Do you believe her words? Garcia frowned, feeling a bit paralyzed by anxiety. Garcia, my friend. Jason also approached Garcia, more anxious than him. I just saw Medusa crawl into the mouth of the fire dragon, but she hasn't come out yet. Various signs indicated that Medusa might not return. It was better not to ask. Being questioned by them made Garcia's heart waver. Could it be that I did something foolish? Did the snake woman Medusa really die inside the fire dragon? Talp, talp, talp. The frantic sound of hooves spread across the ground, the dust raised like a mist, rushing toward the pool upstream along the river. Found it. The scout sent by Captain Abucerdos reported the fire dragon is trapped in the pool, not moving at all, as if it is already dead. Where are the people? Captain Abucerdos, sitting on his warhorse, scratched his forehead with his whip. We only found 6 people. They are hiding at the entrance of a cave by the pool, the scout reported. Did you find a golden fleece? Abucerdos asked. No, the scout replied. Capture the people first, Abucerdos urged, riding swiftly toward the pool. He thought both the people and the fire dragon had been found, but the golden fleece is still missing. It might be in someone's hands or still inside the fire dragon's chest. The fire dragon is already trapped in the pool and cannot escape. However, the people are unpredictable. Regardless of whether Jason has already obtained the golden fleece, he cannot let this group of outsiders escape. Whoosh. An arrow? No. A volley of arrows shot from the edge of the pool outside the waterfall. Is this what you call capturing people? It's capturing dead bodies, right? First shoot them dead, then capture them. Greenbeard and Medea reacted first, drawing their swords to block the first wave of hidden arrows. Run, run, let's hide in the cave. The ant pulled Garcia's mother toward the cave. No, we can't run. We can't stop. The hypnotic flute must not stop, or the fire dragon in the pool will wake up. Chapter 62. Greenbeard draws his blade inside the cave, besides Medusa still being inside the fire dragon. The other 6 people hid again at the crack in the rock wall. Outside, the noise of people was deafening, and Abucerto's soldiers gathered at the cave entrance, not daring to rush in. What should we do? The ant looked panicked. The fire dragon couldn't get in before because it was too big, but now these soldiers can definitely break in. What are you afraid of? Greenbeard brandished his gleaming machete, his tone harder than the blade. If they dare to come in, I will kill them. These soldiers must also be after the Golden Fleece, but we still haven't gotten our hands on it. Why is the situation getting worse? Jason said, his face pale with worry. Abucerto's appearance undoubtedly dealt a blow to Jason, who was already on edge. Things were not looking good. The Golden Fleece was hanging by a thread. Medea said calmly, Cloakman, you are a formidable person. The current situation is basically consistent with your speculation. My father and brother have their plans. And I just found out now. Now you know. They just want to take the Golden Fleece from us, princess. Jason thought that marrying Princess Medea would naturally lead to stealing the Golden Fleece. He didn't expect that the key to stealing the Golden Fleece was not Medea. Even if he married Medea, outside the cave, Captain Abucerto's and his 100,000 soldiers were blocking the way. Jason regretted listening to Garcia's plan, going through so much effort to make Medea fall in love with him. Now that he thought about it, it was all in vain, of no practical use. When a person denies something, they always selectively ignore the duality of the situation. Jason now only saw Princess Medea as a useless burden, completely failing to realize that without Medea's assistance, the plan to steal the Golden Fleece could not have even reached this point. García did not participate in the discussion in the cave. His mind was filled with deep guilt. Perhaps I shouldn't have let Medusa enter the fire dragon's body. Regardless of whether Medusa could find the Golden Fleece in the fire dragon's chest or whether she was still alive. If the arriving soldiers woke the fire dragon and couldn't subdue it, causing it to escape, then Medusa would be taken away as well. The ambush by Captain Abuceltos was truly a disaster that added insult to injury. Sigh. By the pond, Captain Abuceltos rode in on horseback. He circled the pond, inspecting the fire dragon lying inside, and saw the iron armor dragon spirits that bound its mouth, which made him gasp in astonishment. Look at the work of our princess of Colchis. Even the fire dragon's mouth has been sealed by her. Once we obtain the Golden Fleece, with Princess Medea assisting me in ruling Colchis, we will become the most powerful kingdom. Captain Abuceltos still believed that the person controlling the iron armor dragon spirits was Princess Medea, not García, who possessed the ability to communicate with spirits. Loyal to Captain Abuceltos, loyal to the kingdom of Colchis. The soldiers bowed and shouted, and those who did not know might have thought they had already slain the dragon and stolen the Golden Fleece. The shouts were deafening, shaking Garcia's eardrums even from within the cave. Bang! The fire dragon in the pond was also awakened by the soldiers' shouts. It opened its dragon eyes and saw soldiers covering the mountains and hills, causing its large heart to skip a beat. The fire dragon couldn't comprehend the schemes at play. It thought that the nearly 700 iron armor dragon spirits that sealed its mouth, along with Garcia's group of 7 and the countless soldiers that had just arrived, were all part of the same team, coming together to slay the dragon and steal the Golden Fleece. Thump, thump, inside the fire dragon's chest. The snake woman Medusa had no idea what was happening outside. She was shaken back and forth by the sudden acceleration of the fire dragon's heartbeat. Captain, the fire dragon is not dead yet. Should we kill it first? A soldier asked. They did not know that the fire dragon had been immobilized in the pond due to the hypnosis of Garcia's mother's flute and mistakenly thought it was already dead. What's the rush? Abuceltos said. The fire dragon is trapped and cannot escape. First, go into the cave and eliminate those foreigners. The fire dragon would eventually belong to Abuceltos. As with the Golden Fleece, the immediate priority was to deal with the foreigners. He also did not know that it was Garcia's mother's flute that had trapped the fire dragon. If they really went to eliminate the foreigners in the cave first, Abuceltos might not be able to contain the fire dragon afterward. Clang, clang, clang. The soldiers, armed with torches, charged into the cave in a line. In the darkness, Greenbeard stood with a knife, the large machete in his hand reflecting the torches held high by the soldiers. Greenbeard's wild lion-like figure was indeed robust, nearly filling the entire cave. With him blocking the way, Medea, Jason, Garcia, and their aunt and mother had no chance to make a move. Of course, if Garcia were to act, his limited skills would be of no use. Greenbeard stomped his feet and, like a flash of lightning, lunged forward like a lion. Coming face to face with the soldiers who had burst in, he slashed upward with his machete, and the soldier at the front was cut in half. The soldiers behind tried to rush in to kill Greenbeard, but the cave was not wide enough, and their speed with the sword was not fast enough to match Greenbeard's pull. Before the soldiers' raised swords could fall, their bodies were already pulled in half by Greenbeard. The pulling technique was not as powerful as hacking, but it was fast. Hacking required the completion of 2 actions, lifting and then striking down, whereas pulling only needed a single action, whether horizontal, vertical, or diagonal, to split a person in half in the shortest time possible. Just by listening to the sounds, Garcia had already pulled the green-bearded man down more than 70 times, and the cave was filled with the half-sliced corpses of guards. It stank so much that my aunt covered her nose, and the strong smell of blood made her gag. Garcia switched to the perspective of the iron armor dragon spirit and saw that outside the cave, by the water pool, a large number of guards were still pouring in. No matter how fast Greenbeard wielded his sword, he could not kill all of Captain Abusurdos's 100,000 troops, even if it meant certain death. Greenbeard could exhaust himself in the cave. This situation couldn't continue. A plan had to be devised to deal with Captain Abusurdos's guards first, and then confront the fire dragon. Both were enemies of Garcia. Well, how about letting Captain Abusurdos deal with the fire dragon? No, he was currently ignoring the fire dragon and only wanted to eliminate Garcia. Then, let us switch positions and have the fire dragon deal with Captain Abusurdos. Garcia activated his spiritual skill, releasing the armored dragon spirit that was dragging the dragon's tail in the pond, allowing the fire dragon to stand up. Once the fire dragon, lying in the pond, stood up, Garcia let the armored dragon spirit loose from the dragon's mouth, giving it enough space to unleash a torrent of flames. Boom! At the entrance of the cave, just as they were about to go in to replace the dead bodies and eliminate the foreign guards, they felt darkness descend before them, and then there was nothing more. They were too close to the fire dragon's flames, directly exposed to the dragon's mouth. The intense fire, as strong as the midday sun, left them with their first impression, and also their last. Dark, such dark light, such dark fire. Come back, father. Garcia grabbed the green-bearded man's shirt, using all his strength to pull him into the crevice in the rock wall where they could hide. Boom! The dead bodies that had previously blocked the cave entrance were reduced to ashes, and the flames spewing from the fire dragon's mouth flooded back into the cave. As Garcia pulled the green-bearded man, he had just landed in the rock crevice, but a small part of his beard was still exposed and was burned away. Oh no! It stinks. Auntie covered her nose again. Greenbeard, are you farting? The green-bearded man rubbed his singed beard, dusting off the ash, and cursed. Well, you know. Chapter 63, The Golden Fleece in Hand. Garcia manipulated the iron armored dragon spirit, loosening the straps on its mouth to allow the fire dragon to unleash its power freely. Ideally, he wanted to find Captain Abusurdos and burn him to death. However, things did not go as planned. The liberated fire dragon was not interested in fighting. It didn't care about the captain at all. As soon as the iron armored dragon spirit relaxed, even slightly, it wanted to escape. If it came to a contest of pure strength, the fire dragon was absolutely confident it could incinerate the human soldiers. Yet it didn't understand why. Upon hearing the hypnotic flute, its willpower faded, and all it wanted was to fall into a deep sleep. Moreover, when the fire dragon woke up, it found itself facing Captain Abusurdos and his 100,000 soldiers descending from the sky, which it took as reinforcements. It decided it was best to retreat for now and make a run for it. From Garcia's perspective as a dragon spirit, he saw that the fire dragon no longer breathed fire, but instead closed its mouth and held its breath, its legs slightly bent as it prepared to jump and escape. This was bad. Garcia rushed out of the cave. The fire dragon was trying to flee. The Golden Fleece was not yet in hand, and it could not be allowed to escape. Jason followed Garcia out of the cave. At this moment, around the pond, there were the remains of soldiers that had not completely burned, emitting a foul black smoke. It was hard to say whether the black smoke contained the essence of Captain Abusurdos. The remaining tens of thousands of soldiers scattered in all directions like stones thrown into a lake, with the pond at the center. In the pond, the fire dragon's wings were flapping wildly as it tried to take off and escape, but was entangled by the iron-armored dragon spirit, making it difficult to break free. Inside the dragon's chest cavity, Medusa was being shaken, crashing against the walls as she was caught between the fire dragon's heart and lungs. Taking advantage of the fire dragon holding its breath and not breathing fire, Medusa took a deep breath, coiling her snake body, and aimed for the fire dragon's esophagus. Whoosh! García saw a beam of white light shoot out from the dragon's mouth, piercing the bottom of the pond. Before long, a golden glow flickered like fish in the swirling water of the pond. Boom! The dragon was still laboriously flapping its wings, stirring up massive waves in the pond, more spectacular than the waterfall on the cliff. García's mother ran out of the cave, ready to blow and hypnotize the fire dragon. But it didn't work. The fire dragon, behind the waterfall, swiped a claw in the pool, and the massive wave directly knocked the mother down. Previously, the fire dragon could be dragged into the pool by the armored dragon spirit's tail, because grabbing the dragon's tail easily caused the fire dragon's center of gravity to shift, making it unstable. Now, the fire dragon, in pain, severed its tail, and there was no longer a soft spot that could be dragged. Just now, there were only massive waves flying, but now a fierce wind arose, and the wind force suddenly increased, causing the fire dragon's wing flapping frequency to accelerate. "Let the fire dragon go," said Jason. "After all, we've already obtained the Golden Fleece." "No," said Princess Medea. "There's still so many armored dragon spirits clinging to the fire dragon. We must remove the armored dragon spirits first before the fire dragon can leave." Yes, the fire dragon could leave, but it must not be allowed to take the armored dragon spirits with it. Otherwise, the remaining tens of thousands of soldiers under Abusortis would be invincible. García activated his spirit communication skill and controlled the fire dragon, while the iron-bound dragon spirit gave up resistance and instantly sank into the pond. Free from the constraints of the iron-armored dragon spirit, the fire dragon spread its wings and soared, taking advantage of the buoyancy created by the slope of the upstream terrain to fly downstream. Coincidentally, because of the steep descent, most of the tens of thousands of soldiers from Abusortis had also taken this route. The fire dragon thought these soldiers were reinforcements to slay dragons. With its mouth wide open, dark red flames burst forth completely, and the tens of thousands of soldiers below never expected to effortlessly turn into a wisp of black smoke. The 100,000 soldiers that had once covered the mountains and plains visibly vanished, blown away by the wind. After the fire dragon escaped, the pond returned to the swirling vortex formed by the waterfall, and Medusa swam to the surface, carried by the current. She approached the shore, presented the Golden Fleece, and handed it to García. "Wait, Team Medusa's silvery lace gown, supposed to dissolve upon contact with water?" García stared intently at Medusa's upper body, not overlooking her lower half either. "You can't look at me like that," Medusa said, exerting a slight force. The silver lace foundation clung to her skin, and faint, shimmering scales began to appear. Just inside the body of the fire dragon, Medusa had been healed by the Golden Fleece, shedding her old skin and growing new scales. Now, even if she were to remove that lace gown, she would still have scales protecting her body, making it impossible for García to see the rare parts. Unless, of course, Medusa wanted him to see. García did not take the Golden Fleece, but turned a gesture to Jason behind him. "Captain, this is your plan." Jason stepped forward, trembling hands outstretched, and tearfully said, "Thank you. Please hand me the Golden Fleece." Just as the Golden Fleece was about to be transferred into Jason's hands, another hand snatched it away. "We took such a big risk to help you steal the Golden Fleece, and in the end, it's just for you? I need to see it first." The little short hand was acting up, and silly Annie was already holding the Golden Fleece in front of her eyelashes, looking at it intently. Player García understood well. Classic plots always have a twist at the last moment. Sorry, García wasn't interested in any classic. He simply and forcefully grabbed Annie's little short hand, snatched the Golden Fleece back, and shoved it into Jason's hands. Ding! Quest progress, 50. Note: you and your family encountered the Argo at sea and accompanied Captain Jason to the land of Colchis to steal the Golden Fleece. Reward: the Golden Fleece stolen by Jason, double reward. García, Pangu current skills: negotiation experience LV5, escape experience LV4, insight experience LV6, charm experience LV3, spirit communication experience LV4. Huh? The Golden Fleece is already in Jason's hands, and it's only 50? Come on, there's no need to set the difficulty this high for this trip, right? We've already stolen the Golden Fleece, and the task progress is only halfway done. So, García still has to escort Jason back home to ascend the throne? That's exhausting. Downstream, the vegetation is lush, and the river's surface is calm, resembling a freshly cleaned mirror reflecting the clouds in the sky. By the river, inside a temporarily constructed tent. "What's the situation upstream?" asked King Itzicalcus. Reporting to the king, the guard said, "The fire dragon that was trapped in the water pool has escaped, and Jason has obtained the Golden Fleece." "Where's my son?" the king asked. "He is missing," the guard replied. "The captain of the guard, Absiltos, got lost while avoiding the flames of the fire dragon and is currently unaccounted for." "Find him. You must find him for me," the king said. "Even if it's just his bones, once we retrieve the Golden Fleece from Jason, we can resurrect my son, your future king." King Eats wants to take back the Golden Fleece from Jason. Has he consulted Garcia? What do the other parties say? "Ha ha. Will you hand it over willingly? Or shall I kindly kill you and your friends, and then take it from your hands?" Captain Absiltos suddenly appeared from nowhere, followed by a large number of returning guards. Although the neatly organized 100,000 soldiers have burned down more than half under the fire dragon's mouth, there are still tens of thousands of troops left. If the two sides face off, these tens of thousands can buy some time. Garcia had no intention of continuing to waste time in Calcus. Since the Golden Fleece was already in hand, it was time to leave. Running ahead, Garcia dashed through the waterfall above and sprinted along a narrow path against the rock wall on the other side of the cave. Chapter 64. Is the silly ant still afraid of heights? Choosing this path was not about the towering cliffs, it was faster to run. Rather, the narrow path on the sheer cliff was only wide enough for one person to pass closely, rendering the tens of thousands of troops of Abucerdos unable to leverage their numerical advantage. Not good. Garcia made a mistake and forgot that silly ant has a fear of heights. "Little pirate, no, no, no." The short legs trembled on the rock wall, and the short hands clutched tightly to Garcia's shirt corner. "No, Ant, you could try to challenge yourself." Garcia pulled Ant's hand away from his shirt corner and forcefully dragged her forward. "Some things, if you don't try to break through, you'll never know where your limits are. Just stop it, okay?" "What limits?" Ant didn't know, nor did she want to know, let alone break through. "I don't want to go this way. It's so high and dangerous. What if I fall down? That would be terrible." Ant kept retreating, dragging Garcia, making it hard to move on the cliff. "Don't go this way. There is no way to go except this one. You can't just let Abu Ishurkus, who is chasing from behind, stop chasing and give you a way to walk, can you?" With no other option, Garcia tore a strip of cloth from his jacket and blindfolded Ant. "Ant, pretend you're walking on flat ground by the river. Wouldn't that be a bit better?" I can't see this way. It feels much better." Silly Ant's short legs stopped trembling, and she could even keep up with Garcia's pace to jog. But Garcia's grip on Ant's hand felt a bit slippery. Silly Ant was useless. Her palms were sweating like a pant leg that hadn't been wrung out. "Little pirate, you can walk a bit faster. Ant can keep up." Ant demonstrated to Garcia, "But you must hold on to Ant's hand tightly, okay? If you dare to let go of Ant's hand and let her fall, even if she dies, you get away with it." "Don't worry, Ant," Garcia joked. "If you die, who will give me a shoulder rub? Don't forget, the last time doesn't count. You still owe me one favor." Garcia and his group walked along the towering cliffs, which looked as if someone had chopped off half of it with an axe, straight up and down. Even Garcia, who wasn't afraid of heights, dare not look down more than once. It was too steep, too high. The instinctual fear in humans affected their leg muscles, making it difficult to move forward. Greenbeard's massive body was already hanging over half the cliff, looking like an upside-down top about to topple. But he had extraordinary leg strength. Even though only one leg was pressed against the cliff, he could withstand his body's weight, steady as a pine tree. Even more impressive was that Greenbeard was holding off the pursuers. He walked on the cliff with one foot, caught a soldier, and used a clever move to throw him back. All the following pursuers crashed into each other and fell into the abyss like a string of broken pearls. The screams echoed in the valley, sending chills down people's spines. Those pursuers who narrowly escaped from the dragon's mouth were elite soldiers. They knew they couldn't match Greenbeard and didn't want to seek death, so they closely followed him, afraid to engage directly. They dared not fight, nor could they shake him off. Greenbeard, with the qualities of a lion, looked down upon such pretentious soldiers. Since the pursuers dared not approach, Greenbeard decided to stop. He turned to face them, forcing them to draw their swords. Who would dare? Who could match Greenbeard? Drawing swords against him would be akin to committing suicide. They refused to draw their swords and kept their distance. The pursuers at the front also halted, maintaining a safe distance, engaging in a standoff with Greenbeard. However, the soldiers behind did not understand Greenbeard's strength. They charged forward, even resenting the front soldiers for eliminating Greenbeard too early and stealing the credit for promotions. Driven by this eager thought, more and more soldiers rushed up from behind, causing the front soldiers facing Greenbeard to be pushed off the cliff. Those soldiers pushed to their deaths by their own comrades felt bitter and unwilling to accept their fate. Had they known they would die at the hands of their own, it would have been better to die by Greenbeard's sword, preserving a soldier's dignity. The sound of rushing water became clearer, and the wind resistance around them slowly diminished. "Little pirate, tell me, where are we now?" asked Ant. "Don't ask. We'll arrive, and then I'll tell you," Garcia replied, pulling away from Ant's wet hand and striding ahead. Princess Medea and Jason, Garcia's mother and Greenbeard, descended from the cliff together. Only Ant remained blindfolded. Without Garcia to guide her, she dared not take a step. If she weren't foolish to that extent, she would have pulled off the blindfold to take a look. But Ant remained Ant. The blindfold couldn't be removed. What if she saw that she was still on the cliff? Her legs would go weak, and she would fall, which would be disastrous. "Is anyone there?" Ant began to call for help. "Someone come help me." Garcia's mother walked over and tore off the blindfold from her younger sister's eyes. "Aren't you my real sister? Usually, you act so bold, but when it comes to a critical moment, you turn into this pathetic state. It's all because of your own son." The younger sister always had an excuse. "He's the one who blindfolded me and left me behind." "My dear sister, you don't even know shame," Garcia's mother said. "If it weren't for my son holding your hand to guide you along that narrow path over the cliff, you would have fallen to your death long ago. I don't care if my younger aunt is so angry that her short legs kick the dirt. It's still your son's fault. That little pirate is worthless." Bang bang. The ground trembled. Maybe there was an earthquake? What is happening? The younger aunt scared herself. Could it be that my few kicks caused the earthquake? How silly. How could that be possible? Don't you have any sense of your own abilities? After the earthquake, there was a harsh sound of metal clashing. Garcia triggered his insight skill and saw thousands of armored guards closing in from all directions. "It's not an earthquake," Garcia said. "It's the guards." "You mean the guards of a buster?" Princess Medea asked. "Not just a buster," Garcia replied. "It's possible that King Eats is also involved." This move was a miscalculation for Garcia. He only considered escaping downstream to avoid the pursuit of a buster's men, but he didn't anticipate that an ambush had already been set downstream, with King Eats waiting for these foreigners to fall into his trap with the Golden Fleece. Inside the tent, King Eats of Colchis frowned more intensely than Rhino Skin. His son Abuster's fate was uncertain, and Colchis could not be without an heir. "Your Majesty, our guard are surrounding those foreigners," a guard said, "and the captain of the guard, your son, is rushing down from upstream." The king's wrinkled brow instantly relaxed. Good. Your Majesty, our Princess Medea is still with those foreigners," the guard reported. "Guard, let me correct you. She will soon no longer be your princess," King Eats said, casting a murderous glance outside the tent. Chapter 65. Seduction, each playing their own game. It is estimated that after the Fire Dragon attack, Abuster's 100,000 guards were left with just under half, no less than 30,000 troops. Garcia and his companions were located in a riverbank floodplain, with a cliff to the north and mountains blocking the east and west, while the south was open, leading to the river's exit. The ambushers were set up on both sides of the plain. To escape, they could only go north or south. The northern cliff was impassable, and heading south would lead them straight into the king's military camp. In this situation, Garcia was trapped with no way out. Garcia, my old friend Jason, who had obtained the Golden Fleece, was more anxious than ever. "Please, once again, devise a plan for me to return to my kingdom alive." "No problem," Garcia replied, knowing he had to do just that. The task was only halfway done. To earn double rewards, Garcia had to escort Jason back to his kingdom for his coronation. "Sister, I told you, it's all your son Garcia's fault." The aunt believed she had caught Garcia in a trap. If it weren't for the little pirate who had blinded her eyes and insisted on taking them down that small path, they wouldn't have fallen into this trap. "Please don't talk like that." The snake woman Medusa stepped forward to defend Garcia. "If we hadn't taken this path, who knows if we would ever have the chance to take it again?" "No chance is no chance," the aunt huffed, "as if I want to take this path. I'm telling you I don't want to." Did Medusa really overestimate the foolish ant? If she could understand such roundabout speech, then she wouldn't be a foolish ant. In simple terms, it meant, at that time, Captain Abucerdos' pursuers were already on their tail, and there were no other routes to choose from. If they had not followed Garcia down that small path and had chosen another route, they would have been captured by Abucerdos, and of course, there would have been no chance to take that path again. It wasn't just that path they couldn't take. Abucerdos wouldn't let them take any other paths either. Medusa cast a sympathetic glance at the ant, thinking, if only you were seriously ill, that would be better. Being sick can be cured. But being foolish without any illness or disaster is hopeless. Downstream, at the soldiers' camp, a war horse galloped in, and Captain Abucerdos jumped down and entered the tent. "My son, you are alive. That's good." King Aetes shook hands with Captain Abucerdos. "Father, sorry to worry you." Abucerdos' expression was lively. Everything was under control. Soon, they would have Princess Medea. However, there was a difference. Having his daughter Medea was not the same as Abucerdos having his sister Medea. "Father, you truly are a remarkable prophet." Abucerdos stepped back 2 paces, respectfully placing one hand on his chest and bowing. "Everything has been developing according to your plan." King Aetes laughed heartily. "My feet are on the land of Colchis, and I am the king of this land. On my land, I will always be the playwright. Whoever I want to perform, they must perform." "Oh, my dear father, the future king of Colchis has learned from you," Abucerdos said. "He will remember your teachings today." The king approached, grasping Abucerdos' arm, his expression furious. "Captain, the Golden Fleece is right at our side. I will not allow you to make mistakes again." "Yes, father." Abucerdos nodded. "Once I bring my sister back, I will follow your orders for everything thereafter." Although since Jason entered Colchis and revealed his plan to steal the Golden Fleece, this game was being played by King Aetes, with Captain Abucerdos as just a pawn. However, along the way, there had been disagreements between the father and son. For example, the king not only planned to use Jason to steal the Golden Fleece, but also wanted Theseus to build a ship for Colchis, comparable to the Argo. However, Abucerdos was unhappy with the king involving Princess Medea and disagreed with marrying Medea to Jason. In fact, for Colchis, they were using Princess Medea to seduce Jason into stealing the Golden Fleece. Conversely, Jason was also using the beauty trap to have Medea assist in stealing the Golden Fleece. However, both sides were playing their own games, thinking they were outsmarting the other, rather than being manipulated by the other. In Abucerdos' mind, anything could be sacrificed, even the Golden Fleece or the kingdom, but he could not touch Princess Medea. She was his sister, whom he had watched grow up, more important than anything else. Therefore, as a pawn of the king, Abucerdos had also acted with duplicity, deliberately creating obstacles, killing shipbuilders without the king's consent, and repeatedly trying to put Jason to death. However, this created a false impression for García. The king and Abucerdos were not in cahoots and would have no conspiracy. Fortunately, the truth would eventually come to light. Player García was not an ordinary person. He already knew of King Aetes' conspiracy and what it means to deal with the upcoming decisive battle. "Future king, you need to learn from me and stay calm." The king imparted his teachings, not asking his son to surpass him, but hoping he could possess some of his current wisdom and strategy. "Father, if we delay, we will encounter changes. Let me go and eliminate those foreigners and retrieve the Golden Fleece now," Abucerdos requested. "No need to rush," the king said. "Medea is still with them. She can control the armored dragon spirit, and it will surely lead to mutual destruction. With the remaining strength we have, we can't afford any more losses." "That's not difficult," Abucerdos said. "Let me charge in and bring my sister back." "No," the king returned to his throne, firmly stating, "Wait a bit longer. She will come to us willingly." "How could she?" Abucerdos couldn't understand. No wonder they said the king only hoped his son could have some of his abilities. The young captain still had a long way to go to catch up with the old fox Aetes. "My daughter, I understand." King Aetes slowly closed his eyes, waiting for Princess Medea to come begging for mercy. Upstream, within the surrounded floodplain, García, as an observer, waited for the next turn of events. The Golden Fleece was currently in Jason's hands, and the ones wanting to take it back from him were Princess Medea's father and brother. The turning point of the situation depended entirely on Medea. "I'll go find my father to clarify things before making any plans. At least, I am still the princess of Colchis, and my father wouldn't kill me," Medea said. "As long as I am alive, I must stop them from trying to seize the Golden Fleece." García asked, "Princess, do you know your father and your brother?" "I used to know them," Medea said. She really didn't dare to say she knew them now. Otherwise, her father and brother wouldn't be plotting against her behind her back, even using her to initiate such a conspiracy. Chapter 66. The king officially abandons Medea. "Princess, it will be dangerous for you to go," García explained. "You don't have to go. I mean, if you know for sure that they will kill you." García asked out of humanitarian concern. Rationally, García thought that it didn't matter whether Medea would be killed by her father and brother when she left. In fact, if Medea died, García would be free from the constraints of energy equivalence, which could be considered a good thing. After all, it was Captain Jason who was marrying Medea, not García. Looking at Jason, He was only worried about how to return to his kingdom and ascend the throne as soon as possible. As for whom might die before leaving Colchis, he didn't care. If the one who died was Princess Medea, he would even feel relieved. The plan to marry Princess Medea was only to steal the Golden Fleece. And now that he had the fleece, having Medea around was just a burden. Princess, please go and come back quickly. Jason wasn't afraid that Medea couldn't return quickly. He was only afraid that she wouldn't leave soon. Medea glanced back at Jason's indifferent face and then looked at García, whose expression was complicated. I will go, and I will return. Downstream, inside the tent, a guard reported, Your Majesty, Captain, Princess Medea has arrived. Father, she really came? Captain Absyrthos's eyes twirled with excitement at the thought of good news. Why wouldn't she come? I knew she would. The king adjusted his clothes. Princess Medea not only came, but she had been standing outside the tent for a long time, listening to the conversation between the father and son. Your Majesty, you truly are a master strategist. You anticipated my arrival. Medea suddenly walked into the tent, looking much more haggard compared to the plump faces of the father and son. Look. King Eats stood up from his throne, walked over to Medea, and took her hand with a somewhat dazed expression. Medea knew this was just a performance. My daughter, you look so worn out. Of course, you should return to your father's side. Medea shook off the king's hand and asked coldly, Your Majesty, are you pretending to be concerned just to have me persuade Jason to hand over the Golden Fleece that I risked my life to obtain? The king's expression tightened like a piece of pigskin caught in a fire, and he did not respond. So what if I am? Captain Absyrthos took the opportunity to display his authority. Princess Medea, my dear sister, you have made great contributions to this plan of stealing the Golden Fleece. I have already reported to father, and you deserve a reward. Bah! Medea spat at her elder brother Absyrthos's face. You killed so many people and shattered so many corpses. The one who deserves a reward is you, not me. Absyrthos was taken aback, wanting to retaliate, but seeing the king's glance. He had to wipe the spit off his face and said gently, Yes, you are the princess, I am the prince. We have different roles, but we are both for our kingdom, Colchis. Medea was well aware of the filthy thoughts her brother, Absyrthos, harbored. She didn't want to look at him even once, finding even a single glance repulsive. Before Jason's appearance, Absyrthos used the guise of protecting his younger sister to either drive away or kill any suitors who admired Medea. Moreover, he even imprisoned Medea in the palace to do unspeakable things. Fortunately, Jason's arrival brought Medea a glimmer of hope. All the men in Colchis who had interacted with Medea were eliminated by Captain Absyrthos. Medea pinned her hopes on Jason, the foreigner who dared to steal the Golden Fleece and confront Captain Absyrthos. She thought that Jason could take her away from this sorrowful homeland of Colchis. Thus later, under García's scheme, Jason lured Princess Medea by claiming he would marry her and steal the Golden Fleece, which aligned with her desires. Eventually, Jason realized that it was not he who needed Medea to escort him back with the Golden Fleece, but rather, Medea could no longer stay in Colchis, enduring the humiliation from her brother Absyrthos. My daughter, King Eats' face turned pale, his demeanor imposing without anger. I am your father, and also the king of Colchis. The Golden Fleece is a sacred object of Colchis. I cannot allow those foreigners to take it away. If my father, the king of Colchis, cannot keep his promises, Medea said, your daughter, the princess of Colchis, is willing to use her life to prevent you from seizing the Golden Fleece from Jason. Listen to me, my daughter. The king's face fluctuated in expression. This old fox was employing both soft and hard tactics, trying to use Medea to trick Jason into handing over the Golden Fleece without a fight. If you can return the Golden Fleece to me, I promise you can marry Jason if you wish, and if you want to abandon your kingdom to follow Jason to a distant land, I will not obstruct you. Father? Captain Absyrthos couldn't contain himself any longer, insisting that Medea must not leave. Medea couldn't help but laugh. Promise? Yes, this time it definitely counts. King Eats' eyes widened in surprise. What promise? If I recall correctly, King Eats had previously agreed to let Medea marry Jason and offer the Golden Fleece as a dowry for him to take. But now, Medea didn't want to be deceived by the king twice. Your Majesty, please do not use new promises to confuse me. You 100,000 soldiers have been burned down by the fire dragon and are left with very few. I want to say that if you insist on seizing the Golden Fleece from Jason, I will unleash the armored dragon spirit and fight your soldiers as if they were enemies until you change your mind. King Eats returned to his throne, realizing there was no need to continue the conversation. Medea, you would rather betray your family and sell out your kingdom for that foreigner Jason, wouldn't you? Yes, father. Absyrthos rubbed his fists. She has become an enemy of our Calchas. Let me take her down. The king knew well that Medea was not betraying her family for Jason. Even without Jason, Calchas could not accommodate Princess Medea. King Eats did not stop him any further, allowing Absyrthos to come up and attempt to seize Medea's throat. Medea tried to dodge to the side, but with a slight effort, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, collapsing on the ground. What? What did you do to me? Medea struggled to maintain the last bit of consciousness, feeling her strength ebbing away bit by bit. Not me. Absyrthos knelt down, examining Medea with a sly smile. It was our king. You have been poisoned with a special toxin prepared just for you. Medea then realized that there was a tiny wound on her wrist where King Eats had held her, and an unknown drug had seeped into the wound, paralyzing her body as it spread through her blood, rendering her weak and powerless. Take her away. Lock her up. King Eats officially renounced his daughter from that moment on. Guards entered from outside the tent, carrying Medea away. Captain, take action. King Eats commanded. Kill Jason. Retrieve the Golden Fleece. Following the king's orders, Captain Absyrthos rushed off. I will prepare immediately. However, he was not going to prepare for anything. Captain, what are the orders? The guard who was carrying Medea stopped and looked back at Absyrthos, who was chasing from behind. Take her to my tent, Absyrthos said, his voice a bit stammering from urgency. This person is very dangerous. I will personally guard her. Chapter 67. Absyrthos dares not kill his father. Inside Absyrthos's military tent, a makeshift bed had been set up, and the weak Medea was dragged onto it. The captain of the guard, the king has ordered us to imprison Medea, not to. The two guards exchanged glances and said this meaningless phrase. On one side was King Tez, and on the other was Captain Absyrthos. Neither could afford to offend the other. Get out, Absyrthos said again. Keep watch outside. It wasn't that Absyrthos needed someone to guard him. Even if he did, it wouldn't require the king's guards. Absyrthos was cunning. If he let those two guards go, they would quickly return to the king's tent, and if the matter were exposed, he wouldn't be able to accomplish his plans. What do you want to do to me? Medea exhausted all her strength, focusing it in her pupils, unable to muster any elsewhere. What I want to do, don't you know? Absyrthos began to remove his upper armor, saying, You were once the princess of Calchas. I have endured it for a long time. Now that you have become a prisoner, I could do whatever I want. If you dare to commit incest, the king will not stand by. Medea weakly kicked her legs on the bed, trying to scoot away from Absyrthos. Ha! Absyrthos paused in removing his knee armor and straightened up, saying, Let me tell you the truth. From the day you led that group of foreigners into the Calchas royal palace through the inner city moat, you were already disowned by the king. Absyrthos continued, Since childhood, you have acted recklessly, going against the king's will. Do you really think the king indulged you and granted you the black iron sword instead of giving it to me, the future king of Calchas? Because he favored you more? Medea was no longer able to respond. She had lost the strength to speak. Absyrthos answered himself. The king bestowed that black iron sword upon you to use you to slay the dragon. Understand? You don't understand. Absyrthos said as he grabbed Medea's hair and slammed her head against the wall, trying to stimulate her fading consciousness so she would stay awake to hear him out. Because this plan was known only to the current king of Calchas and the future king. The more Absyrthos spoke, the more excited he became. This plan was to have the king of Calchas sacrifice royal blood to seal the fire dragon's poisonous fangs, allowing those fangs to grow into armored dragon spirits in the Iron Mine's forbidden zone. Then, using your blood, you could control the armored dragon spirit, which would not be a good thing for you. For you, this is purely a deadly conspiracy. Oh right. Absyrthos returned to the topic of the black iron sword. The sword I just mentioned is also forged from dragon fangs after they turn to iron, with your blood sacrificed to the dragon fangs. Only you can kill the fire dragon. However, Jason has already stolen the golden fleece from the fire dragon's mouth, so you're no longer needed to slay the dragon and steal the fleece. At this point, the drugs in Medea's body took effect. Her eyelids became heavy and closed. Absyrthos grabbed Medea's hair again, shaking her back and forth, trying to wake her up. So my dear sister, you must stay awake to hear me out. This is such a perfect plan. Calchas no longer needs you. The only one who still wants you is me. Open your eyes and see. Only I still want you. Can't go on. Can't say any more. Medea was nearly completely unconscious. The thrill of breaking through a person's psychological defenses layer by layer brought a pleasure more satisfying than killing. Absyrthos was now enjoying this process. However, what he wanted from Medea, besides the thrill of the mind, was also carnal desire. Absyrthos could wait no longer. He jumped onto the bed, ready to claim her. Suddenly, a blade pierced Abicertos's bare spine from behind, blood gushing out. Half of it flowed into Abicertos's waistband, and half trickled down the blade into King Tez's hand. I told you to kill Jason, to reclaim the Golden Fleece, not to get in bed. The king kicked Abicertos, knocking him down on the bed. Abicertos quickly scrambled to his feet, turning to glare at King Tez, his expression as hard as his body. But when he saw a row of guards entering behind the king, he had to blink and suppress his anger, not daring to act rashly. In Colchis, a king who does not want to kill his father and take his place is not a qualified king. However, Abicertos was witnessing and participating in King Tez's conspiracy. This method was like a hidden arrow. Until it pierces your chest, you will never know where the arrow is hidden. Thus, the cunning Abicertos chose to be a pawn in King Tez's hands, biding his time to outlast Tez and then take over himself. This choice did not highlight his courage, but it was relatively safer. As for staging a coup midway, that was something he wouldn't dare to do even with the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Under King Tez's blade, Abicertos left the tent in disgrace, gathering all his troops and appointing himself as the vanguard, launching the final assault towards the plain where Jason and the others were encircled. Outside the tent, the sound of hooves was dense, and the shouts of soldiers were deafening. Medea, do you hear? My guards are about to attack. To kill your lover, Jason, and reclaim the Golden Fleece from him. King Tez stood by the bed, ready to deliver a final blow to his own daughter. You shouldn't have come to me. The mistake was overestimating my paternal love for you. Did you think that by coming to plead, I would show mercy and let you and those foreigners go? King Tez slowly raised his blood-stained sword. To avoid any scandal of incest in Colchis, he intended to personally kill Medea. No, Medea said, propping herself up with her bent arms against the headboard, gasping for breath. King, you still haven't grasped your situation. I'm not here to plead for mercy. I came to warn you one last time. If you let Jason go, you will only lose the Golden Fleece and me. Of course, you have long since excluded me. As she continued, King Tez looked at his daughter with a mocking expression, waiting to see what sensational lies she would conjure up as she faced death. Medea, with her eyes closed, said, Do you think that without me, the armored dragon spirits will lose their fighting power? No, the dragon spirits have self-awareness. They will protect those foreigners, and they will fight against your guards blade to blade. Medea, I can only say that your means of self-rescue are too despicable. You don't act like a king's daughter. Tez smiled insidiously. To save yourself. You would actually come up with such a joke to scare a king. Tez is not only the king of Colchis, but also a deeply experienced priest. Whether the armored dragon spirit has self-awareness is clearer to him than to Medea. The bloodied sword points at Medea on the bed, and Tez sees a tear flowing from her tightly closed eyes. He hesitates, feeling a subtle sting deep within his heart. Chapter 68. Those about to die should not know too much. In the past, Tez, the king of Colchis, sacrificed the blood of his daughter Medea to the fire dragon's poisonous fangs, allowing the armored dragon spirit that emerged from the forbidden iron mines to communicate with Medea and be controlled by her will. He knows well that the armored dragon spirit cannot have consciousness. If anyone other than Medea could transmit thoughts to the dragon spirit and achieve control, it could only be a member of the royal family carrying royal blood. It is evident that the next royal member to replace Medea in controlling the armored dragon spirit is none other than King Tez himself. Moreover, to transfer control of the armored dragon spirit to the next royal member, Tez, he must first kill the previous master of the spirit, Medea. Therefore, Medea must die regardless. She does not need to do anything wrong. Her fate is the same, death. In this father-daughter relationship, I will not kill you. Tez drops the bloodied sword, glances at the dazed Medea on the bed, and then leaves the tent. Only Tez knows that he is not considering any father-daughter feelings. Even if he does not kill her, Medea will never wake up again when the poison in her body takes effect. Burn it down, Tez commands, and a guard raises a torch to ignite the army tents along the river one by one. Upstream, the besieged shock plane, unable to wait for Princess Medea. Jason breathes a sigh of relief. If he could just get rid of the burden of Medea, there would be much less trouble upon returning home. However, Jason is met instead by Captain Abicerthos and his over 30,000 soldiers. Look, Princess Medea hasn't returned, but Abicerthos has come. Jason jumps to conclusions, thinking, could it be that Medea has betrayed us? Jason, Princess Medea has risked betraying her family and her kingdom for you. How can you speak such words with a clear conscience? His aunt has quarreled with Medea, but she trusts Medea's character and does not believe she would betray her friends. Then why, after she left, has Abucerthos launched a full-scale attack on us? Jason asks, Garcia, you have always been able to foresee the truth of things. Please help me resolve this doubt. Garcia said, is it possible that Medea has already been harmed? What? Does Jason not know whether to be happy or sad? You mean Medea is dead and will no longer come for us? Not us, but me. Jason spoke indirectly, but he always hoped that Medea could just disappear. Medea's value had already been exhausted in Colchis, and she need not appear again. With a neigh of a warhorse, Captain Abucerthos stepped forward alone. Garcia, I know you can make the decision. Hand over the Golden Fleece. You have no other choice. None of you have a choice. You dare to come alone. Aren't you afraid of dying? Garcia asked. Abucerthos on his warhorse laughed confidently. Garcia, you are a clever foreigner. Can't you realize that your savior Medea won't be coming back? I know, Garcia said. With the Golden Fleece in hand, we no longer need a savior. Thanks to you. After the fire dragon, my 100,000 soldiers are left with only over 30,000. Abucerthos pointed his whip at Garcia and a few others. 30,000 soldiers against you few. The outcome shouldn't be hard to determine, right? Captain, you are not a foolish man either. Garcia kindly reminded. We not only have the Golden Fleece, but also nearly 700 armored dragon spirits. It won't be so easy for you to kill us. The enemy has already launched a full-scale attack, and Garcia was no longer in the mood to waste time chatting. He just wanted to extract more secrets about the armored dragon spirits through Abucerthos. However, Abucerthos' patience was limited. He threw away his whip and switched to the bloody cleaver. Garcia, I will ask you one last time, the Golden Fleece, will you hand it over yourself, or should I come and take it? Crack, crack. The sound of heavy armor colliding came from behind Abucerthos. He knew his soldiers were with him. As long as he swung his cleaver, the remaining 30,000 heavy armored soldiers would trample Garcia and the others into mud, a death more cruel than being dismembered. Kill him. Garcia's face showed a chill, making Abucerthos on the warhorse realize who was really meant to kill whom today. Abucerthos' plump lips smiled widely. Garcia, are you trying to scare me, silly? Who do you want to kill, me? Yes, it's you. If I don't kill you, who should I kill? A shadow erupted from behind Abucerthos, kicking him off his warhorse. Garcia was not frightened, but Abucerthos' warhorse was indeed startled, shaking off the reins and galloping downstream to escape. Abucerthos got up from the ground, his mouth full of dirt. What just happened? Despite all precautions, Abucerthos was on guard against this group of outsiders in front of him, with his thousands of guards behind him. He never expected to be kicked off his horse from behind. Could it be? Was there a traitor among his guards? No. Could there be such a formidable expert among my guards? That kick just now, if I hadn't been wearing 2 layers of armor, I would have probably been kicked in half. Eating dirt was not just Abucerthos' mouth, but also his eyes. If it weren't for the sand getting in his eyes, he would have seen the scene he didn't want to see. Abucerthos rubbed his eyes, and a blurry figure in armor appeared in his vision. This thing, he recognized it. Wasn't it the iron armored dragon spirit? Wait a minute. So the one who kicked the captain of the guard Abucerthos off the horse just now wasn't a person, but an iron-armored dragon spirit. My analysis isn't wrong. I know my soldiers, and I said there are no such formidable experts among the guards. Why? In the kingdom of Colchis, I, captain of the guard Abucerthos, am the #1 powerhouse. That kick just now, I couldn't have done it, and there wouldn't be anyone among my guards who could. Hey, Captain. Garcia stood still and leaned down to greet him. How could you be so careless and fall off your horse? What do you mean by careless? Can't you speak, Garcia? Didn't you see that I was kicked down by the dragon spirit? It's not that my riding skills are poor. It's that a dragon spirit is trying to harm me. No. Suddenly Abucerthos thought of something. Where are my soldiers? What soldiers? You turned your back to your soldiers. But you also didn't expect that those soldiers behind you were all dealt with by the iron armor dragon spirit. And now only the guards on the perimeter are left. Garcia, who are you? At this moment, Abucerthos' surprise outweighed his fear. He had heard King Eats mention more than once that the iron-armored dragon spirit, which was sacrificed with royal blood, could only be controlled by those of royal blood. The Golden Fleece belonged to the king. The iron-armored dragon spirit was to be given to Abucerthos. This was a deal conspired by the father and son at that time. So, what right does this outsider Garcia have to control the iron-armored dragon spirit? Unless he is also of royal blood? No, that's impossible, and I hope it's not. Previously, Garcia had even thought insincerely about extracting information from Abucerthos. He had no idea that when it came to the iron armor dragon spirit, Abishertos was hardly knowledgeable at all. King Eats had promised to make Abishertos the next master of the iron armor dragon spirit. However, he hadn't mentioned that to change the master of the iron armor dragon spirit, Medea had to be killed first. The captain of the guard doesn't need to know who I am because you're going to die. García activated his spirit communication skill, controlling the dragon spirit to slowly approach Abishertos. Chapter 69. Let the iron armor dragon spirit do the good deed. Player García, having lived 2 lives, sometimes found his likes to be quite vague, but his dislikes were just a few. One of them was giving the opponent enough time, while a killer was still rambling on about life as philosophies. No time for that, it's not allowed. García wouldn't allow himself to hold back during the killing. The ironclad dragon spirit he controlled approached Abishertos slowly, creating a sense of ritual and heightened fear. When it came time to act, it had to be decisive and ruthless, leaving no room for mercy. The dragon spirit moved forward with a flickering speed, one iron claw sweeping towards Abishertos' throat. The latter, surely prepared, leaned back to evade the claw, then leaped several feet into the air, flipping 2.5 times before landing steadily. Swoosh once, swoosh twice. At the moment Abishertos dodged, the ironclad dragon spirit was not idle. It anticipated the opponent's move and waited to strike as soon as Abishertos landed. Steady landing. What good was that if the dragon spirit would stab him? 2 claws from the dragon spirit pierced in from behind Abishertos and directly emerged from his chest. Abishertos wore 2 layers of armor, so the previous kick only caused him internal injuries, but these 2 claws pierced through the armor and into his flesh. The terrifying part wasn't the ironclad dragon spirit. It was García. How could he control the ironclad dragon spirit? Abishertos' eyes were filled with despair, blood gushing from his lips, and the air became thick with tension. Downstream, by the river fork, 3 miles from here, King Eats and his guards came to clear the battlefield, only to encounter Abishertos' fleeing warhorse along the way. My king, that is the captain of the guard's steed, said a guard. Impossible, replied the king. On the battlefield, the warhorse fled, but where is its owner? Abishertos? In such cases, the horse usually flees only when its rider is dead. King Eats was unwilling to believe that was Abishertos' warhorse. Without Medea's help, this group of foreigners had lost the ironclad dragon spirit. How could they withstand the tens of thousands of soldiers led by Captain Abishertos? My king, that is indeed the captain of the guard's warhorse, said the guard. That horse was originally mine, but I gifted it to the captain, so I recognize it. The guard was tactful, saying it was a gift rather than taken by Abishertos. King Eats felt a sense of foreboding and ordered the guards to advance at full speed. The whip cracked, and the horses galloped without catching their breath. Upon reaching the southern exit of they saw the surrounded soldiers in disarray, their flags down, morale shattered, waiting only for a command to retreat and save their lives. What happened? Where's your captain? King Eats remained mounted, imposing, in stark contrast to the soldiers on the ground, as if they were not his men. My king, one of the soldiers on the ground is loyal to the kingdom of Colchis, so he urged you to flee. The captain is dead. Colchis cannot be without a king. What do you mean? King Eats asked, as if he were the one fleeing. He jumped down from his horse, stumbling on his first 2 steps, almost falling. Eats might have been cramping from long riding, not panic-induced blood loss. You say, Captain, my son Abishertos is dead? Where did he die? Who killed him? To report. My king, your son, our captain, was killed by the ironclad dragon spirit, said the soldier. We charged at that group of foreigners multiple times, trying to reclaim the captain's body, but they had the ironclad dragon spirit guarding them. Each time, we suffered casualties, and we could not succeed. My son is dead. The future king of Colchis is dead. King Eats asked, how many of you who are alive? He only cared about his son. He needed to know how many living soldiers could die for him. Just as Captain Abishertos knew his soldiers, with over 100,000, not one was stronger than him. King Eats also understood these surviving soldiers, and he did not believe in their claims of multiple charges and the dead and injured. Based on the king's understanding of these soldiers, those who survived were all cowards, merely hiding to save their own lives. No, I don't know, the soldier said honestly. If he had the mind to tally the numbers, he wouldn't have been hiding to escape. This angered King Eats. Even a rough estimate would do. He said he didn't know. With a swift motion, the king executed that soldier. So, when he saw Abishertos' warhorse by the river earlier, was King Eats' sense of foreboding about to come true? It was all my fault for being too merciful, King Eats deeply regretted. I should have killed Medea with one sword. He thought, only Princess Medea could control the ironclad dragon spirit. Now that the dragon spirit killed Captain Abishtordos, there was only one possibility: Medea was still alive. She had not been poisoned by the toxin infused into her wrist, nor had she been burned by the fire that ignited the tent. However, if Medea could survive all this, King Eats had another hypothesis. The Golden Fleece was not in the hands of these foreigners. It was in Medea's hands. The most dangerous place was the safest. She had come to find me with the Golden Fleece, so after being poisoned, she used the Golden Fleece to save herself and escape the tent fire. In his youth, King Eats often prided himself on having such a clear mind, and he still did. But it was too late. Moreover, this was a mistaken assumption. Honorable King, long time no see. García and his group walked out from the encirclement, followed by nearly 700 ironclad dragon spirits, among which 2 were carrying a corpse. It was Captain Abishtordos. You killed my son, killed the future king of Colchis. King Eats's veins bulged with blood, clearly visible. Yes, we left the whole body. García spoke politely, his expression harmonious, devoid of the pride expected of a victor. Where are you? King Eats looked around in confusion, shouting, Medea, come out. If you have the ability, then kill me too. Go ahead and kill your father who raised you. Huh? So King Eats was not speaking to García? Of course. He thought only Medea could control the ironclad dragon spirit. If not looking for Medea, who else? Don't get me wrong, García said. Your biological daughter Medea didn't manage to escape. Didn't you know? García's logic reasoning suggests that Medea has not returned until now. She is either imprisoned by King Eats or has been killed by him. How do you know she couldn't escape? From King Eats' perspective, it is precisely because Medea managed to escape and inform García of the events that García would say such things. When an opponent does not believe in your strength, an effective way is to show them a glimpse of your abilities. García said to the dragon spirits behind him, Go ahead, do a good deed, and return this corpse to his father. The 2 armored dragon spirits lifted the corpse of Abishtordos face to face, each using a foot to kick the corpse in a beautiful arc, landing squarely at King Eatus's feet. Gurgle. The congealed black blood oozed from the corpse's mouth, now cold. Chapter 70. The armored dragon spirits are sealed. Respected king, I know it is somewhat difficult for you to convince yourself that I can control the armored dragon spirits. García said, to make it easier for you to believe, I am willing to help you a bit more. What? You want to help me? King Eatus looked astonished, but he saw García give a slight wave of his hand, and the 2 dragon spirits carrying the corpse rushed towards King Eatus. As he tightened his grip and drew his sword to confront the dragon spirits, they circled around him and lunged at the guards behind him. To be a guard for the king of Colchis is not something found everywhere. They are indeed elite warriors. However, elite human warriors are somewhat inadequate when facing armored dragon spirits. In the presence of García and King Eatus, an entire line of royal guards did not last even 1 round. The 2 dragon spirits struck from the left and right, slicing through the ranks of guards towards the center. It was not that the guards were unskilled, but rather that the dragon spirits moved too quickly. The line of royal guards stood like fixed wooden stakes, unable to take even half a step as the dragon spirits' iron claws sliced a red line across their throats. After a moment, blood gushed from this red line, and the men fell to the ground, unable to rise. Like his son Abishtordos, King Eatus did not fear the speed of the dragon spirits. He feared the abilities of García, the foreigner. The priest who sacrificed the blood of Medea to control the armored dragon spirits was King Eatus himself. He could not convince himself to believe that García could take over Medea's control over the dragon spirits. Could it be that these armored dragon spirits had mutated? There was no mutation. It was merely that García possessed the ability to communicate with spirits. King, García laid his cards on the table, saying directly, Clear a path and let us leave. Your guards cannot stop the armored dragon spirits. García has never considered himself a merciful saint. The remaining 20,000 people of Colchis, whom he has no ties to, could be killed without hesitation. However, he believes that there are gods beyond mortals, and unless absolutely necessary, he does not want to indiscriminately kill the innocent to avoid angering the gods and facing their wrath. García, you have won, said King Aeetes. Let me first take my son's body away. The guards behind me will obey my royal command. You may leave with the Golden Fleece. The king's attendants lifted the lifeless body of Captain Abishtordos from the ground, allowing King Aeetes to move forward, disappearing into the encircling guards. Let's go, García commanded, controlling a line of dragon spirits to provide cover in front, as the group followed closely behind, preparing to pass through the checkpoints set by the encircling guards. Bang! First came a loud noise, followed by a chaotic clash of swords and iron. The guards at the checkpoint actually drew their swords to attack the armored dragon spirits. Did they not want to live? García triggered the spirit communication skill, controlling the dragon spirit to adjust the strategy, turning defense into attack. It wasn't that they hadn't tried. These guards were absolutely no match for the dragon spirit. However, it's easy to kill one person, but a pile of people is not so easy to handle. At this moment, the encircling guards formed an endless wall of flesh, allowing the armored dragon spirit to slaughter at will. The guards of Colchis. Your squad leader Abucerdos is dead. On the outskirts of the impact plane, King Oedus pointed at Abucerdos' corpse, raising his arm and shouting, "Who killed him? Who killed him? Jason killed him. Jason killed him." The guards roared in unison. "What should we do?" Oedus asked. "Kill Jason, retrieve the Golden Fleece, avenge the squad leader." The shouts of the guards echoed, seeming to shake the very water in the river. What does that mean? Can the guards block the armored dragon spirit's breakout? No matter how many guards there are, they would only slow down the breakout a little. Dying more would be futile. That's right, Oedus stood up, drawing his sword and pointing forward at the guards blocking the armored dragon spirit's escape, saying, "Look at them, the lowly people, guards dying on the battlefield. The king of Colchis promises that their families will rise up. Their deaths will bring endless glory and wealth to their living families. Go, guards, for your families, for your kingdom, kill those foreigners." Upon hearing the king's promise, the guards surged forward like a flood toward the blockade, preventing the armored dragon spirit's escape. These guards believed in the king's promise. They fought for their homeland, facing death without fear. But what they didn't expect was that they would not die by the blades of foreigners, nor under the claws of the armored dragon spirit, but rather by the hands of the king's guards from behind. Just as the saying goes, they didn't even know how they died. King Oedus licked the blood off the tip of his sword, reciting a spell, "In the name of the gods, obey the ancient pact." The king of Colchis, with blood as a sacrifice, sought to reclaim the divine power granted to the fire dragon's poisonous fangs. Stop. Don't move forward any longer. The situation was not right. García realized that the wall of people blocking the armored dragon spirit was caught between two forces. In front, there were dragon spirits slaughtering, and behind, there were indeed the king's guards attacking their own people. Could it be that someone among the guards had betrayed them? Medusa also noticed the unusual battle situation. Little pirate. My aunt thought of someone. If there's a betrayal within, it must be Princess Medea bringing people back to save us. No way. Medea can't come back, right? She better not. Jason tightly gripped the golden fleece in his pocket, hoping that Medea had nothing to do with this. This time, Jason got his wish. The guards were not betraying, nor was Princess Medea coming to rescue. But King Oedus was using the guards' blood as a sacrifice, trying to seal the armored dragon's spirit once again. Perhaps he needed to sacrifice nearly 700 lives or more. The dragon spirits were killing from the front, and the king's guards from the back. The guards serving as a wall numbered more than 700, all intended as sacrifices. Originally, García and the others intended to closely follow the armored dragon spirit to break out. But at this moment, he dared not get too close and instead stepped back, treading on a mountain of guard corpses. Watching the guards caught in a pincer movement, García couldn't help but recall scenes of cutting wheat in the rural fields. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, and García felt a gust of wind blowing toward him. Not good. The armored dragon spirit has been sealed. García saw bloody guards crossing the armored dragon spirit, stepping over the tripping dead bodies as they charged toward them. These guards crawled out from the pile of dead, their armor stained red with blood. Everyone retreat. Greenbeard stood before García with a machete covered in a thick layer of blood, his massive body shielding the group behind him. There were still at least tens of thousands of them. Medusa glanced at García. The second half of her sentence need not be said. They definitely could not win. They did not have that strength, especially since they had already lost the armored dragon spirit. They certainly could not hold their ground. One word: escape. Chapter 71. Forgotten my own father, let's escape, García said, looking around for an escape route. Yes, escape, Jason echoed. Now that we have the Golden Fleece, we can escape. Was that infuriating? What do you mean we can escape now? Could we not escape before? Look, we didn't manage to get out. Where can we escape to? My aunt anxiously suggested. Why not jump into the river? Shut your crow's mouth. García's mother thought my aunt was giving up on herself and wanted to jump into the river to end it. This place was situated at the foot of a cliff on the impact plane, with cliffs at the back and guards surrounding on both sides. The only escape route was the southern exit of the river. If they wanted to escape, they really had no choice but to jump into the river. But unless one wanted to die, who would accompany my aunt to jump into the river? You jump first. Garcia pushed his aunt into the river. My aunt could come up with the idea of jumping into the river, but she was afraid of heights and might not dare to jump. At a critical moment, Garcia had to give her a push. They couldn't let her delay their escape like before on a narrow cliff path. Jason and Garcia's mother also jumped into the river in succession, leaving only Garcia and Medusa on the shore. Aren't you jumping? Garcia asked. I can jump with you, Medusa replied seriously, though her blush was particularly noticeable. I mean, you're not a good swimmer. I don't want you to sink and have to save you again. The implication was that if she jumped with him, it wasn't because she was concerned about him drowning, but because she didn't want to put in the effort to save him again. Such a serious matter, so why was her face turning red? Come on. Are you feeling guilty? Garcia wanted to confront me directly, saying, you treat me so well, but you don't care about other people's swimming skills? Upon reflection, that statement doesn't hold water. Previously, when being chased by the fire dragon and falling into the river from the back of the bull demon, it was indeed only Garcia who got caught in the whirlpool at the bottom of the waterfall and nearly drowned. And with that, how could he still mention other swimming skills? Medusa grabbed Garcia's arm and gently lifted him, and the two of them floated down together. What's going on? Have I become lighter, or does Medusa have such strength? How come I didn't know? In the past, I mainly didn't have the opportunity to find out. I didn't know her well enough. That's all right. There will be plenty of time in the future. The river that needs to be jumped into only exists in steep areas with elevation drops. Rivers with drops have a fast current. Garcia and his group were swept downstream by the river. For those being carried away, it didn't matter much whether they could swim well or not. There would be loyal guards jumping into the river after them, clinging on desperately. However, these guards jumped in later and couldn't possibly catch up with Garcia and the others in the swift upstream waters, nor could they successfully intercept them. By the time those who jumped into the river were carried to the flat area downstream, the heavily armored guards either sank to the bottom or found it difficult to move, allowing the snake woman Medusa and Jason to easily handle them. Those capable would take on more work, and there were no fewer than 10 guards still alive in the river, which was Medusa and Jason's task. Garcia landed early, of course, with the help of Medusa, allowing him to reach the shore alive ahead of time. He found a wooden stick by the shore and returned to the river to let his mother and aunt grab onto it, pulling them up one by one. The little pirate and his aunt looked at Garcia with newfound respect. I didn't see you in the river just now. I thought you had drowned. I didn't expect you to come ashore early. Garcia's mother pushed his aunt and said, my good sister, that's my biological son. Can you please be a little more tactful? Do you have to curse my son? Mom, it's okay, Garcia said with a smile. My aunt might be jealous of my swimming skills and feels unbalanced inside. You swim well? What about your face? Medusa eliminated the guards in the river and came ashore behind Garcia, glancing at him. I'm just joking with my aunt, Garcia said, feeling no embarrassment. Thank you for being here. It helped me regain my confidence in front of my aunt. Medusa heard nothing and had no opinion about Garcia's aunt. However, she seemed to dislike how close Garcia was with his aunt more and more. As for why, even Medusa couldn't find a clear reason. Son, where's your father? Garcia's mother thought of her partner, Greenbeard. Oh no, did I forget about your biological father again? This is all Medusa's fault. Originally, when jumping into the river, Garcia wanted to invite Greenbeard to join him. However, Medusa called out to Garcia, wanting to jump with him. At that moment, all of Garcia's attention was on Medusa, and he completely forgot about his biological father, Greenbeard. Son, to be honest, did you forget to invite your father to jump with you? Garcia's mother had been haunted by nightmares lately, dreaming several nights that her husband, Greenbeard, had passed away. If Garcia were to tell the truth, the answer would be yes. However, he had no intention of being honest. Mom, I didn't forget. Garcia's expression was serious. A liar does not deserve such calmness. Not deserving does not mean he cannot have it. Garcia had it. This wasn't the first time he forgot about his father. The last time was when they were staying at an inn during a market visit, completely forgetting about Greenbeard, who was still outside on guard against the cold wind. That time, Garcia reminded himself that forgetting a biological father and not calling him when he didn't forget were two different things. Forgetting meant forgetting that he had a biological father. Not forgetting, but just not calling meant absolute trust in his biological father. For instance, Garcia might argue like this, Mom, at that time, my father was holding off the guards at the rear, covering our retreat to jump into the river. I didn't call him to join because I trust my father, who has been through many battles. He knows his own rhythm and can definitely find a chance to escape. Thank you, good son, for holding your father in such high regard. Would Greenbeard be pleased to hear that? You're right, Garcia's mother said, looking upstream at the flowing river, hoping he wouldn't be held back by those guards and would catch up with them soon. Little pirate, forgetting is just forgetting, his aunt said, knowing Garcia too well. You made up such a story to fool my sister without shame. If you don't speak, who would think you're mute? No good? Then please be quiet. Garcia looked at his mother with concern. Fortunately, she was gazing dreamily at the river where green beard might appear. So, she probably didn't hear what his aunt said. All right, no harm done, so let's give the silly aunt a pass this time. Who is laughing? Garcia turned to look, and not far away stood Medusa, her mouth tightly closed, not resembling someone who had just laughed. Then, the one who joked about Garcia must be someone else. Could it be Jason? Impossible. He is currently only concerned with when he can return home to ascend the throne. He cannot pay attention to his aunt's nonsense, let alone secretly laugh. Therefore, the one who made fun of Garcia must still be the snake-hair Medusa. Garcia looked over with a questioning gaze, only to receive a strong retort from Medusa. Why are you looking at my chest again? What? That was last time. This time, I swear on heaven and earth, I really didn't look. Garcia shook his head and looked at the river, keeping his gaze in line with his mother's. After all, the green-bearded man was his biological father, and he hoped for his safe return. Even if he wasn't safe, it would be fine as long as his corpse could float down the river. Because times have changed, and now, with the Golden Fleece in hand, there was the power to bring the dead back to life. Hey, did you hear that? There are hoofbeats, said Medusa. Garcia took a closer look and felt that it was not a joke. He activated his insight skill and saw a cavalry approaching in the distance. The leading figure looked familiar. Resurrected again? Captain Abucerdos of the Guard is not dead? Or did Garcia's skill malfunction and he misjudged? Chapter 72. Greenbeard and Medea. Who died? It was that butcher who dismembered bodies. How did he come back to life? Medusa asked. Can you see that far? Garcia inquired. Can you? Medusa asked back. At such a distance, the human, I shouldn't be able to see anything. It was impressive enough that the snake woman Medusa could see a vague figure, which made Garcia admire her. Yet, Garcia prided himself on being a mere mortal, and he too could see the cavalry in the distance. Therefore, Medusa's reaction toward Garcia was not admiration, but suspicion. Garcia, why can you see so far? Medusa suddenly changed her expression, as if she had encountered a deadly enemy. That's a secret I can't reveal. If I say I have a system, will Medusa believe it? Even if she does, I can't say it. Why should I admit that I'm nothing without the system when I can see farther by my own ability? Medusa, I've always considered you family, so I won't hide it from you, Garcia said with a serious expression. I don't know why, but over the years, sometimes I can see very far and hear very faint sounds, but I've never done anything about it. Right? It's a rare talent. You get it without much effort. I hope you're not deceiving me. If you are, there's nothing I can do about it. Medusa, having seen people's hearts over time, had a certain depth of understanding of Garcia to say such a thing. Hey, just put your heart at ease. Garcia winked at Medusa. I'm very easy to get along with. You'll know that in the future. I may deceive my aunt, but I won't deceive you. Slap. A hand hit the back of Garcia's head. The silly aunt had arrived just in time for that last sentence. Hearing it, Garcia was teasing her again. Hey, the aunt you mentioned, could it be me? The aunt was not upset. It had nothing to do with her tolerance. Because she caught Garcia in the act of speaking ill and took the opportunity to deliver a justifiable revenge. The aunt grabbed Garcia by the ear, trying to twist it into a braid. The soft cartilage crackled, and a hot, sharp pain spread from the root of his ear throughout his body. There wasn't a place on Garcia that didn't hurt. Enough, Medusa said. The cavalry is arriving quickly. You still have the mind to fight among yourselves. The aunt let go of Garcia's ear in response. She too heard the thunderous sound of hooves. The sound of the cavalry from Colchis was like this, urgent and heavy, because the guards on horseback were heavily armored. Oh no, Garcia, your father is dead. Garcia's mother shifted her gaze from the river, staring at Garcia in despair. Mom, did you see my father's body floating down? Where is it? I didn't see it. I didn't see it, his mother cried, her tears pouring down. She remained rational, pointing at Captain Abucerdos on horseback. That butcher is still alive. Your father must have been dismembered by him. My God, I never expected this day would come so soon. Her thoughts were clear, and the logic was reasonable. This possibility was not without merit, and the likelihood was quite high. His mother was waiting for Greenbeard at the river, but ended up with Captain Abucerdos' cavalry. Could it be that his mother was right? Garcia took a cold breath, feeling an icy chill inside, regardless of whether it was true or not. They can no longer wait. Mom, we can't wait any longer. We should run first, Garcia said. Garcia, do you think your father might still be alive? Whether dead or alive, it was her voice. His mother was holding on to hope, asking herself, what else is there to say? My father, Greenbeard, is a proper old pirate. No one can kill him. Garcia patted his chest in assurance. unless he wants to die himself. The sound of hooves grew closer. The ant tugged at Garcia's clothes, shouting, "Hurry, what should we do, little pirate?" "Run," Garcia replied. "Should we jump into the river?" The ant asked. Of course. There's no other way to choose. If they didn't jump into the river, would they race on foot against Captain Abusurdos's cavalry? Only by jumping into the river could they escape the pursuit of the cavalry. Surely the horses of Colchis wouldn't be faster in the river than on land, right? "Hey, my old friends, there's a boat coming upstream." "Theseus, it's Theseus." Jason leaped into the river, racing toward the approaching boat. Days ago, this group of outsiders split into two paths. One went north to steal the Golden Fleece, while the other stayed behind to build a ship. Today, the two groups reunited. They had successfully obtained the Golden Fleece and built the ship, executing this combination move with remarkable synergy. The drawback was that the northern team had lost two members, Princess Medea and old pirate Greenbeard. For Garcia, this couldn't be called a drawback. It was simply a disaster, a loss that outweighed any gains. A loss that couldn't be afforded. Princess Medea, if she could survive, then she should. Old pirate Greenbeard must not die. In the middle of the river, Jason climbed onto the ship, dripping like a leaking wooden barrel. He didn't take care about separating wet from dry and immediately embraced his helmsman, Peleus. "Captain, we did it." "Yes, we did it, helmsman." Captain Jason hugged helmsman Peleus tightly, patting his back vigorously. In this reunion were helmsman Peleus, navigator Theseus, and over a dozen sailors from a ship. These were all members of the old crew Jason had set out with. Compared to Jason's family of 5 and Princess Medea from Colchis, this old crew gave Jason a full sense of familiarity and security. Although this old crew wasn't particularly useful. Just say, in this trip north to steal the Golden Fleece, it wasn't Jason's old crew that contributed. It was Garcia's family and Princess Medea. Jason obtained the Golden Fleece, but Princess Medea and Greenbeard were gone. How ironic, truly ironic. "Gentlemen, I might have to disappoint you," Theseus said, "but I must say, now is not the time to celebrate. We have a corpse on board. Let's see if we can use the Golden Fleece to bring it back to life." "A corpse?" Garcia's mother rushed forward and asked, "Is it one of our own?" "Yes, ma'am," Theseus replied, his voice low and his face shadowed. It seemed that the death of this own person saddened Theseus greatly. "Garcia, what are you waiting for?" His mother called out, "Quickly save your father." "Huh? Old pirate Greenbeard is dead?" And he had already floated downstream, retrieved by Theseus. "Captain, please bring out your Golden Fleece. Quickly save my father," Garcia said mechanically, but he felt something was off. Jason carefully took the Golden Fleece from the bag, walked to the corpse dragged out from the bottom of the ship by Theseus, and lifted the shroud covering it. "Huh? How could it be? Is this person one of our own?" Jason pulled the shroud halfway up and then covered it again, feeling an intense rejection inside. "Don't save this person, right? Jason, what are you doing?" Garcia's mother stepped forward again, lifted the shroud off the corpse, and upon seeing the face, she was also stunned. Because this body was not the old pirate Greenbeard. It was Princess Medea. This was not surprising, as the sadness was written all over Theseus's face. Greenbeard's death might not grieve him. But how could he not be sad about Medea's death? Chapter 73. Garcia tapped on the shoulder. Not to be offended, it is said that the ship of Theseus and Pericles had been built 2 days prior. They were just waiting for the northern mission to be completed so they could set sail with the Golden Fleece. However, they were still waiting. So, Theseus and Pericles decided to row the newly built ship upstream, hoping to meet up with the team that had stolen the Golden Fleece as soon as possible. Passing downstream, they happened to encounter King Eats ordering his guards to set fire to the military camp set up by the riverside. Driven by some strange fate, Theseus entered the camp amidst the flames, searching one by one. It was quite a coincidence that they found Princess Medea on the bed in one of the tents. Unfortunately, by that time, Medea had already succumbed to poison. Thus, Theseus carried Medea's body back, rowing upstream, hoping that the Golden Fleece could revive her. Even though he had never seen the Golden Fleece and had no way of knowing whether it truly had the power to bring the dead back to life. Unlike the pale corpse, Medea, who had died from poison, had a deep purple hue to her face. Her eyes were wide open, filled with bloodshot purple, with no whites visible. Her lips were cracked, resembling dehydrated black bread, but the flesh at the cracks was dark purple. This kind of deadly poison had permeated every part of her flesh, likely reaching her very bones. When Medea died, no one could imagine how much pain she had endured. Garcia understood the sadness on Theseus's face, which was one of heartache. Theseus took the Golden Fleece from Jason and placed it on Princess Medea's forehead. Silently, the golden glow surrounding the fleece slowly seeped into Medea's brow. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A burnt smell arose as the golden glow flowed from her brow throughout her body. Wherever the glow reached, wounds healed, and the purple-black blood poisoned by the toxins flowed out like melting ice water. Medea was illuminated into a translucent yellow pillar, and her previously swollen, cracked, and purple-black body gradually regained its flesh color. It's over, it's over. Garcia's mother shook her head repeatedly. It's all over now. Madam, what have you discovered? Theseus asked as he looked down at the lifeless Medea and then raised his gaze to Garcia's mother. We'll let you set sail. Garcia's mother shouted. Turn the boat around. Go back. Just now, everyone was focused on Theseus using the Golden Fleece to save Princess Medea and didn't pay attention to the boat's direction. Meanwhile, Jason, to escape the pursuit of Captain Abucerdos' cavalry, had already had Peleus lead a dozen sailors to row the boat downstream, moving further away from the upper reaches where they had jumped into the river. This meant that they were separating further from Greenbeard. Even if Greenbeard had narrowly escaped the guard's pursuit, drifting down the river would make it even harder to catch up. She's alive, she's alive. Theseus saw Medea come back to life and exhaled, coughing. Oh, Jason realized that he saved the one person he least wanted to save with the Golden Fleece. If only Medea had not been saved, how great that would be. The Golden Fleece is mine. Hurry and take it back. Jason hurried forward to snatch the fleece from Medea's forehead. Thank you, Princess Medea said as she awakened. The first person she saw was Jason, who was bending down, holding the Golden Fleece in front of her. No need, Jason said as he stood up and placed the Golden Fleece safely in a cloth bag. Indeed, there was no need to thank him. The person Medea should thank was Theseus. Respected princess, Theseus thought about revealing the truth. But it seemed that rushing to take credit didn't quite fit the gentlemanly image he wanted to project. Theseus changed his words. Please allow me to help you up? No need. Princess Medea stood up by herself, rolling up her sleeves. The wound left by King Aeetes on her wrist vanished. This Golden Fleece truly lives up to its name. All right, my friends. García stepped forward, his expression stern, with an unyielding resolution in his azure eyes. Row the boat back. For my father. Jason only wanted to leave Colchis quickly. He certainly didn't want to turn back and waste time, especially since there were cavalry pursuing them. However, he didn't need to voice his opposition to García. He only needed to give a look to Peleus, who was willing to speak up. Peleus bluntly said, It's not that we don't want to save your father, but we don't even know if Greenbeard is dead or alive. Is it really necessary to go back? Crack! García drew the bronze sword in his hand, not to hold it against Peleus's neck, but to heavily slap it on Peleus's shoulder. With this slap, García exerted all his strength, causing Peleus to limp on one foot and let out a grunt as he expelled a mouthful of foul air from his scapula. Perhaps this matter could be discussed properly. However, García despised treacherous people who burned bridges after crossing them. This sword strike on Peleus was what he deserved. After all, this Peleus was too eager to show off, always eager to stand up for Jason, and this was not the first time he had openly opposed García. Of course, this strike was also meant for Jason to see. All of Peleus's actions were instigated by Jason behind the scenes. Jason, why don't you take care of your own people? Here is an honest man trying to reason, and our whole family has worked hard to follow you to Colchis, helping you design the wedding to Princess Medea and helping you steal the Golden Fleece. Now that you have the Golden Fleece, our family hasn't been able to catch up, and we don't know if they're alive or dead. Why do you treat us this way? Silly Ant won't speak, so better not to say anything. If talking could solve the problem, García could negotiate himself. No, he didn't want to sit down and have a proper talk about something he despised. If old pirate Greenbeard really dies, then player García would be in a passive position, and this game could end here. What did you say? Medea heard about the plan to marry Medea, so she was not just a pawn in her father Aeetes' hands, but also being used by these foreigners? I said. García interrupted Medea and conveniently saved his aunt, cutting off the words she shouldn't say, which Medea couldn't know about, and I said, let's row back. Please don't be impulsive. Theseus came over to mediate. García, my old friend, the cavalry of Abucerdos is chasing us from behind. Rowing back now is not a wise choice, is it? Of course not. Medusa would stand on García's side, saying that the cavalry of Abucerdos couldn't chase along the river. They must be taking a shortcut to set an ambush downstream. So, if we return upstream now, we can avoid the pursuit. Princess Medusa also said yes, she was right. This river will pass through a canyon, and the cavalry cannot chase along the river. Moreover, the further downstream we go, the more bends the river has, and the cavalry can move faster in a straight line, which allows them to set an ambush in advance. What? The cavalry will be faster? Set an ambush downstream? Even if we don't go back to find Greenbeard now and successfully reach downstream, we will still encounter Abucerdos' cavalry. At that time, can Garcia handle it? The answer is no. Jason still needs Garcia. He cannot afford to offend him. Steer the boat. Why provoke a friend into drawing his sword? Jason took both hands off the bronze sword on Piraeus' shoulder and said, "Let us row back. We need to pick up Greenbeard and leave together." Thus, a not too large, not too small rowing boat once again went upstream to pick up Greenbeard, who was uncertain whether he was dead or alive. Chapter 74. Princess Medea Lost Ding. Spirit communication skill updating. Note: you have repeatedly controlled the ironclad dragon spirit to fight against a fire dragon and stole the Golden Fleece. You have repeatedly controlled the ironclad dragon spirit to fight against the guards of Colchis and protected the Golden Fleece. Skill upgrade. Spirit communication experience, level LV4, LV5 Garcia Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 5, escape experience level 4, insight experience level 6, charm experience level 3. Spirit communication experience level 5. Since encountering the fire dragon until the iron armor dragon spirit was sealed by King Eats through the sacrificial means of slaughtering the guards, Garcia has controlled the dragon spirit in battle no less than 10 times. Unexpectedly, his spirit communication experience only increased by 1 level. He has grasped this pattern. Only tasks assigned by the system will yield double rewards, allowing for a 2-level increase. Skills he triggers on his own can only increase by 1 level upon task completion. Gentlemen, Garcia's mother requested, please work hard and paddle a bit faster. Because they were moving upstream against the current, the resistance was greater, and their speed was extremely slow. Furthermore, in order to save time, they could not go far to find dry wood, so Theseus added some wet wood to the vessel's body, causing the newly built ship to be significantly heavier and making it even harder to paddle. Please stop, Garcia said, right here. The new ship returned to the location where Garcia and the others jumped into the river and drifted ashore. After searching for a while, apart from the corpses of the guards propped up among the riverbank rocks, there was no sign of the green-bearded man. It's hard, Garcia said. We still need to continue upstream to find my father. The position for jumping into the river upstream clearly had varying elevations. It was easy to float down with the current, but difficult to paddle upstream, as hard as climbing to the sky. "Oh, sir," a sailor complained. "Can I assume you were speaking without knowing the pain of the back? Why don't you sit down and take a rest?" This had nothing to do with back pain. Garcia was indeed standing, and he did not need to paddle. This medium-sized rowing boat did not have enough oars for everyone to contribute their strength. The complaining sailor was sitting, but strictly speaking, that wasn't really sitting. Half of his boat was against the wooden board, and the sailor was leaning back, straining to pull while pushing the oar in the opposite direction to row forward. Garcia wanted to say something harsh to the sailor, but he didn't say it out loud. The sailor was already sweating profusely, and continuing to row upstream was indeed proving difficult. "Look, there seems to be a person over there." Medusa discovered a human-shaped object on the small sandbank near the shore. "Get closer, get closer." Theseus personally took the oar and guided the sailors to row the boat towards the sandbank. As they got closer, it became clear that it was indeed a person. There was no armor on them. They weren't a soldier from Colchis. It should be the old pirate, Greenbeard. "Yes, I see it." Garcia's mother said, "I recognize that coat. It's the warm coat I stitched for Greenbeard with cotton thread before last winter." When the boat reached the small sandbank, Garcia jumped down, and upon closer inspection, it was not a person. Garcia's mother didn't mistake it. The clothes belonged to Greenbeard, but Greenbeard was not there. The only thing seen on the boat was that piece of clothing, but the person was not on the sandbank. Garcia's mother picked up the clothes, soaking them in the river as the water poured down. She examined the patterns, edges, and stitches, all of which she had sewn countless nights under the dim oil lamp in that stone courtyard by the sea. Now, the coat was torn into 4 or 5 strips in Garcia's mother's hands. "Son, your father's green-bearded coat is here, but where is he?" Garcia's mother cried, tears streaming down her face, thinking that the Greenbeard was likely dead. Perhaps the Greenbeard was killed by the pursuing soldiers after he covered for others and didn't have time to jump into the river, then was hacked to death and his body thrown into the water. The clothes were cut into strips. How could the person be any better off? Death seemed to be the conservative conclusion. Thinking of the perverse hobby of the captain of the guards, Abucerdos, dismemberment, made Garcia's mother shudder. "Mother, let me see." Garcia took the strips and analyzed the knife marks on them, noting the horizontal and vertical cuts that had reduced a perfectly good coat to shreds. His initial judgment was that the coat was not taken off by the Greenbeard himself. Of course, it wasn't the soldiers who stripped him either. Instead, the sleeves and collar of the coat had all been severed, making it impossible to stay on a person's body. Enduring such wounds was enough to kill a person dozens of times over. Garcia's expression darkened, and a deep chill emerged in his eyes. So, why are you looking at your father's clothes with that kind of expression? His mother grasped Garcia's hand and asked, "Is Greenbeard really dead?" "Yes, without a doubt." But Garcia couldn't tell his mother the truth. "Mother, we have the Golden Fleece. As long as we find father's body, he can be revived." However, Garcia's mother wanted to say, but based on the clothes, could Greenbeard have been dismembered? She couldn't say such words, but Piraeus dared to. Could it be that Greenbeard was dismembered by Abishtoros? "Bastard, I won't allow you to curse my family like that." Garcia's aunt leaned against her biological sister, Garcia's mother, drawing her short sword and pointing it at Piraeus. Usually, it was the aunt who cursed in various ways while bickering with Garcia. At this moment, it was also the aunt who drew her sword to stop others from cursing. No matter how foolish she was, the aunt understood the situation. In a life-and-death moment, she needed to protect her sister and prevent her family from suffering malicious provocation. Medea looked at her aunt without concealment, filled with complex emotions. She was not interested in what her aunt was saying now. She was more concerned about her aunt's slip of the tongue about Jason planning to marry Medea. However, this had nothing to do with her aunt. Her aunt's slip of the tongue made Medea learn the truth ahead of time. From first hearing about the foreigner Jason arriving in Colchis to the Princess Medea secretly leaving the palace to meet Jason at sea and deciding to marry him to help him steal the Golden Fleece, Princess Medea thought she was in control of everything. It was only recently that she discovered that the mastermind behind it was her father, Theseus. This had already caused Medea to suffer enough. Now, someone was telling her that the person using her, besides Theseus, was that foreigner Jason. Medea didn't want to admit it, but she had to. Originally, in the palace, the Princess Medea, who was imprisoned by her biological brother Abishtoros, fantasized about escaping and gaining her freedom. She could use Jason to flee Colchis. In the end, it turned out that the one being used was her, and the one who got hurt was only Princess Medea. "What are you angry about?" Medea said to her aunt. "Isn't what Piraeus said correct?" Provoked by Medea, Piraeus himself became afraid, as he felt Garcia's predatory gaze. "Please don't be angry. This is just my guess, a harmless guess." Clang! Theseus's hand rested on Garcia's bronze sword, preventing him from drawing it. Killing Piraeus was not necessary. However, Garcia really wanted to stab Piraeus to make statement. "Garcia!" shouted Medusa, "There's someone ahead." Everyone looked forward where the bow of the boat pointed, and there was only a huge rock protruding from the river surface. Chapter 75. Greenbeard almost got killed. That's not a person. Theseus said regretfully, "There's only a rock there." "No," Medusa insisted. "Row the boat over quickly. There must be a person there." Theseus took a breath and said seriously, "Please don't do that. That's a reef. We only see the part above the river. Below or around it, there may be more hidden reefs. The boat cannot get close." "If the boat can't get close," Jason said, "Pilot, why don't you go into the water and take a look?" On the boat, when it comes to swimming, no one could compare to the snake woman Medusa. However, among the old crew Jason brought, Theseus was the best swimmer. Splash! Theseus took a running start, bent like a fish at the side of the boat, and plunged his hands into the river, using inertia to kick his legs and swim to the exposed reef. Because the river flows from north to south, the northern side of the reef had been worn down by currents, creating a depression where indeed a living person lay. "Hey, friends on the boat, believe it. There really is a guy here." Theseus stepped onto the reef and turned back to smile. "Haha, look at me. Wow, Sasha, you're amazing." The silly aunt first praised Medusa, then turned to Garcia's mother with a radiant smile. "Sister, now you're happy. We found Greenbeard." The mother neither smiled nor spoke. Her face tense, waiting for one piece of news. Was Greenbeard alive or dead? "Huh, are you crazy? Why?" The people on the boat saw Theseus pull out his dagger from behind and start hacking at the rock. "Son, you quickly see what is going on?" Garcia's mother said almost breathlessly, panicking. Jason was astonished and also frightened, shouting from the bow of the boat. "Theseus, are you crazy? Stop. Did Theseus take the wrong medicine? How could he dare to stab Greenbeard? What grudge did he have against Greenbeard? He should know that Greenbeard had a son, Garcia. The enmity of killing a father is unforgivable." In front of Garcia, hacking at Greenbeard, what was that if not seeking death? "Little pirate, is Theseus trying to escape?" The aunt asked, wide-eyed and stamping her feet. Because the sound of hacking at flesh on the reef had stopped, and Theseus, who had been wildly swinging his sword, had also disappeared. García first looked at Jason's face on the ship, which was as awkward as eating a dead fly. He probably didn't expect such a thing to happen and didn't instruct Theseus to kill Greenbeard. This wasn't a conspiracy. Perhaps it was just a small misunderstanding. "Look, Theseus," said the ant. He's appeared again. Everyone saw Theseus reappear on the rocks, carrying a person on his shoulder, shouting towards the ship. "Look, friends, I've done something satisfying." Thud. The dead body on Theseus's shoulder was thrown into the river, flowing quickly, barely making a splash. It turned out that Theseus hadn't escaped. He had merely jumped into the crevice of the rocks to collect the body, which is why the people on the ship couldn't see him. The person Theseus had hacked it wasn't the old pirate Greenbeard at all. It was a soldier from Colchis, clad in heavy iron armor. When the body was thrown off his shoulder, the armor reflected light. "Mother," García said, holding his mother's hand, "he's not my father. That's an armored soldier." "Then, where's your father?" The mother's mood was like a swing in the wind, having just lost one string when Theseus was killing someone, leaving only another string hanging on. "Mother, please don't worry. He's still alive." García said this purely to comfort her with nice words. "I can feel my father nearby, and he's still alive." However, there was a glimmer of hope, as clothing belonging to Greenbeard had already been found nearby. That coat, stitched with cotton thread, had a strong water absorption capacity, making it likely to sink. It was unlikely to have drifted here from upstream. It was more probable that the coat was cut into strips nearby and had come off Greenbeard. Therefore, assuming Greenbeard hadn't been swept away, whether alive or dead, he should be in this vicinity. García activated his insight skill, calming himself to search for nearby life signs. Hoo. There was a breathing sound, deep and steady. Not at all frantic, unlike the frequency of an injured person. Not far away, right nearby. García slightly closed his eyes, using his ears to discern the sound of breathing and estimate the distance. No, this is too close. It's right on the boat. So, the breathing García heard truly exists, but it's of no use because it's the breath of someone on the boat. Moreover, it should be the voice of a sailor. A sailor rows and holds his breath to paddle multiple times. It's not a person holding their breath with force, which would make it difficult to produce such slow and heavy breaths. That's not right either. The boat is currently stationary, and no sailor is rowing. Then, who is exerting effort? García pushed through the crowd, including the sailors. Everyone was either standing or sitting, and no one was exerting any effort. Unless that breath was not on the ship. Where is it? García stuck his head out from the boat and looked down at the bottom of the ship. Because the hull was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, he couldn't see anything. However, from this angle, the sound of breathing became clearer. Yes, this breathing was not on the boat, but underneath it. García opened his eyes and saw a swollen man through the wooden planks of the ship. The man was battered and bruised, unrecognizable after being soaked in the river. Just by his green beard, it was clear he was Greenbeard. García first thought of asking the snake woman Medusa to help him retrieve the man. Without needing words, Medusa had been following García closely, anticipating his thoughts, and she turned and slid into the bottom of the ship. Oh, divine protection. García's mother wept tears of joy. Greenbeard was still alive. Greenbeard's upper garments were shredded, exposing his bare wounds, blood having drained away in the river, deep gashes resembling ravines carved out by rain on the plateau, now swollen from being soaked in the water. "Son, your father almost got killed." Greenbeard tightly gripped a dagger in his hand, sharp as the cold light in his eyes. No one knew that at that moment. While retreating upstream and jumping into the river, García and Medusa were supposed to jump together, along with the soldiers of Colchis, collectively jumping into the river. Greenbeard had held off the soldiers alone to buy time for his people, preventing them from pursuing. He stood his ground on half of the river, blocking the advancing soldiers and costing them their lives, stopping them from jumping into the river to chase after his comrades. He waited until his people had completely disappeared into the river, drifting downstream, confirming that no more soldiers would jump in a chase. Only then did Greenbeard jump into the river to escape. However, he was already severely injured on the shore, and the impact of jumping into the river worsened his wounds, causing blood to flow endlessly. Worse still, while he could prevent the soldiers from jumping in to chase his comrades, he could not stop them from jumping in after him. In the river, Greenbeard was battered by the water and slashed by the soldiers, fighting near the rocks, utterly exhausted and at a disadvantage, his coat torn off. Just as Greenbeard was about to sink to the bottom, he happened to collide with a boat moving upstream. He had no strength left to stand and see who was on the boat, nor could he determine if it was friend or foe. Greenbeard, relying on sheer will, pulled out his dagger and drove it into the wooden bottom of the boat, hanging onto it to avoid sinking and drowning. Despite his state, Greenbeard somehow managed to maintain a slow, steady breath, truly a stubborn old pirate. "Father, you've suffered," García said, taking off his outer coat and draping it over Greenbeard. Jason also proactively pulled out the Golden Fleece from his pocket. "Come on, sir, quickly try the divine power of this Golden Fleece." Downstream, at the mouth of the river, another group of people waited anxiously, the sun setting in the west, their necks craning upstream, yet still no sign of the person they were waiting for. "Captain of the guard, could it be that Jason did not pass this way?" A guard asked. "If they were to come this way, they wouldn't take this long," replied the captain of the guard, Abusirtos. "You lowly person," he said, striking the guard's face with his whip. "Mind your foul mouth and don't ruin my plans." Chapter 76. Without the armored dragon spirit, can we still charge in? The guard was right, voicing the concerns in Abusirtos' heart. "What are you afraid of? What are you saying?" Calculating the current speed, Jason's ship should have already drifted to the mouth of the river. At this time, it still hadn't arrived. Perhaps the ship was faster than the cavalry, and Jason had already sailed out to sea before Abusirtos. "Will they not pass this way?" the guard asked. "No. Jason must escape Colchis by this route. There is no other exit." The guard, mixing with Captain Abusirtos, actually did not know this common sense. "You deserve to be whipped." Just then, a horse-drawn carriage arrived, and King Aetes jumped down, anxiously asking, "How is it? Have you retrieved the Golden Fleece? Did those foreigners get killed?" "Not yet," Captain Abusirtos replied. "Father, could it be that Jason did not pass this way?" This question he did not allow the guard to raise. But he could ask himself, because Abusirtos knew the king would not whip him. "Son, my judgment will not be wrong," King Aetes said, displeased. "That group of foreigners can only escape our Colchis by this one road." "This is strange. Father, your carriage has arrived, yet Jason's ship has not," Abusirtos said. "That's right. A carriage on land is no faster than a ship on water. How could Jason's ship not have arrived yet?" King Aetes glared at Abusirtos, the visible power conveyed through his gaze. "You, Abusirtos, have delayed the matter. Did you let Jason, who stole the Golden Fleece, escape?" Abusirtos hurriedly explained, "Father, I must tell you, my cavalry arrived long ago. I remember the sun was still high." King Aetes said, "My son, you have already died once. I kill my soldiers to let you live again. I thought you knew what to do." Abusirtos knelt on one knee, swearing to the gods, "My king, I swear by the gods to be loyal to you." Indeed, King Aetes, through the sacrifice of soldiers, sealed the armored dragon spirit, while also reviving Captain Abusirtos. Only Aetes knew that the armored dragon spirit was born from the fangs of a fire dragon, and the blood of the royal Medea was sacrificed. Thus, only those of royal blood could communicate and control the armored dragon spirit. Moreover, royal family members attacked by the armored dragon spirit could be revived through sacrifice. "My son, your loyalty to me is loyalty to Colchis, and Colchis is ultimately yours. You are the future king of Colchis," King Aetes said, grateful for his father's love. Captain Abusirtos hesitantly asked, "Father, if you had used my blood for the sacrifice, allowing me to communicate and control the armored dragon spirit, perhaps we wouldn't be in such a situation today." King Aetes half closed his eyes and asked, "You resent me?" No. Abusirtos shook his head, absolutely daring not to admit it. Aetes approached and pressed on Abusirtos' chest, saying, "You have no spirituality and cannot communicate. Moreover, the medium, by sacrificing blood to the dragon's poisonous fangs, also needs to sacrifice a life, leading to direct death or sacrifice lifespan. Princess Medea belongs to the latter. She did not die when her father Aetes used her to sacrifice to the dragon's poisonous fangs. She is still alive. Clearly, she sacrificed blood and lifespan. This is also why sealing the dragon's poisonous fangs to grow into an armored dragon spirit had to choose Medea. First, she has a natural affinity for the spiritual. Second, she is not cared for. However, King Aetes did not intend for Abusirtos to know all of this, including the fact that Aetes poisoned Medea. Abusirtos believed it was not a lethal poison, and now Abusirtos also thinks that Medea was not poisoned to death and escaped, completely unaware of Aetes' order to burn the camp. Of course, King Aetes did not know that Medea truly had not been burned to death. Although she was poisoned and died, she was saved by Theseus, revived by the Golden Fleece, and is still alive. King Aetes is deceiving and concealing from Abusirtos, but he is also always falling into the traps he designed himself. It is equivalent to him deceiving himself. To put it simply, he thought Medea was dead and deceived Abusirtos into believing that Medea was not dead and had run away. In fact, Medea really did run away. It seems he deceived Abucerdos, but the result was not that. The one deceived was, in fact, himself. In King Ait's mind, Abucerdos is a son and a pawn, not meant to know too much. Do not blame King Ait for being unfeeling. Abucerdos, as a son, is not a person. Not only does he have a hobby of dismemberment, but he also insists on his sister Medea. Therefore, making Abucerdos a pawn is more reassuring for King Ait than having him as a son. The sky is getting darker, waiting for the upstream Jason's ship. Several large ships are sailing from the sea, already reaching the ambush point set by Abucerdos. These ships were arranged by King Ait at sea as another contingency for Jason. In case they cannot kill Jason on land and regain the Golden Fleece, King Ait at least has one more chance at sea. Several captains came to pay their respects to King Ait, reporting that they had completely controlled the waters of Colchis over the past few days and had not seen any ships appear. Their journey north along the coast did not reveal any ships belonging to Jason. "Father, I did not deceive you." Captain Abucerdos raised his voice significantly. "I told you. My cavalry is faster than the ships. Jason's ship has not passed. They must be upstream." King Ait lowered his head in thought. It seems that this group of outsiders is still upstream. Why? After jumping into the river, they were picked up by Theseus' ship and fled downstream. King Ait had concentrated all his forces at this exit, waiting for the final ambush. That group of outsiders would no longer be hindered upstream. Why did they stay upstream? Because Ait did not know that Theseus' ship, after picking up the people, did not escape directly downstream. On the contrary, it was heading upstream against the current to search for Greenbeard, which is why it had not come south to the exit for so long. Reporting to the king, "Captain, a guard rushed in, a ship is coming upstream. It should be that group of outsiders." The sky darkened, and the awaited ship arrived. "Light the fire." At King Ait's command, the shores of the exit were ablaze, as if bringing back the sun of tomorrow. Jason tightly gripped the bag containing the Golden Fleece and asked García, "You were right. They really set an ambush. Do we really have to force our way through?" "What do you mean I was right?" That was Princess Medea's analysis. "All right, when they picked up Greenbeard and decided to head south to the sea, Princess Medea made the same judgment as King Ait, to escape from Colchis. They could only go south to the sea, but there would definitely be guards lying in wait at the exit. Jason, currently trying to escape from Medea, had reached a level of insanity, actually attributing Medea's precise analysis to García. Whoever makes the judgment should solve it. García shifted the question to Medea. "Princess, do you think we can force our way through? Nowadays, without the armored dragon spirits, whether we can pass is another matter. Can we still force our way through?" "It's uncertain." Chapter 77. The Return of the Fire Dragon. Princess Medea walked to the bow of the ship, estimating the lights in the darkness ahead. "Regardless of whether we can pass or not, we have no choice but to force our way through, gentlemen." She knew this would be a fierce battle, or perhaps the last one. After tonight, everyone on this ship would die in Colchis. "What are you afraid of?" Greenbeard awkwardly used a coat that García had given him to cover half of his body. He was too robust, and the clothes were small for him. "This time, we have many people." Yes, compared to before, Greenbeard alone had blocked tens of thousands of guards. Now, at the very least, there were García, Medusa, his aunt, his mother, Greenbeard, Jason, Medea, Theseus, and Perseus, along with a dozen sailors on the ship. The guards of Colchis were still the same number as before, and many had even been reduced by Greenbeard, while Greenbeard's side had increased its manpower several times in half a day. And everyone on the ship was in excellent spirits, thanks to the healing from the Golden Fleece. If they didn't force their way through, it would be a waste. "Friends, I have a suggestion," Jason said. "This plan to steal the Golden Fleece has been thanks to your help. The fleece is currently in my pocket. Next, we just need to bring it back safely. We don't need to fight to the death with the guards of Colchis anymore. Let's not resist and find a chance to escape." This time, Perseus did not agree with Jason's viewpoint. "Captain, of course we want to escape, but it's the guards of Colchis who are fighting desperately, not us." Alas, the aunt sighed, thinking she had come up with a brilliant idea. If only I were Medusa. "There are guards on both sides, and there are boats blocking the exit, but we could go underwater. If I were a snake, I would sneak out from the bottom." "No," Medusa said, "they have sunk giant logs and iron chains in the water. Not to mention a snake, even a tadpole would probably not be able to get through." Theseus assisted the sailors in securing the ship and stepped forward to ask, "Gentlemen, I know the ship I built. If we crash hard into the ships blocking the river ahead, we will definitely fall apart. Please think of another way." "What other way is there?" "There's no time." After discovering that Theseus' ship had arrived, King Ait completed a more targeted deployment. All forces were in place, and the ambush checkpoints were connected in a surrounding circle. He was confident he could annihilate this group of foreigners and reclaim the Golden Fleece. No need to wait any longer. Take that ship, King Aetes said to Captain Abysarthos. Yes, father. Abysarthos's face showed uncontrollable joy. Without the armored dragon spirits, those dozens of people would die at my hands. Please wait a moment, father. I will soon retrieve the Golden Fleece for you. The night had fallen so dark that the water flow beneath the ship was invisible, and the flames formed by the encirclement of the Colchian guards were tightening around Theseus's ship. Captain, a guard asked, that group of foreigners isn't easy to deal with. Why don't we just shoot them with arrows and then take back the Golden Fleece? Slap. Abysarthos gave the guard a whip. The hard-to-deal-with ones are the armored dragon spirits, not that group of foreigners. How dare you disturb the morale? On the ship, there is also Princess Medea. Abysarthos did not want to use indiscriminate arrows for fear of injuring Medea. Son, I thought your father was dead, but thankfully he is still alive, García's mother said. Our family has barely survived until now. Will there be more deaths this time? It won't happen. García closed his eyes. Mother, I am thinking of a way. Little pirate, if you could find those armored dragon spirits to help again, that would be great. No matter the time, the ant could always think of a way. Exactly. It's the armored dragon spirits. However, those nearly 700 armored dragon spirits had all been sealed again by King Aetes. Wait, there's still 3 dragon spirits that haven't been sealed. At the time by the pond, García and the others hid in a cave. He had sent 3 dragon spirits to lure away the fire dragon, and they had not returned to this day. So, those 3 dragon spirits were still outside, not sealed by Aetes. The only thing was that García didn't know if he could still summon those 3 dragon spirits. He triggered his summoning skill and silently thought of the armored dragon spirits. Although he couldn't summon the 3 dragon spirits, he could faintly feel a flow of heat. How could this be? In the past, summoning the armored dragon spirits didn't have any heat flow. Little pirate, the ant pushed García. The guards are closing in. Why are you still with your eyes closed? García opened his eyes and saw the blazing fire approaching. It turned out that the heat he felt earlier was the fire from the soldiers surrounding him, unrelated to any psychic abilities. Huh. The snake woman Medea flicked her long snake tail and said to García, if you don't want to die, you should stick close to me. Abysarthos had already spotted the Princess Medea on the ship and shouted to his guards, capture Princess Medea, kill everyone else, and dismember them. Boom. With a loud explosion, the large ship used to block the river caught fire. Who did this? Abysarthos turned around and questioned, who dares to betray the kingdom of Colchis? The group of outsiders was surrounded by Abysarthos in front, and the burning ship was behind him. It could only have been done by someone from his own side. Strange. Very strange. García was just thinking that a fire was needed to burn the ships blocking the exit, and in an instant, the ship caught fire. Could it be that my thoughts can become a weapon? García was indeed scared. No, it wasn't García's weapon that set the ship on fire, but a dragon. The river water beneath the ship splashed everyone in the face from the shockwave, and the roar of the dragon pierced the night, echoing across the river. The dragon had come, the fire dragon. So, the heat wave I felt when I was summoning the ironclad dragon spirit was from this fire dragon, and not the flames encircling Abysarthos. I was supposed to summon the ironclad dragon spirit, but unexpectedly, I summoned the fire dragon instead. Run. The guards have already seen the fire dragon emerging from the darkness. Captain of the guard, our ship was burned by the fire dragon. If we don't run now, we'll be turned to ashes by it. These guards are all survivors from the last time the fire dragon attacked. They owe their lives to their quick legs. Splash. The encircling guards jumped into the river collectively. No orders needed. They would jump on their own. You think you're clever? I won't jump. Fine. I'll jump into the river first, and once the fire dragon leaves, I'll go back to retrieve the Golden Fleece, and I also need to capture Medea. Captain Abysarthos jumped in as well, and King Aetes's carefully laid encirclement was ruined in an instant. Retreat. King Aetes had his guards help him hide in the cave that had been dug out long ago. He truly is a cunning old fox, not only setting up plans on the sea, leaving a way out for Jason, but also for the fire dragon. Having prepared the cave in advance, making it impossible for the fire dragon to take revenge on him. It's that fire dragon again. I'm still young, and I don't want to die. My aunt's lips trembled, and her mental defenses were about to collapse. Jump into the river. Jump into the river. Thud. On the ship, led by Jason, along with Peleus and a dozen sailors, they jumped into the river. García grabbed his aunt's hand, saying, we don't need to jump. Chapter 78. The fire dragon is out of control. What do you mean we don't need to jump? Jason jumped into the river with the Golden Fleece. We don't have a Golden Fleece, so we don't need to jump into the river? His aunt almost shouted, asking why. The fire dragon is seeking revenge. It won't come this way to breathe fire, Garcia said. How do you know? Medusa asked. She didn't question Garcia, but she wanted to know how he knew. Don't you know? Garcia said. The fire dragon lost the Golden Fleece because it was attacked by the armored dragon spirit, which was created from the sacrifice of King Theseus. The fire dragon is seeking revenge on King Theseus. It's not hard to figure out, is it? Medusa didn't mean it that way, and Garcia knew it. He was just playing dumb because he couldn't say he was controlling the fire dragon. If I tell you, Garcia said, that the fire dragon is carrying out my will, would you believe it? Medusa didn't speak, but she believed it. Son, this is not the time to brag. Garcia's mother was about to pull him to jump into the river. Let's jump into the river. Whatever happens, happens. Little pirate, what are you talking about? His aunt joined in, helping his mother drag Garcia toward the river. Fire dragon, come. Garcia activated his spirit summoning skill, transmitting his thoughts to the fire dragon. Whoosh. A fully red fire dragon, with white smoke billowing from its mouth, suddenly appeared on the surface of the river. What a huge dragon head, even bigger than the boat. The white smoke coming from the dragon's mouth made his aunt panic. She stopped dragging Garcia to jump into the river and instead hid behind him, as if she couldn't resist the fear in front of her no matter how hard she tried. Little pirate, quickly make the fire dragon go away. Why provoke it for no reason? How could the little pirate summon a fire dragon? Why? Just because of him? How'd he do it? Garcia switched to the dragon's perspective and saw Princess Medea on the ship, not looking up at the dragon. Instead, she was staring at Garcia, and he couldn't tell what was on her mind. Garcia took a leap from the river's surface, using the force to launch himself. He specifically directed the fire towards the areas with flames, as those were the checkpoints set up by King Theseus. Of course, it wasn't Garcia who was breathing fire, but his will. His will had already controlled the dragon to burn and kill the guards of Colchis, but it was too dark to find them easily. The dragon added more flames to the boats blocking the river, turning the hulls to ashes that sank into the river, flowing slowly towards the sea like silt. On both sides of the riverbank, the checkpoints set up in advance by King Theseus were extinguishing one by one. As long as there was still a flame and a guard alive, the dragon would pay a visit. With a breath of fire, large flames extinguished smaller ones. Lives were lost, leaving only ashes to blend into the night. Garcia searched along the river for a long time, controlling the fire dragon, as he wanted to meet Captain Abucerdos. However, after several round trips, he still could not find any trace of Abucerdos. Perhaps he had escaped and was nowhere to be found, or he had already turned to ashes and was lost. However, the instigator, King Theseus, was easy to locate. He was hiding in a cave that he had dug himself. Previously, the cave used by Garcia and his companions for concealment near the upstream pool was naturally formed and indestructible. But now, Theseus' cave was one that he had dug himself. Can a cave dug by human hands be impervious to dragon claws? Garcia continued to exert his mental control, directing the fire dragon to fly towards the cave entrance where Eurytus was hiding. The dragon spread its large claws and forcefully thrust them into the entrance, pulling upward, causing an entire section of the mountain to collapse amidst the falling rocks. The cave was not difficult to dig, but it wasn't easy either. If too much force was applied, it would result in a landslide. The fire dragon aimed its mouth at the cave entrance and gently breathed fire. The flames pouring into the cave like a serpent, and a pungent smell of burning wafted out from inside. No, that burning smell wasn't coming from the cave entrance. It was coming from the other side of the mountain. Garcia controlled the fire dragon to fly to the back of the cave and saw a group of burning people running wildly in the night. He understood that there was another exit from the cave. The front had just been collapsed by the fire dragon and was engulfed in flames. So the people hiding inside escaped through the back exit. From the perspective of the fire dragon, Garcia saw a group of escapees, among them a faction protecting a single person as they ran. This person's identity was certainly not simple. It was either King Theseus or Captain Abucerdos of the guards. If he just unleashed a fire attack, the ashes would make it impossible to identify the deceased. Therefore, Garcia wanted the fire dragon to circle around to intercept this group from the front, so he could see the person's face clearly before attacking. Sure enough, the person being supported was indeed King Theseus. Yes, the one helping Theseus was Captain Abucerdos. Good, both father and son were present, so it was all complete. It would just take a breath of fire to turn the father and son into black smoke rising to the sky. Buzz. Garcia felt a noise ringing in his ears. His focus distracted, and he lost control over the fire dragon. Mr. Garcia, Princess Medea asked loudly, I want to know. The armored dragon spirit before was also under your control, right? This was the third time Princess Medea had asked Garcia the same question. In the previous two instances, Garcia was busy controlling the fire dragon and didn't have time to respond. Thus, the third question arose. The loudness of her question created noise that disturbed Garcia's mind, causing him to lose control over the fire dragon. Princess, the battle isn't over yet. I cannot be disturbed right now, Garcia said. Once we escape from Colchis, I will explain these matters to you, okay? The armored dragon spirit could initially only be controlled by Princess Medea, and Garcia controlled it through Medea. Later, Medea stopped controlling it, and the dragon spirit gained its own consciousness. Medea thought it was the dragon spirit that had its own awareness. However, she now realized that Garcia could control the fire dragon, leading her to suspect that the previous armored dragon spirit was also under Garcia's control rather than having self-awareness. That was the truth. Additionally, Garcia could control the dragon spirit through Medea because his thoughts could invade her mind. However, Garcia still couldn't understand why he could invade Medea's mind. Therefore, he was uncertain about how much truth to reveal to Medea. If he admitted that he was the one controlling the armored dragon spirit, would he also have to confess the fact that he invaded Medea's mind? Speaking of such a bizarre matter seemed to offer no benefit to Garcia. So at this moment, it was best to say nothing and wait until they escaped Colchis to discuss it. He also wondered if the fire dragon had killed that father and son pair. Garcia triggered the psychic skill again, but could no longer find the fire dragon, so there was no way to switch to the fire dragon's perspective. Ding! The supervision system is running. Garcia, Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 5. Escape experience level 4. Insight experience level 6. Charisma experience level 3. Spirit communication experience level 5. Note, the ironclad dragon's spirit grows from the venomous fangs of a fire dragon. If you can communicate with the dragon spirit, you can further control the fire dragon. However, your spirit communication experience level is currently only level 5, which makes the transmission of thoughts to the fire dragon unstable. Once interrupted, it is difficult to reconnect. Garcia has lost the ability to communicate with the fire dragon. No matter what, it's better to escape first. Otherwise, if the uncontrollable fire dragon turns around and attacks Garcia and his group, there will be no chance of survival. Bang! A blaze of fire illuminated the sky at the harbor as the fire dragon swooped down towards Garcia and his group. Little pirate, what do you want to do again? His aunt thought that Garcia was still controlling the fire dragon, trying to show off. But it was bad. Only Garcia knew that the connection had been severed, and the fire dragon was already out of control. Chapter 79, Dragon Slaying. Garcia was being suppressed by an invisible force, as if he were resisting a stone wall about to topple over. His left knee was bent upwards, while his right leg was straightened, digging into the ground behind him. Despite this, the force coming down from above was still pushing Garcia towards the stern of the ship, nearly causing him to fall off. Garcia knew that his telepathic connection with the fire dragon had been re-established. But this time, the dragon's will was too strong, and Garcia found himself being controlled instead. Jump into the river, Garcia shouted as he pushed his aunt and mother into the water. He could feel the fire dragon slowly opening its mouth, its forked tongue ready to unleash a deadly flame. Bang! After being healed by the Golden Fleece, the snake woman Medusa had grown a snake tail and a long tongue. She whipped her tail against the boat's floor to create friction and leaned forward against Garcia's back, preventing him from being overwhelmed by the fire dragon and falling into the river. Don't worry about me, Garcia said, just jump. Medusa replied, if we jump together. At worst, it would just mean death. Greenbeard opened his shirt, gripping a large machete tightly, raised it high, waiting for the fire dragon to approach. Princess Medea had one foot on the edge of the boat, ready to jump down, but she saw that Garcia and the others were still resisting the fire dragon. It seemed she remembered something. She recalled that Captain Abucerdos had mentioned earlier in the tent that the kingdom of Eats had awarded the black iron sword to Medea for the purpose of slaying the dragon and stealing the Golden Fleece. Beads of sweat rolled down Garcia's cheeks. He felt a burning heat within him, as if a fire were raging. Fortunately, Medusa's body was cool. She transmitted the chill from her body into Garcia's back, easing some of the burning sensation he was experiencing. Clearly, the source of the fire was the fire dragon, and the fact that Garcia could perceive it indicated that he was in telepathic communication with the dragon. Exhausting all his strength, he finally reclaimed control over the dragon's will. Father, I'm going to open my mouth, Garcia said, meaning he would make the fire dragon open its mouth. The most vulnerable part of the dragon should be its mouth. Accompanied by a blinding red light, The fire dragon opened its gaping maw but did not breathe fire. Greenbeard leaped into the dragon's mouth, wedging his machete between its teeth to prevent its jaws from closing and crushing them. He drew a dagger from the leather on the side of his boot and began stabbing at the softer parts inside the dragon's mouth. Greenbeard's ferocity was evident as he plunged the dagger deep into the flesh. However, it seemed to inflict no damage on the fire dragon. Whoosh! A shadow flashed, and Princess Medea jumped onto the dragon's tongue, appearing beside Greenbeard. "Let me try." Medea leaped from the dragon's tongue, her black iron sword piercing the dragon's soft palate. The intense pain from the fire dragon was transmitted to García, causing his legs to weaken and he nearly collapsed. Fortunately, he did not fall onto the hard deck, but was caught by Medusa, who cushioned his fall. Medea's strike had wounded the fire dragon and interrupted Garcia's telepathic control over it. The fire dragon, in pain, reared back, lifting its head and inadvertently sucking Medea and Greenbeard into its esophagus, dropping them into its chest cavity. Thump thump. A massive heart hung above Greenbeard's head as he crawled up from the sticky pieces of the fire dragon's liver. "I don't know how you did it, but that strike of yours clearly hurt the fire dragon," Greenbeard said. Medea raised her black iron sword. "This is the sword forged for slaying dragons." "It looks like it," Greenbeard replied. "The fire dragon is really going to die under this sword. If you don't mind lending it to me to give a try." "Here." Medea handed the sword to Greenbeard. Greenbeard felt the weight of the black iron sword in his hand. "Look, it's indeed a good sword. It doesn't look big, but it's about the same weight as my machete." Not an archer, Greenbeard mimicked drawing a bow, and as he pulled the black iron sword down heavily, he suddenly sprang up, using the upward force to drive the sword into the fire dragon's heart. Splash! Greenbeard and Medea were jolted within the fire dragon's chest cavity. Hearing a splash of water nearby, it was the fire dragon, having been stabbed by Greenbeard, losing its balance and collapsing into the river, causing a splash. "Oh, what a fine sword." Greenbeard gripped the black iron sword embedded in the fire dragon's heart with his body weight, pulled it out, and stabbed again. Bang! Greenbeard and Medea were tossed around like water in a bottle, falling within the fire dragon's chest cavity. Because the heart containing them was damaged and blood supply was insufficient, it collapsed into the river with a loud crash. The ship where García and Medusa were on was swept by the river water that overflowed after being knocked down by the fire dragon, causing their bodies to be lifted off the ground and crash heavily back onto the deck. García didn't mind much, because he was always cushioned by Medusa's thighs. It was a bit cold, but soft. The black iron sword forged from the fire dragon's venomous fangs indeed possessed the power to slay dragons, and the fire dragon fell. However, Greenbeard and Medea, still trapped within the fire dragon's chest cavity, were squeezed between its heart and lungs, unable to escape. The fire dragon wouldn't die right away. It flapped its wings, kicked its legs, and struggled for breath. García felt a wave of nausea, something hard lodged in his chest. He knew this was the telepathic perception conveyed by the fire dragon, triggering his insight skill. García saw through the flesh of the fire dragon that Greenbeard and Medea were still trapped inside its chest cavity. "This is bad. My father and Medea are still inside the fire dragon's chest and can't get out." García said this to prompt Medusa to go rescue them. "Get up for a moment," Medusa said, moving García's head off her thigh, then transforming into a snake and sliding down into the river. When stealing the Golden Fleece, Medusa had been inside the fire dragon's chest before. She knew how to rescue the two inside. Once inside the fire dragon's chest, Medusa quickly found Greenbeard and Medea, who were pinned down by lung tissue. Instead of reaching out to pull them, she flicked her tail, drilling a hole in the fire dragon's lung. At this moment, the fire dragon was not completely dead. It could still feel pain in its lungs, causing it to roll over in the river, which happened to release Greenbeard and Medea. Before long, with Medusa's assistance, Greenbeard and Medea crawled out from the fire dragon's heart and lungs and successfully returned to the ship through the fire dragon's esophagus. Suddenly, a roar from the fire dragon echoed, followed by a thunderous crash as rocks fell into the water at the sea's mouth. The fire dragon was completely defeated. By the riverbank, in a dark corner, fearing the fire dragon, no one dared to light a torch. On the ground lay a tattered cloth, under which was a dark, half-cooked figure. This was Aetes, the king of Colchis. He was hiding in a cave he had dug himself, half-cooked by the fire dragon's flames. While the other half remained raw, Aetes looked at his son, Absyrtus, with his one surviving eye, speaking through his throat. "So, you must retrieve the Golden Fleece for me to be saved. You don't need to tell me. I already know," Captain of the Guard Absyrtus replied, highly dissatisfied with King Aetes' plan. "Is this your brilliant strategy, Aetes?" if you hadn't tried to use the foreigner Jason to steal the Golden Fleece. Will we be in this situation? Since King Theseus was already half-cooked and bound to die, the decision of whether to save him was entirely in the hands of Captain of the Guard Absurdus. So what if you're the king? If you die, I will take your place. Absurdus felt a mix of sadness and joy. Once the fire dragon left, he would kill those foreigners and reclaim Medea. The Golden Fleece? First, I'll get Medea back, then we can talk about the Golden Fleece. Your Majesty, a guard has come to report. What is it? Report to me. Captain of the Guard Absurdus commanded, taking charge. The fire dragon has been slain, the guard said, but none of the foreigners died. They are escaping. Crack. Absurdus cracked his whip with a sharp sound. Everyone, go hunt down those foreigners. Whoever kills García, I will make them the new captain of the Guard of Caucasus. Chapter 80. Who's seeking death what? You want these lowly people to replace you as the captain of the Guard of Caucasus? Even if that's possible, do you have the authority to do so? The half-cooked king Theseus shifted slightly and said something. But no one wanted to listen to him anymore. The situation was clear enough. Captain of the Guard Absurdus intended to appoint lowly people to replace him, which meant the original captain had to crown himself king. Here, it could be said that King Theseus was no longer relevant. He had always been a player, wanting to treat everyone, including his own son Absurdus and daughter Medea, as mere pawns. Truly, a single misstep could lead to losing everything. The half-cooked Theseus watched helplessly as Absurdus led his men away. All that remained for him was the tattered cloth beneath him, nothing else. At the sea's mouth, the night gradually faded away. Golden sunlight spilled over the sea, reflecting the waves as they danced lightly in the sea breeze. Hey, little pirate, and he was increasingly in awe of García. Come tell me how you did it. Oh, you actually killed such a big fire dragon? Aren't you supposed to be weak? How is that possible? García's mother, cherishing him, quietly pulled him aside and covered her mouth, asking, Son, tell me the truth, how did you do it? Mother, García said, the one who killed the fire dragon was not me, but my father and Princess Medea. Since they had to return to this topic, Medea needed to get an answer from García. García, you still haven't answered my question from last night. Now that it's bright, I'm not worried you'll forget. García's answer to Medea was whether he could communicate and control the iron dragon spirit long ago. Yes, I can, García then said, but I also don't know why I can. He added this to prevent Medea from probing further, as he couldn't reveal the secret of the system. Even if he did, it would be even harder to explain. Like me, Princess Medea said, just because you don't know why, does that mean I know why? She wasn't being sarcastic. She genuinely didn't know why she was chosen by her father, Theseus, to be sacrificed for the summoning. Therefore, Medea didn't press further and wouldn't be angry. On the contrary, her fondness for García was growing. There was one more similarity between Medea and García. People are always more interested in those who resemble themselves. Hey, my friend. Theseus waved to García, signaling him to come over. We have set sail. As long as we row out of this sea area, we will have completely escaped from Caucasus. I don't know. You're the navigator. García asked, what are you telling me this for? Nothing in particular. Theseus just didn't want García to get too close to Medea. García was already surrounded by his aunt and Medusa, and it wouldn't do for Medea to keep circling around him, right? There's a boat behind, Medusa said as she walked over. García patted Theseus on the shoulder. Buddy, get your sailors moving quickly. We've been through too much in Caucasus. The sooner we leave, the better. My brothers, Theseus himself joined the rowing team. Rolling up your sleeves, let us escape this sea, and only then can we say we fled Caucasus. Behind us, a large ship was roaring out of the morning tide mist, chasing us down. Although Theseus's newly built ship was neither too big nor too small, enough to accommodate dozens of them, it was not in the same league as the large ship pursuing them. That large ship could hold at least 100 people, if not more. Worse still, there was not just one ship. 2, 3, 4. For large ships were surrounding them from all sides. And García and his group found themselves trapped once again. García did not know if Theseus and his son survived the flames of the dragon last night. However, the strategy of encircling and attacking with superior numbers was very much like King Theseus' style. Ha! On the big ship, Abjurthos saw the foreigners in the small boat below, and a joyful expression appeared on his face. Great, they're all still alive. In the small boat, Theseus also spotted Abjurthos and couldn't help but feel happy. Good. You butcher of corpses are still alive, so let me kill you before I leave. Perfect timing. Princess Medea gritted her teeth, the sword in her hand trembling. Abjurthos had first imprisoned Medea, then dismembered her maidens and guards, and now he wanted to take back Medea and also bring the Golden Fleece with him. How could it be that easy? This only gave Theseus and Medea a chance to kill him. Abjurthos. García, my friend. Theseus approached García to fulfill the promise you made. To help me take revenge. What do you want to do? García asked. Revenge? He dismembered my brother's corpse, not just one. Theseus said decisively. I want to chop him up to dismember him. Fine, the time has come. García said, but their 4 ships probably have 100 men each, totaling up to 400 guards. It's better not to engage them in direct combat. I must kill Abjurthos, Theseus said firmly. As for whether to engage in direct combat, I don't care right now. Burn the ships, García said. Facing those 4 large ships, the best method is to use fire. On the big ship, Abjurthos made the final mobilization. Guards, keep your eyes wide open. Do not let any foreigner escape. Also, keep an eye on Princess Medea, and make sure to bring her back. Captain, a guard asked, what about the Golden Fleece? The king is still waiting to take the Golden Fleece back to save him. As the battle was about to start this time, Abjurthos did not whip the guards' faces with a leather whip. However, he still angrily replied, the Golden Fleece is not as important as the first 2 things I mentioned. Just like nothing is more important than who among you can become the next captain of the Caucasus Guard. Understand? Without hearing the guard's response, a lit arrow shot towards Abjurthos. Luckily, he was agile enough to dodge the arrow. However, dodging one arrow did not mean dodging the next. Just 4 or 5 arrows, each with a flaming tip. Although they did not kill anyone, they struck the wooden hull. Is there wood that does not burn when it encounters fire? The ship is no exception. Boom! Abjurthos saw the ship he was on catch fire. Not just this one, all 4 encircling large ships were burning simultaneously, with thick black smoke billowing. Some guards on the ship jumped into the river in time, but there were not many who were burned to death on board. However, these guards of Caucasus were heavily armored soldiers clad in helmets and iron armor. Once they jumped into the river, they lost their combat capability. The arrows used to ignite the large ships were all shot by Theseus, and he still had 3 arrows left. Coincidentally, when the Argo first arrived at the shores of Caucasus, Abjurthos had prevented them from disembarking. During that time, 3 sailors on board were shot dead by Abjurthos with 1 arrow. 1 arrow, 3 arrows, each arrow killed 1 sailor. Revenge. Theseus knocked the 3 arrows onto his bowstring and pulled back the full moon bow, searching for that butcher, Abjurthos. Chapter 81. Abjurthos is dismembered. The flames of the large ship burned fiercely, and the rolling black smoke darkened the sky. The scene was too chaotic. Some heavy armor guards in the river were quick enough to remove their armor and avoid drowning. However, some old, weak, sick, and disabled guards were not so lucky, directly pressed down by their thick armor, sinking to the riverbed and never resurfacing. Let's go, García said. Sailors, please take advantage of the chaos to row our ship out. No, Princess Medea opposed. We will never escape the pursuit of Caucasus if Abjurthos is not dead. Theseus smiled slightly. What Medea said was exactly his thought. Yes, we must kill that butcher Abjurthos to avenge my deceased brothers. Yes, of course, I must support you, and even say that I will help you take revenge. García found himself a good excuse to retreat. However, with such a large fire, perhaps Abjurthos has already been killed. Whether he was burned to death, you know. Medusa leaned over and whispered. The river was crowded with people. Theseus might not be able to quickly find Abjurthos. But García had the same insight skill as the snake woman Medusa. Finding a person was something he could do. The 3 arrows Theseus had knocked on the bowstring were still not released. Half of his face was peeking from behind the full moon bow. García, my old friend, please help me find out where Abjurthos is. Please give me some time. García activated his insight skill and began searching for Abjurthos in the river. However, after searching for a while on the river's surface, he found no one. García didn't go down to the riverbed to search. If that person had already drowned and sunk to the bottom, there would be no need to look for him. Huh? No, that's not right. García discovered that among the 4 encircled ships, 3 could be burned to cinders, while 1 large ship was only emitting black smoke, as the fire on board had actually been extinguished. Amid the black smoke, a figure was moving, accompanied by several guards. The person was approaching the edge of the large ship's deck. It was Abjurthos. Above, on the large ship belching black smoke, stood a man. He was the Abjurthos you were looking for, García shouted. Theseus focused and aimed, spotting the target on the ship. In that final glance, he felt the urge to kill 3 times. No rush. Theseus had 3 arrows in hand. He bent down, pulled the bowstring back again. His eyes filled with confidence and determination. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No one knew how Theseus managed it. The 3 arrows on the string did not fire simultaneously, but were shot in quick succession. As the bowstring released, the arrows shot out swiftly, cutting through the air. All 3 arrows struck Abucerdos in the chest. Theseus rubbed his thumb against his nose, hitting the mark without deviation. Still not enough. Princess Medea leaped onto a wooden post floating on the water, using it to glide to the side of the large ship, flipping onto the deck, and found the fallen Abucerdos. Several guards were protecting Abucerdos, all eager to take his place. Once Captain Abucerdos ascended the throne as queen, the guard would have the chance to become the next captain of the Colchis kingdom. Step back, I won't kill you. Medea raised the black iron sword in her hand. These royal guards, who had dared to betray King Eats before, were now willing to betray Abucerdos. They dropped their weapons and retreated. The master of the flowing water. The ironclad guards. In the kingdom of Colchis, apart from the royal nobility, the rest were all lowly commoners, who isn't selling their life. After all, generations are all lowly people. Princess, my dear sister. Abucerdos summoned all his strength to call out Medea's name. Medea, you know my heart. No matter what I've done, it's all for you. Indeed, Medea felt that Abucerdos had done too much for her. Not a single thing was what she wanted, but there was just one thing that was enough for Medea to want to kill Abucerdos 1,000 times over. For instance, Abucerdos had slaughtered those who pursued Medea and imprisoned her, intending to commit incest. Her sword and her feet were drawing closer step by step, her heart racing. At that moment, she never imagined it would happen. She was excited. Before Jason's appearance, all Medea could do was endlessly evade. She thought her greatest victory was escaping from the butcher Abucerdos and fleeing from the kingdom of Colchis. Unexpectedly, fate gave her a swift return, a chance to kill Abucerdos herself. Medea slowly raised the black iron sword in her hand. It was slow enough that it couldn't stir the wind. However, Abucerdos, with 3 arrows lodged in his chest, still felt a chill in the air. Medea, Abucerdos pleaded, I'm your biological brother. You can't kill me. You mustn't. Just this one sentence shattered Medea's final moral defense. You still know you are my brother? Then how can you treat me like this? Medea swung her sword, aiming for Abucerdos' head. He dodged, causing Medea's sword to strike his body instead. Sparks flew. Abucerdos was wearing armor, which prevented any injury to his flesh. The 3 arrows shot by Theseus earlier had only penetrated the armor and did not pierce Abucerdos' body. He knocked the black iron sword from Medea's hand and suddenly sprang up from the ground, grabbing Medea by the neck with one hand. My dear sister, if you don't care for family ties, aren't you afraid of hurting your brother's feelings? Abucerdos felt a slight discomfort on his neck, as if a bug had bitten him. But wait, why did he suddenly feel such heavy pressure on his back? Yes, there was someone on his back. Theseus stepped on Abucerdos' back and shoulders, pulling the long sword out from Abucerdos' neck. Blood gushed out, splattering on the faces of Medea and Theseus. Abucerdos was not bitten by a bug. It was just that Theseus' sword was too fast, causing him no pain. A qualified archer can always sense from unseen places whether their arrow has struck the target fatally. Just now, those 3 arrows hit Abucerdos, but a voice in his heart told him that Abucerdos was not dead. Therefore, Theseus followed behind Medea onto the ship to verify. But did he need to dismember Abucerdos to avenge the fallen sailors? Not necessarily. After all, he was Princess Medea's biological brother. Theseus admired Medea. He didn't want to tarnish his image in her eyes because of this matter. Thank you for saving me. Medea didn't look at Theseus, only picking up her black iron sword from the ground. Theseus wanted to say, actually, I was also the one who saved you last time. Oh, we are friends. Please don't be so formal. Medea cleaved through Abucerdos' lifeless body and removed his armor. Swoosh! Medea put all her strength into it, wildly slashing. The deck of the large ship was littered with severed limbs and warm bloodstains. Medea chopped Abucerdos' body into pieces, some falling into the river, slowly sinking, only causing ripples mixed with red blood on the surface. Theseus looked at Princess Medea without concealment, thinking how cold-hearted she was, not even sparing her own brother. Indeed, Medea became a heroine in Theseus' heart, avenging him. The two returned to the small boat, and with no obstacles left, this group of outsiders was finally about to leave the kingdom of Colchis forever, returning to Iolcos, then setting off again. Chapter 82. Learning Greenbeard's leg techniques? García looked back one last time at the land of Colchis. The sea they departed from still held the charred remains of ship hulls and the clothing of fallen soldiers floating on the surface. Flesh-eating seagulls, drawn by the scent of blood, circled in from afar, shrouded in black smoke. The gray clouds that hung in the sky cast a gloomy shadow over the journey ahead. It should have been midday, yet it felt as if a dark nightfall had descended, and the entire world was enveloped in a chilling silence. Just as she was about to completely escape the cage that had imprisoned her since childhood, Princess Medea found herself surrounded by endless scenes of bloodshed and destruction. She did not understand why. After fleeing Colchis, she felt less joy than she had imagined. "Hey," Annie gently patted Medea on the shoulder. "Let her go, don't be sad. Although you've left the land that bore and raised you, you still have us." "Yes," Medusa added, "walking over just like you. I also left the Snake Land to come to Colchis with Garcia's family." After hearing the comforting words from her aunt and Medusa, Medea felt slightly better. At that moment, she most needed Jason's attention. However, Jason was either on watch as a sailor rowing the boat or pretending to sleep on board. Medea noticed that Jason was intentionally avoiding her. "Captain Jason," Medea approached the feigning sleeper. "Is your promise still valid?" Jason heard her clearly, pretending to be deeply asleep. All of it an act. He wished he could sink deeper, as deep as he wanted. Clang! Medea's black iron sword struck the deck, her lips pressed tightly together. Not saying a word. "Princess, there's no need to do this," Jason said, rubbing his eyes. "I promised you that, after stealing the Golden Fleece, I would marry you when we return home." Look, Jason had been pretending to sleep just now. Otherwise, after waking, he would not have answered Medea directly without asking her what she said. He had heard her question while pretending to sleep. While Medea spoke with Jason, Theseus silently watched, hoping that Captain Jason would not marry Medea, as that would give him chance. "Come on, guys, don't hold back your strength." Theseus vented his frustration onto the sailors. "Work hard, faster, even faster." There was still much for Theseus to do on the return journey. As the navigator, he needed to assess the weather, plan the best route, and get back to Iolcos as soon as possible to help Jason ascend to the throne smoothly. However, this makeshift ship moved slowly, and it was uncertain whether it could withstand the tumultuous seas of the open ocean. Previously, the Grand Argo had taken over 3 months to reach Colchis. Now, this small boat might take a year and a half to return to the starting point. A delay wouldn't be too bad for Theseus. First, returning to Iolcos a day late meant Medea would marry Jason a day later. Second, returning later would also allow him to bring the bad news back to Athens later. Most of the compatriots Theseus had brought from Athens to serve as sailors on the Argo had died, with only a few still alive. If he returned to Athens later, the dreadful news would also reach his hometown later. By then, perhaps some of the sailors' parents would have passed away, sparing them the pain of losing parents to their children. Ho ho! The idle Greenbeard resumed his old trade, starting to sharpen his big machete at the bow of the ship. It's been a long time, Greenbeard thought, as he sharpened his machete in ages. The sound of sharpening blades mixed with the gentle flow of water underneath the ship. And García lay resting on a pair of tucked-in short legs, feeling quite content. It had indeed been a long time since García had such a moment of comfort and peace. "Auntie, please knee my shoulders," García said. "The last time doesn't count. You still owe me." All right, Annie said, squeezing Garcia's shoulder. "How's that? Is it comfortable?" García bit his lower lip, unable to speak. It hurt too much. Using the same technique, he twisted the tender flesh on his aunt's inner thigh. His aunt screamed in madness, causing one of the sailors on the boat to accidentally fall into the river, just from the sound of her cries. It was clear that his aunt was in extreme pain, and García was being ruthless. Run! The boat was so small, but luckily Greenbeard was wide enough, and García hid behind him. "Father, block me, don't let my aunt catch me. Don't embarrass me by being unable to handle a woman. It's not that I can't handle it, I just never hit women." "Oh!" Greenbeard turned sideways, carrying his big machete as he walked away. García had nothing left to use as cover, so he let his aunt give him a good ear tug. "You little brat, always picking on me." "Aunt, take it easy. There's so many people on the boat watching," García said. "If everyone finds out about your temper and your ruthless methods, you won't be able to get married in the future." It was better not to say anything, but once those words were out, they really eased his aunt's worries. García felt that his ears were no longer his own. The pain had reached a point where the nerves were numb, and he no longer felt pain. His aunt continued to apply force, twisting and pulling. Because there wasn't a single person on the ship that his aunt wanted to marry, she felt no need for any reservations. "Mother, save me." As soon as García's mother heard him calling for help, she rushed over and gave his aunt a good scolding. "Look at you. You're already an adult, yet you don't know how to set an example and tone it down a bit. I'm really worried. Worried that my son will learn bad things from you." Every time García's ears were grabbed by his aunt, he could only yield and admit his mistake. "It's not that García doesn't hit women. Or, Garcia claims he doesn't hit women because he can't guarantee he can win against his aunt. No way. He needs to learn some real skills from his father, Greenbeard. Ugh, it's really embarrassing. Who would have thought that one day Garcia would be forced to improve his fighting skills, not to defend against enemies, but to resist his tyrannical aunt? Alright, his aunt is the enemy. Logically, player Garcia should have learned a thing or two in this Greek mythological world. Having more skills is never a bad thing. Not to mention, just his biological father Greenbeard's leg technique, which was used to step on snaketails in the Serpent Tribe Water Palace in the Land of Night, was spot on every time. Garcia had been moved and wanted to learn. However, it is said that 10 years of hard work is not as good as one day of leg techniques. Practicing those moves from Greenbeard is not something that can be accomplished overnight. When he was younger, Greenbeard had tried to teach Garcia, day after day of devilish training. Who could withstand that? If he were just a mentally immature child, under the coercion and temptation of his biological father, Greenbeard, Garcia might have obediently learned and mastered those leg techniques early on. But Garcia is a time-traveling player from the future, possessing exceptional reasoning abilities. He repeatedly persuaded Greenbeard to give up his obsession with wanting Garcia to learn the leg techniques. Greenbeard was not a patient old pirate, and when he decided not to teach anymore, the matter was left unresolved. Garcia doesn't want to learn, but Ant is very eager to learn. Yet Greenbeard doesn't want to teach. If we say it's not passed on to outsiders, Ant is an outsider and can't be taught. If we say it's not passed on to women, Ant is still a woman and can't be taught either. However, now the opportunity has come. Garcia is now in the phase of apologizing afterwards. To compensate for my abrupt behavior just now, I want to make it up to you. Ant rolls her eyes. This blonde, blue-eyed, silly woman actually doesn't have much eye white, as her eyes keep rolling back to their green color. Don't try to fool me. How about I let Greenbeard teach you leg techniques? Ant's mouth splits into a grin, but she quickly reminds herself not to fall for it. For other matters, I'm still willing to believe you. But regarding this, how could it possibly be? Garcia leaned close to his aunt's ear and whispered, I have a way to get Greenbeard to teach you leg techniques and trick you into thinking you're a puppy. His aunt smiled and said, Really? Garcia also smiled. With the urging system in hand, double rewards. Chapter 83, Purple Cloud Storm. Without hesitation, Garcia began to take action. Of course, he knew how much weight his son held in the heart of his cheap old man, Greenbeard. If Greenbeard didn't want to do something, Garcia had no confidence at all. However, the lack of strength didn't mean he had no way. Forcing Greenbeard to teach him his aunt's leg techniques was not an option. So, he decided to find a workaround. Mother. Garcia knew where Greenbeard's nemesis was, so he first sought out his mother. This was a better starting point. I want to learn my father's leg techniques, but, oh my son. His mother widened her mouth and began to earnestly persuade him. This world is not peaceful. You have grown up. Your father, Greenbeard, and I will eventually die one day. Who will protect you then? You always say learning leg techniques is too hard, dragging it from the age of 7 until now. You can't delay any longer. Garcia said with difficulty, Mother, back then you didn't learn leg techniques from father because you were afraid it would be too painful. I was thinking maybe I should wait another 2 years. No. If you wait another 2 years, Greenbeard will be old. Will he still have the strength to teach you? Mother's grip on Garcia's hand tightened as she looked at him eagerly. Good son, now is the time. Learn as much as you want. Okay? All right, Garcia replied reluctantly. Mother, I will listen to you. The mother and son walked one after the other to find Greenbeard, who was still sharpening his knife. Greenbeard glanced at Garcia with a sidelong look. What are you up to now? Father, I promise you, let you teach me leg techniques. Garcia looked at Greenbeard with a somewhat appreciative gaze, guessing his reaction. Get lost, Greenbeard spat. Every time before this, it was me forcing you to learn, and you just went through the motions. How many times have you fooled me? This time it's true, Garcia presented his guarantor, because this time, it's Mother who wants me to learn, and I want to learn too. Just Garcia alone couldn't convince Greenbeard, but with the addition of his mother, Greenbeard reluctantly argued back. His strength was in his legs, not in his words. He continued to sharpen his knife, turning his back. Remaining silent was the best resistance. Garcia's mother stepped forward and stomped the machete in Greenbeard's hand onto the whetstone. Old pirate, are you really trying to go against me? Greenbeard, with her hands on her hips, looked just like her silly sister. In the past, when her son was little, he didn't want to learn, but she insisted on forcing him to learn that ridiculous leg technique of hers. Now that her son has grown up, she finally managed to persuade him to come to you for self-defense skills. And this is your attitude? Through reasonable analysis, she unilaterally concluded that Greenbeard was intentionally opposing her. Otherwise, when I didn't let him learn, you, Greenbeard, forced him to study. Now that I let him learn, you, Greenbeard, don't want to teach. It's hard to tell if she was really angry or just pretending, but she was definitely putting on a fiery demeanor in front of Greenbeard. Greenbeard's long beard twitched, and his eyes flickered with conflicting emotions. He compromised. Fine, I'll teach. Just then, silly Anne appeared. Garcia, you lied to me. Didn't we agree that Greenbeard would teach me leg techniques? How come you ended up learning it yourself? Garcia took a step forward, locking his elbow around Auntie's throat and covering her mouth with one hand, forcibly shoving her unfinished words back in. Shoo! Annie didn't understand why. After just speaking a truth, she was met with such a violent throat lock from Garcia. Annie, the boat is this big. Greenbeard's going to teach me leg techniques. Can't you just stand by and learn in secret? With her mouth blocked, Auntie nodded vigorously while breathing through her nose against Garcia's elbow. And just like that, Garcia's strategy for acquiring leg skills was smoothly initiated. To top it off, he also did Annie a big favor. Good child, Auntie said softly, her hands around Garcia's neck. If I secretly learn Greenbeard's leg techniques, I'll give you a good shoulder rub later. Garcia responded to his aunt with an approving glance, thinking to himself, Aunt, you will definitely learn. I'll make sure of it. It would be best if you could reach the pinnacle of mastery. That way the double reward you give me will be even more powerful. A pleasant day would soon come to an end amidst the drifting. The sea was as dark as ink, and the surging waves crashed against the hull, producing a series of loud roars. The sun in the sky had already sunk into the night, with a trace of lingering light illuminating the distant clouds. After the night wind, beneath those clouds in the deep purple unknown sea, a stream of flowing light was reflected one after another. There were the traces of shooting stars, lighting up the entire sea surface. Captain, a sailor said, how about we rest tonight? We really can't row anymore. No, Theseus objective, gentlemen. Haven't you seen that patch of purple clouds in the distance? Experienced old sailors should know that purple clouds don't linger overnight. A storm is sure to arise in the area where the purple clouds appear, and it's coming soon. Even so, another sailor paused I've heard old men say to avoid the purple clouds, but we truly can't row anymore. When they arrived, these sailors were commanding the Argo, with enough crew to take shifts day and night. But now, only a dozen sailors remained, struggling to hold on. The ship was much smaller than the Argo, with a shallow draft, but it was a makeshift vessel built for rescue, with rough materials and construction, making it harder to row. And the oars were designed to be more laborious. These sailors really had no strength left to work through the night. I'll come. Greenbeard took over from one of the sailors, steering the ship away from the purple clouds as Theseus had directed. He was a seasoned old pirate, knowing what the purple clouds meant, and it was best to avoid them to stay alive. I'll join, Jason added, replacing a sailor to row the boat. It was well known that Garcia was helpful. However, with his small stature, he was just trying not to cause trouble. Medusa, we shouldn't run into any trouble, right? Preparing for the worst, Garcia felt the need to give Medusa a heads up. After all, Medusa was a serpent, and if a storm capsized the boat, he could count on her to save him. No, Medusa replied, but we must be able to avoid that patch of purple clouds. Boom! It was thunder. Garcia had never experienced such continuous thunder before in his life. It wasn't intermittent. It was a continuous, massive roar. He saw a beam of strong light sweeping out from the distant purple clouds, feeling it was even more dazzling than the sun on a clear day. It was lightning, but Garcia had never seen such continuous lightning before. It wasn't just a flash. It was dense lightning forming a continuous beam of light. Originally, there were no winds or waves, but that beam of lightning struck the sea surface, stirring up towering waves. Garcia saw peaks suddenly rising from the sea, coming toward his small boat from afar. It shouldn't be dangerous, right, Medusa? Garcia unconsciously leaned closer. Of course, he had to cling to the last straw of hope. Don't ask me. I don't know, Medusa said, stretching her neck, the silver scales at her collarbone reflecting a beam of lightning. Chapter 84. Jason goes missing. Suddenly, a wave as tall as a mountain capsized the small boat. Everyone on board was swallowed by the furious waves as the boat bobbed up and down in the tumultuous waters. Garcia tightly wrapped his arms around Medusa, refusing to let go. Don't do this, Medusa said. Let me go first. Garcia was tossed up and down by the giant waves, water splashing everywhere, and he tightly shut his mouth, having no time to speak. Although he couldn't say anything, there was no way he could let go. He wasn't a fool. If he let go, he would sink and drown. Medusa managed to pry open Garcia's arms that were holding her tightly. Swinging her long snake tail to dance through the giant waves, try her best to maintain balance and avoid being suffocated by Garcia and sinking to the bottom. In fact, even if she drowned, it wouldn't matter. Because Jason had the Golden Fleece. Anyone who unfortunately died in this purple cloud storm could have their body retrieved later and be revived using the Golden Fleece. The biggest risk now was the Golden Fleece. They absolutely couldn't let Jason lose it. Thunder and lightning gradually ceased, but the wind and waves were still churning. García saw the small boat capsizing in the huge waves, flipping over and over, barely holding together. Fortunately, with Medusa supporting García, he didn't take in too much water during the storm. Luckily, the storm came quickly and passed just as fast. The peaks from the deep sea sank down, and the surface of the sea returned to calm in the night. García looked apprehensively at the purple clouds on the horizon, which had now vanished, leaving a vast starry sky that was as clear as a wash. Without purple clouds or dark clouds, when the moonlight was bright enough, the stars were no longer visible to the human eye. At this moment, there was a bright moon in the sky and a small boat on the sea. Everyone, drenched like drowned rats, gathered around the small boat. However, the small boat had completely capsized, turned upside down with its bottom facing the sky. With the help of a dozen sailors, Medusa whipped her serpent tail, striking the surface of the sea fiercely, propelling the boat forward. She then extended her long tongue to hook the bottom of the boat and pull it back. This push and pull used leverage to right the small boat. Everyone was pulling each other back onto the boat, too exhausted to care for anyone else. García, your mother is calling. Have you seen my son? Greenbeard muttered a truth. He won't die, with Medusa here. Indeed, Greenbeard had just managed to hold off the violent waves, dragging both García's mother and aunt with one hand each, so he wasn't worried about García. As long as Greenbeard was there, García wasn't worried about his mother and aunt either. Greenbeard, a proper old pirate, could surely protect two women, right? Therefore, when the storm hit, García only focused on holding Medusa, not needing to worry about his family. The storm had passed. García was not dead, but his head was buzzing, feeling like something was spinning along with him. Wait, wasn't he protected by Medusa the whole time? He hadn't been hurt at all. What was going on? Whatever. Let's try the Golden Fleece. Captain, a sailor has discovered that one person is missing from the ship. Jason hasn't come back. Huh? What did García say? He mentioned that the risk of losing the Golden Fleece was the greatest, fearing that Jason might lose the fleece amid the stormy seas. How could it be that both he and the fleece could disappear together? This risk is immeasurable. The plan is for Jason to return to his homeland with the Golden Fleece to claim the throne. If either element is missing, the plan cannot succeed. Hurry and search. Medusa is very anxious. She keeps telling everyone she encounters, go find your captain, Jason. But everyone knows this ISNT land. There is no way to retrace their steps and see if the original people are still there. This is an endless ocean, with no mountains or bridges to provide reference points. When the huge waves pass, no one remembers where they were overturned, and where might Jason be? Hurry and look for your captain. Medusa accidentally runs into Theseus and says, Theseus, I know you're willing to help me. We cannot be without Jason. Please go find him. This time, Theseus is at a loss for words. He could help Medusa with other matters, but he truly doesn't want to help her find Jason. If Jason were to drown, Medusa would no longer be able to marry him. Wouldn't that give Theseus an opportunity? Of course. Jason's expedition to Colchis to steal the Golden Fleece and return to claim the throne is all an investment from Athens. Only if Jason is alive and returns with the fleece can Athens expect a corresponding reward. However, for Medusa's sake, the Athenian prince Theseus is even willing to gamble on the rewards that should belong to Athens. It's not that he doesn't want the reward. Rather, Theseus wants both Medusa and the reward that should be returned to Athens, not a penny less. But the difficulty of execution will be great. Athens has invested in Jason. If he fails to return to claim the throne, who would be willing to repay Jason's debts and return the rewards to Athens? Princess, please don't worry. I am searching, Theseus pretends, wandering aimlessly on the ship. Medusa rushes over to García for help, saying, García, if Captain Jason is dead, it won't be good for you either. His life and death are still unknown, and only you can save him. García is at a loss for words about what the princess has left unsaid. Medusa doesn't know if García is genuinely troubled or just pretending. She feels very disheartened. She came for Jason. She wants to marry him and cannot let him die. I don't know why, but I have a terrible headache, García says to Medusa. Princess, if Captain Jason hasn't returned, then our helmsman, Piraeus, hasn't returned either, right? If both of them are missing, they must still be alive, just somewhere we cannot see. Yes, Piraeus is indeed Jason's shadow. With both of them missing, García even suspects that Jason might have escaped with Piraeus. Although there are no other routes to escape at sea, it's possible that Jason has his own way to deceive everyone. One might seem to rely on teammates for everything, but one wouldn't he be able to lead a crew to Colchis to steal the Golden Fleece without some skills? Player Garcia has his own plans. By actively assisting Jason in stealing the Golden Fleece and returning to claim the throne, he can receive double rewards. But in reality, Garcia and his entire family are also Jason's subordinates. Jason cannot die. Only if he successfully completes the plan can everyone maximize their benefits. Captain, who is calling? The voice sounds so familiar and makes Garcia feel annoyed. Oh right, it's the helmsman Peleus. Garcia walked over and confirmed that the person was Peleus. He was leaning over the bow of the ship, calling out to the sea. So, only Captain Jason was missing, and Peleus had returned. It couldn't be that Jason was really dead, right? If he had died on the ship, that would be manageable. He had the Golden Fleece on him and could be resurrected. The problem is that Jason, along with the Golden Fleece, was missing, which was a serious issue and difficult to handle. Garcia activated his insight skill, enduring a headache as he searched for Jason. Zzz. There was a searing molten iron swirling in Garcia's brain, and in an instant he lost all sensation of pain, his body feeling weightless. Then, he saw a face in the night, such a finely chiseled, handsome face that even the darkness could not diminish its allure. Especially those pair of azure blue eyes on the face, how they resembled Garcia's own. Garcia looked down, and this face was the one that belonged to him. No, how can I see myself? Chapter 85. The Golden Fleece is gone? Ding. Urging system is running. Garcia, Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 5. Escape experience level 4. Insight experience level 6. Charisma experience level 3. Spirit communication experience level 5. Note, based on the principle of energy equivalence, previously, you invaded Medusa's mind. Now, you are suffering from Medusa's mental counter-invasion. No wonder Garcia saw his own face. It turns out his current consciousness is merging with Medusa's consciousness. Moreover, his own consciousness has not been completely replaced by the counter-invading consciousness of Medusa. Otherwise, Medusa should occupy Garcia's sensory perception, seeing her own face instead of Garcia seeing his own face. Friends, the reason we gather together is all because of Jason. Let's go find Jason. We cannot lose him. This is not Garcia's tone, yet Garcia has spoken such words. What did you say? Medusa heard it. Garcia is expressing her innermost thoughts. Clearly, Garcia's consciousness is beginning to be occupied by Medusa and is being manipulated. Garcia's own will is gradually diminishing, and he will soon become a tool for Medusa's actions. If it were just that, it would still be acceptable. However, it goes far beyond that. Once Medusa completely occupies Garcia's consciousness, she will be able to glimpse his thoughts, and all his secrets will be stolen by her. This is quite a terrifying thing. Garcia had to find a way to stop this from happening. In an emergency, he thought of two options. First, to kill Medusa. Second, to commit suicide. The two of them were connected in thought, and at least one of their intentions had to be eliminated to sever the connection. This had to be done quickly. If Garcia's will was completely controlled by Medusa, it would be too late. He drew the bronze longsword in his hand and slashed it diagonally towards Medusa's neck. Garcia did not truly intend to kill Medusa. He only wanted to knock her unconscious so that she would lose her awareness and could no longer control him. Bang! Medusa raised her hand to block, and Garcia's long sword slipped from his grasp. His thoughts were in utter chaos, predominantly influenced by Medusa's counter-invasion control, with only a small part belonging to his own unclaimed consciousness. Garcia, Medusa asked angrily, "What right do you have to kill me?" Roaring, his aunt rushed in, standing in front of Garcia, and shouted at Medusa, "What have you done to our little pirate that made him draw his sword to kill you?" Everyone on the ship gathered around, unaware of what had just happened. Even Medusa herself was confused. Her consciousness was mixed with Garcia's, but she couldn't fully dominate his thoughts, so she had no idea what was going on. At this moment, only Garcia knew that he was no match for Medusa. You want to knock her out? No way. It seemed Garcia had no choice but to turn against himself. If he couldn't defeat others, he might as well hurt himself. He picked up the bronze long sword from the ground, and everyone gasped, quickly retreating. Garcia struck himself with the sword's spine, but it didn't work. He couldn't knock himself out. It wasn't that he was unwilling to be harsh, but rather that his strength was too weak. Garcia swung his arms in a circle, wanting to do it a few more times. "Oh, what are you doing?" Aunt pushed Garcia away, knocking both him and his sword to the ground. She thought Garcia was trying to commit suicide, and this push was meant to save him. Unfortunately, Aunt used all her strength, causing Garcia's head to hit the hard wooden deck, knocking him unconscious. Oh no, no, no. I can't have killed the little pirate, can I? Aunt said with a sorrowful face, tears welling up in her eyes. Medusa shot a fierce glance at Aunt, the kind that could kill. She crouched down and placed her hand near Garcia's nose. He was still breathing. But why was Garcia smiling as he fainted? At first, he drew his sword to kill Medea, and after Medea knocked it away, he seemed to want to commit suicide. Now, he was smiling as he passed out. So strange. This guy can't have gone crazy, can he? Medea cautiously walked over, staring at Garcia. She was puzzled as to why Garcia spoke the thoughts she was having. Also, it seemed like some chaotic thoughts had appeared in her mind. For example, assisting Captain Jason in stealing the Golden Fleece to earn double rewards. Medea couldn't understand why she had such unrealistic fantasies. Yes, she had a purpose in assisting Jason, wanting to follow him back to her homeland and marry him. However, Medea had never thought about obtaining double rewards. Just think about it. A divine object like the Golden Fleece exists only once in the world. How could there be double? It was simply nonsense. And what about insights into experience points and spirit communication skills? What were those? Medea had never heard of them and couldn't understand them at all. Yes, she had already tapped into Garcia's thoughts and glimpsed some secrets. Unfortunately, the secrets within Garcia's mind exceeded Medea's understanding. To Medea, it was like looking into an illusory mirror that only reflected strange emptiness. She had gained almost nothing. Moreover, Medea had only touched on it for a while and couldn't delve deeper into the secrets within Garcia's mind before he fainted. "How'd you knock my son down?" Garcia's mother asked her sister Aunt sternly. "Why is my son unconscious and still smiling?" "Sister, you can't blame me. Before I pushed him down, your son was already acting crazy. That's why How dare you say my son is acting crazy?" Garcia's mother said as she reached out. "Are you still my sister?" Medusa looked at the unconscious Garcia on the ground and said sternly, "Everyone, stop arguing. As long as he remains unconscious, he won't suffer from Medea's mental intrusion." Garcia was naturally happy inside, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was evidence of that. He wasn't foolish. It was a sign of victory. "Hey, look over there. What is that?" A sailor broke the silence, noticing what seemed to be a ripple on the dark sea. The naked eye could not discern what it was, but the snake-haired Medusa had superhuman insight. He clearly saw that it was a person. "Captain Jason is back," Medusa said. The helmsman, Perseus, joyfully jumped off the ship and dragged Jason aboard. Everyone's gaze focused on Jason, eager to hear his heroic tales. How had he managed to stay afloat for so long after the storm? However, Jason held back for a long time before fulfilling everyone's expectations with a single phrase: "The Golden Fleece is gone." "Huh?" Everyone's ears nearly dropped to the ground. "Captain, did you say the Golden Fleece is gone?" Jason's face turned red, and his tone was icy as he repeated, "The Golden Fleece is gone. Did you lose it?" Medea asked. Compared to the Golden Fleece, Jason's survival was more important to Medea. "No," Jason replied. "Captain, please tell us what happened." Theseus, who was already unhappy, didn't he want Jason to return alive? He thought, if he returned, then so be it, but you lost the Golden Fleece? Without the Golden Fleece, how could Jason return home and claim the throne? If he couldn't return to claim the throne, how could he repay Athens? Jason lowered his head and pulled out the cloth pouch hanging from his waist, saying weakly, "Our Golden Fleece was taken from us." Chapter 86. The people of Corinth took the Golden Fleece. Seeing the long-lost Captain Jason return alive to the ship made everyone happy. Hearing him say that the Golden Fleece was taken away filled everyone with despair. In fact, they were even angry. Not angry at the ones who took the Golden Fleece, but angry at Jason for losing the Golden Fleece that they had risked their lives to obtain. The sailors surrounded Captain Jason, while Garcia's family surrounded Garcia, forming two factions on the ship without interfering with each other. If only they could stay like this until dawn, undisturbed in their sleep, but Garcia could not have that. However, Jason had lost the Golden Fleece. How could he sit still? "Helmsman, please help me up." Jason wanted someone to assist him in finding Garcia to discuss countermeasures. He had drifted too far at sea, exhausted all his energy, and had returned to the ship only on the faith in his heart, having no strength left to stand or walk. But this time, Perseus was also quite resentful. So many brothers had died, and the Golden Fleece was obtained at the cost of lives. "You, Jason, just say it's gone?" He sidestepped, showing no intention of helping Jason up. "I'll help you." Medea stepped forward, wanting to assist Jason. Everyone could betray Jason, but not Medea. He was the man she intended to marry, and she had entrusted her life to him. "Let me do it." Princess Theseus stepped in first, helping Jason up on the ground. His emotions were the same as Perseus's, as an old teammate of Jason's. He felt anger for the brothers who had died because of the lost Golden Fleece. However, Theseus helped Jason instead of Medea because he didn't want Jason to get close to her. For some reason, Theseus's possessiveness over Medea was growing stronger. With Theseus's support, Jason made his way to Garcia's family. After some communication, both sides agreed that it was necessary to wake Garcia. Although Garcia had been knocked unconscious, he himself was the least willing to be awakened and might suffer again from Medea's mental invasion. But the Golden Fleece was of great importance. There was no time to waste. The person who knocked him out was his aunt, and now it was also up to her to wake him up. Garcia woke up to complete darkness, with only the face of his blonde, blue-eyed aunt appearing exceptionally clear. "My friend, Garcia," Jason said, trembling as he stood. "Our Golden Fleece has been stolen. You must find a way to get it back." Jason, who understood the art of language, said it was ours. Garcia was also direct. His first sentence was, "Captain, have you lost the Golden Fleece?" The two of them emphasized different points. Jason weakly replied, "Yes, this matter should be blamed on me. I did not take good care of the Golden Fleece." Garcia waved his hand, not in the mood to listen to his remorse. Originally, Garcia was still caught up in the matter of mental control and hadn't recovered from it, and now he had to deal with the Golden Fleece being stolen. It must be said that at this moment, Garcia was somewhat overwhelmed. Ding, the supervision system is running. Garcia, Pengu current skills, negotiation experience level 5, escape experience level 4, insight experience level 6, charm experience level 3, spirit communication experience level 5. Note, based on the principle of energy equivalence, you're still under the influence of Medea's mental counter-invasion. As expected, this matter won't be resolved so quickly. Garcia rubbed his temples and thought carefully. There were no mixed thoughts in his mind, and he confirmed that he was not currently suffering from a reverse invasion of Medea's consciousness. Well, for now, he was safe, although he didn't know how long that safety would last. What was that? How could it be so bright and spirited? Garcia discovered that behind Jason stood Medea, her gaze fixed intently on him. "Speak," Garcia said, with a touch less politeness than before, as Jason now needed him. "You say the Golden Fleece was stolen. Who did it?" Indeed, everyone had been swept up in anger earlier and had not paid attention to what Jason had said. He mentioned that the Golden Fleece was lost and had been taken by someone, but in this vast sea, there couldn't possibly be another group of people. It couldn't be that Jason lost the Golden Fleece in the storm and fabricated the story of someone stealing it. Could it? Jason, Auntie, and Garcia's thoughts were highly unified. She questioned, "You better not be deceiving us. There is no one nearby. Who would steal your Golden Fleece?" Yes, the sailors were Jason's old teammates who set out with him. They couldn't openly question him, but they were willing to echo Auntie's doubts. Jason said, "Oh, I know why you doubt me. I have to say this, and even I have to question whether what I'm saying really happened." Garcia needed to cherish time. No one knew when Medea's thoughts might invade again. "Captain, if you have something to say, please be straightforward and say it quickly." Jason couldn't stand it any longer. He had Theseus help him sit beside Garcia. "The people who stole my Golden Fleece are from Corinth. They tied me up and took me aboard their ship." At the mention of Corinth, Theseus was the first to shake his head. Jason looked to his loyal follower, Perseus, who also did not agree. "Why? Annie, regardless of her own belief, always managed to keep the conversation going. Did those who stole your Golden Fleece tell you they were from Corinth?" Some things Annie hadn't had time to say yet. "Then we need to be careful and avoid that kingdom, taking a safe detour." "Oh no," Jason said. "They wouldn't voluntarily reveal their identity. Think about it. Which thief would shamelessly identify themselves? What's wrong with thieves?" Garcia's mother didn't like Jason's derogatory comments about thieves. After all, Greenbeard was a respectable pirate who loved to make a name for himself and never hid. Jason apologized. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Please allow me to continue. When the storm hit, I was swept under a ship's hull. At that time, I thought it was our ship, so I hid underneath, waiting for the storm to pass before climbing back up. But before the storm ended, someone came under the hull and dragged me aboard." He took a breath and continued. "Once on the ship, I realized something was wrong because it wasn't our ship. There were dozens of masked thieves. Oh no, I mean masked strangers. They tied me up and then searched me for the Golden Fleece." "Captain," Theseus interrupted, "are you saying those people really are from Corinth?" "Yes, please let me finish." Jason replied. "Captain, you were never one to lie," Theseus said, implying that he believed Jason was lying now. Before this journey to steal the Golden Fleece, Captain Jason, Navigator Theseus, and Helmsman Perseus had planned a route together using a map. Everyone knew that after obtaining the Golden Fleece, returning from Colchis would take at least 10 days to pass by Corinth. There couldn't possibly be people from Corinth nearby. If there were, they could only be imagined by Jason. Jason pressed his palm to the ground to make himself look more upright. They are from Corinth, even though they are masked. I mean, even if they weren't, I wouldn't recognize a single one of them. But I could hear their accents. Chapter 87. Medusa is going to confront Medea. It must be said that Jason was also a man of misfortune. When he was a child, his uncle conspired to usurp the throne and drove both Jason and his father into exile. During those years, Jason followed his father like a stray dog, wandering around seeking refuge in many surrounding kingdoms. During that time, Jason had indeed sought refuge in Corinth and was kindly aided by the king and queen. King Polybus and Queen Merope, having no offspring, doted on young Jason. The king commanded the best craftsmen to use the finest seal skins to make winter clothing for the father and son. The queen invited the best warriors to teach Jason archery and swordsmanship every now and then. Jason still remembers that those years living in Corinth were the happiest days of his life. Whenever he reminisced with friends, he would say he was half a Corinthian, with his heart tied to Corinth. However, he encountered familiar sounds in a foreign land. When a storm hit, Jason heard the accents of Corinthians on that strange ship. Yes, it was that group of Corinthians who kidnapped Jason and stole the Golden Fleece for which he had traveled far. Captain, helmsman Perseus, having freed himself from anger toward Jason, said quietly, "If it really was people from that small place in Corinth who stole the Golden Fleece, no doubt, we can directly invade Corinth and take back the Golden Fleece." Jason calmly analyzed, "Our plan at the start is well known, but outsiders wouldn't know when we stole the Golden Fleece. Now, just as we obtained the Golden Fleece, people from Corinth come to rob us. It must be that Calchas spread the news of our theft, attracting enemies to us." No, Jason's analysis was biased. One could even say his focus was too scattered. García remained silent, and all the difficult problems fell into his hands. However, he wanted to take the opportunity to establish his authority and couldn't always rush to take on tasks. Theseus also remained silent, feeling frustrated. All the dirty and tiring work was done for Jason. The one who obtained the Golden Fleece was Jason, and the one who was about to marry Medea was also Jason. Now Jason had lost the Golden Fleece, and to get it back, he still needed the help of these teammates. Theseus felt extremely unbalanced and had no mood to speak. In fact, Jason did not intentionally lose the Golden Fleece. So why did it make Theseus so disgusted that he didn't want to talk? Was he not also jealous of Jason's possession of Medea? Yes. What one cannot have is always restless, and Theseus was too infatuated with Medea. "Jason, can't you keep a better eye on the Golden Fleece? It's a shame you even have a cloth bag hanging from your waist. If you had spoken directly, you wouldn't have had to hold it in. If I had known, letting someone else take care of the Golden Fleece would have avoided this situation." Sigh. Jason had to endure it all with no right to refute. "García, I know you must have your own way." He turned his head and looked at García, hesitantly saying this. "How far is the kingdom of Corinth from us?" García asked. "If we hurry, it would take at least 10 days of sea travel," Jason replied. "Then, have we already been 10 days since we stole the Golden Fleece and fled from Calchas?" García asked again. No, Jason shook his head. García did not continue to ask, although the crowd surrounding him was waiting for his next question. They looked at García, hoping to hear a reliable conclusion from him, but there was none. Medea understood the implication of García's words, so things were not as Jason had said. It was not because the Colchians spread the news that we stole the Golden Fleece that the Corinthians ambushed us on the way. Indeed, Theseus picked up on Medea's point, showing that he understood her. Those Corinthians had been waiting nearby long before we stole the Golden Fleece and escaped from Calchas. It was merely a coincidence that the purple storm appeared, giving them the opportunity to seize the fleece. And he slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Why didn't I think of that?" Jason, however, did not display the same foolishness and ignorance as Ante, but he furrowed his brow. These Corinthians had clearly premeditated this, coming specifically to rob us, rather than just taking advantage of the situation. However, the king and queen of Corinth had once shown kindness to Jason. Such a thing should not be happening now. Just as Jason was deep in thought, struggling to make sense of it all, García said, "Captain, I'm willing to help you seize the Golden Fleece again, but I have a condition." "García, please speak," Jason promptly promised. "As long as you can help me reclaim the Golden Fleece and assist me in returning home to ascend the throne, I will agree to any condition you have." García knew that Jason's life was already hurtling towards tragedy, and he wanted to propose conditions to change that. Whatever could be changed, he would take. However, just listening to Jason's unqualified agreement and eager attitude, García feared that changing Jason's tragic life would not be easy. The more readily one agrees, the less likely they are to follow through completely. Captain, the next plan will be entirely up to me. Can you do that? This condition was quite harsh. But García set a deadline before you return home and successfully ascend to the throne. I can do it, please rest assured. Jason felt relieved. Everything he was doing was for the purpose of returning home to claim the throne. As long as García helped him ascend to power, they could deal with the rest later. That's good. García stood up, dispersing the sailors around them. All right, gentlemen, please take the time to rest. At dawn, I will set off for the kingdom of Corinth. By this time, some who had stayed up all night were starting to feel sleepy. The sky was about to brighten, and the clouds in the southeast began to soften. A few rays of morning light broke through the clouds on the horizon, illuminating this area that still belonged to dawn. Medusa, wait a moment. García called Medusa aside and asked in a low voice, can you defeat Medea in a fight? Is there anything else? Medusa turned to leave. I don't want to answer your boring questions. García grabbed Medusa, his face contorted like a bitter melon, pleading, I can't explain it to you, but I sense that Medea is very dangerous. Medusa looked at García with suspicion. She could feel that there might be something going on between Medea and García. Otherwise, why would García innocently draw his sword to attack Medea? It's dangerous for you, isn't it? Medusa asked. Tell me, what do you need me to do? You go confront Medea, test her combat skills, and see if you can take her down, García said. He thought that if Medusa could subdue Medea, then when Medea's consciousness attempted to invade García again, Medusa could knock her out in time to cut off the mental manipulation. So what isn't it for me? Medusa asked, truly curious. García answered, well, it may not be beneficial for you, but it will definitely benefit me. Don't forget, I am your fiancé. Medusa blushed. She had thought about it. Medea was to marry Jason, and she had her own plan, which was to marry García. However, Medusa knew that marrying García would be a punishment from the river god and would not lead to a good outcome. Medusa avoided García's gaze and directly approached Medea without saying a word. Hey, dare to compete with me? Chapter 88. Difficult to distinguish high and low women understand women best. Medea knew that the snake woman Medusa had feelings for García. Medea had a 200-level favorability for García, and she believed Medusa could see that too. These two sisters were definitely rivals in love. However, Medea could position herself correctly. She could not see her own reflection in García's eyes. Therefore, her thoughts were solely on Jason, and she had long lost any inappropriate feelings for García. Faced with Medusa's provocation, Medea did not want to engage in a battle. After leaving Colchis, she was no longer the pampered royal princess. Medea chose to take a step back, believing that there was plenty of room in the sea. Medusa, I have no hatred towards you. Please do not make things difficult for me. With a flick of her long snake tail, Medusa aimed for a decisive strike. Medea was startled and retreated repeatedly to dodge. She did not expect Medusa to attack without warning. Just as Medusa's snake tail was about to hit Medea, if Medea did not have enough strength to catch it, she would undoubtedly be knocked down by Medusa. Not good. Theseus appeared. He certainly could not let Medea be knocked down. Don't think that Theseus would take the hit for Medea or block Medusa's snake tail so that neither of them would be hit. No, Theseus did not block from the front. He quickly jumped to Medusa's side and pushed her. Medusa was already unstable, putting all her strength into her snake tail. And with Theseus's push, she lost her balance and fell. If Theseus could not let Medea get hurt, would García be willing to let Medusa fall and get hurt? No. García quickly stepped forward to support Medusa. Are you okay? It's none of your business. Go away. After Medusa steadied herself, she pushed García away and launched another attack on Medea. She wanted to help García test Medea's strength, but since she didn't succeed, she felt a bit embarrassed. Let's talk this out. Theseus tried to mediate, but if he couldn't persuade them, he still had to help Medea resist Medusa's assault. García wouldn't let Theseus intervene. He rushed up and gave Theseus a shoulder hug. They were just having a friendly competition. Why are you making a fuss? I was worried they might get hurt. Theseus said, looking at Medea. A small voice from García asked, if Captain Jason is not afraid, what are you afraid of? Yes, those two women have nothing to do with Theseus. García's words made Theseus blush as they hit a sore spot. Yes, yes. Theseus pulled his hand away from García and looked up at Medea, who was engaging in combat with Medusa. Then it was time to watch the show. Medea gripped the black iron sword tightly, her gaze fixed sharply on Medusa in front of her. She took a deep breath, gathered her inner strength, and then stepped forward, the sword's light flashing as she fiercely slashed at Medusa. Just as Medea's sword was about to touch Medusa, Medusa turned her head and transformed into a half-woman, half-snake form. Due to Medea's fierce charge, After missing her strike on Medusa, she couldn't stop herself and was about to rush into the sea. She pushed off with one foot on the boat, leaping into the air, flipping midair to counteract the gravity, and lightly landed back on the deck, standing right behind Medusa. Before Medusa could turn around, Medea once again struck with her black iron sword, aiming directly at the head of the white snake. Medea reacted swiftly, her figure flashing as she swung her long snake tail to clash with the black iron sword in Medea's hand. Bang! A loud noise echoed in Garcia's ears, filling him with discomfort. Huh? The sailors put down their paddles and came over to watch the excitement. Was there a fight? Medea's movements were agile, and her swordsmanship exquisite, attacking the snake's head at times, and launching surprise attacks on the snake's body, constantly probing Medusa's weaknesses. However, Medusa's snake tail swept across, preventing Medea from getting close. The four eyes of the two locked onto each other, almost sparking with intensity. Medusa, you were the one who suggested this duel. Medea used her old trick again, slashing at Medusa's snake head. Medusa responded with the same move, swinging her snake tail to counter. But this time Medea feinted, as while clashing the black iron sword with the snake tail, she revealed a dagger in her hand and aimed it directly at Medusa's neck. Clang! Did she hit? That crisp sound just now was the dagger piercing Medusa's snake scales. Medea's strength was formidable, causing Medusa's body to shudder from the stab. Garcia's pupils widened, regretting the bad idea he had come up with. The sailors exclaimed in surprise as they saw Medusa being stabbed. Sasha, the ant called out, "Are you okay?" "No, that's not right." Medusa was hit, but she couldn't be harmed. They saw the air sac at the collarbone of the white snake swell, and the dagger was bounced off the scales. Is that all? The sailors clapped. Good. For them, it didn't matter who died, Medea or Medusa. Both being unharmed and having a competition to entertain everyone was the key. When Medea threw the dagger just now, she hadn't thought it through, hitting a vital spot. At the moment the dagger pierced Medusa's collarbone, Medea regretted having attacked her. Now seeing that Medusa was unharmed, Medea felt much more at ease. Medea, Medusa said, "Now it's my turn, get ready." Everyone saw Medusa's serpent tail continuously elongate, the scales at the end sharp and elongated like steel blades. The strike was coming. The long serpent tail whipped towards Medea. Medea did not stand her ground to receive the attack, but dodged. However, she couldn't escape, because under the heavy strike of the serpent tail, a dagger was pressed against Medea's throat, the very dagger she had used to stab Medusa. Medea had no way to advance or retreat. She could only admit defeat. No one could see how Medusa did it. She swiftly moved, getting closer to Medea at a faster speed while Medea was dodging, and pressed the dagger against her throat. Also, wasn't that dagger already bounced away? When did it return to Medusa's hand? You win. Medea took the dagger from Medusa's hand. Theseus ran to Medea's side. "Princess, it is truly my honor to witness your excellent skills." Medea simply gave Theseus a smile that said, "Please do not disturb," and walked to a corner to sit down. She didn't know the exact reason, but Medea could feel that she had gotten involved in something strange. Otherwise, Medusa wouldn't have sought her out for a competition for no reason. García walked up to Medusa and revealed a long-lost smile. "Thanks. It's good that you could win against her." "No," Medusa said somewhat dejectedly. "She let me win." "Huh? Why?" "In this fair contest, Medea let Medusa win?" This was something García didn't know and couldn't guess. "Father," García turned to Greenbeard and picked up the whetstone to sharpen his knife. "I want to know, can you beat Medea?" Fortunately, García had backup. It was known that Medusa and Medea couldn't determine a clear winner. What if Greenbeard tried? Chapter 89. Learning leg techniques. Greenbeard snatched the whetstone back from García and said, "What does it matter to you whether I can beat Medea or not?" "Father, I'm just a bit curious." García pretended he wanted to help his father sharpen his knife. "Get lost." Greenbeard tucked the whetstone into his clothes and laid a large cleaver beneath him, basking in the rising sun over the sea, turning his back to García and falling asleep. If he didn't want to compete, then so be it. If Greenbeard were to challenge Medea, just like Medea had deliberately let Medusa win, he could still hide his true strength. In fact, with Greenbeard's abilities, García dared to bet that Greenbeard could definitely handle Medea without even sparring with her. However, García didn't plan to explain to Greenbeard that he might be subject to Medea's mental intrusion at any moment. For player García, this was just a game. Some difficulties, no. The vast majority of difficulties, he would solve on his own. There was no need to let more people know about his secrets. Suddenly, someone kicked García from behind, like a cat's paw, causing no harm at all. García turned around fiercely and saw his silly aunt approaching with a smile, pointing at his head and asking, Little pirate, are you okay? What does it have to do with you? Go away. Garcia pushed his aunt aside, wanting to find a spot to sunbathe like his father, Greenbeard. His aunt pulled out a thin piece of bread from her pocket and handed it to Garcia. Hey, here's something to eat. Don't forget about what you promised me. After last night's purple storm, all the food stored on the ship had been thrown into the sea, leaving not a single grain. Now, seeing this thin slice, Garcia started to salivate. He was hungry. He took it from his aunt's hand and stuffed it into his mouth. So soft? How can this bread be so soft? It was thin, which was understandable. It might have been pressed against her body. But how could it still be soft? No, it wasn't soft, it was wet. It seemed like there was a little bit of saltiness on his tongue, both wet and salty. A nauseating speculation floated through Garcia's mind. This bread was flattened by his aunt and soaked by her as well. No wonder it was so salty, soaked in sweat. Ugh. Garcia retched, and the uneaten bread crumbs sprayed out of his mouth. You silly aunt, why are you trying to harm me? The aunt looked at Garcia with a blank expression. What's wrong? There's no food left on the ship, and I finally found a piece of bread for you. That bread is soaked with your sweat. It's wet and salty. How can I eat it? Little pirate, you misunderstood me, the aunt said aggrievedly. It's because of the purple cloud storm last night. We all fell into the sea and soaked for so long, of course it's wet. Garcia avoided his aunt's pitiful gaze and looked up at the scenery. Bam! Another kick, and this one was much more skillful than his aunt's. It wasn't a kick to the body. Thanks to gravity and inertia, it pushed him forward. This kick landed on Garcia's backside, providing no thrust, but it hurt him nonetheless. It was both painful and itchy, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Before Garcia could explode, the other party was already justified. Good kid, you just spat all over my face. Garcia looked up from below, and on the large face of the green-bearded lion was a layer of slippery facial mask. Wasn't it just the breadcrumbs that Garcia had sprayed from his mouth earlier? They were of various sizes and uneven particles. Especially on the long beard of the green-bearded lion, there were quite a few remnants hanging. Hee, silly aunt couldn't hold back. She simply wouldn't hold back. When she wanted to laugh, she laughed. Wasn't this laugh for nothing? The harder she laughed, the more fiercely the green-bearded lion kicked Garcia. One of the green-bearded lion's legs was gently lifted, but it came down heavily. It seemed slow, but in reality, Garcia had no way to escape. Because with every move, the green-bearded lion had anticipated Garcia's anticipation. No matter how much he tried to dodge, he couldn't escape, and when he tried to counterattack, he couldn't land a hit either. Garcia could only take the beating. Green-bearded lion, what are you doing? Seeing this, Garcia's mother hurried over to intervene. She had never seen the green-bearded lion treat Garcia so ruthlessly. Did he want to kill Garcia and ensure his own line ended? You know nothing. The green-bearded lion said seriously, I'm teaching him to practice leg techniques. Didn't you ask me to teach him? What? Are you sure this isn't personal revenge? What? Have you already started the lesson? How could Garcia not know himself? Garcia's mother supported her son, who was barely able to stand, and gently asked, Son, tell me, is the green-beard teaching you leg techniques, or is he beating you up? Garcia's jaw trembled, and he couldn't open his mouth due to the pain on his face. He had received a kick from a green-beard that nearly knocked out his front teeth. What are you making a fuss about? Garcia's mother noticed that standing beside them was his silly aunt, gesturing up and down. Unbeknownst to her, the aunt had been secretly learning from the green-beard. All beginnings are difficult. This was just the start of Garcia learning the green-beard's leg techniques. In the following days, Garcia repeatedly suffered the same pain he experienced on the first day. Either half of his face was swollen like a black loaf of bread, or his body was covered in bruises and scars. Only the aunt was safe because she was learning in secret. The green-beard did not teach her leg techniques, so he wouldn't kick her. Father, I have a question, Garcia said. Go ahead, the green-beard replied, happy to kick Garcia with joy. Do I have to be kicked to learn your leg techniques? Garcia was worried that if he couldn't learn without being kicked, then the aunt, who was learning secretly, wouldn't learn either. If the aunt couldn't learn, wouldn't Garcia's double reward be gone? The green-beard smiled and decisively said no. What did you say? Garcia frowned. The green-beard said, the kicks over the past few days were just for fun. I wanted to test your skills, nothing more. Garcia felt like crying. You haven't started teaching me leg techniques yet? Don't worry, the green-beard said, from now on, to learn my leg techniques, you must start with the basics. Then why didn't you say so earlier, you cheap old man? Garcia was also unclear about the learning process and ended up being kicked around by Garcia for a few days without knowing who to reason with. In the following days, Garcia started practicing the basics. The first move was not too difficult, actually. He had to lift his foot and perform a single leg squat. This was meant to train leg strength and body balance, and short-term practice was certainly not a challenge for Garcia. However, Greenbeard required Garcia to maintain the squat for an entire day. Could he do it? Definitely not. But it didn't matter. If he fell, he would get up and continue. "Father, can you tell me how much longer I need to practice this move?" Greenbeard's answer was quite thought-provoking. "You have to keep squatting until you no longer fall." Huh? Shouldn't normal teaching involve squatting until you can't hold it anymore and then falling? Greenbeard was indeed not a normal person. He wanted him to squat until he wouldn't fall. If he had known this was the requirement, Garcia wouldn't have asked. So, Garcia inquired, "How long will this take to practice?" Greenbeard chuckled. "Assuming you have the same talent as I do, I only practiced squats for 3 months back then." 3 months? Just? All right, the student can surpass the master. Garcia has double rewards, and he is not afraid of not being able to shorten the time. Garcia urges Annie to practice squats. "You must not slack off. I'm watching you." Chapter 90. Abnormal? "Little pirate, I'm not slacking off." Annie is completely soft and collapsed on the deck, unable to stand up at all. "Do you think I'm too hardworking? Why does it feel like every part of my body is aching terribly?" Garcia himself experiences this kind of pain. Not an exaggeration at all. "Little pirate, I won't study anymore." Annie has collapsed, lying on her back and gasping for breath. What kind of broken leg technique is Greenbeard teaching? Is he deliberately toying with you, not really passing on any true skills at all? This broken leg technique is so difficult to learn. I just don't believe he could endure it when he was learning it himself. Yes, since it's so painful. How did Greenbeard manage to persevere back then? Looking back, Greenbeard was just a little pirate drifting at sea, like a floating weed with no support, without food or clothing. Not wanting to die, he had to rob and become a pirate. Being a pirate is a high-risk profession. If you don't have the ability to kill, wouldn't robbing as a pirate be courting death? Just to rob people and be a pirate, just to avoid being killed. Greenbeard put in all his effort to learn leg techniques from his master. Hard work pays off, and it certainly did not let down the hard-working Greenbeard. He mastered it. With this set of leg techniques, Greenbeard spent most of his life sailing the seas, growing his beard long and green, never losing to anyone on his legs. Remembering those past events, Greenbeard's thoughts were myriad. He half lay back, closing his eyes, merging into the sounds of the flowing water at the bottom of the ship. And he really couldn't take it anymore. Slumping down, let her sleep soundly until dawn. Ding! Past progress, 10. Note, you urged your aunt to learn Greenbeard's leg techniques. She has just learned a little bit. Return, Greenbeard's leg technique skill, double reward. Garcia Panga's current skills. Negotiation experience level 5, escape experience level 4, insight experience level 6. Charm experience level 3, spirit communication experience level 5. After suffering for so many days, Garcia overestimated his aunt's abilities. It's only 10, too slow. The key is that even if Garcia learns quickly, it won't help. He needs to urge his aunt to learn and master the leg skills of Greenbeard as soon as possible so that Garcia can receive double rewards. "My dear aunt," Garcia forcibly lifted her up, saying, "You can't slack off. Get up and practice." The little pirate, his aunt's eyes are already closed. It's already late at night. "Tomorrow, when the sun rises, I will definitely practice harder." "No, it's cool at night without the sun." Garcia can't wait any longer. If he learns Greenbeard's leg skills a day earlier, the next time Medea's mental invasion happens, won't he be able to knock Medea out himself and save himself? Day and night, his aunt persisted for several more days, becoming so thin that her eye sockets were sunken and her lips cracked. She could barely stand against the sea breeze. Along this journey, Perseus caught a young tuna. Whoever was hungry among the dozen people on the ship would go and cut a piece, and they had barely eaten half a fish. Every day, Garcia not only practiced with Greenbeard, but he also diligently cut a piece of fish meat to feed to his aunt. He took care of her meals and urged her to practice diligently. That evening, Captain Jason had a bit of a conflict with the navigator Theseus. According to Theseus's route to Corinth, the journey should take at least 10 days, yet they had already been sailing for 17 days without sighting land. "Theseus, why haven't we reached Corinth following your route?" Jason was anxious. After 17 days, he couldn't afford to wait another day. Theseus, however, didn't want to explain to Jason. He wasn't just anxious, he was angry. "Why don't you ask yourself? If you hadn't lost the Golden Fleece, we could have gone straight back without needing to detour to Corinth." The problem was that Jason suspected Theseus didn't want to take the detour to Corinth and prefer to go straight back to save time. "Oh, navigator, are you really not planning to detour to Corinth to retrieve our Golden Fleece?" Peleus asked. "Even if I were," Theseus replied, "what could you do about it?" In reality, Theseus did not intend to avoid Corinth either. He needed Jason to retrieve the Golden Fleece to ensure a smooth return and ascension to the throne. The helmsman, Peleus, pushed Theseus aside, saying, "No, you shouldn't do this. If we can't bring back the Golden Fleece, this trip will be wasted." García appeared, stood in the middle, and said, "Gentlemen, let's solve the problem, if there is one, shall we? The Golden Fleece must be retrieved, and there's no need to argue about it." "Hey!" a sailor shouted. "Look, what is that?" As the ship continued its journey across the sea, everyone on board saw a delightful black line. Yes, that was the coastline. The hearts of the crew were filled with immense joy, and a series of cheers echoed from the bow to the stern of the ship. "Ah, gentlemen," Jason said, his expression serious. "What are you celebrating?" The sailors glanced at Jason and lowered their heads to roast silently. They had arrived on land, but there would be no fine wine or roasted meat to welcome them. Whether in the previous land of Colchis or the soon-to-be-visited land of Corinth, they were unwelcome outsiders. In Colchis, Jason had gone to steal the Golden Fleece. Now arriving in Corinth, he still intended to reclaim the Golden Fleece. How could they expect to be received kindly? It was hard to say, but another bloody battle might be ahead. Someone would die again for this divine object, the Golden Fleece. The ship slowly approached the shore, and they saw trees, houses, and fishermen along the coastline. What a desirable and harmonious scene it was, peaceful and beautiful. Jason stood at the bow, gazing affectionately at everything around him. "Yes, Corinth, I remember this place. It seems not to have changed much." "Captain," García said, "please lead the way. You know how we can retrieve the Golden Fleece?" "Yes, I know," Jason replied as he jumped off the ship first. "Friends, please follow me. Let us go directly to meet the king and queen of Corinth." The sea breeze gently blew, and the waves crashed against the shore, creating a pleasant rustling sound. The group set foot on the sandy beach, passing through a group of children. García was captivated by a group of children playing on the beach, searching for shells, running, jumping, and laughing continuously. The children wore tattered but brightly colored clothes, and they had hats made from woven palm leaves with holes in them. The sunlight made their skin as black as charcoal, but their bright white teeth reflected health and happiness. Behind the playful scene, a group of people entered the bustling fish market. Fishing boats returned from the sea, delivering live fish directly along the river to the shore. Some fishermen even twisted open a large net filled with lively fish of all sizes. And regular customers who wanted fish for dinner were choosing their catch right from a net. This was an illusion, García thought. Something didn't seem right. Just over a week ago, the nation of Corinth had committed a major act by seizing the Golden Fleece from Jason. The country should be on high alert, with everyone on edge. How could such a peaceful and tranquil state of life exist? "What did you say?" Medusa asked. García said, "Everyone be careful. What we see here is very unusual. After walking out of the fish market, we are in an open area, but there are walls on both sides. If the kingdom of Corinth wants to surround and eliminate this group of uninvited guests, they have the geographical advantage, and it could work." García hesitated, wondering if he should stop and not go any further. Chapter 91. The Resentment of the Adopted Son Dawn. Activating his insight skill, García alertly observed his surroundings, not letting any suspicious movement escape his notice. However, the road was eerily quiet. He could only hear the sparse sound of footsteps on the ground. Nothing else. A slight movement caught García's attention, and he quickly turned around to see a small whirlwind forming on the trampled ground behind him, swirling dust in place. "Stop," García said quietly, but due to the high walls on both sides, the echo sounded loud. Everyone was startled by García's words, and his aunt's face changed immediately. Walking on the silent road, they feared any sudden noise. It was clear to everyone that his aunt was extremely frightened. The sailors quickly formed a defensive position, backing up against each other. "García," Jason asked, "what did you discover?" "Retreat quickly." García had already turned around. "We can't go down this road." A line of soldiers rushed in, blocking their way back. "Follow me." Jason, familiar with the terrain of Corinth, wanted to lead everyone to another exit. They followed Jason and walked forward to the base of the high wall, where they found a hidden stone door and exited. From a distance, this stone door was virtually undetectable. If Jason hadn't lived in Corinth for several years and was familiar enough with the area, they would not have found this escape route. However, the harder it was to find the small door, the narrower it was. Everyone followed Jason through the small stone door and entered another passage. Again, it was surrounded by high walls on both sides, with only 2 exits remaining. The difference was that this passage was narrower and shorter. If they were to ambush, this was the perfect place. "Hey, my brother Jason," someone shouted, the echo bouncing back and forth between the high walls. It struck the hearts of everyone in the corners, also resonating in Jason's childhood memories. So many years had passed, and the voice of his childhood had changed. Jason seemed to recognize the voice, but couldn't recall who it was. "Hey, look here," a chubby man with big ears walked out from the end of the passage. "My brother Jason, your older brother is here." Jason looked over in response, and vague memories surfaced before his eyes. It was Dawn. This person was Jason's childhood playmate, and also the adopted son of King Polybus of Corinth. Dawn was older than Jason, and, as both were adopted sons, the king showed more favor to the younger Jason, which led to Dawn's resentment. His hatred for Jason had not diminished at all over the years. "Long time no see. Brother Dawn," Jason said, "please tell me, how are our adoptive parents, King Polybus and Queen Melip of Corinth?" Dawn tilted his head, glancing sideways at Jason. "Listen to me. Good brother, you shouldn't have come back. Why did you return? Do you want to compete with me for the throne of Corinth?" When he was young, Jason was forced to leave Corinth with his father, largely because of Dawn. He feared that Jason, being favored by the king, would stand out among the many adopted sons and eventually take the throne. Look, Dawn was a conceited person. He knew that King Polybus had no heirs and had already assumed that he, as the adopted son, would be the next king. Jason's father was timid and fearful, and to avoid causing trouble in their host country, he had to take the young Jason away from Corinth and continue their exile. If Jason had not been ostracized by Dawn back then, he might have settled in Corinth, recruited troops, and expanded his power. Perhaps he would have already returned to reclaim the throne that rightfully belonged to him instead of struggling to steal the Golden Fleece. In Jason's heart, there was also considerable resentment towards Dawn. "Brother Dawn," Jason said, "my Golden Fleece was taken by the Corinthians, and I do not wish to believe that this matter is related to you." Dawn laughed heartily, "Right? This matter has nothing to do with me, because I was the one who did it. For the sake of our brotherhood, I spared your life. That night you were tied up on my ship. If it weren't for my great kindness, do you really think you could have escaped back?" Facing a great enemy, they aimed their weapons outward. Theseus silently raised the bow, an arrow in his hand, aiming at Dawn. García pressed Theseus down and said, "Wait, let him finish speaking." Dawn continued, "Listen, my brother Jason, without the protection of King Polybus of Corinth, you are nothing. I heard that you went to Colchis to steal the Golden Fleece, to prove to your people that you are a hero, that you have the ability to govern a kingdom, so you can return and reclaim the throne from your uncle." "Yes," Jason explained, "since you know that my purpose in stealing the Golden Fleece is to return to my kingdom and ascend the throne. You should also know that I will not return to Corinth to contest my inheritance with you. So why do you still want to take my Golden Fleece?" Dawn took 2 steps forward and mocked, "My brother, you are not as clever as you were in your childhood." Jason did not understand the implications of Dawn's words and could not grasp his true intentions. "As your elder brother, let me clarify for you," Dawn said. "You, Jason, can steal the Golden Fleece to prove yourself a hero. Why can't I?" Yes, Jason stole the Golden Fleece with the ultimate goal of inheriting the throne of Iolcos. Then, if Dawn takes the Golden Fleece from Jason, wouldn't that also sufficiently prove his own abilities? Moreover, he is taking the Golden Fleece from the hero Jason, making Dawn a more powerful hero and the best candidate to inherit the throne of Corinth in the future. In childhood, whenever there was something good, King Polybus of Corinth favored Jason. Now, Dawn wants to take it for himself. He wants to seize the throne from his foster father, King Polybus, and also take the Golden Fleece from Jason, preventing Jason from becoming the king of Iolcos. This is what is called killing multiple birds with one stone. Having understood, García now had a general understanding of the incident when Jason lost the Golden Fleece that night. At this point, he could strike back. "Buddy," García asked, "aren't you afraid that we will kill you?" The fat-headed, big-eared Dawn waved his hand, and soldiers armed with long spears and short swords surged from both ends of the passage. "I'd be willing to give it a try. If you really have the interest to kill me," Dawn thought, itching to kill the 20 or so foreigners in the passage right now. "Buddy," García kindly reminded, also dragging out time to look for flaws, "you think that by leading us into this narrower passage, we will be unable to escape. But you're wrong." "Oh," Dawn said, "I know you're stalling for time, but in Corinth, you will not have reinforcements, so you might as well speak." García pointed at the soldiers who could attack at any moment and said, "The narrow passage is not our disadvantage, and having enough soldiers is not your advantage. We only need to kill one of you, and we will surely be able to do it." Chapter 92, The Deal with Thebes. Dawn squinted, partially agreeing with García's viewpoint. Luring this group of outsiders into the narrow passage was meant to completely encircle and eliminate them. However, the small space would inevitably prevent the numerous soldiers from leveraging their numerical advantage. But even if they couldn't annihilate this group of outsiders in the passage, What would happen if they let them go? They would still be killed by Dawn's soldiers. It was a foregone conclusion. My brother Dawn, said Jason, you don't need to take my golden fleece, and you certainly don't need to kill us. Please return the golden fleece to me and let us go back. This won't harm your claim to the throne of Corinth. Your golden fleece? Dawn replied sarcastically, is my brother Jason still that child from his youth? Wanting everything to be his own? Don't I know that the golden fleece was taken from the land of Colchis? You can rob others, so why can't I rob you? Well said. García made a gesture towards Theseus, and an impatient arrow that was already knocked flew past Jason's hair, shooting straight towards Dawn, who was standing at the end of the passage. This guy? Damn, what does it mean that you can take from others, and why can't I take from you? All right, Jason went all the way to Colchis to steal the golden fleece. How many of his original crew died? And you, Dawn? Want to eat without cooking? Just fishing for ready-made meals? Fine, based on ability. Jason, standing at the front, saw the once mighty Dawn twitch and then fall to the ground in an instant. Theseus's arrow had pierced directly through Dawn's throat. Some soldiers were splattered with blood that gushed from Dawn's neck, and they knew someone had died. Moreover, the one who died was their leader. Dawn was dead, and García shouted, if you're not afraid of death, come forward. The soldiers at both ends of the passage exchanged glances, and those on one side felt their legs betray them, slowly retreating. However, the soldiers standing by Dawn's corpse were his loyal subordinates, naturally seeking to avenge their leader. This group of soldiers surged forward like a tide, their long spears and short swords jostling together, capable of turning a person into a porcupine. Stand behind me, Greenbeard said, raising his big machete and blocking in front of García. García has learned a bit of leg technique from the Greenbeard, but his skills are not refined, and whether he can save himself is still a question. Moreover, facing soldiers with long spears and short swords, using leg techniques does not seem advantageous. The large machete in Greenbeard's hand slashes diagonally, cutting soldiers and their weapons into uneven halves. With too many soldiers, Greenbeard slices off the weapon of a leading soldier, then kicks down on one soldier's chest, leaping forward, and the soldiers in the passage collapse like a flood. Due to the narrow passage, Greenbeard single-handedly blocks one end, and others cannot squeeze in. On the contrary, these soldiers, relying on their numbers, huddle together to resist Greenbeard. Soon, they will regret that having too many people is not a good thing. Unable to maneuver, even when Greenbeard swings his machete. The weapons in the soldiers' hands get stuck by their comrades next to them, unable to cross and block Greenbeard's blade, leaving them to be cut down. Meanwhile, Theseus is not idle either. He just reminds Medea to be careful, then puts on his bow and arrow, drawing his dagger and charging toward the other end of the passage. He wants to seize every opportunity to show Medea his heroism. Just now, he shot down Daon with one arrow. That was marksmanship. Theseus wants Medea to see that his swordsmanship is also exquisite. When it comes to overwhelming leg techniques, Theseus is not as good as Greenbeard. And when it comes to slicing through dozens of weapons in soldiers' hands, Theseus is also inferior to Greenbeard. However, Theseus can leap and run on walls, using tricks that Greenbeard disdains, which Theseus employs fully. The passage is too narrow for soldiers to massacre freely, but Theseus can. Watch him leap onto the wall, lightly stepping on the weapons raised by the soldiers. Because Theseus has the inertia to push upward and his feet do not bear weight. He walks on the knife edges without a scratch. With a turn, Theseus avoids the blade in the soldier's hand perfectly and rolls onto the spear shaft and the back of the knife. Just as he is about to roll down to the soldier's wrist, his clothes almost brush against the soldier's hand. Theseus then pulls out his dagger, directly taking off a row of soldiers' heads. The soldiers are also caught off guard by Theseus's flashy killings. This move of Theseus is not as lethal as Greenbeard's, and it is tiring and not very effective. But it looks good and is frightening. It opens the eyes of the soldiers waiting for death in the passage. Realizing there is such a way to die, they feel like a mirror in their hearts, realizing they are doomed today and that they cannot escape. Surrender, García shouts. I will spare your lives. Unable to endure Theseus's flamboyant slaughter any longer, the soldiers collectively and voluntarily throw down their weapons and raise their hands to beg for mercy. Theseus looks at García with indignation. Hey, what are you messing around with? The stage he built for himself was interrupted by García just as the performance began, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. The Golden Fleece has not yet been found, and upon arriving in the kingdom of Corinth, so many people have already been slaughtered, which is evidently inhumane. If it angers the gods, it would be bad. Medea, García turns his head to ask what you think. He knows for whom Theseus is performing. Of course, Medea knows as well. She is the audience of this performance. That's enough, Medea says coldly. They're just soldiers following orders. Why do we need to be butchers? At this moment, at both ends of the passage, some surrender while others flee. And the danger is lifted. Greenbeard grabs a soldier by the neck and throws him to the ground. Where's the Golden Fleece? The Golden Fleece? The Golden Fleece is not in our kingdom of Corinth. The soldier, with blood in his mouth, replies. You're lying, García says word by word. I will kill you. The soldier, in a mournful tone, says, the Golden Fleece was taken by our chief Dian, but it was handed over to King Creon of Thebes long ago. So, are you Corinthians working for the king of Thebes? Jason feels a chill in his heart. Having just arrived in the kingdom of Corinth, how did the Golden Fleece go to Thebes? Yes, Prince Jason, I have heard of you. The soldier pleads, please spare my life. And I will tell you everything I know. Greenbeard plunges his machete into the ground. You will tell everything. You have no right to make conditions. With everyone else dead, Greenbeard keeps this soldier alive to gather information. Whether he lives or dies is up to Greenbeard. The soldier wipes the blood from his mouth and continues. Our chief Dian has long betrayed the country. He wants to inherit the throne of Corinth, but King Polybus and Queen Merope do not agree. So, Dian imprisoned the king and queen. However, there are some adopted sons of the king and queen in the country who oppose Dian. To suppress these opposing forces with external power, Dian made a deal with King Creon of our neighbor Thebes. Deal? What deal? Jason shouts, don't stop. Keep talking. But the soldier spits out a mouthful of thick blood and dies. Chapter 93. The underground corridor. What kind of deal did Dian make with the neighboring Thebes? The soldier is dead, and the group of outsiders has no way of knowing. Dian imprisoned the king and queen. If they are saved, they must know the ins and outs of the matter. Moreover, that is Jason's adoptive parents. The group exits the passage, and no soldier dares to block them anymore. Jason knows where the prison of Corinth is located. He leads everyone outside the two city walls and officially steps into the palace of the kingdom of Corinth. This small country has no grand stone porticos or massive arch buildings. The dilapidated copper door of the prison is already in ruins, and the sunlight shines on it, no longer reflecting a glimmer of light. Perseus follows Jason into the prison, and a stench hits them in the face, making them nauseous. Inside, there are no guards or oil lamps for illumination. In the prison, only a little natural light penetrates through the holes in the roof. In the dim room, such a beam of light is so bright that it is blinding. Arriving at a cage surrounded by wooden stakes, Perseus slashes open the cage door, and upon entering, he sees a person sitting with their head down on a long bench, seemingly asleep. Hey, friend. Perseus reaches out to pat, only to hear a crackling sound as the person disintegrates into several pieces. The person is dead, leaving only a pile of bones in their clothes. Walking further in, the smell becomes stronger due to the lack of ventilation. In each cell, separated by wooden stakes, there are several corpses. Some have been dead for a long time, already becoming mummies. Others have just died not long ago, their bodies rotting, the stench emanating from the decaying flesh. Bang! García heard the sound of metal clashing, which should be nearby, but there was nothing close. Everyone split up in search. There should be an iron cage not far from us. García looked at Medusa, hoping to see some sign of acknowledgement on her face. However, Medusa did not hear any sound. Perhaps Garcia's insight had already surpassed that of the snake-haired Medusa. Peleus and Jason teamed up, and Medea wanted to follow them, but was dissuaded by Jason. You don't need to come with us. Find your own way. Medea went alone to another corridor, where Theseus was standing, intentionally waiting for her. The dozen or so sailors accompanying them stayed outside, guarded by Greenbeard to prevent soldiers from Corinth from launching a surprise attack. Garcia's mother and aunt sat with García, covering their mouths with their sleeves, waiting for Jason and the others to bring back news. Hey, Medusa asked, you can't be mistaken, right? This prison is full of wooden stake cages. There are no iron tools at all. Didn't you hear the sound of iron chains? García asked. Medea shook her head. No, I didn't hear any sound. No. The two groups that went out to look for iron cages all returned, suspecting that García might have heard wrong. That area, Medea, and I searched it thoroughly. Theseus pointed to the area he had just passed. It's all built with wooden stakes. I didn't see a single iron rod. How could there be iron cages? That's right. Jason said, García, Corinth is just a small country. There are no iron mines. When I stayed here back then, I don't remember iron cages being built. And we haven't found any now. Bang! García heard it again. He placed his index finger on his lips and made a shushing gesture. The sound became clearer and was very close. Triggering his insight skill, García looked around, stepping lightly, his body slowly turning. Strange, apart from some dead bodies. He indeed did not see a single iron cage. Could it be that there are no iron cages here? What Garcia heard was not the sound of iron chains at all, right? In fact, this was just his speculation. The sound of metal clashing and being in a prison. It was most likely iron chains used to lock people up, or iron cages used to confine them. Garcia can trust his insight skills. If he hears it, it must exist. He stretched his neck like a turtle, searching for a long time, but still only found dry corpses and decaying bodies, without finding the iron cage. There was nothing above, below, or to the sides. How could this be? No, he hasn't checked underground yet. Garcia lowered his head and carefully searched. Sure enough, he penetrated the floor and saw a deeper place where an iron cage was placed containing 3 people. Digging the ground revealed that someone was underneath. Garcia marked the location with his foot. Everyone couldn't believe what Garcia said, but no one had the courage to question it. Little pirate, what are you talking about? Annie doesn't have to give Garcia face. Is there someone underground? Are they dead? No. Garcia looked again and confirmed that there were 3 people. He said firmly, there are people down there, and they must still be alive. The ground was too thick, and Garcia couldn't see clearly enough. However, dead people wouldn't make sounds, so those 3 must still be alive. Captain, you should listen to what our friend is saying. Piraeus crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking like he was enjoying the show. Jason bit his lip, as if making a very difficult decision. Then let's dig and see. What if there really is someone down there? After the purple cloud storm, Garcia said that Jason had to listen to him. The deadline was that before Jason returned to the country and ascended the throne, he had to follow Garcia's plan. He couldn't go against it. Huh. Piraeus spread his hands, his eyes blinking nonstop. Let's dig, my helmsman, Jason ordered. Piraeus drew his dagger from his waist and struck heavily at the ground. Crack! The blade hit the ground, shaking Piraeus's arm almost out of joint. What kind of ground is this? Piraeus knocked with the back of the knife and found it incredibly hard. Greenbeard walked in from outside. Just from the sound of the blade hitting the ground, he knew it was a stone slab, not a muddy surface. Let me do it. Greenbeard inserted the tip of the knife and applied some leverage. It was a large stone slab, and he pried it open. The crowd worked together to move the slab aside, revealing an entrance underneath. Thus, this entrance could lead to the iron cage below, and those 3 people were breathing. They were not dead. Little pirate, maybe you were right. Let's go down and take a look. Annie did not regret questioning Garcia earlier, nor did it stop her from being the first to express her opinion now. Everyone entered the passage in turn, descending into a long corridor below. Incredible. This corridor actually had sunlight shining in. This was underground. How was that possible? Garcia walked down the corridor, only able to hear the dull sound of his own footsteps, as if he were in the dark side of another world with not a trace of life. However, in some cracks in the walls and floor, he found a faint glimmer of light seeping through. Wasn't he underground? Facing these weak beams of light, Garcia saw a copper mirror behind the cracks. It was a curved copper mirror that could gather a beam of light shining directly down from above, then transition to scatter into fine rays that passed through the cracks into the corridor. Medusa caught up, staring at Garcia, and asked, what else can you do? Garcia played a trick, and I just have better hearing, so I heard the sound below. It's nothing impressive. Chapter 94, The Triangular Iron Cage. Exiting the corridor, I turned into a triangular cellar, where a large iron cage came into view. This was indeed an iron cage, and it was a quite sturdy, triangular structure. The light focused and evenly scattered on the triangular iron cage. The light here was ample, and the air was not murky, without the foul smell from the cells above. Truly a miracle. My aunt had just taken off the cloth covering her nose when she covered her mouth again. How could this be? She saw 3 people living in the cage, 2 adults and a child. The 2 adults were holding a knife, cutting flesh from the child and putting it in their mouths, eating with blood all over. A devil? My aunt screamed. The people in the cage heard her shout and turned to look at us, nonchalantly continuing to cut the flesh. No, they seemed to realize something and hurriedly came out of the cage, with the short knife used for cutting flesh dripping blood. Be careful, Theseus's 2 arrows are already knocked. Jason came out from behind and called to Theseus, stop, don't harm them. The 2 at the entrance of the cage stared at Jason for a long time before saying, son, you've grown up. Jason rushed forward and embraced the 2, crying, King, Queen, how could you be here? Jason asked. King Polybus replied, my son, since you left Corinth, I have been longing for your return day and night, but today I do not wish for your appearance. Why? Jason said, I heard that you 2 were imprisoned, and I didn't expect to find you here underground. It's all because of that unfilial son, Queen Melipea said. Over the years, That ungrateful son Dayan wanted to usurp the throne, and when we disagreed, he imprisoned us. My son, if you and T come and found this place, we would have been safe, and you would be safe. But now that you've brought so many people here, Dayan will definitely find out. You all should escape quickly. There is still time. At the beginning of Dayan's coup to seize power, the king and queen were both imprisoned. At that time, there were several other foster sons who united to oppose Dayan and rescued the king and queen. However, later Dayan betrayed the country, allying with King Creon of Thebes to suppress the opposition in Corinth, resulting in the death or escape of the other foster sons. To avoid being imprisoned and executed again, they used the bodies of servants to fake their deaths by fire and hid in this iron cage built beneath the prison to survive. The most dangerous place is the safest. For so many years, they had never been discovered. Therefore, in Corinth, some people knew that the king and queen were imprisoned by Dayan, while others knew that the king and queen had perished in a fire. But no one knew the truth of the matter. Queen, Dayan is dead. Jason briefly recounted the incident of stealing the Golden Fleece, hoping to learn about its whereabouts from the king and queen. No, my son, we have been hiding underground for too long. We have even forgotten the time. Queen Melipea said, we know nothing about what happens outside. My aunt could not sympathize, but you can't eat people, right? Is that what you're talking about? King Polybus picked up a bloody piece of meat. This is not human flesh. This is rabbit meat. Huh? Rabbit? Impossible. You're eating people. My aunt trusted her eyes and saw the king cutting human flesh. She was not the only one. Just now everyone saw it. The person being cut was in the cage. Yes, García also saw 3 people below using his insight skill while still above. King Polybus walked into the cage and drove the rabbit out. It was indeed a rabbit, and it was about the size of a child. More bizarrely, this rabbit had very short fur, and its legs were somewhat similar to those of a human. How about it? King Polybus asked. Is that person you mentioned this rabbit? Theseus walked over, picked an arrow, and examined the rabbit for wounds. No, this rabbit has no wounds. It is not this rabbit. Then, what King Polybus just ate was not rabbit. He was indeed eating human flesh. Theseus entered the cage, but it was empty, and there was no other child. This rabbit has no wounds, Theseus said, but we clearly saw you cut a piece of meat from the rabbit, oh no, from the child, and put it in your mouth. King Polybus raised the knife again, watched closely. Theseus stepped back a few paces, thinking the king was going to stab him. A king who dares to eat people, Theseus had to be cautious. Under everyone's gaze, King Polybus cut into the rabbit's hind leg, skillfully slicing the flesh and making an incision. Everyone could see the delicate muscle fibers and some small blood vessels and fascia being cut open and oozing blood. Ah, my aunt watched and felt the pain herself. How could you do this? Doesn't T the rabbit feel pain? Why didn't you kill the rabbit first before cutting the flesh? King Polybus scraped away the fat inside and the fine hair on the surface with a knife. After cleaning it, he pulled and cut a thin slice of rabbit meat. Sir, please have a taste. King Polybus offered the piece of rabbit meat to Theseus. Theseus, claiming to be a hero, thought such a scene was nothing to be moved by. Fine, let me taste a specialty of your Corinth, and then I can give a fair evaluation. He stuffed the bloody slice of meat into his mouth and bit down with his jaws. It was smooth and tender, the blood bursting in his mouth, still warm. It felt like eating a freshly cooked oatmeal, but the tip of his tongue sensed the cold, fibrous tearing sensation. Being raw meat, it had a lot of chewiness. Just as Theseus was about to express his thoughts after eating, everyone's attention was no longer on him. Look quickly, my aunt shouted, about to jump up. The rabbit that had just been cut was healing its bloody wound. The wound, with broken veins and muscles, was visibly growing back and reconnecting at a noticeable speed. Please don't be surprised, Queen Melipea said. This rabbit was given to me and the king by the gods in the temple. Cutting meat from a rabbit does not cause pain, and it will heal itself. If it weren't for this rabbit, we would have starved to death hiding in this underground cage long ago. Huh, is that so? Player García had been in the world of Greek mythology for some years, yet had never heard of such a divine rabbit. If this rabbit could reproduce, wouldn't there be an endless supply of rabbits to eat? Why would there be a need to toil over planting grains? May I ask, Queen García said, is there only one rabbit? Yes, Queen Melipea continued. There is only this one rabbit, without a mate. Back then, the king and I had no children, so we went to the temple to pray for blessings. The gods did not return our ability to bear children, but gave us this rabbit. The oracle said that since the kingdom of Corinth could not produce a prince, it would grant a neutered divine rabbit. Neutered? Little Aunt perked up her ears. Why? Queen Melipea explained that although it was a neutered divine rabbit, its meat could be harvested and it would regenerate on its own. As we grow old, We lose our kingdom and have no children to support us. And we can't cultivate anymore. We have to rely on the meat of this divine rabbit to survive. Oh, that's not how it is. King Polybios interrupted, saying he had never thought he would lose his kingdom. That was not the will of the gods, only lamenting that the ungrateful son Daon wanted to usurp the throne. The divine rabbit was what I asked for. The god said that although the queen and I have no offspring and no one to inherit the throne, with this divine rabbit, by eating its meat, we would live long and could permanently possess the kingdom of Corinth. Jason knew that King Polybios was a chatterbox and could not continue to indulge in idle talk. The urgent matter was to retrieve the Golden Fleece. My king, let's set aside the rabbit matter for now. I need to go find the Golden Fleece. Right, King Polybios said, let's go. Since you've dealt with that ungrateful son Daon, we don't need to hide anymore. Let's go back to my palace. Son Jason, don't go looking for that harmful Golden Fleece. Stay in Corinth, and I will give you my throne. Chapter 95, A Divine Rabbit. They exited the underground prison, no longer using the passage opened by Greenbeard. King Polybios led everyone to a curved bronze mirror, tilting it slightly to reflect light onto a dark wall. It was a secret wall made of small stones, and after feeling around for a while, King Polybios finally turned a small handle. Just then, a ladder dropped from the light entrance at the top of the bronze mirror, and everyone climbed out along the ladder. Back on the surface, King Polybios took a deep breath, filled with tears. My kingdom, my people, I'm back. Occasionally, a group of old and young people ran over from a distance. They fell to their knees at King Polybios' feet, tears streaming down their faces. My king, we've been waiting for you to return. The speaker was an old man with graying hair, a servant who had followed King Polybios since childhood. Back in the day, the scheme of fake death to escape with the queen was masterminded by this old servant. Old buddy, King Polybios gripped the servant's hand tightly. I thought you had died of old age. Reporting to the king, I did not die of old age. I almost got killed by Daon, the old servant said. You probably don't know, but Daon is dead. It was your adopted son Jason who eliminated him. Our Corinth is still here, and you are still our king. King Polybios looked toward the dilapidated palace ahead, the dead grass growing at the entrance, particularly desolate. It was hard to imagine that it once was the king's residence. Now, it was left with desolation and the scattered droppings of crows on the roof. Old sir, Jason politely inquired, do you know where the Golden Fleece is now? Just as the old servant was about to speak, King Polybios turned to Jason and advised, my son, so many people have died for you to steal the Golden Fleece. Why do you still cling to this obsession? Indeed, Queen Melipea added, son Jason, your desire to steal the Golden Fleece is just a return to become king, right? Even if you bring back the Golden Fleece, the throne is still in your uncle's hands. It will undoubtedly lead to another catastrophe. You should give up the Golden Fleece and stay here to be our king of Corinth, all right? Please don't say that, respected queen. My friend Jason is the prince of Elchas, and he certainly has to go back to take the throne. Queen Melipea wanted to keep Jason, but Theseus disagreed. Corinth was too small, and if Jason stayed here as king, there would be no way to provide enough returns for Athens in the future. He must go back to Elchas to meet the needs of Athens. This struck a painful chord with Queen Melipea, and she could only silently bow her head, the wrinkles on her face forming deep grooves. Well said, King Polybios said. Jason is the prince of Elchas. It is true that there is no successor to the throne in Corinth. At the same time, Jason is also my son. Corinth may be small, but everyone in the country is willing to support my son Jason as king. Jason bowed deeply. My king, my father, please follow my true heart. I must retrieve the Golden Fleece, and I must take back the throne from my uncle. King Polybios extended an old hand, sighed helplessly, and then stroked Jason's head. Then, you go ahead and do it. The old servant stepped forward, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Old buddy. King Polybios glanced at the anxious Jason again and turned to the old servant. Regarding the Golden Fleece, tell my son Jason everything you know. I have a contract that outlines the terms regarding the Golden Fleece, the old servant said. Please follow me. It's hidden inside the palace. Everyone followed the old servant into the palace courtyard. The palace gate was covered in a thick layer of dust, obscuring its original color. The paint on the walls had faded, exposing the hard earth beneath the bricks. Inside the palace, the exquisite carvings that the king loved so much were blurred, leaving only remnants. Especially the stone lion in front of the door had lost its former grandeur. Its once proud mane had fallen away, looking as thin as a dog. The old servant set up his dog bed in a corner of the palace, and everyone followed him, stepping over the overgrown grass and fallen leaves, and walked along a small path to his dwelling. Look, it's locked in this box. I thought I wouldn't need this contract so soon. The old servant pulled out a box from a hidden compartment and handed it to Jason. Inside was a folded sheepskin contract, the writing clear, detailing the transaction between Dain and King Creon of the neighboring city of Thebes. In summary, the content was roughly, Dain stole the Golden Fleece for Creon, and in return, Creon exempted Dain from the annual taxes. When Dain launched a coup to suppress opposition forces in Corinth, he had already reached an agreement with King Creon of Thebes. Creon sent troops to Corinth to assist Dain in eliminating his opponents, and Corinth was to pay annual taxes to Creon's Thebes as a reward. Now, Dain took the Golden Fleece from Jason and gave it to Creon, exempting him from the previously agreed taxes. This is a fair deal, but what does Creon want with the Golden Fleece? Is he interested in the divine power of the Golden Fleece to resurrect? Or does he want to stop Jason from returning to Elcas to ascend the throne? If it's the latter, then the situation becomes even more complicated. Old sir, how did you come by this contract? García asked. Keep an eye out. How did such an important item end up in this old servant's hands? I found it during a search of Dain's house, the old servant said. After Dain died, the soldiers oppressed by him united to loot his home. I still have some old helpers who are loyal to Corinth. They found this contract in Dain's house first. Thank you, old sir, Jason said, tucking the sheepskin contract into the cloth pocket at his waist. García said, there's no time to lose. Let's set off for Thebes and ask Creon for the Golden Fleece. Inside the hall, fragments chewed by termites lay scattered about, the former grandeur and solemnity trampled underfoot by a rabbit, which was picking up ants from the ground and eating them. My son Jason, King Peleus has caught that rabbit. You take it with you. On the expedition. If you get hungry, you can eat its meat, and if you're thirsty, you can drink its blood. A spider web fell, covering the heads of Jason and King Peleus. The atmosphere in the hall was so decayed and desolate that it was heartbreaking. The father and son exchanged a smile, and neither spoke again. Under the guidance of the old servant, García and his companions took a shortcut to the palace of King of Corinth, passed the beach, and boarded an old, dilapidated ship to set sail again towards the city of Thebes. Although the ship was old and worn, it was lighter in body and the oars dipped deeper into the water, making it less laborious compared to the one hastily built by Theseus. This trip to Corinth involved killing the rebellious son Dain and rescuing King Polybus and Queen Melipea, and the group of foreigners suffered no losses. The number of people coming was the same as going, and they even gained a new member, the divine rabbit gifted to Jason by King Polybus. This divine rabbit not only had limbs resembling those of a human child, but its head also increasingly resembled that of a human upon closer inspection. The ant deliberately avoided the rabbit, retreating to a corner at the back of the ship, fearing an encounter with this human-like rabbit. Ding. Past progress. 15. Note. You urged your ant to learn the leg skills of Greenbeard. Please do not let the task be interrupted. Reward. Greenbeard's leg skills. Double reward. García, Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 5. Escape experience level 4. Insight experience level 6. Charm experience level 3. Spirit communication experience level 5. García found his ant and said eagerly, Ant, we're going to Thebes next. There shouldn't be any danger, right? Who said that? His aunt pouted, launching into a lengthy discourse of her views. Have you forgotten our experiences in Colchis? This time, we're also going to steal the Golden Fleece. I can't even imagine what kind of hardships await us. Well, García changed the subject. Have you practiced your leg techniques? Smart person, you get it right away. His aunt stood up from the bow of the ship, took a deep breath, stretched out her short legs, and began practicing the leg techniques of Greenbeard. Chapter 96. Aunt wants to work hard? Theseus walked over and kindly reminded García, let your aunt conserve some energy. On the way to Thebes. I suppose we won't be able to sleep well. García asked how many days it would take to reach Thebes. If all goes well, and there are no storms at sea, we can reach Thebes in as little as 7 days. Saying this, Theseus was already dozing off. That's right. During these 7 days, we must keep Aunt busy. Aunt, continue. García said that we would arrive in Thebes in a day or two. And I hope you work hard to improve your leg skills before we get there, so you can protect yourself then. Thank you, little pirate. Aunt sincerely appreciated García's encouragement. García sat aside to take a break. You are my aunt. Supporting you is the right thing to do. Believe in yourself. You are amazing. Aunt listened, and García's words gave her plenty of energy. In that moment, a tragic scene flashed through her mind. It was Aunt fighting bravely on the battlefield, using the leg techniques taught by the green-bearded man to trample over thousands of soldiers, earning the admiration of both enemy and ally soldiers, as well as the generals. She could see the envy in the eyes of those soldiers and the praises coming from the mouths of the generals. But there was no praise, only a plain mockery. Now you know, the green-bearded man said, I didn't teach you before because you wouldn't be able to learn it anyway. Was it naked contempt? Am I so unworthy in your eyes? Looking down on others, I must master your leg techniques and surpass you. Sooner or later, you will regret your arrogance and prejudice today. Ant gritted her teeth, convinced of her fantasy. Her heart burned with anger towards the green-bearded man. She kicked harder, with a wider range of motion. Just as Garcia closed his eyes and entered his dreams, he was awakened by the sound of Ant hitting the ship's board. Oh, who can tell me that is not the green-bearded man? What I see is my good Ant. She actually practiced so well in such a short time. What an unbelievable good thing. Before he could finish his thought, a flying kick swept through, directly striking Garcia's head. How dare you speak? Not practicing and still having the nerve to sleep? The green-bearded man, under the pretense of teaching leg skills, had to teach his own son a lesson. Kicking for fun. Huh, you're not dodging? The green-bearded man saw that Garcia actually took a big step forward with his left leg and raised his right leg to kick towards the green-bearded man's hip. A man has only one weak point, which was exactly where Garcia aimed. Although the green-bearded man kicked first, Garcia's kick was faster, and it seemed that his leg would hit the crucial spot before the green-bearded man's. This won't do. The green-bearded man sidestepped, wanting to avoid Garcia's foot, but his own flying kick missed. The two perfectly missed each other, neither hitting the other. I didn't teach you that move. The green-bearded man turned around, focusing all his strength on his leg muscles, ready to deliver another flying kick. Garcia turned around and kicked backward. He didn't wait for Greenbeard to kick at any moment. It was better to strike first. Just now, Garcia's kick was fast, and Greenbeard was caught off guard. Originally, he was supposed to kick Garcia, but unexpectedly, he found himself targeted by Garcia's kick aimed at his vital points. This kick was not only quick, but it also had a larger sweeping area. Greenbeard found it difficult to avoid it, exerting about 90 of his strength just to barely pull away. However, his hands still touched the ground. At this point, the dignified Greenbeard couldn't care less about his pride. If he had to touch the ground, so be it, even though this move was not part of the leg techniques he taught Garcia. During the previous lessons, he had made it clear, son, practicing leg techniques means defeating your opponent while standing still. You must never resort to using your hands. If your opponent is too strong and forces you to act, that would be a disgrace. Looking at Greenbeard now, this was not a matter of using his hands. If he hadn't supported himself with his hand, he would definitely have been kicked by Garcia, making the situation even worse. What a disgrace, a huge one. Garcia seems to be completely immersed in this unexpected victory of using the weak to defeat the strong. Greenbeard, on the other hand, has a serious and focused expression, thinking to himself, I can't believe it. I can't believe this little brat is learning so fast. But I haven't seen him practice at all. Hey, old pirate. Garcia is beaming with energy, easily brushing off the dust from his clothes, even though there was any dust to begin with. How'd I do with those moves? Greenbeard stands with his hands behind his back, putting on a coach's air, and says, it's passable, but you need to remain humble and practice diligently. What do you mean by passable? Annie's eyes are sharp. Greenbeard, you call that passable? Come on, you almost got knocked down by your own son. Greenbeard quickly lowers his hands from behind his back, alternating between stroking his beard with both hands, feeling uncomfortable all over. You don't understand anything. I'm the coach. If you keep messing around, I won't teach you anymore. Oh, old pirate, what are you talking about? Garcia's mother pops up, giving Greenbeard a lecture. That's your son. If you don't teach him, who will? Your son is just practicing better than you. Shouldn't you be happy about that? I'm not happy. Greenbeard just wants his son Garcia to learn some skills to protect himself. But he doesn't want Garcia's success to come at the cost of his own face. He can't do that. The dignified Greenbeard won't make a losing deal. However, after thinking for a while, he talks to himself. Garcia specializes in targeting vital points, and this relentless, sinister knack for going after his opponent's life is quite harmful and will come in handy at critical moments. With this level of insight, he is indeed my son, Greenbeard, quite cunning. Thinking of this, a slight smile forms at the corner of Greenbeard's mouth, curling into a smug, arched Greenbeard. You can't even defeat your own son, and you still have a nerve to smile? And he points out his shortcomings, used to it. If you can do it, you come and try. Greenbeard whistles, turning his back and walking away. And he gives Garcia a thumbs up, lowering her eyes. Little pirate, how did you do that? Those two moves just now caught Greenbeard off guard. That was so cool. Annie, my progress is all thanks to your practice. Garcia casts a grateful glance. admiring Annie's hard work. The blonde, blue-eyed Annie blushes and says, "Little pirate, don't tease me. Can you teach me those two moves from just now? Greenbeard must have taught you behind my back. How come I never saw it when you were practicing?" "Huh, you want to learn too?" Garcia said, "Well, that's something I figured out on my own. If you want to learn, practice those previous moves first, and then I'll teach you, okay?" "All right," Ant nodded. She understood the principle that a clumsy bird should fly early. She silently resolved to work harder than Garcia, to surpass him first, and then Greenbeard. Once a person sets a goal for themselves, they no longer need others to urge them on. Ant is a motivated person, which Garcia had not noticed before. In the days traveling from the kingdom of Collins to Thebes, Ant did not rest for a moment. She was practicing, always practicing her leg techniques. By noon on the third day, she proactively suggested a match with Garcia. To avoid hurting Ant's confidence, Garcia only exerted a little effort to play along. He didn't attack, only defended, allowing Ant to kick out the leg techniques she had diligently practiced. However, Ant could feel that the gap between her and Garcia was widening. How could this be? Was she not working hard enough? No. Then why? "Little pirate, have you been secretly practicing without me?" Ant pursed her lips tightly, her green eyes wide open. Huh. Ant actually suspected that Garcia was progressing too quickly because he was secretly practicing, working even harder. Truly, Ant was wronging the bad guy. On the contrary, even if Garcia practiced secretly and made rapid progress, it could only be a step-by-step improvement. He needed Ant to practice hard and earn double rewards to keep widening the gap. He couldn't tell the truth. If he did, it would surely upset Ant. "Ant, how about this? Next time I practice by myself," Garcia said, "I will definitely invite you to join." "It's a deal." Ant sensed something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint it. The ship had been drifting at sea for an unknown number of days. Garcia only remembered having skinned rabbits 5 times and eaten rabbit meat 3 times. The first 2 times, looking at the rabbit that resembled humans, Garcia couldn't bring himself to eat. It wasn't until the 3rd time, feeling dizzy from hunger, that he had no choice but to eat. That night, Garcia was sleeping soundly when he was awakened by the sailors' exclamations. A lighthouse in the sky." He got up and stood at the bow of the ship, looking up at the sky, where a lighthouse was lit next to the moon. Chapter 97. The Old Man of the Deserted Island. But how could there be a lighthouse in the sky? Unless these foreigners encountered a god. The old, worn ship slowly moved toward the direction of the lighthouse. The closer they got, the clearer it became that it was indeed a lighthouse. However, the lighthouse was not in the sky, because this lighthouse was built so high that it pierced the clouds. From a distance, it seemed to be in the sky. It looked like a giant fire pillar penetrating the clouds, illuminating the deep night. In fact, this was a lighthouse built on the ground. The group of foreigners brought their ship near the lighthouse and discovered that it was a deserted island in the deep sea. Everyone disembarked and walked through the lush forest, arriving at a clear lake. It was still dark, but under the illumination of the lighthouse, Garcia could see his own reflection in the lake. "Welcome, travelers from afar. You may drink the water from the lake if you are thirsty." An old man came out, carrying a bundle of firewood. "Old man, we are heading to Thebes. Having passed this place, please tell me, how far is it to Thebes?" Garcia asked, placing a hand on his chest in salute. "I escaped from Thebes. Why do you still want to jump into the fire pit?" The old man said, "At that time, my son was as young as you. He was a guard by the side of Prince Haemon of Thebes. After the prince committed suicide, the king wanted to kill my son. My son and I had to abandon all our accumulated wealth and escape from Thebes by boat, but..." The old man choked up at the painful part. For all these years, he had lived alone on this deserted island. He was so lonely and longed to share his grievances with someone. Garcia comforted, saying that Prince Haemon is a person who values loyalty and righteousness. Being able to serve as a guard for Prince Haemon. "I believe your son is also a good guard with feelings and loyalty. Who could say otherwise? But sir, that night was as dark as tonight." The old man continued, "You don't know, that night, there was no moon to guide my son and me, and no shooting star to bless my son and me. You don't know that night. A strong wind blew, and my son and I couldn't see the direction to move forward, nor could we see the deadly reefs on the path ahead." The sailors behind Garcia had been rowing for days and had no energy left to listen to the old man tell stories. They lay down on the spot and fell asleep. There were also some thirsty sailors who took a rabbit and ran to the lake to drink water. "Sir, you just mentioned the rocks." The young ant came over, curious like a child, forever living in curiosity. "Yes, madam, let me continue telling you." The old man put down the firewood in his hands, adjusted his clothes, and continued the story. "Because that night was too dark to see the rocks on the sea surface, our ship ran aground and sank, and my son drowned." The young ant interjected, "So, You later build a lighthouse on this lonely island to guide passing ships, right? The old man, excited and breathless. Didn't he know where to place his feet and trembled as he jumped up. You're absolutely right, this is what I am doing, and I will do it until after I die. Having received the young ant's understanding of his life's work, the old man laughed and cried at the same time. However, Garcia had no intention of staying to hear the rest of the story. The plan was to head to Thebes to retrieve the Golden Fleece, not to play the role of a lonely old man's listener. Guys, wake up quickly, let's get to Thebes, retrieve the Golden Fleece, and then we can sleep, Garcia said, turning around and heading towards the old broken ship. At his feet, the sailors who had fallen asleep snored like thunder. Perseus and Jason kicked the sailors awake. Sir, the young ant said reluctantly as she turned back, please take care, I have to leave. The old man took out a map from his bosom and handed it to the young ant. Years ago, my son and I escaped from Thebes using this map. It has secret passages into the city. If you don't mind, please take it. Thank you, sir. The young ant felt that her time listening to the old man's stories was not in vain. This old man not only wanted to build a lighthouse for travelers, but also gave the young ant an escape map. He truly was a good old man. Please follow the route on the map. It will help you avoid the rocks and shorten your journey. You will reach Thebes in no more than 4 days. Oh, may the gods bless you, young lady. The map was passed to Garcia, made of linen fabric. It had aged over time, and the seams were cracking. Fortunately, the route on the map was marked with stitches, which did not affect its usability. The old and worn-out ship carrying Garcia and his companions sailed away from the deserted island, facing backward to look at the island. The lighthouse was the only guardian of this sea area, tall and majestic, standing at the end of the coast every night, guiding the lost ships. Ding. Past progress. 30. Note, you have urged your aunt to learn the leg skills of the Greenbeard, and there's been significant improvement recently. Reward. Greenbeard's leg skill. Double reward. Garcia, Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 5. Escape experience level 4. Insight experience level 6. Charm experience level 3. Spirit communication experience level 5. What is a significant improvement? This is only 30. While we haven't reached Thebes yet, we can practice for a few more days. Auntie, since you've heard the story, if there's nothing else, Garcia kindly suggests, how about practicing leg skills? This time, I'll join you. I won't practice secretly by myself anymore. Auntie stared blankly at Garcia, her mind brewing something. Are you coming or not? Garcia said, don't complain later that I'm much stronger than you and didn't take you along to improve. Auntie rushed over, hugged Garcia, and said flatteringly, Garcia, are you tired? Let me give you a shoulder massage. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't give me this routine. Garcia could read Annie's tricks perfectly. He couldn't escape them. Annie smiled obsequiously. Didn't you just say on the island that old man's son is Prince Haimon's guard in Thebes? You said Haimon is a loyal and righteous person. So why don't you tell me about Prince Haimon? I'll give you a shoulder massage, okay? No way, Garcia firmly rejected. Twice, Annie held up 2 fingers. 3 times. Garcia left no room for negotiation. Just 2 times, Annie nudged Garcia with her elbow. 4 times, Garcia said, all right. Annie quickly cut her losses. 3 times it is. Annie agrees to your terms. Is that okay? The old broken boat swayed left and right, with a moderate amount of movement. A human head of Garcia is nestled into his aunt's embrace, resting in the groove formed by her short legs. Warm, soft, and with excellent shock absorption. The sound of water flowing beneath the boat is a constant hum. In such tranquility and comfort, his aunt's short hands apply a balanced pressure on his shoulders. With numerous experiences, she quickly finds the acupoints, knowing just how to press to bring Garcia a sense of peaceful comfort. Ahead, a faint mist spreads, adding a touch of mystery to the upcoming story. Prince Haimon of Thebes, listen closely, I will now tell you about this person. Garcia turns over, half of his face pressed against the tender flesh of his aunt's thigh, feeling it softer than his own face. Why do I say that Prince Haimon is loyal and righteous? Because he, for the sake of his fiancée, Antigone, committed suicide to follow her in death. What? Fiancé? Medusa is quite sensitive to that term. Am I not Garcia's fiancé? At this moment, Garcia is telling a story about his fiancée, and I must listen. Medusa casually, pretending to be indifferent, turns her ear towards him. Chapter 98. Lying in Aunt's arms telling stories. Huh, what does that mean? Garcia fell asleep, lying on his aunt's lap with his little short legs. This won't do. His aunt worked hard to massage his shoulders and is just waiting to hear a story. Garcia was sleeping soundly with his mouth shut. Slap. His aunt gave him a hard slap to wake him up. Garcia suddenly jumped up, thinking he'd been slapped awake from a dream. But it wasn't a dream. Little pirate, Are you trying to mess with me? His aunt's right hand was sharpening her palm on her thigh, and she looked very unhappy. In fact, Garcia didn't mean to mess around. If he had to blame someone, it could only be that his aunt was too warm and her short legs were too soft. Good aunt. Garcia laid back down in her embrace, enjoying this nest. Don't hit me so hard. If you kill me, who will tell you stories? Quick, tell me. His aunt's two short hands pounded on Garcia's head, raining down like a shower. Garcia smiled and closed his eyes, narrating smoothly. The Prince Haman of Thebes was engaged to Princess Antigone. So, did Prince Haman marry her sister? Auntie was surprised and couldn't help but interject with a question. Garcia said irritably, listen to me, don't panic. Princess Antigone is the daughter of the previous king. His aunt interrupted again. So, Prince Haman is marrying his aunt? Garcia fell silent, unable to continue. His aunt realized her abruptness and shook Garcia's shoulder, soothing him like a child. Okay, you go ahead, I won't interrupt you. To make a long story short, the Prince of Thebes, Haman, did not marry his sister or aunt. Moreover, they were only betrothed and had not yet wed. The Prince of Thebes, Haman, committed suicide out of grief after the death of his fiancée, Antigone. And Antigone's death was due to her execution by the king of Thebes, Creon, for the crime of treason. Creon ordered Antigone's execution because she had given her brother a proper burial. Antigone's brother opposed Creon's rule, allied with foreign forces, and gathered 6 other friends to besiege Thebes. This event is known as the 7 heroes besieging Thebes. However, the besieging foreign forces were defeated by Creon, and Antigone's brother was severely injured and died in the battle. Those who betray Thebes do not meet a good end. Creon strictly prohibited anyone in Thebes from burying Antigone's brother. Nevertheless, Antigone could not bear to see her brother's body left to rot in the wilderness, so she risked her life to bury him. This act infuriated King Creon, who immediately ordered Antigone's execution. On the morning of Antigone's death, her fiancé, Prince Haman, the son of King Creon, was preparing the wedding banquet by the sea. Their wedding was set for the following day. It was precisely because the wedding was approaching that Antigone wanted to bury her brother's body before becoming a wife. Unexpectedly, King Creon, ignoring the opposition of others, resolutely killed Antigone, who was about to become his daughter-in-law. That afternoon, while Prince Haman was trimming the wedding decorations, he heard the news of Antigone's execution. He donned his armor, mounted his horse, took up his spear, and charged into King Creon's palace. However, Creon was already prepared, and Prince Haman's guards were intercepted and killed at the palace entrance, with none escaping. My son, you should not forget, I am the king of Thebes, King Creon said, putting a knife to Prince Haman's neck. No, Prince Haman replied, you are not. You occupy Thebes, but no one is unaware that Thebes is not yours. King Creon could not accept his son openly defying him, and ordered that Prince Haman be imprisoned for reflection. No need for that. I can die myself to show the world that Thebes is not yours, Creon. You're just a thief. Prince Haman straightened his neck and died under King Creon's blade. Before he breathed his last, he left a message. Dear Princess Antigone, your fiancé has come for you. Talp talp. As Garcia spoke, a light rain began to fall from the sky, each drop landing on his face. Never mind, it wasn't heavy rain. Wait, why was this rain salty? No, this wasn't rain, it was his aunt crying. Silly aunt was moved to tears by Prince Haman's infatuation, shedding sorrowful tears. Come on, isn't that a bit cheap? This can move someone to tears. His aunt clenched her small fist tightly under her sleeve and said indignantly, it's all Antigone's brother's fault. If he hadn't betrayed the country and besieged Thebes, Antigone wouldn't have had to collect his body, and he wouldn't have been executed by the king. But actually, it shouldn't be viewed that way. Garcia said that Antigone's brother wanted to besiege Thebes because Creon had usurped the throne of Thebes. Thebes originally belonged to Antigone's family, which is why I said Antigone is a princess, the former princess. Oh, little pirate, I think you're starting to brush me off again. The story Garcia was telling was a bit too complex, and his aunt couldn't follow the logic for a moment. So she began to suspect that Garcia was making it up. Have you heard of Oedipus? Garcia asked. He is Princess Antigone's father and the former king of Thebes. His aunt searched her mind seriously, but found no memory of Oedipus at all. She shook her head and said, little pirate, what does this have to do with Oedipus? Forget it, let's not talk about it. It was almost dawn, and Garcia got up from his aunt's arms, stretched, and looked into the distance. I know, Jason suddenly said. Garcia, the Oedipus you mentioned, the former king of Thebes, he is my brother and also the adopted son of King Polybus of Corinth. Huh, Garcia tells stories, only to deceive his aunt into giving him a massage. You, Jason, should stop being so greedy. García. Medusa didn't miss a word, quietly listening the whole time. Anyway, it's not dawn yet, so why don't you tell us about Oedipus again? The silly ant's curiosity is a childish inquisitiveness similar to that of a mischievous child, while Medusa's thirst for knowledge is a purposeful desire to pry into the affairs of the outside world. She is a snake, having lived her whole life in the dark waters of the snake tribe's palace, completely unaware of the events happening in the human world. Friends, I think we should continue our journey. García said, once we find the Golden Fleece. I won't refuse to tell you any stories you want to hear for 3 days and nights. Telling too many stories isn't good. What use is there in more emotions? Other stories are ones we've already missed. We can't participate anymore. You people are just thinking about listening to stories. Learn from our navigator Theseus. He's either replacing the rowers or using the sewn map given by the old man of the island to help the rowers plan the route. Friends, let's get our spirits up. Theseus, standing at the bow of the ship, issued a warning. We have already entered the territory of Thebes. The ant, whose legs had gone numb from sitting, stood up and looked around, but all she could see was layers of thick morning fog. She couldn't see anything. Does dawn come so late in Thebes? It's nothing but fog all the way. García arrived at the bow of the ship and looked at the map with Theseus. Indeed, according to the map, this group of outsiders was currently in an inland bay outside the city of Thebes. Ahead, there would be an inner river, which was the drainage river of the city. As long as they followed this river, they could reach the city of Thebes directly. The fog is too thick, García said. Let's take it slow. Theseus disagreed. As you said, we should take advantage of the morning fog and quickly sneak into Thebes. Thus an old, dilapidated ship carrying about 20 people silently entered the drainage river, heading straight for Thebes. Come on, follow my lead. Theseus instructed everyone to sit collectively at the bow of the ship, which would tilt downwards, and the flowing water would push the ship forward with a reactive force. This tactic proved effective. Before long, the old ship reached the end of the inner river, which was also the drainage outlet at the base of the city wall. Everyone abandoned the ship, got on land, and leaned against the riverbank, searching for a way to enter the city. However, after searching all possible entrances along the city wall repeatedly, none were suitable for entering the city. Let's stop looking, Greenbeard said, his beard wet. We've come this far. Why sneak around looking for a passage? Let's just walk into the front door. If anyone dares to stop us, I'll kill them. Father García advised. Last time we stole the Golden Fleece, we lost most of our companions in Colchis. This time, we cannot afford to lose anyone again. Greenbeard widened his eyes. Who said anyone has to die? Didn't you learn how to use your legs? You shouldn't say that. García has learned the invincible leg skills of the Greenbeard and cannot die. But what about those ordinary sailors? Of course, this is just García worrying for nothing. He has only learned a little, which is completely insufficient. When the time comes to fight the enemy in Thebes, the first to shout for help will definitely not be the sailors, but García himself. Just imagine, these sailors who have followed him all the way have escaped death many times. García, who has always been protected, cannot compare at all. García took the map from Theseus and carefully examined the route into the city once again. It was marked that one should enter the inland river from the sea and then proceed into the city. Having reached this point confirmed that the route was correct. However, the end of the inland river was a city wall, which could not be penetrated. It couldn't possibly mean climbing over the wall, right? That would be too dangerous. Such a precise escape map could not possibly include a route for climbing over walls. There must be a secret passage, but García just had not discovered it yet. He activated his insight skill, continuously zooming in on the blurred markings on the map. Finally, at the bottom of the worn-out fine line, there was an imprint of a gap. Comparing the map to the drainage outlet at this location, this gap was on the inner side of the drainage outlet. García leaned close to the drainage outlet, closed his eyes, and used his insight skill to explore. He could vaguely see that there was an opening underwater. But that was the drainage outlet. How could there be a passage into the city? Let me take a look. Medusa knew García's thoughts. He kept looking at the drainage outlet. Perhaps something lay beneath. Chapter 99. The naked concubine on the quilt Medusa transformed into a white snake and slithered along the base of the wall into the river. She arrived at the drainage outlet at the base of the city wall and discovered there were two openings. One was discharging water, the other was not. Clearly, this was a fake drainage outlet, actually designed as a secret escape route. Such a clever design could only be conceived by the elder of the island. The elder was a palace craftsman during the time of Oedipus, responsible for the construction of the city's water management facilities. Back when Oedipus was still the king of Thebes. Amidst internal and external troubles, he dug numerous similar escape routes. Unlike ordinary escape routes, the elder's passages were perfectly integrated with the drainage system he planned. Thanks to the cover of water, they were difficult to detect. Thus, he and his son were able to escape during King Creon's purge. The others followed Medusa and entered the secret passage beside the drainage outlet one by one, successfully avoiding the obstruction of the city wall and heading towards the city of Thebes. Inside the passage, there was not a glimmer of light. The snake woman Medusa had excellent insight skills and led the way at the front. The people behind could only hear the sound of footsteps and move forward in the dark. Silly Ant was not silly. She closely followed García. For some reason, she found that sticking with García felt much steadier. García was straightforward. He had triggered his insight skill, and the dark passage lit up like an oil lamp, incredibly bright. However, the passage was too narrow and dug too low, forcing the group of outsiders to crouch as they moved through. His aunt benefited from this, as she didn't have to struggle too much walking inside. After all, she was short. The group walked for a long distance and finally arrived at a stone staircase. Although it wasn't marked on the map, it seemed that this was the staircase leading up to the surface. They stopped. García missed the sailors in the passage and walked ahead to Medusa. Medusa wanted to go up first to take a look, saying, "You don't need to come. I'll go up first." No, García had a bit of selfishness. He couldn't let Medusa take risks. Earlier, when they couldn't find the entrance, García had asked Medusa to explore the river, as there wouldn't be anyone underwater. But now, climbing up from this dark passage would directly lead them to the royal palace's sleeping quarters, which posed a certain risk. García walked up the stone steps, carrying a heavy object on his head. He activated his insight skill and saw the sleeping chamber on the ground. There were signs of life, but no movement. Perhaps these people were still asleep. García inhaled, distinguishing the scents of different humans through his sense of smell, trying to determine how many people were above. I also smelled it. There wouldn't be more than 5 people. Now, there was only a lid separating the secret passage from King Creon's bed, and Medusa detected a strong human scent. García propped up the hard object covering the secret passage with both hands and went up first. "Come on, keep up." He was the first to climb out, feeling a smooth and delicate touch in his hands. The ground was covered with marble tiles, and it was warm because there was a heating stove burning in the center of the chamber. To the north of the chamber was King Creon's crystal throne, which shone with strands of splendid light under the flickering glow of the stove. In the corner of the room stood an ancient hardwood table, piled high with thick scrolls and the king's drunken wine cup. García walked over, lifted his leg onto the table, and sat down to observe his surroundings. The 20 or so people in the secret passage all came out. Jason sealed the exit of the passage and restored it to its original state. Greenbeard stepped forward, heading towards the crystal throne. Behind him, Theseus drew his bow and aimed at the crystal throne. On the throne, a blanket was bulging, covering 1 man and 4 women. Medusa was right. There were indeed 5 people. King Creon of Thebes and his 4 concubines. The blanket was embroidered with a naked maidservant serving a man wearing a crown. Who knows how many times these men and women pressed down on this blanket last night? How many stormy nights has the blanket endured with them? Greenbeard looked at the naked woman on the blanket and felt inexplicably angry. What kind of day is this? Why is this allowed? Hey, it's time to get up and greet the guests. Greenbeard slapped the machete he held onto the crystal throne, making a sizzling sound. Who are you? A concubine woke up from the blanket, frightened and disoriented. Greenbeard stepped closer, assessing that the woman was quite pretty. Whoosh! Greenbeard felt a chill by his ear as an arrow flew through and pierced the concubine's neck. Blood stained the naked woman on the blanket. Greenbeard couldn't say whether the naked woman on the blanket was more beautiful or the concubine who had just been shot dead. This arrow was shot by Theseus. He saw the concubine grab a hairpin in her hand, about to stab Greenbeard. The hairpin was no match for the arrow. She was dead. King Creon and the other 3 concubines were still sound asleep, completely unaware that someone had died. Were they so exhausted from last night? The more Greenbeard thought about it, the angrier he became. He waved the machete in his hand, lifting the blanket off the bed. Only King Creon was wearing half of his underpants, while the other 3 concubines were completely naked. What? How do they resemble the naked woman on the blanket so much? Greenbeard moved closer, wanting to take a better look. The naked concubine saw the dead person on the bed, still not fully dead, with the arrow in her throat bubbling and oozing blood. King Creon opened his sleepy eyes, seeing Greenbeard and the group of weary outsiders behind him. Suddenly, King Creon jumped up, shocked into silence. He had arranged heavy guards outside. How did these people get in? Did they kill my guards? King Creon looked again at the half-dead concubine on the bed, witnessing the methods of this group. Whatever you need, please state it. I will definitely fulfill your request. Jason and Garcia exchanged glances, then he walked over and directly asked, "The Golden Fleece handed over." King Creon kept slapping his large forehead. "Oh, sir, I don't know what you're talking about, but please don't be impulsive. Let me think about it. I'm sure I can remember." "Don't think." Jason pulled out the sheepskin contract he obtained from an old servant in Corinth from a cloth pouch at his waist and threw it on the bed. "Look at this contract. It won't lie." King Creon picked up the sheepskin contract, focused on reading it, his mouth twisted as he cursed, "That beast Dayan. It was all his doing. This has nothing to do with me. Please don't misunderstand. Dayan is already dead. We did it." Garcia jumped down from the table. "We're going to kill you now if you cannot return the Golden Fleece to us." You're Jason?" King Creon looked at Garcia, his hand moving to the side. The naked concubine, receiving King Creon's signal, pulled a dagger from under her pillow. Whoosh! Another arrow. The dagger in the concubine's hand hadn't even reached King Creon before she was shot through the throat by Theseus. King Creon felt a chill run down his spine as he turned to look at the bough beside Garcia, only then realizing Theseus's presence. "Who I am is not important," Garcia said nonchalantly. "I only want the Golden Fleece, or else you die." Chapter 100. The King Who Loves to Make Deals. Rationally analyzing, King Creon had killed his daughter-in-law, lost his son, and his original queen. Despite this, he was still living comfortably, even plotting to unite with Dayan to exploit Corinth. He didn't dare to gamble that he was afraid of death. At least, he didn't want to die yet. Now, only killing him could force a compromise. Even though he had 1,000 soldiers outside, Theseus' arrow had already made him aware of how close he was to death, and he wouldn't be able to get off this crystal throne. Garcia looked outside the palace, where layers of guards surrounded the entrance, both at the main gate and the small door, all on high alert. The city of Tybai was a major power, not as easy to deal with as the kingdom of Colchis. Moreover, in Colchis, Garcia had the assistance of the ironclad dragon spirit. But now, let alone the ironclad dragon spirit, more than half of the sailors on the Argo were dead, leaving only about 20 plus a human-rabbit hybrid. Garcia did not dare to take risks lightly. He activated his negotiation skill and glared sideways at King Creon, saying, "We can make a deal, just like the one you made with the kingdom of Elchas." "What?" King Creon exclaimed in shock, his twisted lips letting out a faint sigh. "How'd he know?" King Creon's deal with the kingdom of Elchas was unknown to Dawn. This group of outsiders had obtained from Dawn the contract that exempted the kingdom of Corinth from taxes, but they could not have learned about Creon's deal with Elchas from Dawn. Garcia said hastily, "I know you're surprised. You're surprised by our appearance. You're also surprised that we know about your dealings with the kingdom of Elchas." King Creon was caught off guard this time, realizing that he could not defend against this group of foreigners at all. He slumped down entirely, sitting on the crystal throne. Creon liked to make deals, having made 2 transactions with Dawn alone. Therefore, it was not difficult for Garcia to deduce that he would also have made a deal with the kingdom of Elchas regarding the Golden Fleece. At that time, Garcia had just learned that Dawn from the kingdom of Corinth had stolen the Golden Fleece to deliver it to King Creon of Thebes, in order to exempt the kingdom of Corinth from taxes and interest. From this, Garcia made 2 inferences. First, Creon was interested in the resurrection power of the Golden Fleece. Second, if Creon could lay claim to the kingdom of Corinth, he would also be interested in the kingdom of Elchas and might have reached some kind of agreement with it. Now it seemed that both inferences were correct. King Creon wanted both the Golden Fleece and to do business with the kingdom of Elchas. Indeed, King Creon inhaled sharply and spoke heavily. "I made a deal with the kingdom of Elchas, stealing the Golden Fleece from Jason." For this group of foreigners, this was the latest news. But they did not come to see King Creon, nor did they expect him to reveal any astonishing conspiracy. On the contrary, they focused their attention on Garcia. "How did you know? How do you know that King Creon of Thebes has dealings with the kingdom of Elchas? Did you guess?" Garcia felt a bit unnatural, raising his hand to scratch his head. He blocked his eyes with his arm and stole a glance, discovering 3 pairs of women's eyes fixed intently on him. The snake woman Medusa, the princess Medea, and the silly ant, all of whom harbored no malice and admired Garcia even more than the last. Thus, Garcia avoided everyone's gaze and walked toward King Creon, calling out to him to show at least a modicum of respect. "Your Majesty, out of respect for your honesty, we are willing to hear you explain the facts." King Creon took a robe from the head of the bed and draped it over himself. He sighed and began his narrative. 6 months ago, Jason summoned friends from all over to build the Argo, which set out grandly from the kingdom of A to Colchis to steal the Golden Fleece. After Jason left, The king of AA did not remain idle. He sent envoys to Thebes and proactively proposed a deal. Knowing that the king of Thebes, Creon, enjoyed business, the envoy suggested that if Creon ambushed Jason along the way, he could obtain the Golden Fleece. Creon agreed, but added a condition that AEA would pay taxes to Thebes every year. Previously, in collaboration with Dawn from the Kingdom of Corinth, Creon had also sought taxes. He understood that having cities and people was not as profitable as directly receiving taxes. However, the envoy firmly opposed, saying, "Your Majesty, you have occupied Thebes, which does not belong to you. My king has occupied, which does not belong to him. You are the same. Today, my king sends me to negotiate this transaction with you. How can you ask for more?" "Oh, poor envoy, I am not asking for more. I am taking advantage of crisis," Creon explained further. "You're absolutely right. Both the kings of Thebes and AEA are thieves, and our thrones were both seized. However, I have driven my son to death and killed the previous king's son, so no one will dare contest my throne again. But your king of AEA? He cannot kill the previous king's son, Jason. Once Jason returns with the Golden Fleece, he will have to abdicate." The envoy's face turned pale with anger, but had no choice but to cooperate with Creon's demands. Then Creon had it easy. He took on the trade demands from AEA, and Jason would be ambushed on his way back. Dawn from Corinth wanted to kill Jason, and he had a tax deal with Creon. Perfectly, Creon would use Dawn's hand to seize the Golden Fleece without having to act himself. As a middleman, he would connect both parties' needs and finalize the deal. Upon hearing this, Jason's fury boiled over. "Creon, you truly are a clever merchant. I am Jason, see my face clearly." "Prince Jason, please forgive my cowardice," Creon said humbly. "You dare to steal the Golden Fleece. You are a hero. How could I dare to kill you?" "Before Dawn set out to seize your Golden Fleece, I gave strict orders to only take the fleece and not to harm you. If he dares to disobey my orders and kill you, I will kill his entire family." Creon was not lying. Jason was captured by Dawn during the Purple Storm, but later escaped along the way, as Dawn had deliberately let him go. Why let Jason go after agreeing to ambush him for AEA? Because by not killing Jason, Creon had already obtained the Golden Fleece. Letting Jason go meant he could no longer receive the agreed-upon taxes from AEA. However, the greater benefit was that if Jason returned home without the Golden Fleece, he would not be able to ascend the throne smoothly, and AEA would inevitably fall into a bloody struggle for the kingship. At that time, Creon could send troops to AEA to clean up the aftermath. Gaining a kingdom for free and expanding his own power was not a bad thing at all. García looked at Creon and smiled knowingly. Earlier, he thought that the king of Colchis, Eats, was a cunning old fox who toyed with his son, daughter, and a group of foreigners. Now, looking at the king of Thebes, Creon, this guy seemed even more cunning and slippery. While Eats played within the realm of Colchis, Creon was playing a bigger game involving multiple kingdoms, all concerning the survival of royal families. Clearly, this was not just a matter of love for play. It was a calculated game. Generally speaking, people who know how to play are good collaborators. Therefore, García said, "King Creon, you could trade with us. According to the tax benefits promised to you by the previous envoy of Ialcas." Creon got out of bed and hurriedly took a contract from a drawer, handing it to Jason. "This is the trading contract I signed with the envoy of Ialcas. Please take a look." Jason pointed at the terms of the contract. Reading line by line, his jaw clenched and veins bulging on his forehead. "I say, Creon, you really are greedy to ask for so much." The captain, García, leaned closer to Jason and whispered, "Let's take the Golden Fleece and leave first. We can discuss this later." Jason threw the contract back at Creon and shouted firmly, "All right, this contract is still valid. Hand over my Golden Fleece." Creon was momentarily stunned, seeing García and Jason huddled together, unsure of what they were discussing. He walked barefoot to the south side of the chamber, pressed several switches on a carved pillar, revealing a compartment from which he took out a tuft of Golden Fleece that shimmered with a golden glow. Jason rushed up and snatched the Golden Fleece, about to put it into the cloth pouch at his waist. "Wait," García said, "we don't know if it's genuine yet." Chapter 101, The Citadel of Thebes. Everyone present became alert, not knowing if García had noticed something unusual. "Before we leave, why not help our king Creon with a favor?" García said with the Golden Fleece. "Help him revive those 2 concubines on the ship." Indeed, 2 naked concubines had died on the crystal bed, both shot dead by Theseus. Greenbeard felt he could work a little harder for this task. "I'll do it," he said, as he had already walked over to take the Golden Fleece from Jason to revive the naked concubines. García's mother appeared just in time, grabbing the green-bearded man's ear and twisting hard. The cartilage in his ear crunched at her grip, making a cracking sound. Greenbeard, I still don't know what you want to do. Garcia's mother snatched the golden fleece from the green-bearded man, intending to revive the two naked concubines herself. King Creon noticed Garcia's suspicion and shrugged, saying, "Please believe me, what I give you is indeed the golden fleece. There's no deception." Indeed, this was genuine golden fleece. And the two deceased concubines gradually began to awaken. Theseus was not particularly interested in watching. He simply jumped onto the Crystal King's bed and pulled out his arrow from the throat of one naked concubine. While pulling out the arrow, Theseus stole a glance. Just one glance, and the beauties on the bed were fully revealed. "My queen, this is a woman chosen by the whole country, one of the few in Thebes." He wondered what she must have eaten as a child to grow up like this. Her waist was as slim as a willow. What a beautiful curve. The blood trickling from the concubine's mouth, caused by the arrow, was red and alluring, resembling a flower blooming vibrantly in the snowstorm. As Theseus looked at these beautiful bodies, he thought of Medea's face. Damn, this is not the time. Theseus swallowed hard, reinserted the two arrows forcefully into the quiver on his back. King Creon glared at Theseus. It wasn't that he disliked Theseus enjoying the view, but he was wary of Theseus' arrows. "All right, gentlemen." García called to the sailors who were sleeping soundly on the marble slab. "The golden fleece has been found. Let us set off again." This group of foreigners no longer took the dark paths. They forced King Creon to walk out through the main entrance of the palace. This time, they not only wanted to walk out the front door in a dignified manner, but they also wanted to borrow a ship from Thebes to return to Elchas in style. As they made their way out, King Creon noticed that all his guards were unharmed, and there were no signs of a struggle on the ground. He was greatly shocked. How did these foreigners manage to do this? Entering the king's palace without a single soldier raised? This was too incredible. Could it be that they received assistance from the gods? Creon dared not think too much. Overthinking would only give others more confidence. But one thing he reminded himself of was that such a forceful power could be appeased. One day, it might be used for his own benefit. As long as a deal was designed, anything could happen. This group of foreigners exited the palace and walked through Thebes. Thebes, named for its exquisite dwelling, was an ancient citadel, built on a fertile, oval-shaped highland at the foot of a mountain. The soil was rich and irrigation convenient, and it never suffered flooding in the rainy oceanic climate. Surrounded by mountains, it resembled a large basin. Walking along the streets of this ancient and solemn citadel, one could see large clay tablets engraved with strange characters everywhere. These were linear scripts unique to Thebes. As Creon's trade expanded, more and more city-states began to accept this new type of script. Passing through the central square of Thebes, one could see a temple to the gods towering above the square, topped with bronze tiles. One needed to stand far enough away to see the statue at the top of the temple. That was Apollo, the god of light, the guardian deity of Thebes. Every evening, the bell tower of the temple would ring out melodious chimes, and the people who had labored all day in the citadel would pray with the sound of the bells, hoping for a better tomorrow. "Hey, little pirate, look at that." The ant nudged Garcia, signaling him to look at a fountain shooting high into the air in front of the temple. Under the sun, water columns sprayed droplets that formed a colorful net in the air. When the wind blew, the droplets would fall onto the faces of passers-by, feeling quite refreshing. "Look quickly. What is that?" The ant walked hurriedly and stepped on Garcia's foot. "What is that?" "People? Men, 2 of them." This group of foreigners had never seen such a rare sight and couldn't help but stop and gaze at the scene unfolding by the roadside. Are those 2 kissing? Thebes not only pioneered writing, but was also the first citadel in all of Greece to establish a holy army. What is a holy army? The law encourages male friendships and the formation of marriages, funded by the royal family to support their learning in writing, music, wrestling, and archery. In peacetime, they work together. Once war breaks out, they both go to battle. This is the legendary Holy Army, a remarkably powerful force. Creon saw the indescribable emotions in the eyes of these foreigners and said, "Please do not envy them. My kingdom encourages people to freely form families. Each of you can enjoy such rights if you wish to stay in Thebes." The sailors felt their scalps tingling and dared not look any further, each hastening to leave. Upon reaching the citadel's gate, Princess Glauce had already prepared a carriage to take everyone to Thebes seaport. Princess Glauce specifically arranged this. She was riding with Jason. There were countless legal and loving men in Thebes. Princess Glauce wanted to find a partner, but could never find anyone satisfactory. She had heard that Jason had stolen the Golden Fleece and was a hero of great renown. Seeing him today, he was indeed extraordinary. As Jason got out of the carriage, he turned his head and found Princess Glauce looking at him too. Their eyes met and quickly averted. Just that one glance seemed magical, igniting a spark that Jason had suppressed for a long time. However, his mind was not on this. He needed to return home quickly with the Golden Fleece to ascend to the throne. "Thank you, princess. Will we meet again?" Jason did not answer, jumping down from the carriage and squeezing in with the sailors. The atmosphere in Thebes was grand. King Creon arranged a large ship, a warship. This warship arched high, resembling a roaring tiger. The stern curved slightly upward, like a muscular wild horse tumbling on the sea. The warship was adorned with colorful flags, some of which bore incomprehensible Theban characters fluttering in the wind. On the deck, a row of sailors stood in formation, waiting for King Creon to give the order to set sail. Theseus entered the ship's cabin, searching inside and out, and found no ambush. "I fulfilled all your wishes." King Creon said, "It's time to let me go back." No, Theseus wanted to take the opportunity to kill Creon, looking across all of Greece. Athens' rival was nearby in Sparta and far away in Thebes. Currently, Athens and Sparta had formed an alliance, with close dealings with each other and attacking further afield. As the Prince of Athens, if Theseus could eliminate the king of Thebes, Creon, it would be a great accomplishment. Creon, fearing for his life, quickly pressed close to Jason, hiding behind him to avoid letting Theseus take him down with an arrow. Chapter 102, The Sphinx. Prince of Athens, García walked beside Theseus. "I know you want to do something great for your kingdom." García spoke bluntly, exposing Theseus's intentions. Theseus was a passionate, patriotic warrior who, half a year ago, called upon his fellow sailors to join Jason's crew and venture to Colchis to earn rewards for the city-state of Athens. Now, by wanting to kill Creon, which would leave Thebes without leadership, he was also creating an opportunity for Athens to eventually annex Thebes. "You shouldn't be so impatient," García said, patting Theseus on the shoulder. "If you kill Creon now, will the holy army of Thebes let us leave alive?" Theseus was thinking long-term and was already laying the groundwork for Athens' future. However, he had not considered the present. García's words made him realize that Creon was not someone who had to be killed immediately. Yet, watching Creon escape from under his arrow made Theseus's eyes bloodshot with rage. He took an arrow from the quiver on his back, drew his dagger, and struck down a sailor. That sailor was one of the original crew members of the warship, a person from Thebes. Jason resurrected that sailor with the Golden Fleece, driving all the Theban crew members overboard and replacing them with a dozen sailors from their own ranks to row the ship. These sailors were not their own people, and Jason was not at all comfortable leaving them on the warship. García no longer needed to row as the five of them walked into the cabin. A wave of food aromas filled the air, warm and inviting. The charcoal in the fire pit crackled, and various types of ingredients were laid out on the grill. A whole leg of lamb, coated with a thick layer of sauce, was roasting over the fire, the meat sizzling and bursting. García's taste buds were instantly filled. He wanted to eat a leg of lamb. He picked up a leg of lamb and bit into it, tearing it apart with his mouth. It was delicious and hot on his tongue. "Little pirate, how dare you eat someone else's food?" His aunt wanted to eat, but didn't dare, fearing it might be poisoned. "I'm afraid," García said, being insincere as he continued to eat while blowing on the meat. Greenbeard was hungry too, so he grabbed a leg of lamb and took a big bite, exposing the bone. His mouth was truly large, and his teeth were really strong. Moreover, the old pirate Greenbeard had very thick lips, unlike García, who would get burned. After finishing one, García went to grab another, making his aunt anxious. It wasn't that he was afraid of poison, but rather that it didn't matter even if there was poison, because Jason had the Golden Fleece with him. Outside the cabin, Jason gazed at the gradually receding city of Thebes. On the hill in the northwest of the city, a setting sun dyed the entire sky red. The distant sound of bells came from within Thebes. It was time for prayer again. Thebes, now the harem of Creon, but in the past, it was the citadel of my brother Oedipus. Jason's gaze no longer clearly saw the temple of Apollo that the bell sound came from, only the crumbling earthen walls along the way. Once upon a time, these earthen walls were the homes where people lived and worked happily. Later, war broke out, and Antigone's brother allied with 6 foreigners to attack Thebes to overthrow Creon's rule. The 7 heroes besieged Thebes, and among them, 6, including Antigone's brother, were defeated and died. They failed to breach Thebes, but brought catastrophic disasters to the rural tribes affiliated with the city. At the foot of the earthen walls along the coast, scattered broken tiles and corpses lay, along with blackened marks from burning flames, all painful memories left by the war. Jason reached into the cloth pouch at his waist to confirm the presence of the Golden Fleece. He couldn't afford to lose it again, even if he died. Wait, what did he touch? It wasn't the texture of wool. Could it be that the Golden Fleece was switched? Jason's palms began to sweat, and his heart raced to his throat. He directly yanked the cloth pouch from his waist and opened it with both hands. The Golden Fleece was still there, but there was an additional rolled-up parchment inside. Jason's tense lungs deflated, and he slumped onto the deck, unfolding the letter to read. Jason, I have prepared food and fine wine for you on the ship. I wish you a smooth journey. Believe me, we will meet again. Meet again? That phrase sounded familiar. That's right. Earlier in the carriage, Princess Glossy had asked Jason if they would meet again. So, this letter was placed there by her. Princess Glossy was able to put the letter into Jason's cloth pouch without him noticing. She should also have the ability to steal the Golden Fleece from the pouch. Fortunately, she did not do so. Jason rolled up the letter in his hand, feeling a bit more favorably towards Princess Glossy. The sky gradually darkened, and Jason, standing at the bow of the ship, felt a bit cold and a little hungry. He remembered the contents of the letter. Princess Glossy had prepared food and wine for him inside the cabin. Great, let's go in and enjoy. Jason walked into the cabin, and the letter was indeed correct. But the roasted leg of lamb, buttered bread, and fresh fruits were already being eaten by others and were nearly gone. Captain, you're just in time. Pelias, drunk, thought of pouring Jason some wine, but couldn't get up. Medea saved a piece of bread for Jason and asked, "What do you have in your hand?" "Something I picked up on the way. I don't even know what it says." Jason first threw the letter written by Princess Glossy into the brazier to burn it to ashes, then took the bread from Medea and ate. In the second half of the night, the sailors who were rowing outside returned to the cabin to warm themselves by the fire and could still eat some leftovers. "Where's the rabbit?" The hungry sailors went up and down looking for that rabbit. The leg of lamb was gone, and there wasn't enough bread. Fortunately, they could cut up the rabbit meat to roast and eat. How fresh! Garcia raised his glass, the fragrant wine gliding over his tongue, flowing down his throat. With just this sip, he had to close his eyes and savor it. His alcohol tolerance was already low, and lying on his aunt's lap made him even more drowsy. It could be declared as bedtime. The night breeze blew over from the sea, making everyone huddle closer to the fire pit. The sailors had a large appetite. After cutting off the hind legs of the rabbit, they went on to cut the front legs as well. All the muscles on the limbs were stripped away, and with the new meat not having grown back yet, some couldn't wait and directly cut off 2 long rabbit ears to throw into the fire pit to roast. Garcia was intoxicated by the aroma of barbecue, lost in the essence of wine. A little pirate, and he couldn't sleep and wanted to hear his story again. "Last time, you said that once we retrieved the Golden Fleece from Thebes, you would tell a story. But Garcia never snores when he sleeps. And now this sound could only prove that he was pretending to be asleep. Auntie is not easily fooled. She slapped Garcia on the face, but this time, she didn't hit hard, because Annie was also a bit tipsy, feeling a little lightheaded, lacking strength. "Can't kill you, but I won't let you pretend to be asleep. Spare me." Annie, Garcia buried his head in her arms. As long as she didn't hit his face, anywhere else was fine. "Let's not talk about it. I forgot where we left off last time. Last time we talked about Oedipus." Medusa said, "I remember." "You remember? Do you want to tell it?" Garcia lifted his head and glanced at Medusa with a hint of defiance. Yes, it was about Oedipus. His aunt wanted to push Garcia away from her embrace. Either tell a story or stop sleeping in her arms. No matter how bitter or difficult it was, Garcia couldn't leave his aunt's embrace. Otherwise, how would he get through this long night? He lay back in his aunt's arms, grabbing her small hands and exploring them on his shoulders. This indicated that the shoulder massage service could begin. It wasn't the first time, and his aunt was very in sync with him. Fueled by the alcohol, she massaged his shoulders more comfortably than ever before. Garcia stretched his legs and relaxed his muscles, immersed in that mythological past. Well, let's start with Oedipus. Oedipus. He was also the adopted son of King Polybus and Queen Merope of Corinth. Thus, Jason referred to Oedipus as his elder brother. However, there was at least a generation gap between the two. When Oedipus was adopted in Corinth, Jason had not yet been born. Although the king and queen of Corinth could not bear children, they had eaten the meat of a sterilizing divine rabbit, which granted them longevity, allowing them to raise many adopted sons. With so many adopted sons, there were all kinds of people. For example, Daon was a traitorous scoundrel. On the other hand, Oedipus could be considered a great hero. When Thebes was plagued by the man-faced, lion-bodied Sphinx, and everyone was in fear for their lives, Oedipus stepped forward, defeated the Sphinx, and saved Thebes, being elected as the new king. Garcia summarized briefly. As the effects of the wine hit him, he indeed began to feel sleepy. What did the man faced? Lion-bodied sphinx look like? His aunt wanted to hear the process. Garcia couldn't just give a conclusion without context. Little pirate, you haven't even told how Oedipus killed that sphinx. I've never seen that sphinx. How would I know what she looked like? Garcia was at a loss for words. And also, the sphinx was not killed by Oedipus. She died of shame herself. Huh? Died of shame herself? Is that even possible? Are you kidding? Is Garcia stalling me again? My aunt's little fist is already clenched tight. And just as she's about to swing down, Garcia grabs it firmly. We're so familiar with this now. How can I get hit again? Garcia added, listen. That sphinx with a human face and a lion's body sits every day at the gate of Thebes, questioning passing travelers with riddles. If anyone answers incorrectly, their whole family will be eaten by it. What riddle? Aunt asked. Garcia continued, the riddle is what animal walks on 4 legs in the morning, on 2 legs at noon, and on 3 legs in the evening? What are you talking about? Annie was confused, and it had nothing to do with being drunk. Garcia repeated it, and of course, his aunt couldn't answer. When a person is young, they can't walk and crawl using both hands and feet. In adulthood, they can stand and walk on 2 feet. In old age, they need a cane to walk with 3 legs. Garcia announced the answer. Oedipus solved the riddle of the Sphinx, and the creature he referred to was man. So, his aunt listened. But it was as if she hadn't heard anything. She didn't understand. Garcia slapped his aunt's thigh, and as a result, the female demon felt so ashamed that she committed suicide. Can someone be so ashamed that they would take their own life? Then how can she still be considered a female demon? Aunt doesn't recognize the logic of this story at all. It just doesn't make sense. No way, little pirate. Aunt pinched the flesh on both sides of Garcia's face and said, if you still want to lie in my arms and sleep, you better tell it properly. Tell again. What? It's not like I made up the story. What can I do? Garcia buried his face deeply in his aunt's arms, with nothing left to say. Chapter 103, Lying in Medusa's Embrace. Garcia is just a player from the future, knowing only one version of a story, that's all. And he refuses to believe it no matter what. What can be done? It's not like he can rearrange a new story overnight, explaining it according to Annie's preferred logic, right? With the talent of player Garcia, it's not impossible. But it's too late tonight. He has full and has had a bit to drink. Sleeping is the important thing. Tell stories? Forget it. Fortunately, Annie has calmed down and is no longer complaining to Garcia. The sailors have also had enough of rabbit meat, each downing half a bottle of wine. Overwhelmed by fatigue, they feel it's enough. The cabin is quiet. Only the sound of charcoal sizzling in the brazier can be heard. Bang! A head falls onto the deck, shaking the charcoal in the brazier and sending sparks flying. The sound is too loud, causing Garcia's ears to hurt. Why? Because it's his own head. And he shakes the 2 short legs that Garcia uses as a pillow, knocking off one of his heads onto the deck beside him. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Garcia enjoys the service of being in his aunt's arms, but she won't let him just listen to stories. His aunt wants to impart a simple truth to Garcia. There are no free rides without hard work. In stories, there might be such things, but in his aunt's embrace, they're not allowed. Although Garcia made quite a noise, no one paid attention. Everyone else was asleep. The ship's deck was heated by the fire pot, making it somewhat hot on his face. Garcia forced himself to get up, wanting to turn his face over. However, he was dazed, his consciousness was blurry, more numb than being drunk. He managed to turn his face halfway, but failed. Instead, he simply buried his head and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he had been asleep. When he woke up again, he was still in the cabin, right by the fire pot. But he caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance. This fragrance had nothing to do with roasted meat or wine. It was a faint scent that occasionally mingled with the sea breeze. Garcia slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying within a silver-white lace gown. Surprised, he looked up, but the high, rounded breasts blocked his view, making it impossible to see the person's face. In fact, there was no need to see the face. With just this long gown and the prominent peaks on Garcia's face, he already had someone in mind. Yes, at this moment, Garcia was lying in the embrace of the snake-haired Medusa. Although he wasn't entirely sure, Garcia judged that Medusa seemed unaware that he had awakened. In such a situation, Garcia often pretended to still be asleep and lay back down. No matter how big the issue was, it could wait until dawn. Garcia should be grateful for his sensitive scalp, as he can feel the difference between his aunt and Medusa just by the scalp that comes into contact with Medusa through a long skirt. His aunt's legs are softer and more tender, making it comfortable to sleep next to her. However, there is room for improvement as she has 2 short legs. And sometimes Garcia's head gets stuck in the groove when he tries to turn, making it a bit hard to breathe. But with Medusa's legs, it's a different story. Garcia could clearly feel that Medusa's long legs were not tender enough, but they were firmer, propped up by a human head of Garcia's, which had its own elasticity. Moreover, Medusa's body was longer, allowing Garcia to lie in her embrace without getting numb. And even when he turned over, he could accidentally touch her prominently raised breasts. Garcia had never lain in Medusa's embrace before. It was also a new discovery for him that Medusa was so tall that she blocked his line of sight. "Are you awake?" Medusa asked. Garcia's heart raced for a moment. "Huh, did she already know I was awake? This is a bit awkward, right?" "Sorry," Garcia said while lying down. I don't know what happened. I just came to lie in your arms." Medusa didn't push Garcia away and softly said, "No need to apologize. It's me who let you lie down." Why? Garcia had a question mark in his mind. Did Medusa take the initiative? He had a bit to drink, so nothing else should have happened, right? I saw you passed out on the deck, almost getting roasted. So I wanted to help you move away from the fire pit. Medusa evasively said, "But you, what about me? What's wrong with me?" Garcia got up from Medusa's embrace. The effects of the alcohol had worn off, and red spots appeared on his face again. I don't remember what I did, yet you insisted on holding me and sleeping in my arms until now," Medusa calmly said, trying to steady her breath and not appear too flustered. "Oh, just one word." Garcia didn't know what else to say. Was it really as Medusa said? Who knows? At that time, Garcia was unconscious. Who could tell if it was Garcia who had to lie in Medusa's arms, or if Medusa had taken the initiative to let Garcia lie down? It was done, and thinking too much was pointless. Medusa turned her head to look at the charcoal in the fire pit that was about to burn out. "If you want to sleep in my arms, that is. If you still want to, then go ahead." She said this in a lower voice, almost only audible to herself. Garcia scratched his head and said softly, "Actually, I'm not particularly tired. If you're not tired, then you're not tired." Medusa turned around, not wanting to talk to Garcia anymore. Garcia touched his face, feeling that it was even hotter than his hands. Was I just sleeping in the arms of the snake woman Medusa? But isn't she cold-blooded? Why didn't I feel cold at all while sleeping? Oh, Medusa only gets stimulated when she drinks, and her body temperature becomes as warm as that of humans. Tonight, she deliberately forced herself to drink a lot of wine, just so Garcia could sleep in her arms. Who would have thought that this guy would wake up before dawn and not want to continue lying in Medusa's embrace? Medusa even felt guilty, thinking that if she hadn't exposed Garcia's pretense of sleeping and hadn't woken him up, it would have been better. In fact, Garcia didn't dislike Medusa. He was just not used to it, making it seem awkward. The snake woman Medusa was Garcia's fiancée, but this relationship couldn't be realized. Their relationship was very delicate, not yet at the stage where they could casually lie in each other's arms for a nap. In this regard, Garcia still found it easier to get along with his aunt. The next day, Captain Jason was the first to wake up. He moved back and forth between the cabin and the deck, feeling increasingly excited as he approached his homeland of Elkas, which he had left half a year ago. Last night, he dreamed of his elderly father waiting for him at the city gate to welcome him back with the Golden Fleece. He also dreamed of his uncle, who had stepped down from the throne of Elkas and wanted Jason to ascend and become the next king. The closer he thought about it, the more real it felt. Jason's high spirits were difficult to calm, and he kept pacing. Thud, 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 thud. Amid the loud sound of his pacing, the sailors woke up one by one. Their excitement matched Jason's, and they all rushed out to the deck. Last night, when they stopped the ship, it was already dark, and they had no idea where they had arrived or how far they were from Elkas. The warship from Thebes was anchored among the glaciers. Ice columns hung all around, formed by droplets of vapor, with tips sharper than blades. If one of them fell, the only outcome would likely be the destruction of the ship and loss of life. Chapter 104. Bursting with laughter. Garcia was the last to wake up and saw Medusa still sitting with her back turned, maintaining the same position as last night. "Medusa," Garcia asked, "are you still sleeping?" Medusa turned around with a half-pout and asked quickly, "Which eye did you see me sleeping with?" "Eyes? Let's not mention eyes." Medusa's deep dark circles were evident, with her bags swollen and irregular. The white snake had a face so pale it almost glowed, making her dark circles even more pronounced, as if even the gods couldn't cover them up. Once beautiful eyes now looked tired and lifeless, and the sadness visible in them could fill a decent-sized fishing boat. Medusa better not blink. As soon as she did, her dark circles would open and close like a sluice gate, which was quite amusing. Perhaps Medusa had stayed up late last night. Because Garcia didn't continue sleeping in her arms, she was sulking. No wonder Medusa kept the same position until dawn. So it seemed she hadn't slept a wink. This was all Garcia's fault. He couldn't laugh. Garcia recalled all the recent bad things that had happened. Yet he couldn't help but want to laugh. If he was going to laugh, he certainly couldn't do it in front of Medusa. García suddenly stood up and rushed out of the cabin. Medusa watched Garcia's fleeting figure, her mind racing with thoughts. This guy drank too much last night. Is he in a hurry? She kicked her legs, using her toes to scratch at the deck for a while, slowly dissipating the overnight discomfort. Wahaha! What sound is that? Medusa heard it. It seemed to be García. What happened to him? Medusa got up and also came to the deck from the cabin. Tuft. Andy, being sharp-eyed, was the first to notice Medusa's dark circles and couldn't hold it in, nearly spitting out her food from laughter. What happened? A crowd of sailors gathered, genuinely startled by Andy's laughter. Auntie covered her mouth, almost unable to breathe, her stomach hurting. She could only point at Medusa, who had just walked out from the cabin, and the sailors looked at her in confusion, then burst out in synchronized pig-like squeals. No, not pigs. Their laughter resembled pig squeals. Moreover, it was like those pigs that had been hungry for a week, finally seeing their owner passing by with a wooden bucket but not being fed. What are you laughing at? Medusa, confused by the laughter, flicked her snake tail behind her, ready to attack. Where are your dark circles? The sailors shouted in unison. Splash! Medusa leaped and jumped directly into the sea, no longer allowing everyone to see her embarrassment. At the bow, Jason held tightly to the cloth pouch containing the golden fleece at his waist and slapped Peleus heavily on the shoulder. My old friend, helmsman, we are returning. Yes. Peleus also felt emotional, having been away for so long. The journey was too arduous. I'm older than when we set out, and I don't even know if my son will recognize me. Jason joked, if your son doesn't recognize you, then just have another one. Peleus turned to glance at Jason and chuckled. Peleus, Jason said, you are like my brother, always standing behind me to support me. This time we return to Iolcos. On the day I ascend the throne, please express your desires, and I will do everything I can to give you what you want. Captain Jason. Peleus looked ahead at the glacier, no longer speaking. The wind picked up, and the battleship moved northward against the cold current. Theseus, standing at the bow, urged the sailors. Gentlemen, the weather is getting colder. We must return to Iolcos before the first snowfall this year. The sailors took their positions, exerting all the strength they had from the rabbit meat they ate last night. This battleship was finely constructed and lightweight, making it particularly easy to row and faster to advance. Auntie leaned against the cabin door, patting her belly. She had laughed too hard earlier and now felt a lot of pain. Don't you know how big your stomach is? Garcia's mother walked over, rubbing her sister's belly. You should have forced yourself to eat last night. My dear sister, Annie defended herself. My stomach hurts not because I overate, but because... Garcia's mother pressed on. What is it? If you don't say, how would I know? Annie stopped talking because she saw Medusa had crawled out of the sea and was standing on the deck, looking this way. She couldn't say anything more. Her stomach hurt from laughing at Medusa's joke, although she still wanted to laugh. Annie knew Medusa was a cold-blooded white snake with a bad temper, so she tried to hold back her laughter. Not good. Is Medusa angry? Why is she walking towards Annie? Don't come over, Annie said, biting her lip to avoid laughing again. I won't laugh at you anymore, I promise. Medusa took a step forward and asked, looking into Annie's eyes, can you take another look for me? Are my dark circles under my eyes any better now? Oh, so Medusa wasn't here to hold her accountable. Annie was really helping Medusa to look closely, but she couldn't hold it in again. She burst out laughing. Medusa scowled, turned, and left, not wanting to stay there to be mocked by Annie. In her hurry to leave, Medusa bumped into García, who was passing by. Bang! Medusa slapped García hard on the forehead. García, are you peeking at my chest again? Huh, you bumped into me. I couldn't avoid it, even if I wanted to. It wasn't on purpose. In fact, Medusa wasn't angry because she was being looked at. What's the big deal? García wanted to watch, so she did. She was angry because García had previously mocked her dark circles, so she recorded this slap to vent her frustration. See, Medusa still knows how to hold back. Unlike her aunt, who would slap Garcia's face at the slightest provocation. However, it's also because their relationship is still not at that level. She doesn't dare to overstep. García walked up to his aunt, receiving an even more intense mockery from her. The little pirate had bumped into Medusa and even got slapped by her. How funny. This was even more amusing than Medusa's dark circles. His aunt laughed so hard she was doubled over. Are you really that afraid of Medusa? García kicked out his leg, turned sideways, and delivered a kick to his aunt's backside. The difficulty and visual appeal of the move are directly linked, and this kick was quite impressive, completed effortlessly by García. This indicates that his leg skills have made a qualitative leap. His aunt stopped laughing foolishly and rushed over, unleashing a flurry of kicks at García. It was in vain. Garcia's footwork was faster, and before his aunt could even lift her toes, he had already stepped on them. After much effort, his aunt managed to kick out, but unexpectedly, Garcia kicked even higher and pressed down from above, stomping her short legs down. Not bad, not bad. Greenbeard applauded. That's how it's done, son. You have my youthful shadow in you. Father, Garcia said, is there still some techniques you haven't taught me? Greenbeard seemed not to hear Garcia's question. He stood still like a statue. His wild lion-like face shot out a pair of eagle eyes, with a mix of cunning and arrogance in his gaze, making it hard to fathom. Bang! With a loud explosion, Garcia felt a chill on his face. What's going on? Where did this cold wind come from? Slow down, Greenbeard said. Watch closely. It turned out that the earlier kick was executed by Greenbeard. It was so fast that one could only hear the sound without seeing the figure. Although Greenbeard was older, his strength had surpassed that of the physical body. With this move, the coldness was palpable, killing invisibly. Father, slower, please. I'm so happy to have found this treasure. I must learn this move. Chapter 105. Princess Orlan beside Garcia. His aunt stood upright, fixated on Greenbeard's legs. Such impressive leg skills were certainly something she wanted to learn. Greenbeard's leg gradually exerted force. Shifting his lower body, he kicked out a phantom. Due to Greenbeard deliberately slowing down, the direction of his kick was visible, but it still dazzled the eyes. Father, I didn't see clearly. I hope you can slow down a bit more. It's still too fast. Greenbeard moved agilely, delivering a series of wind-breaking kicks. You can learn if you want, but if I slow down more, it won't be this kicking style. Garcia looked back at his aunt, who was also shaking her head wildly, having seen nothing clearly. After the green-bearded man left, Garcia personally guided his aunt in practice. He had a rough idea of the kicking technique, but wasn't certain if it was correct. So, let's try it out with his aunt first. Legs, lift them higher. Garcia began to gesture and instruct his aunt. Definitely a promising young master. Higher. Don't think just because you're short you can kick so low. Ding. Past progress. 60. Note, you have encouraged your aunt to learn the green-bearded man's leg technique, and you have completed more than half. Reward. Green-bearded man's leg technique skill. Double reward. Garcia, Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 5. Escape experience level 4. Insight experience level 6. Charm experience level 3. Spirit communication experience level 5. Oh, it seems that Garcia's teachings are effective, with such a significant improvement. I remember the last progress was only 30, and now it's already completed 60. Bang! My aunt has also improved faster than before. Her leg speed can kick out a blast sound. Little pirate, my aunt kicked over and boasted, how about it? How's my kick? She feels that her kick is faster than Garcia's. However, Garcia jumped up and executed a mid-air explosive kick. The sound cutting through the air was even louder. My aunt's ground kick is fast enough, but Garcia's explosive kick in mid-air has more power. Why? Why does the little pirate always improve faster than me? Could it be that he really has exceptional talent? My aunt couldn't help but feel a bit inferior. It seems she will never catch up to Garcia, let alone surpass Greenbeard. In order to be able to stand on her own with just her leg skills after reaching the kingdom of Yalkas, Garcia kept a close eye on my aunt, encouraging her, giving her confidence, and urging her to practice diligently. After a few days, my aunt's leg skills can't be said to have improved greatly, but rather it was a leap forward. Looking at Garcia, it can't even be described as a leap forward. It's a leap within a leap, capable of explosive kicking two ants combined. If next time, Greenbeard wants to kick Garcia around again, Garcia would be more than willing to oblige. With Garcia's current leg skills, he should be able to go a few rounds with Greenbeard. Once the mission is completed and double rewards are obtained, Garcia will have a good show against Greenbeard. Who could have imagined that what Garcia gained was actually double the strength of Greenbeard's leg skills? The further north they go, the colder it gets, and Garcia rarely goes out on deck. Fortunately, Princess Glaucus of Thebes, who admires Aeson, has stocked enough firewood on the ship, allowing Garcia to roast rabbit meat over a fire pot every day. That night, Garcia went to bed early, because he heard Theseus say that after dawn, they would arrive at the departure point from half a year ago, the kingdom of Yalkas. Garcia wanted to conserve his energy and ensure a good night's sleep. After waking up, he might safely enter the city, where he might soon face his final and deadly battle. In the kingdom of Iorcas, the palace was filled with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, all bought at high prices from southern merchants. A new batch every season, continuously throughout the year. Amidst the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, bursts of laughter could be heard. The massive doors of the palace were adorned with gold and jewels. Every window and door was carefully designed by skilled craftsmen for a hefty price. Reporting to the king, A maid stood respectfully at the palace gate. But laughter echoed from inside, and no one responded to her. In the palace of Iorcas, the focus was not on the royal family, but rather on these maids who understood the king's thoughts. They were selected to enter the palace at a young age, living in luxury and mastering talents like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Once they came of age, most of the beautiful ones would stay in the palace to serve the king. Those who could bear a child for the royal family would find themselves elevated in status, receiving endless wealth and honor from the king. However, a few who failed to catch the king's eye would be demoted to slaves, sold off like livestock. Reporting to the king, the maid raised her voice and called out again. Moments later, a woman emerged from within the palace. "You're so loud. Why are you shouting while we are having fun?" In response to the princess, the maid said nervously, "Jason is already on his way back. Just half a day's journey until he arrives. It's not a big deal. Why worry?" The princess waved her hand, appearing extremely impatient. Among the many princesses, she was the eldest and the most outstanding. She dared to do anything, including killing and arson, and thus was greatly favored by the king. After dismissing the maid, the princess returned inside to continue drinking with her younger sisters in honor of their father, the king. "Good sister," the younger sisters clamored. "Did something happen outside?" "Nothing." The princess raised her cup and handed it to the king. The maid reported that Jason will arrive in half a day's time. Crash! The king's cup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. "No, my daughter Orlan." The king looked at the princess with a terrified expression. "I know you're not drunk, but what did you just say?" The younger sisters all asked. "Yes, Orlan's sister. Are you trying to scare us?" "The fallen Jason is coming back," Princess Orlan said confidently. "The kingdom of Iorcas is firmly in our hands. Why should we fear him?" "Huh? Really? Jason has returned with the Golden Fleece?" The others present whispered among themselves, fearing that Jason would have a fierce battle with their father, the king. Regardless of whether their father would keep his promise to relinquish the throne, Jason's parents had already been hanged. The grudge of killing his father was irreconcilable. Would Jason swallow his anger and not seek revenge? Outside the kingdom of Iorcas, 3 miles from the shore, warships from Thebes were steadily advancing. Jason stood at the bow of the ship, gazing ahead, his line of sight unobstructed and straight. He seemed to see his city and the citizens standing at the city gate to welcome his triumphant return. It's snowing. The north wind howled. Snowflakes flew everywhere, landing on green beards and in the joyful eyes of the sailors. Let fall, Theseus said, untying his quiver from his back and waving it toward the direction of Iorcas city. Let fall. The heavy snow won't stop us. We're almost home." Soon, a thick layer of snow covered the sea, but it hadn't frozen yet. In the distance, several fishing boats bobbed on the waves, as if they might be swept away by the fierce wind. The northern winter felt particularly cold, and García was still hiding in the cabin, warming himself by the fire. In the palace of Iorcas, the king and his daughters no longer had the heart to drink and revel. The maid they had just sent out returned to report. "Your Majesty, princesses, Jason has arrived. I saw his warship from the city tower." "What? A warship?" The king's fear was evident. The maid replied, "Yes. It is a warship from Thebes." The king hurried down from his throne, pacing anxiously. "My daughter Orlan, this was all your idea. What trade were you planning with Thebes? Now look, Thebes and Jason have joined forces, and their warship is right outside our city gate." Chapter 106. Jason finally returns home. A warship? Why a warship? This was the cunning scheme of that old fox, King Creon of Thebes. Originally, Creon was negotiating with the envoy of Iorcas, while Jason was on the opposing side. By now, Creon had failed to complete the agreed trade, offending Iorcas, and was no longer in opposition to Jason. In fact, he had reached a new agreement with Jason. Thus, Creon naturally stood in opposition to Iorcas, sending a warship to assist Jason in returning home as a show of goodwill. Moreover, doing so would intimidate Iorcas and greatly benefit Jason in successfully reclaiming his throne. He knew that by currying favor with Jason, there would certainly be future business opportunities. "Quick, tell me, how many warships did Thebes send?" the king asked anxiously. The maid replied, "Your Majesty, I saw that the warship was flying the flags of Thebes, but there was only one." "Huh? Only one?" Jason dared to travel to Colchis to steal the Golden Fleece. And now he thinks he can attack the city with just one warship? "Ha ha," Princess Orlan sneered. "Father, please don't worry. Jason set sail on the great ship Argo 6 months ago, with no fewer than 200 sailors. And now, that warship from Thebes can't even carry 50 men. I think Jason has very few people left to serve him." The king handed over the decision-making power to Princess Orlan. "My daughter, since things have come to this, what can we do? You must come up with a plan. Let Jason into the palace, Princess Orlan said in 3 words, "Kill him." No, the king firmly opposed. Jason cannot be killed. Don't you think? Previously, when we made a deal with Thebes, we entrusted Creon to assassinate Jason. Not only did Creon fail to kill Jason, but he also sent a warship to bring him back. They must have reached some agreement. Princess Orlan asked, "Father, are you saying that if we kill Jason, King Creon of Thebes will cause us trouble?" "That's not my only concern," the king said, as snow seemed to fall on his face, filled with fear about what might happen next. Think about it. King Creon of Thebes couldn't kill Jason. Do you think we can? That was the crux of the problem. Jason could steal the Golden Fleece and escape from Creon's hands, returning to Iorcus on a warship from Thebes. This man was definitely not easy to kill. Princess Orlan also understood that King Creon's power far exceeded that of Iorcus. For whatever reason, he had not yet killed Jason. It was too risky for Iorcus to attempt to kill him now. The chances of succeeding in this matter were minuscule. Yet, Princess Orlan still insisted, Jason must die. Sister? Why? The other daughters of the king also advised, we are not a match for Jason at all. Why should we be his enemies? Why? Because we killed Jason's parents. Once he finds out about this, even if we don't kill Jason, he will kill us. But this is just Princess Orlan's personal stance. It was she who killed Jason's parents. The other princesses did not participate. Even the king only learned of this after Princess Orlan had completed the deed. Report to the king, Your Highness. A maid rushed in. Jason has arrived with his men, disembarking and heading towards the city gate. Princess Orlan remained calm, walked up to the throne, and turned to shout, "Send the order down, archers prepare." No, the king rushed to the maid, urgently instructing, "I am the king. I make the decisions, quickly go open the city gate and welcome my nephew Jason home." Outside the city, Jason and his group walked through the snow. Reaching the city gate, Jason was at the front, not seeing his longed-for father or any royal relatives standing at the gate to welcome the hero's return. However, the city gate was wide open and did not block their way. "Captain," García asked warily, "finally back in your kingdom, no one to greet you outside the gate. There one TB in ambush inside. Well there?" Jason exhaled a puff of steaming breath and said, "My old friend García, we have gone through life and death to return to our homeland after half a year, regardless of whether there is an ambush or not. I must go through this gate, just in case this group of people did not all go in." Jason chose a few sailors and Pelias to enter the city gate with him first. There were only about 10 sailors still alive, and only the few who entered the city with Jason were locals of Elcas. The rest were sailors brought from Athens by Theseus. Medusa came over and quietly said, "We have finally made it here. Do you think we'll have to fight again? I've forgotten when it started." But Medusa now spoke to García in a very low voice, just enough for the two of them to hear each other. "Colmeen." A sailor walked out from inside the city gate and shouted towards them, "Safe." García replied to Medusa, "At least there would be no war today." After entering the city, Jason led everyone straight down the most prosperous avenue of the kingdom of Elcaris. Due to the heavy snowfall, the street vendors were not doing well. They wore thick cotton clothes, knitted hats, and gloves, each standing at their stalls trying to attract passing customers. However, as the snow continued to fall, the pedestrians hurried past without stopping at the stalls. They quickened their pace, leaving behind overlapping footprints that were soon covered by the falling snow. Along the roadside, trees stripped of their leaves were coated with a thick layer of snow, and icicles formed at the tips, occasionally cracking with a sound. Halfway down the avenue, the number of pedestrians gradually decreased. The stalls on both sides were bent under the weight of the snow, and inside, the snow-covered animal hides wrapped around the vendors' bodies, leaving only their swollen red eyes visible. These people kept shifting their feet to keep the blood circulating, preventing frostbite. This avenue led directly to the palace. But just as they exited the passage, a maid blocked their way. "Jason, please wait. You cannot go any further. Quickly inform my uncle the king that I have returned with the Golden Fleece." Jason said passionately, "I want to enter the palace. I want to see my parents and family." The maid reached out to stop him, her expression unchanged. "No, the king has ordered that it is too late. You must wait until tomorrow to enter the palace." Jason wanted to argue, hoping to enter the palace tonight to reunite with his family after a long separation. García stopped Jason, the captain. "Since the king has given the order, why must we rush tonight?" "Yes, captain," said Theseus, covering his hands and blowing warm air into them. "How about we find a place to stay, have a hot meal, and enjoy a jug of wine? We can deal with tomorrow's matters tomorrow. That would be great." The maid led the group to an inn in the city, where they were treated well with good food and drink. García ate without fear, holding the Golden Fleece, unafraid of poisoned food. Perhaps it was because it had started to snow. He felt that the food of Iolcus was more delicious than any meal he had ever eaten before. The dishes were served 3 rounds, and the wine flowed 5 times. With everyone eating and drinking heartily, having a great time. Only one person, Jason, could not go home, could not see his family, and felt miserable. Why? Did my uncle the king not allow me to enter the palace? Do my parents not know that their son has returned victorious with the Golden Fleece? Jason. Medea had a bit to drink, and in front of everyone, she asked, "Back in Colchis, I helped you steal the Golden Fleece, and you promised to marry me. On the way back, you promised me that when we returned to your kingdom, Iolcus, you would marry me. So now I give myself to you." Medea took off her clothes and threw herself into Jason's arms. Jason held Medea with both hands, preventing her from leaning against him. He redid the half-removed clothes of Medea, wrapping her body. Medea, wait a little longer. Jason's heart was in turmoil, and he didn't want to consider this matter at all. Once I sit on the throne of Iolcus, I will marry you and make you my queen. No, Medea cursed. Jason, you are a liar. I can no longer let you deceive me. You must marry me today. She broke free from Jason's grasp and stripped off her clothes again. Splash. Jason raised a jug of wine and splashed it on Medea's face. The wine flowed down her bare upper body between her valleys. Medea, wake up quickly. Jason, in a moment of emotional turmoil, expressed the frustration he had held inside. Did you really want to marry me when you helped me steal the Golden Fleece? No, you are the liar. His aunt was stunned, stopping her chewing. What happened? Who is lying? Why lie? Medea, having been splashed, was half awake. She was afraid that Jason would mention the painful things he was reluctant to talk about. What are you afraid of? Here it comes. Jason said, the reason you helped me steal the Golden Fleece was not because you wanted to marry me. You just didn't want to marry that butcher Absurdus, right? Is that true? Not entirely, but yes. Absurdus is Medea's biological brother. He imprisoned Medea and slaughtered any men who approached her, wanting to commit immoral acts. It was Jason's appearance that redeemed Medea. However, it is also true that Garcia's design attracted Medea to Jason. Jason, I betrayed my family and my kingdom for you. How can you treat me like this? Medea was sober now, and her heart was hurt. In fact, Jason didn't want this either. At first, he didn't feel as repulsed by Medea as he did now. But after learning about the suffering history of Medea being imprisoned by Absurdus, his fondness for her dropped to negative points, becoming tasteless. Yet, along the way, Medea had tried more than once to force Jason to marry her. No matter how good a woman is, if she puts herself in a position of chasing after someone, she loses value and is no longer precious. Moreover, this woman doing so is Medea. Or perhaps if it weren't for today, when Jason was melancholy about not being able to return home, forcing him to comply, he might not have chosen to say such hurtful words. It is better to reveal one's thoughts early. Long pain is worse than short pain. Then Theseus, feeling very nervous, asked, "My Captain Jason, are you saying that the promise you made to marry Medea no longer counts, right?" Huh, no way. How can Jason do this? Women empathize with women. His aunt felt it was unfair for Medea. Theseus held his breath, eager to hear how Jason would respond. Of course, he prayed to the gods for Jason to say that he simply didn't want to keep his promise, that what he said back in Colchis didn't count, and he would never marry Medea. Chapter 107, Entering the Palace. What Theseus thought was his own business. But Jason's thoughts were completely opposite. Did he really have to keep his promise and marry Medea? No, he didn't want to. He thought about breaking the promise, but he couldn't, because after tonight, when dawn came, the first thing he would do was to have his uncle the king fulfill his promise and return the throne to Jason, who had stolen the Golden Fleece. Since Jason demanded that his uncle keep his promise, how could he dare to go against it? Medea, he still had to marry. Even if he didn't want to marry, he still had to marry. He just had to wait a little longer. Medea, listen well, Jason said. I will marry you after I become king. Huh? Why do you have to make it so difficult for yourself? Theseus saw Jason walking away and cursed inwardly. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked, damn it. Take my advice, García clinked glasses with Theseus. Don't have any more ideas about Medea. It won't do you any good. Theseus slammed his wine cup on the long table, splashing wine all over Garcia's face. Garcia, you don't treat me as a friend. You're always unwilling to help me. Medea doesn't have a good life. There's no need to drag Theseus into it. Advising you to give up is actually helping you. Oh no, it's saving you, buddy. Jason angrily left the table, and so did Theseus. The emotional dispute ended, and Garcia continued to drink and eat. In a glance, he saw Medusa looking at him. In the past, Every time Garcia noticed Medusa stealing glances, she would quickly turn her head away. But this time it was different. Medusa was still watching. She looked at him openly, her gaze somewhat dazed. Not good. Medusa must have drunk too much. Taking advantage of the alcohol, she became bold. She had just heard Medea's forced marriage proposal, and now she was thinking, Garcia, when will you marry me? Hey, his aunt maliciously asked, little pirate, when will you marry Medusa? Garcia took a piece of bread and slapped it on his aunt's head. You like Medusa, huh? Then go ahead and marry her. I'll bless you both. All right, the aunt winked at Medusa. Shasha, did you hear? You will be my wife from now on. No need to doubt. Silly aunt is also drunk. Tonight's night is white. The entire city of Orcas is shrouded in the white light of the snow, the night wind howling. Jason opened the window, and silver-white snowflakes floated down, quietly landing on the thick snow on the ground. The world outside the window was covered in heavy snow. A scene of silence. Only occasionally, some faint sounds could be heard, the sound of snowflakes falling. By the fireplace in the quilt, Garcia lay quietly. He silently counted in his heart. Just a little while longer, and he would hear the sound of the icicles breaking off from the eaves and crashing down. Crisp and loud, like a pleasant melody. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the door. Who? Garcia drew his long bronze sword that hadn't been unsheathed for a long time. The person carried a quiver, and just from the silhouette, he could recognize it was Theseus. He had already knocked an arrow and stealthily approached the door, walking silently. No way. Is this guy going to kill me? Just because I advised him to give up on Medea, he wants to eliminate me? With Theseus's archery skills, Garcia could not possibly dodge. Sure enough, it was Theseus. He aimed at Garcia and stepped into the doorway. Whoosh! Without giving Garcia a chance to speak. A flying arrow shot through the air, grazing past Garcia's ear. Huh? Did he miss? No way. Crash! A scream came from outside the window behind Garcia. Someone had fallen. He turned and walked over, opening the window to look down. The maid who had guided him during the day lay on her back in the snow, an arrow protruding from her chest. Blood seeped into the snow, staining only a small patch red. Because it was so cold, the blood from the wound had not yet flowed out. It had already frozen. It turned out that someone was lying on Garcia's window, and Theseus had shot him. Garcia. My old friend, Theseus said, remember, I helped you once. Theseus was hinting to Garcia, trying to get him to help him in return. However, this was truly a difficult situation. Besides, this couldn't really be considered helping Garcia, could it? The maid was lying outside the window and had not done anything heinous to Garcia. Even if Garcia hadn't noticed, what could it change? Theseus, Garcia said as he set down the bronze longsword in his hand. Why don't you help me with one more thing? What? Theseus asked. Garcia said, teach me your archery skills. Sorry, you won't be able to learn, Theseus replied as he walked out. Archery relies on talent. The scene that just unfolded truly frightened Garcia, especially when he saw Theseus walk in with an arrow knocked on the string. Garcia's hair stood on end. If it were a sword, even if Garcia was poor at fighting, he could still defend himself a bit, but with Theseus's flying arrows, there was no way to evade them. It was certain death. No, Garcia had to come up with a way to find time to learn this archery skill from Theseus. Truly scared, Garcia couldn't sleep all night, lying awake under the covers until dawn. Last night, the snow fell heavily, blocking the inn's door with a snowdrift, forcing everyone to jump out of the window. He didn't know what had happened last night, but something definitely did, because there were bloodstains and corpses along the way. The snow covered these traces, so the others wouldn't notice. But both Medusa and Garcia could. You saw the little girl's corpse, didn't you? Medusa asked, still in a low voice. Garcia nodded without speaking. Now he understood that the maid who had been lurking outside his window last night was likely responsible for the surveillance. A massacre had occurred in Ialka's city last night. Some crucial figures, as well as innocent people related to Jason, might have met untimely deaths, their bodies buried beneath this year's first snowfall. At the intersection stood a maid, dressed in the same attire as the one shot dead by Theseus last night, but clearly not the same person. Guided by the maid, the group headed towards the palace. Wow, it smells so good. Jason's aunt had already caught the scent of flowers blooming in the snow. There were also pleasant bird calls. These were pets kept in the palace, tended by dedicated caretakers. Upon entering the hall, the first thing they saw was a throne emitting a blue glow. It was carved from jade imported from Athens, showcasing the supreme nobility of the king of Ialkas. Jason craned his neck, surveying everything in the hall. Everything had changed. 6 months ago, the palace he saw was not this luxurious. Even inside the grand hall, the stone columns were inlaid with flawless jade, intricately carved with various floral and avian patterns, exquisite and splendid. Jason felt a deep sense of guilt. It was all his fault for not returning sooner to become king. The money used to purchase these jade items was the tax revenue, painstakingly created by all the citizens of Iolcus. Outside, the heavy snow continued to fall. Inside the hall, Jason waited anxiously. When he left, the plants had just begun to bud. Now, upon returning, the trees were withered and covered in ice and snow. Half a year had passed just like that. He wondered if his parents had aged further. "Jason, what are you back for?" Princess Orlan emerged from behind the blue glowing throne. Chapter 108. Unexpected. Accompanying her were the king's daughters, dressed in luxurious clothing and adorned with exquisite makeup, walking with unparalleled grace. They were like flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, yet they held control over the entire kingdom of Iolcus. "This is my home, and my kingdom. Of course I must return." Jason remembered Princess Orlan. She was sharp-tongued and difficult to deal with. Princess Orlan sat on the blue glowing throne, exuding authority. "Jason, because of your stubbornness in wanting to steal the Golden Fleece, your parents have already died of old age. What are you back for?" "What did you say?" Jason paused, breathing short and spasmodically. "I said," Princess Orlan repeated, "your parents, unable to wait for your return, have already died of old age." Jason felt as if his feet had rooted to the ground, frozen in place. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." "You may not believe it," Princess Orlan said coldly, "but they indeed have died of old age." Jason could not deny it. He had a premonition that his parents had passed away. That was why he hadn't seen them when he returned to the city yesterday. Jason was devastated, tears streaming down his face, his body leaning, nearly unable to stand. Peleus supported Jason from behind and called out to Princess Orlan on the blue glowing throne. "May I ask, Princess Orlan, what about our king? Your father, Peleus? Has he also died?" "Impudent." Before Princess Orlan could speak, the other princesses reproached in unison, "You should not curse our father." Peleus let go of Jason's back and stepped forward. "What Princess Orlan said, that our captain Jason's parents have died of old age. Then, may I ask, Princess Orlan, is your father, the king of Iolcus, Peleus, older? Shouldn't he be the one to die first?" "Yes," Peleus said correctly. "If age leads to death, then King Peleus is older than Jason's father, Ezen. In fact, Peleus is Ezen's half-brother. When Peleus married and had children, his mother had not remarried, and Ezen had not yet been born. Therefore, if anyone is old enough to die, it should be Peleus first, not Ezen." "Oh, my dear nephew." A man's voice came from outside the hall, though the speaker was not visible. Jason turned to look, and a line of maids entered with small, hurried steps from the door. They carried various jade platters filled with freshly cooked food, still steaming, with wisps of white smoke rising. Food. At such a time, who has the appetite to eat? Yet, look at those sailors. They were like starving ghosts, grabbing the platters from the maids and devouring the food indiscriminately. It was indeed that after 6 months of suffering at sea, they could hardly bear to see food on their plates. At the end of the line of maids, King Peleus of Iolcus entered, carrying a wine jug. He spotted the sorrowful Jason among the crowd. After a long separation, Peleus gave Jason a kind smile, then poured wine and handed the jade cup to Jason. "My dear nephew, you have been a great worry to me." Jason, being of good character, felt he should obediently drink the wine offered by his uncle. Yet tears slipped down Jason's face, mingling with the wine in the cup as he swallowed it. "My dear nephew, why are you so sad?" King Peleus pressed his forehead against Jason's. "You have lost your parents, but you still have me, don't you? You, my uncle? You are the one who has usurped my throne, uncle." The sadness in Jason's eyes gradually dissipated, and resentment began to grow within him. He thought that his parents must have been murdered, most likely by his uncle, the king. "My dear nephew," King Peleus pointed to his daughters on the throne and said, Look, those are all your sisters. In your absence these past 6 months, they have managed the kingdom of Iolcus for you. Although you have lost your parents, you still have a capable group of sisters. You need not be sad." "Oh, esteemed king uncle, please be quiet. These flamboyant sisters could not be compared to the parents who raised him. It was because of these daughters of yours that my kingdom has been thrown into disarray, even making a disgraceful deal with Thebes." Jason asked heavily, "Who was present when my parents died?" King Peleus filled his cup and lowered his head to drink. He had previously arranged with Princess Orlan that all of Jason's difficult questions would be handled by her. Princess Orlan said, "and your sisters, we were all present." The king's daughters cooperated well, all affirming, "Yes, Jason, when your parents passed away, you were not there. It was we, your sisters, who sent them on their final journey." Although these women had rehearsed and would not slip up, García could still hear their unusually rapid heartbeats. Lies, they must be lying. He thought these women would have some exceptional skills, but was this all they had? To kill someone and then offer such a ridiculous excuse? Died of old age? Did they take Jason for a fool? At least come up with a plausible lie to cover up the fact of the murder. So, Garcia interjected inappropriately, "Dear princesses, it was you who killed the two elders." Upon hearing this, the faces of the king's daughters surrounding Princess Orlan changed dramatically. They clenched their fists, their nails nearly digging into their palms. To prevent her sisters from showing any signs of weakness, Princess Orlan quickly stood up and shouted sternly, "Who are you to dare accuse the princesses of Iorcas of murder?" Garcia, not wanting to waste time playing along with these women, aimed to expose their poor acting. "Princess Orlan, you say you did not kill anyone, but I say you did. May I ask, who can vouch for you that you did not commit murder? Indeed, how could a murderer claim to be the culprit?" This logic is not lost on Jason. Where's the captain of the guards? I want to see the captain of the guards. The person Jason referred to was a confidant of his father. 6 months ago, when Jason went out to steal the Golden Fleece, he left the captain to take care of his elderly parents. "My dear nephew, why do you insist on seeing the captain of the guards? Unfortunately, he passed away a few days before your return," King Pelias lamented. "Did he die of old age as well?" Jason asked. "No," Princess Orlan replied. "The captain of the guards died of illness." Jason's expression became dazed, his eyes as cold as the ice and snow outside the palace. "I want to see the servants in the captain's household. They can't all have died of old age or illness, can they?" "Wrong." Princess Orlan's voice was sharp. "The captain you mentioned is no longer a captain. He is just a destitute rogue who cannot even afford to hire servants." Why did Jason's face show a mix of anger and surprise? Things were always beyond his expectations, and he found it hard to adjust. How had he become a rogue? At that moment, another daughter of the king spoke up. "Jason, do you know how hard it has been for us during your 6-month absence? The few of us sisters have been tirelessly managing the kingdom's affairs alongside our father the king, working from dawn till late at night, while your captain of the guards has been carefree, drinking and enjoying himself without a care, and he even assaulted me." This woman cried bitterly, convincing even herself with her words. Jason was not a 3-year-old child. He could not believe it, not at all. However, he also did not realize that under Princess Orlan's leadership, this group of king's daughters had first sidelined the captain of the guards and other old figures who had originally followed Jason's father, and then used various underhanded means to drive all these political enemies out of power. Nowadays, Iorcas had become a paradise for women. The ones in charge were these king's daughters. The ones doing the work were the obedient maidservants. Throughout the palace, aside from a few strong male servants, there were basically no men coming and going anymore. "Enough, enough," Garcia spoke again. "Dear Princess Orlan, if you do not have a better lie, we are not easily fooled." "What are you saying?" Princess Orlan had already walked down from the jadestone steps in front of the blue light throne, within the borders of Iorcas. "I did not allow you to be so rude." Garcia's gaze was unwavering as he locked eyes with Princess Orlan. "My friend Jason's parents were killed by you, and the captain of the guard also died at your hands. Stop babbling about old age and illness. Such tricks shouldn't be used to deceive adults." Princess Orlan's eyes flickered slightly, revealing her guilt. "Just like the massacre last night," Garcia continued, "you eliminate anyone who disobeys. If, during the 6 months since my friend Jason left, you haven't managed to kill everyone you wanted, then by dawn today, you have already achieved that." Princess Orlan, her anger flaring, turned away from Garcia and walked up to the throne. Who is this person? How does he know everything? Fortunately, there are only so few of them. At worst, it will be another massacre, just like last night. Princess Orlan clenched her teeth, trying to remain calm, but her heart raced. "Uncle," Jason said, his face pale and his words slow, "you killed my parents and the captain of the guard, didn't you?" "That's right," Princess Orlan said, tossing her sleeve and sitting firmly on the throne. "What your friend Jason said is correct. I did all of this, and what can you do about it?" Suddenly, a long sword pierced through Princess Orlan's abdomen, the tip emerging from her back, completely impaling her. No one expected this, not even Princess Orlan herself. She slowly turned her head to look behind her. "Father, is it you?" Chapter 109. Jason no longer wants the throne? The king, Pelias, stepped on Princess Orlan's back and pulled out the bloodied sword. "Father, you killed your daughter, Princess Orlan?" The king's daughters, like frost-bitten seedlings, crumpled to the ground. You killed your daughter, Princess Orlan?" Despite having lived with their father, the king, day and night, thinking everything in the kingdom of Elcas was managed by Princess Orlan, the true puppet master was King Pelias. Garcia only now learned this. Or could there be unknown twists within? It seems the waters of Elcas are deep and murky. "My nephew, You have seen it with your own eyes, King Peleus said, walking over and throwing the bloody sword to the ground. I killed my daughter, Princess Orlan, to avenge your parents, and I'm also avenging my brother. Yes, Jason, the king's daughters rushed to absolve themselves and the king. It was our sister, Princess Orlan, who strangled your parents, and the captain of the guard was also framed by her. Including last night's massacre, Princess Orlan feared someone would tell you the truth. So she killed everyone involved in the strangulation case overnight. Is that enough? You didn't participate in the killings? All the sins were committed by Princess Orlan alone? Jason opened his mouth, momentarily stunned. He swallowed hard, his throat dry, unable to speak. Hey, King, don't forget your promise. Medea pointed to the cloth bag hanging from Jason's waist, which contained the Golden Fleece. You should abdicate and let Jason become the king of Elchas. King Peleus appeared calm, sighing, Yes, I will honor my promise from 6 months ago, and am willing to abdicate if my good nephew Jason's Golden Fleece is real. What do you mean by that? Medea questioned. I am the princess of Colchis. I betrayed my kingdom to help Jason steal the Golden Fleece. How could it be fake? Oh, Princess Medea, I have heard of your deeds, but don't expect the king of Elchas to praise a traitorous princess like you, King Peleus said, looking at the cloth bag at Jason's waist. I have heard that the Golden Fleece has the power of resurrection. Since the Golden Fleece belongs to your Colchis, you should know how to make me believe that the Golden Fleece you stole is real. To prove the Golden Fleece is real, it should be used to resurrect a dead person. At this moment, there was indeed a dead person on the throne, Princess Orlan, who had been stabbed by King Peleus. King Peleus did not want to verify the authenticity of the Golden Fleece. He wanted to revive his daughter. If Medea insisted on proving the Golden Fleece was real by resurrecting Princess Orlan, then the earlier killing would have been in vain. The revenge for Jason's parents would still not be fulfilled. Medea looked at Jason with a negotiating expression, but he sat there like a wooden statue, unresponsive. This is simple, Greenbeard said, stepping up to Jason, ripping the cloth bag from his waist, and taking out the Golden Fleece. He went to the throne, grasped Princess Orlan's scattered long hair with one hand, laid her body flat, and placed the Golden Fleece on her forehead. A ring of golden light slowly seeped into Princess Orlan's body. Her wounds gradually healed, and her mouth twitched slightly. Nearby, the king's daughters, sitting weakly, gathered around excitedly, saying, Sister, you really came back to life. King Peleus also rushed over, craning his neck to confirm whether Princess Orlan had truly revived. Last night, after Princess Orlan ended the massacre plan, she found King Peleus and agreed to stage a charade of self-sacrifice in front of Jason. Rather than letting Jason unravel the truth piece by piece, it was better for Princess Orlan to take all the blame, allowing King Peleus to kill her in a righteous act to alleviate Jason's resentment. Then, the king could use the pretense of verifying the Golden Fleece to revive Princess Orlan. This plan was quite risky. King Peleus was hesitant to agree, but Princess Orlan was confident. Father, it's not you who died. I'm not afraid. So why should you be? Fortunately, Princess Orlan's charade went off without a hitch, and events were unfolding as planned. Why kill her? Medusa stood shoulder to shoulder with García. She had seen García whisper something to Greenbeard before he took the Golden Fleece to revive Princess Orlan. Although García spoke in whispers, Medusa, with her snake tribe's insight, could hear him instructing Greenbeard to revive Princess Orlan first and then kill her. Because she deserves it, García said. King Peleus pushed aside his daughter surrounding him and leaned forward to Princess Orlan, eagerly asking, My daughter, do your wounds still hurt? No, Princess Orlan sat up. Father, I'm fine. The Golden Fleece is real, and I have come back to life. Oh, is it real? You just revived and already know what happened? This is your charade. Don't think everyone else is a fool. That would be very dangerous. King Peleus' expression was lively, genuinely admiring his daughter for her strategic brilliance, as she had executed everything without a hitch. As long as Princess Orlan was by his side, King Peleus thought he could sit on the throne for another 100 years. As for Jason and his group, Princess Orlan had plenty of ways to deal with them. King, Greenbeard retracted the Golden Fleece and asked, Have you seen clearly? The Golden Fleece in my hand is indeed real. Yes, sir. King Peleus nodded, smiling as he looked at Princess Orlan on the throne. In the blink of an eye, his expression suddenly changed, and he was left speechless. The Princess Orlan on the blue throne was chopped into several pieces, the knife flashing as it danced among the flesh and blood. A cleaver seemed to have its own path of movement, yet it was wildly unstoppable, chopping the body along with the jade thrown into fragments. Oh, murder! The daughters of the kingdom jumped around like a group of frightened wild rabbits, screaming. Scream all you want. Can such timid women truly be the executioners of the slaughter? Perhaps their current cowardice would serve as a reason for them not to be avenged and killed by Jason in the future. King Pelias was covered in Princess Orin's blood. Why did you kill my daughter? Greenbeard ignored him, merely raising the tip of his knife and pointing it at King Pelias to silence him. Stepping down from the throne, Greenbeard tossed the cloth bag containing the Golden Fleece back to Jason. King Pelias rushed in front of Jason, shouting angrily, "Jason, my good nephew. Why? Why did your people kill my daughter? She is also your sister. How could you do this?" Jason was left speechless. He was a man of virtue and did not wish for such self-inflicted violence to occur. "King, you could do it." García stepped up behind King Pelias. "I mean, you could do it to your daughter, so why can't we? Have you forgotten? The one who just killed Princess Orin was you, not us. You should know that reviving Princess Orin was just to prove to you that the Golden Fleece we stole is real." Now it had backfired. King Pelias stared at García, his face pale, as if he had been dead for at least 7 days, just dug up from a grave. Back then, he had seized the throne from Jason's father, occupying the kingdom of Iolcus, all thanks to his daughter Princess Orin's plotting. Later, when Jason appeared, it was Princess Orin who deceived Jason into going to Iolcus to steal the Golden Fleece, and, while Jason was away, slaughtered Jason's parents. Ultimately, the kingdom of Iolcus sent envoys to negotiate with King Creon of Thebes to ambush Jason, which was also Princess Orin's plan. From now on, without Princess Orin, King Pelias felt as if a main pillar in his heart had collapsed, and his spirit was instantly shattered. "King," Medusa said, "your daughter is dead. We will be sad for you, but it is time for you to abdicate and let Jason become the king of Iolcus." "No." King Pelias straightened his crown. "My nephew Jason will not let me abdicate. Iolcus cannot be without a king." "Yes," Medusa replied. "From today on, the king of Iolcus is no longer you, but my husband Jason, and I will be the queen of your Iolcus." King Pelias laughed grimly. He was mocking Medusa. "Stop dreaming, Princess Medusa. You are a traitorous princess, and our people cannot recognize you as the queen of Iolcus. You will know that our Iolcus is a cultured kingdom, unlike your Iolcus." Medusa drew her sword, feeling the urge to kill King Pelias. This remark struck a painful chord with Medusa. Iolcus was uncivilized, which allowed her brother Absurdus to imprison her. In contrast, Iolcus was a kingdom that kept its promises, which is why Jason was willing to steal the Golden Fleece to reclaim the throne based on a promise. "Medusa, please behave yourself if you still want me to marry you," Jason said, his narrow eyes filled with hesitation. "My uncle cannot abdicate." Yes, the throne that Jason had longed for was now within reach. However, his uncle the king was right. Iolcus was different from Iolcus. It was a cultured land. With his parents deceased, according to etiquette, Jason needed to mourn for 3 years before inheriting the throne. In this chaotic world, the northern city-state of Athens and the southern city of Thebes both eyed Iolcus covetously. During Jason's mourning period, the kingdom could not be without a king. King Pelias could not abdicate. If he were to abdicate, it would have to wait until 3 years later. Moreover, Medusa's urgent push for Jason to ascend the throne made Jason think she simply wanted to marry him sooner. This was selfish. What good could a selfish woman bring, other than making men more disgusted? García was shocked. What kind of nonsense etiquette is this? So many people have licked blood on the edge of a knife for half a year, exchanging their lives for the throne, and you, Jason, can just say you don't want it, and it's over? Did you ask for everyone's opinion? Jason, García asked word by word, can you say that again? Chapter 110. Medusa looked at García, looked at Theseus, looked at Medusa. Jason stepped up the stairs, turned to face everyone, and solemnly announced, "My friends, thank you for your support all the way. 6 months ago, you followed me from here, and today we return once again. We have completed our plan." "Oh, my captain," Pelias said, "now you should say that you want your uncle to abdicate, and you will take the throne of Iolcus." "No." Jason's voice was hoarse. He hadn't actually said much. He was just saddened, thinking of his parents whom he never got to see one last time. "My parents are already dead. I cannot be an unfilial son to them. So, do you really have to observe a 3-year mourning period?" Theseus always knew how to ask the critical question. This time, he got the answer he wanted. Jason gave a firm answer. "Yes, I will observe a 3-year mourning period for my parents." Medusa clenched her fists, wanted to say something, but she suppressed the bitterness in her heart, finding it hard to speak. García looked up and saw Theseus staring at Medusa. That night, Jason had himself said that after becoming the king of Iolcos, he would come to marry Medusa. And now, Jason had to mourn for his deceased parents for 3 years. During this time, would Medea's heart change? Could Theseus wait for an opportunity? Regardless of the outcome, this was not a bad thing for Theseus. However, with each day Jason delayed his ascension, Theseus's motherland, the city-state of Athens, would have to wait another day to receive rewards from Iolcos. In front of women, Theseus could set aside the interests of the city-state. What was so interesting about that? Medusa looked at García and found that García was watching Theseus watching Medea. García shrugged. He couldn't let Jason just foolishly mourn for 3 years. Among the people traveling with him, only García and Medea were eager for Jason to ascend the throne as soon as possible. Medea wanted to marry Jason, while García aimed to receive double the reward for the Golden Fleece. Ding. Task progress. 90. Note: you and your family encountered the Argo at sea and joined Captain Jason's crew, embarking on a journey to steal the Golden Fleece from Colchis, passing through Corinth and Thebes, and have now successfully returned to Iolcos. Reward: the Golden Fleece stolen by Jason, double reward. García, Pangu, current skills. Negotiation experience level 5. Escape experience level 4. Insight experience level 6. Charm experience level 3. Spirit communication experience level 5. García looked at the system panel, estimating the difficulty of the remaining 10 tasks. He originally thought it would only be a matter of single-digit percentage difference, but unexpectedly, there was still an entire 10 left. Friends, Jason's voice was even weaker than before. Our task is done. Please disperse. Jason, Peleus wanted to persuade Jason to ascend immediately, but was stopped by Theseus, who patted his shoulder. My helmsman, Theseus said, do you want our old friend Jason to become a bastard who goes against propriety? Peleus stomped his foot in frustration and had to give up. A sailor approached Theseus and reminded him, if Jason cannot ascend the throne as the king of Iolcos, when will the reward we promised to the city-state of Athens be fulfilled? This sailor was an Athenian who had joined Jason's crew with Theseus 6 months ago. When they set out, the Argo, which Jason was on, was funded by the city-state of Athens. More than half of the sailors on board were also recruited by Theseus from Athens. Jason promised to steal the Golden Fleece, return home, and fulfill the reward to Athens. However, now Jason planned to observe a 3-year mourning period before ascending. These sailors from Athens had every reason to suspect that Jason might be deliberately stalling, not wanting to fulfill the promise to Athens in a timely manner. Don't worry, I have my plans. Theseus certainly couldn't say that his plan was to have Medea marry Jason later. Inside the hall, the king's daughters mourned over Princess Orlan's remains, crying and weeping. Peleus looked at Jason and self-deprecatingly said he would rather be a captain than a king, then strode out alone. He walked through the snow that reached above his knees, each step heavy and difficult. The sound of his heavy footsteps in the snow echoed into the hall, and no one said anything further. What about Jason? Medusa asked. García looked up the steps and found that Jason had disappeared. Let's go too. After returning to the inn, the silly ant continued to eat and drink without any delay. Greenbeard was the same. His belly was about to burst from the new wine brewed this autumn. However, his capacity for alcohol was astonishing. Even if he drank until he couldn't fit anymore, he wouldn't get drunk. Don't believe it? Last night, he drank just like that. At this moment, just as he entered the inn, he was already leaning by the fireplace, gulping down drinks. The snow outside was still falling heavily, and it was getting dark. Theseus was about to go out to look for Medea, as she had not yet returned. Medea had not returned because Jason had not come back to the inn after disappearing from the palace, and she was still anxiously searching for him around the city. García returned to his room, first lowering his footsteps, quickly approaching the window, and gently opening it to confirm that there was no one lying outside like last night. He pulled the window shut tightly, and when he turned around, someone flashed behind him, startling him. What are you doing? Garcia's face changed in fear. Are you up to no good? Afraid I might find out? Medusa walked in, the snow covering the rest of the scents, and the room was filled with the fragrance of Medusa's body. García let Medusa in, but she seemed determined to squeeze over to Garcia's side and take a look at the window. Is something wrong? García asked. Nothing, Medusa replied. I just noticed you're not very happy. Do you have something on your mind? García shook his head. No, what could I possibly be troubled about? He was thinking about the double reward of the Golden Fleece, but he couldn't tell Medusa. I've had a bit to drink, Medusa said. I know, García thought. If it weren't for the alcohol, how would she have come to my room on her own? I mean, I've had a bit to drink. I'm feeling a little dizzy. Medusa walked towards Garcia's bed. I want to sit on your bed for a while. Do you mind? Mind would be an understatement. But isn't it a bit inappropriate? Medusa, García said. Actually, you can go back to your own room if you're drunk. But Medusa's voice started to sound nasal, dragging out her words. I have something to ask you. Is something off? Is she acting coy? Can the snake woman Medusa be acting coy? She must have drunk too much. Garcia, let me ask you, Medusa slowly began, lazily and seductively. Back then, in the Snake Clan's water palace, why did you save me? Huh? How long ago was that? Why burn it up now? Should I tell the truth? At first, Garcia wanted to use Medusa. However, he remembered that when he first saw Medusa, he thought, as his father Greenbeard said, this woman is so beautiful. Garcia was still reminiscing about the past when Medusa walked over, leaning against him. She had drunk too much and was unsteady on her feet. Medusa wore a thin, silvery lace gown that hugged her graceful figure, with a curved back accentuating her slim waist and full hips. In the corner of Garcia's eye, her high and prominent chest rose and fell. She was definitely doing it on purpose, wearing such a low-cut dress, with a hint of cleavage barely visible. Chapter 111. Garcia consumed Medusa. Garcia isn't a mess. Who would have thought that on such a snowy day, he could feel as hot as if on fire? Why won't you answer me? Medusa is puffed up. She must have drunk too much, right? Her long legs unintentionally touch each other. Very straight, tightly closed. She stands apart again, not letting herself fall over. Garcia suddenly reached out to support Medusa, afraid she would fall. The distance between them closed, and Medusa stopped speaking, but Garcia could see her long eyelashes conveying a message. Medusa softly uttered, and Garcia could smell her faint, fragrant breath. She trembled softly, her waist twisting as if she wanted to entwine with Garcia. Medusa wrapped herself around Garcia, her arms draped over him, barely standing. Neither could pull away, nor did they want to. Garcia was swelling with unbearable pain. What had started as a fire raging within him was now magma surging inside, ready to erupt from his body. Otherwise, he felt like he would explode. Garcia is not drunk, but he is now more confused than when he was intoxicated. He is tired and wants to go to bed. He won't forget that the river god made him merge with Medusa, which would bring a curse. But, oh no, why must Garcia face such a trial? Medusa's free body feels just like a warm sponge with undulating curves, enveloping Garcia. It's tight. He has already sunk deeply into it. In such a narrow space. He can't escape. He's going to die. Medusa should not forget that Garcia is just the son of a legitimate old pirate. He is not afraid of death. He can no longer care about any damn curse. If he is to die, then let it be at Medusa's hands. He wants to hide inside Medusa's body. Garcia, the little pirate, revealed his barbaric nature as he rudely lifted Medusa in his arms. It was a smooth motion. After all, Medusa was already wrapped around his neck, like a fitted piece of clothing clinging to him. As soon as Garcia embraced her, Medusa couldn't wait to leap up, tightly wrapping herself around Garcia's body, lying against him, feeling so tender and hot. She must have drunk too much. That's why she felt so warm against Garcia's skin. The door, Medusa said. Huh? You still know to close the door? Is she really that tipsy? Don't lie to me. Garcia hung a person on him, walked to the door, turned his back, and kicked it shut with a bang. The whole room shook, and she tightened her grip. Tonight, Garcia is a beast, claiming a bed in this room as his territory, ready to exercise his animal instincts in his domain. Yes, he has devoured Medusa. Garcia bit down fiercely, and Medusa thrust out her chest, using her mouth to catch Garcia's attack. Teeth and tongue tore and ground against each other, the scent of the beast marking the inside of the mouth. Garcia held tightly, carefully putting down. The two fantasized, desired, but dared not act. Medusa's hand slipped into the fabric on his back, her nails digging into the space between his vertebrae, drawing blood. Boom! On the roof. The snow that had accumulated all day slid down, splattering water everywhere. Garcia forcefully overwhelmed her, wanting to crush her heavily and cover her completely. Thud, thud, thud. The mouth below stopped, and Medusa opened her eyes. Garcia heard nothing. The aggressive mouth above was still greedily biting. Outside, the knocking on the door sounded again. A pair of hands below pressed against Garcia's chest, tried to push him away. No, is anyone there? The two of them were longing for each other, calling each other's names for so long, just waiting to meet. They had traveled such a long way, at least to see each other. He and she were about to meet. The Garcias are on the brink of death, with no heart to consider whether anyone is around. Knock, knock, knock. My friend Garcia, Pirius, sneaked in and lowered his voice, saying he had something important to discuss with me. Can I come in? Garcia did not get up, turned his head to reply. No time, talk later. No. This matter had Perseus hesitating, words on the tip of his tongue, but unable to say them, feeling extremely uncomfortable, just like Garcia in bed. Perseus continued, this matter is very important. We can't wait any longer. What do you mean we can't wait? Is your matter more important, or is mine? I said to wait, so you have to wait. Wait, Garcia said, just wait outside the door, no entry allowed. Garcia wanted to continue. Even if the sky were to fall, nothing could stop him. But Medusa perked up her ears, able to hear downstairs, where her aunt was greeting Theseus. Theseus? Her aunt asked, why are you back alone? Where's Medea? Theseus looked dejected and did not answer her. Clearly, Medea had not returned because Jason had not been found. The footsteps were getting closer. Theseus might be coming upstairs. Creak. The door to Garcia's room was pushed open, and Pyrrhus crept in quietly. He couldn't let a third person find out that he had secretly come to discuss matters with Garcia. After all, in Pyrrhus's view, this matter was quite important. Below, Medusa's eyes widened in shock, her long eyelashes fluttering as she couldn't continue to pretend she was drunk. Even if she had been truly drunk before, the moment Pyrrhus appeared, she instantly sobered up. Yes, the door was merely closed, not locked. Thinking back to that moment, Garcia had no time to think about locking it. He just wanted to be quick and didn't want any complications. Garcia pulled the blanket over Medusa, jumped out of bed, and stood in front of Perseus. It didn't matter much to him, but he couldn't let Medusa be embarrassed. Perseus angrily said to Garcia, I told you to wait outside, not to come in. Perseus shook his head like a rattle, covering his mouth with one hand and pointing outside with the other, indicating to Garcia that someone was passing by and not to speak. Sure enough, Theseus's footsteps reached Garcia's door, paused for a moment, and then walked away. His room was on the same floor as Garcia's, and he would pass by Garcia's door every time he came in or out. Perseus crouched down, opened Garcia's door, looked outside to confirm that Theseus had entered his own room. Only then did he close the door, turn to face Garcia, and made an apologetic smile. Sorry, I didn't know you were sleeping. Garcia was frustrated and scratched his head. What is it, my steering master? Hurry up and say it, then leave. Huh? Pyrrhus noticed a subtle change in his gaze towards Garcia. Garcia, your mouth? I had a bit to drink. Garcia wiped his mouth with his sleeve. There was a slight, tingling pain, and when he looked at his sleeve, it was stained with specks of blood. All right, Medusa must have bitten me. Note that down. I'll settle the score later. You can drink so much that you hurt your mouth? Pyrrhus asked, puzzled. Garcia, what about your pants? Don't ask anymore. It's all because of you. I was halfway undressed, and before I could exercise my territorial rights, you messed it up. I was sleeping, Garcia said as he pulled up his pants. Isn't that a bit odd? What's the connection between sleeping and wearing half pants? Pyrrhus answered himself. None. He scrutinized Garcia with a strange look, then leaned closer to Garcia, glancing at the bed behind him. What are you looking at? Garcia leaned in, blocking Pyrrhus's view, and pushed him. If there's something, we can talk outside. Pyrrhus stepped back, bracing himself against Garcia, not budging an inch. We can't talk outside. This is important. I can only tell you, and no one else can know. Garcia helplessly said, all right, you speak quickly. Perseus hesitated for a moment and asked, Garcia, this matter, I can only tell you alone. Garcia clenched his fist, wanting to kill this guy on the spot. So, Pyrrhus pointed with his mouth at the bed. There won't be a third person in your room, right? No way, that's too much, isn't it? You need something from me. And you still want to check my bed? Garcia is contemplating whether to use Pyrrhus to launch a kick with his leg technique, kicking the person out. Not good. Pyrrhus dodges and avoids Garcia's defense, heading straight towards the bed. Garcia hurriedly turned around and reached out to grab it, but it was already too late. The blanket on the bed was suddenly thrown off by Perseus. Chapter 112. Is Medusa here? Garcia followed, looking at the bed of Pyrrhus's subordinate, gasping in shock, his body going weak. Pyrrhus, what are you doing? Fortunately, there was no one on the bed. Medusa might have hidden under it. Garcia, you're not being honest. Pyrrhus put down the blanket and went to check under the bed again. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Garcia thought, I'm not a criminal. Why'd I have to be searched? Just as Pyrrhus was still bending down to look under the bed, Garcia secretly exerted force in his legs and kicked out. Pyrrhus slapped the ground with one hand, spinning sideways to avoid Garcia's foot. Garcia, tell me, who did you sleep with? Pyrrhus was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nostrils because he couldn't find anyone under the bed. What? Is Pyrrhus crazy? There should be a limit to jealousy, right? Who Garcia slept with has nothing to do with you. Garcia kicked out again, sweeping horizontally towards Pyrrhus's face. This time, the opponent did not dodge, but instead crossed his wrist to clamp down on Garcia's leg. Garcia wanted to press down with force, but Pyrrhus's strength was not to be underestimated, and he couldn't push him down at all. Holding on to Pyrrhus's wrist, Garcia jumped into the air, using his other leg to kick diagonally at Pyrrhus's neck. Indeed, Garcia finally had this leg technique to showcase. However, he could either kick quickly with no power, or kick heavily but without speed. García still hadn't mastered the technique, unable to balance the deadly moves of Greenbeard's leg skills. Piraeus, who had been kicked, casually patted his neck as if swatting away a mosquito. He twisted his thick, tree trunk-like neck to the left and right, accompanied by the cracking sounds of his joints. They say a woman's sixth sense is very accurate, and Piraeus' sixth sense was also telling him that García had slept with a woman in this room tonight, right on this bed. Moreover, García didn't want anyone to find out. With his clever mind, Piraeus concluded that the woman García had slept with was definitely Medea. García slept with Jason's woman, which is why he is being secretive and doesn't want Peleus to know. Normally, Peleus, with his keen observational skills, has seen Medea silently expressing her feelings for García more than once. Coincidentally, today, Medea has been out looking for Jason for so long and has yet to return, which likely means she is in García's bed. Although Peleus is very displeased with Jason's decision to delay his ascension to the throne for 3 years, he absolutely will not allow anyone to tarnish Jason's fiancée, especially not García. He can't even think about it. You, García, already have 2 beauties circling around you, and now you want to reach for Jason's fiancée, the Princess of Iolcos. You want to have her too? This is outrageous. Peleus will never agree to it. García, answer me. Peleus' face is terrifying as he steps closer to García. Did you sleep with Medea, Jason's fiancée? García smiled wryly. It turned out that this fool had misunderstood. He was once again misusing his stupidity to stand up for Jason. García was furious and reluctant to explain to Perseus. He knew he was not yet a match for Perseus. However, as Perseus continued to approach, García felt he had to strike back despite knowing he couldn't win. With no embellishment, García channeled all his strength in his right leg, turned sideways, and kicked fiercely. Perseus caught the kick, but was still forced to retreat repeatedly, smoke billowing from his nostrils. He grabbed García's foot, intending to twist and pull back to throw him down. Wait, García said. Who's that outside the window? Perseus suspected García was trying to trick him, but he paused anyway. Medea, came the voice of his aunt from outside the window. You finally made it back. Perseus turned around and saw that the window by García's bed was ajar. It was opened by Medusa. Earlier, after Perseus had entered, he had crouched to check if Theseus had left the corridor, giving Medusa the chance to jump out the window. Perseus released García's leg, walked to the window, and looked outside. Under the streetlight, snowflakes danced as Medea and Jason had just returned from outside and were talking with his aunt. Perseus turned back to look at García, deep in thought. Could it be that I misunderstood García? No, he needed to find Jason to verify. Without saying another word to García, Perseus hurriedly left the room. García straightened his clothes and sat on the bed, the quilt still warm. He slammed his palm down. Peleus, you may not think much of me, that's fine. But don't force me to kill you. Peleus walked to the door, first deliberately approaching Medea, widening his eyes to examine her mouth, checking to see if she bore any bite marks like García. After a look, he found none. Medea's lips were chapped and blackened from the cold. She must have searched for Jason too long in the snow, not looking like someone who had just escaped from a warm bed. Looking at Medea's pant legs, they were covered in dirt and snow. To find Jason, Medea had almost traversed half of Iolcos. Her nose was red, and her long black hair was covered in snowflakes, forming a thin layer of ice. Peleus was sure that Medea had not just fled from García's bed. Medea, lower your head, and I'll help you brush off the snow. It's all frozen, you know. The ant, shorter than Medea, stood on her tiptoes to help her shake off the accumulated snow. Peleus pulled Jason aside, into a corner where the streetlight couldn't reach, and asked, Captain, has Medea been with you the whole time? Yes, Jason replied, ever since I left the palace. She has been following me all day. You have no idea how annoying she is right now. Peleus stopped snorting in annoyance and swallowed a gulp of cold air, feeling relieved. That's good, that's good. What's wrong? Jason asked. Why do you want to know this? Nothing, it's nothing. Peleus didn't want Jason to press him, so he walked ahead into the inn. As he passed through the front hall, he ran into Medusa, who was just coming out. Peleus stopped in his tracks and saw that there were fine wounds at the corners of Medusa's mouth. A closer look revealed they were bite marks. Moreover, there were several red marks on the skin of her collarbone where there were no snake scales. Medusa blushed under Peleus's gaze and quickly moved aside to leave. She lifted her lace dress, trying to cover the red marks on her body. Jason, Medusa said, I want to borrow your golden fleece for a while. García, what a rough guy, leaving Medusa battered and bruised. Although it's not a serious injury, it's still something that would embarrass anyone who sees it, right? Medusa wants to use the golden fleece to heal the scars on her body to avoid being laughed at. Peleus feels a sense of enlightenment and thinks, Garcia, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. But why do you have to be so secretive about sleeping with Medusa? There's nothing to be ashamed of in such matters. All right, you're still too young. Little guy. As Peleus thinks this, it brings back memories of his own youth, and a rare smile appears on his lips. In the quiet night, the cold wind howls outside the window. The swirling snowflakes fall against the glass, making a rustling sound. Garcia felt hot all over and couldn't sleep at all. Whenever he tugged at the blanket, he would think of Medusa beneath him. Unless he could stop breathing, the lingering scent of Medusa's body would be all over the blanket. As soon as he closed his eyes, Medusa would appear before him. Would she, like me, feel the same? So, would she come looking for me again? Or, why shouldn't I go find her? Medusa had taken the initiative once. Now it was my turn, right? Garcia wanted to get up, lifting the blanket and preparing to get out of bed. In his mind, another figure appeared, Peleus. Yes, at that moment of lifting the blanket, Garcia remembered how Peleus had also lifted his blanket after ruining Garcia's romantic encounter, and even bent down to search under Garcia's bed. Garcia made a move, but he couldn't compete with Perseus at all. This person, Perseus, Garcia should find a chance to make him suffer a bit. Bang, bang, bang. Garcia heard a very light knock on the door. It was the kind of force that wanted to knock, but didn't dare to. It must be Medusa. Garcia ran over barefoot, opened the door, and pulled the person outside into the house. Chapter 113, Child, Don't Cry. What is it? Garcia felt that the person in his arms was as heavy as a stone rolling down a hillside, and was also struggling. Similarly, the person being held by Garcia, Peleus, was startled and jumped up, trying to break free. Garcia quickly realized it was Peleus and hurriedly withdrew his hands from him. How could it be you again? Fortunately, Garcia hadn't gone too far otherwise. Just thinking about it made him feel nauseous. He was about to throw up. Peleus widened his eyes, even bigger than his nostrils. He probably didn't expect Garcia to have this kind of hobby. I respect you, but you can't do this to me. Please, don't misunderstand. Garcia is feeling desperate. And how did he end up meeting such a foolish donkey like Peleus? Alas, I'm very sorry, my old friend Garcia. Peleus keeps a safe distance from Garcia and bows deeply. I misunderstood you before. In the middle of the night, are you just here to apologize? Garcia is back in his own bed, just now, thinking it was Medusa who came, barefoot and cold. You can go, Garcia emphasized. Don't tell anyone about today. All right. Peleus nodded, speaking in a serious tone to show his respect for the matter. Don't worry, I respect your preferences. I definitely won't spread it around. Stupid. Is this a stupid donkey? It's unbelievable, even dumber than a donkey. What I mean is Medusa doesn't want others to know. Garcia sighed heavily, correcting him. Why not? Peleus asked curiously. Shut up, what is it to you? Garcia said loudly, making a gesture as if to pull the covers off. This was a hint for him not to act stupid like before. Oh, Peleus nodded again. Garcia covered his face with a blanket and said, You can leave. Just remember to close the door. Peleus walked to Garcia's bed, reached out to lift the blanket, and grinned lewdly. Garcia felt a chill run down his spine, kicked the bed, and shouted, What do you want? In the past, after escaping death numerous times, Garcia never felt the urge to learn the art of killing. But now, he truly regretted not mastering a killing move earlier. Otherwise, he would really want to end Peleus's life. Look at how stupid he is, still daring to lift Garcia's blanket. Unfortunately, even if Garcia wanted to kill, he wasn't Peleus's match. Just wait, you'll get what's coming to you sooner or later. Don't be so loud, Peleus said, his hands fidgeting, nearly reaching out to cover Garcia's mouth. Huh, this old guy, is he going to make a move? Forcefully? Garcia kicked out, and Peleus didn't T-dodge or block, allowing Garcia to kick him in the nostrils, letting out a muffled groan as he fell back. The previous good things were ruined by you. It couldn't be that I would lose my dignity in your hands again, right? Garcia gathered all his strength, with all his resentment concentrated in this kick. Perilous's two nostrils were big enough and hard enough that Garcia kicked them askew. Crack! He straightened his nostrils and tried to blow out 2 puffs of white smoke. It's clear now, no problem. Garcia's pupils dilated. Is this even possible? Is Peleus a man or a donkey? This old guy, if we fight, I can't win. I need to keep my distance in the future. Garcia, my old friend. Peleus stood up, not angry, and didn't move closer to avoid any misunderstanding for Garcia. He really had important matters to discuss with Garcia. Last time he came in, he messed up Garcia's good fortune, but it was purely accidental, not intentional at all. Because this matter needs to be kept confidential, Peleus waited until now, when it was late and quiet, to sneak into Garcia's room and surprise him, making him think it was Medusa. He then made Garcia feel nauseous. leading him to believe Peleus had some unusual preference for lifting the covers. "Please believe me," Peleus said, rubbing his nostrils. "I really have important things to discuss with you." "Speak. Hurry up, let's go." García truly did not want to waste time on this foolish guy. Our captain Jason successfully stole the Golden Fleece from the land of Colchis, overcoming countless difficulties along the way, and finally returned to Iolcus. "Your contribution is the greatest," Peleus concluded. "I think you genuinely want to help Jason, right?" García didn't want to talk to Peleus anymore, so he pulled the quilt over his head. Now, Jason had lost both of his parents, and he still had to mourn for 3 more years before he could inherit the throne. Peleus asked himself, as an old friend of Jason, "You wouldn't want him to do that, right? Uncle, if you have something on your mind, go find someone else to confide in. Why come to me? You don't really think I want to listen to your nonsense, do you?" García pulled the blanket over himself and buried his head in sleep. Peleus walked over, and García heard his footsteps clearly. "I'm going to kill the current king. I'm going to kill Peleus." Peleus had approached García's bed. "García, I want to ask for your help. Teach me how to kill Jason's uncle without Jason holding a grudge against me, to prevent Peleus from getting closer to the bed." García pulled back the blanket, revealing his face as he asked, "What good will it do to kill Jason's uncle, King Peleus of Iolcus? Jason's parents are dead, and he must observe a 3-year mourning period. Do you think that if you kill his uncle now, he will immediately ascend the throne?" "That's right," Peleus explained. "According to the customs of Iolcus, when parents pass away, their descendants must mourn for 3 years. However, when a former king dies, the successor must take the throne immediately. The kingdom takes precedence over the family. Otherwise, it's considered treason and will earn the contempt of the entire kingdom. Is that so?" García suddenly became interested. "Yes." Peleus looked out the window with unfulfilled ambitions. "As long as I kill Peleus, our captain Jason will have no choice but to ascend the throne." García asked, "Don't forget, Peleus is dead, and he still has so many daughters?" Peleus laughed heartily, as if everything was already under his control. "You don't understand. The laws of Elkins state that women cannot inherit the throne, and Peleus has no sons. Therefore, the one who will inherit the throne must be our captain, Jason. This is indeed a good thing. Originally, this throne also belonged to Jason's father." Of course, when García referred to good things, he meant that he wouldn't have to wait 3 more years and could reap his double reward sooner. "García, you are a strategic thinker." Peleus looked at García earnestly. "Please help me come up with a way so that after I kill Jason's uncle, he won't hold a grudge against me. You care that much about Jason?" For some reason, Jason's impression of Peleus had changed. He was indeed foolish. However, every time he appeared in front of García, or even clashed with him, Peleus was always standing up for Jason. Such a person is loyal. "That's rare. I promised Jason's father that I would assist his son in becoming the king of Elkins." Peleus said, "García, you are too young. There are some things you may not know. Once, during the years I pursued my wife, I almost starved to death. It was Jason's father who saved me and gave me a second chance at life." The story of Peleus's courtship is well known throughout Greece, and García knew some of it but lacked the details. Obviously, Peleus hadn't come specifically to tell García a love story. At least not tonight. In fact, García asked, "Isn't this something you could do yourself?" "Huh?" To quickly get Jason into power, Peleus first thought of himself. He wanted to do this himself, but he worried that by doing so, Jason would hold a grudge against him. Peleus had always played the role of an old friend, brother, or even father beside Jason, and he very much wished to help Jason become king, but he also didn't want to lose Jason, this young friend. Thus, Peleus's heart was conflicted, and he needed García to devise a plan for him. "You mean I don't have to do it myself?" Peleus retorted. "Is there anyone else willing to take this risk?" García had already sat up in bed, seriously planning who in our team, besides you, cares the most about our captain Jason. Without a moment's hesitation, Peleus blurted out, "Medea." Boom! The snow kept falling, and the wind grew stronger. Medea woke up in the cold wind, opened her eyes, and found snow falling at her bedside. How could this be? Hadn't she returned to the inn and gone to bed? Why was there snowflakes falling on her bed? Medea got up to look again, and it wasn't snowing. Perhaps she was dreaming? During the day, Medea had walked far in the city, searching for Jason. Her body was exhausted. After finding Jason, she followed him to the cemetery to pay respects to his parents, who had been hanged. On the way back, Medea had adjusted her breathing dozens of times, wanting to say a comforting word to Jason. However, each time she carefully approached to speak, Jason would impatiently walk away. Medea could only silently follow behind him. Watching his indifferent back, stepping into the muddy water he had soiled, her heart completely chilled. In bed, Medea was covered with a blanket, sitting with her knees hugged to her chest. She didn't want to wake up, Once she became conscious, she couldn't help but think of Jason, of her future fate. In another 3 years, would Jason successfully ascend to the throne? After he became king, would he really marry me? Medea never regretted her choice to betray her country, but she never expected to end up in such a situation. With no one to rely on and no way to turn back, the future felt elusive and uncertain. If I weren't a woman, would it be better? Medea buried her head in the blanket, tears streaming down her face. She had already forgotten when she last cried. Child, don't cry. There's nothing wrong with being a woman. A woman's voice rang out, unfamiliar to her. Who is she? How can she know what I'm thinking? Medea raised her head, and in her blurred vision, she couldn't see anyone else in the room besides herself. Chapter 114. Hera appears. It was snowing, right at Medea's bedside. A hallucination? No. The snowflakes on Medea's hair were melting, and the snow water flowed down her forehead, soaking the blanket. She raised her hand and indeed caught a handful of snow on her head. Medea got out of bed and brushed the snow from her hair. Whoosh! A gust of night wind blew in, carrying thick flying snow. Oh, it turned out the window was open. Medea put on her shoes and ran to close the window. In the later part of the night, Medea had a dream, dreaming that she was sleeping in bed, but it was still snowing heavily above her head. Half asleep and half awake, she got out of bed like last time, brushed off the snow on her head, and then discovered that the window was open again. She closed the window and went back to bed. Medea was extremely tired. Her thoughts were very hazy. Was this a dream, or was it really happening? If it was a dream, why was it so real? If it wasn't, hadn't she already closed the window? Also, she clearly heard a woman speaking just now. Where is she? Whoosh. Things were repeating again, and Medea didn't want to get out of bed to close the window, but the wind was howling fiercely. It was too cold. She still had to get out of bed and go to the window to close it. Just as Medea walked over, the window slammed shut by itself, and the sound of the wind outside gradually faded away. Strange? The wind has stopped. Medea approached the window, wanted to open it and take a look. Could it be that someone was outside? Don't look, I'm right here. The woman's voice echoed in the room, seemingly from Medea's bed. Who are you? Medea was still standing by the window, turning to look at her bed. I am a goddess Hera. The voice came from the bed. Medea ran back to the bedside, but the bed was empty. She looked around and said, I don't know you, but I've heard of you. Yes, you may have heard of me. Hera's voice was ethereal, as if it came from another time and space. It was so close to Medea. Your Majesty, the goddess. Medea clasped her hands together in front of her chest and earnestly said, I am an unfortunate woman. Please save me. Hera was one of the 12 Olympian gods and the 7th wife of Zeus, sharing power with him. Since she had found Medea, if she felt pity for her, she could completely help Medea change this tragic fate. However, Hera said, Medea, I want you to understand that your unfortunate fate has nothing to do with you being a woman. I heed your teachings, your Majesty. Medea looked up at the sky. Please save my marriage. I'm nearly suffocating from sadness. Hera is the goddess of marriage and childbirth, and Medea's plea was a prayer to the goddess. But to Medea's disappointment, Hera was not here for her role. Because of Jason, you betrayed your kingdom. Was it worth it? The voice came from outside the window, accompanied by the cold wind. Medea looked outside, trembling as she said, Your Majesty, I don't know if it was worth it, but I don't regret it. For Jason, you stole the sacred object dedicated to Ares, the Golden Fleece from the sacred grove of Ares in your kingdom of Colchis. Aren't you afraid of retribution? The voice came from the walls of the room. The war god Ares was the son of Hera and Zeus, and Hera favored him the most. Hera had once made a prophecy in the temple of Olympus that one day Ares would succeed Zeus and become the next king of the gods. And Jason stealing the Golden Fleece meant he had taken Ares' offerings. Was Hera here to seek revenge for this? Medea turned to look at the wall and weakly replied, Please forgive me, your Majesty. I had no other choice to escape Colchis. I am not here to redeem you, Hera said, nor am I here to punish you. Medea curled up, feeling very cold, wanting to return to the warmth of her blanket, but she didn't dare. You can make a deal with me, Hera said. What should I do? Medea asked. You must kill the current king of Iolcus, Peleus, Hera said. Why? Medea just spoke, then bit down hard on her chapped lips that had cracked from the cold during the day. She realized she shouldn't ask too much. Medea's long hair floated gently, a cold wind swirling around her. That was Hera's manifestation. She wanted to take a good look at this unfortunate woman. Oh woman, your mouth is bleeding. The cold wind blew into Medea's ear, and Hera's words reached her. Jason, your lover, he possesses the Golden Fleece, a sacred object that can heal wounds. Doesn't he care enough to heal you? Medea's lips were bleeding, and her heart was bleeding too. Suddenly, a surge of warmth flowed between Medea's lips and teeth. She noticed that the cold wind swirling around her had turned into warm air, no longer leaving her frozen and chilled. Medea reached out to feel her lips. The dry, cracked, bleeding dead skin had peeled away, and in an instant, plump new flesh had grown. Even the fatigue from a day of walking, the aches in her body, had disappeared. Medea wanted to thank Hera. Unfortunate woman, do not speak. Hera transformed into a shadow, her hand gently caressing the corners of Medea's eyes. On both sides, the frozen tear marks melted away, dissipating into warm vapor. Do not ask me, Hera said, let me ask you. Please speak. Medea reached out to grasp Hera's hand, but felt nothing. You helped me kill Peleus, Hera asked. What do you want in return? After Peleus dies, I want Jason to ascend the throne and become the new king, Medea said. That way, you will marry me. You helped me kill Peleus. Jason can become king. Hera asked again, but are you sure that once on the throne, Jason will still marry you? Medea said firmly, yes, he promised me. He is a man of his word. Unfortunate woman, Hera said. You are so unfortunate, yet you still want to entrust your unfortunate fate to a man's promise? Medea lowered her head. She dared not speak again, nor did she dare to fantasize. Good or bad, she cannot dare to think. Her heart was already riddled with wounds. The remaining strength was only enough for her to believe in what she once believed. As for those things that had not yet happened, that contradicted her past fantasies, she could no longer think of them. So-called self-deception, perhaps, is what Medea is like now. You stole the Golden Fleece for Jason. You killed Peleus for Jason. Hera said, you will also watch Jason ascend the throne, and you will become his wife. And then, there was nothing after that. If she could reach this point, Medea's unfortunate fate would end here, right? Now, what she worried about was that even making Jason keep his promise to marry her was difficult to achieve. If that day truly came, and Medea could become Jason's wife, allowing her, this unfortunate woman who betrayed her country, to find a place of her own, she would be satisfied. Then Hera asked, I want you to kill Jason, just as you would kill the current King Peleus. Chapter 115. I like you. I love you. Huh? So, was Hera's true purpose in this journey to kill Jason? First, kill the current King Peleus, let Jason become the new king, and then kill Jason? So, the one Hera wanted to kill was actually the king? No, no, no. Medea shook her head. She could not do that. You do not want to kill Jason. You want Jason to become the new king, Hera continued, as Jason's wife. You will watch him marry one woman after another like you. Of course, that is your husband Jason keeping his promise to other women. Hera is indeed the goddess of marriage and childbirth, yet her own marriage and childbirth were a mess. She and Zeus loved each other, married, had children, and ruled over all things in the world together. She originally thought she understood Zeus very well. After all, he was her brother. She also thought Zeus loved her enough because she was Zeus's sister. Later, she realized that Hera's judgment had gone awry. She knew her husband and her brother well, but she could not see through a man's heart. Yesterday, the promise Zeus made to Hera could be fulfilled today. However, Hera belatedly realized that Zeus did not just keep promises to her alone. Even more frightening was that Zeus had done too many things behind Hera's back. Things that could be unrelated to promises, perhaps related to desire, or perhaps about power. Medea gazed at the shadow before her, took a deep breath, and stood there alone. Hearing Hera say this, Medea thought that making Jason keep his promise to marry her was actually the beginning of another unfortunate fate. If the goddess queen herself was unwilling to redeem Medea, what could this unfortunate woman do? Live and die on her own? Medea's face revealed a tragic smile. In fact, we are the same, Hera said. One day, I will have my son, the god of war Ares, overthrow my husband Zeus and become the god of all gods. And you, unfortunate woman, I can teach you to make your own son overthrow Jason and become the king of Iolcos. You will be the mother of the king. Medea's eyes lit up, and her heart reignited hope for her fate. Hera said, as a woman, rather than entrusting your fate to your husband, it is better to entrust your fate to your son. By doing so, you may gain more say in your survival. Grateful for the goddess queen's teaching, Medea bowed deeply. Listen well, Hera said, on the night you kill Peleus, I will let you conceive Jason's son. Medea was in tears, having found redemption on the edge of her heart dying. Hera extended a hand to smooth Medea's disheveled hair. Unfortunate woman, seeing how unfortunate you are, I will grant you 2 sons. In the future, you will have 2 opportunities to choose one obedient son to use as you wish to change your unfortunate fate. There was no time for further thanks. Hera's hand gradually became ethereal until the entire shadow vanished. In the room, a cool breeze rose, lifting Medusa's blanket. She woke from her dream, the bright light outside streaming in, and the conversation that had taken place in this room last night was fresh in her mind. Medusa believed it was real because all the pain in her body had vanished, and she felt completely rejuvenated. She got up from bed, sat in front of the dressing table, and saw herself in the copper mirror, as if she had aged 10 years. Her lips were rosy, her eyes deep, her hair bright. Even the 2 mounds on her chest had become high and firm. When Medusa raised her hand, she could always touch her elbows. Indeed, her clothes were a bit tight. Medusa ran out of the room and into the dining room on the first floor. Everyone was up, and they were having breakfast. It turned out that Medusa had dreamt for too long last night and overslept. She immediately spotted Jason in the crowd, looking gloomy. Medusa held her head high and walked towards Jason. The sides of her collar slightly bulged, as white as the snow outside. Oh, Medusa, her aunt, who was good at finding beauty, was the first to notice the radiance Medusa had gained overnight. My eyes might be deceiving me. You seem to have aged 10 years younger. Medusa smiled brightly. Yes, I feel much lighter too. She intentionally dragged out her tone, speaking loudly to attract Jason's attention. Annie put down the buttered bread, took a deep breath, shifted her buttocks back on the stool, straightened her back, and made a strong effort to expand her chest. Medusa felt a surge of jealousy. Annie had to maintain her position as the one with the biggest chest. Eat more. García casually grasped Auntie's feminine scheming, biting into the bread with his mouth only half open. Eat more, you'll grow fast. Mind your own business, Auntie said, hitting García on the forehead with a spoon, making a loud clanging sound. The hit was perfectly placed, the spoon's back hitting the protruding part of Garcia's skull. Because she hit it hard, it created a suction of air, resulting in a loud noise. Everyone was attracted by this scene and turned their attention. Only one person was an exception, and that was Theseus, who had already eaten enough and was sitting beside them. His eyes were fixed intently on Medusa. Theseus had actually eaten his fill long ago, as he got up the earliest and ate the most. Why did he rise early? Because he had gone out looking for Medusa yesterday and couldn't find her until nightfall. So he thought he would get up early today to see her. Originally, he returned to the inn early last night to wait for Medusa to come back, so he could see her before sleeping. However, he had been searching for Medusa around most of the Eric City and was so exhausted that he fell asleep as soon as he returned to his room, unable to wait for Medusa and Jason to come back to the inn. If a warrior like Theseus was that tired, how much more so was the unfortunate woman Medusa? Yesterday, she had almost worked herself to death. Fortunately, the goddess Hera appeared at night, giving Medusa a new lease on life. In Theseus's eyes, everything about Medusa was perfect. Her full lips, her ample chest, her disheveled hair, her eyes, nose, and ears. Theseus bit into a piece of bread hard, dipped it in butter, and sucked it in vigorously, swallowing tightly. He was already full and didn't need to eat anymore. He stayed away from Medusa to come down for breakfast, just to see her. Now that he had seen her, Theseus didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. My captain, Medusa said softly. Jason was focused on eating and ignored her. When Medusa called again, Jason heard but pretended not to. She thought she had become 10 years younger, even taller than Annie. What she estimated might not be the reality. Medusa picked up a piece of bread and placed it in Jason's plate, regardless of whether he ate it or not. At least doing so created an opportunity for Jason to look up and see Medusa. As long as he looked once, Medusa believed he would be attracted. What man doesn't like beautiful women? Jason was a man too. Sure enough, Jason looked up at Medusa, not exactly disgusted, but with a kind of indifferent apathy. Oh no! Auntie screamed, as García retaliated, splattering a bowl of butter on her face. Let me explain, García said. I was just being careless, really. García, you little pirate, how shameless! Auntie exclaimed, wiping the butter off her face while scolding him. García countered, silly aunt, can you speak with some conscience? How am I the one without shame? Besides, you were the one who hit me first. I only hit you back once, and you retaliated like this? The aunt was so angry she stuttered. Then how come your mouth got bitten and you didn't retaliate? Huh, what is the aunt talking about? What does this have to do with her? She can't be jealous of Medusa, can she? García's mother stepped on her aunt's foot under the table. Wasn't it agreed that they wouldn't bring this up in front of Medusa? Well, everyone in the García family knows about this matter. However, everyone pretends as if nothing happened. Why not? The aunt shook her head. The injuries on the little pirate were caused by Medusa. I saw her drunk, walking alone into the little pirate's room, shutting the door and never coming out again. The sailors stopped chewing, leaned in closer, wanting to hear more details from the ant. The restaurant was silent as a grave. Garcia discovered that he was the only one eating. However, everyone's gaze, including Jason's, turned to look at the now blushing and utterly embarrassed Medusa. "Annie, I admit my mistake. Please stop," Garcia pleaded, lowering his head. "I'm just going to say this is your own doing," his aunt replied curiously. "Garcia, what did you do to Medusa? Why would she bite you?" With a clang, under everyone's watchful eyes, Medusa simply stood up, left the inn, and walked into the heavy snowfall. Garcia's mouth was stuffed full of food, and he made a fool of himself. He had just thrown a basin of butter at his aunt's face, intending to anger her. When she and Garcia started to get physical, he planned to suppress her with his leg technique, hoping to stimulate her to practice harder. Then, Garcia could earn double rewards. Unexpectedly, this time his aunt only used words and did not resort to violence. She publicly exposed Garcia's incident of being bitten by Medusa, which left Medusa extremely embarrassed. "Silly aunt, just wait for me." Garcia threw down the leftover bread in his hand, tightened his clothes, and slowly stood up to leave the dining table. As soon as he stepped out the door and away from everyone's sight, he quickly followed Medusa's footprints. The heavy snow kept falling endlessly. Garcia extended his left hand, and before he could even extend his right, his left palm was already filled with snow. The snow was falling rapidly. If it weren't for the strong north wind blowing the newly fallen snowflakes into the sea, the snow on the ground would likely be enough to bury an adult. The world was a vast expanse of white, and the sky remained overcast. This oppressive color, no matter how strong the wind blew, could not be dispelled. Garcia was still in pursuit, following the footprints in the snow. Medusa walked hurriedly, leaving deep prints that foreshadowed an irrevocable event about to happen to Garcia. "Medusa!" Garcia shouted as he ran, catching snowflakes as big as goose feathers in his mouth. Why was she running so fast? Was it just because her aunt had said a few embarrassing words? Was it really necessary to be so resolute? Moreover, given Medusa's cold-blooded nature, she was not the type of woman to back down in the face of adversity. Could it be that Garcia had hurt her feelings somewhere else? Was it really just because he hadn't gone to find her in the early hours of the night? No, it couldn't be. Garcia's mind was in a mess as he continued to run forward along the footprints, making crisp sounds in the snow. As he chased along this path, the only sound left was the crunch of snow beneath his feet, with no other echoes. He quickened his pace, as if he had to find an answer on this road. Medusa's footprints were becoming shallower, possibly because the two were far apart, and the old prints were covered by newly fallen snowflakes. The road ahead was becoming increasingly difficult to traverse, and it was likely a path rarely visited, even in normal times, with no one nearby. Garcia had run quite a long distance and started to pant. At this point, the footprints on the ground became blurred and chaotic, and Garcia stopped. He needed to catch his breath before continuing, and he had to carefully distinguish the indistinct footprints on the ground to determine the direction in which Medusa might have left. Garcia activated his insight skill, looking around for a week, but found nothing unusual, only the sound of snowflakes falling and the howling cold wind. He followed his intuition and randomly chose a direction, walking for a while, yet he still couldn't catch up with Medusa's footprints, let alone catch up to her in person. Not good. Could it be that Medusa really intended to leave? Garcia seems to be struggling against an unnamed force, reflecting deeply within himself whether he has ever done anything to make Medusa sad. Apart from the promise to marry Medusa, which has not yet been fulfilled, he does not remember doing anything else that would hurt her. However, marrying Medusa would be the river god's revenge, and it cannot be done. Medusa is aware of this. As for what happened last night, it was Medusa who took the risk, and which led to the subsequent biting incident in bed. Garcia wandered aimlessly and, by chance, caught a glimpse of a snow mound rising ahead, as if someone had frozen to death, covered in a thick layer of snow. Medusa? Could it be her? Frozen to death in this snowy ground? Garcia's heart trembled, swallowing his fear, and he ran to the snowdrift. Was it wrong? Fortunately not. As he got closer, Garcia realized that it was not a frozen corpse, but a small wooden cabin that had no one living in it. There were no signs of anyone having been there before, of course, and no footprints leading away. Garcia seemed to have completely lost track of her. Medusa vanished into the snowy day. The inability to find Medusa seemed to leave Garcia more despondent than seeing her dead. If she were dead, she could be revived. But if she had left forever, then everything would be lost. He rubbed his hands together, exhaling a puff of warm breath, his nose turning purple from the cold. Garcia walked into the small cabin. The space was very small, and upon checking, he did not find Medusa. Should he go out and look again? Garcia walked out and suddenly felt someone behind him. He quickly turned around and saw Medusa standing at the door of the cabin. Medusa, what are you doing here? And what about you? Why did you come here? I came to find you. Medusa's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. That's right. I wanted you to come find me. Huh. So, is Medusa luring Garcia? Does she want to continue the unfinished business from last night? Garcia followed Medusa back into the cabin, sitting beside an abandoned fireplace, shaking off the snow from his body. Medusa flicked her snake tail, the sharp scales rubbing against Garcia's leather boots, sending sparks that ignited the wood in the fireplace. The flames gradually rose, and warmth soon filled the entire cabin. The two sat in silence, neither speaking. I'm sorry, Garcia broke the silence. You know, my aunt is just a fool. She didn't mean it. About last night. I know, Medusa interrupted, not allowing Garcia to finish. Through the firelight, Garcia saw a blush rise on Medusa's face across from him. She was a cold-blooded snake. Not freezing, but rather shy. She felt deeply ashamed about having walked into Garcia's room the night before. However, this matter couldn't be left unresolved. Garcia needed to give an explanation. Of course, he also wanted to have his own thoughts on it. Medusa, Garcia said, about what happened last night. I will take responsibility for you. I was drunk. I don't remember anything, Medusa replied. Drunk? Then you still knew to lock the door? Who would believe that? Garcia said seriously, I've thought it over. Once we settle down, I will marry you. Wait for what? When will you marry me? Why does this sound so familiar? Wait for the Golden Fleece. Wait to return home. Wait to ascend the throne. Didn't Jason also use these words to placate the unfortunate Medea? The other party did not respond, only picked up a piece of firewood and added it to the stove. Garcia walked over, sat next to Medusa, held her shoulder, looked into her eyes, and said, I married you to save you before. Now, I've changed my mind. Huh? Changed? Medusa raised her gaze, staring dreamily into Garcia's blue eyes. He said, I'm no longer marrying you to save you. The reason I decided to marry you today is that I like you. After spending so much time together, I love you. Do you understand my heart? I like you. I love you. Garcia spoke a bit excitedly, worried that Medusa might reject him. Because Medusa was still staring at Garcia, silent. At the beginning of their acquaintance, Garcia had saved Medusa to use her. Although he felt a spark the moment he saw her, it was limited to just that. Later, when the river god wanted to take revenge on Medusa for breaching the contract, Garcia helped Medusa avoid retribution on the condition that he would marry her. This was also because he wanted to save Medusa. He had not yet entertained the thought of marrying her. Of course, both Garcia and Medusa knew that Medusa had offended the river god by breaching the contract to save Garcia and his family from the Serpent Clan's dungeon. Until last night, when Medusa took the initiative to enter Garcia's room, and then today, as Garcia pursued Medusa along the way. When Garcia thought about the possibility of Medusa truly leaving, his heart ached. He realized that he had fallen in love with Medusa. He didn't want to lose her. Ever since he brought Medusa out of the Serpent Clan's water palace in the Land of Darkness, joining Jason's crew to steal the Golden Fleece. They had gone through so much together, arriving in the northern kingdom of Yorkes. In Garcia's memories, almost every fragment contained the figure of Medusa. She had entered his world. As a player who had lived two lives, Garcia decided to be straightforward about his feelings for the person he liked and loved. There was no need to be coy. Medusa, listen closely. Garcia leaned in and whispered in her ear, I want to marry you. Was this a bad idea? Garcia's head was instead firmly grasped by Medusa, who bit into him again. It goes without saying that Garcia retaliated. Just like last night, their mouths were locked in a fierce struggle, hard apart. The closer they got, the tighter it became. Garcia felt his body sinking into the snowflakes, soft and cool. Chapter 116. Who came to the room at midnight? No. Medusa pushed Garcia away and murmured, Yesterday, I entered your room like that because I was drunk, so I forgot the curse. Garcia let go and honestly went to warm himself by the fire. Medusa had drunk last night. Her body was warm, but today she hadn't drunk, feeling too cold. With such a body temperature, it was basically impossible for anything indescribable to happen. Moreover, Garcia had dared to accept Medusa's bite last night, knowing that even if he died in bed, at least the Golden Fleece could bring him back to life. Dying in an ugly manner was indeed disgraceful. However, if he were to die in this little cabin today, in the wilderness, the Golden Fleece could revive him, and no one would be able to find the bodies of him and Medusa. That was a long time ago, and Medusa had a worried expression, feeling a deep sorrow inside. Garcia did not understand what Medusa was referring to. All he could do was sit quietly and honestly next to her, listening to her grievances. Medusa looked at Garcia, her eyes revealing endless regret and sorrow. You may have heard that the chief god Zeus once issued a divine decree in the Temple of Olympus, prohibiting the reproduction of all things in the world. Yes, Garcia nodded. It was because of this divine command that I almost could not survive. In fact, Garcia was already dead. The original son of Greenbeard, Garcia, was born and died during the period of Zeus's prohibition. It was only after the original host's death that this player, Garcia, had the opportunity to replace the original host and live to the present. Medusa was weighed down by heavy thoughts, almost unable to breathe. But you surely do not know why the chief god Zeus would issue such a divine decree against reproduction. No, Garcia knows, but the original Garcia should not know. Even the goddess Hera is still in the dark about it. At that time, Zeus suddenly issued a divine decree prohibiting procreation. As Zeus's wife, this prohibition could restrain his romantic escapades, and Hera supported it. I remember Zeus privately told Hera that the gods were devoting their energy to reproduction and neglecting their divine duties, which is why he had to issue the ban on procreation. Hera believed it, but Medusa, the party involved, knows that the reason Zeus issued the decree in a fit of anger was to prevent her from marrying and giving birth. Over the years, Zeus pursued Medusa, repeatedly rejected. He could not target only Medusa with a prohibition decree due to the constraints of Hera and many other wives. So he issued such a ban directed at all living things. Those who don't know would think the ban is to restrict all things. Hera was deceived by Zeus, believing the decree was meant to limit the gods. Medusa herself knew that the ban was issued solely because of her, implicating all living beings. The chief god Zeus pursued me for many years, Medusa said, and because I never agreed. The chief god Zeus issued the decree to prevent me from marrying other men and reproducing. Oh, Garcia asks, when I grew up, that decree had already been abolished. Yes, Medusa said expressionlessly, unable to conceal the pain in her heart, because when the chief god Zeus came to pursue me for the last time, I had already sworn to refuse his pursuit, vowing never to marry again in this life, to remain a pitiful virgin. Garcia understood Medusa's concerns. She had sworn years ago to remain a virgin to reject the god Zeus, preferring not to marry. Now, Medusa was in pain because she had met Garcia. She wanted to marry him, have children, and no longer just be a virgin. Things that happen later can wait, right? Garcia gently cupped Medusa's face and said, "Today, I just want you to tell me if you're willing to marry me and be my wife." Medusa nestled into Garcia's arms, holding him tightly. "I will be willing to die for it." "That's good," Garcia whispered in her ear. "I must marry you." The goal was set. Once Garcia urged Jason to successfully ascend to the throne and become the king of Elcas, and he received double rewards. He would tackle the oath that Medea had once made. This would definitely not be an easy task. It would be 1,000 times harder than helping Jason steal the Golden Fleece. Because previously, at the Serpent Clan's water palace, the pirate leader King Sophie had been enslaved by the elder and younger sisters of the Snake Woman, and after nights of entanglement, all three of them were cursed and suffered a backlash, becoming neither human nor snake, essentially half dead. Garcia and Medusa now understand that it is the curse that Zeus placed upon the serpent tribe. Although the divine decree that prohibited childbirth has been abolished, the curse on the entire serpent tribe exists for eternity. If Garcia wants to unite with Medusa, he will inevitably suffer the backlash of the curse. The Snake King, Snake Queen, and the River God are all aware of this, which is why they colluded. Unable to eliminate the Garcia family, they let them go, allowing them to take Medusa with them. However, the condition for the River God to abandon revenge on Medusa is that Garcia must marry her. This clever plan seems to allow the Garcia family to escape the land of darkness with Medusa. In reality, it plants a deadly hidden danger. Once Garcia and Medusa unite, they will face the backlash of the curse. Don't think they can keep dragging it out without uniting. Those who delay fulfilling their pact will eventually face divine punishment. Garcia, Medusa said, "If you marry me, you will suffer the backlash of the curse. Aren't you afraid?" Garcia gently cupped Medusa's face with both hands, paused for a moment, and said, "I'm not afraid." It's not that he's not afraid, but player Garcia is confident that he can find a solution. Then Medusa asked again, "If you marry me, you're marrying a woman whom the god Zeus cannot have. Aren't you afraid of his revenge?" "Of course I'm afraid. This is no joke. Who can withstand the wrath of thunder?" But at this moment, to be honest, that would really ruin the mood. Garcia retorted, "Last night you came to find me, knowing full well that you would suffer the backlash of the curse. Weren't you afraid that we would die together in bed?" Medusa blushed and pushed away Garcia's hand that was resting on her face. Thinking she was angry, he then heard her say, "You are a barbaric guy. You've torn my long dress. The empty little wooden cabin was filled with the heat produced by the stove, and the icicles at the top of the wooden posts melted under the warmth, revealing tiny holes. Puffs of blue smoke slipped out, intertwining with the white snow falling from the sky, lifted by the cold wind, drifting further away. Ah, García, what's wrong? Medea asked. I wish I had brought a bottle of wine with me, García said clearly, looking into Medusa's eyes. Little pirate, you have bad intentions. Medusa pushed García away and ran out alone. The birds were gone, and the beasts were hibernating. Amidst the vast white snow, it was just García and Medusa. In this world of two, only one set of footprints remained. García walked ahead, and Medusa imitated his steps, treading on the snow prints behind him. Medusa laughed joyfully like a child. She had grown up in the land of darkness, despised by her parents for her mediocre talents and envied by her sister for her beauty. Medusa had never experienced happiness like today. Some might ask, when was the last time you laughed happily? But for Medusa, it seemed she had never had such a moment. García, little pirate, Medusa shouted, I will remember. Today is the first time in my life I laughed happily. García stopped in his tracks, suddenly turned around, and embraced Medusa, who had caught up with him. The two of them quickly got into a fight over a disagreement, using their mouths as the most convenient weapon. This wasn't their first time. Their skills had improved. However, García believed he still needed to strengthen his training and couldn't afford to be careless. When the two returned to the inn, it was already quite late. The entire inn was quiet, with only an oil lamp flickering dimly inside. Ah, and he was holding a small stove filled with charcoal, draped in a furry beast skin. You two actually know how to come back? Medusa stepped forward, wanting to greet Andy politely. García held Medusa back. You go back to your room and rest. He knew that the silly ant was feeling jealous of Medusa. At this moment, no matter what Medusa did, the ant would find it hard to accept. Oh, whose room should she go back to? The ant watched as García held Medusa's hand. Hadn't this been going on from day to night already? Wasn't enough? Medusa said nothing and walked away directly. Auntie, García smiled. It's all my fault for what happened this morning. I didn't handle it well. García was still using the incident of the butter on his aunt's face as a cover, but his aunt didn't mention it. What she cared about was that García had left her all day at the inn while he took Medusa out to play in the snow. Little pirate, do you still see your aunt in your eyes? The aunt adopted a parental tone, saying, now that you have Medusa, you've forgotten your aunt, haven't you? Huh? When did the aunt become so old? Is this something she should be saying? All right, García patted his silly aunt on the head. Still wanting to get away with things like before. Another day we'll go out and take you along to play too. The ant was angry, shaking her shoulders under the animal skin. Do you think I'm eager to play with you? Of course not. What the ant cherished was being alone with García. What did Medusa have to do with it? Without Medusa, that would be better. A woman's heart cannot accommodate another woman. The ant felt a sense of crisis. Was she really going to lose her little pirate? No matter what, she thought, she could still salvage it. Otherwise, she wouldn't be waiting alone with the heater for García and Medusa so late. Oh no, she was waiting for García to come back. Can you understand the good intentions behind this, García? The ant got angry just thinking about it, and, taking advantage of García's inattention, lifted her leg and kicked him. García hurriedly dodged, just barely avoiding being kicked in the vital area by his aunt. His aunt took the advantageous position and kept kicking relentlessly. I am kicking. Kicking your vital area. Clearly, it was you who got bitten by Medusa and had your mouth injured, yet you still won't let me talk about it. García kept retreating, unwilling to use his leg skills to provoke his aunt any further. She had already been hurt enough today, so he decided to give her a break. Ideally, he would pretend to be defeated, creating a perfect opportunity for his aunt to win against García. His aunt lifted her leg, kicking at García's chin, her leg raised, revealing her fair skin. García stood straight and did not dodge. Don't get me wrong. He didn't dodge because he felt that his aunt's kick was too straight and not strong enough. Getting hit should not hurt too much. He was just standing there to let his aunt kick him. However, his aunt was about to disappoint García because she had short legs. She couldn't reach García's chin when she kicked upward. García saw his aunt's knees. Her pajama bottoms were too loose. What's going on? His aunt's short legs didn't give up just because she missed kicking García's chin. Instead, she pressed forward using her body weight, her heel coming straight down towards him, right where it mattered. At this moment, García had to dodge. García bent forward, arching his body while pushing his hips back. However, as he made this move to avoid his aunt's descending foot, she unexpectedly kicked her leg upwards, hitting García's chin. Impressive. His silly aunt had come up with a clever tactic. With a feint of 2 kicks, one up and one down, she tricked García and ultimately achieved her original goal of kicking him in the chin. With a crisp sound, Garcia reached up to feel his jaw, fearing that his front teeth had been knocked out. Initially, he had thought about taking it easy and deliberately letting his aunt win. Unexpectedly, in that moment of distraction, he ended up genuinely losing to her. It seemed that despite being angry today, his aunt wasn't just idly sitting around. Garcia dares to bet that his aunt must be practicing her leg skills. Ding. Past progress. 80. Note, you're urging your aunt to learn Greenbeard's leg skills. And she is improving quickly. Please keep it up. Reward. Greenbeard's leg skill, double reward. Garcia, Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 5. Escape experience level 4. Insight experience level 6. Charm experience level 3. Spirit communication experience level 5. Sure enough, the task progress has reached 80. Thanks to my aunt being in a bad mood today and enhancing Garcia's leg skills again. Garcia covered his chin, making a face as if he couldn't breathe from the pain. Ah, little pirate, does it hurt a lot? His aunt stepped forward, holding a stove to illuminate Garcia's face. It hurts so much, Garcia said weakly. Ha ha, his aunt laughed with glee. All right, I guess my practice today wasn't in vain. I actually hit the little pirate. Huh? You have no idea. Because of your practice today, I received double rewards. Garcia glared at his aunt with resentment, appearing angry, but actually feeling happy. His aunt handed over the small stove she was carrying to Garcia, saying, "You kicked well just now. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you." Although his aunt had been angry all day and was still fuming, kicking her legs until dark, she still cared about Garcia. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone out of her way to light a small stove and wait at the end just to warm him up when he returned. As for the kick that hit Garcia's chin earlier, it wasn't part of her plan. That was purely Garcia's own doing. After all, who told him to dare to hold Medusa's hand in front of her? They had been holding hands for an entire day. Wasn't that enough? What his aunt said made sense. By the way, I've put food and drinks in your room. Hurry up and eat and go to bed. As his aunt turned to leave, she suddenly warned him, "That's just for you. So you can't invite Medusa to your room to eat. You can't let her come over to eat, and it's best not to let her come to do anything else either." Huh? Do you have to control that too? If you don't let me, Garcia thought he might secretly call her in the middle of the night. Fine, okay? Because I also put food in Medusa's room. Leaving only echoes behind, his aunt had already disappeared at the end of the corridor. This is more like it. Garcia watched his aunt's disappearing figure, feeling quite pleased. This woman, while a bit silly, is not a bad person at heart. Garcia carried a small stove upstairs and walked into his room. Upon entering, he found someone sitting there, munching away. Who is this? So bold and shameless? Eating the food that Aunt had prepared just for Garcia? This afternoon, Aunt had prepared 2 dinners. One was for Medusa, ordinary. The other was for Garcia, featuring fresher fruits. All special products bought at high prices from southern vendors by the inn. There was also an extra plate of lamb for Garcia. It was precisely because Aunt left all the fruits for Garcia that Piraeus didn't get to eat any decent fruits for dinner. They were all snatched away by those sailors. The unexpected surprise was that he could still eat fruits in Garcia's room, making up for the disappointment of not having a good dinner. Piraeus really had nothing to say to this guy. How could it be you again, and why are you stealing my food? I really don't want to see you anymore. ISNT that what I just said? Garcia was still complaining, not wanting to speak but unable to hold it in. Piraeus stood up, with food remnants all over his mouth, apologizing. I waited too long for you. I got hungry. That's your own problem. What does it have to do with my food? Garcia dragged the remaining food away, keeping his distance from Piraeus. Garcia, my old friend. Piraeus swallowed the crumbs in his mouth. I want to go over the plans we discussed yesterday once more. Garcia ate the food from the plate, planning to say one last thing to Piraeus. Didn't you say it yourself? We agreed on this yesterday. No need to discuss it further. I was thinking, let's plan it again together. Piraeus sincerely said, this way, to deepen the impression. What? What are you talking about? Are you joking? Garcia didn't want to talk. He wanted to laugh. After all, this matter is very important. Piraeus wasn't joking. He really took this matter too seriously. Garcia ate his food and stopped talking. You say one more word, and I'll leave. Peleus sensed Garcia's attitude and didn't want to linger any longer. Fine, Garcia said readily. Killing Peleus and letting Jason ascend to the throne will be done by Medea. Yes, Peleus thought and moved closer, believing Garcia was willing to plan this matter with him again. But no, Garcia merely gestured for Peleus to leave. Peleus mumbled and hesitated, wanting to say something more. If you don't leave, I'll shout for someone and let Jason know about this. Garcia put down the fruit he was eating and cleared his throat. Suddenly, Peleus stood up and dashed out. He left so quickly that he had already gone a distance from Garcia's door when he remembered he hadn't closed it. So he jogged back to shut the door. This shows how much Peleus cared about this matter. He was also very afraid that Jason would find out he was plotting this. García was eating fruit, roasting a fire, and resting his leg on the stool that Peleus had sat on, working with others, knowing what each other fears. It feels safe and less likely to go out of control. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. García spat out fruit seeds and frowned. If he guessed correctly, it was that persistent guy, Peleus again, because, judging by the knocking, it was very soft, afraid of being heard by others. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded again, and García kicked over the stool under his feet, deliberately making a noise, hoping to scare Peleus away. Creak. The door opened by itself, and just as García was about to explode in anger, he caught a glimpse of a pleated skirt in his peripheral vision. It wasn't Peleus? Fragrant, a strange scent? Who had come? Chapter 117. So it was Medea. García looked up along the hem of the skirt. The waist was cinched, and the full bosom of the upper peaks was prominent. Further up, the high-cut neckline revealed smooth skin. This must be something that only a 17-year-old girl possesses, right? Higher still, a pair of jade pendants hung from her earlobes. He couldn't look any longer. A pair of eyes, level with the earrings, was also staring at García. Am I pretty? Medea asked. Huh, how could it be her? This is too dangerous. Originally, that guy Peleus was already suspicious of García. He suspected that García had slept with Jason's fiancée, E. But now, Medea had come to García's room in the middle of the night. If Peleus found out, wouldn't he chop García to pieces? At this moment, García was not thinking about keeping it from Peleus, but rather that he must quickly improve his combat power. As a man, if he did something, he shouldn't be afraid of being found out. So what if they found out? By then, with double rewards, García could learn another killing move, and wouldn't he'd be able to beat that guy Peleus to the ground? With that thought, a vague smile appeared at the corner of García's mouth. Wait, what was he thinking? Medea had just entered. She hadn't done anything yet, so why think so far ahead? What are you smiling about? Medea walked over and asked suspiciously. García picked up the chair he had just kicked over and let Medea sit down. It's nothing. I just feel like you become much younger, and it makes me happy to see you. Ah, Medea had just sat down but stood up again, deliberately puffing out her chest, which was as white as Medusa's. García, do you really think I become more beautiful? García smiled politely, lowered his head to pick fruits from the plate, and said, well, I mean, you look younger than before. García said it's not about being beautiful, but about being young. Otherwise, he feared it would lead to misunderstandings. If he were to speak of beauty, García couldn't help but draw comparisons in his mind. The blonde, blue-eyed, porcelain-skinned ant, who is sweet but foolish, the cold-blooded Medusa in silver lace, who is captivatingly beautiful. And then there's Medea, who possesses a face that makes men reluctant to blink, yet bears the marks of hardship. Oh, everyone knows she was born an unfortunate woman. Medea always dressed heavily, making her waist seem thicker than a woman's waist should be. Unlike the ant and Medusa, García couldn't remember ever seeing Medea's legs. She walked with a steady gait, almost like a man. But tonight, she was different. Medea, a young woman, where she should be tender, she was fair and delicate, easily visible to García. Where she should have curves, she was slim, as she wore a corseted dress. Even more striking was that Medea's neckline was low and wide, making it hard for García to look up, or else his eyes might go out of control. García, with Medea's seductive eyes, why don't you look at me? Aren't you cold in such little clothing? García still buried his head, avoiding the topic. Is it wrong? It seems this topic shouldn't be asked. If asked, he would fall into Medea's trap. She leaned down, tilting her head, looking up at García from below. Since García had his head down, Medea's leaning made her neckline even more open. Empty. For the first time in his life, García saw the whole picture from such a perspective. García gazed over the mountains, while Medea looked at García's busy eyes with affection. Oh, eyes, they're such a wonderful thing. With a glance, it seems like everything is conveyed to the body. García felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his whole body stiffening. But it was all just the imagination of a diligent mind. In reality, nothing had happened. Is it beautiful? Medea asked in a sweet voice. García's ears only picked up the flow of Medea's voice, and he couldn't quite catch what she was asking, because her words were spoken with both joy and anger, and her pleasant voice seemed capable of healing long-term ailments. Ah, García finally withdrew his gaze as he noticed a strange scene. Medea was crouched down, motionless, as if she was deliberately aligning herself with García's eyes. What did you just say? García sniffed, lifting his right leg and placing it over his left, pressing down, feeling a bit uncomfortable. I was asking if you think Medea looks good as she slowly twists her body? Garcia picked up a piece of fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Then what were you just saying? Medea's eyes shimmered like autumn waves, the ripples brushing against the close Garcia. She spoke softly, her voice like a hungry little lamb bleating for milk. It was so light, like the dewdrops sliding off the grass on a spring night, trickling down drop by drop. If, at this moment, the other party were Medusa, Garcia would definitely have the courage to say, "Your mountain is very high, too beautiful." Even if it were his aunt asking, Garcia would dare to say so. But, for some reason, when it came to Medea, Garcia backed down. What if he spoke too bluntly and provoked Medea? Would she rush over and punish him? Let's not forget the seed sown earlier at the market in Colchis. Medea harbored a favorability of 200 towards Garcia. Tonight, Garcia was facing the consequences. What was meant to come could not be avoided. Garcia prayed in his heart, hoping the gods would protect him and not let Medea come any closer. It wasn't that he feared Medea getting closer, but rather that he was afraid he would succumb to his beastly instincts and devour her. It's quite strange, isn't it? Why? Tonight, seeing Medea, Garcia felt as if he had been enchanted, harboring vile thoughts and wanting to pounce on the woman who had entered his room at night. Was it because she was too young? Garcia thought he could resist, but the dark thoughts in his heart were controlling him, forcing him, urging him to pounce on his prey like a wolf. If Garcia truly devoured Medea, the future princess, then could Jason ascend to the throne smoothly? Can Garcia still get the double reward of the Golden Fleece as he wishes? Even if he can, what will Theseus' reaction be? That guy wanted Medea, but found out that Medea had Garcia devoured? Can he peacefully bless Garcia? And what about Medusa? Can she tolerate it? Time's up. Garcia truly has a diligent heart, always worrying about things that haven't happened. His rational mind tells him that he never had any plans to eat Medea. It's not that he dares not eat, but rather that Medea doesn't suit his taste. However, tonight he suddenly has a huge appetite, which must mean something is wrong, right? Energy equivalence? Previously, when he was in Colchis, Garcia had invaded Medea's mind, and later, on the way back to El Caris, Medea had retaliated by invading Garcia's mind. Yes, it must be that way. Garcia was about to get up, wanted to go outside, and clear his mind in the wind and snow. Not good. His upper body was about to rise, but his two legs below lost control and couldn't stand as he intended. Is this the end? Garcia's vision became blurry, and he saw a head of messy curly hair, a pair of deep blue eyes, and chiseled features. Yes, Garcia saw his own face. There was no doubt that Medea's thoughts were invading his own. Garcia's mind is being manipulated, which is why he has developed a desire to consume Medea. Thus, his legs are out of control. Since the last time Medea counter-invaded Garcia, he specifically sought out Greenbeard to learn leg techniques, so that if a similar incident were to occur again, Garcia could use his strength to knock Medea out. Unexpectedly, although he has nearly mastered the leg techniques, he can't muster any strength in his legs. Damn it, Garcia is so captivated by the scenery, just like a frog in warm water, that he doesn't realize the seriousness of the situation. He is only puzzled as to why he suddenly feels greedy towards Medea, overlooking the matter of mental counter-invasion. Now that he is coming back to his senses, it's a bit late. Garcia, my cloak gentleman? Medea leans in, using a flirtatious nickname. Back when they were in Colchis, Garcia wore a cloak all day to avoid triggering Medea's affection level of 200, not letting her see his face. Where are you going? Medea reaches out, already caressing Garcia's cheek. That's right, Medea can sense Garcia's thoughts. Before he even gets up, she already knows he wants to go out into the snow, so she simply uses her mental powers to control Garcia, preventing him from standing up. Garcia's mind goes blank, and he starts to panic. Medea steps forward, twists her waist, turns around, and falls into Garcia's embrace. The waves on her chest rise and fall in Garcia's arms, and he just sits there to catch her. To be precise, it is Medea catching herself. Garcia is just a tool under her mental control. Sweat drips from Garcia's body, and he does not touch the Medea in his arms, proving that he has not been completely possessed. The last bit of consciousness is still struggling, not completely succumbed. Compared to the previous Medusa, tonight's Medea writhes, appearing somewhat unfamiliar. Your mouth, it was bitten by that white snake, right? Medea gently breathes out. Let me heal your wounds. Okay. Two hot lips come close, and Garcia is still conscious, but he is gradually fading away. He feels his body is heavy and drowsy. It's over. Garcia is not afraid of losing herself. She is only afraid that this time she will be continuously invaded by Medea's thoughts for too long. What if Medea gets Garcia and wants to control her to do something else? What does she want Garcia to do? Garcia's remaining thoughts were being gradually eroded by Medea, and his body was being invaded by a force. Like a cat, unable to resist the fish jerky at its mouth, like a runaway wild horse, ready to charge forward the moment the reins are let go. Thump, thump, thump. Garcia's head suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if something had snapped. Did he hear a knocking sound? Yes, the Medea in his arms heard it too. She was startled by the knocking outside, her nerves tensed, and the connection controlling Garcia's thoughts was severed. As a result, Garcia experienced the illusion of his head tearing apart. Medea's mouth released, trying to break free from Garcia's embrace. She was cautious, not wanting anyone to know that something like this was happening in Garcia's room. With the connection broken, Garcia was free. Now he was like a truly untamed wild horse. His previously uncontrollable legs returned to normal, spreading open, causing Medea, who was about to rise from his arms, to sink back in once again. Garcia lifted Medea from behind and bit down impulsively. He intended to bite her mouth, but Medea twisted her body in resistance. Her head turned away from Garcia's mouth, tilting upwards, while her legs kicked straight out, trying to jump out of Garcia's embrace. However, as Medea focused on her head and tail, her chest pushed up high, stretching open her collar, exposing herself to Garcia's mouth. Did you voluntarily come into my arms? Now, I want to launch an attack on you. Why won't you succumb? How can you still resist in my embrace? Knock, knock, knock. The knocking grew urgent. It didn't sound like Peleus. He wouldn't dare be so arrogant for fear of being discovered by Jason. Nor was it Medusa. If she were coming, she wouldn't make such a loud noise. So who could it be? Creak, creak. Not good. That person started twisting the doorknob, but couldn't open it. Fortunately, Medea had locked the door when she entered Garcia's room. She had come prepared, thinking ahead. Now, in the room, only Medea was contemplating. Garcia doesn't care who comes outside the door. Even if the main god Zeus arrives, he won't be stopped. Garcia walked down with his left hand supporting her waist, while his right hand gripped her hips from above, pulling his upper body down. Medea couldn't break free at all. She held onto Garcia's head tightly, tugging at his curly hair. Garcia, the doorman shouted, "It's Theseus." Garcia, stop talking. His hands withdrew from Medea's body. How'd he come here? Garcia suddenly felt a chill run down his back and thought of Theseus's method of shooting an arrow through the throat. Medea got up from Garcia's arms, put on her clothes, and adjusted her neckline, her face pale with shock. Theseus had been paying close attention to Medea's every move and noticed that she had not come out of Garcia's room after entering. So he decided to knock on the door promptly. "Garcia, I know you're still awake. Please open the door." Theseus twisted the doorknob again. "I have something important to discuss with you." "Yes, I'm still awake," Garcia yawned and said, "but it's too late now. Can we talk about it tomorrow, okay?" Garcia couldn't pretend to be asleep. He had to speak up and respond, first to stabilize Theseus and prevent him from forcibly breaking in. Only then could he buy some time for himself and Medea to think about how to deal with this skilled archer. "No, no, no." Theseus started to bang on the door. "My old friend, do you still not trust me? I really have something urgent to discuss with you. Open the door quickly, or I might just break it down." It seemed that Theseus was determined to get in. "All right, I'll come and open the door for you." Garcia walked to the door to let Theseus in, just as he was about to turn the handle and let Theseus in at the last moment. He glanced back and saw Medea heading toward the bed. What was Medea doing getting onto the bed? Hiding under the blanket? Originally, both of them were dressed neatly, which would have made it easier to prove their innocence to Theseus. But now, if Medea got onto the bed and was found by Theseus, that would really leave them with no way to explain. Bang! As soon as Garcia opened the door, Theseus burst in like a flattened oak being released, crashing into Garcia. This guy had come with a quiver on his back, and the feathers from the arrows nearly poked Garcia's eye out. "Hey, I say, buddy." Theseus sniffed like a dog. "How come you smell so fragrant? Come clean. You don't have a woman hidden in your room, do you?" "Theseus, it's late at night. Didn't you say you had something urgent to discuss with me?" Garcia brushed off his clothes. "That's just the scent left by Medea. Don't joke around. If you have something to say, please hurry up." "Garcia, you took your sweet time opening the door for me. I've been freezing out here." Theseus extended his hand to warm by the stove that Ant had made for Garcia. "Now that I'm in, don't rush. Please sit down. I'll explain everything slowly." As Theseus spoke, his thieving eyes searched the room carefully. He knew the scent on Garcia must belong to some woman, but he didn't know who. Because tonight, the perfume that Medea applied was something she had never used before. She had specifically followed the courier staff during the day to the market to buy it. Theseus continued to search for clues about Medea, but only found the stove. He knew that the stove had been lit by Ant herself for Garcia, unrelated to Medea. The food on the table was also something he had seen before, left for the two of them by Ant when Garcia and Medusa had not yet returned. However, Theseus clearly saw that Medea had entered Garcia's room too. He accidentally deduced a wicked possibility. Could it be that Ant was already inside before Medea came in? Garcia and the others are three people together? Theseus doesn't care about Garcia and the Ant. What he cares about is his Medea. Therefore, Medea must still be hiding in this room. He must find her. Theseus's face was ashen, and he glared fiercely at Garcia, saying, "I have something to discuss with you." As he spoke to catch Garcia's attention, he walked towards Garcia's bed. Garcia followed his gaze, noticing the blanket on the bed was bulging, possibly hiding someone underneath. What if Medea was under the blanket? What would Theseus plan to do? Would he shoot me with an arrow? Theseus, you could just sit and talk to me. Why do you have to come up to my bed? Garcia trailed behind Theseus, his eyes fixed on the quiver on Theseus's back. Medea, where are you? Why do you have to hide under the blanket? Theseus lifted the blanket on the bed, and Garcia's face turned pale, already bracing himself with his legs. He thought that once Theseus confirmed that Medea was indeed hiding in the bed, he would either kick Theseus to death or run away to find his father Greenbeard for help. In any case, Theseus, who barged in with a quiver on his back, would not let Garcia off easily. No one. There was no Medea hidden under the blanket on the bed. Garcia's legs were almost numb from exertion as he pulled them back and slowly exhaled. Garcia, I'm just curious, Theseus said, pretending to be casual. I always feel like there's a fragrance in this room. Should I help you look for it? Garcia could tell that Theseus was also very nervous. He hoped to find Medea, but he did not want to find her in Garcia's room. Theseus bent down to look under the bed again. This scene felt familiar. Previously, when Medusa was fighting with Garcia and Perseus had interrupted, there was also a scene of lifting the blanket and crawling under the bed. Perseus could not find Medusa because she had escaped through the window. Medea must have done the same, having already jumped out the window, and it was unlikely that she was still hiding under the bed, waiting for Theseus to find her. Yes, Theseus stood up, frustrated, and turned to look at Garcia. He noticed that Garcia was staring at the window by the bed with a silly grin. No one knew Garcia's thoughts. Good. There's a window in the room. That's great. Theseus walked over to the window and saw that it was half open. On a snowy night, it was unreasonable for the window to be left open. He quickly thought of something, fully pushed the window open, and looked down. There were footprints. Theseus's guess was correct. Medea had definitely escaped through the window. Without hesitation, he leaped forward and jumped out of the window. Garcia also took off his coat, spread his legs, and ran quickly. Chapter 118. Theseus is in so much pain. Outside the inn, after jumping down from the window, Theseus crouched next to the snow-covered footprints, carefully examining them. He wanted to identify the person based on these footprints, but since this person jumped from a height, the footprints were not like those made by walking on flat ground. They were so messed up that it was hard to distinguish them. Inside the inn, Garcia was running wildly down the corridor. He picked up his bronze longsword and directly pried open his aunt's room door. To avoid startling his aunt, who was asleep, into screaming, Garcia walked to the bedside, first finding a cloth to cover her mouth, and then leaned close to her ear to say, "Aunt, it's me, Garcia. I need your help. It's urgent." His aunt realized that her mouth, nose, and eyes were all covered by someone. Is this a method of suffocating a person to kill them? Just being woken up like this, she frantically jumped around on the bed for a while before calming down, because she heard clearly it was indeed the little pirate Garcia. "Why you? How did you get into my room?" His aunt was both surprised and delighted. The surprise was because she remembered that her door was locked from the inside. So how could anyone get in? Sleeping in such a room was too dangerous, especially since the blonde-haired, blue-eyed aunt was a beautiful woman. The delight was because she knew Medusa had entered Garcia's room, and afterwards discovered that Garcia had bites all over his mouth. Why did the little pirate come to find his aunt in the middle of the night? His aunt didn't know what Garcia wanted to do with her, but she was full of curiosity about the unknown. Just thinking about it made her inexplicably excited. Before going to sleep tonight, she had even subtly hinted at Garcia. Had the little pirate woken up so quickly? Garcia whispered, "Auntie, can you do me a favor, okay?" Sure. What do you need? How can I help?" Auntie was eager. There were many things she hadn't tried before, feeling somewhat anxious. "Come on, let's go outside and talk," Garcia said, trying to pull Auntie out of the blanket. "Wait, I'm not dressed." Auntie was already being forcibly pulled out, wearing only a thin garment. Auntie's porcelain skin was truly fair, and even without the lights on in the room, it could almost illuminate the space. Not wearing anything is just perfect. "I have a coat ready for you." "Auntie, I really don't want you to catch a cold. Put on my coat." Garcia took off his jacket and draped it over Auntie, wrapping it around her petite body, then directly picked her up and carried her off the bed. Auntie, confused yet filled with anticipation, asked, "Little pirate, what exactly do you want me to help you with? Can't we do it in the room? Why'd I have to get out of bed? This is really important to me. We need to go outside first." Garcia's seriousness about the matter was comparable to Theseus, rivaling Perseus. Anyway, it was right to act as if it was very important. Garcia helped her aunt put on her boots. Her short legs had small feet, soft and warm. She only put on one boot, and Garcia was eager to pull her outside. "Little pirate, no way." Her aunt half-heartedly resisted. "I haven't put on the other boot yet. The ground is cold. My foot is chilly." Garcia picked up his aunt. "There's no time. I'll carry you, okay?" "Huh? Are you that anxious?" His aunt bit her lip. "All right," she said, extending her arms to hang around Garcia's neck. Just like that, Garcia carried his aunt to a corner of the corridor. "Little pirate, are you going to carry me to your room?" His aunt asked joyfully, her mind filled with the image of Medusa entering Garcia's room earlier. "What is it? Can you give me a hint?" "I'm going to marry Medusa," Garcia said halfway. His aunt squirmed in his arms like a fish unwilling to be caught in a net. "What did you say?" "I said I'm going to marry Medusa, but she won't agree." Garcia's expression was sad. "So, I need you to help persuade her to say yes." His aunt was about to explode with anger, her chest heaving up and down beneath her thin clothing. "Put me down, let me go." In the middle of the night, his aunt, who was carried out of the room by Garcia, felt very disappointed in him. She had thought Garcia had awakened and was going to take her to experience something new, but instead, he wanted her to help make a wedding dress for Medusa. As a matchmaker? No way. It was already good enough that his aunt didn't outright oppose him. How could Garcia expect her to help with the matchmaking? Triggering his insight skill, Garcia saw Theseus approaching from outside the inn. Garcia tried to plead again. "Annie, please help me. Okay?" "No." Annie huffed angrily and walked away. "Don't ever come to me for this kind of thing again." Just as Auntie was about to return to her room, she ran into Theseus, who had just entered. "Stop." Theseus quickly approached, sizing up Annie. She was tightly wrapped in Garcia's coat, so Theseus couldn't take advantage of the situation. By the way, why was she wearing Garcia's coat? Theseus was also surprised to notice that Annie was wearing one boot and had one bare foot. Huh? Could it be that the person who jumped out of the window earlier was Annie? Because she was wearing Garcia's coat and had lost a boot in her escape. Auntie glared at Theseus, who had just walked in. "What are you doing up at this hour? Planning to steal?" Theseus felt Annie's anger up close and thought that since she was so furious, the person who jumped out of the window must have been her. "Oh, madam, I was just concerned about you." Theseus defended himself, shaking his head. "After all, how can you only wear one boot on a cold night?" Slap. Annie's leg skills were improving every day. As soon as she kicked, her boot flew into Theseus's face. "Mind your own business." Wow, Annie's kicking skills were impressive. Was her strength really that strong? Theseus's face was already red from the cold outside, and getting hit by Annie's boot made his teeth rattle in pain. All the disappointment, neglect, and anger Annie felt from Garcia poured over Theseus like a bucket of dirty water. "Leave a footprint." She elegantly turned around, swirled the coat she was wrapped in, and almost hit Theseus's already hurt face again. In a panic, Theseus backed away to dodge, only to see Annie leave with her bare foot, striking a victorious pose. Originally, Annie was so upset with Garcia that she was sure she wouldn't sleep tonight. Now, with Theseus showing up to vent her anger, she should be able to return to her room and get a good night's sleep. But was that little pirate Garcia really going to marry Medusa? What would she do then? Auntie tossed Garcia's coat on the ground, stomped on it a few times with her short legs, then climbed on her bed, pulled the blanket, and buried her head under it. Oh no. As soon as she lay down, especially when she pulled the blanket up to cover her head, she remembered the scene earlier. Garcia sneaking in her room, getting on her bed, covering her mouth and nose, then pulling her out from under the blanket and into his arms. Just thinking about it made Andy feel both shy and embarrassed. She always associated Garcia being bitten by Medusa with herself. Under the blanket, Auntie couldn't see the redness that was making her neck itch. She scratched it with her hand, as if she could feel Garcia's hand on top of the blanket, wondering if he would suddenly appear again to cover her mouth and nose. "I'm a little pirate's aunt. I can't do this." That's right, she was Garcia's aunt, but she wasn't much older than him. There were many things Annie had never experienced. Talp, talp, talp. Auntie's short legs kicked the blanket, hitting the bedboard, and it seemed like the bed was about to break from her kicking. Was it too hot? She couldn't sleep. Auntie kicked off the blanket, got out of bed, picked up the coat that she had thrown on the ground and stepped on, brushed off the dirt, folded it neatly, and placed it at the head of the bed. She tried to sleep on top of Garcia's coat for a while, but it was no use. She really couldn't fall asleep. Fine. I'm not sleeping. Annie got up, put on Garcia's coat, and started practicing her leg skills right on the bed. Couldn't she get off the bed? Sure, but Auntie's boot had already hit Theseus's face, and she hadn't picked it up yet. Besides, when she was carried out by Garcia, she had only been wearing one boot. Garcia said the situation was too urgent, and there was no time to delay looking for the other boot, which is why he ran off with his aunt. But the truth? Definitely not. First, the little pirate didn't have any urgent business at all. Second, Garcia actually did find the other boot of his aunt. See, the other boot. Not only could Garcia find it, but he even brought it back and placed it in his own room. At the door, Theseus, filled with grievances against his aunt, walked into Garcia's room listlessly. The first thing he saw was that little stove, his aunt's. The next thing he noticed was the innocent-looking Garcia, who seemed to be kicking something on the ground away from Theseus's view. "Oh, my old friend, why are you back again?" Garcia appeared to be caught off guard, acting flustered as if he didn't expect Theseus to return. Huh, what is Garcia kicking? What else does he want to hide from me? No way. I have to take a look. Theseus rushed over. "Garcia, what did you drop? Let me help you pick it up. This guy is really a good person, isn't he?" Earlier, he searched the whole room for Medea, saying he was helping Garcia find a scent. Now, he wants to check on something that Garcia deliberately kicked away to avoid being seen. He claims he wants to help Garcia pick it up. No need. Garcia kicked it away just to prevent you from seeing it. Theseus went around to Garcia's back and picked up the object from the ground. It was a boot. Wait, isn't that familiar? It looks like... Yes, the boot that my aunt kicked into Theseus's face earlier is exactly the same as this one in Garcia's room. In this room, the stove belongs to my aunt, and the boot also belongs to her. When I met my aunt, she was wearing only one boot and draped in Garcia's coat. There's no doubt about it. Theseus concluded that my aunt was the one who jumped out the window. "Theseus," Garcia asked thoughtfully, "how did you get a footprint on your face?" Theseus quickly put the boot down, gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and then smiled, saying, "Oh, about that, I accidentally tripped outside." "Is that so?" Garcia's curiosity was piqued. "My old friend, how could you have a footprint on your face from tripping?" "I can't do that." "Ah," Theseus rubbed his face hard, so frustrated that he nearly rubbed the skin off. "You misunderstand. It's not a footprint, really, I assure you. It's not a footprint." After chatting for a while, Garcia dismissed him. "Otherwise, let's talk about it tomorrow." He knew Theseus was just checking the room and didn't have anything important to discuss. "No," Theseus suddenly asked, "Garcia, did you sleep with Princess Medea?" "Huh? So direct? Just like the question from Peleus?" Comparing their positions, Peleus asked out of concern for Jason, taking an objective stance, while Theseus's question changed the nature, as he was heartbroken. Originally, he was troubled by Medea's impending marriage to Jason, feeling helpless. He never expected that the silent Garcia had already taken Medea first. Of course, after his investigation, Theseus could confirm that the person who escaped from Garcia's window tonight was my aunt. But this conclusion does not exclude the possibility of Medea being involved. It is very likely that it was a three-person meal, because Theseus had seen with his own eyes that Medea walked into Garcia's room tonight. "I didn't." Garcia lied to prevent Theseus from seeing the truth about Medea coming in, even deceiving my aunt once by pretending to be an adulterer. That wasn't enough. Theseus only believed his own eyes. He was convinced that Medea had been there. Moreover, it was a three-person meal. The person who jumped out the window was my aunt, and Garcia exerted force in his legs to guard against Theseus's flying arrows. "The footprint on your face must have been kicked by my aunt. What does that have to do with Medea?" "That's right." Theseus's eyes turned red. "Your aunt was here. That's a fact. At the same time, Medea was also in your room. I saw her walk in with my own eyes. So the three of you." "Huh? No." Garcia only then realized what Theseus was thinking. "What do you take Garcia for? Is he that kind of person?" "I've never seen Medea," Garcia insisted. He would never go back on his word. Even if it were a lie, the same principle applied. "Well then, do you dare to confront Medea with me?" Theseus became serious, insisting on getting an explanation for himself. Perhaps if Garcia told him that Medea had been there and had even eaten, he might give up. But precisely because Garcia wouldn't admit it, and Theseus had seen Medea come, Theseus needed a definite answer. Willing to accompany him, if they caught someone cheating, they would catch both, and it would all be over. What was there for Garcia to fear? It wasn't impossible that Medea would voluntarily admit she had entered Garcia's room, even embellishing her story to say that Garcia had completely taken advantage of her. However, Garcia judged that Medea wouldn't do that. Otherwise, she could have stayed in Garcia's room just now instead of jumping out the window to escape. Theseus walked ahead, and Garcia followed behind. The two of them arrived at Medea's door. "Knock, knock, knock." Theseus knocked on the door several times, but there was no response from inside. García stood aside, watching the lovesick Theseus, and a hint of sympathy arose within him. Theseus, oh, Theseus? Why are you seeking Medea at this moment? How could she possibly tell the truth? And even if she did, what would it matter? Are you truly so infatuated that you would hang on her every word? It's like when a couple parts ways, and one insists on asking, do you love me? Both parties know that by that point, whatever the answer is, it won't change the outcome. It's merely for the sake of comfort. The current knocker, Theseus, is just that. Bang, bang, bang. He kept knocking. Theseus was resolute, determined to knock until Medea woke up and clarified things. Each knock resonated in Garcia's heart. Could it be that something truly significant would come out of this? Given Theseus's obsession, if Medea were to admit something, García would be at risk of being pierced through. No, just the thought of it made García feel an urgent need to relieve himself. Theseus, you keep knocking. I need to take care of something. He didn't actually go to relieve himself. Instead, he took a roundabout way and arrived at Peleus's door. García stood on tiptoe and stretched his muscles. Bang! With a strong kick, García directly knocked down Peleus's door. Who was it outside? Peleus jumped up from the bed and rushed out with his machete in hand. García practiced leg skills. How could he just stand at the door, waiting to be chopped by Perseus? That would be foolish. He slipped away early, returned to his room, placed the small stove by the bedside, pulled the blanket, and lay down to rest. As for the outside matters, let them be. He didn't care. Bang, bang, bang. Perseus, wielding a machete, searched the corridor for the killer, even though he was searching earnestly. However, he couldn't find even a ghost. But he did hear someone knocking on the door. It was late at night, and dawn hadn't arrived yet. Who was knocking on the door? My door had been removed. Could it be related to the person knocking? Maybe it was him. Following the sound of knocking, Perseus saw someone far away continuously knocking on the door. He focused his gaze, but because the corridor was too dark, he couldn't see the person's face. However, he recognized the room that was being knocked on. Wasn't that Medea's room? Don't think that only Theseus was interested in Medea. Perseus was also not idle. In his imagination, Medea had already become Jason's queen, sacred and inviolable. Who dared to disturb Queen Medea in the middle of the night? Wasn't that seeking death? Seeking death. Perseus raised a machete in his hand and swung it directly at the knocker, Theseus. A strong wind blew. Theseus looked towards the source of the wind, but could not see the person's face, only a machete slicing through the air. There was no room for negotiation. Theseus held his breath and dodged the blow. Perseus turned around and swung the knife again at Theseus. Still missed, just barely. Perseus blocked the corridor, swinging blindly. The wind came from all directions, forcing Theseus to keep retreating. Is that you, Perseus? Perseus's machete was too fast, the wind too strong, and Theseus still couldn't see his face clearly, but he recognized Perseus's swordplay. I am Theseus. Just don't hurt your own people. Did you just recognize your opponent as Perseus? Perseus had recognized Theseus when he swung the second strike, because only Theseus would carry a quiver all day long. It couldn't be wrong. It was definitely you. A prince of Athens. What kind of woman hasn't he seen? Why do you covet Jason's queen? It was one thing to think about it before, but now you are becoming increasingly audacious. You even dared to knock on the door in the middle of the night. Don't forget, this is the kingdom of Elchas, not your Athenian city-state. How can you act recklessly here? Perseus's knife continued to slice through the air, but unfortunately, it did not draw blood. Theseus had nowhere to block. Retreating and running all the way, forced back by Perseus's large knife until the two faced each other in the hall. Perseus, it's me, stop chopping. Theseus thought. The corridor was dark, and it was understandable not to see the face, but now that the hall was lit, you should recognize me, right? Continuing to chop. Even if he couldn't hit the person, Perseus did not stop. He wanted to overpower Theseus with momentum as a warning. Crack! A flash of white light appeared, and the machete in Perseus's hand was knocked away. That was because a larger machete had struck down the knife in Perseus's hand. Theseus looked up and saw a bare-chested person standing upstairs. Wasn't he cold? Perseus's hand was numbed and trembling. He hid his hand behind his back and shouted at the person upstairs, "Greenbeard, this has nothing to do with you. Why are you interfering in our matters?" Don't shout. Don't shout. The bare-chested Greenbeard hadn't opened his eyes, too sleepy to speak clearly. If you want to fight, go ahead, just don't disturb my sleep. After saying that, he turned back to his room and went back to sleep. How wonderful. A pair of eyes hidden in the dark saw this scene. This person was none other than García. He was once again amazed by Greenbeard's abilities. With his eyes closed, how did Greenbeard manage to knock down Perseus's machete directly? That must be much harder than killing someone. right? Moreover, Perseus's swordplay was fast enough to generate wind, yet Greenbeard could hit him in one strike. If there had been any deviation, both Perseus and Theseus downstairs would have been cut down in one blow, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. I thought Greenbeard's leg skills were unmatched in the world, but it seems his swordplay is even better. Learning, I must learn. Garcia silently made up his mind that it would be a shame not to learn such good swordsmanship. He had to let his aunt learn it. Just now, after successfully luring Perseus to cut Theseus, Garcia had already laid down in bed, but unexpectedly, the two ended up in the front hall. Garcia only came out to watch the excitement, so he happened to appreciate Greenbeard's knife skill from a distance, which was truly rewarding. He was still secretly watching the two downstairs. Theseus, I warn you, stay away from Queen Medea in the future, or I will strike you every time I see you. Perseus made a harsh remark, and he could only pick up his fallen sword with both hands and walk away. Theseus was also helpless. He was seriously injured by Medea. His heart ached. Alas, it was self-inflicted. Garcia sighed in place of Theseus, just about to return to his room to sleep. Huh, who is this person coming in? Their walking style is quite strange. They don't look like a local. The prince, that person approached to pay respects to Theseus, and said, Our army has assembled and is ready to march south to conquer the kingdom of El Carcas as soon as this snow stops. Chapter 119, I really like birds. Garcia triggered the insight skill, clearly hearing the conversation between Theseus downstairs and the outsider. The outsider referred to Theseus as prince, which indicated he came from the city-state of Athens. He said the army had gathered, which suggested Athens was about to attack the kingdom of Elcas. Wait for this snow to stop? Jason was in crisis, and he hadn't even become king yet. Was his kingdom Elcas about to fall? Prince, the outsider said, the king entrusted me with a message. Are you ready on your side? You tell the king I have my own plans, Theseus replied. But prince, the king has heard that you accompanied Jason to the land of Colchis to steal the Golden Fleece, and only a dozen of you have returned. The king is very dissatisfied with this, the outsider said. Messenger, Theseus emphasized, I said I have my own plans. This outsider was an envoy sent from the city-state of Athens to Elcas, executing the king of Athens' plans. However, Theseus had his own plans. Thus, the envoy's arrival made Theseus, who had already been heartbroken over Medea all night, even more tormented. All right, prince, your temper seems to have grown even bigger than it was 6 months ago, the Athenian envoy said. The king asked me to remind you not to let your personal plans ruin the entire army's plans. Theseus, unwilling to engage further, deliberately took long strides towards his room. In the dark upstairs, Garcia watched the Athenian envoy leave the hall, his thoughts engaged in fierce struggle. Whether it was the king of Athens' plan or Theseus's plan, both were aimed at Jason and the kingdom of Elcas. It was likely not a good plan, and whether it was Theseus or Jason, they could both be considered friends of Garcia. If they could not be considered friends, at least they were acquaintances. If a war broke out between Theseus and Jason, which side should Garcia stand on? Or should he just stand by and watch? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Why be so clever? It would be so much better to be an ordinary person. Player Garcia actually began to reminisce about his childhood when he was just an ordinary little kid. That night, nothing else happened. The snow fell heavier and heavier. Everything began to fade away, and in Garcia's dreams, it was a pure and cold expanse of white. The next day, the early winter morning woke in the city of Elcas. The grass and trees in the city, some of which could not bear the burden, had been bent to the ground by the snow, buried under the footprints of passers-by, day by day becoming crushed and then frozen into ice. These would all become fertilizer for survivors to revive the following year. But in the palace, it was a world of birdsong and fragrant flowers, filled with warmth. The king's daughters and maids in the palace all knew they were in a wonderful world, saying that even the Olympus temple of the main god Zeus could not compare. In the city of Elcas, there were children starving and elderly without clothing. These days, people were dying every day, yet inside the palace of Elcas, flowers bloomed nourished by milk bread, and pet birds were draped in exquisite silk fabrics. Over half of these silk garments for the birds were the masterpieces of King Peleus. Today, Peleus got up early and was sitting at the bedside knitting a piece of clothing. Oh, you are truly a hard-working king, a woman emerged from under the covers. Having a king like you is truly a blessing for the people of Elcas. Come, come, come. King Peleus held up the knitted fabric to compare with the woman's body. Let me measure your size. No, I'm not a bird. The woman covered herself and stepped back, yet leaned in eagerly again. Don't think like that, King Peleus corrected. You are my beloved little bird, aren't you? Yes, 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 whatever the king says is right, the woman replied, but I haven't put on any clothes yet. Child, I'm measuring your size, not your clothes. King Pelias earnestly leaned in to record the measurements. He was a caring king, just not focusing his thoughts on governing the kingdom. Your Majesty, there is a maid outside, saying the envoy from the city-state of Athens has come to pay an audience, a maid reported. King Pelias shook the knitted garment in his hands and replied, You handle it yourselves, go. Your Majesty, the maid raised her voice. The visitor is the envoy from the city-state of Athens. So what? Is the envoy more important or my knitted clothing? Don't bother me anymore. King Pelias had given orders that all matters in the kingdom of Elchas, big and small, were to be handled by the maids, and he would not concern himself with them. In the past, when Princess Orlan was alive, she would privately make some decisions about raiding and plundering on behalf of the king. But now, since Greenbeard killed Princess Orlan, King Pelias had thrown all matters of the kingdom onto the maids. He had more important things to do, which was to knit clothing. With this year's first heavy snow, he needed to knit a few more pieces for the birds and for his daughters. The envoy from the city-state of Athens brought a declaration of war. The maid stammered as she announced it, leading to such occurrences that the maid could not escape responsibility. What? King Pelias stopped his knitting. A declaration of war? Yes. The envoy is waiting in the main hall, requesting to see the king, the maid replied. King Pelias tossed aside the knitted garment and, in a flurry, jumped out of bed, searching for clothes to put on. The city-state of Athens was the strongest among the northern kingdoms. How could they declare war on Elchas? The envoy has arrived? A declaration of war? In the bedroom, several women were waking up, seeing Pelias hurriedly putting on clothes. It was a rare sight, and they did not know what great matter had occurred. Could it be that Jason is coming again to seize the throne? One woman said, Father, why are you in such a hurry? You must absolutely not agree to abdicate. Yes, Father, another woman said, Jason is a filial son who values propriety. As long as you hold onto the throne and do not voluntarily give way, he would not dare to force you to abdicate. Exactly, another woman added. In these past 6 months, we have done so many things that the people of Elchas cannot tolerate. If you let Jason become king, once he finds out about the many crimes we committed behind his back, how could he possibly forgive us? King Pelias was busy putting on clothes and had no time to respond to his daughters. Similarly, the daughter who was up early to get measured heard the maid's report. She explained to the king and her other sisters, Father is in such a hurry because he is going to meet the envoy from the city-state of Athens. It has nothing to do with Jason. Oh, if it's not Jason coming to seize the throne, then that's good. Wait, the envoy from the city-state of Athens? What does he want? I came out to see your few broken birds of Elchas. Besides, I hate birds the most. The envoy from the city-state of Athens had been waiting in the main hall for a long time, but still did not see King Pelias. So he directly vented his anger on a few maids who were feeding the pet birds. Broken birds, they're still the birds of Elchas. King Pelias strode into the hall with an imposing presence, making it clear that he would not be outdone. His words hinted at a warning for the Athenian envoy. This was not the territory of the Athenian city-state. The maidservants following him maintained a deliberate distance, seemingly avoiding direct contact with the Athenian envoy. Upon meeting the king, the Athenian envoy performed a bow, yet wore an expression of disdain. I have heard that you sent us a declaration of war from the kingdom of Elchas, King Pelias inquired. Oh, you must have misunderstood, honorable king, the Athenian envoy replied. I simply came as agreed to demand the taxes owed to us by the kingdom of Elchas. The king felt a stir of unease within himself, as he knew little about this matter and was aware that it was Princess Orlan who handled it. The Athenian envoy then scrutinized King Pelias, asking, the deadline has passed. Why is our Athenian city-state yet to receive the taxes due? King Pelias had no answer. The decisions were made by the living Princess Orlan. All domestic affairs were managed by the maidservants. He beckoned the maidservant behind him and whispered, You failed to handle this matter properly, didn't you? This maidservant was the palace steward, who had acted under Princess Orlan's direct orders before her death, dealing with all manner of unsavory tasks. She had naturally been involved in diplomatic matters with the Athenian city-state. Years ago, when civil strife broke out in the kingdom of Elchas, Pelias had deposed the king who was his half-brother. This was the father of Jason, who had to take the young Jason into exile in places like Corinth. Meanwhile, the Athenian city-state took advantage of Elchas's weakened state during the civil war to launch an attack on Elchas city. By then, Pelias, who had become the new king, paid for peace by promising to pay annual taxes to persuade Athens to withdraw its troops. In the first few years, the taxes paid by Elchas to the Athenian city-state were relatively reasonable. However, After stabilizing the situation, King Pelias gradually let his guard down and indulged in extravagance, leaving kingdom affairs to Princess Orland and the maidservant to manage. The increasingly powerful Athenian city-state raised the taxes every year, and after many years, they were due to collect 70 of Elchas's taxes this year. Yet King Pelias was completely unaware, as he was preoccupied with knitting garments and lavishly purchasing expensive items from the south. Your Majesty, the maidservant defended herself. Your daughter, Princess Orland, signed a contract with the Athenian city-state stating that we must pay 70 of Elchas's taxes this year, but what? King Pelias pressed down his rising anger, not wanting to strike a woman in front of an outsider, although he had done so before. The maidservant continued, however, before the snow this year, you order me to procure a batch of new birds and jade ornaments from the south, and we spent more than half of the treasury's funds, leaving us insufficient to pay the agreed taxes to Athens. You foolish thing. King Pelias slapped the maidservant. Why didn't you report this sooner? Now we have no money to pay them. How can you let the Athenian envoy travel such a long distance in this heavy snow just to collect debts from us? As expected of a king, he said beautifully, but the Athenian envoy merely scoffed. The maidservant covered her face and said, Your Majesty, I have mentioned this to you long ago. Slap. Another resounding slap. This time, King Pelias's hand landed on the other half of the maidservant's face that she hadn't covered. The maidservant fell to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth as she coughed incessantly. It was unclear whether the king's strength was too great or if the maidservant was simply older. Enough, Your Majesty, the Athenian envoy interjected, presenting a declaration of war and stating solemnly, if you cannot pay the debts owed on time, our Athenian army will don armor, take up spears, and set sail to attack your Elchas city. Oh no, King Pelias extended his hands to receive the declaration, quickly changing his tone to flatter. Please, envoy, do not be angry. It surely hasn't come to that. The Athenian envoy showed no interest in King Pelias's flattery. His gaze was drawn to a woman who had just appeared in the hall. Who is she? King Pelias followed the envoy's gaze and saw his daughter, whom he had just measured for clothing. Envoy. King Pelias felt the situation might be turning. This is my daughter. Oh, very beautiful, the Athenian envoy remarked, pointing at the bird in the king's daughter's arms. I like the birds of Elchas. They are beautiful. I mean, the clothes on the birds are beautiful. The maidservants in the hall who were feeding the birds looked up at each other in surprise. Huh, did I hear that wrong? They clearly heard the Athenian envoy say he did not come to see birds. Wasn't he the one who disliked birds the most? Envoy, if you like them, I can give them all to you, King Pelias said, pushing both the birds and his daughter into the Athenian envoy's arms. He handed the declaration back, adding, I have many more if you wish to take back this declaration. Yes, King Pelias had many birds. At the same time, he had many daughters. Listen, I can retract the declaration if it doesn't fall. The Athenian envoy did not even look at King Pelias, his gaze entirely on the king's daughter. He did not reach out to take it, as the declaration was wedged between him and the king's daughter. If they moved apart even slightly, the declaration would fall. To prevent the declaration from dropping, the king's daughter pressed closer. She knew she was acting on behalf of the king. What her sister Orland had done for the king, she could do as well, only with different methods. Envoy, I can take you to a place, the king's daughter said, pulling the Athenian envoy out, where there are more birds that you will like. Chapter 120. The confession between García and Medea, the Athenian envoy, surrounded by the king's daughters, entered a garden in the palace's backyard. Indeed, many birds were kept here, all dressed in garments knitted by King Pelias. In this vibrant world, each bird was well fed, their feathers glossy and legs plump, just like the figures of the king's daughters. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In the garden, a startled bird let out a shriek. This was because someone was climbing the wall, quickly leaving the palace backyard and heading toward the inn. Inside the inn's dining room, García leisurely finished his breakfast, pondering the conversation he had overheard last night, unaware of the bad events that were about to unfold in the kingdom of Elchas. Ding. Task progress. 90. Note, you're urging your aunt to learn the leg technique of the green beard, which is about to be completed. Reward. Greenbeard's leg technique skill. Double reward. García Pangu current skills. Negotiation experience level 5. Escape experience level 4. Insight experience level 6. Charm experience level 3. Spirit communication experience level 5. I remember the last progress was at 80, and it jumped to 90 when I woke up this morning. Not bad. Didn't practice last night? Shouldn't she have been furious with García last night? How could she have had the mood to practice? I wonder if she has gotten up yet. Garcia sneaked out to return the 2 boots Aunt left outside before dawn. Bang! Something hit Garcia on the head, plunging him into darkness. Little pirate, good morning. It turned out to be Aunt throwing the coat from last night at Garcia's head. She nonchalantly picked up some bread to eat. Garcia brushed aside his outer coat from his head and kindly poured a cup of hot milk for his aunt. Aunt, you must have practiced your leg techniques all night, right? You must be tired. Huh? How does a little pirate know I practiced leg techniques in bed all night? He wouldn't have been eavesdropping outside my door, would he? So, does that mean the little pirate actually cares about me? His aunt chuckled to herself, savoring the sweet taste of the milk in her mouth. Huh? If the little pirate went back to sneak a look at me, does that mean he also saw what I did in bed later? How embarrassing. He actually saw me sleeping in bed, holding his outer coat. Splash. His aunt lifted her hand, and the warm milk splashed all over Garcia's face. You naughty boy. Do you only know how to bully me? Forget it. I can't eat breakfast now. I need to go back to my room to continue practicing my leg techniques. Huh? What did I do to you? What do you mean by naughty boy? I haven't done anything bad to you, have I? Garcia is truly at a loss for words, licking the milk that drips from his face into his mouth. It's actually quite sweet. Ugh. Garcia wouldn't drink the leftover milk from the silly aunt. She's the one being too bullying, right? Is it sweet? Someone asked. It's okay, Garcia replied. Well then, here. I'll give you this too. Someone forcefully stuffed a piece of bread into Garcia's mouth from behind. Who is this? Is this food murder? Garcia sat up with a start. Medusa, how is it you? Garcia bit into the bread in his mouth. Yeah, how is it me? Medusa snorted coldly. You think your aunt's milk is sweeter? I'm leaving. Wait. Looking at Medusa's departing figure, Garcia glanced at the bread in his hand. Huh? Bite marks? The piece of bread stuffed into Garcia's mouth was the leftover from Medusa. She was so jealous that she left the bite-marked bread for Garcia. Is today some kind of unlucky day? The luck is really terrible. Garcia was either licking the leftover milk from his aunt or eating the bread with bite marks left by Medusa. Unconsciously, Garcia stuffed the bread into his mouth just as a drop of milk splashed on his face from his aunt. The milk bread made his teeth feel soft and mushy. Outside the inn, the person who had just run out of the palace courtyard approached Theseus. He was the sailor who had been following Theseus and was also the guard of the Athenian prince, Theseus. Have you found the messenger? Theseus asked. Yes. In the palace courtyard, the sailor guard replied. What was he doing? Theseus asked again. King Peleus warmly received our messenger among the birds and flowers, with his flowers, birds, and daughters, the sailor guard said. In a corner upstairs, Medea, who had been the focus of Theseus's attention all day, was also watching Theseus talking to the sailor outside the inn. However, she could not hear the content of their conversation and did not notice anything unusual. After all, she thought the person talking to Theseus was just an ordinary sailor. Medea went downstairs to the dining hall. Taking advantage of Theseus's distraction, she had something to say to Garcia. Garcia was still chewing on the half piece of bread with bite marks when he didn't notice Medea had walked to the other side of his table. This was because Medea hadn't worn the fragrant spices that could be smelled from afar like she did last night. Garcia, after looking around to confirm no one was listening, asked softly, last night, nothing else will happen, right? Huh? Garcia lowered his voice. It's all in the past. I'm sorry, Medea said, picking up a piece of bread to eat and speaking with her mouth covered. I don't even know what happened last night. I just wandered into your room in a daze and couldn't control myself. It's all in the past, Garcia said. Medea, the man you are to marry is Jason, the future king of Iolcos, and I will help you become the queen of this kingdom, right? What am I saying? Am I overstepping my bounds? Putting aside whether it can actually be done, why make such a promise to a woman like Medea? Garcia should not ignore Theseus's secret, as the army of the city-state of Athens is about to attack the kingdom of Elcas. However, faced with Medea's recent honesty, Garcia impulsively wants to do something for Medea. In fact, the thing Garcia wants to do for Medea, to help her become the princess of the kingdom of Elcas, is also a rejection of Medea. Because Medea will become someone else's princess. Garcia wants to reject Medea, which is why he makes such a statement. If you truly care for me, Medea raised her eyes. Please do not go and become someone else's princess. Garcia continued to eat bread while pouring milk for himself. Medea was not a foolish aunt. She understood Garcia's intentions. Jokingly, Medea smiled subtly. I don't want to harm you. Not last night, and not in the future. Garcia's heart trembled for a moment, and he coughed. Mr. Cloak, Garcia, Medea said, your heart is so chaotic. I can see your inner self. Garcia's hand holding the milk froze in midair. He knew that Medea was not lying. Moreover, just last night, when Medea was attempting to invade his thoughts, She must have seen something in Garcia's mind. To some extent, whether understood or not. Medea could indeed see into Garcia's heart. You have the snake-haired Medusa in your heart, but you've never truly looked at me, have you? Medea tilted her head. And even your little ant occupies a place in your heart. Yet you didn't leave a spot for me? Garcia put down the food in his hand and said to Medea, Medea, meeting you is our fortune. Without you, we wouldn't have come this far. As for me, you are the first person to know my secret. No one can understand me better than you, can they? Garcia is completely unsure about how many secrets Medea has discovered in his mind, including the Golden Fleece plan, as well as Garcia's emotional choices regarding Medusa and his aunt. Fortunately, Medea says she doesn't want to harm Garcia. But can what is said today still count in the future? Not necessarily. Yes. Medea furrows her brow and takes a sip of milk. I understand you, so I don't want to be a burden to you. I respect your choice. Well, although it's a bit cruel, Garcia has to say, I will help you with one last thing, support you to become a queen, and then I will leave your kingdom, and we will never meet again. The last thing? It seems like the first thing too, right? There were some minor matters before, but they were still to help Jason steal the Golden Fleece and return to Iolcus smoothly. Why? Medea's expression darkens, and she panics, forgetting that she should continue to cover it up with a piece of bread, as she has been talking to Garcia all along. Garcia explained, Now you know, you and I are in sync, because when we were in the kingdom of Iolcus, you could communicate with and control the ironclad dragon spirit. And my thoughts invaded your consciousness. When you mistakenly believed that the ironclad dragon spirit had its own consciousness and didn't control it, it was actually me invading your thoughts. And the ironclad dragon spirit was under my control. Yes, Medea remembers this. I remember it was indeed like that. Garcia continued, However, after I intrude into your thoughts, there exists a principle of energy equivalence. I will also suffer from your thought counter-invasion, which is why I was under your control last night. I understand this logic. Medea herself would not be able to interpret it in Garcia's thoughts. Even Garcia himself has not figured out why he was able to connect with Medea's thoughts in the first place. If we were to explain it by elimination, perhaps it was because he gained 200 favorability points with Medea. However, Medea was also unable to perceive this layer of relationship from Garcia's thoughts. Furthermore, I don't know how long this thought counter-invasion will last. Garcia said, Perhaps if I kill you, I will no longer suffer from your thought counter-invasion. But I do not intend to do so because you need to fulfill your role as my queen. Garcia was explaining that if he couldn't kill Medea, then he should leave. Medea, with a sad look in her eyes, said, Garcia, if one day you have to leave me, then kill me and then leave. Even if by then, I am already the princess. All right, the topic is too serious. Garcia thought he couldn't continue delving deeper with Medea for fear of becoming emotionally involved. Otherwise, if Medea were to say again, I can't live without you. I followed Jason north just to be with you. Then Garcia would truly be trapped. Taking advantage of the moment before they reached a deadlock, Garcia decided to change the subject. He stood up and said, I'm not joking with you anymore. I've eaten and drunk enough. I need to go back to my room to sleep. Wait, Medea said, Garcia, you said you would help me become the princess of EEA. Yes, Garcia had already taken a few steps. Medea continued, I have a plan to kill the current king, Peleus, and let Jason become the new king of EEA. Then he will fulfill his promise to marry me, and I will be the princess. You want to kill Peleus? Garcia turned back to look at Medea and asked, Has Peleus come to see you? Because killing Peleus to force Jason to end his 3-year mourning period early and become the new king was something Peleus and Garcia had conspired about. Garcia told Peleus that this matter should be handled by Medea, but he hadn't had the chance to say it yet. How did Medea find out? Oh, could it be that last night's thoughts invaded her mind, and she learned this secret from Garcia's thoughts? Sigh, it's better to end this matter sooner and leave Medea as soon as possible. That's right, I learned the secret between you and Peleus from your thoughts. Medea walked over and leaned close to Garcia's ear, saying, However, it was the goddess Hera who commanded me to kill the current king, Peleus. Chapter 121. Jason's wisdom moved Peleus what? The goddess Hera, the Hera from Olympus? The wife of the chief god Zeus. Medea, are you saying you met Hera? Garcia had some apprehension about Hera. After all, she was a being that even the chief god Zeus couldn't handle. Yes, she also advised me to be especially cautious, to ensure there is no one else around. She said cautiously, on the night I kill Peleus, Hera will allow me to conceive Jason's son. Why? The amount of information was overwhelming, and Garcia was somewhat surprised. Medea deliberately asked, Do you oppose me conceiving Jason's son? No, García replied. I'm just curious why Hera would want you to kill Peleus. Medea responded, Yeah, I don't know either, but the goddess Hera doesn't want me to know. García knew that in the Greek world, there were unwritten rules, that the gods must not interfere in the survival activities of mortals, nor can they privately kill mortals, unless sanctioned by the Olympus temple. Clearly, Hera's secret deal with Medea was not something to be made public. However, García remained cautious and asked Medea, "How can you be sure you are dealing with the goddess Hera? Could you be deceived? Who really knows Hera? Even if I could confirm that she is indeed Hera, what if she goes back on her word later?" Medea replied, "But whether or not it is Hera, we still have to kill the current king, Peleus, right?" "Yes, what you say is true," García acknowledged. He then returned to the dining table and asked, "What is your plan to kill Peleus?" Medea moved a little closer to García and shared her preliminary murder plan. Occasionally, she looked towards the door, fearing someone might enter and overhear the impending secret. But she really didn't need to worry. Her aunt and Medusa had filled García's stomach, and they wouldn't be coming back. Theseus, who had been focused on Medea all day, was outside the inn, conspiring with the sailor guards. Greenbeard, having been woken up by Theseus and Perseus last night, had not slept well and was still in bed. His cleaver left in the front hall, not taken away. Moreover, Perseus had entered Jason's room to persuade him to shorten his mourning period and ascend the throne sooner. "My captain, Jason," Perseus began reminiscing, "you truly are your father's son, willing to mourn for 3 years for your deceased parents. But by doing so, what will happen to your kingdom, Elchas? The current king, Peleus, is a selfish and petty man. He not only usurped your father's throne, but also signed a humiliating treaty with the city of Thebes to the south, paying taxes to Thebes every year. How can you tolerate him sitting on the throne any longer?" "I know," Jason stood up and said emphatically, "everything you said I know. I also know that my parents were killed by him." Perseus was surprised. Since Jason knew this, why did he still allow Peleus to remain king? The next words from Perseus came slowly and cautiously. "So, Captain Jason, the reason you haven't taken back the throne is that you don't want to marry Medea, right? If you don't become king, you don't need to fulfill your promise, and thus you don't have to marry Medea?" "That's right. I don't want to marry Medea. But I'm the king of Elchas. How could I delay the affairs of the kingdom because of a woman?" Jason replied, "Perseus, you know that 6 months ago, we set out from Elchas to the land of Colchis to steal the Golden Fleece with neither ship nor men. It was the northern city-state of Athens that funded our ship and sailors, agreeing that upon my return to Elchas and successful ascension, I would return 30 of the taxes to Athens every year." Perseus scratched his head, confused about how this related to Jason delaying his ascension. "So, you are someone who adheres to customs and keeps promises. Perseus guessed you should ascend the throne soon and fulfill your obligation to pay taxes to Athens." Jason sighed and said, "Previously, I shared the same thoughts as you, but now I must change my mind. Perseus, do you know that within this city of Elchas, there are people dying from freezing and starvation every day? Do you know how much of the sweat and blood of the Elchas people must be exploited to pay the 30 taxes to Athens?" Perseus understood and respectfully said to Jason, "Jason, future king, so by not ascending the throne, you do not have to pay 30 taxes to Athens, giving Elchas more time to develop and grow." "Yes, 3 years." Jason looked at Perseus with a hint of relief mixed with bitterness and smiled. "For these 3 years, I will not have to pay taxes to Athens. And as for the city of Thebes to the south, we had already made a deal with their king, Creon, before we left, that when I ascend to the throne, I will pay them 30 taxes. The northern Athens is 30. The southern Thebes is also 30, totaling 60, leaving only 40 for Elchas. Jason becoming king would also bring disaster to his kingdom, wouldn't it? And now, by mourning for 3 years and delaying his ascension, it was just a stalling tactic. Sooner or later, he would still have to pay taxes to Athens and Thebes until Elchas became strong enough to overthrow this unequal treaty. Poor Jason. He did not know that even if he had not yet ascended, he would not have to pay the 60 taxes as stipulated in the treaty. However, the current king, Peleus, was also paying taxes to Athens every year, and even more, a full 70. Because this was a transaction originally made unilaterally between the city-state of Athens and Princess Orlando, which Jason was unaware of. Moreover, Jason said, "I delay my ascension to show our Elchas people the ugly face of the current king, Peleus. He promised that when I returned with the Golden Fleece, he would abdicate, but he did not. This will inevitably stir up public resentment over the 3 years. When I eventually reclaim the throne from him, it will be only natural. Each time the throne changes hands, we need more support from the people to avoid more unnecessary bloodshed." Perseus, this rough man, his eyes softened considerably. He seemed to see the shadow of Jason's father in the young Jason. "Jason, You truly are your father's son. I remember, your father, the last king of Elcas, was also a wise and benevolent king like you. Whether Jason's father was wise or not is hard to say. However, he was a king who cared for his people. In the civil war against Peleus, he had numerous opportunities to launch large-scale campaigns to annihilate Peleus and reclaim the throne. But Jason's father was always soft-hearted and sought peaceful resolutions, ultimately losing and having to flee with the young Jason. Yes, in this soft-heartedness, Jason again reflected his father's shadow. This was Jason's virtue, but also his Achilles' heel. If not used properly, being soft-hearted at certain times could lead to foolishness, causing not only the loss of the kingdom, but also one's life. By then, to speak of wisdom would be far from it. Perseus stepped back a few paces and deeply bowed to Jason. My captain Jason, please accept my sincere apologies. Foolish as I am, I have misunderstood you for too long. Jason stepped forward and helped Perseus up. Captain, please do not be so polite with me. You are a friend of my father. Now that my father is gone, his old subordinates have all been killed. There are few left in Elcas who are willing to serve me like you. My king, Perseus said, tears welling up in his eyes. Grabbing Jason's arms passionately, please do not speak such sad words. It was your father who gave me a second life. I swear to be loyal to Elcas. Your father is gone. I will be loyal to you. If I die tomorrow, I will have my son Achilles be loyal to you. What a touching statement. Only loyal Peleus can express it. That's great, Peleus, I still have you. Everything can be settled. Jason also grabbed Peleus's arm. By the way, your son Achilles is nowhere to be found. Mentioning him makes me miss that guy a bit. You miss your playmate. I miss my son too. Peleus became excited. Let's wait for this heavy snow to stop. Then I'll go home and bring my son Achilles to Elcas to pledge allegiance to our king. Wait for the snow to stop. In the north, the army of the city-state of Athens is waiting for the snow to stop before they march south to attack Elcas. Peleus is also waiting for the snow to stop so he can bring his son Achilles to Jason's side and help him out. Good. Jason's mind conjured up the scene of a long-awaited reunion with Achilles, just as thrilling as Peleus. He raised his hand and slapped down heavily on Peleus's arm. Peleus grimaced. It hurt too much. Peleus, are you hurt? Jason asked with concern. I'm fine, just accidentally fell. Peleus and Theseus are quite similar. Both enjoy searching Garcia's room, and both like wrestling. Theseus's wrestling was kicked by his aunt, leaving footprints on his face, while Peleus's fall was caused by the shock from Greenbeard's machete, and he still hasn't regained his arm strength. Captain, you rest. I have things to do. I'll leave first. Peleus understood Jason's plan and knew the great significance of delaying the throne. So he had to run to find Garcia and cancel the plot for Medea to kill the current king Peleus. Peleus, our plan. Jason looked deeply at Peleus. We must not let outsiders know, especially Athens' Prince Theseus. This outsider, Jason, once again gave Peleus a strong sense of belonging. Among this group, only Peleus is Jason's own person. The rest are outsiders, especially Athens' Prince Theseus. Jason's delay in succession is to postpone the return of taxes and benefits to the city-state of Athens, and he cannot let Theseus know Jason's intentions. Moreover, that guy's always fixated on Medea. Peleus was lenient last night by not killing him. Don't worry, Captain. I'm keeping an eye on Theseus. Peleus happily walked out of Jason's room. He was going to find Garcia. Peleus first went to Garcia's room, but found no one. Could it be that Garcia has already started action with Medea? Peleus quickly ran through the inn, passing through the lobby to the dining room on the first floor. Fortunately, Garcia was still there, and he was with Medea. As soon as Peleus entered, he saw Garcia and Medea conspiring about something. Surely, they were discussing the plan to kill the current king Peleus. Not good, Peleus has come in. Medea, facing the door, was the first to notice Peleus. To kill Peleus? Just do what I said earlier, do you remember? Garcia asked. Medea nodded, not saying anything more, because Peleus was already standing behind Garcia. Listen to me, I know what you're discussing. Peleus said, the plan to kill the current king Peleus is cancelled. Medea was startled and glanced at Garcia. All right, Garcia said lightly. Peleus saw the surprise on Medea's face, very surprised. Right? I was just thinking, this matter cannot be handled this way. Peleus must not reveal Jason's intention to delay succession to Garcia and Medea. After all, they are not his own people. Fine, Garcia didn't ask why. Peleus said, you might want to know why I suddenly canceled the plan. To be honest, I acted on a whim. I was rash. So, just pretend nothing happened, okay? Oh, Peleus. Why not? Garcia stood up and slapped him hard on the shoulder. This plan is canceled. We avoid one risk. What a good thing. Peleus felt like his back teeth were about to crack from the pain. Garcia, you're absolutely right. Of course it hurts. Garcia is being sincere. What? Are you okay? Yes, I suddenly remembered. There's something very important I haven't done. I have to leave first. Peleus had already thought of where to go. He needed to go to the market to buy a bottle of medicine to apply to his injured arm. The original injury was caused by Greenbeard. And just now, Jason unintentionally dealt him a heavy blow. Now Garcia gave him another strike, the new injury overlapping the old one. Peleus felt that the bone marrow in his arm might have been shattered. Theseus walked into the dining room, and at a glance saw Medea and Garcia sitting across from her. He was about to say something, but when he turned his head and saw Peleus too, he swallowed his words. Peleus left first to go buy medicine. Garcia followed suit and also left the restaurant. Was it a divine opportunity for Theseus and Medea to be alone? No, Medea also left, deliberately avoiding Theseus and exiting through another door. Theseus, frustrated, punched the table, splattering milk from the table into his mouth. It was sweet, but already cold. If you remember correctly, this milk was half drunk by his aunt and splashed onto Garcia's face, then dripped from Garcia's face into his mouth, only to be spat out by Garcia. Now it splattered onto Theseus's face. Did he only taste the sweetness and not the accompanying flavor of Garcia's facial grease? Theseus wiped the milk from his mouth. No amount of anger could stop his obsession with Medea. He didn't have much time left. Once the snow stopped, the army of Athens would march south to attack the kingdom of Elchis. Where would Medea go then? No, Theseus couldn't let Medea become a captive of Jason. Did Medea not realize that Theseus was worrying for her? She was already back in her room, holding the divine rabbit, preparing her plan to kill the current king Peleus. Chapter 122. Waiting for the snow to stop, although Peleus had already informed Garcia and Medea to cancel the plan. The plot to kill the current king Peleus was not solely Peleus's plan. That night, while Peleus sought Garcia to plan this scheme, the goddess Hera also appeared in Medea's room, separately reaching an agreement to kill the current king Peleus. So, Peleus only initiated the plan. He would exit from the subsequent killing phase. He withdrew voluntarily. Therefore, did Peleus want to cancel the plan? No. Garcia and Medea's response to him was invalid. Medea still intended to kill Peleus, as it would not only allow Jason to ascend the throne, but also enable her to conceive Jason's child, 2 children, to choose one obedient son in the future to change her unfortunate fate. Such a great deal could not be canceled just because Peleus said so. And on Garcia's side, he wanted to help Medea become the queen. If the goddess Hera could indeed help Medea conceive Jason's children, it would give the unfortunate Medea a greater chance to establish a life in the kingdom of Elchis. Garcia cannot accept Medea, so he hopes for Medea's well-being. Therefore, the plan to kill the current king Peleus must still be executed. Of course, Garcia has never seen the goddess Hera, and he cannot determine if the one trading with Medea is indeed Hera. However, through analysis and reasoning, he believes that the deal between Medea and Hera is valid. Player Garcia knows that Hera indeed has a grudge against the current king of Ierka, Peleus, so it makes sense that Hera wants to use Medea to take revenge. By the way, Peleus' mother, Tyro, was a tragic woman. As a child, she was homeless and was taken in by Jason's grandfather. As Tyro grew up, Jason's grandfather took great care of her, and they developed feelings for each other. When Tyro reached marriageable age, Jason's grandfather prepared to marry her. But then, an unexpected event occurred. One day, the sea god Poseidon transformed into Jason's grandfather's appearance and violated Tyro. After Tyro gave birth to Peleus for Poseidon, Poseidon became enamored with another young and beautiful daughter and heartlessly abandoned Tyro. Furthermore, to drive Tyro away, Poseidon even sent a malicious fairy to torment her. Peleus grew up under the torment of the fairy, but his mother, Tyro, continued to suffer day after day. To kill the fairy and gain freedom, Peleus used all means and finally defeated the fairy in a duel. The fleeing fairy sought refuge in Hera's temple. However, Peleus, determined to avenge his mother Tyro, killed the fairy in Hera's temple, and the blood stained the statue of Hera. Hera was furious about this and cast a curse that left Peleus' mother, Tyro, bedridden for 6 months. From then on, Peleus and Hera became enemies. Later, Peleus came to Ierka with his mother, Tyro. At that time, Tyro's first love, Jason's grandfather, took her in. Their old feelings rekindled, and Jason's grandfather did not despise Tyro, who also could not forget him. Thus, Jason's grandfather married Tyro, and they had Jason's father. After Jason's grandfather passed away, the throne was passed to Jason's father. However, Peleus, Tyro's other son, took the throne from Jason's father. This led to the subsequent events of Jason's father going into exile, and the grown Jason returning to Aearca to compete for the throne with his uncle Peleus, agreeing to steal the Golden Fleece in exchange for his uncle Peleus returning the throne. And so, here we are today, during Peleus' years as king of Aearca. He ordered the destruction of all temples of Hera in the city and prohibited his subjects from worshipping the goddess Hera. There was an incident where an elderly woman in the city secretly made an idol of Hera, praying for her sick young son. When this was exposed, King Peleus, in a fit of rage, executed the entire family of the elderly woman. Their corpses were hung on the city walls as a warning. In response, the gods in Olympus had appealed to Hera more than once to punish King Peleus of Aearca. However, Hera always intervened, because the autonomy of the human race is a right granted by the gods. Hera wanted to set an example for the other gods and could not easily conflict with humanity. The image of the magnanimous goddess earned her the praise of the other gods. However, another action by King Peleus made Hera unable to sit still. Yet for this matter, the gods in Olympus turned a blind eye, pretending not to see. That is, King Peleus, once per season, regularly offered a daughter to the chief god Zeus. This makes it understandable why the gods in Olympus ignored this action by Peleus. After all, who would dare to provoke the chief god Zeus? For King Peleus, this was a win-win situation. He could please Zeus while also taking revenge on Zeus's wife, Hera. Years passed, and Queen Hera had endured for a long time. King Peleus was purely trying to insert his daughter into the affairs of the gods, ruining the happy marriage and family of the god king and queen. He wanted to crazily test the limits of Queen Hera, right? Queen Hera had been waiting for an opportunity. Coincidentally, Medea followed Jason to Aearca and needed Jason to inherit the throne as soon as possible. To achieve Medea's goal, killing the current King Peleus was the quickest way. Isn't this precisely what Queen Hera wanted to do? As the saying goes, a match made in heaven. Hera and Medea thus had a fair transaction. Earlier in the restaurant, Medea and García had already devised a practical murder plan. However, to specify the time, place, and opportunity for action, Medea needed to conduct further reconnaissance to ensure everything was foolproof before delivering the final blow. Originally, the lovesick Prince Theseus was acting as Medea's other pair of eyes, watching her day and night, preventing her from having any free time. But now it's good. García told Medea that Theseus was also plotting something, so he would no longer keep a close watch on Medea. In this way, Medea would have more free time to investigate the situation in the palace and implement her murder plan as soon as possible. However, García did not reveal to Medea that Theseus's homeland, the city-state of Athens, was about to launch an attack on Aearca. Revealing this would only add unnecessary interference for Medea. Would Jason abandon his kingdom if the Athenian army came? No, since Jason wouldn't give up his kingdom. It would be best for him to ascend to the throne before the Athenian army arrives. This would be more beneficial for Jason himself and for Aearca. Medea killing the current King Peleus is helping Jason rise to power, which is also helping Aearca. From Garcia's perspective on this murder plan, he is helping Medea become the queen and also helping Jason keep his kingdom. As for the scheming King Peleus, he deserves to die. Indulgent and unethical as he is, it is one thing. He uses the hard-earned money of the citizens of Aearca to sign humiliating contracts, leading to the starvation and freezing of children and the elderly. Moreover, he condones Princess Orlan in eliminating dissenters and indiscriminately killing innocents. Such a Peleus deserves to be killed. It is simply fulfilling the will of heaven. Peleus's face turned pale with rage. The moles in his wrinkles twitched with his breathing. He certainly did not know that García and Medea were conspiring to take his life. He was angry at his daughters. The king's daughters were collectively accompanying the Athenian envoy in the backyard garden, working all day and night. The next day, they vied for favor, changing clothes and washing up for the Athenian prince. Hoping to win the envoy's favor and get him to retract the declaration of war he brought from the northern city-state of Athens. However, the Athenian envoy only said, "I like the birds of Aearca," and left without retracting the declaration of war. "Please take this declaration of war to your father, the king of Aearca." The king's daughters returned to King Peleus with the declaration of war. This meant that King Peleus had lost a number of daughters, yet the matter was still unresolved. He asked, "Did any of you offend the Athenian envoy?" King Peleus once again held the terrifying declaration of war in his hand. "Father, while we were in bed, the Athenian envoy never mentioned the declaration. He was quite satisfied with our service, so you can't blame us, sisters." One of the princesses, dressed in disarray, replied. "Before you speak, could you at least put on some clothes?" Don't bring shame to our kingdom of Elchas, King Pelias retorted. Yesterday, I clearly returned the declaration to the Athenian envoy, but today you bring it back to me from his hands. Is it my fault then? Another princess spoke up, having obediently tidied her clothes after hearing King Pelias' words. But father, the Athenian envoy only changed his attitude after getting out of bed. We sisters are just weak women. How can we influence the choice of an envoy? King Pelias raised the declaration high, wishing he could smash it to the ground. But he dared not disrespect the authority of the Athenian city-state. If the Athenian envoy found out, it would be disastrous. He had to silently put the declaration down, while groaning in pain. Because he had raised it too high, his old back hurt severely. When the person ages, back pain is inevitable, especially for men. Back pain seems to be a suffering they must endure. For King Pelias, a debauched and indulgent old man, it was even more so. Be careful, father, the princesses said with concern. You don't need to worry. It's not your fault that my back hurts from the anger you caused me. King Pelias slowly squatted down, the pain in his back not easing at all. At that moment, the head maid entered from outside the hall. What is it now? King Pelias asked, rubbing his back. Your Majesty, the head maid replied, the Athenian envoy has a message for you. Then speak it. King Pelias pounded the ground with his fist, shouting, What are you waiting for? Hurry up. The head maid continued. The Athenian envoy said he appreciates your hospitality, and he also wants to retract the declaration of war, but it is a gift that the king of Athens must give to you. He cannot take it back on his own. The maid added, the Athenian envoy also said that when he returns to Athens, he will try to persuade his king to abandon the attack on Elchas. King Pelias forgot the pain in his back and suddenly stood up. Good. This is all thanks to my daughters. The Athenian envoy must be satisfied, and if he is happy, there might be a turnaround. Yes, yes, father. We didn't let you down, did we? The king's daughters all gathered around, smiling at King Pelias. He looked at his daughters, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. That's right. My daughters have indeed not disappointed me. Tell me, which of you won the most favor with the Athenian envoy? Who has the greatest merit? Father, are you planning to reward us? The princesses tugged at King Pelias' sleeve, competing to speak. Father, the Athenian envoy was most satisfied with my service. He said, I'm the warmest and most considerate, and in the end, he chose me, even allowing me to help him change clothes. All right, my daughters, stop competing. I have seen how capable each of you is. King Pelias announced. Here's what I will do. I will send all of you to the northern city of Athens to be presented to the Athenian envoy, so that he can do his utmost to persuade the king of Athens to abandon the attack on Elchas. It turns out this is not a reward. King Pelias intended to completely sell his daughters to bribe the Athenian envoy, hoping to spare Elchas from the Athenian invasion. Oh no, the daughters, who had just been surrounding King Pelias, stepped back. Father, you are the king. You cannot offer your daughters. Yes, father, another princess said. If you can't even protect your own daughters, how can you protect your kingdom? Slap. The daughters rebuked their father. What happened to ethics? King Pelias slapped them twice. I am your father, but I am also the king of Elchas. I do not need you weak women to teach me how to act. No one among the king's daughters dared to retort again. They turned to the head maid at the door, shedding tears of resentment. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you relaying the envoy's words to father, he wouldn't have sent us out. Go rest well and prepare yourselves, King Pelias said. Once the snow stops, I will send you to the city of Athens. Another wait for the snow to stop. The king's daughters would be sent north to present themselves to the Athenian envoy. Also waiting for the snow to stop, the Athenian army would advance south to attack Elchas. Still waiting for the snow to stop, Pelias would go home to bring his son Achilles to serve beside Jason. The king's daughters left the hall one after another, each feeling lost, bearing the marks left by the Athenian envoy and the scars inflicted by their father. After they left, the head maid approached King Pelias and asked, Your Majesty, since you wish to offer the princesses, why not directly to the most authoritative king of Athens, rather than to a mere envoy? You really are getting old. Don't you understand this simple principle? King Pelias glanced at the elderly maid. In fact, this had nothing to do with age. Even when she was young, she couldn't comprehend it. Besides, her position as head maid was not due to her intellect. You are right, I am old, the head maid said, deliberately covering her face while speaking. She was telling King Pelias, I was slapped on both sides of my face yesterday. Please don't hit me again today. King Pelias smiled bitterly and said, I am offering my daughters to the envoy, not to the king of Athens. This is because anyone sent by the king of Athens as an envoy must have the king's trust. If I please him, he can help me influence the king's decisions. He knows that even if the Athenian army attacks Elchas and captures the city, it won't belong to him, but if he persuades the king to abandon the attack, he will benefit, and I will continuously provide him with advantages. As for the king of Athens, he is the most authoritative. He aims to conquer my city. What can I offer him? He already has everything. The maid couldn't help but exclaim, Esteemed king, you think so thoroughly. Having you as our king is truly a blessing for Elchis. Blessing? In a dark corner of the hall, Medea silently sneered. Could this head may become the palace steward just because of her words? She hid in the palace, witnessing the entire conversation between King Peleus and his daughters. In the upcoming murder plan, Medea found an entry point. She sneaked away towards the royal daughters' quarters. These poor women, as unfortunate as I am, I will use them to complete my murder plan. At the same time, I am saving them. After all, they are merely pawns in King Peleus' hands, innocent. In the princess's chamber, the king's daughters sat around the bed, covering their faces and crying. Medea slipped in through the window, pushed aside the silk tapestry hanging on the wall, and saw the king's daughters at the bedside. The chamber was lavishly decorated, the floor covered with a black goose-down carpet. Medea recalled her own chamber far away in Colchis, which also had a goose-down carpet, but it was white. Black swans are rarer than white swans, indicating how luxurious the king's daughters' living conditions are. Looking at the intricately carved doors and windows, it clearly displayed the nobility and elegance of royal princesses. However, such a chamber could not help the king's daughters forget their sorrow. Their tears seemed to starkly contrast with the beauty around them, making the doors, windows, carpets, and wall paintings appear even more glaring. The mood of the king's daughters was like the dim sunlight hanging in the sky outside amidst heavy snow, cold and trembling, growing fainter. Princesses, Medea stepped forward, standing directly in front of the king's daughters. Please don't cry anymore. Medea, why have you intruded into the princess's chamber? What do you want? The king's daughters stood up from the bedside, watching Medea warily. Please don't be alarmed, Medea said. I am here to save you. Chapter 123. Theseus' invitation. The king's daughters all stared at Medea, unable to fathom her intentions. Princesses, Medea said sympathetically, I am also a woman. I was once a princess, but I had to betray my royal family, betray my kingdom, because I was humiliated in the place where I grew up. Huh? Isn't that just like us? The king's daughters exchanged glances, their wary expressions lessening as they looked at Medea. Please forgive my boldness, Medea continued. I was hiding in the main hall of the palace just now and overheard your conversation with the king. At this point, Medea paused, allowing the king's daughters time to react, observing their changing expressions. The king's daughters first showed slight surprise, followed by a mix of shame and anger, and finally transformed into faces of sadness. Medea, we have heard about your story before and know that you are an unfortunate woman, one of the king's daughters said. And now you see us, like you, about to be abandoned by our father and given to others. That's right, we are the same. Medea heard the recognition she sought from the king's daughters. So, I am willing to save you, to prevent your father from sending you away like goods. Huh? Medea, she is willing to save us, to prevent us from being discarded like goods. How wonderful. Medea, who had a similar experience, comforted the cold hearts of the king's daughters. They needed Medea's salvation and were eager to know how she would rescue them. Medea, please tell us, you must have a plan to save us. Not just because we share a common misfortune. Yes, the king's daughters hoped that Medea could save them. However, they also doubted her motives. It was hard to believe that Medea, a traitorous princess with no blood relation to them, would show such kindness to save a group of unfortunate women like them. To be honest, Medea said straightforwardly, I want to save you, and I am also doing it for myself. Given Medea's sincerity, the king's daughters were willing to believe her to a considerable extent. They gazed at Medea eagerly, waiting for her to reveal her plan. Moreover, we not only share a common misfortune, Medea said, to change this damned fate, we are facing a common enemy. Is it our father? One of the king's daughters asked. The king of Iolcus? Yes, it should be said that the current king of Iolcus, your father, Peleus, Medea asserted, we must kill him. The king's daughters widened their eyes in shock and fear, too afraid to speak. They loathed their father, even feeling hatred, but they lacked the courage to rebel. Medea continued, if we kill the current king of Iolcus, Peleus, my fiancé Jason will become the new king, and I will become the queen, and you will be reborn. No longer will anyone humiliate you or treat you as cheap goods to be given away. The king's daughters fell silent, their expressions twisted, not daring to look at Medea again for fear of hearing more blasphemous words. Medea realized that her plan was being hindered, as the ethical line within the king's daughters was at play. King Peleus had always taught that Iolcus was a kingdom that valued propriety and ethics. How could they, as the king's daughters, commit acts against ethics? Medea grabbed the hand of one of the king's daughters, revealing the bruises on it. You tell me, this is your own body. Clearly it hurts. Why do you allow yourself to be harmed? It's all that damned Athenian messenger's doing, the king's daughter said, her face pale, gritting her teeth in anger. Princess women, what must I say to make you understand? Medea let go of her hand, saying indignantly, the reason that damned Athenian messenger harmed you is rooted in your father Peleus abandoning you, selling you to others, isn't it? Medea, stop talking. Another king's daughter stepped forward, her eyes filled with despair, yet a strong unwillingness to succumb to it. What do we need to do to kill Peleus? The collapse of the ethical line only required one person to take the lead. The other king's daughters wiped away their tears and almost simultaneously expressed their willingness to cooperate with Medea to kill their father, Peleus. Reflecting on the years, although they lived in a chamber laid with black velvet, their fragile bodies had suffered countless violations. There were the seasonal visits of the god Zeus, the arrival of Creon from Thebes, and now the Athenian messenger, too many to count. Sadly, they once thought they were fulfilling a sacred mission for this kingdom with their own bodies. Although they suffered physically, their spirits were glorious. They were the kingdom's heroes. Until today, when King Peleus intended to offer them to the Athenian messenger, completely abandoning them, this hurt their numbed hearts. With Medea's appearance, they awakened and wanted to do something to change their unfortunate fate. Ladies, please come closer, Medea said. Let me tell you my plan. The king's daughters gathered around, listening intently as Medea detailed the plan for murder. Outside the inn, Theseus felt empty after a day without seeing Medea. He asked, "Where's Medea?" The sailor guard replied, "I saw her heading towards the palace, and she hasn't returned yet." "It's too dangerous for her to go to the palace alone," Theseus said, and he set off to find her. The sailor guard blocked Theseus's path, saying, "Prince, you cannot go look for Medea. The messenger is waiting to see you." In a quiet place, led by the sailor guard, Theseus met with the Athenian messenger. The messenger said, "The declaration of war has been delivered to King Peleus. My mission is complete, and I am about to return." Theseus turned to leave, not wanting to waste more time with the messenger. He had other matters to attend to, like finding Medea at the palace. "However, before I go back, I want to hear your opinion." The messenger stopped Theseus and asked, "Prince, what are your plans for our upcoming attack on the kingdom of Iolcus? Did you not say you were going back?" Theseus shot a glare, "Just go. My plans do not need to be reported to you." "Forgive my bluntness," the messenger said. "Prince, are you so eager to send me away because you want to find that treasonous princess Medea?" "That's right." But Theseus felt no need to explain the situation to a messenger. "Prince, 6 months ago, you gathered over 100 people from Athens, bringing a great deal of wealth to Iolcus to support Jason in his quest to steal the Golden Fleece from Colchis. Now that the fleece is in hand, Jason should ascend to the throne. You should support Jason in seizing the throne from his uncle Peleus as originally planned, rather than delaying his ascension for a treasonous princess." The messenger had thoroughly investigated the current situation in Iolcus, including Theseus's relationship with these people. He knew that Theseus allowed Jason to delay his ascension to the throne, which meant delaying the promise to marry Medea, something Theseus desired. However, the Athenian city-state wanted Jason and his uncle Peleus to engage in a civil war over the throne. At that time, the Athenian army could take advantage of the chaos to advance southward under the pretext of restoring peace. In the Greek world, wars were rampant, but every invasion needed a justifiable excuse for intervention. Only with internal turmoil in Iolcus could the Athenian army rightfully intervene to support. Thus, with internal and external coordination, Theseus bore the mission of creating chaos within Iolcus, providing the Athenian army with a pretext to invade. Without Medea, Theseus might have proceeded with the plan to invade Iolcus as originally intended. But with Medea now by Jason's side, Theseus hesitated. "Prince, I will say it again," the messenger emphasized, pointing at Theseus. "Medea is just a treasonous princess. No matter what plans you have for this treasonous princess, your father, the king of Athens, will never agree to your marrying her. I advise you to abandon this treasonous princess early, and do not mix her into your plans." Treasonous princess? Treasonous princess? Treasonous princess? How many times have you said that? Theseus ignored the messenger's nonsense, focusing only on the keywords, as the messenger belittled Medea. "On what grounds do you belittle Medea? Do you know what she has been through? You have no right to judge her." With a swift movement, Theseus drew his dagger and pressed it against the messenger's throat. noticing the deep and shallow bite marks on his neck. "Prince," the messenger scoffed lightly, "are you so disgusted by my slander of Medea?" "Yes." But Theseus couldn't admit it. He kicked the messenger, causing him to fall back to the ground, his mouth full of snow. "Messenger, tell me, how did you get those wounds on your neck?" Theseus asked. "I heard that Peleus treated you generously." The messenger was a favored individual close to the king of Athens, and Theseus should avoid offending him unless he could find some leverage against him. The messenger was still busy picking snow from his mouth and had no time to explain. Theseus continued, "You were bribed by King Peleus of Iolcus. The declaration of war you delivered was returned, and you accepted the service of the king's daughters. Is that true?" "Prince, this is a misunderstanding." The messenger desperately defended himself. "I did receive the declaration back, but I ultimately delivered it to King Peleus. As for the king's daughters, I admit I accepted their bribes. But so what? I will not be swayed from our plan to invade Iolcus. Poor King Peleus, come and listen. All his efforts are in vain." He thought the Athenian messenger would be satisfied with his hospitality and would persuade the king of Athens to abandon the attack on Iolcus. Otherwise, he wouldn't have increased the bribe by offering his daughters to the Athenian messenger. "I can believe that just as my father, the king of Athens, trusts you, he must have sent you to Iolcus," Theseus said as he approached the messenger, squatting down and looking him in the eye. "Messenger, do you dare to kill me?" The messenger on the ground hurriedly lowered his head to avoid Theseus's gaze, pleading, "Please forgive me, Prince. I know I have offended you, but I would never betray the city-state of Athens, nor would I betray you." From the messenger's language and logic, it was clear that his attitude towards Theseus was that he did not dare betray the city-state of Athens first, and only then would he not betray the prince. Rather than saying he would never dare betray the prince above all, Theseus knew his prestige in the city-state of Athens was still insufficient. "Then, please answer me. Who is the future king of the city-state of Athens?" The messenger seemed to understand Theseus's intention, answering with a breathless tone, "Prince, you are the only son of the king, and the future king of Athens must be you. Go back." Theseus threw the dagger from his hand into the snow in front of the messenger. "Now you know what to say when you see my father." The messenger pulled the dagger from the snow, watching Theseus and the sailor guard walk into the falling snow. After confirming he could no longer see their figures, the messenger got up, angrily slashing at the swirling snow in the air. Then, gasping for breath, he stabbed the dagger back into the snow and spat. "No, Theseus. Your people don't respect you at all." García, hiding further away, activated his insight skill to watch everything unfold. On the way back, García followed closely behind Theseus. When passing the inn, Theseus only kept the sailor guard by his side and went to the palace to find Medea. García calculated the timing of Medea's murder plan. It should be halfway through, and they must not let Theseus interfere. "Something's wrong." The ant ran out from the other side of the inn, screaming, as if she had been frightened by something. "What happened?" Both García and Theseus turned to look at the ant, but Theseus remained silent. "Someone has been kidnapped." The ant spoke too hurriedly, lacking composure, and couldn't finish her sentence. García remained silent, thinking that Theseus would ask who was kidnapped, upon seeing his aunt's anxious expression. However, Theseus appeared indifferent, possibly still preoccupied with his intention to find Medea at the palace and unwilling to be distracted by other matters. "Aunt, take your time and explain what happened," García asked. "Who was kidnapped?" "Medea. I saw Medea being taken away," his aunt stammered in a panic. "I saw her being kidnapped by a group of foreigners." "What? Medea? Foreigners?" Theseus also became anxious and asked, "How do you know they were foreigners?" Perhaps his aunt was too anxious, speaking somewhat unnaturally, because I heard them speaking with a foreign accent, unlike the people from Caicus. Medea was kidnapped by foreigners? It was very likely the work of the Athenian envoy. No wonder the Athenian envoy had just belittled Medea as a traitorous princess when speaking to Theseus. Theseus turned to look at the sailor guard, wanting to ask if he knew anything about the envoy's actions. However, the sailor guard subtly shook his head, indicating he was also unaware of the Athenian envoy's movements. Where are they now? There was no need for García to be involved in what happened next. Theseus would ask his aunt himself. "Come with me," his aunt said, leading Theseus, the sailor guard, and García into the southern corner of Caicus, racing down the street. Strangely, there were no footprints on the ground at all. What did that indicate? It indicated that Theseus and the others were too late. The footprints they had left behind had already been covered by the heavy snow. "We need to hurry," Theseus urged his aunt, while deep down he resolved to punish the Athenian envoy severely, making him understand the authority of the Athenian prince. The four of them chased after it for a while longer, but his aunt, who was leading, soon could not keep up. Maybe we should just give up and stop chasing. What? Give up? Medea has been kidnapped, and you want to tell Theseus to give up? Please don't joke around. We must rescue Medea. Theseus placed a hand on the quiver on his back, ready to shoot an arrow at any enemy he discovered. Every time García saw the quiver on Theseus's back, he felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't let his aunt take the joke too far, so he asked, "Aunt, we've chased this far and found no traces at all. You wouldn't be joking with us, would you? By the way, ah." His aunt threw a snowball at him, hitting him square in the face. "Little pirate, I am joking with you. How's that? Fun, right?" "What? Joking?" The eyes of Theseus and the sailor guard met, and he gripped the quiver on his back tightly. This couldn't be so simple. He had to ask García for clarity. "Hey, Navigator Theseus, I've been tricked by my aunt. Help me get revenge." García's face was that of a struggling student, feeling helpless. "What is going on? Is it really just a joke?" Theseus looked at his silly aunt again. She picked up some snow from the ground, formed it into a ball, and kept throwing it at García's face. It was just too much. It felt like a joke, like playing a game. Knowing his aunt, it was not surprising that she would do something like this. Bam! While Theseus was still thinking quickly, a snowball suddenly flew in and hit his nose. Ouch! This time, the snowball his aunt made was too big, hitting Theseus and causing him to lose his balance, swaying dangerously close to falling to the ground. "Oh, Navigator, are you okay?" The sailor guard rushed forward to support Theseus, almost calling him Prince in his haste. The ground was too slippery. The pain in Theseus's nose spread throughout his body, making his head spin. He was too embarrassed to say he was hit by his aunt. He just mentioned how slippery the ground was. "Theseus, I'm sorry," his aunt said. "Did I hurt you?" No, it was my own carelessness. The snowy ground is always easy to slip on. You all know that." Theseus's nose was as red as a carrot. It must have hurt a lot. "Yes, if your nose is still okay, please join us for a snowball fight," his aunt invited enthusiastically. "Oh no." Theseus endured the pain and made a gesture of thanks. "I suddenly remembered I have something important to do. You all enjoy yourselves. Have fun." The sailor guard intended to return with Theseus, but Theseus gave him a look, signaling him to stay. For the past 6 months, he had merely blended in as an ordinary sailor in Jason's crew, and Theseus didn't want to reveal his identity as a personal guard just yet. Once Theseus left, García's tense nerves relaxed, and he could fully immerse himself in the game. He and his aunt cooperated perfectly, attacking the sailor left behind by Theseus. Bam, bam. Theseus's nose was nothing compared to this sailor, whose ears were almost pierced. He had to cover his head with both hands, crying out for mercy. "Please forgive me for quitting midway. I think I'm really not suited for this kind of game." "Oh," his aunt expressed regret. "Sailor, then you should go back. I'll play a bit longer with García." The injured sailor fled as if escaping, heading straight for the inn. He needed to apply medicine. His wound was painfully frozen. Once the area cleared, his aunt and García exchanged glances, standing in the snow. After a while, they both grinned mischievously. "García, I tricked Theseus. Do you think he will hold a grudge against me?" His aunt laughed so hard she almost slipped. The ground was too slippery. "No," García said. "Theseus is a broad-minded person, but I broke his nose. Do you think he will hold a grudge against me?" His aunt asked again, stifling her laughter. "No," García replied. "Theseus's nose wasn't broken by you. He fell by himself." They both said in unison, "The ground is too slippery." Once those words were out, his aunt laughed even more intensely. Hee hee hee. The sound was rhythmic and piercing, shaking the icicles on the nearby bare trees, causing them to crash down. That's it. This is García's plan, using the silly aunt to distract Theseus and provide cover for Medea. In the palace, within King Peleus' chamber, amidst the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, a new guest arrived. That was the divine rabbit given to Jason by King and Queen of Corinth. King Peleus was a compassionate man. He loved raising pet birds and would naturally like a little white rabbit. Moreover, he had heard from his daughters that this divine rabbit had the power of rejuvenation. If this divine rabbit could make him young again, then his chronic lower back pain due to aging could be resolved, right? Of course, King Peleus' back pain had little to do with his age. The root of the problem was overexertion. But no matter what, being able to become younger was more important than anything else. After being enlightened by Medea, the king's daughters had undergone a transformation. They harbored the most malicious intent while speaking the softest, most pleasing words. "Father, once this snow stops, you must send us to the northern city-state of Athens. Your daughters are worried about you." They said, "Father, your old back has never healed, and that is because of old age. This divine rabbit has the power of rejuvenation and can heal your back injury." King Peleus was very happy. He wasn't foolish and should suspect that his daughters might have ulterior motives. However, having sat on the throne for so long and accustomed to these obedient daughters. He would never think that the daughters he had trained might one day turn against him. My daughters, quickly tell your father. What must be done for him to use this divine rabbit to rejuvenate? Synopsis: traveling through the world of Greek mythology, becoming the only son of a pirate, and awakening a supervision system that urges others to complete tasks, earning double rewards for himself. After García urged Jason to seize the Golden Fleece, he inexplicably ended up with 2 tufts of fleece in his pocket. After urging Theseus to kill the Minotaur, he mysteriously grew invulnerable scales.